times to avoid powerful formations. Up ahead is heavenly Amyuntin. On top of an enormous tree, they stood, catching their breaths. Zaire naturally didn't need rest. With the primal world, he almost never worried about exhausting his true essence. However, Lenore lacked such luxury, hence the occasional stops to rest. If not for her status as a princess, along with the abundant cultivation techniques and medicinal pills she carried, they might not have reached heavenly Amyuntin in just 3 days. Heavenly Amyuntin houses many skilled barbarian warriors. We cannot use flight any longer. We must enter silently. After consuming a pill to restore her mana, Lenore said seriously. In the distance, a majestic mountain loomed, its peak unseen, standing like an ancient deity. Amongst the mist, several towering and grand buildings were faintly visible at various elevations on the mountain's flanks. Compared to Cliff Amyuntin, this southern barbarian, Heavenly Amyuntin, was not only equally imposing, but possibly even surpassed it in majesty. It truly could be called the king of all Amyuntins. Zaire descended from the treetop to the shaded ground. Do you have a way in? He turned to Lenore. If they marched up boldly, they'd likely be discovered instantly. Given that she planned this from the start, Lenore presumably had a method to infiltrate Heavenly Amyuntin. Please observe. As expected, Lenore retrieved something from her Jedi space. A talisman? Zaire paused, seeing a charm similar to a spirit sword amulet before him. The charm I gave you last time was crafted by my father from millennium-old sunken wood. Lenore explained, this new charm, also made by my father, uses 10,000-year-old sunken wood and can carry 3/10 of his magical power. With this, we can tear through space and enter directly into the core of Heavenly Amyuntin's holy temple. The holy temple is the heart of Heavenly Amyuntin. Only the barbarian king can enter besides during major ceremonies. Are you sure we won't be discovered? Lenore smiled. My father is a first tribulation realm expert who has transcended one origin tribulation and broken free from heavenly constraints. 3/10 of his power is more than enough when neither the barbarian king nor Grand Marshal Dawson is present. The tribulation realm has 10 tribulations, with the first being one origin tribulation and the second being 2 principles tribulation. The Life Nicolette of Cliff's Academy is a first tribulation realm expert. Experts at this level become immortals once they complete all 10 tribulations. Hearing this, Zaire felt reassured. Even if only 3/10 of a tribulation expert's power was used, it was sufficient, especially since most high-level barbarian warriors were dispersed. Father, reveal yourself. Lenore tossed the charm into the air and respectfully bowed. Unexpectedly, there were no celestial phenomena. Zaire only felt a gentle breeze, then found himself inside a hall. This hall had a unique style. The murals and pillars within were unlike anything seen outside. Deep within the hall stood a colorful door, looking quite mysterious. Where are we? Before Zaire could inquire, Lenore's expression changed as she surveyed the surroundings. We're in trouble. She quickly stowed away the charm and inspected the area. We've entered the wrong place. I didn't expect the Heavenly Amyuntin Holy Temple to possess a mysterious force capable of interfering with time and space. Zaire asked, isn't this the barbarian Holy Temple? Yes, but also no, Lenore explained. I aimed for the Holy Altar, the core of the temple, but due to interference, we ended up here. An unknown hall that may be a trap set by barbarians, so we need to be cautious. As he listened, Zaire examined the hall meticulously. Minutes later, he spoke, I know what this hall is for, and how the interference works. He pulled out the route map given by Simone, which now emitted a faint light, pulsating like breathing. This hall should be the entrance to the Heavenly Amyuntin's secret realm, Zaire said gravely. There's something wrong with this map. Although the map came from Simone, he wasn't overly upset. According to intelligence, the Heavenly Amyuntin's secret realm contained elemental origins, which he desperately needed. What? Lenore exclaimed, rushing over to inspect the map in Zaire's hands. She then looked at the 5-colored door, white, green, black, red, yellow, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. Who's there? Suddenly, a voice barked from outside the hall, followed by numerous breaking sounds rushing toward them. South Barbarian Holy Temple still has experts. Caught off guard, Lenore was alarmed again. Just as they stepped in, they were detected. Go! Feeling the terrifying auras approaching, Empire Realm experts, Zaire grabbed Lenore and rushed toward the 5-colored door. Rumbling, entering the door, Zaire felt like entering another world. His vision was filled with a dark starry sky, revealing a desolate landscape similar to the Delaney of Kiras. Is this 5-colored door a teleportation array? Seeing this clearly different heaven and earth, Zaire guessed. Trouble. Realizing the situation, Lenore was furious. We can't return. The Heavenly Amyuntin's secret realm is extremely bizarre. Even the Great Chu Imperial Library's records are ambiguous, meaning serious issues lie within. The Great Chu Imperial Library documents nearly everything accessible for royal education and broadening knowledge. Vague or incomplete records often indicate extraordinary places, deadly or forbidden areas where few dare tread. She wanted to warn Zaire, but they had already entered. Look, there's a mountain peak. Seeing a sword-like mountain in the distance, Zaire noticed smooth cliffs bearing inscriptions. They flew closer to read. 5 elements secret realm. Imprisoned amber. Danger. 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 In this translation, I've maintained the original tone and style, kept the paragraph structure and line breaks intact, and ensured a natural, fluent English narrative without including any Chinese. Chapter 227. Essence Transformation. The final 5 peril characters struck the mind like heavy hammers, pounding forcefully within. It seemed as if an immense danger lingered at heart. Anyone with normal reasoning who saw these 3 lines of text would likely leave immediately. So this is the Heavenly Amyuntin's secret realm? Zaire hesitated and spoke aloud. Lenore looked around and said, according to limited records in the Great Chu Library, There is a secret realm atop the southern barbarian heavenly Amiyuntan, full of dangers. Once entered, one would be imprisoned forever, unable to escape. At this point, she turned her head and looked at the mountain peak again. I have no idea what kind of peril lies here. Does this mean neither of us can leave? Zaire frowned. In theory, yes. Lenore hesitated. However, isn't the young lord of the Curiosity Merchant Guild a clear example? If she could strike a deal with you, it means there must be an exit here. That's right. Since I've come, I'll settle here. Since this place has the 5 elements essence I need, I'll look around carefully. With that, Zaire prepared to circle around the mountain. You're right. Although I've broken through to the King Realm, if I can obtain the 5 elements essence, I can enhance my cavern heavens, greatly boosting my combat power. Lenore nodded, activating her magic power and followed him. After flying for some distance, just as the mountain was left behind, Zaire suddenly sensed the presence of a celestial ghost tribe member ahead. How could there be celestial ghosts here, and even a celestial ghost king? Surprisingly discovering the celestial ghost clan, Zaire felt elated. Whether to control the primal chaos alchemy furnace or strengthen the heavenly mandate radiance, he needed a large number of celestial ghosts. The sudden appearance of abyssal demons had caused all major forces, especially the vast Dao Martial Academy, to prepare hastily. This created a sense of urgency and pressure for Zaire as well. If he could capture a large number of celestial ghosts now, he would have more confidence and assurance in the coming changes. The celestial ghost king up ahead also sensed their presence, and his expression turned incredulous. Humans? And powerful cultivators at that. Excellent. He swung his hand, a black smoke spear slicing through the air, instantly attacking Zaire. Amazing with the spear, his speed was lightning fast, revealing faint silver-white patterns mid-air, suggesting a powerful cultivation technique. Here comes trouble. Seeing this, Zaire was not worried but delighted. The celestial ghost king's strength was equivalent to that of a true realm expert, with a force akin to several ancient savage bulls. For Zaire, it wasn't much of a challenge. Extending his hand, he produced a suction force out of nowhere. The true essence wrapped around, and the celestial ghost king was instantly caught. In the celestial ghost clan, those who reached the mystic realm were called ghost kings, while king and emperor realms were collectively referred to as ghost emperors, and imperial and the first 3 levels of tribulation realms were known as ghost emperors. For Zaire, capturing an ordinary celestial ghost king was child's play with his current strength. Being captured in one move, the celestial ghost king was taken aback. Realizing he wasn't a match, he decisively shouted, "Celestial ghost reincarnation, undying immortality," before his body swelled explosively. Boom. The explosion shook the surrounding true essence, and even made Zaire's left hand ache. Seeing the celestial ghost king suddenly self-destruct, Zaire was stunned. Having dealt with many celestial ghosts, he had never encountered one that would self-destruct on sight, especially not a celestial ghost king. Sacrificing life so easily? Courageous to the death? Images of the celestial ghost king's last moments flashed in Zaire's mind, a fearless, death-defying state that was incredibly bizarre. Like a fanatical believer, it was truly chilling. The explosion of a celestial ghost king was quite costly for him. I didn't expect this celestial ghost king to be so resolute, self-destructing upon sensing anything amiss. Zaire couldn't help but feel regretful. Indeed, something is off. That celestial ghost king seemed to lose its mind, thinking it wouldn't die. Lenore's expression grew serious. It might be due to this heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm. Remember the inscription on that mountain? It might be caused by that amber. Zaire nodded slightly. We should explore more cautiously, especially guarding against any mental influence. Compared to the divine martial immortal mansion, this place still had spiritual energy, and the primordial world remained unaffected. Therefore, he wasn't anxious. Since Chan and Ruachan could find a way out, he could definitely do so too, slowly but surely. Suddenly, Zaire sensed vibrations from the ground beneath his feet. Rumbling sounds abruptly erupted, and then Lenore saw a huge hole explode in the ground ahead. A colossal centipede emerged from the ground, causing chaos like a dragon, charging forward. Beast! Zaire watched this ferocious centipede. Its body was as thick as a barrel, with over 10,000 segments, each equipped with long serrated legs. And its head was yellow. Emerging from the ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust and attacked. This enormous centipede's strength was equivalent to a transformation realm cultivator. Seeing the dust approach, Zaire suddenly moved, appearing above the centipede. Then, extending his hand, a true essence-covered palm, 10 meters wide, slammed down on the centipede's head. Bang! One slap crushed the centipede's head into powder, killing it instantly. However, the entire centipede suddenly transformed into a yellow essence. What is this? Zaire's thoughts flickered, forming a hypothesis. He quickly activated his true essence, absorbing the yellow essence into his body. Upon entering, it confirmed his suspicion. This is elemental essence, earth of the 5 elements. Zaire realized, exclaiming, this heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm contains the 5 elements essences. Over time, they transform into various strange beasts. Hearing this, Lenore became excited. If that's the case, then we only need to keep slaying these beasts to continuously obtain the 5 elements essence, right? Yes. Zaire nodded emphatically, but then transmitted a warning, telepathically. Be careful. Just now, when I attacked, I sensed something watching us. Lenore's smile froze as she subtly gathered her soul will. After a moment, she darkly transmitted back. Indeed, something very powerful exists. Even concentrating all my senses, I only get a vague feeling. I cannot pinpoint its location, and if I let my guard down, I can't even detect its presence. Same here, so be cautious. If it has ill intentions with our strength, it might be hard to handle. Zaire added aloud. Seems this heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm is a massive treasure trove. Let's go deeper to find more elemental essences manifested as beasts. Let's go. They pretended nothing happened and continued flying forward. Just after covering 100 miles, they spotted a burning cloud-like formation floating in the sky ahead, resembling evening clouds. This vast fiery cloud was slowly moving, accompanied by bleeding sounds as it shifted. Moreover, the space around the fiery cloud appeared distorted, creating a scorching sensation that intensified with proximity. What's that? Stopping, Zaire stared at the bizarre red cloud, uncertain. Those are fire element essence manifestations, condensed into sheep. Looks like there are tens of thousands. Lenore's face turned serious. Chapter 228, Endless Beasts. The vast expanse of fiery clouds in the sky was actually composed of tens of thousands of fire sheep. Zaire, upon witnessing this spectacular sight, could not help but exclaim, in ancient times, 10 suns scorched the earth, and now seeing these sheep formed from the essence of fire, I truly understand the hardship of the people back then. Wherever this fiery cloud passed, the ground was completely charred, with some rocks even turning waxy, almost melting. At that moment, within the fiery cloud, it seemed that a sheep had noticed Zaire and his companion. Instantly, a chorus of "bah" sounds echoed out. Almost immediately, tens of thousands of fire sheep flew over. Zaire finally understood why the phrase, danger, 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 was inscribed on the mountain wall. Such overwhelming power would likely be unstoppable even by an Imperial Realm expert. Sky-filling fire rain. Zaire directly unleashed the sky-filling fire rain technique, summoning endless rain of flames from the heavens. Like a rain curtain, it blocked the charging fire sheep for a moment. Following that, he continuously used the spring wind transforming rain grate technique, forming a spring wind barrier around them. Anything entering it turned into gentle spring rain, continuously descending. Taking advantage of the temporary difficulty for the fire sheep to break through these two barriers, Zaire again converted his true essence into a giant hand, ruthlessly grabbing into the midst of the sheep. Instantly, countless fire sheep fell, disintegrating into red flames of elemental fire as they were absorbed into Zaire's body. Seeing this, Lenore also repeatedly wielded her magical sword, flying through the flock of fire sheep. Sizzle, sizzle, Zaire's true essence hand kept smacking, pinching, and sweeping within the fiery cloud. The intense heat nearly igniting the true essence itself. Lady, be careful. A single fire sheep may not amount to much, but such a concentration of them, with their essences combined, can possess enough power to melt gold and iron. Even his true essence was close to being ignited, demonstrating the formidable nature of the fire sheep flock. Don't worry, my demon-quelling sword is an ultimate treasure, so even elemental fire will find it hard to harm me temporarily. Moreover, these are only weakened elemental essences, diminished many times over. As Lenore spoke, she manipulated her mental command to control the magic sword, instantly slaying over 100 fire sheep. Instantly, over 100 strands of elemental fire energy were drawn into her pocket dimension. Despite these being mere elemental energies, she did not dare absorb them directly like Zaire. Besides, she lacked cultivation techniques that could harness these elemental essences, thus she could only wait until she incorporated them into her personal domain to enhance her strength. Seeing this situation, Zaire realized the might of the magic sword within the fire sheep flock. Without hesitation, he also summoned the Black Abyss sword. With the cooperation of the Black Abyss sword spirit and the true essence giant hand, they swiftly charged through the fiery cloud. Countless fire sheep transformed into elemental energy, directly absorbed into Zaire's body, entering his heart to begin refining the inherent five elements heart. After more than half an hour of battling, the once enormous, fiery cloud vanished without a trace, all fire sheep having been converted into elemental fire energy and collected by the duo. At this moment, a faint rainbow glow emanated from Zaire's heart, with a small flame seemingly flickering in sync with each heartbeat. Phew! Having resolved all the fire sheep, Zaire exhaled deeply. The extremely high temperature instantly warped the air ahead. If there were dry grass in front of him, it could easily ignite with just one breath. Let's rest for a while. Controlling the magic sword was already extremely taxing. After such prolonged combat, Lenore was already feeling overwhelmed and promptly consumed a medicinal pill. Hurry, don't rest, something's coming again. Alerted by Zaire's warning, the distant sky suddenly filled with a dense buzzing sound of wing beats. Buzz buzz. Vast swathes of white light points rushed toward them. Up close, they were revealed to be swarms of metallic shining locusts. These locusts surged forward as if mad. This is the essence of metal, Zaire shouted as a warning. Lenore, recognizing the locusts, cried out in alarm. These are called flying locusts, a dreaded existence in the 10,000 demon Amiuntans. Be especially cautious of their mandibles, which even divine artifacts can barely withstand. Even an Enlightenment Realm expert can be killed by a single flying locust if not vigilant. Hearing this, Zaire did not dare to be complacent. Though his true essence seemed inexhaustible, underestimating the threat could mean losing his life in this secret realm. Chester, Amion, and 10,000 Stars treasure garment. Facing the boundless swarm of locusts, Zaire immediately summoned the treasured garment refined by the chief alchemist of Tianya Academy. Infused with true essence, the garment radiated starlight, forming an impervious protective field. Meanwhile, Lenore also activated a talisman. The emitted light encased her entirely. Just as both were fortified, buzz buzz, countless locusts unfurled their wings, striking faster than lightning, crashing into the two. Bang bang, dense impacts were heard incessantly, interspersed with munching sounds. Up close, Zaire saw numerous locusts opening their mandibles to bite fiercely at the stardom barrier, with even a couple capable of creating breaches. Fortunately, the Chester, Amion, and 10,000 Stars garment connected with the celestial stars above, receiving an endless supply of star power that swiftly repaired these breaches. On the other side, Lenore's protective talisman showed no signs of failing, effectively resisting the locust's bites. This talisman was clearly another invaluable treasure in her arsenal. As time passed, despite the robust defenses, both inevitably trembled under the relentless assault of the locusts. Lenore, who had already endured one fierce battle, began to falter when faced with the endless metal element locusts. There are too many. If we don't find a solution soon, I won't be able to hold on. Amidst continuous impacts, her face turned pale. Should her mana deplete, the protective talisman would fail, dooming her to death by the locust's mandibles. Confronted with wave after wave of seemingly endless locust attacks, Zaire's nerves were on edge. Without spare strength to counterattack, Lenore relied on him to initiate the assault via the primordial world. 10,000 star power. Northern Dipper sword chi. Wasting no time, Zaire's true essence rippled, summoning stellar power to begin slaying the surrounding locusts. Boundless star power and sword chi condensed under his mental control, first decimating part of the swarm attacking Lenore, then forging a path towards her. We stand back to back, reducing the exposed attack surfaces. Zaire shouted loudly. As star power sword chi continued to annihilate locusts, threads of elemental metal flowed into his body. Meanwhile, relieved to delegate the rear to Zaire, Lenore quickly swallowed several mana recovery pills before summoning her demon-quelling sword to fight outward. Chapter 229. No time to catch one's breath. Due to her depleted magic power, Lenore could only use the demon suppression sword to slightly slow down the attack of the flying locusts. Unlike Zaire, who killed thousands of flying locusts with each breath, Starlight Sword Chi weaving through countless streams of white golden essence that he inhaled into his lungs, gradually converting them into a 5 elements primordial lorrying. This moment, the flying locusts seemed to sense that Zaire was even more formidable, immediately diverting more forces to surround him. Moreover, a group of locusts combined to form a massive shield with a metallic sheen. Clang, clang, clang. Several strands of Starlight Sword Chi struck the shield but were completely deflected. I didn't expect these flying locusts to have such tricks up their sleeves, transmitting force among themselves and connecting their golden essence. Indeed, quite impressive. Zaire paused momentarily, then true essence rapidly surged, and he abruptly unleashed the Skyfire Rain spell. In the cycle of the 5 elements, metal overcomes wood, and fire overcomes metal. He was exploiting this principle, intending to melt these golden flying locusts with the Skyfire Rain spell from the 3,000 great spells. However, this fire-based spell only melted a portion of the locusts. The majority of the flying locusts, upon sensing the flame's presence, formed giant metallic spheres, deflecting the rain of fire with rotational force, making it nearly impossible to cause significant damage. These flying locusts are too strong. Zaire marveled at their adaptability. If he could capture some of these locusts and turn them into obedient puppets, who could withstand them when deployed? Unfortunately, these metal locusts transformed from the essence of gold lack vitality and are not entirely lifeless objects. They seem to have become a special kind of life form that cannot be refined. If an ordinary expert encountered you all, they might find it hard to cope, but you've met me. Zaire transformed his right hand into a palm and then fiercely pressed downwards into empty space. Primal gravity. Almost instantly, all the flying locusts suddenly felt heavier and plunged rapidly towards the ground below. Down below, an endless stream of Starlight Sword Chi had already formed a vortex-like sword array. As the layers intertwined, any flying locust falling was shredded into golden essence and absorbed by Zaire. Though these metal flying locusts were exceptionally powerful, Zaire utilized the principle of gravity and added a shredding sword array composed of Starlight Sword Chi, swiftly breaking through their defenses and slicing many of them to pieces. This way, it was like a one-sided massacre, with all the locusts uncontrollably falling downward, and down below awaited layer upon layer of Starlight Sword Chi ready to shred them. Clusters of flying locusts rapidly transformed into golden essence, merging into Zaire's lungs. As time passed, the golden glow in his lungs grew brighter, and his entire lung began to shimmer with a metallic sheen, as if forged from 10,000-year-old pure iron, truly astonishing. At this moment, Zaire's heart filled with enlightenment as he opened his mouth and exhaled. Boom! The expelled lung chi resembled sword chi, directly cutting a cluster of flying locusts into powder. After inhaling a pure stream of golden essence, Zaire couldn't help but smile. Just a casual exhale, and its power surpasses the Starlight Sword Chi. Is this the supremacy of the 5 elements body? Moreover, now that only the lungs have reached minor completion, how much more potent would it be if fully perfected? Or if all 5 internal organs were evolved? Even Zaire himself, who caused this situation, felt astonished just thinking about it. How powerful is the Ghost Lord to create such a bizarre and potent cultivation technique? As Zaire absorbed more and more golden essence, he realized he couldn't endlessly reinforce his lungs. The path of the 5 elements requires balance. If the lungs evolved too quickly without the other 4 organs catching up, severe problems would arise. Considering this, he promptly stored the excess golden essence. Zaire naturally did not forget that he still needed to collect elemental essences for refining his cave realm foundation. This relates to the basis for advancing beyond the king realm, so he couldn't afford to be careless. As his lungs strengthened, Zaire noticed his circulating true essence carried a tinge of metallic quality while passing through the lung region. Noticing this change, he immediately tapped into stellar energy, generating new Starlight Sword Chi. These new Sword Chi indeed proved much stronger than before, containing not only stellar power but also a layer of golden elemental essence. For a time, the rate of slaying flying locusts increased more than double. Virtually with every breath, thousands of flying locusts turned into golden essence absorbed and stored by Zaire. One tea session, half a day, a whole day. Throughout this period, his true essence was drained multiple times. Fortunately, the primordial world provided replenishment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted in this prolonged combat. Suddenly, Zaire felt an emptiness before him as the overwhelming white light surrounding him disappeared, and all the flying locusts were thoroughly exterminated. His 5 elements lorrying had reached minor completion, and a large amount of golden essence was stored in the Jingzhou Cauldron. Huff! Lenore let out a deep sigh of relief, nearly exhausted, her spirit almost drained to the core. Had the battle continued for a moment longer, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on, likely fainting on the spot if not collapsing from exhaustion. Seeing this, Zaire quickly handed her a southern barbarian pill. The heavenly Amiyuntin's secret realm was perilous. Lenore's presence would alleviate much pressure. You still have black-striped healing pills? After consuming the southern barbarian pill, Lenore rapidly regained some strength. Let's descend and rest for a while. We should both conceal our aura. Zaire did not answer directly but headed toward the ground below. Just as he landed, however, an explosion erupted beneath him. Then, dry earth erupted with huge waves. Emerging from the waves were countless black snakes lunging towards Zaire. Some of these snakes had fleshy wings, moving as fast as lightning with a slight flutter. Others spewed thin ice blades, sharply splitting the air with whistling sounds. Still others transformed into black streams, exuding a stench capable of corroding everything. All these attacks fell upon Zaire's Chestermayon Myriad Stars robe. Thankfully, his defenses hadn't dispersed yet. Otherwise, he'd have suffered greatly. But even so, the Starlight Protective Dome shook violently under the explosions. This is water elemental essence. Zaire's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected the strange beasts and monsters in this heavenly Amiyuntin secret realm to give no respite. Such relentless and endless assaults would have long buried anyone else. With a thought, the extremely pure high-quality spirit chi from the primordial world flooded every acupuncture point in his body. Guided by meridians, it transformed into Starlight Sword Chi to slash away. These strange snakes created from water elemental essence were fewer in number compared to the earlier flying locusts, but they were far more troublesome. After slicing a snake, its severed parts could regenerate using the properties of water essence. Often, eliminating a single snake required 2 to 3 strokes of sword chi slashing back and forth. Chapter 230, Powerful Wooden Man. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword chi, like a rainbow, formed a river of light that viciously cut through all the approaching strange snakes. Instantaneously, large amounts of water essence were integrated into Zaire's kidneys. The dangers of this Tianshan's secret realm are simply beyond imagination. If it weren't for the primordial world, I would have long since exhausted my true essence and died here. Zaire didn't know how many strange snakes he had slain, yet more water kept gushing from the ground, along with even more varied types of strange snakes. Continuous battles had dimmed even the radiance of the Chester, Amion, and 10,000 Stars robe. As for Lenore, her protective talisman above her head was already on the verge of collapse. Although she had recovered after consuming a Nanman pill, the talisman had no way to replenish itself. If not for Zaire taking the brunt of the attack and defending most of the snakes, Lenore might have already broken through the defense and met her end. Seeing that the protection was about to falter, Zaire continuously infused his true essence into the Chester, Amion, and 10,000 Stars robe. This protective treasure, refined by President Declan using the power of the sun, moon, and stars, was incredibly powerful but still couldn't sustain endless combat. In his sea of consciousness, high-quality spiritual energy poured down continuously from the primordial world, filling the acupoints Zaire had opened. After a slight circulation, it transformed into a massive amount of true essence. This true essence then flowed along the meridians, being utilized by Zaire either as Star Force Sword Chi or to continuously charge the Chester, Amion, and 10,000 Stars robe. Such cycles never ceased. Due to the battle, the surplus spiritual energy intended for refining 20,000 divine blood pills had been used entirely in combat. How can he be so strong? He's been fighting for so long without taking any pills, yet his true essence remains undiminished and full of power. Behind him, Lenore watched as Zaire continued to fight effortlessly, astonished beyond words. Even Imperial or Emperor-level experts wouldn't exhibit such endurance. With the last strange snake shredded by over 100 strands of Star Force Sword Chi, the water essence was stored within the Jingzhou Cauldron. Through this battle, Zaire's kidneys had reached a minor accomplishment. Swish, swish, swish. Zaire could almost hear the sound of water flowing inside his kidneys, like a waterfall or waves crashing against the shore. A single breath made him feel refreshed and mentally sharp. Kidneys belong to water, storing essence, and are the foundation of innate constitution. This transformation brought immense benefits. These beasts born from the 5 elements essences, if they keep attacking, I might not be able to withstand it. Having consecutively destroyed fire sheep, metal locusts, and water snakes, Zaire finally caught a moment's rest. Without the primordial world supporting him, no matter how robust his true essence or formidable his strength, he would never have withstood this endless assault. Simone came here too. Given her strength, how did she survive? Confused, he sat down on a clean rock, trying to recover his spirit while pondering. Although his true essence wouldn't run out during battle, prolonged mental tension was exhausting. Sitting cross-legged, Zaire began to practice some small techniques from the No-Form Heaven and Earth Classic to alleviate the fatigue of his mind. The No-Form Heaven and Earth Classic, recorded on the Jingzhou Cauldron, covered various cultivation secrets, many of which were extremely useful. Suddenly, Lenore shouted, "A mare elemental beasts are appearing." Zaire instantly focused, extending his senses. Indeed, ahead, large shadows loomed on the ground, resembling moving trees. Or rather, tree men. These tree men were almost 4 to 5 zhang tall, far sturdier than even some Nanman warriors. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook, sandstones falling as tree men leaped forward, covering 100 zhang distance in one bound, each wielding massive trunks as weapons, charging towards Zaire. A 6 zhang tall tree man led the charge, its branches like heavenly iron poles, casting shadowy strikes around Zaire. This time, it's wood essence. Understanding immediately, Zaire invoked his true essence, causing starlight to rain from the void. Big Dipper Star Force Sword Chi. Countless sword chi tore through the pole strikes, piercing through the entire tree man. Bang! After an explosion, pure wood essence rushed into Zaire's body. Bang bang bang. Under the onslaught of Star Force Sword Chi, many tree men behind were killed, hundreds of wood essence fusing into his liver. Lenore also joined the fray, her demonic quelling sword collecting dozens of wood essences into her bag whenever swung. She didn't employ the 7-killing sword path, knowing these elemental beasts were inexhaustible. Instead, she used the most efficient attacks. From the previous battle with the locusts, her cultivation improved slightly. Her sword moves now more ethereal and hard to predict. Compared to locusts and snakes, these tree men knew military formations, their techniques reaching perfect heights. While controlling the Star Force Sword Chi, Zaire noticed several tree men displaying sophisticated attack methods, stick skills, spear skills, and even knife skills, all direct and practical combat techniques. If someone recorded these movements and showed them to ordinary people, they would undoubtedly cause a great chase among thousands. Why do these elemental creatures possess such intricate skills? Could they be inherently wise? Zaire silently noted some outstanding martial arts techniques for future reference. In the short period of slaughter, boundless Star Force Sword Chi had nearly exterminated tens of thousands of tree men. Vast amounts of wood essence quickly pushed Zaire's liver to minor accomplishment. Lower realm intruder, daring to massacre thus. Die. Just as Zaire stored excess wood essence, the surrounding tree men suddenly retreated, and a wooden man, the same height as him, stepped forward, its aura fierce. This wooden man seemed naturally born, exuding an atmosphere as heavy as mountains and rivers. On its head circled green, mysterious patterns, holding a green wood machete. The machete's glow flickered incessantly, far from an ordinary weapon. It can speak. Zaire was immensely surprised. He never expected the elemental essence creatures to talk. Die. As he marveled, the wooden man struck fiercely, both hands gripping the machete. Green gas burst forth around its body, and the machete, like lightning, slashed down towards Zaire's head. Chapter 231. Inborn Elemental Body. The mere movements of the wooden figure radiated an aura comparable to that of the 4 true disciples of Songyang Martial Academy. If it were a one-on-one battle, even a regular true realm expert might find it difficult to subdue it. However, it was now facing Zaire. The Black Abyss sword spirit suddenly shot out, clashing with the wooden figure's weapon. Crack. With just one strike, the sword severed the wooden figure's halberd. Swish. Another slash, and the wooden figure was split into 2 pieces. Whoosh. Whoosh. An overwhelming surge of primal wood energy instantly rushed into Zaire's body, enhancing his liver significantly. With a deep breath, boundless vitality spread from his liver throughout his entire body. Under this immense wave of vitality, all injuries could heal faster, and even his lifespan was slowly increasing. Zaire immediately threw back his head and let out a long roar. A 5-colored divine light began to circulate around his body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lorryings, liver, kidneys, heart, spleen. The 5 elements and organs formed a wondrous balance, each complementing the other. Though the spleen, representing earth, had not yet reached minor success, it was autonomously strengthening under the impetus of the other 4 elements and organs. At this moment, the inborn elemental body was complete. Rumbling. Suddenly, the sky changed dramatically as the 5-colored divine light burst forth from Zaire's body, spreading outward like shockwaves in all directions. Seeing this, Lenore squatted down hastily in awe and fear. Whenever the 5-colored divine light touched any matter, it swiftly dissolved it. In an instant, all the wooden figures transformed into pure primal wood energy, resembling a green river that Zaire absorbed completely. Only now did the true power of the inborn elemental body reveal itself. Witnessing the tree people being utterly dissolved by the 5-colored divine light, Lenore's eyes twitched wildly. She even forgot to get up. The 5-colored divine light expanded for dozens of miles before slowly dissipating into the heavens. Are you cultivating the ancient elemental saint body? Regaining her composure, Lenore asked slowly, still displaying an expression of disbelief. I'm far from completing its true cultivation. Once I achieve major success, no one will be able to stand in my way. After sensing the power of the inborn elemental body, Zaire couldn't help but smile with joy, eager to find more elemental beasts. Let's go. Let's explore deeper. As he spoke, Zaire flew deeper into the secret realm, with Lenore following closely behind. They hadn't flown far when they sensed vibrations coming from beneath the ground. Bang! Hundreds or thousands of earth-brown giant rats, exuding a fierce aura, erupted from the soil, charging directly at them. These rats were as large as calves, surrounded by primal earth energy, giving off an eerie and chilling presence just by standing there. Seeing this, Zaire laughed heartily. You've come at the right time. Saves me the trouble of seeking you out. With that, the Black Abyss sword spirit and the 5-colored divine light were unleashed in succession. Especially the 5-colored divine light, which was even more effective and swift against such a large number of opponents than the Black Abyss sword spirit. Almost in an instant, all the monstrous rats were transformed into yellow primal earth energy, absorbed into Zaire's spleen. Their journey continued without pause, Zaire and Lenore heading deeper into the secret realm. Any elemental beasts they encountered were unable to escape their hands. The deeper they went, the stronger the elemental beasts became, manifested from the primal energies. Though this was so, Zaire not only thoroughly evolved his spleen to minor success, but also stored a vast amount of elemental energy in the Jingzhou Cauldron. The 5 organs and elements achieved a profound balance, constantly reinforcing and evolving each other. Through constant battles and with the infusion of primordial world essence, Zaire's true essence accumulated to its peak, seemingly on the verge of breaking through. However, he suppressed it forcefully. He worried that the accumulated elemental energies were insufficient, and he hadn't yet encountered the truly precious primal elements. Breaking through now would feel like a failure at the last moment. Zaire, how long have we been inside this heavenly Amiuntan secret realm? As Lenore slashed through a saw-toothed catfish, turning it to shreds, she turned and asked. This catfish was as big as a horse, with teeth as sharp as supreme-grade spirit weapons, capable of spitting water arrows with its mouth. Its strength alone surpassed Penelope, and more remarkably, it could regenerate from being cut in half within moments, brimming with life. It should be nearly half a month now, since passing that cliff wall. We've been in relentless combat. What puzzles me is, do you remember the first Kira King we encountered? Zaire said while slaying more saw-toothed catfish. Reflecting on this, he had many questions. Based on his understanding of the Kira clan, they usually moved in overwhelming numbers. Yet, apart from that lone Kira King, he hadn't seen a single Kira, not even a ghost servant, in these past 15 days. You're right, Lenore suddenly realized. The Kira clan never acts alone. Logically, if there's a Kira King, there should be a multitude of Kiras. But where are they? Zaire shook his head slightly. We've practically explored the outer perimeter of this secret realm. We haven't found a single Kira or any exit. It seems we can only venture deeper, Lenore suggested. For now, that's our only option. However, I'm concerned these elemental beasts are becoming too powerful. If we go deeper, it may be beyond what either of us can handle. Just as Zaire finished speaking, a formidable killing intent surged abruptly. What a powerful aura. Lenore's expression turned grave. Another formidable elemental beast was approaching. Roar. A colossal bear roar echoed from afar, shaking the skies. It felt like everyone's soul was pierced by a force of metal's destructive power. Puff. Without proper rest, Lenore spat out a mouthful of blood. Zaire shook his head, quickly supporting her from behind with his right hand, channeling pure essence from the primordial world into her body. Along with the essence came a wave of vitality from his liver. This surge of vitality circulated through Lenore's body, stabilizing her injuries and rapidly healing them. What kind of creature is this? Its roar is so powerful. Zaire's heart raced. He knew the impending elemental beast was undoubtedly the strongest he had faced thus far. The pressure it exerted was on par with that of an Empyrean realm expert, if not more intense. Chapter 232. I am an immortal god. At the boundary of heaven and earth, a brilliant white light suddenly rose. In the glow, Zaire saw a massive white bear slowly approaching. Its pace appeared slow, yet each step it took covered distances measured in thousands of feet. Golden origin incarnation. The iron-eating bear. Zaire instantly recognized the origin of this extraordinary beast. It was a giant iron-eating creature formed from the essence of gold. Actually an iron-eating bear. Zaire, this is incarnated from the golden origin. It's entirely different from the previous origin chi. What on earth lies deep within the secret realm of a Mayantion that could give birth to such a strange creature? The moment she saw the giant bear appear, Lenore was already shocked speechless. Although elemental origins were exceedingly rare, there would still be some manifestations within the vast central great world. Oftentimes, origin chi condensed into strange beasts, but one like this, transformed by the origin itself with such formidable strength, was unheard of. Intruder, you are very powerful. In these 14 days, not only have you remained unscathed, but you've also maintained peak strength. It seems you carry enormous secrets. The iron-eating bear naturally could speak as well, its voice ancient and filled with the traces of time. Zaire laughed wryly. Though your power is formidable, if you think you can stop us with just this, you're far off. Why don't you show your true abilities instead of wasting words? This iron-eating bear before him was incarnated from the golden origin, and he would not let it slip away. Intruder, you speak too arrogantly. With your strength, you aren't qualified to kill me. I've witnessed countless intruders over untold years in this secret realm, but few ever made it out. As for those who could kill me, none have ever existed. The iron-eating bear's ancient voice sounded again. Since you entered, you've been massacring origin beasts non-stop. I've been observing you for quite some time. Your robust life force and abundant true essence make me want to devour you. If I could swallow you, I'd surely break free from this secret realm and achieve the supreme way. Intruder, I'll give you one chance to attack. After that, submit to being devoured by me. Himph. Zaire scoffed coldly, arrogant. He knew all too well the extraordinary strength of this iron-eating bear. Even an Empyrean realm expert might suffer a tragic fate here. But, Empyrean realm only. He had killed before, even the grand sacrificer Rodata, nearly a half step away from becoming an imperial. Would he fear this iron-eating bear? Immediately, he roused his true essence, transforming into a giant hand that lunged forward. Whoosh! Under the shadow, multiple silhouettes burst forth. The iron-eating bear moved faster than lightning, vanishing at the last moment as the giant hand closed in. Simultaneously, Zaire felt fluctuations above him. Then he saw a massive white bear claw strike down fiercely. The sharp claws were as lethal as the sharpest magic weapons. One swipe could unleash the ruthlessness and severity of gold, capable of destroying everything. This speed. Zaire was astonished by the bear's agility. He swiftly moved, countering with the Black Abyss sword. Meanwhile, boundless star energy cascaded down like waterfalls, merging with true essence to form a sea of Big Dipper star energy sword chi heading towards the iron-eating bear. Clang, clang, clang. Countless beams of star energy sword chi clashed with the iron-eating bear, producing a chorus of metallic sounds upon impact. Below, Zaire held the Black Abyss sword, clashing with the bear's attacking claw. Whoosh! Before they met, the spirit of the Black Abyss sword suddenly flashed out. A flicker of black light anchored the bear by its paw, dragging it mid-air. Its speed is too fast. Trap it! Zaire shouted, urging Lenore to assist. Then he spat out a mouthful of primordial essence-infused blood onto the Black Abyss sword. Instantly fortified, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit emitted intense black light, forming a black sword chi field enveloping the iron-eating bear. After cultivation by Elders Yael and divine skills, with the addition of half a demon emperor's palm, the Black Abyss Sword rivaled some newly ascended Empyreans. I underestimated you. The iron-eating bear roared, its body standing upright like a human, all fur dissolved, revealing a middle-aged man shrouded in white light. His square face radiated immense energy like rivers and mountains, his eyes shooting beams of golden blade chi toward the Black Abyss Sword Spirit. Simultaneously, his hands pressed together, summoning torrents of golden blade chi in the air, blocking the star energy sword chi. You dare block my Big Dipper sword chi. Zaire unleashed overwhelming aura, creating an imposing presence. His invisible force disrupted the golden blade chi, reducing its power. Taking this opportunity, he dashed directly beside the iron-eating bear, his right hand raised. 5-colored divine light condensed but did not erupt, resembling a rotating wheel of 5 colors within his palm. Wheel of 5 elements. Roaring, Zaire used all his true essence, striking forcefully against the iron-eating bear. Buzz buzz buzz. The iron-eating bear seemed overwhelmed, its internal golden origin gushing out uncontrollably. Roar. The anthropomorphic iron-eating bear screamed in agony. Only now did he realize the extent of Zaire's power. Incarnated from the golden origin, while not completely indestructible like a cataclysmic powerhouse, its durability under origin force augmentation made it impervious to many attacks. Zaire's wheel of 5 elements effectively restrained it, drawing large amounts of golden origin from within every rotation. Realizing its core essence was draining, the iron-eating bear tried to gather force to break free. However, simultaneous attacks from the Black Abyss Sword Spirit and Lenore disrupted its efforts. Moreover, Zaire continued to summon star energy sword chi, shaking the bear's focus and preventing the gathering of origin force. Aya, I am the golden origin. I am an immortal innate deity, origin unextinguished. I live forever, merely an intruder, a mere mortal, daring to defile a god. Die, die, die. The iron-eating bear roared wildly, ignoring injuries and forcibly gathering its remaining essence, causing its body to rapidly swell. Crackling, a massive whirlwind formed around it, absorbing all incoming attacks without substantial harm. Enlarged, the iron-eating bear broke free from the wheel of 5 elements, rushing out with incomparable force. Boom. 2 strikes with its bare paws forced back both the Black Abyss Sword Spirit and Lenore. To death. Its eyes filled with hatred focused only on Zaire, it slapped fiercely with one paw. Please note that the structure and tone are maintained from the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 233. Annihilating the Iron-Eating Beast. A cruel yet delighted smile spread across the Iron-Eating Beast's face. Along with his palm strike, over 100 blades of gold essence shot out, slicing through everything in layers and reducing it to shreds. However, by the time the blade energy approached, Zaire had already vanished. Heavenly cliff step. Thousands of illusory images covered the sky. Not good. Realizing his attack missed, the iron-eating beast sensed impending danger. Suddenly, a pair of true essence hands appeared, trying to capture him alive. Size at will. The iron-eating beast changed form, shrinking instantly into a fist-sized white light, evading Zaire's attack. Zaire hadn't anticipated this transformation. By the time he reacted, it was too late. These beasts born from elemental essence are truly extraordinary, even able to change their body structure rapidly. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Even Zaire, with his supreme control over every hair on his body, couldn't achieve such quick changes. The more powerful the physical body, the harder it is to alter its form. Infants being the easiest as they are physically the weakest. Only those who comprehend the laws can change their physical forms at will. Immortal Tribulation Realm, 10 types of tribulations. Each one brings unimaginable transformations. The iron-eating beast could do what only Tribulation Realm giants could because it was formed from the essence of gold. After escaping Zaire's attack, it glowed brightly, restoring its original form. Faller, do you think your despicable means can capture me? Speaking, the iron-eating beast transformed into a rainbow of light, cutting through space at incredible speed towards Zaire. Simultaneously, millions of golden beams erupted from its body, interweaving like a field of light filled with gold essence, contrasting sharply with the black light domain outside. Zaire couldn't evade in time, due to the iron-eating beast's speed, and was enveloped by the light. However, he didn't intend to avoid it, laughing loudly. Iron-eating beast, do you really think you can bind me with the power of gold essence? Have you forgotten my 5 elements great wheel? With that, 5-colored divine light rose again from Zaire, resembling a rotating Taiji diagram. Instantly, the gold essence from the iron-eating beast began fusing into the wheel. Each rotation drew in multiple streams of golden light. What the iron-eating beast intended to restrict ended up greatly aiding Zaire. At a thought, the 5 elements great wheel covered his entire body, moving swiftly within the gold domain, faster than before. Using the domain's power, he avoided attacks while continuously absorbing gold essence. Seeing another failed attack and witnessing this scene, the iron-eating beast was infuriated yet helpless. Kill. As Zaire and the iron-eating beast engaged, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit emerged, exchanging a glance with Lenore. They concentrated their strength and suddenly attacked. Immediately, dense black smoke sword chi and ominous black killing chi engulfed the iron-eating beast. Excellent. Pleased, Zaire shouted and flashed forward, directly slamming the 5 elements great wheel onto the iron-eating beast. Simultaneously, he unleashed 5 Dao powers, 7 Slaughter Sword Dao, Gravity Dao, Chi Reading Art, Spring Rain Method, and Fiery Rain Sky. Aren't you a martial cultivator? And how do you have so many Das? Just struck by Lenore and the Black Abyss Sword Spirit, then hit by the 5 elements great wheel. Seeing Zaire use 5 Das left the iron-eating beast dumbfounded. It had survived countless ages in the Tianshan's secret realm, witnessing many outsiders, but none had ever transcended cultivation systems or mastered more than 2 das, let alone 3, let alone 5. It seemed impossible for even a race to master more than a few das. Thunderous roars filled the air as the 5 elements' great wheel tore apart the iron-eating beast's physical body, dispersing large amounts of gold essence. Lenore and the Black Abyss Sword Spirit continued attacking, releasing even more gold essence. Within moments, the iron-eating beast was grievously wounded, unable to maintain human form, regressing to beast form. Zaire, while extracting essence, kept unleashing 5-color divine light, forming small wheels that fully suppressed the iron-eating beast. You. Watching its core essence being drained, the iron-eating beast could only roar in frustration. Every attempt to gather strength was immediately siphoned away by the 5 elements' great wheel. Its foundation being gold essence, as this power was continuously plundered by Zaire. Its roars grew weaker until it lay nearly lifeless. Zaire, seeing no remaining defense, unleashed all his true essence, merging the 5 elements' great wheel. With a gurgle, it devoured the iron-eating beast entirely, absorbing every bit of its essence. In another part of the Tianshan's secret realm, about 1,000,000 miles away, a massive mysterious passage appeared. A group of people stepped into this world, each with formidable aura, all at least true realm, some king realm, some emperor realm, and even figures more powerful than emperors. Senior brother, is this the secret of the southern barbarian Holy Amiyuntan? The speaker was an elder, identified as Keith Elder, one of the 4 elders of Songyang College. Yes, the Tianshan secret realm is unique to Jingzhou, rumored to be the ancient battlefield between Buddhism and Taoism. To prove which is the true path, both sects created a debate ground, which is this place. Beside Keith Elder stood a Songyang College true disciple, now at Emperor realm, exuding arrogance. Among them were also geniuses from Fenglong Martial Academy, Anding Martial Academy, and Laoyuan Martial Academy. Chapter 234, the temporal and spatial restricted zone that suppresses the 9 realms. The true disciple of the imperial realm from Songyang, named Edlin, was renowned within Songyang Martial Academy for his formidable power, even surpassing both Nile and Jeremy by a notch. At this moment, he was carefully observing the environment of the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm. After a brief moment, Edlin spoke up. During the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism that lasted tens of thousands of years, the Celestial Ghost clan was born. Many say that these celestial ghosts were creations of the 2 schools, so it's widely speculated that this place is where they first originated. Our few grand elders at Songyang Martial Academy used the power of our school's divine treasures to jointly open a passage connecting to this place, entrusting us with 2 significant missions, Edlin continued. Firstly, the abyssal demon races are plotting chaos with the alliance of the Ghost, Savage, and Beast clans. This place harbors great secrets of the Celestial Ghost clan. We must find them. Secondly, this place was originally a forum for debates between the Taoist and Buddhist schools, built upon the foundation of the 5-color divine Amiyuntan from the legendary primal world, the origin of all worlds. It thus contains vast amounts of elemental essence, and we need to control it as a trial ground for Songyang disciples. Keith nodded in agreement and then scanned the other students from the 3 academies, whispering gently, Senior brother, if we Songyang Martial Academy intends to claim this place, why did the Chancellor and elders invite Fenglong, Anding, and Luoyuan Martial Academies? Isn't that self-defeating? The conversation among the Songyang members was conducted via telepathy, unknown to others. Edlin chuckled softly. Do you think the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm is just any ordinary place? Though it contains vast elemental essences, it's extremely dangerous, suppressing an unparalleled character along with 10,000,000,000,000 celestial ghosts and the primal beasts evolved from the elemental essence. Without some backup, how many losses would we suffer? Amiriover, the Grand Elders also have another deeper intention. By inviting other academies to share in this good fortune, people will naturally praise us when the news spreads, Edlin explained. Keith looked frightened, saying, this place, being the debate arena for Buddhism and Taoism, must be guarding a very formidable individual. The 10,000,000,000,000 celestial ghosts are even more terrifying. Quinny muttered in shock. Edlin scoffed coldly. Keith, Quinny, Lingyuan Elena, you 4 were captured by Amir Jr. What makes Zaire so powerful that he could embarrass you so much? If I hadn't interceded on your behalf, the Chancellor would have demoted you to mere beasts. So this time, you must excel and break through to the Imperial realm within 4 years. Show them back during the Academy-wide martial competition. Don't worry, Senior Brother Wu, we will practice diligently. We'll publicly take care of Zaire during the assembly. The 4 elders of Songyang swore with determined eyes. Tianya Martial Academy has been making waves recently. Lichana, Zaire, and Jonathan are all extremely powerful. There are already whispers suggesting their academy might become the best among the 9. If not for Becker's close ties with us, these rumors would be even more rampant, said Nile, looking grim as he descended. Back then, he had used the strongest move of the crystal fire technique to burn Zaire but failed when Pingchuan Martial Academy's Jason broke it, preventing him from eliminating Zaire. After the event at the Divine Martial Mansion, Zaire's fame spread across the 9 realms, and his strength grew to terrifying levels. Indeed, he's a formidable adversary, Jeremy added as he arrived with 6 others. These 6 exuded overwhelming power, clearly no ordinary experts. The crowd descending through the passage had now split into 4 groups. The largest group was, of course, from Songyang Martial Academy. The other 3 were from Fenglong, Anding, and Luoyuan Martial Academies. Though these 3 academies ranked lower among the 9, their sent disciples were all exceptional. They included sovereign realm experts but still couldn't match the numbers of Songyang Martial Academy. Over time, no more disciples descended, confirming that everyone from the 4 academies had gathered. One large team of about 400 from Songyang and 3 smaller teams, each comprising dozens from the other 3 academies, prepared to set out. The difference in numbers was stark. Even Tianya Martial Academy only had 72 true disciples, including Zaire, totaling 73. Yet, The 400 from Songyang were all true realm experts or above, capable of becoming core disciples or future chancellors in lower-ranked academies like Anding or Luoyuan. Although many true disciples from Tianya abandoned their status to become idol elders, Songyang's numbers were still astonishing. As the 4 academies gathered, a wave of ghostly chi rose from the horizon, accompanied by numerous powerful celestial ghost kings charging through black smoke. Celestial ghosts are here. Everyone, prepare to engage. Form the formations. Be cautious. These celestial ghost kings fight almost without fear of death. Fenglong, Anding, and Luoyuan martial academies quickly organized their disciples to resist. They were startled when they noticed no response from Songyang Martial Academy. But what stunned them even more was seeing Niall, Jeremy, Edlin, and other elites burst into laughter, revealing cave heavens behind their heads. Their cave heavens interconnected and emitted rays of light. Buzz, buzz. The intersecting lights caused violent vibrations in space, forming spatiotemporal rifts. The world seemed to be collapsing. This is Spatiotemporal Restriction Zone. Songyang Martial Academy's ultimate power, the Spatiotemporal Restriction Zone. Legend says once deployed, it tears through the fabric of reality, invoking a spatiotemporal storm that reverts the world to chaos. Only Catastrophe Realm Titans can wield such power. Who would have thought they could do this collectively? Disciples from the other 3 academies who knew about Songyang's power exclaimed in surprise. This was indeed the supreme force that suppressed the 9 realms, Spatiotemporal Restriction Zone. Rumble. Once unleashed, the advancing celestial ghost kings were instantly shredded into countless particles by the spatiotemporal storm, which were then sucked into the cave heavens of the Songyang experts. Clouds formed in the cave heavens, lightning flashed, and gentle rain fell, rejuvenating the world. Haha, this celestial ghost king contains millions of negative emotions. After being purified by the storm, its pure energy is a perfect supplement for our cave heavens. Jeremy, Niall, Edlin, and others felt elated after experiencing the changes in their cave heavens. Let's go. There must be stronger celestial ghosts, maybe even ghost emperors, deeper inside. Meanwhile, Zaire had ventured deep into the heart of the secret realm and encountered a primordial beast as powerful as an iron eater. Chapter 235, 2 powerful origin beasts at once. Deep within the secret realm of Tianshan, the origin beasts that appeared one after another grew increasingly formidable. Fortunately, Zaire's 5 elements body had already achieved a preliminary level. With a single sweep of the 5-colored divine light, an area spanning dozens of miles was enveloped. The elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth circulated, turning all beasts into pure origin chi, enhancing his own power. Traversing this secret realm, the 5-colored divine light was the most reliable protective field. Now, this grand wheel of the 5 elements had completely surpassed other great techniques like the 7-killing sword Dao and innate gravity, becoming Zaire's strongest offensive tool. If I could cultivate my 5 elements body to its utmost perfection, I could condense the 5-colored Dao map. All techniques would be rendered useless against me, rendering me invincible. Watching the 5-colored divine light continuously devour origin beasts, Zaire narrowed his eyes. If not for the need to retain some elemental origins to refine his cave heavens and break through to the king realm, he would have refined all of them into his 5 viscera. Just then, far away on the ground, a huge fissure suddenly cracked open. A torrent of water, resembling a curtain in the sky, shot upward and then cascaded down like a river from the Milky Way, both beautiful and deadly. An origin water beast has arrived. The rushing heavenly waters poured toward him, exuding a powerful aura that rivaled the previous Iron Eater beast. Zaire felt immense joy. If he could refine this beast, his control over the element of water would be complete. He immediately contracted the 5-colored divine light, reducing its coverage from tens of miles to just 10 zhong in length and width, concentrating its power and intensifying its presence. As Zaire condensed the divine light, a massive grotesque fish came into view. This fish's most notable feature was its long, narrow mouth with a deep gash filled with rows of terrifying serrated teeth, and its body covered in scales that rendered ordinary attacks ineffective. What is this thing? Zaire felt a chilling fear upon merely looking at it. This is a creature from the outer reaches of space. It's called the alligator gar. It's extremely formidable. Be cautious. Lenore said anxiously. Trespasser, you've entered my territory. Leave immediately, or I will eat you. The alligator gar stared intently at Zaire, sensing the formidable power within him, and then warned him off. Eat me? Zaire laughed. That Iron Eater beast made quite a show before, but it still ended up being refined and devoured by me. Who eats whom today is yet to be determined. He definitely wouldn't give up on this origin water beast. Speaking of which, he immediately cast Mystical Void True Emptiness, vanishing into the void, making himself nearly undetectable. Ha ha ha. The alligator gar seemed to hear the greatest joke in the world. Streams of black energy coursed through its body, all transformations of origin water, each drop weighing millions of caddies. But it failed to notice the stream of chi descending from above, transforming into a 5-colored wheel mid-air. Boom. Unprepared for Zaire's attack, the alligator gar roared in rage, pushing up its fearsome mouth to meet the 5-element wheel, while its body was illuminated and restrained by divine light. Kill. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit and Lenore unleashed their powers simultaneously, merging into one force that directly slashed at the ferocious alligator gar. Annihilation. Blaze Dog. Still hiding? The alligator gar's body swelled abruptly, shooting out boundless black water streams that quickly submerged and dissolved anything they touched. Its strength far exceeded that of a king realm expert, equivalent to nearly 180 ancient oxen's combined power. Even Zaire couldn't match it, fortunately for limited attack methods. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Bark, bark, bark. Just as Zaire was about to strike the alligator gar, a pillar of fire suddenly erupted from the ground nearby, revealing another powerful origin beast. This was a vicious dog of origin fire. Upon appearance, its hairless body was wreathed in roaring flames, its presence even surpassing the alligator gar. Seeing the alligator gar under attack, the blaze dog spat out a fire dragon that exploded violently around Zaire. This fire dragon, measuring 7 to 8 zhang in size, possessed explosive power whose high-temperature aftershocks could incinerate a transformation realm expert into ashes. Trouble. Zaire hadn't anticipated another, even stronger blaze dog lurking here. If it were just the alligator gar, he was confident he could kill it. But adding the blaze dog complicated matters significantly. Even if he could slay them, he risked severe injury. These origin-transformed beasts matched the power of Imperial Realm experts and weren't mere flesh and blood, making them hard to defeat. Moreover, Zaire sensed that the alligator gar and blaze dog were old partners. Together, their water and fire energies amplified each other, creating a synergistic power far greater than the sum of their individual forces. Boom. The series of explosions from the fire dragon forced the Black Abyss Sword Spirit, Lenore, and Zaire to divert their focus. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit and Zaire fared well. The former wasn't flesh and blood, and the latter had an indomitable physical form. Only Lenore, despite reaching the King Realm, had a relatively weak physical body. A direct hit from the fire dragon would likely annihilate her. What do we do now? These two origin beasts are incredibly powerful. We might not be able to kill them even with all our efforts. Lenore voiced her concerns. The origin beasts we've encountered since entering are rare, except for the Iron Eater beast. Riches come with risks. I must seize this opportunity. Once I obtain their origins, I'll only need the elements of wood and earth. Zaire roared, clearly unwilling to give up this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Swoosh. The blaze dog charged like a streak of fire, its path accompanied by dancing fire dragons, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Zaire and company instantly dodged, letting the blaze dog join the alligator gar. Trespasser, you're playing with fire. Together, the two beasts' water and fire powers intertwined explosively, generating an overwhelming aura that chilled the spine. Humph, do you think combining forces will make me powerless against you? Zaire stared intensely at the two beasts, his true essence surging but held back. Trespasser, your power may be great, protected by supreme treasures, but the greater you are, the better it is for us. Once we devour you and advance our cultivation, we can break free from the sealed devil wheel Dao sight. The blaze dog sneered. Though the pressure from these two origin beasts didn't compare to Great Priest Rhoda, it was certainly on par with Jade refining humans. Zaire knew killing them would be incredibly difficult, almost impossible. However, hearing them discuss consuming him and escaping Tianshan secret realm sparked an idea. Chapter 236, The Pursuit by the Volcano Candle Dragon. So you want to escape this secret realm? Well, I have a plan. Do you want to hear it? Zaire said calmly, exuding an air of self-confidence and strength that was hard not to trust. This was merely a skill derived from mental fortitude, nothing particularly commendable. Traveler of the fallen realm, what do you propose? Akil snorted, spewing a few sparks. Having lived for so long, he was no fool and could see that Zaire was formidable and difficult to defeat. You can't kill me, and we find it hard to defeat you. Why don't we cooperate? Zaire continued, you two want to leave this secret realm, right? Let's join forces and delve deeper. With our combined strength, we can slay some powerful primordial beasts and share the rewards. You'll gain strength and leave here, and we'll have our gains. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the Turner and Akil fell silent. After a while, the former spoke up. Everyone knows travelers of the fallen realm are deceitful. How can we trust you? Had Akil not intervened, he would have been killed, so naturally, he was wary of Zaire. Do or don't. This is a win-win situation for all parties involved, Zaire said coolly. If you're too cautious to take risks and stay, I'll leave now. Your strength won't stop me. The two primordial beasts exchanged glances. Finally, Akil laughed. Fine, we agree. Ahead, about 40,000 miles, near the Five Elements Divine Amiuntans, there's a volcano with a candle dragon in its lava. You act first to show your intent. All right, let's go now. Zaire flew ahead without hesitation, surprising the two beasts. Turner glanced at Akil and nodded slightly. Let's go. They sped toward their destination. With the presence of the two beasts, no primordial creatures attacked Zaire's group along the way. Soon, a massive black ray mountain appeared before them. Its peak seemed flattened, with lava erupting and distorting the sky due to intense heat. Akil stopped immediately, followed by Turner. This volcano is the Candle Dragon's territory. If we enter first, we'll be discovered quickly. Go in and lure it out, then we can subdue it together, Akil instructed Zaire. Agreed. Zaire channeled his true essence and plunged into the volcano. Watching him withstand the high temperature, Akil exclaimed, what cultivation method does this kid practice? His physical body is so resilient. Turner asked curiously, leave? Yes, there's more than one candle dragon in this ever-burning volcano. Once injured, the traveler will retreat, and we'll ambush and subdue him, seize his treasures, and devour his body. Works for me. The two beasts dispersed to hide. They waited half an hour but saw no sign of battle within the volcano. Their infinite patience stretched on as they continued waiting. 1 hour, 2 hours. A day and night passed with no action. Impatient, Akil remarked. What happened? Did the traveler of the fallen realm get killed without resistance? No, I'll check. I can't enter due to conflicting elemental powers. The candle dragon is too strong. Turner nodded, watching Akil stealthily enter the volcano. Suddenly, Turner felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Before he could react, a 5-colored light flashed over him, followed by 2 sword lights. Annihilation! Turner roared, Akil, come back. He never entered. Now you notice? Too late. Zaire smirked, having anticipated this move. Seeing Akil leave, he acted swiftly, aiming to kill Turner quickly. Rumble. Hearing Turner's roar, Akil turned into a fiery dragon, trying to return. However, this movement alerted the volcano's inhabitants. Zaire saw streams of lava burst out, with a huge shadow blocking Akil. Akil, you dare invade my territory? Find death. Upon hearing this, Zaire reassured himself, attacking Turner with fierce force. Despite desperate resistance, after multiple attacks, Turner was finally entrapped, its power rapidly drained. Blocked by the candle dragon, Akil roared furiously, unable to come to the rescue. With a final gasp, Turner was utterly depleted, its water essence flowing into Zaire's consciousness sea, forming a black substance within the Jingzhou Cauldron. As Turner perished, Akil screamed wildly, attempting to charge through, but the candle dragons pounced from both sides, tearing Akil apart. Pity. Zaire sighed, realizing he wouldn't get fire essence. Both candle dragons were stronger than Turner and Akil. Just as he prepared to leave, the candle dragons suddenly lunged toward him. Run. Zaire didn't hesitate, carrying Lenore and fleeing. The candle dragons pursued relentlessly. The candle dragons are so intent on killing me. Feeling pressure from behind, Zaire sought an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, a massive jade hand emerged from a fissure in the ground. Boom. One candle dragon exploded instantly, while the other was caught between two fingers, struggling futilely. In a blink, the powerful candle dragons were subdued. Cold sweat broke out on Zaire's forehead. Who is this? A Raidscape Titan? A Titan exists in the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm. His mind raced with only one thought: escape. 10 of him wouldn't match the abyss-dwelling owner of that jade hand. Just as he tried to flee, the space around him shifted, and he found himself captured. Young man, don't worry. I won't harm you. A voice like a valley orchid rang out. Beside Zaire appeared a figure, a woman in a fairy skirt with waist-length hair. Greetings, elder. Zaire bowed hastily. May I know your name? I am the Amber. Chapter 237. Breakthrough. A sudden change. Devil Buddha. As soon as the words left his lips, Zaire's mind exploded with shock. He stared at the clear-eyed and beautiful woman before him, unable to connect her serene image with that of the imprisoned Devil Buddha. But her strength was indisputable. She could instantly subdue 2 candles dragons. It had to be her. Nobody else could possess such power. The candle dragons were exceedingly powerful. 2 together had a combined might surpassing even Huachu Ti's great Kimball priestess. To have one killed and another captured in an instant would challenge even a typical catastrophe realm powerhouse. What you see is merely a projection of my power. My true form still resides within the 5-colored divine Amiyuntan, suppressing this world's 5 elements which originate from it. As the woman spoke, the surroundings spun wildly. When vision stabilized, they found themselves deep within the abyss. Underground lay an enormous hall, vast and empty. The woman sat atop central steps, with 2 figures below. A colossal azure bird, and an even larger coiling serpent. The bird held the injured, nearly deceased candle dragon in its beak. This azure bird and coiling serpent have been stripped of their intellects and turned into puppets. It appears you lack wood, earth, and fire origins. Why not assimilate these 3, the bird, serpent, and dragon? The woman smiled faintly, her voice as enchanting as orchids, instilling trust from the core of one's being. Though intrigued, Zaire hesitated. How could something fall from the sky? The woman likely had ulterior motives. After some thought, he asked, does Senior have any tasks for me? Like leaving this place? She chuckled lightly. Do you think the 5-colored divine Amiyuntan can be moved by mere power? Even if you cultivated for tens of thousands more years, only achieving immortality would grant the slightest chance. Otherwise. Her smile vanished, shifting tone. You needn't be wary. I revealed myself to leave a fallback. A young woman trespassed here before you. Unfortunately, her talent was limited. Helping her would have been wasted effort. Additionally, haven't you noticed no Kiras along the way? If I hadn't intervened, how could you have reached this mountain? You bear a thing known as the state treasure, destined to inherit dominion over 9 provinces. Should you find the Lorio book, you will surely become master of Central World, she added. This statement stunned Zaire. The state treasure referred undoubtedly to Jingzhou Tripod. In the Lorio book, legends say Emperor Chana used it to divide the 9 provinces, making this treasure more mysterious and powerful than the 9 tripods. In ancient times, 2 great rivers traversed the Central World, the Yellow River and Lorio River. From the river emerged a map, from the Lorio came a book, and sages followed. This book encompasses cosmic principles and human wisdom, an unparalleled treasure of creation. Lenore was equally astounded. Senior Jess, such treasures cannot be easily obtained, Zaire sighed. The woman chuckled, waving her arm to conjure water midair, revealing a large spatial channel. Below stood hundreds of martial practitioners, their life force converging skyward amidst apocalyptic chaos. So many Kiras? Zaire gaped. Besides me, this small world suppresses billions of ghosts. Releasing this small number only delays intruders. The space-time ban area is indeed formidable. Zaire regained composure, asking, Senior, how does one leave this place? The Demon Wheel Dojo is a precious ground coveted by all forces. Elemental origins can manifest diverse beasts, enhancing disciples' prowess while yielding elemental power, accelerating rapid expansion and development, she explained. I appeared to aid you and inform you of something crucial. On the 5-colored divine Amiyuntan lies a 3 purities talisman, the key to this realm. Taking it grants free passage. Once Songyang Martial Academy breaches temporal barriers with their supreme relic, they will expend considerable resources, making it unsustainable. So that explains it. Zaire nodded, recalling the girl, Simone. The talisman exists only once. She was lured out by me. Should you obtain it, nobody will enter or exit freely. Turning to the bird, she instructed, quickly assimilate these creatures. My projection strength is fading. Remember, you must go to the mountain and retrieve the talisman. Otherwise, falling into others' hands will endanger your life. With that, her figure began dissipating. Meanwhile, the The remaining creatures surged with power, attempting to break free. Hurry! Zaire urged Lenore, surrounding the trio with himself and the Black Abyss sword spirit, attacking relentlessly. In moments, the three origin beasts dissolved into wood, earth, and fire essences, dispersed into the air. Breathing in, Zaire absorbed the essences into his sea of consciousness, storing them in the Jingzhou tripod. These elemental beasts were exceedingly rare in the 9 provinces. Even if one appeared by luck, it'd be swiftly seized for refinement into supreme artifacts, pills, or gifted to elite disciples for cultivation. The Chamber of Treasures wouldn't sell such rarities, as no one would auction off such treasures. Even artifacts paled in comparison. Falling into this secret realm granted Zaire this fortune. Cultivating 1,000 years in the 9 provinces wouldn't match these recent gains. My elemental origins are all assembled, perhaps even exceeding expectations. He extracted part of the essences, fusing them into his internal organs. First, fire essence merged with his heart. Blood like molten lava surged outward, cleansing and fortifying his flesh and veins. His heart became a fiery furnace, radiating fearsome flames. Natural elemental affinity. Heart of fire, perfected. Feeling boundless power, Zaire declared, 5 colored elements, 5 organ refinements. Begin. Understanding the principle of elemental interplay, he fused the remaining essences into his liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Suddenly, white, blue, black, red, and yellow lights intertwined, forming a vivid 5-colored diagram, a distinct contrast from the elemental wheel. While the wheel used rotation to harness and suppress foes, this 5-colored Dao diagram resembled an ancient text, illustrated by these colors, both elusive and profound. As soon as the Dao diagram was formed, a 5-color light radiated, and auspicious chi floated around. In the distance, the sound of Grand Dao seemed to sing ceaselessly, as if countless living beings welcomed the birth of this 5 elements Dao diagram. Zaire's body underwent a qualitative leap. Whether it was skin, flesh, bones, everything radiated a faint glow of the 5 elements, like an extremely polished piece of crystal reflecting sunlight. Furthermore, with the completion of his elemental body, all acupoints within him expanded, capable of containing nearly twice the true essence compared to before. Great, Zaire. You finally have the hint of a saintly physical body. With this power, who in this world can stand against you? The Black Abyss sword spirit cackled, itching for Zaire to charge out and crush all enemies completely. Lenore was stunned by the changes happening to Zaire. She had never seen such transformations, nor even heard about them. Then, a thought crossed her mind, and she exclaimed in shock, You're not cultivating in the path of forceful enlightenment, are you? This should be the innate 5-element sacred body, right? Your 5-colored Dao diagram. Even my strongest 7-kill Dao would hardly shake it at all. Zaire nodded slightly. Lenore had witnessed his cultivation process, so there was no need to lie. No one will disturb us here. I can take this opportunity, using the advantage of my perfected elemental body, to advance and condense a cave heaven, breaking through to the king realm. After collecting himself, he prepared to break through. In the Tianshan secret realm, apart from the powerful elemental beasts, there were also people from Songyang Martial Academy. If he did not break through, he would be unable to contend against them once encountered. Swish, swish, swish. All the elemental origins within the Jingzhou tripod flew out. They floated around like 5 massive orbs of 5-color light, shimmering unstably, causing the void to warp under immense pressure. At this moment, Zaire unleashed his full strength, communicating with boundless space and time through his spirit and will. Instantly, tears opened in the void, pouring in boundless spatial and temporal forces into his body. Meanwhile, an incomprehensibly profound will pierce through endless space and time, penetrating Zaire's perception. It felt like an overwhelming heavenly mandate, immeasurable and devoid of any emotion. Guided by this will, the spatial temporal forces began circulating throughout Zaire's body, enveloping his aura and eventually coalescing into a gray, hazy world. However, sudden change occurred. Zaire suddenly sensed that the primordial world within his sea of consciousness stirred. Then, in an instant, it engulfed the gray, hazy world along with the heavenly mandate. Zaire was so shocked that he stood up abruptly. Lenore and the Black Abyss sword spirit beside him were also startled, unable to see the spatial temporal forces but sensing that Zaire had suddenly stood up, assuming a significant event or enemy had appeared. It's fine, Zaire interrupted, closing his eyes to examine what had transpired. Boom. Inside his sea of consciousness, the primordial world erupted with thunderous sounds, actually engaging in a struggle with the terrifying will. Zaire watched helplessly, unable to intervene. The will seemed dragged into chaos by the primordial world, where boundless currents surged wildly, like an enraged behemoth. Blasphemy! A cold, merciless voice, akin to a descending heavenly mandate, resounded. Zaire felt his sea of consciousness shaking, his spirit almost collapsing. Then, an even more powerful will crossed endless space and time, surging towards him. Whoosh! The ever-present rays of light in his sea of consciousness enveloped the entire primordial world. It seemed to isolate perception, making the even more powerful will wary. Then, Zaire felt an enormous wave scan over, causing his sea of consciousness to tremble violently, his spirit fracturing and nearing collapse. Whoosh! The light enveloped the Jingzhou tripod and his spirit once again. Relieved of the pressure, Zaire didn't dare breathe heavily, staring blankly at the empty void. After a long while, the light receded. The terrifying will vanished. Phew! Breathing a sigh of relief, Zaire was drenched in sweat. What happened? Seeing his bloodshot eyes, Lenore approached, asking, Did your breakthrough fail? Didn't succeed. Zaire gave a smile uglier than a cry. That instant, he felt himself on the brink of being erased by the unknown, terrifying will. Such fear surpassed life and death, surfacing from the deepest recesses of his instincts. Even someone exceptionally rational, emotionless, or fearless would be terrified beyond measure before this will. Before such a will, even Empyrean, catastrophe realms titans, and immortals were insignificant. If not for the protective light, Zaire couldn't imagine the consequences. That will, what was it? Despite lingering dread, he couldn't guess its nature. This danger sounded a warning bell in his mind. My strength is still not enough. The joy of breaking through to the king realm dimmed significantly. An unprecedented urgency filled Zaire's heart, stronger even than facing Becker. He didn't know whether that will would return or act against him again. I must accelerate my cultivation and strengthen my power. At least when that happens, I can have some means of resistance. Zaire clenched his fists tightly, his resolve firm. You broke through? Lenore asked, puzzled. She then pointed to the 5-element masses. But you don't need these? Unnecessary. Zaire calmed down, recovering his composure. Lifting his right hand, he opened it slightly to reveal a miniature world in his palm. His origin cave heaven, none other than the primordial world within his sea of consciousness. After consuming the initial will and cave heaven prototype, the primordial world usurped its place, becoming Zaire's origin cave heaven. Since the 5 elements were products of the primordial world, they were no longer needed. Even if treasures were to be used for enhancement, they had to be primal materials from the chaos era. Like primordial purple chi, earth, water, wind, and fire. These were foundational elements and cornerstones of the world, not merely part of the 5 elements. Boom. Upon the appearance of the primordial world, the aura shook, immediately sending Lenore flying. The black abyss sword spirit shuddered, trembling uncontrollably. An overwhelmingly powerful force pushed both of them out of the hall. No matter how much effort they exerted, they could not get closer. The primordial world showed no significant changes except for wisps of mist-like clouds floating over the barren island. In the void, a second sun rose, followed by a second moon, then countless stars twinkling. This scene made it seem as though Zaire stood in a different universe, distinct from everyone else. Chester and Amiens together. 10,000 stars. Lenore gasped in astonishment. She marveled at the celestial phenomena displayed when Zaire revealed his origin cave heaven. Zaire, if you do not perish young, you shall surely ascend the immortal path. Chapter 238. How strong are you? Chester and Moon shining together, with 10,000 stars embellishing. Such an anomaly can only appear when one's foundation is overwhelmingly profound, Lenore said in shock. For ordinary people to enter cultivation was nearly a 1 in 100 chance. And for those geniuses who entered martial academies or major forces for cultivation, it was another 1 in 100 shot. Yet among tens of thousands of geniuses, even hundreds of thousands or millions, very few reached the immortal tribulation realm. Furthermore, for someone in the tribulation realm to pass all 10 tribulations and ascend to immortal sex, the probability was so minuscule it could be disregarded. At this moment, Zaire already had the foundation to become an immortal. Although it was only a foundation with many trials yet to come, he had already surpassed countless cultivators. Unquestionably, the numinous grotto world Zaire had condensed was immensely powerful, thoroughly surpassing even Heiyuan's sword spirit and Lenore. Given that this world's origin was the primordial world, if Leonardo were present, he would be even more astonished than Lenore. The primordial world transformed into a source grotto coupled with the 5 elements Tao map. These two combined were Zaire's true strength. There was no falsehood, no external force. This made his power all the more invaluable. Haha, Princess Heian, let's go. Zaire laughed loudly and prepared to head to the 5-colored divine Amiuntin to retrieve the trigrammic spiritual talisman. Now that he had the source grotto and the 5 elements Tao map, as long as no tribulation great sage interfered, he was ready to fight anyone. Before leaving, Zaire opened his mouth and swallowed the 5 unutilized elemental essences. With his enhanced power, this process was almost instantaneous. In just a couple of breaths, he had refined his 5 internal organs to their perfect state. The 5 elements Tao map on his head instantly became more polished, with an indistinct human figure vaguely appearing within its glow. Swish. Zaire left some elemental essence for Lenore. You gathered fewer sources of essence. Here's some elemental essence for you. With this essence to refine your grotto, your strength will certainly increase greatly. Thank you. Lenore naturally wasn't a person to refuse offers. She waved her jade hand and absorbed the essence into her own grotto, slowly refining it to enhance her grotto's power. They then burst out from the abyss, Zaire leading the way with the 5 elements Tao map above his head. As they flew forward, all soil and rocks turned into streams of energy upon contact with the map, merging into it, becoming part of the 5 elements. With the 5 elements Tao map, Zaire could now traverse underground effortlessly. Whether it was for assassination or escape, no one's speed could match his. This was just one of the abilities of the map. Currently, even ordinary treasures could not damage him while bearing the 5 elements Tao map. Even if a beast's inner core exploded or a sage's self-destruction occurred, he might still survive. If coupled with the primordial grotto, the defensive power alone would be enough to make any opponent despair. Upon exiting the underground, Zaire surveyed the area and finally focused on the direction of Songyang Martial Academy's disciples. Despite the distance, his senses revealed a battle raging there. The 4 Academy's disciples fighting the celestial ghosts. They're advancing fast. We need to hurry, explained Zaire to Lenore, who looked puzzled, before flying towards the 5-colored divine Amiuntin. Regarding the trigrammic spiritual talisman, although Devil Buddha's words might not be entirely truthful, he believed this talisman wouldn't be fake. Besides, getting the talisman was the only way out. Even if removing it might greatly assist the Devil Buddha, Zaire had no other choice. Moreover, controlling the entire secret realm offered a great temptation, a gamble he must take. After breaking through to the king realm within the secret realm, Zaire understood its significance. It was undoubtedly the best trial ground for genius disciples, far surpassing even the Tianyam martial ancestor trial. If his divine blood pills could strengthen mid and low-level disciples, then this demon sealing form could boost high-level disciples' limits. After reaching the Qi realm, cultivators needed several key factors to enhance their cultivation, including treasure elixirs and trial grounds. While treasure elixirs were crucial for rapid cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks, trial grounds provided essential elements like the elemental essences needed for breakthroughs, and numerous source beasts to hone skills and build strength. Additionally, there were many celestial ghosts. Though dangerous, substantial gains were possible, potentially catapulting one to new heights. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Their full-speed flight stirred up immense winds, attracting a powerful source beast to their attention. They were in the central area of the secret realm, where such beasts roamed individually rather than in groups. Buzz buzz buzz. A yellow light soared skyward, forming into an armored beast covered in scales. Its short but robust limbs left deep pits with each step, and its flat tail, glowing earth yellow, could summon dust storms as it swept across the ground. Interloper, you dare to intrude here? Today is your end. The armored beast pounced at Zaire, its sharp claws and jagged maw ready to tear through the strongest defensive robes. Come well. Zaire roared, sending the 5 elements down map soaring above the beast. Towering rays of multicolored light descended, trapping the beast immediately. Do you think you can contain me? The beast sneered, swinging its tail to create several sky-piercing sand tornadoes. However, these tornadoes disintegrated into pure elemental energy upon hitting the map, swirling into it. Then, the 5 elements down map expanded, enveloping the armored beast and contracting it. Bang! The armored beast exploded, turning into elemental essence completely absorbed by the map. Zaire felt his spleen emit a more polished glow, further strengthening his innate 5-element saint body. The battle concluded in an instant. Seeing this, Lenore's eyes widened in astonishment. An armored beast, a formidable creature near the 5-colored divine Amiuntin, capable of rivaling a regal realm expert, had been defeated so swiftly. Just how powerful was the 5 elements Dao map? Noticing Lenore's surprise, Zaire smiled. Though this armored beast's strength rivals a regal realm cultivator, it ultimately lacks a grotto and doesn't possess the complexity of immortal methods. Thus, dealing with it was less challenging. While saying this, he himself was secretly impressed by the 5 elements Dao map's power. Indeed, the innate 5-element saint body, an ancient holy body, not only possessed endless life potential but also wielded this mystical 5 elements Dao map, proving exceedingly formidable. However, primarily, his 5 elements body was truly composed of genuine elemental essences. Amazed cultivators could barely find elemental chi, let alone large amounts to form a 5 elements body unless they had immense fortune or legacy. Like Zaire, directly using elemental essences to condense the 5 elements body was extraordinarily rare throughout history. Beasts like the iron-eating beast, alligator gar, and creatures like Zulong, Bukneo, Tungsha were all extremely hard to encounter. If these creatures were captured and auctioned in the 9 continents trading chamber, even just one of them would be worth billions of spirit-gathering pills. They would be far more valuable than the 9 treasures 9-story pagoda. Zaire had bought the 9 treasures 9-story pagoda out of spite towards the jade craftsman, paying 2 to 3 times the market price. A beast more precious than the 9 treasures 9-story pagoda was used to condense the 5 elements body, highlighting its formidable nature. However, it also demonstrated the value of the heavenly Amiuntin secret realm or the demon sealing forum. It's no wonder that Songyang Martial Academy was willing to spend a fortune to use their school's immortal artifact to break through the space-time barrier. Zaire, your 5 elements Dao map is too strong, let alone your terrifying origin cave heaven. How powerful have you become? Lenore trembled, unable to fathom Zaire's current strength. Once you step into the Tribulation Realm, probably no one in the 9 continents can touch you. Tribulation Realm Titans could draw on space-time spirit power and even enter space-time, virtually becoming invincible. Upon entering the Tribulation Realm, one becomes an eternal Titan. I believe reaching that level will not happen in a short time. The most pressing concern is still to find the trigrammic spiritual talisman first, or we won't be able to leave. With that, Zaire's figure flashed as he continued flying forward. Perhaps his strength had been detected, or perhaps the 5 elements Dao map on his head was too powerful. For the rest of the journey, there wasn't a single origin beast. Several times, they sensed vague presences, but each time, the creatures vanished instantly. This left Zaire slightly regretful. However, he didn't waste time chasing after them. Now, the Songyang Martial Academy people were also heading toward the 5-colored divine Amiuntin, and he had to get the trigrammic spiritual talisman before everyone else arrived. Meanwhile, at the 4 martial academies, boom, a series of explosions echoed in the air. In midair, large numbers of celestial ghosts disintegrated into powder, with the resulting energies being absorbed into Edlin and others' cave heavens to strengthen them. Wu senior brother, why are there so many celestial ghosts? And now even more 5 elements beasts. Some true realm disciples from Songyang Martial Academy, seeing the endless wave of celestial ghosts and the constant addition of green spiders, white bees, black amankeys, yellow cattle, red scorpions, all felt overwhelmed with fear. What a dense concentration of 5 elements origin chi. I didn't expect there to be so many celestial ghosts and origin beasts here. If the seniors hadn't jointly cast the space-time restriction domain, we'd be almost entirely wiped out by now. Good. Let's quickly absorb the 5 elements chi. With more, we can enhance our origin cave heavens and greatly increase our power. Under the space-time restriction domain, numerous 5 elements beasts were killed. The 5 elements chi gathered like waves, flooding back. Songyang's 4 elders, Era, Fin, Muhammad, and Ling Xian, were simultaneously discussing and crazily absorbing this 5 elements chi into their cave heavens. Their cultivation rapidly increased. This brief period was equivalent to decades of hard practice. Naturally, this bountiful harvest made the 4 of them extremely joyful. Everyone, This 5 elements chi is excellent material for refining cave heavens. Quickly focus and absorb these 5 elements currents. Edlin turned to the Songyang Martial Academy disciples and said. Immediately, the true realm disciples from Songyang extracted parts of the wave-like 5 elements chi, absorbing it into their bodies. Instantly, beams of energy pierced the sky, and cave heaven outlines appeared behind some disciples' heads. Hiss! 6 true realm experts breaking through to the king realm at once. The foundation of Songyang Martial Academy is indeed extraordinary. Edlin, Kylie, Jeremy, every breath nearly wipes out thousands of 5 elements beasts. We can only watch this abundant 5 elements chi pass us by. Disciples from the other 3 academies looked on enviously. Amazement, jealousy, emotions were hard to describe. We can't stay under the space-time restriction domain, or we won't get any. Let's go. Everyone, go outside and kill beasts and celestial ghosts on our own. Songyang Martial Academy is too strong. Even the ones who came aren't the top experts. Even so, the space-time restriction domain created by Edlin and others rivals that of a tribulation realm titan. Whether top experts come or not makes little difference. If Songyang Martial Academy is so strong, will they dominate the 9 academies martial gathering again? That's beyond our concern. Come on, let's go kill beasts and absorb 5 elements chi. Among the disciples of the 3 academies, some smart minds immediately organized their peers, leaving the area covered by the space-time restriction domain. To protect themselves, the experts of the 3 academies negotiated and joined forces. They formed powerful offensive and defensive formations, launching their artifacts against large groups of beasts and celestial ghosts. Immediately, several beasts and celestial ghosts were killed. Humph! These disciples from the 3 academies seem ambitious. We let them take the lead, but they hide behind us as shields. At Songyang Martial Academy, some noticed the movements of the 3 academies and understood their intentions. One person who spoke up was named Owen, a newly ascended Imperial Realm expert whose origin cave heaven was quite stable, with dozens of stars shimmering compared to the gray skies of other disciples. These are trifles. These are merely origin chi-formed beasts. The real prize is the origin beasts. Capturing just one can make our cave heavens emit moon and sunlight. Jeremy said calmly, not bothering to take the actions of the 3 academies seriously. At that moment, a light descended from a distant passage, directly rushing toward the Songyang disciples. Owen reached out, catching the light which immediately transformed into information entering the minds of Edlin, Jeremy, Kylie, and other experts. This is the Dean's order. According to calculations by the Dean and senior elders, deep within the 5-colored divine Amiyuntin, there lies a trigrammic spiritual talisman. Obtaining it will allow complete control over the entire forum. Head there immediately. Instantly, all Songyang Martial Academy disciples gathered their true essence and headed deeper into the secret realm. Chapter 239. Facing 4 academies alone, utter arrogance. Almost 400 elite disciples of Songyang Martial Academy, together with top figures like Edlin, were jointly deploying the space-time forbidden domain. Their full-speed advance disintegrated any enemy in front of them immediately. The powerful aura they emitted shook the entire secret realm, making some menacing exotic beasts hastily retreat. Upon seeing this situation, people from the other 3 academies followed quickly in surprise. Songyang Martial Academy suddenly sped up. Something significant must be happening. Let's go and follow them. Experts from Fenglong, Anding, and Lorioyuan martial academies rapidly organized all their disciples to catch up. For safety, disciples from the 3 academies gathered together in a mutual defensive alliance, closely following behind Songyang Martial Academy. At this moment, Zaire had already reached the deepest part of the secret realm. Then he saw a gigantic divine mountain. The divine mountain emitted 5 color beams, looking extremely ethereal and unreal, but its presence was like a pillar supporting the sky, standing still in this world. Through the misty clouds, faint clear light could be seen flashing. Zaire activated his true essence, trying to see through the cloud layer with maximum effort. On the summit of the mountain, there indeed lay a pure light rune, undisturbed by the wind or hidden by stones, standing silently as if it were the center of the world. Linbing Doja, Jiezhen Li Qianxing. Linbing Doja, Jiezhen Li Qianxing. Zaire murmured out the words inscribed on the rune. What's that? He turned to ask Lenore, whose insight far surpassed his own. These are the 9 ancient Taoist mantras from the primordial era. Indeed, Lenore knew. Her expression solemn, she continued, Taoist scrolls once said, entering the divine mountain, each color 5 inches high, written on it, Lin Bing Doja, Jiezhen Li Qianxing. Chanting these true words regularly can dispel anything, do anything, making them supreme secrets. 3 consecutive Wu characters showed her reverence for this mantra. Could that woman be tricking you? If this thing is so powerful, can we take it? The He Shannon sword spirit floated out and said sternly. Lenore looked at him. After knowing this sword spirit's power for many days, she immediately shook her head. It shouldn't be. An expert of her caliber has no reason to deceive us. Amiriover, now our only way out is with this 3 purity spirit rune. Even if it's dangerous, we must take the risk. Zaire nodded in agreement. That's right. Without this 3 purity spirit rune, none of us can leave. Having said that, he activated the 5 elements Dao map and scanned around. Finding no strong aura or prohibitions, he flew up to pull off the rune. But just then, from the distant horizon, came sounds of battle, followed by vague human figures rushing towards them. Damn! Songyang Martial Academy brought other academy disciples here. Lenore was instantly alarmed. Zaire also realized the situation was bad. If the 3 purity spirit rune on the 5-color divine Amiyuntin fell into Songyang Martial Academy's hands, the 2 definitely wouldn't be able to leave. Although Zaire knew Songyang Martial Academy was advancing fast, he didn't expect them to be so quick. They were clearly headed straight for the 5-color divine Amiyuntin. This combination of 4 academies is indeed formidable. Even countless ghosts and beasts couldn't stop them. I need to get that 3 purity spirit rune as soon as possible. No longer delaying, Zaire swiftly rushed towards the peak. moving as fast as lightning. On closer inspection, the 3 purity spirit runes stood 9 zhang tall and 3 zhang wide, with 9 large characters radiating a heart-shaking oppressive aura. Zaire quickly pulled the rune down with a swift motion, and surprisingly, there were no restrictions. It was easily absorbed within a breath, completely becoming his own. Immediately, he explored every aspect of the 3 purity spirit rune. Apart from a teleportation array, there were no other powers or methods left inside. This rune wasn't a magic treasure either. A cursory glance would make anyone think it was just a huge, ordinary rune fabric. Naturally, Zaire didn't think so, but now wasn't the time to study the rune. Upon obtaining it, he thought of leaving immediately. But seeing the crowd approaching from the sky, he decided otherwise. Storing the rune in the Jingzhou Cauldron, he waited quietly for the experts from the 4 academies to arrive. Meanwhile, he also withdrew the 5 elements Dao map into his body. Seeing this, Lenore quickly concealed her aura and stood beside Zaire. Unlike Zaire, she took out a black hood that blocked detection and wore it, clearly not wanting to reveal her identity. Not good. The treasures of the 5-color divine Amiyuntin have been taken. Who is it? Who dares oppose Songyang Martial Academy? A few experts from Songyang Martial Academy arrived at the mountain, immediately flying into a rage upon realizing what happened. It's him who took the spirit rune. Quickly, we must kill him before he leaves. They quickly transformed into streaks of light and rushed up the mountain peak. Haha, I never expected to meet experts from Songyang Martial Academy, Anding Martial Academy, Fenglong Martial Academy, and Luoyuan Martial Academy here. This humble person is from Tianyang Martial Academy, and I didn't think I'd encounter martial allies here. Zaire laughed aloud, revealing his identity while standing among the clouds. These words shocked those rushing forward from Songyang Martial Academy. Tianyang Martial Academy? How did their disciple come to this heavenly Amiyuntin secret realm? Was it done by the headmaster Declan? Edlin et al. Immediately put away their origin cave heavens and surrounded the mountain peak. Disciples from the other 3 academies spread out, encircling Zaire. 400 experts all focused on Zaire floating midair. Zaire. It's actually Zaire. Upon recognizing his face, the 4 elders of Songyang Martial Academy roared in shock. Zaire had long become a thorn in their flesh. In the divine martial microcosm, all 4 were imprisoned, losing not only their faces but also Songyang Martial Academy's reputation. Because of that incident, they almost got demoted to livestock, saved only by Edlin's intervention. After escaping punishment, the 4 elders hadn't forgotten that everything was caused by Zaire, with hatred indescribable. Didn't expect this kid to be here too, and he even took our divine mountain spirit rune. Hanley and Jeremy exchanged glances. Having attended the divine martial immortal mansion event, they hadn't expected to encounter Zaire again. You're Zaire? Among the experts from the other 3 academies, many had heard of Zaire's name after the divine martial immortal mansion incident. Nearly all disciples from major forces within the 9 states had some knowledge. The one speaking was a black-clothed man from Fenglong Martial Academy. Zaire recognized him as the same competitor for the 3-feet formless stone at the auction in Chanaman City. Then, he spotted several familiar faces from the other academies, like the blue-robed elder from Anding Martial Academy and the elder from Luoyuan Martial Academy, people he had dealt with at the Chanaman auction house. However, since Zaire had disguised himself and used the pseudonym Conrad, they didn't recognize him. Zaire, hand over the divine mountain rune. It belongs to Songyang Martial Academy, Owen said coldly. In front of the other 3 academies, they naturally couldn't use deadly moves directly. They needed to argue first and find a loophole to justify their actions under righteous names. Upon hearing this, Zaire scoffed on the spot. When did this southern barbarian, heavenly Amiyuntin secret realm become Songyang Martial Academy's back garden? If we really want to be serious, this place should belong to the southern barbarians. Then, his gaze swept around, intimidating those who were considering making a move, before he continued, as for you, it's best not to attack. Otherwise, I will leave this secret realm immediately. I assume those from Songyang Martial Academy should know the function of the 3 purity spirit rune, right? What do you want? Owen's expression turned extremely cold as he gritted his teeth and asked, what do I want? Ha ha ha. Zaire laughed loudly. I've long been displeased with the conduct of your Songyang disciples. Now there's a perfect opportunity. How could I let it slip by? The 3 purity spirit rune is in my hands. If you want it, send out your top experts to duel me one-on-one. Whoever wins gets the 3 purity spirit rune. Boom. These words caused an immediate uproar. What? My ears aren't playing tricks on me, are they? This kid actually wants to fight our 4 martial academies alone. Has he lost his mind? This guy is crazy. Utterly crazy. Today, I'll make him understand what there are always people better than you and skies beyond skies means. Zaire's sudden move not only shocked the nearly 400 experts from the 4 academies, but also stunned Lenore. The disciples able to enter this secret realm were all elite cultivators, each having reached true boundary or higher. Anyone below that wouldn't even qualify as a retainer. And among those who had reached true boundary, which of them wasn't a genius revered across the 9 states? If they took another step forward and condensed their origin cave heavens, they would be called young magnates. Although Zaire was powerful, could he possibly stand against so many experts? At this moment, even Lenore believed that after Zaire's breakthrough, he might have become overly proud and arrogant. To the eyes of the 4 academies experts, Zaire was nothing more than an ignorant and overconfident youngster who thought he could challenge the 4 academies because of some lucky encounters. Someone from Anding Martial Academy immediately wanted to step forward to test this madman's mettle. However, he was stopped by the blue-robed elder, who said, this boy has already condensed a cave heaven and broken through to king boundary. Plus, he wields the ghost sword Xianxia. With such audacity, he might have hidden cards up his sleeve. You stay back. Let someone from Songyang Martial Academy go first. Fenglong Martial Academy and Xianan Martial Academy naturally had wise members who also restrained their disciples' impulsiveness. Zaire, meeting you today, I can't help but admire your quick thinking. a path opened among the encircling Songyang disciples, and Edlin slowly walked forward through the air. Judging from your surging true essence, it seems you just broke through and desperately need an opponent to test and consolidate your strength. At the same time, by speaking thus, you have established your authority verbally and relieved yourself of the potential danger of being attacked by everyone at once. If we acted against martial virtue now, we'd likely face ridicule from the world. He explained Zaire's motives point by point. You didn't choose to escape with the Divine Mountain Spirit Rune because you feared we might target Tianyang Martial Academy if we caught up with you. Under pressure from 4 academies, even Dean Declan would find it hard to resist, wouldn't he? Edlin's gaze flickered unpredictably, leaving others guessing his true thoughts. It seems Tianyang Martial Academy has truly nurtured a pillar-bearing figure. If I were the head of Tianyang Martial Academy, I'd definitely abandon Becker and focus on cultivating you instead. Compared to Becker, you're far more suited to lead Tianyang Martial Academy. One-on-one against 4 academies. What courage? What foresight? What strategy? What tactics? For consecutive, yet his face showed no excitement, only a flash of deep apprehension. Humph. Since you're trying to take control by forcing us to follow your will, then let me show you what it feels like when your plans fall apart. At this moment, Hanley suddenly spoke up and stepped forward, standing face to face with Zaire. Since you've chosen arrogance, then pay the price for your arrogance. In the divine martial microcosm, despite using the era fire, he failed to kill Zaire. After returning to Songyang Martial Academy, he faced questioning from the dean, secretly harboring resentment towards Zaire. He trained relentlessly in powerful offensive techniques, eager to redeem himself one day. Hanley, do you want to duel me? Zaire summoned the ghost sword Heishinan. With the sword in hand, his aura instantly surged, dispersing the cloud layers. What, afraid? Hanley sneered, his gaze shifting to the Heishinan sword. Though this sword is powerful, it isn't among the supreme treasures. To me, it poses no serious threat. He looked back at Zaire. You dared speak such bold words today. Surely you won't resort to escaping with the Divine Mountain Rune. I don't need provocation. Since I promised to duel, I won't go back on my word, Zaire replied coolly. Very well. Hanley's tone shifted, but weapons have no eyes. Duels may result in casualties. If I accidentally kill you, how would I explain it to your dean? By the end, he raised his voice loud enough for the other 3 academies to hear. If it's a duel, then both sides must accept the risk of death, Zaire said, suddenly smiling. If I kill you, will Songyang Martial Academy come after me? Ha 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 ha. Hanley laughed wildly. If you can kill me, then go ahead. This duel concerns the ownership of the Divine Mountain Spirit Rune. Regardless of who dies, there will be no retribution. Everyone here can bear witness. Agreed. An elder in blue robes from Inding Martial Academy spoke up first. Our Inding Martial Academy will serve as a witness. The 2 of you can proceed. Any casualties will not involve their respective academies. Correct. Our Lorio Shinan Martial Academy agrees. Speaking was a relatively young elder named Marco, who had a short black beard. Young elders like him were often former true transmitted geniuses who had moved behind the scenes. Marco, though not old, was a peak Emperor boundary expert with significant influence in Lorio Shinan Martial Academy, ranking alongside the Divine Power Elders. Our Fenglong Martial Academy agrees. The leader of the Fenglong Martial Academy team was the black-clothed man mentioned earlier. His name was Linden, and he was certainly formidable. After saying this, he turned to shout at the Songyang side, once you get the Divine Mountain Rune, we'll also have a duel to determine its true owner. Hashtag chapter 240. Reversing the tide and suppressing 2 great elites. Did you see that? If you can hurt me, it's a testament to your ability. Song Fian sneered maliciously. With the 3 academies as witnesses, Songyang Martial Academy won't seek trouble with you. But, if I kill you, even if Declan wants to come after me, he wouldn't stand a chance. As his voice faded, he waved his hand, and suddenly 3 golden banners surged out from him. Each banner bore mysterious runes that exuded an ancient aura, as if from a primordial era. Notably, at the center of each banner was an inscription, Heaven, Tian, Earth, D, and Man, Ren. The moment the 3 golden banners appeared, they unfurled like an array, rotating swiftly to encompass Zaire within their reach. 3 talents demon suppressing banner. Heaven Earthman banners. Each one is a supreme spirit artifact. These are treasures crafted according to the ancient 3 talents grand array, extremely difficult to forge. Though they haven't yet reached the rank of divine artifacts, these banners are top-tier spirit artifacts, capable of forming the 3 talents grand array which suppresses ghosts and subdues deities, unbeatable by any man. To possess such a set of treasures would allow one to defeat opponents far above their own rank. So powerful. No wonder these top disciples of Songyang Martial Academy are so formidable. They've actually forged such a set of treasures. Everyone from the 3 martial academies watched in shock. Song Fian revealing the 3 talents demon-suppressing banner stunned everyone on the spot. No wonder junior brother Song wanted to act first. I thought he only had a 70% chance of victory since Zaire possesses a divine artifact. But now that he has completed the 3 talents demon-suppressing banner, it looks like he's got 100% certainty of winning. Owen nodded slightly, feeling relieved. The 3 talents demon-suppressing banner was adapted from the ancient 3 talents grand array by a great being during the time of the Abyssal Demon War. Since then, its forging method has been passed down. Somehow, Song Fian obtained this method and devoted years of effort to finally forge this renowned treasure from the ancient times. If he were to achieve the myriad ancient tribulation realm and spend several thousand more years to transform these 3 banners into divine artifacts, it would truly be an earth-shattering feat that would shake the world. But even without reaching the divine artifact level, these 3 banners still possessed immense power. With this set of treasures, Song Fian could easily fight beyond his rank and suppress Imperial Realm experts. I originally thought junior brother Song was too lazy and made no progress in cultivation. Who knew he was busy forging the 3 talents demon suppressing banner? This seals Zaire's fate. Jeremy sneered repeatedly. At this moment, Song Fian, wielding the three talents demon-suppressing banner, spoke coldly to Zaire. To settle this, just hand over the spirit Amyuntan talisman, kowtow, and apologize to our Songyang Martial Academy, and hand over the Dark Abyss sword as compensation. Then, I might let you off. Otherwise, even if Headmaster Declan of Tinya Academy comes, you won't escape my grasp. His tone was condescending, ostensibly giving Zaire a way out, but covertly leaving no room for survival. Even if Zaire were to hand over the spirit Amyuntan talisman, kowtowing and apologizing while handing over the Dark Abyss sword would be unacceptable to anyone. The people of Songyang Martial Academy appear righteous but harbor deep malice. Everyone must be cautious of them. Yes, indeed. In recent years, every disciple of Songyang Martial Academy surpasses others by a large margin, and their schemes have kept us 8 academies suppressed. Ah, there's such a huge gap between us. People from the 3 academies whispered among themselves. Linden of Fenglong Martial Academy prepared meticulously. Zaire will not escape this calamity. The spirit Amyuntan talisman must not fall into Songyang Martial Academy's hands, or they'll dominate us for another 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the 3 martial academies exchanged glances, subtly nodding in agreement. As members of the 9 martial academies, none of them wished to bow down to anyone. The spirit Amyuntan talisman and the treasure Zaire possessed must not be allowed to go to Songyang Martial Academy. At this moment, Zaire had already engaged Song Fian in battle. Faced with the malevolent Song Fian, Zaire immediately launched a sword strike without hesitation. The Dark Abyss sword spirit instantly attacked, forcefully intercepting the 3 talents demon-suppressing banner. You're courting death. Song Fian sneered, spewing 3 streams of true essence. Puff puff puff. Instantly, the 3 talents demon-suppressing banner seemed rejuvenated, emitting rays of light that restrained the Dark Abyss sword. With its master constrained, the Dark Abyss sword spirit hesitated momentarily, then also became bound by the endless light. These rays of light felt substantial, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free. Even though these 3 banners were merely spirit artifacts, when arranged into the 3 talents grand array, they proved insurmountable even for a divine artifact. The Dark Abyss sword spirit was immediately suppressed by the 3 talents demon-suppressing banner. Seeing this, Zaire smiled, suddenly spreading his right hand, causing 5-color light to overshadow the 3 talents demon-suppressing banner. White, green, black, red, yellow, 5 colors intertwined, forming a Tao diagram that descended heavily upon them. Boom. The 3 golden banners were instantly suppressed by the 5 elements Tao diagram, and the 3 talents grand array abruptly ceased its function. Taking this opportunity, the Dark Abyss sword spirit unleashed its power continuously, releasing boundless black light. Dark Abyss. Bang bang bang. The 3 talents demon-suppressing banner was immediately sent flying. Under the combined attack of the 5 elements Tao diagram and the Dark Abyss sword spirit, the 3 talents demon-suppressing banner was broken open. After all, the Dark Abyss sword was a divine artifact, paired with the god-defying 5 elements Tao diagram. How could Song Fian's set of treasures withstand such force? This is colorless 5 elements. He has comprehended the way of the 5 elements, a rule that only Jaya Realm giants can grasp. For better readability and consistency in terminology, it should be. He has comprehended the way of the 5 elements, a rule that only Cataclysm Realm giants can grasp. Note, Jiajing is typically translated as Cataclysm Realm in English to maintain consistency in terminology used in translations of such texts. For a moment, experts from the 3 martial academies gasped in surprise. Jeremy, Owen, Edlin, and other Songyang Martial Academy experts also changed expressions abruptly. Seeing the situation, Song Fian continually spewed true essence, trying to regather the power of the 3 talents demon-suppressing banner. Meanwhile, he summoned boundless spirit energy, forming a protective barrier around himself. Buzz. However, Zaire waved his right hand, and a golden sword suddenly appeared. This sword was precisely the ceremonial sword given by the High Priest Rhoda, a top-tier spirit artifact, but with killing power rivaling that of a divine artifact. Zaire infused true essence into the golden ceremonial sword, which instantly radiated infinite brilliance. Whoosh! Guided by his mental intent, the golden ceremonial sword slashed through space, charging towards Song Fian. This single strike shattered the protective barrier constructed by Song Fian's true essence. Then, it pierced through the defensive armor covering his body. The black gold silk inner armor was immediately penetrated, disintegrating with a clatter into countless fragments. Cave Heaven World. In a critical moment, the ragged Song Fian fully activated his origin Cave Heaven, blocking the path of the golden ceremonial sword. Had it not been for his safety measure of setting up a protective barrier and the black gold silk inner armor delaying the blow, this strike would have killed him outright. Dragon Patterned Flying Sword. Seeing Song Fian use his Cave Heaven to block the ceremonial sword, Zaire relentlessly launched a series of deadly attacks, giving no respite to the enemy. The Dragon Patterned Flying Sword released dragon roars from its scales, terrifying both mind and soul as it slashed directly at Song Fian. The Dragon Patterned Sword was a divine artifact given to him by his uncle Jonathan. Although it was of lower-grade divine quality, it was imbued with dragon blood, granting it a trace of dragon power. Such power was overwhelming for Song Fian to defend against. His Cave Heaven collided with the golden ceremonial sword, shattering it and losing its power. However, it did indeed absorb the full impact of the ceremonial sword, leaving his entire Cave Heaven world severely shaken, barely functional. So Song Fian could only watch in horror as the dragon-patterned flying sword cut down towards him. He never imagined Zaire to be so powerful, with numerous treasures like top-tier spirit artifacts and divine artifacts at his disposal. Hashtag chapter 241. The downfall of 2 elites. Am I really going to perish here? No. I, Song Fian, am a prodigy of heaven. I have the potential to become a great figure of eternity. How can I die here? Zaire, I hate you. I hate you so much. Song Fian's mind raged uncontrollably, yet he could not stop the deadly strike from the dragon-patterned flying sword. To dare attack the genius of Songyang Martial Academy like this, even if Declan were here, he couldn't save you. Just then, Jeremy, who was closest to Song Fian, suddenly made his move. Completely disregarding their previous agreement, it seemed that Jeremy would rather sacrifice his dignity than let Song Fian be killed. Other disciples of Songyang Martial Academy, such as Owen, shared the same thought. However, seeing Jeremy had already acted, they retracted their essence energy. If all of them violated the agreement together, it would be too difficult to explain. Songyang Martial Academy had to lead martial cultivation, and maintaining a good reputation in public was crucial. Jeremy aimed directly at the dragon-patterned flying sword. With a gaping mouth, he shot out a sword beam faster than lightning, instantly intercepting the dragon-patterned flying sword. The dragon-patterned flying sword carried a trace of true dragon power, immensely strong. However, it was forcefully intercepted by the sword beam. Void Space Bone Sword. The onlookers from the 3 academies immediately recognized this rare artifact. This sword beam was not crafted through ordinary means, but through a special blood and flesh refinement technique. The material wasn't common metal. Instead, it required the finest bone from a powerful creature, ingested and refined within the body's phantom furnace using immense bodily strength, consuming a vast amount of time for constant tempering before infusing it with sword intent and marking it with the Void Space Grand Array. Only then was the Void Space Bone Sword created. Once formed, the Void Space Bone Sword was perfectly synchronized with its user's heart and will, requiring no essence energy or mana to activate. It could also enter void space for instantaneous strikes. Originally, the 3 academies wanted to stop Jeremy for breaking the agreement, but his move was too swift. Leveraging the Void Space Bone Sword's instant killing principle, he inserted himself into the battlefield without delay. By the time anyone reacted, it was too late. The people from the 3 academies did not seem inclined to intervene either. Jeremy, having blocked the dragon-patterned flying sword with the Void Space Bone Sword, unleashed a torrent of light swords driven by essence energy towards Zaire. These weren't Void Space Bone Swords. If he had many, Jeremy would already be the chief disciple of Songyang Martial Academy. Though these light swords weren't extraordinary like the Void Space Bone Sword, they were still immensely powerful. Faced with such dense attacks, Zaire finally summoned his origin cave heaven. A flash of light revealed an illusory, barren, monotonous, and small world. All the light swords were absorbed into this world. Haha, you've fallen for it. Jeremy grinned triumphantly, seeing Zaire reveal his origin cave heaven. He then activated his own origin cave heaven and, with a surge of essence energy, hurled it like a weapon against Zaire's barren world. You just broke through recently, your origin cave heaven isn't fully developed and is very weak. Now is your most vulnerable moment. If I break your origin cave heaven, your cultivation will definitely drop. Jeremy laughed maniacally, imagining Zaire losing rank and being slaughtered. Really? To everyone's surprise, Zaire showed no panic. Instead, he remained eerily calm, terrifyingly so. Seeing this, Jeremy felt a sense of impending doom. And indeed, Zaire abruptly released the suppression. His previously barren, monotonous, and small origin cave heaven suddenly radiated infinite light. In the void around the origin cave heaven appeared a majestic sun and a pure moon. Behind the sunlight and moonlight, countless stars twinkled. Bang! Jeremy's origin cave heaven collided with Zaire's, and like striking an iron mountain, it shattered with a crack, and fissures appeared everywhere, leaking vast amounts of world force. Puff. Damaged origin cave heaven caused Jeremy to spurt blood continuously. Come back? Panicked, he tried to summon his origin cave heaven, but it was too late. Zaire's origin cave heaven swelled and swallowed Jeremy's origin cave heaven whole. It didn't stop there. With his right hand extended, Zaire fired 5 beams of origin cave heaven force through space, enveloping both Jeremy and Song Fian. Flash, flash. In a shower of bloodlight, the two exploded into countless fragments, raining down from the sky. In just one move, 2 heavenly prodigies were destroyed. As Song Fian's origin cave heaven was about to dissipate, Zaire once again activated his primal world-originated origin cave heaven, swallowing it down. The bloody rain stopped, leaving only the 3 golden banners and a finger bone imbued with sword intent floating in the air. The 2 Songyang Martial Academy members died too quickly and too suddenly. No one expected Zaire's origin cave heaven to be so formidable, crushing everything in an instant. Jeremy and Song Fian, 2 great prodigies, thus perished in the secret realm of Tian Amiyuntan. Chapter 241. Even in the Great 9 continents, there is no place for you to hide. The Songyang Academy, as the leader among the 9 academies, really sets an example by leading the way. Zaire summoned with a grand gesture, and the 3 talismans Devil Suppression Banner and Void Sword Bone both fell into his hands. Gemma made prior arrangements, but in the end, you still broke your promise. Is this how the disciples of Songyang conduct themselves? Allison's and Jeremy's storage bags and other items were already directly destroyed by the power of Xianxia World, turning everything, whether elixirs or magical treasures, into energy essence that was absorbed by Xianxia World. Even with the strength of Xianxia World, a strike like this would cause even the Black Abyss Sword to shatter. Everything happened in a flash, and the people from the 4 academies could only see Zaire suddenly summoning his origin grotto, then crashing into Jeremy's grotto until it cracked. Next, Jeremy's and Allison's grottos were completely devoured, reducing the 2 prodigies to nothing but blood and flesh fragments, leading to their immediate deaths. These sudden changes were shocking indeed. No one who witnessed this could believe their eyes. Before this, no one would have imagined that after breaking through, Zaire's origin grotto would be so overwhelmingly powerful. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone from the 4 academies found it hard to believe that this was real. Allison and Jeremy were absolute prodigies of the Songyang Academy, qualified to stabilize the position of eternal powerhouse. How could they die so suddenly? The sun and moon shining together, with countless stars adorning them. What solid foundation must he possess? This is definitely a sign that he will reach the immortal realm in the future. His origin grotto is so strong and stable. What did he use as its foundation? Even if he emptied the treasure vault of Heavenly Cliff, he couldn't condense such a powerful origin grotto. What is that 5-color Tao diagram? Does 5-color represent the 5 elements? Could this lad have absorbed all the origin beasts here? Suddenly, Thornton from the Laoyuan Academy shouted out loudly, breaking the silence. Chester and Moon shining together, adorned by 10,000 stars. The Heavenly Cliff Academy has produced an unrivaled genius more terrifying than Becker. The Ismail from the Anding Academy and Linden from Fenglong Academy also trembled with shock. Their eyes were filled with envy, surprise, and deep jealousy. The Songyang Academy does not abide by the prior agreement, attacking me with 2 against 1. For this crime, you deserve extermination, Zaire shouted aloud, his voice shaking the sky, reaching everyone's ears. Only now did the disciples of Songyang Academy recover from their shock. Only now did they truly believe that Allison and Jeremy had fallen. For many years, no one dared to touch Songyang Academy's prodigies. Even some famous old monsters, mindful of Songyang's power, treated them politely without the slightest neglect. But now, not only did Zaire dare to act, but he dealt a deadly blow, killing 2 of their greatest prodigies at once. Shame. Utter shame. Even Igor, the South Barbarian Holy Son, when he killed the 4 major disciples of Songyang, Jeremy still dared to besiege the entire Heaven Amyuntin, and even the supreme ruler of the Barbarian King had to treat him courteously. Any slight offense or action would result in Songyang Academy mobilizing all forces to suppress the Barbarian King. If a single hair on Jeremy's head was missing, the entire Heaven Amyuntin would be washed in blood. That was how domineering and tyrannical Songyang Academy operated. Ah! Owen, the Emperor-level expert, instantly let out a shrill roar. Other Songyang Academy disciples were also furious, their bodies trembling from head to toe, hair standing on end. Everyone was enraged, veins popping and eyes bloodshot. The loss of 2 prodigies was an immeasurable blow to Songyang Academy. A moreover, it meant that someone dared to bully Songyang within the 9 continents, a direct slap in the face of the martial supremacy. Zaire, you dare to kill our Songyang Academy's prodigy. You are finished, utterly finished. From today, nowhere can shelter you. Nowhere. Owen stepped forward into the air, eyes red, teeth clenched. Zaire remained calm, turning to the representatives of the 3 academies. What was the agreement again? Free to attack? All casualties were not tied to any backing forces? And Songyang Academy just violated the agreement, 2-on-1 attacking me. How do the 3 prestigious academies view this despicable tactic? This, Thornton, the Ismail, Linden, and all the disciples of the 3 academies were momentarily stunned. Songyang losing 2 prodigies was not necessarily bad news for them. But getting involved would be problematic. However, with the situation escalating, they had no choice but to step up. After all, they all claimed to be martial holy grounds. If they turned a blind eye while Songyang broke the rules, their reputations would be tarnished. And there would be rumors like, the 3 great academies fear Songyang and become their lapdogs, which would damage their reputation irreparably. After some deliberation, Thornton made the first move, flashing forward to block the front of the Songyang disciples. Everyone, this matter is too serious. It was initially agreed upon by Songyang. We all witnessed and agreed, but now you violate the agreement and seek retribution, which is excessive. Linden also stood up, nodding. Yes, Songyang, being the premier martial academy, should make the right decision. Please think carefully. The Ismail suggested. Why don't you go back and discuss with the Songyang Academy Chancellor before making a decision? The 3 stood like towering mountains before the Songyang disciples. Each subtly infused their voices with true essence, creating a calming effect. This small trick worked wonders, calming many Songyang disciples. Seeing this, the 3 sighed in relief. Handling this badly could easily lead to chaos in the martial world. Currently, the abyssal demon race had emerged, and the Tiangui clan was taking significant actions. Even the South Barbarians and the Beast race were making moves. If the martial world fell into internal turmoil now, it would bring even greater calamities, sparing none, including the 3 great academies. Edlin, Owen, and others had calmed down considerably but were still seething internally, glaring hatefully at Zaire. In terms of righteousness and strength, Songyang Academy had utterly lost. If word got out, they would become a laughingstock throughout the 9 continents. But this loss was immense. 2 prodigies, Allison and Jeremy, both fell. Elderly, are you really going to stand against Songyang Academy? Junior brother Song and Lin were killed by this man, and even their supreme treasures were taken. This is the greatest humiliation for Songyang Academy. If you block us, you're opposing the entire Songyang Academy. Think carefully. Owen's voice was hoarse, cold. Are you threatening the 3 great academies? Linden's face froze. As a heaven-proud son, he had his pride and wasn't one to be bullied. He had already felt resentment coming here as a representative of Fenglong, given the preferential treatment Songyang received. Now, seeing them at fault, he seized the opportunity. Likewise, Thornton's expression darkened, his gaze cold on Owen. Although Lorioyuan Wu College was not highly ranked, it was still one of the 9 great martial academies. Owen's words were tantamount to spitting in their face. No matter what, they could not compromise at this moment, or how would people view them? The Ismail from Anding Wu College had an extremely sour expression. Regardless of the situation, he should not be treated like this for intervening and maintaining order. Owen, I started martial cultivation at 3 years old, established my Dao at 8, roamed through the 9 continents at 12, single-handedly crushed a northern D army at 18, became a king during my 60th birthday, and reached emperor level at 100 years old. Do you think someone like me can be intimidated? If you keep talking disrespectfully, do you believe I won't kill you on the spot? Linden's voice thundered, radiating intense killing intent. Thornton and the Ismail immediately rallied their disciples to stand with Fenglong Wu College. the three great academies formed a temporary alliance. Seeing this, the disciples from Xianxia College couldn't help but feel tense. If a war broke out with the three great academies, this would indeed escalate beyond control. Alright, I didn't say anything about the three great academies. But today's matter is a confrontation between our Xianxia College and Nidhogg College. You three academies can simply watch from the sidelines. Owen naturally dared not provoke a martial conflict, so he had to stifle his anger and speak more calmly. At that moment, Zaire suddenly laughed out loud. Owen, don't you think that just intimidating the three great academies will secure me? Don't forget, I have the three talisman spirit charm. I can leave this heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm anytime. Who can stop me? Owen replied unhurriedly. You can leave, but even in the vast lands of the 9 continents, there will be no place for you to hide, and Nidhogg College cannot protect you. I will publicize today's events. With the justice of the three great academies present, do you think I'll be afraid of you? Then let the entire world see how tyrannical Xianxia College is. Zaire not only wasn't afraid of Owen's words, but responded boldly. In 4 years, the 9 academies group combat assembly will begin. We'll see if any of you from Xianxia College will have the nerve to show your faces then. Enough. At this point, Edlin stepped forward. Zaire, you may leave, but the trigram devil suppressing banner and void sword bone of Allison and Jeremy must be returned to us. These are their legacies. Both prodigies died at your hands. Aren't you going to spare even their remains? Hearing these words, Zaire turned his gaze to Edlin. This man was 8 feet tall, proportionally built, pale-faced without a beard, wearing a well-fitted deep blue robe adorned with cloud patterns. Notably, every move Edlin made carried an air of disdain for everything and a commanding aura overall. Unlike the aggressive fools like Owen, Zaire wasn't scared of him, but this Edlin raised his vigilance. This man was dangerous. However, even though he was dangerous, handing over the trigram devil suppressing banner and void sword bone was absolutely out of the question. While Zaire might not need those 2 treasures himself, there was no doubt that they were invaluable. Allison and Jeremy spent their entire lives cultivating these items. How could he possibly hand them over? And even if he gave them to Edlin, would Xianxia College let him go? Zaire wasn't stupid. By killing Songyang's 2 top prodigies, he had already created blood feuds. Given this enmity, these treasures were even less likely to be given away. Do you not want to hand them over? Edlin's expression darkened. If you keep Song and Lin's legacies, the news spreading will reflect poorly not on Songyang but on you. If you return them now, perhaps we can find some way to resolve this. After all, those 2 treasures were painstakingly refined by them, containing their spirits and souls. Returning them, our grand elders might resurrect them. In that case, Xianxia College won't pursue your responsibility anymore. These words made everyone present nod slightly. Even members of the 3 great academies showed signs of agreement. Zaire returning the 2 treasures for Xianxia College's elders to potentially resurrect Jeremy and Allison seemed like a good resolution. However, Zaire heard something different. Can they really be resurrected? Startled, he became even more unwilling to part with the treasures. If Allison and Jeremy were revived, wouldn't that mean adding 2 deadly enemies? Enemies who were once prodigies. You're just saying maybe. Pretty talk is easy. Do you expect me to give them up based on uncertain statements? Zaire sneered. If your college truly can revive them, ask again then. Don't deceive me with vague assurances. There's sense in that. Even Edlin can't be sure if resurrection is possible. Maybe this is just a ploy to secure the treasures while stabilizing the situation. Resurrection sounds too fantastic. I've never heard of anyone being resurrected in Luoyuanwu College. Thornton quickly caught on and spoke with suspicion. If these 2 had fought me fairly and died, I would certainly return the items to Xianxia College. But they shamelessly broke the agreement and attacked me. If not for my skills, wouldn't I have died under their ambush? Zaire loudly questioned. Wouldn't I have been wrong to return them after such treachery? And if I had died just now, would you have returned treasures like the Black Abyss Sword to Nidhogg College? His words left everyone speechless. Chapter 242. What a fear. They are just ants. As long as one is not foolish, they wouldn't return treasures like the Black Abyss Sword to Nidhogg Martial Academy. Not just the Black Abyss Sword, but even a dragon pattern flying sword would be out of the question. A treasure-grade artifact is of extraordinary value. For experts, possessing such an artifact significantly boosts their combat power. Owen was about to say something like, of course, we will return it to Nidhogg Martial Academy, but seeing the expressions on Marco and Lyndon's faces, he knew this would sound insincere. Even Edlin didn't respond further, and upon noticing this, Owen stopped himself from speaking. Zaire scanned everyone with a glance and laughed loudly. Since you can't achieve this yourselves, why force others to do it? I, Zaire, may not have high cultivation, but I am not a coward. If you still want to try, send anyone to duel me one-on-one. If you manage to kill me, then it will certainly avenge Allisong and Jeremy. If you are shameless enough, I will leave this Tianshan secret realm without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, all the Songyang Martial Academy students fell silent. Owen's face turned sullen. Although he was in the sovereign realm, higher than Zaire, he had no confidence of winning after witnessing Zaire's formidable abilities. Zaire's origin netherworld might appear shabby, but it was incredibly powerful, as evidenced by phenomena like sun and moon shining together, myriad stars adorning, which spoke volumes about its strength. Without supreme artifacts, one truly couldn't harm this boy. Although Songyang Martial Academy was deep-rooted and stood first among the 9 academies, not everyone possessed artifacts, let alone supreme ones. Even Edlin didn't have any, much less Owen. Moreover, apart from the powerful origin netherworld, Zaire also had potent magical treasures like the Black Abyss Sword and Dragon Pattern Flying Sword. To defeat him, only the Imperial Realm disciples in closed meditation within the academy could possibly do so. But such high-level experts would never deign to waste time fighting a junior. At Owen's words, Marco and Lyndon hesitated, but thoughts of Allisong and Jeremy's tragic deaths quickly dispelled those ideas. The 2 great geniuses of Songyang Martial Academy had formed the 3 talents Devil Suppressing Banner and Void Sword Bone. Their combined power was already superior to these three individuals. Since you don't intend to challenge me, I won't waste my time here. Goodbye. Zaire smiled. In reality, he hoped more people from Songyang Martial Academy would step up. After breaking through to the King Realm and gaining the primordial world as a foundation for his origin netherworld along with the 5 elements Dao map, there were very few among the 4 academies who could pose a threat in a one-on-one fight. How long do you think you can act arrogantly? Owen's eyes blazed red as he barely suppressed his anger. Then he suddenly turned to the elders of the other 3 martial academies, Elderly, Kodiyu, Xian. This expedition into the Tianshan's secret realm involves all of us. We in Songyang Martial Academy have lost 2 major geniuses and lack the strength to continue fighting. Don't you want to secure the divine mountain symbol? Xian was precisely the green-robed elder from a Ding Martial Academy. His words stirred many hearts in the other 3 academies. Songyang Martial Academy's intent was clear. They wanted to withdraw from the competition for the divine mountain symbol and incite the experts from the 3 other academies to fight on their behalf. You refrain from acting but incite the elites of the 3 academies to fight to the death. Zaire wasn't about to let Owen's ploy succeed. Turning to Marco, Linden, and Xian, he said, Elders, Kodiyu, under your leadership, the 3 academies acted correctly, upholding martial justice. Zaire is deeply grateful. This divine mountain symbol, I will hand it over to our dean upon returning to Tianyang Martial Academy. Then, we will invite Fenglong, and Ding, and Luoyuan academies to share and study it together. We'll enjoy the Tianshan secret realm jointly. And to express my gratitude, I will give 1.5 million divine blood pills, 500,000 to each academy. In 3 months, please come to Tianyang Martial Academy to collect them. Here are 30,000 divine blood pills as proof. With that, he waved his hand, sending 3 streams flying towards the 3 academies. Marco and the others caught them immediately. Opening them revealed 10,000 divine blood pills per academy. Linden took one out, scrutinizing it carefully. Instantly, his expression changed. These were divine blood pills refined from the primordial world. Their quality and spiritual energy content far exceeded ordinary pills. Recognizing their value, the trio's breathing grew heavy. Are you serious about giving us 500,000 pills of this quality? Linden asked incredulously. The divine blood pills were always valuable treasures, especially during this critical period. 500,000 pills. If converted to spirit gathering pills, that would be 50 billion, and prices were sky high now. This sum of wealth represented an immense fortune. A promise is a promise. You can come to Tianyang Martial Academy in 3 months, and you'll receive your 500,000 each without fail. Zaire's generosity stunned everyone present. Marco, Linden, and Xian exclaimed delightedly, young friend Zaire is truly generous. Once we exit, we will report today's events truthfully. You, damn you, how dare you? Seeing Zaire buy off others with money, everyone from Songyang Martial Academy fumed, but could do nothing about it. None of them, including Edlin, could produce 500,000 divine blood pills. It was certain that once they left the secret realm, the 3 academies would spread this news far and wide. Seeing the frustrated looks on the faces of Songyang Martial Academy students, Zaire felt a surge of satisfaction. While 1.5 million divine blood pills were precious, if he could align the 3 academies, it would be worth it. Even if they didn't fully unite, at least he could weaken Songyang Martial Academy's influence. With the Abyss demons emerging and the Great Struggle era approaching, gaining allies was a wise move. Producing over 20,000 divine blood pills daily, he could indeed provide the required amount. Students of the 3 academies, wait for good news. Since Songyang Martial Academy doesn't wish to send anyone else to fight, I declare this contest mine. Once settled, I'm leaving. Farewell. Zaire prepared to communicate with the Trinity Spirit symbol to leave. Wait. Owen suddenly called out. Oh. Zaire turned curiously. Do you want to challenge me? Fenglong, and Ding, Luoyuan, don't forget how you got in here. If it weren't for Songyang Martial Academy making it possible, you wouldn't have this opportunity. Now, if you refuse to confront Zaire, I can't guarantee whether you can return or not, Owen sneered. Dishonorable. Marco and the others instantly changed expressions. Entering the Tianshan secret realm relied on Songyang Martial Academy's facilitation. If Songyang refused to let them leave, they might be trapped forever. As you must know, the entrance was opened by Songyang Martial Academy at great cost. If you aren't included in our departure, you can imagine the consequences, Owen said coldly. If you continue like this, Songyang Martial Academy will definitely become our 3 academies' mortal enemy. Linden shouted sternly. Seeing all this, Zaire burst into laughter immediately. Owen, you are utterly foolish, using such despicable means to harm the 3 academies. Speaking of which, he turned to look at Thornton and the other 3. Seniors, there's no need to worry. I have already obtained the Trinity Spirit symbol. If Songyang Martial Academy refuses to let you leave, I can take the disciples of the 3 academies away together. Then, his gaze swept across the entire scene, finally resting on the disciples of the 3 academies. Everyone, rest assured, I will safely escort everyone out before I leave. Otherwise, based on Songyang Martial Academy's actions, they might very well kill you, and then frame me for it. These words instantly enlightened the disciples of the 3 academies. Form the formation quickly. Rustling. Under the leadership of Thornton and the other 3, the disciples of the 3 academies immediately gathered together, forming offensive and defensive formations facing the people from Songyang Martial Academy. At the same time, they quickly stood by Zaire's side, clearly showing an intention to ally with him. Owen, who had been blinded by anger, realized this situation and instantly regretted it when he came to his senses. Now he knew that he had spoken rashly. Initially, he intended to force the 3 academies and simultaneously drive a wedge between them and Zaire, but unexpectedly, he had brought the 3 academies and Zaire together. Ladies and gentlemen, Edlin also realized things were not good and quickly stepped forward to say, just now, junior brother Owen was blinded by rage and spoke recklessly. Please do not take offense. Since we brought you in, Songyang Martial Academy has the responsibility to ensure your safe return. Everyone, please rest assured. At this point, no one believed his words. Thornton directly said to Zaire, young friend Tianyi, please help us leave this secret realm. If the Lorio Shinan Juniors were silenced due to this, as the leader, I would be unable to absolve myself of responsibility. What Elderly says is right. The Tianshan's secret realm is indeed splendid, but it requires one to survive. Green-robed Cyan nodded. I, Linden, have always acted openly and uprightly and cannot tolerate despicable tactics. Although Songyang Martial Academy is the foremost academy, the conduct of these disciples is truly unacceptable. Now you even want to threaten and silence our 3 academies' disciples. I will certainly report this matter and demand an explanation from Songyang Martial Academy. Linden coldly shouted. The disciples of the 3 academies instantly felt solidarity with Zaire, developing a sense of kinship while looking at the Songyang Martial Academy disciples with more disdain. In that case, let's leave the Tianshan secret realm first. We can come back another day when the 4 academies enter together and share the resources. At this moment, Zaire was extremely pleased and promptly communicated with the Trinity Spirit symbol. Whoosh! A huge spirit symbol unfurled against the wind, true essence flowing through it as a vortex similar to the channel in Yinling appeared in midair. Seeing this, Thornton and the others quickly organized the disciples of the 3 academies to fly inside. Lenore also joined in at this time. After all the 3 academy disciples left, Zaire and the 3 elders entered the channel. In an instant, the world was silent. Brother Wu, should we use some means? Owen pondered for a while and made a gesture indicating execution. Forget it. Edlin shook his head slightly, bitterly laughing. This time, Songyang Martial Academy suffered significant losses and lost its prestige. If we interrupt the temporal space channel, it will surely cause major turmoil in the world. Let's think about how to explain this back home. Moreover, the 3 martial academies are already showing signs of alliance with Tianyang Martial Academy, likely disrupting the plans set by the dean for the upcoming assembly of martial artists. Hearing this, Owen grumbled. No need for planning. Unifying the 9 continents by Songyang Martial Academy is only a matter of time. But brother, I heard recently from the Divine Realm. Shut up. Edlin suddenly shouted loudly, interrupting him. Behind them, hundreds of Songyang Martial Academy disciples remained in dead silence. Era, Finn, Muhammad, and Ling Xian, the 4 elders, were also tormented by anxiety. They originally thought encountering Zaire here was a perfect opportunity for revenge. However, they not only lost their 2 senior brothers Alisong and Jeremy, but also made the 3 martial academies turn against them and join Tianyang Martial Academy. In terms of strength, the 4 elders could not match Zaire, and in terms of strategy, they were far inferior. With such formidable power and cunning mind, can we still take revenge? The 4 elders of Songyang Martial Academy felt a chill. Recalling Zaire's immense might, they shuddered. Fear what? Owen suddenly spoke up, scolding, even if this boy has boundless skills, he will only be an ant under the vast tide of the world. Enough. Edlin coldly ordered. Everyone, focus on cultivating in the Tianshan secret realm. I will immediately inform the dean and the great elders. Follow the instructions from above. Meanwhile, Zaire and company were within the temporal space channel, surrounded by pitch-black voids, where the spatial tremors distorted everything. This scene resembled the conditions inside the Yinling channel. This trip to Tianshan has been incredibly rewarding. Zaire felt elated. Not only did he gain alliances with the 3 martial academies, but also killed 2 major geniuses from Songyang Martial Academy, severely weakening their morale. He also cultivated the inherent 5 elements body, formed his origin netherworld, and broke through to the king realm. Also gained 2 treasures. A set of 3 talents devil suppressing banner, and a void sword bone with instant kill capability. To think I obtained Alethia's immortality pearl in the divine warrior immortal mansion, another supreme treasure. I must refine it properly when I have time, Zaire thought to himself. While he was tallying up his gains, Lenore quietly approached. Too bad we didn't enter the Tianshan treasure vault, where the barbarian race accumulated treasures over countless ages, and there's even a mystical turtle egg related to the 9 tripod cauldrons of Andrew. Don't be greedy. Your harvest isn't small either. These elemental essences are enough for you to consolidate your netherworld and break through to the imperial realm. Besides, the Tianshan treasure vault won't go anywhere. We can come back after becoming stronger. If we stay longer now, we might encounter greater risks as Songyang Martial Academy may have alerted barbarian experts by breaking the space-time barrier, Zaire explained. Their exchange was through mental transmission, rapid and unnoticed. As they conversed, from the deepest part of the infinite universe, amidst countless stars, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly rushed towards them. With this aura advancing, countless stars in front of it exploded. These stars ranged from the size of the Kierland, comparable to the Tianshan secret realm, or even approaching the size of the 9 continents. Regardless of size, all these stars were shattered by this terrifying aura. And the target of this aura was precisely Zaire and his companions within the temporal space channel. Chapter 243, True Transmission Peak in the Cavern Heaven. In the boundless universe, the 9 provinces form the central major world, a colossal blue star. On this star, countless mountain ranges and myriad small worlds adhere to it, shrouded in mystery. Outside the 9 province star, there is a seemingly illusory star ring, within which trillions of tiny stars orbit according to a certain law, creating a magnificent and unbelievable sight. Zaire was currently in a spatial passage that existed within this illusory star ring. The heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm itself was a miniature star world crafted by both Buddhist and Taoist sects, able to be precisely located among trillions of stars with the help of the 3 purities talisman. It could also communicate with the land of the 9 provinces, forming a passage for travel back and forth. Just as the spatial passage penetrated the star ring and reached the 9 provinces, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly appeared from the depths of the infinite universe. This aura turned out to be a sky-covering giant hand. Such overwhelming power surpassed even the Emperor Realm and most of the Tribulation Realm Titans. It was absolutely an astonishing super titan. The sky-covering giant hand was directly reaching toward the spatial passage. If it were to grab hold, Zaire, Lenore, and everyone else, including the people from the 3 martial academies, would all die. No one could save them. Even if the headmaster of Tianyang Martial Academy were present, he could only watch. Although Declan was strong, he could not withstand this sky-covering giant hand either. The incoming aura alone could shatter numerous stars, making it clear just how powerful its owner was. Inside the spatial passage, Zaire and the others were completely unaware of the impending doom, oblivious to everything happening outside the passage. However, Zaire's heart suddenly raced. A sense of danger surged up his spine, and his hair stood on end like that of a cat sensing imminent danger. What's happening? What's going on? He didn't understand why his body reacted this way, and fear quickly spread through his mind. The entire spatial passage began to abnormally vibrate, with spatial distortions reaching their peak. At this moment, in the outside world, just as the sky-covering giant hand was about to grab, boom, within the illusory star ring, a fair and delicate hand wrapped in strands of black chi suddenly lunged forward. Bang! The 2 giant hands collided fiercely. They immediately engaged in a struggle. The sky-covering giant hand was first pushed back by the black chi hand, but then transformed into a fist, fingers clenched tightly. Fist intent soared to the heavens. Rumble. Numerous small worlds instantly vanished. Nearly 100 tiny stars exploded directly. At the moment the black chi hand met the incoming sky-covering fist, its delicate fingers spread wide. Lin Bing Doja Jiezhen Lai Xianxia. Instantly, millions of Taoist seals changed, and the mystical Taoist words echoed throughout the void. Bang! The 2 forces clashed again. After this confrontation, both retreated in unison, and all energy fluctuations vanished without a trace, restoring calm to the void. To harm my people? You must ask me first. Now that the 3 purities talisman has been taken away, my emergence is near. At this moment, inside the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm, a woman stood atop the 5-colored divine Amiyuntan, appearing and disappearing, her presence undetectable. This woman was none other than the Buddha who had previously manifested. What just happened? Why did I feel such intense fear? Zaire felt his body return to normal, but remained puzzled. He never imagined that he had almost died within this spatial passage. Suddenly, space fluctuated intensely, followed by a bright light appearing before them. Passing through it revealed an endless forest, and in the distance, a mighty river flowed. The exit of this spatial passage was near the southern barbarian Z River. We have returned to the central 9 provinces. As Zaire loudly announced, cheers erupted from the people of the 3 academies. Then Marco stepped forward and said, "Young friend Tianyi, thank you." Lyndon asked, "Friend Wu, now that we've confirmed we can come out, can we return?" The people of the 3 academies knew little about the spirit symbol of the divine Amiyuntan. They learned it could enter the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm through conversations with Songyang Martial Academy, naturally having some doubts. Zaire nodded with a smile. The 3 purities talisman was now inside the Jingzhou tripod. He needed only mental communication to locate the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm and traverse it. The secret realm was situated within the illusory star ring of the 9 provinces, undetectable by ordinary people. Even if they could detect it, finding the secret realm among trillions of small stars would be extremely difficult. Moreover, the star ring's distance was vast, and its tidal forces would tear anything apart, making it a place even the ancient tribulation realm titans dared not easily venture. The 3 purities talisman allowed large-scale travel back and forth thanks to the Taoist incantation, Lin Bing Do Zhijiezhen Lai Xingqian. With this talisman, Zaire could enter the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm at will, almost like his personal territory. Kodiyu, rest assured, if I can bring you out, I can also bring you in. Zaire continued, Elders, Kodiyu, if you wish to enter the secret realm in the future, you can always contact me. Songyang Martial Academy relies on the power of their immortal artifact to enter, but it consumes a lot of resources. Whether they can activate it a second time is questionable. It's true, Cyan agreed. Songyang Martial Academy breaks the spatial barrier and constructs a stable passage, consuming centuries worth of accumulated energy every moment. It's indeed unsustainable. Furthermore, there is a stable entrance on Heavenly Amiyuntan that was jointly developed by both Buddhist and Taoist sects when they were still present. If you're not afraid of clashing with the barbarians, you might try it. Marco added. The 5-colored gate has disappeared since I obtained the 3 purities talisman, Zaire said. It automatically vanishes once someone enters the secret realm. Through the 3 purities talisman, Zaire knew the 5-colored gate on Heavenly Amiyuntan had completely vanished. If someone wanted to enter the secret realm, they either needed to go through him or replicate Songyang Martial Academy's method using the power of an immortal artifact to break the barriers. So that's it. Lyndon immediately clasped his hands. Friend Wu, now that this matter is settled, we should return. Your suppression of Songyang's 2 prodigies, although they were at fault, could cause a significant stir since they are Songyang disciples. Be careful. Zaire's strength and character had been recognized by the 3 academies. Even the proud Lyndon showed utmost courtesy in his speech. Thank you, Kodiyu, for your warning. Don't worry, I'll have a plan. Zaire also bowed. You should also be cautious. Watch out for Songyang Martial Academy attempting to eliminate evidence along the way. Humph. Marco snorted. Now that we are back in the central 9 provinces, if they dare to act recklessly, I will teach them a lesson. Saying this, he exuded confidence, clearly having a contingency plan ready. If so, let us part ways here. Don't forget to come for the divine blood pills in 3 months. Zaire spoke, then disappeared with Lenore, leaving everyone stunned. With his inherent 5 elements body perfected and breakthrough to the King realm, his flight speed far exceeded that of the Hanyuan Cauldron. Watching him vanish in an instant, the people of the 3 academies marveled. This Zaire will surely achieve much in the future. Within a century, Tianyang Martial Academy may produce another young tribulation realm titan. Who would have thought Tianyang Martial Academy could cultivate such a talented disciple? Truly enviable. Both Linden and Xian couldn't help but sigh. If their academies could produce such talents, it would be wonderful. Establishing a primordial cavern heaven, with phenomena akin to sun and moon brilliance, stellar adornment, and evident potential for ascension. How will Tianyang Martial Academy treat him? If he were in our Lorioyuan Martial Academy, we would certainly nurture him with all our resources. Marco also sighed, his eyes filled with envy. Back in the day, Songyang Martial Academy had the chance to recruit a world-renowned genius, but ended up offending him due to a minor female, even humiliating their entire academy. Since then, they've become mortal enemies, Xian chuckled and said. Do you mean Jedediah from Hongdao Martial Academy? Linden couldn't help but interrupt. Among the three, he was the youngest and naturally knew less about that incident compared to the two elders. Yes. Xian nodded. If nothing goes wrong, he will be the next chief of Hongdao Martial Academy. Let's not talk about this anymore. He's about to get married soon, Marco interjected. You're right. Should we leave now? Xian nodded. This trip to the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm wasn't too fruitful, but fortunately, everyone returned safely, and we befriended the genius Zaire. Moreover, there are 500,000 divine blood pills coming in a few months, and future opportunities to enter the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm. Indeed, compared to Songyang Martial Academy, our trip was quite productive. With 500,000 divine blood pills, we can cultivate many core disciples. The three quickly organized their academy disciples for departure after farewells. Zaire, I need to return to Prince Zhang's mansion. Take care of yourself. In the sky, Lenore seemed to receive some news and suddenly bid farewell. All right, I wanted to invite you to visit Tianyang Martial Academy, but it seems you have much to handle. Farewell then. Zaire understood her identity as a princess of the Great Chu Empire and did not detain her much. They parted ways. One headed towards the capital city Jiang of Great Chu, while the other went to Tianyang Martial Academy. After several hours of continuous flight, Zaire saw an enormous mountain towering on the ground. Tianyang Martial Academy arrived. However, as he got closer, he was startled by the scene on Tianyang Amiyuntan. He saw unusual phenomena occurring frequently. A massive cloud of spiritual energy hovered above, converging towards the true transmission yard. The immense amount of spiritual energy even surprised Calibi, who possessed the primordial cavern heaven. What's going on? Did they renovate the true transmission yard? Why is such a huge amount of spiritual energy converging here? This is someone cultivating. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit appeared beside him, stating definitively, someone cultivating? Who could consume so much spiritual energy? Zaire was shocked. He didn't recall any such powerful figure in Tianyang Martial Academy. Could Alastoriacio have returned? But Alastoriacio didn't live in the true transmission yard. With questions in mind, he immediately released his mental senses to investigate. Whoosh! As soon as his mental senses reached out, he detected an overwhelming sword intent soaring into the sky. This sword intent was very familiar to Zaire. It's Guido. The entire Tianyang Martial Academy was centered around the true transmission yard, and all the spiritual energy was being absorbed there. Moreover, this spiritual energy wasn't distributed among the other true transmission disciples, but almost entirely entered the cave heaven where Guido was. How can he steal such a large amount of spiritual energy without the elders interfering? Since the elders hadn't said anything, Zaire wouldn't concern himself either. Senior Brother Wu. Senior Brother Wu has returned? Greetings, Senior Brother Wu. Seeing him return, the disciples within Tianyang Amiyuntan greeted him one by one. After responding to each of them, Zaire intended to head to the inner disciple quarters when Ines hurriedly caught up with him. Tianni, you don't need to stay at the inner disciple quarters anymore. Your true transmission cave heaven is ready. My true transmission cave heaven is done? Let's go. We should check it out. Ines eagerly led the way. Meeting an old friend brought smiles to both their faces. Zaire noticed with surprise that Ines's cultivation had reached the soul realm, only one step away from breaking through to the spirit realm, qualifying him for the true transmission disciple rank. From Ines, he learned that Bernice also had reached the soul realm and joined the 13 societies, often feeling her strength was insufficient and thus remained in seclusion. This explained her absence. Arriving at the true transmission yard, under Ines's guidance, they soon entered a small world. Within this world stood a majestic mountain. On its peak, the top was flattened by tremendous force, forming 7 grand halls arranged like the Big Dipper constellation, incredibly magnificent. Since you weren't here, the elders built this mountain conventionally and constructed these 7 halls according to your practice of 7 levels of sword aura. Ines explained. Zaire wasn't concerned. Instead, he nodded approvingly. The elders have their heart set. Just these few palaces would take thousands of people years to build in the secular world. Indeed, our construction elders at Tianyang Martial Academy are on par with those in the Ministry of Works of Great Chu. Ines then led Zaire to the front of the 7 halls. At this moment, due to the newly completed cave heaven, many disciples were visiting. Some admired Zaire's fame, while others appreciated the craftsmanship of the construction elders. Upon seeing Zaire appear, they instantly came forward. Senior Brother Wu has returned. Quick, come greet Senior Brother Wu. Congratulations, Senior Brother Wu. Following secular traditions, everyone came to congratulate on the new home, expecting some form of gift. Zaire immediately took out some divine blood pills, giving each disciple present one. Hiss, it's actually a divine blood pill. Senior Brother Wu is so generous. Thank you, Senior Brother Wu. Not only were the disciples shocked, but even Ines stared wide-eyed, disbelieving Zaire's generosity. Once the disciples dispersed, he couldn't help but ask, Tianni, did you plunder a major southern barbarian priest? You just give out divine blood pills. Ha ha ha. Zaire laughed heartily. Something like that. Then he pointed at the palace and asked, by the way, what's my cave heaven called? Ines recovered from his shock and shook his head. The elders didn't name it, saying they'd wait for you to decide. Then let's call it Jarvis Peak. Zaire waved his hand, deciding on a name for his true transmission, Cave Heaven. Zaire, you finally returned? A voice echoed throughout Jarvis Peak, and Iona, one of the founders of the 13 Societies and an outstanding true transmission disciple, appeared before him. Chapter 244, expanding the Martial Academy's influence. With Iona's arrival came a few others. However, the most eye-catching among them was his kinsman Jonathan, who was holding a 6-jong large spherical object. Seeing Zaire, Jonathan tossed him the 6-jong primordial pill furnace. Since you've returned and the true transmission grotto is already constructed, I'm returning the pill furnace to you. Many thanks for keeping it safe for me, uncle. Zaire caught it effortlessly with one hand, then casually tossed it into the Kaiyang Hall. The 7 halls of Lida Peak were arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, named Tiangsu, Tianqian, Tianji, Tianquan, Chanaheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, perfectly corresponding to the 7 stars. The Kaiyang Hall was specifically designated for alchemy. The new Lida Peak just needed a treasure to stabilize the grotto. The primordial pill furnace was undoubtedly the best choice. Zaire's casual reception and toss impressed Jonathan and the others. It seems your trip to the southern barbarians has been quite rewarding, Iona remarked admiringly. Senior sister did well too. You must be close to the peak of the Imperial Realm, just a step away from Emperor level, right? Seems you had a significant encounter, Zaire responded, then turned to Jonathan. Uncle, have you encountered any trouble recently? In Zaire's perception, this uncle hadn't progressed at all, still being in the Imperial Realm, not even surpassing Iona. In recent times, your uncle received a task from the Gianna to cultivate power in the Eastern Sea. Where would there be time for cultivation? Iona explained what Zaire meant. Did they predict that something would happen in the Eastern Sea? Or leave a spark for the Tianyang Martial Academy? Zaire frowned, thinking deeply. A few senior elders believe the Eastern Sea will be where the troubles start. To gain time, they ordered me to go and form a force, also attracting maritime free cultivators. Jonathan added, it's a pity. Although some success was achieved, the Academy lacks medicinal pills like gathering spirit pills and foundation building pills, hindering further development. With ample pills, our strength could significantly increase. Hearing this, Zaire thought for a moment. I don't have gathering spirit pills or foundation building pills, but I do have some divine blood pills from the southern barbarians. He then took out a box from the Jingzhou tripod. Opening the lid, golden glowing divine blood pills appeared before everyone. This, Iona and others were astonished. Weren't there reports of a mysterious person selling a large quantity of divine blood pills in the Chanaman City auction? Was that you? Jonathan asked suddenly, piecing things together. Zaire smiled and shook his head. Seeing he didn't confirm, Jonathan didn't press further, but was convinced internally. Not many people could provide so many divine blood pills, excluding the barbarian tribes, and not every barbarian could obtain them either. Hence, these pills were extremely precious. Zaire had his own agenda. Becker was idolized by most disciples, even seen as the successor by many elders. Zaire became the overstreet rat after offending Becker. Becker relies on 2 things, strength and buying hearts. Providing some divine blood pills would reduce his influence and gain disciple support, no longer letting Zaire be manipulated. If you can provide plenty of divine blood pills, not only will the overseas forces grow rapidly, but our academy disciples will benefit and be grateful. After pondering, Jonathan suggested again. I'm afraid we don't have that much. Let's enter the Kaiyang Hall first. Zaire led everyone into the hall, sitting around the primordial pill furnace. The furnace was placed over the geothermal vein of Lida Peak. Zaire infused true essence into the grand array beneath it, causing a 3-zhong opening to appear under the furnace, spewing intense flames that engulfed the entire furnace. The brilliance illuminated the whole peak. Each true transmission grotto had a geothermal vein, generating powerful geothermal fire used for alchemy, forging, and tempering true essence. The geothermal vein here is impressive. The construction elder really went all out for you, Iona commented enviously. Her own grotto had a weaker geothermal fire in comparison. Zaire chuckled, then dropped the remaining half of the Demon Emperor's severed hand into the primordial pill furnace. The other half had been refined by the Gianna and incorporated into the Black Abyss sword spirit. Though drained of vital blood, yielding 200,000 enlightenment pills, the hand remained an excellent material, suitable for both alchemy and forging, though requiring years of geothermal refining. Zaire planned to refine it slowly in the furnace unless it was urgently needed. With everything set up, Iona asked again, how many divine blood pills do you have left? How many can you give to the academy disciples? Not many, but enough, Zaire replied. Give me about 7 days. Aliana, uncle, please help select the deserving disciples then. Those willing to ally with us will receive pills. We won't force those who refuse. Naturally, loyal followers of Becker shouldn't get such pills, Jonathan nodded. Iona was delighted, knowing this would significantly boost the 13 societies if she managed the distribution. She understood Zaire aimed to attract the 13 societies, but she didn't mind. With time, she could surpass Becker. Such was the confidence of a genius. 7 days passed quickly. Clanging sounds echoed as a man and woman practiced swordplay midair, exchanging blows, emitting surges of true essence. After another clash, Kirsten unleashed a wave of chi that hit the male disciple, disarming him. Hiss, so strong. Sister Bai, how did you enhance your bodily chi so drastically in these few days? Last time, it couldn't shake me. Staggering back, the male disciple exclaimed in shock. These past 7 days, I've been taking divine blood pills every day. I never expected that the effects of the divine blood pill would be so potent. In just 7 days, my physical strength has advanced by a notch, forming a chi and blood furnace, even loosening up a bottleneck that's plagued me for years. Kirsten smiled faintly and turned her wrist, revealing a golden glowing pill. In the pill, golden light flowed like blood, slowly circulating. The rich aura of spirituality escaping from it could cure 100 diseases with just 1 breath for an ordinary person. Divine blood pill. Actually a divine blood pill. I can't believe senior sister Bai has such a treasure. May I ask where you got this divine blood pill? I attempted to buy 100 in Jiang, but couldn't get even one. The inner disciples who were watching the match around them were filled with envy. This wasn't bought, but was rewarded by Senior Brother Zaire from Lidao Peak. Senior Brother Wu risked his life to bring back the method to refine divine blood pills for Tianyang Martial Academy's disciples from the Southern Barbarians. Standing among the disciples, Kirsten loudly announced, Senior Brother Zaire is recruiting talent on Lidao Peak now. Disciples skilled in forging, cultivating spiritual plants, or taming beasts can sign up with Junior Brother Innes immediately. If selected, you won't lack divine blood pills. Her words instantly stirred interest in many disciples. Kirsten was a member of the 13 societies who met Zaire during the Wu Zhu trial, and as one of the first beneficiaries of the divine blood pill, she naturally spared no effort to promote Zaire. Zaire? Isn't he the disciple who challenged the chief Senior Brother? As expected, the more arrogant a person is, the more capable they are. Those without abilities wouldn't survive long. But I wonder how he obtained the refinement method of the divine blood pill. Did he kill a major shaman of the barbarian tribes? Let's go. I see a lot of people heading there. If we're too late, we won't even get a taste. If I gain Senior Brother Zaire's favor and have the divine blood pill, I can definitely break through to Transformation Realm. Oh, why are you still standing there? Hurry up, or you'll miss out. Immediately, news of Zaire having divine blood pills spread throughout the entire Tianyang Martial Academy due to Kirsten and others' propaganda. Not only did the 8,000 inner disciples hear about it, but also the hundreds of thousands of outer disciples in the city below Tianyang Amiyuntan went into a frenzy. Such cultivation treasure pills as divine blood pills were rare finds. Now knowing that Zaire from Lidao Peak could distribute them, everyone flocked over, queuing up at his door. Even some disciples who revered Becker began to waver upon seeing this. Apart from the inner and outer disciples, many true transmission disciples were shocked by Zaire's generosity. Inside the true transmission garden, in a magnificent cave world resembling an imperial city, several true transmission disciples sat together. The owner of this cave, Xianxia, had reached peak true realm and was only a step away from condensing a primordial cave and entering the king realm. Notably, Xianxia was exceptionally talented, having cultivated to his current level in merely 33 years. Although not as outstanding as Iona or a Mayhamed, he was renowned in the academy, known to many disciples. At Tianyang Martial Academy, once a disciple reached spirit realm and passed the elder's evaluation, they could be promoted to a true transmission disciple. Even among the true transmission disciples, there were differences in power. Among the 73 true transmission disciples, they could be categorized by their cultivation realms. Simply put, spirit realm and mystic realm were in one category. These true transmission disciples generally lacked influence. True realm was another category. Like Xianxia, they could decide on internal matters without being restrained by general elders. Once reaching king realm, they became true transmission disciples, possessing significant autonomy under the grand elder. As for Emperor Realm, they were potential successors to the head of the academy, each treated as if they were future heads, transcending the level of true transmission. At this moment, Xianxia held a divine blood pill between his fingers, scrutinizing it closely. After a while, he shook his head slightly, saying, this divine blood pill isn't from the southern barbarians, but was likely refined by Zaire or someone behind him. The divine blood pills I've seen from the barbarians cannot compare in terms of spiritual energy content or natural aura. We often rely on gathering spirit pills. What we refine ourselves barely suffices for daily needs. If we want to seclude ourselves for cultivation, we'd need to spend a fortune buying them. Another true transmission disciple sighed. That's true. A third true transmission disciple added. If Zaire could provide us with a large number of divine blood pills, we could consider joining forces with him against Becker. Cultivation pursuits were all about advancing to higher realms. Everything else was secondary. If Becker could give them benefits, they could turn against Zaire. Why don't we visit Lidao Peak now? If we get Zaire's help, we can advance to King Realm soon. Hearing the suggestion, these true transmission disciples were moved, exclaiming, let's go. Hold on. Xianxia saw them getting up to leave and immediately shouted, we've never interacted much with Zaire. Suddenly visiting might not be appropriate. He's at true realm, the same as us. What's inappropriate about it? And we'll owe him a favor. There's no reason for us to lose and him to gain, argued Logan, wearing a dragon-patterned robe with jade-inlaid gold embroidery, clearly unconcerned. To sit with the gifted Xianxia, especially among non-contributors, meant Logan was also an elite, named Logan. Zhang Jr. brother, this isn't right. Someone immediately objected. Everyone here must have heard about Zaire. He dared to offend Becker. Do you think we'll get a good reception? That silenced everyone. But I have an idea. Xianxia then suggested slowly, since Zaire returned from the southern barbarians with the method to refine divine blood pills, we can use martial arts sparring as a pretext to meet him. During the sparring, we can hold back and offer guidance, thus earning his gratitude. Then, when we propose cooperation, the effect will be better. He paused, looking at each of them, then suddenly said, you surely wouldn't be unable to guide a junior disciple, right? Bullshit. I've practiced for 40 years. My experience exceeds his knowledge of salt. How could I not? Feeling insulted, Logan retorted angrily. Xianxia nodded satisfactorily. All right. If everyone agrees, let's prepare properly. Bring necessary magical treasures to avoid the embarrassment of losing to juniors. After dismissing the others, Xianxia looked toward a shadowy corner. From the shadows emerged a figure. Brother Mayhamed, you're sure Zaire hasn't broken through to King Realm yet? Xianxia asked, somewhat worried. Certainly, if King Realm was that easy to achieve, you wouldn't have remained stalled for so long, Mayhamed replied. Also, this time you're just testing him, and I will be present. If anything goes wrong, I'll intervene. Relieved, Xianxia nodded. Mayhamed's prowess was unquestionable. No matter how fast Zaire advanced, he wouldn't be Mayhamed's match. Zaire suddenly revealed numerous divine blood pills after returning, possibly linked to the mysterious Conrad in the auction at Chanaman City. It's highly probable he is Conrad. If he is Conrad, the 9 treasure pagoda is likely in his possession. If I can obtain it. The rapid spread of the news about Zaire's divine blood pills set off a whirlwind across Tianyang Martial Academy. Everyone sought opportunities and alliances, setting the stage for the coming confrontations. At this moment, Mayhaim's gaze flickered uncertainly, his mind working in secrecy. By having Xianxia and the others make a move to probe, he essentially wanted these people to be the vanguard, testing out Zaire's true strength. Then, no matter what, he would find a way to intervene. Once Zaire was subdued, acquiring that supreme Buddhist treasure would undoubtedly propel his cultivation forward by leaps and bounds. Surpassing Becker wouldn't be an issue. Mayhaim had already inherited the legacy of the floating pagoda sect. The 9 treasure pagoda's significance to him could be said to surpass millions of kinds of heavenly treasures and spiritual herbs. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as per the original text. Chapter 245, Battle for Life and Death on the Arena. Facing the entire martial academy's intense uproar caused by his divine blood pill, Zaire remained unperturbed, staying calm at Littafeng as if nothing in the outside world could sway his emotions. At this moment, he was inside the Kaiyang Hall, refining a pearl-like orb as smooth as a pearl. This object was the immortal stabilizing pearl he had obtained from the divine martial immortal mansion. It was once the protective treasure of Alethea, princess of the Yuan kingdom, one of the 10 immortals. The immortal stabilizing pearl had already reached the rank of a magical artifact, with unique effects such as immobilization and suppression, making it an invaluable treasure across the 9 provinces. Taking advantage of the time available, Zaire naturally aimed to refine it thoroughly, as deploying this treasure during combat would undoubtedly yield unexpected and miraculous results. He dropped several drops of golden blood onto the pearl. Given his current physical strength, losing some essence blood wouldn't significantly affect his vitality or power unless it was over half at once. Thus, Zaire used both blood offering and divine offering together. While this wouldn't enhance the power of the magical treasure, it could accelerate the refinement process. He then split off a strand of spirit force, slowly seeping it into the immortal stabilizing pearl. With Alethea long deceased, refining this unowned item proceeded smoothly without resistance. With virtually no hindrance, Zaire quickly assimilated this treasure. A gentle flick of his finger sent the immortal stabilizing pearl darting around the Kaiyang Hall like a rainbow. Stabilize! At his command, a beam of light shot from the pearl, shining down on the ground fire beneath the primordial alchemy furnace. Instantly, the flames froze as if solidified, stiffening oddly in place. Release! Zaire spread his fingers, and the immortal stabilizing pearl returned to his hand while the ground fire erupted violently, shooting up 8 to 9 zhang high, enveloping the primordial alchemy furnace. Zaire present? Jincheng Xianxia and a group of fellow disciples have come to congratulate him. Is it convenient? Just then, a voice came from outside the realm. Xianxia? Zaire paused momentarily. True transmission disciples of the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy weren't many, and their names were familiar to him, though rarely met. This sudden visit made him suspect that it was somehow related to the divine blood pill. After a brief thought, Zaire decided to greet them. After all, blocking visitors wasn't polite. In front of the True Transmission courtyard's small square, 4 imposing young men stood waiting. As Zaire stepped out, his gaze landed on the leading figure in gray robes. This must be senior brother Xianxia? Zaire approached quickly, smiling at the gray-robed man. Then, he looked at the other 3 and invited, "Come along, senior brother Chana. Follow me to Littafeng." The 4 exchanged glances before entering Littafeng's realm. After some pleasantries, Zaire cut straight to the point. "You've probably come primarily for the divine blood pill, right?" Though he had publicized the divine blood pill throughout the academy, the True Transmission disciple sector hadn't shown any interest. Xianxia, being influential within the academy, would indeed be a valuable ally. Including that, but mainly because junior brother Wu has just established his new realm. "We're here to pay respects and exchange martial arts knowledge." Xianxia smiled. "Oh, exchange martial arts knowledge?" Zaire laughed. "Senior brother Chana, I prefer straightforwardness. Let's get to the point." Xianxia hadn't reacted yet when Logan frowned unhappily. As a renowned genius, Logan was naturally proud. Zaire hadn't even given him a proper glance or addressed him respectfully, which felt disrespectful. Logan sneered. "If we're exchanging martial arts knowledge, a proper competition is inevitable. Junior brother Wu, you've been practicing for a short time and lack understanding in martial principles. If not for your newly established realm, we wouldn't waste our time guiding you." This remark made Xianxia and the others frown. "Do I need to thank you now?" Zaire chuckled. He couldn't quite understand this person's logic. "Oh, junior brother Wu, please don't take offense. Junior brother Zhang meant no harm." Xianxia interjected hastily. "We truly intend to guide you. Though junior brother Zhang's words might be harsh, our intentions are good. But this guidance comes with conditions. If junior brother Wu agrees to share part of the divine blood pill formula and the cultivation method for the sword aura of the Big Dipper's 7 layers, we'll do everything to help you advance." "Ah." Zaire continued smiling. "Does this mean you agree?" Xianxia and the others exchanged looks. "First, I don't see where you get the courage to offer guidance. Second, you come here under the guise of congratulations but threaten a duel. Lastly, you shamelessly ask for favors. Do you think I'm easy to bully or intentionally looking for trouble?" His smile vanished instantly, his gaze piercing through Xianxia and Logan. Unprepared for Zaire's abrupt shift, they froze on the spot. Chilling silence settled over the room. "I luckily acquired the method to refine the divine blood pill. I plan to share it among fellow disciples. If you want it, you can ask politely. But your actions, do you really think I'm weak?" His cold tone stung like winter wind on their faces. Realizing this, the 4 turned grim. They were also geniuses with pride. Such scolding was intolerable. "Zaire, we meant well, but your hostile words are what's wrong." Xianxia's expression darkened. "What's wrong?" Zaire laughed angrily. "What's wrong with you?" "Ridiculous. Logan barked. As your senior brothers, how dare you speak to us like this? We must teach you a lesson today. Fine. Zaire accepted immediately. I also want to know who teaches whom and who disciplines whom. This immediate acceptance came from a quick flash of inspiration. Just as Xianxia said, his tenure at Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy was short, and he joined late. Although using the divine blood pill gained him many supporters, it also posed hidden dangers. Others might perceive him as selfless and generous, expecting him to always distribute the pills. If he stopped later, his reputation built up might crumble. Such tactics might work temporarily, but not forever. In this era where strength prevailed, everything ultimately depended on strength. If he could use Xianxia and the other three to showcase his strength, it would likely have a more lasting impact than the divine blood pill. Haha, Zaire, I've always heard that you're extremely arrogant, but I didn't feel it much until now. After seeing you today, the rumors are indeed true. Logan laughed maniacally. You think that by obtaining some opportunities, you can dominate the world? Since you don't put us in your eyes, then today I will let you see what true prodigies are like. You? Zaire smiled. With your strength, you aren't even worthy of me making a move. Then he turned his gaze to Xianxia. Among the four of you, he is the strongest. At this point, Xianxia had already displayed murderous intent. Leaving aside Logan's rudeness, Zaire's attitude made him quite displeased. After all, he was a senior disciple with considerable seniority. How could someone treat him so disrespectfully? Since you want to compete with me, why don't we go up to the life or death arena? But if you lose, prepare 500,000 divine blood pills for me, along with the cultivation method for the sword aura of the Big Dipper's 7 layers. As the words fell, Xianxia's figure flashed as he directly left Litafeng. Logan and the others also sneered coldly and flew out together. Zaire paid no attention, using his true essence to fly straight toward the life or death arena on the peak of Heavenly Cliff Amyuntin. A moment later, Xianxia and Logan were already standing on the life or death arena. Huh, do you four intend to gang up on me? The voice had just sounded from the air when Zaire had already stood on the platform. Meanwhile, some true transmission disciples who noticed the activity at the life or death arena became instantly excited, all eager for a spectacle, and flew over. It had been a whole year since the last competition on the life or death arena. Any sudden fight was bound to be a big deal, especially a competition between true transmission disciples. This was rare among rarities. News spread quickly within the martial academy. Those who were still in the academy and not in seclusion rushed over like a swarm. Many feared arriving too late and losing a good viewing position, all vying to get there early. Is this Zaire? That's him. Recently, he has gained a lot of fame. In the Southern Barbarians, he actually obtained the refining method for the divine blood pill. Upon returning, he distributed them widely to boost his reputation. I remember he only joined the academy less than 3 years ago. Didn't expect him to become a true transmission disciple so quickly. Heh, were you in seclusion before? You didn't know yet. He spent a long time in the divine martial immortal mansion. Time inside differs from outside. One day here means 100 days there. Is that so? No wonder. But why did he end up in conflict with Xianxia? Xianxia is a seasoned true transmission disciple. Though he's stuck at the King Realm bottleneck, his martial art skills are already superb. Zaire might not be a match for him. Not necessarily. The two elders previously forcibly refined a magical treasure for Zaire, and during his trip to the Southern Barbarians, his strength must have increased. It's uncertain whether Xianxia can defeat him. Hey, Elder Brother Yi and Elder Cody actually came too. Amidst the shocked exclamations, the top-tier existence among the true transmission disciples, Stephen and Amahamed, slowly descended and stood beside the life or death arena. Will the head disciple come? Unclear, but I heard he's in seclusion and probably won't make it. 4 against 1 junior brother? Ridiculous. I, Logan, alone can suppress you. Ignoring the crowd watching, Logan waved his hand, and an ancient sword with cloud pattern engravings appeared in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, it stirred the natural essence chi, forming a powerful aura. The spectators were startled. This sword was an ultimate grade spirit artifact. The material of your ancient sword isn't bad, but it's nothing impressive to me. Why don't all 4 of you come at once? We can save time. Zaire flicked his finger, launching 4 thunderbolts formed from true essence. They shot out like lightning, targeting Logan and the others. These bolts were cast using the thunder prison technique. Now that he had reached the King Realm, his understanding of martial arts had advanced further. From the outer sect library, he obtained the Mystic Thunder Secret Manual, which he used to bring about new changes. Boom, 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 boom. For consecutive explosions, all true essence thunderbolts struck the 4 light shields. The 4 figures suddenly sprang up. Logan and the others summoned barriers of true essence, blocking the thunderbolts. They were all at the true realm level, with substantial true essence, and each wielded superior grade spirit artifacts. Among them, Xianxia's magical sword possessed power almost akin to a magical treasure. A single shake released overwhelming sword chi, tearing through space. Arrogant. This boy is utterly arrogant. All of you step down. Let me handle it. Extending his magical sword, Xianxia unleashed boundless sword chi, which shattered space and slashed straight towards Zaire's body. This move was not only fierce but also astonishingly fast. All onlookers felt their vision blur as the massive sword chi surged right beside Zaire. Xianxia was clearly enraged, unleashing a killing blow on his first move. Countless sword chi hit Zaire. Such speed left no room for reaction. It hit. Witnessing this scene, the disciples around were astonished. Sword chi ruthlessly sliced through everything, tearing apart all protective true essence shields, with a menacing momentum that seemed capable of shredding a person into pieces. However, Zaire's body, struck by sword chi, exploded like a mirage. Heavenly Cliff illusion. Unexpectedly, the endless sword chi had hit a mirage created by Zaire's Heavenly Cliff step. Chapter 246, 2 consecutive battles. The illusion was shattered, but Zaire himself seemed to have vanished. On the stage, Both his aura and vitality were completely gone, as if he had never appeared at all. As everyone was searching for him, Zaire's voice echoed across the life and death platform. Xianxia, if you four had attacked together, you might have given me some trouble. But with just you alone, I can subdue you with a mere wave of my hand. With those words, the entire life and death platform was instantly filled with figures. Countless Zaires moved around, making it impossible to discern which one was the real him. Has he really perfected the heavenly edge step to such an advanced level? Amazing! Zaire is truly amazing. The disciples below the platform gasped in amazement. North Sea suppressing waves. Undoubtedly, Xianxia was a seasoned genius who remained unfazed even in this situation. He clasped his hands and then pushed them outward forcefully, causing the magical robes on his body to radiate an endless oceanic illusion, surging powerfully. The golden-threaded jade robe he wore was a high-grade spirit weapon that served both offensive and defensive purposes. All the waves generated by this robe were manifestations of array formations converting true essence energy, possessing immense power. The tidal waves roared loudly, directly rushing towards the countless illusions of Zaire. Meanwhile, Xianxia lifted off the ground, soaring into the air, channeling blood energy into his eyes, which turned bright red, piercing through all false images. This skill, recorded in the inner library of Heavenly Edge Martial Academy, was called the Blood Chi Illusion Breaking Technique, an extremely formidable ability. Once fully cultivated, nothing illusory could withstand these bloodshot eyes. Combined with the golden-threaded jade robe's wave attacks, Xianxia immediately saw Zaire's real form. He immediately waved his hand, and the mystical sword shot out like lightning. A series of sonic booms erupted in the air, sounding like mountains being repeatedly blasted apart with explosives, a terrifying scene to behold. All the residual illusions of the heavenly edge step that came into contact with the attack were instantly vaporized, the hot steam rising rapidly, covering the life and death platform in a layer of mist. Xianxia is using all his strength. Mayhamed and Stephen exchanged glances nearby. Xianxia's ancient sword was not ordinary. It involved a mysterious inheritance and itself was a supreme-level spirit weapon. Among spirit weapons and treasure weapons, enthusiasts categorized their overall power into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. This indicated how rare and valuable Xianxia's ancient sword was. Very well. Since you're using your full strength, let me show you my power too. Suddenly, amidst the sea of waves, a long howl pierced through the clouds. Then, a force different from true essence energy suddenly erupted. Worldly power, emanating from Zaire himself. What? This is the power of a primordial realm. He has broken through to the king realm. Mayhamed and Stephen's pupils contracted sharply. Wow, what happened? Zaire is actually a king realm expert. How did he cultivate so fast? How long has it been? Wow, what exactly does the southern wilderness have? Isn't breaking through to the king realm supposed to be difficult? One needs to gather heavenly materials and refine a realm. Many senior students in the academy are stuck here. How is he without any bottlenecks? The spectators burst into chatter, expressing disbelief. Zaire crushed the true essence waves with one blow, sending the ancient sword flying and towering above the stage, enveloped in overwhelming world power. Behind him, a faint yet imposing primordial realm hovered. After devouring Jeremy and Song Feixia's primordial realms in the secret sky Amiunten, the primordial world entered a state of gestation, its power still awe-inspiring even though it wasn't fully manifested. Now, he looked down at Xianxia below. Xianxia, didn't you say you wanted to enlighten me? Looks like it's more like I'm enlightening you. Zaire smiled ambiguously, his gaze sweeping over Xianxia and the other three. Don't get cocky. Even if you broke through to the king realm, what difference does it make? During my travels through the 9 provinces, no fewer than 7 or 8 king realm experts fell to my hand. Logan couldn't bear the humiliation and immediately shouted, "Let's attack together." Without hesitation, he launched an attack towards Zaire. True essence energy surged, and the mystic sword grew dramatically, splitting the sky like a pillar supporting the heavens. The other two also unleashed torrents of true essence energy, their attacks raining down relentlessly. All 4 were peak true essence realm geniuses with exceptional talent. When they released their full power, even an ordinary king realm expert would be slain. Hence, despite seeing Zaire's higher cultivation, they felt no fear, only more driven by their indomitable fighting spirit as geniuses. The watching disciples widened their eyes when they saw Zaire about to face all 4 opponents. Until now, Zaire hadn't even used his spirit weapons, or that powerful Black Abyss ghost sword. I told you to attack together earlier. Would that not have been better? Seeing the combined attacks heading his way, Zaire chuckled indifferently. With a palm flip, 5 fingers spread wide, a perfectly round, translucent pigeon egg-sized bead appeared in his palm. Stop! With a light command, 4 beams of light shot out at blinding speed, far faster than the infinite sword Xianxia used earlier. In a blink, the light reached the targets. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 sounds in rapid succession. Xianxia, Logan, and the other 2. All their attacks were frozen midair, as were they themselves. Bang! 4 sounds merged into one. With 4 consecutive palm strikes, Zaire sent all 4 crashing onto the life and death platform, his true essence palm power trapping them entirely. How do you feel now? Unexpectedly, after defeating all 4 at once, Zaire did not pursue further. His main goal was to establish authority, not kill anyone. Although on the life and death platform, it wasn't necessary to fight to the death, especially since these 4 were key disciples of Heavenly Edge Martial Academy. Killing them would certainly invite blame from the elders, even if they wouldn't openly say anything. Zaire knew well about Breakthrough Cliff's prestige in the academy. Creating animosity among the elders could jeopardize his future plans. Outrageous! Just then, a Mayhamed suddenly shouted from below the platform. He raised his hand, sending powerful force through to Xianxia and the others. Boom! Like thunder, the true essence energy dispersed, and Xianxia and the others regained their mobility. Senior Cody, interfering with a life and death platform duel, violates the academy rules. Zaire's eyes narrowed, glaring at the approaching Mayhamed. He naturally remembered this man who had supported Callahan in the last Dragon potential ranking contest, even lending the Pagoda of Buddha to suppress him. Appearing again to interrupt this battle confirmed that Mayhamed harbored ill intentions. Haha, do you think you're worthy to speak about the rules with me? Mayhamed laughed mockingly. Xianxia and the others are your seniors and predecessors. Not only did you not appreciate their good-hearted guidance, but you also tried to kill them. If I hadn't intervened, the 4 brothers might already be dead at your hands. His words caused a stir among the watching disciples. Zaire caught the sideways glances starting to appear among them. Guidance? Perhaps Senior Cody should check his eyesight if he's having trouble. He sneered, my cultivation has long surpassed the king realm. In terms of guidance, your brother you might fall short. Besides, who has ever seen guidance arranged on the life and death platform? This is clearly aimed at suppressing me. Senior Cody, why are you so eager to jump in? Knowing well that your brother you and the others were using guidance as a guise. Could you be the mastermind behind this plan? Was everything arranged by you? As he spoke, Zaire's voice suddenly magnified, ensuring that every disciple present could hear him clearly. Bastard! Mayhamed seemed to have been prepared for this. With a shout, an overwhelming aura erupted instantly, and a colossal blade energy slashed directly towards Zaire's head. The intense pressure rolled in, but Zaire stood his ground. From within his body, a black light surged forth, and a massive black shadow burst out. Bang! The Black Abyss Sword Spirit appeared, layers of power condensing in its palm. A large hand grabbed the blade energy, capturing it completely. The immense blade energy flickered and struggled, trying to break free, but the black light from the sword spirit flared up like raging black flames, actually crushing the blade energy in its grip. Blade energy spread chaotically, cutting through the life and death platform with continuous sparks. Black Abyss Sword Spirit, truly formidable. The black shadow resembled another Zaire, indifferent to everything. Mayhamed watched this Black Abyss Sword Spirit with a heavy expression on his face. After being refined by the elders, the ghost sword Black Abyss had become even more powerful. In terms of sheer strength, it was already on par with Mayhamed, or even slightly superior. 6 Desire's Divine Fist. Mayhamed shouted again, clenching his right fist and unleashing a true essence punch through the air. This punch was as large as 6 zhong, emitting glowing patterns. Faintly visible were 6 characters forming from the patterns. Birth, death, ear, eye, youth, nose. Each represented a different kind of desire. Instantly, everyone felt their senses being stripped away, their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth losing function, while an endless sense of panic overwhelmed them. Their lives no longer felt within their control. Zaire, being the first to experience it, naturally felt the most profound impact. Under the onslaught of the 6 Desire's Divine Fist, he almost experienced a mental collapse, finding it hard to mobilize his true essence. What is this technique? Zaire was inwardly alarmed, never expecting Mayhamed to possess such a strange martial art, or a perception technique. Despite the oddity of the 6 Desire's Divine Fist, it couldn't stop Zaire. His eyes blazed like lightning, pinpointing the weak spot in the massive fist. Break! The black light abruptly condensed, and the Black Abyss Sword Spirit moved like a black thread, piercing into the gap between the middle and ring fingers of the giant fist. The gap instantly widened. Zaire's figure flashed, following the movement of the sword. Using the sharpness of the Black Abyss Sword Spirit, he slipped through the expanding gap. Though the 6 Desire's Divine Fist was incredibly powerful, it still had exploitable weaknesses. Zaire utilized this flaw, causing Mayhamed's attack to miss. Whoosh! A tearing sound like a sharp whistle echoed as Zaire appeared above Mayhamed. Mayhamed hadn't expected Zaire to escape the influence of the 6 Desires so quickly. He immediately threw out a small tower. The Pagoda of Buddha. Zaire naturally recognized this tower, knowing its defensive capabilities were extremely strong. Immortal Stabilizing Pearl. Bind. A pearl ascended into the sky, its glow instantly enveloping the floating Pagoda of Buddha. Then, Zaire pointed his sword finger, and the Black Abyss Sword Spirit emitted a sinister laugh. Intense black light burst from its body, forming countless black light sword energies that rotated like a vortex. If this sword energy vortex struck anything solid, even a mountain would be shredded into pieces. Zaire clearly harbored murderous intent towards Mayhamed. The Immortal Stabilizing Pearl held the Pagoda of Buddha in place, while the Black Abyss Sword Spirit launched a deadly strike. Although the Pagoda of Buddha was a treasure weapon with incredible defensive capabilities, it couldn't withstand the combined force of 2 such treasures. With this confrontation, even if Mayhamed had other means, it would all be too late. The surrounding disciples watching the battle began to feel a sense of fear towards Zaire. They had initially thought that after Mayhamed unleashed his 6 Desire's Divine Fist, Zaire would be scrambling to defend himself. But they never imagined how rapidly the situation would change, with Mayhamed about to fall within moments. All these reversals came too swiftly, leaving no time to react. I didn't expect that after such a short period, this boy's strength has increased so rapidly that even Mayhamed fell prey to his power. I must be more cautious from now on, Stephen muttered to himself, feeling a chill down his spine. During the Hidden Dragon ranking contest, he had witnessed Zaire win first place. At that time, compared to himself, Zaire was still extremely weak, akin to an ant. But now, even Mayhamed wasn't a match for him. Everyone watched as Mayhamed was about to fall to Zaire's hands without any discomfort. After all, this was on the life and death platform. On the life and death platform, one fought life or death battles. This was the rule set by the Renee. On the life and death platform, whether to kill or let go depended entirely on the victor's will. Hold it! Suddenly, a harsh cry echoed from the void. Then, an invisible force struck Zaire, forcing him to retreat. When everyone regained their senses, they saw a figure appearing before a mayhemed on the life and death platform. This man looked middle-aged, leaning on a cane, dressed in a purple golden jade robe, a Calamity Realm powerhouse. Zaire, having been attacked, spat out a trickle of blood, staring in horror at the middle-aged man before him. It's actually Elder Su. How could Elder Su, who was Kimball Disciples' master back then, come here? Greetings, Elder Su. Disciples recognizing the middle-aged man cried out in shock. He was Alastariace's master, and his sudden appearance was undoubtedly aimed at Zaire. Some perceptive disciples quickly grasped the situation. Chapter 247. Once again shocking the Skyedge Martial Academy. Zaire, you are engaging in a life-or-death combat with your fellow disciple. I, Nicholas, should not interfere. However, this is the beginning of great chaos. Wan Dao is the Academy's genius, the backbone, and it would be truly regrettable if he were to be killed by you. To everyone's surprise, when Elder Su appeared, he did not press aggressively but spoke in a gentle manner. This greatly astonished the watching disciples. However, only Zaire knew that this Elder Su was an old fox hiding a knife behind his smile. The force from just now was not aimed at separating him and a mayhemed. Clearly, it intended to seriously injure him. If not for his powerful physique and abundant true essence, the outcome would not have been as simple as bleeding from the corner of his mouth. At the very least, he would need several years to recuperate on Litafeng. For someone like Zaire at this time, being set back by several years' cultivation showed how malicious Elder Su's intentions were. Zaire, why don't we call it quits? Let's erase the grudges between you and Wan Dao, said Nicholas with a full face of smiles. Behind these smiles, however, lay an icy coldness piercing towards Zaire. The aura was extremely hidden and bizarre, almost freezing one's mental consciousness. Nicholas, didn't you reach too far into my business? Your hand is really long. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Then on the life and death platform, a fiery red figure stood in front of Nicholas. Simultaneously, Zaire felt warm all over, the eerie chill melting away instantly. Deathmatch Elder. A chorus of exclamation rose among the disciples again. Unexpectedly, they witnessed two great elders appearing in one day. That would not dare happen. Seeing Deathmatch Elder appear, Nicholas smiled even more broadly, creases forming at the corners of his eyes. Afterwards, he seemed unwilling to face Deathmatch Elder directly, so he grabbed a mayhemed and flew away. Humph! Chana Changjin and three others, feeling embarrassed, followed suit with a series of cold snorts. Turning briefly to glance at Zaire, Deathmatch Elder's fiery red figure gradually disappeared. By this time, the blood at the corner of Zaire's mouth had vanished, all returning into his body. Injured by Nicholas's strike, although it wasn't serious, he still needed a few days to rest. Despite defeating Chana Changjin and four others along with a mayhemed, thus establishing his fame in the academy, the appearance of Nicholas somewhat dampened the effect. Disciples below the platform, including those of Innergate and True Transmission ranks, all marveled at his strength but dared not congratulate him aloud. Anyone who had come this far was astute enough to notice Elder Su's dissatisfaction with Zaire, naturally avoiding getting too close. As Zaire left, the remaining disciples began whispering. I never thought a mayhemed wouldn't be his match. It seems apart from the chief disciple, only Guido could suppress him. It's rumored that Guido has grown much stronger using the Nine body. Given time, he might claim the position of chief disciple. Sure, be careful what you say. Hey, by the way, because the Great Tribulation is coming, the Hidden Dragon list will change, shortening the update cycle from 10 years to 1. The first competition under this new system starts soon. We're already True Transmission disciples. The Hidden Dragon list no longer concerns us. Why bother paying attention? You're too narrow-minded. Do you know the ranking rewards on the Hidden Dragon list include many treasures beyond what True Transmission disciples can obtain? If we cultivate an Innergate junior brother. Wow, you're quite sharp. Whoosh. Zaire appeared in the Kaiyang Hall of Litafeng Peak as a flying rainbow. Inside the Grand Hall, several figures were cultivating beside the primordial alchemy furnace. They were Innergate disciples who specialized in managing the earth fire. The flame burned fiercely, continuously refining half of an imperial demon's severed hand within the furnace. After the life and death battle, Nicholas's appearance instilled a renewed sense of urgency in Zaire. He rushed to Kaiyang Hall to accelerate the refinement process. Is there something wrong with the earth fire? Zaire suddenly asked. Compared to a few days ago, the earth fire under the furnace had shrunk considerably. The Innergate disciples immediately bowed upon seeing Zaire. Reporting to senior brother, we do not know what cultivation method Kadian uses, but 9 out of 10 caves earth fires in the True Transmission courtyard have been affected, their energies mostly siphoned away. Hearing this, Zaire frowned. No wonder the spirit energy here has significantly diminished. I thought it was due to issues with the spirit gathering array. Guido is completely selfish in his cultivation without considering others. I must use some means to isolate this siphoning effect. Otherwise, how can we cultivate? Considering this, he took out a vermilion painting of the Four Seasons from Jingzhou tripod. Then he launched 365 wooden formation markers. With true essence infused, the markers merged into the Four Seasons painting. Instantly, time flowed, showcasing spring, summer, autumn, and winter around Litafeng Peak in a cyclical fashion. This was the Four Seasons array from the Southern Barbarians' Grand Shaman Alana. The Four Seasons painting was a supreme spiritual artifact, and the 365 markers were all high-grade spiritual artifacts. Their integration formed an excellent treasure for cave arrangement, the Four Seasons formation. Puff. Watching the evolving Four Seasons formation, Zaire spat out another mouthful of blood. Buzz. The formation received significant reinforcement, emitting powerful energy that made the space tremble. Elsewhere, True Transmission disciples returning from the life and death platform discovered their own caves behaving abnormally. Realizing the situation, they erupted into arguments. This Guido is way too bullying. Amazed of my cave's spirit energy has flowed to him. He cultivates well, but what about us? This spirit energy is even worse than that in the inner gate dormitories. After Guido returned, whatever he cultivated caused huge disturbances. Previously it was manageable, but now, we can barely cultivate. What can we do? Who has such talent in cultivation? If you can defeat him, you can find trouble with him. If not, you'll just have to bear it. Can you go and complain to the great elders? How embarrassing to be unable to secure your own cave. In another mountain peak cave, several true transmission disciples at the spirit or profound realms gathered. Even a couple wearing elder tokens were present. Among them was Donghua, at the true realm, rotund and the owner of this cave. Known for both his formidable power and sociability, he held considerable influence in the Skyedge Martial Academy. Brother Pong, you see, being a true transmission disciple isn't that great. Wouldn't it be better like us, being idle elders? You can even cultivate in the Skyedge Hall. An elder teased. They originally entered the academy in the same batch, but later diverged into different paths. You're right. Look at all the outstanding true transmission disciples now. Jonathan needs no mention, personally acknowledged by the dean. Now, look at Guido and Zaire who defeated a Mayhamed on the life and death platform. None of these are minor figures. What can you gain competing against them? From what I see, Peng's ambition matches the vastness of the sea. We became idle elders, losing the chance to vie for the dean's position. He wants to be the dean. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily. What's so funny? Translation ends. Donghua immediately replied with a sour expression. The situation is still uncertain. We are all dark horses. Amiri while the clam and the sandpiper fight, the fisherman benefits. If it were just one genius, then fine, but so many appearing at once gives us an opportunity. Also, I heard that when Guido returned from his cultivation, he secretly spread the word that he would teach Zaire a lesson. Once he emerges from seclusion, the two of them will surely have a major showdown. These words, listened to carefully, indeed seemed true. Immediately, a disciple retracted his smile and asked, Hey, do you think between Guido and Zaire, who is stronger? Everyone fell silent for a moment, pondering inwardly before responding hesitantly, It should be Guido. Just then, a huge tremor came, interrupting their conversation. What's that? Everyone hastily flew out of their cave heavens, gazing at the location of Jarvisfong Peak where Zaire's cave was in the true transmission courtyard. In the sky, the seasons kept evolving and alternating. Rain, thunder, wind, and snow cycled through in succession. This is a great array. How powerful. What did Zaire set up? Donghua thought of something, revealing an incredulous expression. Could this be Rhoda's Four Seasons array? Rhoda's reputation is formidable. This array was looted from an ancient legacy sect by her. It's rumored that this array can summon the power of the Four Seasons, possessing boundless might that destroys everything. That's right. Now that you mention it, I remember it's the array she looted. An elder said gravely, but how could this item be in Zaire's hands? Did he kill Rhoda? Impossible. She has been famous for years, able to contend with emperors even at the sovereign realm. I finally know where he got the refining method for his divine blood pills. After Rhoda betrayed the human race, didn't she join the southern barbarians and become a grand shaman? Apart from them, many other disciples of the true transmission courtyard were also shaken. Even some elders within the Skyedge Hall cast their gazes over. 365 formation markers, paired with the Four Seasons map, continuously evolved. Zaire added various heavenly materials and treasures to enhance the array's power as it developed. Seeing the increasing might, numerous true transmitters and elders widened their eyes. They sensed the immense strength contained within this array. At this time, Jarvisfong Peak was filled with energy rivaling the stars. Its brilliance overshadowed Guido's cave heaven and approached the peak of Skyedge Amiyuntan. People estimated, once this great array was fully laid out, even sovereign or emperor realm experts would find it difficult to break through, let alone invade Jarvisfong Peak. This is Rhoda's Four Seasons array. When she single-handedly exterminated an ancient legacy sect, she obtained the array's creation method. How did Rhoda's thing end up in Zaire's hands? Did he kill her? That's absolutely impossible. Indeed, most emperor realm experts can't handle her. Even Kimball Disciple wouldn't necessarily defeat her. How could Zaire kill her? What a joke. How do you explain him having the Four Seasons array? You can't say that the old witch Rhoda fell in love with him and gave this as a token of affection, can you? The commotion caused by the Four Seasons array was significant. Even Guido, who was in seclusion, sensed it and stopped cultivating to look towards Jarvisfong Peak to see what had happened. Many others who were in seclusion were also stirred up. So strong. Could it be he hadn't exerted his full strength on the life and death platform? Is this his true power? Back in his cave heaven, a Mayhamed saw this and shouted in shock and fear. However, more astonishing things appeared. Suddenly, a severed white-furred hand rose above Li Deifoing Peak. It was the Empyrean demon's severed hand. Zaire floated in the air, his true essence surging and breaking through the clouds. Shatter. Instantly, a virtual world appeared behind him, with the sun and Xiao hanging together, countless stars competing in brilliance. Boom. Cave heaven power landed on the Empyrean demon's severed hand, causing it to explode into countless tiny blood and flesh fragments, falling into the Shannon primordial alchemy furnace. Chester and moon shining together, thousands of stars decorating. The phenomenon in his origin cave heaven is astounding. In the Watertown courtyard cave heaven, Iona exclaimed in astonishment. How could there be such a powerful cave heaven? What did he use as its foundation? Chauncey watched until he felt like spitting blood. Compared to this, he couldn't even form a cave heaven yet. If my cave heaven were to confront his, it would shatter instantly. A Mayhamed had regained his composure, but his face looked extremely dejected and uncomfortable. The sun and moon shining together, adorned by 10,000 stars, this signifies the potential to enter the immortal gate. How long has it been since Skyedge Martial Academy had such a supremely talented disciple? On the life and death platform, a virtual door opened, and Deathmatch Elder, wearing fiery red robes, stared at Jarvis Feng Peak, astonished. To refine the Empyrean demon's severed hand, Zaire revealed the full power of his origin cave heaven to everyone. This scene left everyone's minds shaking, unable to settle. Fellow apprentices, Zaire, gained some rewards from the southern barbarians and acquired the refining method for divine blood pills. If any of you need them, come to Jarvis Feng Peak for tea and discussion. Zaire, seeing the entire Skyedge Martial Academy being stirred by his actions, satisfied and quickly shouted to everyone. Chapter 248. Expelling Zaire from the Martial Academy. Who would have thought Zaire actually possesses such means? Judging by this 4 seasons grand formation, it must have been obtained by slaying Kingston. I initially believed that Dean Becker's position would be unchallenged, but now it seems there are many uncertainties. Inside the Tungyun Hall, several Grand Elders deliberated. I never expected him to have grown to such a formidable level. Carlton, drenched in cold sweat, muttered among the crowd. Back then, he was the one who introduced Zaire to the Heavenly Edge Martial Academy, and also the first Elder to give Zaire a harsh warning. Now, though just at the Spirit Realm stage, his status as the chief disciple granted him some influence within the academy. But if there were true trouble, Zaire could crush him with 2 fingers. What a formidable individual. Fortunately, Kimball Disciple Becker is currently in deep seclusion, aiming to consecutively break through 2 realms and reach the Myriadian's Tribulation Realm. Otherwise, they would certainly engage in fierce combat. Faced with Zaire's invitation, everyone remained in shock, unable to recover. Meanwhile, on Litafeng Peak, Zaire originally didn't need to make such a significant move to expand his influence. However, after his duel on the life and death platform was disrupted by Nicholas, he felt compelled to do so. Now, he had fortified the 4 seasons grand formation on Litafeng Peak and used the power of the primordial world to refine the Demon Emperor's severed hand. After these preparations, he planned to focus on refining the divine blood pill. But he still felt something was missing. Wu Xingdao evolves all things. With a wave of his hand, 5-color divine light erupted from his internal organs, enveloping the entire Litafeng Peak. A torrential downpour began even without clouds in the sky. The newly planted herbs and trees on Litafeng Peak surged with vitality. Countless medicinal plants on the spiritual soil accelerated their evolution. Ginseng, licorice, astragalus, thousand gold vine, and crimson red celestial heart all swayed and grew rapidly under the pentagonal rain. Stunned gazes watched as the herbal fields emitted an intense medicinal aroma, condensing into a dense white mist. These herbs are all recently planted seeds or saplings, yet in the blink of an eye, they've grown hundreds of years worth of potency. A genuine disciple knowledgeable in pharmacology exclaimed. What cultivation technique is Zaire practicing to have such effects? Even medicinal herbs can be quickly matured. This is simply astonishing. Wow, terrifying. If Master Brother Wu comes to my cave heaven and brings rain, wouldn't I become rich? Disciples were mesmerized, shouting in excitement. Boom, boom, boom. Litafeng Peak underwent incredible changes with a series of muted explosions as countless spiritual materials and trees began transforming. Observers noticed that the spirit energy on Litafeng Peak had become hundreds of times more concentrated. Entering it for cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate progress rapidly. Instantly, the initially plain cave heavens became a paradise for cultivation. Such dramatic changes left both disciples and elders marveling at Zaire's godlike abilities. Naturally, the wonders of the innate Wu Xing body didn't stop here. Through these actions, Zaire had established his renown within the Heavenly Edge Martial Academy. He turned his gaze toward Dennis's true transmission cave heaven. Is he planning to challenge Dennis? Yes. Since Dennis returned, he has acted arrogantly, relying on the elder's favor without any restraint. It's good if Zaire can step up. Many disciples cheered at the prospect. Zaire, don't gloat too soon. In 2 months, once I break through to the Imperial Realm, I'll challenge you with your Chester, Amion Radiance, myriad stars adorned, origin cave heaven. Dennis's cold voice echoed from his cave heaven, instantly spreading a chilling sword aura. What? He can break through to the Imperial Realm in 2 months? From the Sovereign Realm to the Imperial Realm is a huge leap, qualifying one for Great Elder status. Does Dennis have a 100% chance of breaking through to the Tribulation Realm? It's said that once reaching the Imperial Realm, it's nearly impossible to revert. Failure means forever being unable to transform one's cultivation method. Indeed, did you notice how the True Transmission Academy reacted when Dennis cultivated? The heavenly phenomena suggest his cultivation technique is incredibly powerful. Perhaps Senior Cody already rivals Bradley. Breaking through to the Imperial Realm, he might surpass even Kimball. After traveling the 9 realms for years, gaining countless opportunities and insights, daring to issue a challenge after seeing Zaire's prowess, he must have hidden skills. Wait and see, Zaire and Dennis will surely battle in 2 months. But no matter who wins, both will probably face Kimball Becker afterward. Everyone debated, even elders discussing among themselves. Zaire smiled, watching Dennis's cave heaven. I'll wait 2 months and see just how formidable this contemporary sword god truly is. Empty words won't decide the outcome. 2 months later, we shall settle this in battle. Dennis retracted all sword intent, disappearing into the True Transmission Academy, clearly focusing entirely on breaking through to the Imperial Realm. Humph. Zaire laughed dismissively, dispelling the anomalies on Litafeng Peak, then returned to Kaiyang Hall. Despite the setbacks, the plan was successful. Having established his reputation, defeating Dennis would secure his position alongside Becker in the academy, protecting him from suppression. However, he knew Dennis wasn't ordinary. His talent far surpassed common men. He needed to enhance his strength over the next 2 months. Days passed. Zaire first refined the broken flesh of the Demon Emperor's hand into pure primordial energy, integrating it into his body to boost his power. Simultaneously, he reviewed all he learned, daily consuming enlightenment pills to innovate martial arts, striving to surpass founders like those in the profound Thunder Secret Codex. Meanwhile, peace returned to the Heavenly Edge Martial Academy. Everything seemed normal, but everyone's faces bore tension, signaling impending storms. Aware of his upcoming battles, few visited him despite witnessing his abilities. They waited, hoping to see who would ultimately prevail. Only Iona and Penelope visited occasionally, exchanging brief pleasantries before hastily leaving with part of the divine blood pills. His relatives, Jonathan, Bernice, Ines, etc., stayed secluded, using the pills to practice intensively. Above the True Transmission Academy, Dennis's cave heaven emitted formidable suction forces, absorbing all spirit energy. Many true transmissions dared not protest. As for Kimball Becker, everything remained eerily calm, as if he wasn't even present. Yet many knew he was deeply secluding, aiming to consecutively break through 2 realms, targeting the terrifying Myriad Eon's Tribulation Realm. 1 month flew by. Unexpectedly, Songyang Martial Academy sent no representatives despite losing 2 prodigies, which, given their style, should warrant questioning. Note: this translation aims to maintain tone and structure while ensuring clarity and fluency. However, the tranquility was unsettling, making him wonder if he had really slain Allison and Jeremy. But this calm was advantageous. Without representatives from Songyang Martial Academy coming to challenge him, it saved him considerable trouble. The spare time allowed him to devote himself entirely to refining his martial arts and diligently practicing, day and night without rest. What Zaire didn't know was that during this month, the Senior Council of Tianyang Martial Academy had convened countless meetings over the matter. At this moment, inside the Grand Hall of Tianyang, the Academy's head Declan held a meeting with several Grand Elders once again. Apart from Declan, figures like the Gianna, Divine Skill Elder, and other Grand Elders at least at the Sovereign Realm level were present. Among them were 2 beings who exuded power even at the Tribulation Realm. Though only at the single Eon Tribulation level, just like the Gianna, they were still incredibly formidable. One was male, the other female. The man was none other than Nicholas, who previously attacked Zaire on the Life and Death platform. This time, Zaire trespassed into the southern barbarian sky, Amiyuntan secret realm, and obtained the divine mountain spirit talisman inside. I believe everyone is aware of this. Declan addressed the assembly. Yes, the 3 great academies of Fenglong, Lorioyuan, and Inding have already informed us of the incident within the sky Amiyuntan secret realm, remarked the female Tribulation Elder. This woman had a resolute demeanor, radiating an aura of iron-bloodedness. Dressed in armor, she resembled a general. Venerable Rinbug, how do you view Zaire's killing of 2 Songyang Martial Academy prodigies? Although Songyang broke the agreement first, they will not easily swallow this bitterness. If we were in their position, with 2 top prodigies killed, we would never let the murderer off, no matter where they fled, the Gianna asked. Rinbug, named after her general-like appearance, was originally a true military general from Great Chu before choosing to pursue immortality at Tianyang Martial Academy, eventually achieving Myriad Eon's Tribulation Realm. All Tribulation Realm experts were called Venerable. Songyang's Finley has already made a move, attempting to eliminate Zaire and the 3 Academy members, but was intercepted by another expert, Declan stated calmly. What? Finley acted? How could that be? Just for 2 deaths, he used his powers across space-time. That's not venerable behavior. All elders stiffened, their faces showing shock. Who was Finley? He was the headmaster of Songyang Martial Academy 10,000 years ago, a peer of Emperor Chana, and even a major figure in the Human-Demon War. Such individuals had long secluded themselves in unknown dimensions far beyond the 9 provinces, likely surpassing the average Tribulation Realm and nearing the legendary Immortals. Such an existence actually acted against a junior? Who stopped him? Rinbug asked sharply, turning her gaze toward Declan. It should be the Amber from the Sky Amiyuntan secret realm. Legend has it, this being was sealed away when Buddhism and Taoism coexisted, even before the 9 academies were formed. He supposedly controls 108 million celestial ghost kings, with countless ghost servants beneath him, Declan explained. Even if Zaire provoked something, it wouldn't have elicited Finley's involvement. However, the Sky Amiyuntan secret realm is critical to Songyang's plans, and the Amber used Zaire to disrupt it. If not for the Amber's presence causing hesitation, Songyang might already be here demanding answers. I see. No wonder Finley was restrained. But this sudden appearance could be a blessing or a curse. Clearly, there's some layout concerning Zaire. Major events might unfold in the future, the Gianna commented. Zaire truly attracts trouble. How many complications has he caused? Now, with the Amber involved, I think we should expel him outright. Otherwise, greater chaos might endanger Tianyang Martial Academy. Nicholas suddenly spoke up. Zaire is exceptionally talented. His origin cave heaven shines with sun and moon, dotted by myriad stars, a sign of immortality unseen even by Becker. Nicholas, have you lost your mind while meditating? The Gianna coldly rebuked him. Do I lack sense, or do you? Remember, Becker is cultivating within the ancestral martial deity's small world. Once he emerges, he'll undoubtedly add another venerable to our academy. If Songyang disturbs Becker because of Zaire, what then? Nicholas's face darkened. Is a venerable more important than a Tribulation Realm elder? Do I need to remind you which weighs more? Moreover, Becker possesses the legacy of Martial Immortal, a direct disciple of the Martial Ancestor. With this connection, he might gain the Martial Ancestor's favor and eventually receive his inheritance, surpassing both of us. Zaire, although resourceful, may falter along the way. What guarantees can you offer that he will become an immortal? If we don't expel him now, it might affect Becker's breakthrough. You're giving up a sure win for an uncertain one. This is folly. I disagree. Divine Skill Elder sided with the Gianna. He argues, even without Zaire killing Allison and Jeremy, Songyang might still seek retribution. Expelling a promising talent would leave us defenseless. Can we say we abandoned our own disciple out of fear? Word would spread that Tianyang Martial Academy cannot protect its disciples. Divine Skill Elder makes a valid point. Zaire did kill 2 Songyang prodigies, and retaliation is imminent. We must decide how to respond, Construction Elder voiced his concerns. I also oppose expelling Zaire. Nidhogg added, there are 2 reasons. First, Allison and Jeremy's deaths were self-inflicted, as the 3 academies can testify. They violated the agreement and targeted Zaire. He retaliated in self-defense. Had he been weaker, he would have died. Second, expelling such a talent would deter future enrollments. If other forces, like demons, barbarians, etc., recruit him, it adds to our troubles. He possesses numerous treasures, primordial alchemy furnace, black abyss ghost sword, and 3 pure one spirit talisman. Add the divine blood pill formula. Any force would want to recruit him for these. Then let him leave all his treasures behind, the alchemy furnace, talisman, and reveal the divine blood pill formula. These were obtained under Tianya's protection. Returning them is fair. Why should he reap benefits while we bear consequences? And the Amber's layout might harm us. The debate continued, highlighting the complex situation Zaire had created and the difficult decisions facing the leadership of Tianya Martial Academy. Chapter 249. The Might of the True Dragon's Essence. I disagree. Everyone saw what happened a month ago. In an instant, Jarvis Peak was completely transformed. Riggs said firmly, it's my job to handle this, and I observed it more carefully than any of you. That 5-colored light represents the 5 elements path, and that rain, imbued with the 5 elements, greatly accelerates the growth of all things without causing any loss in medicinal potency. Furthermore, he can mass-produce divine blood pills, which for our martial academy is no less significant than possessing a divine artifact. With him here, within 10 years, the overall strength of Tianya Martial Academy will definitely double, and surpassing Songyang Martial Academy within 100 years isn't impossible either. This revised version ensures that the term Xianxia is correctly translated to divine artifact, maintaining consistency and ensuring the sentence reads naturally in English. As he spoke, Riggs stood up, pounding the table loudly. He was in charge of all the spirit plants and herb fields of the Martial Academy. Naturally, he understood better than anyone present how crucial Zaire's 5 elements reign was. Let's not forget that he also possesses something related to the fortune of the 9 provinces, Nidhogg reminded again. Why don't we just take the Jingzhou tripod from him and then expel him from the academy? No matter what, I don't want us to antagonize Songyang Martial Academy over one person like Zaire. Besides, Becker is the chief disciple of Tianya Martial Academy. There's no need to dwell on Zaire, Nicholas said, turning to Declan. Headmaster, what do you think? Everyone turned their gaze toward him. As the headmaster of Tianya Martial Academy, many decisions still required Declan's final approval. After a long silence, Declan spoke. I, Declan, can still protect Zaire. This time, he didn't do anything wrong. Instead, he significantly bolstered our Tianya Martial Academy's prestige. We've already obtained the talisman from the Amayant Tianshan secret realm, which will be managed by us from now on. You might not know that Zaire spent 1.5 million divine blood pills to align the 3 major academies with us. The heads of all 3 academies have sent confidential messages stating that the 4 academies are of one spirit. Moreover, Hongdao Martial Academy has expressed interest in having their next chief disciple, Jedediah, befriend Zaire. Declan handed out several confidential letters for the elders to review. Nicholas took them first, glancing briefly before his face showed a hint of surprise. Zaire is arrogant and defiant. He surely won't fully commit to our Tianya Martial Academy. Now he's entangled with Hongdao Martial Academy as well. Don't forget, Hongdao and Songyang have unresolved issues, and they've always been unhappy about being ranked behind us in the last gathering. Upon hearing this, the Renee coldly remarked, Zaire's actions were brilliant. After slaying 2 Songyang prodigies, he united the 3 major academies, isolating Songyang Martial Academy. He had already befriended Pingchuan Martial Academy, and now with Hongdao Martial Academy, all 5 major academies stand with us. This is a great opportunity for Tianya Martial Academy. Do you all plan to oppose Songyang Martial Academy for Zaire? Nicholas scanned everyone. If we really do this, have you thought about what it means for Becker? He advocates improving relations with Songyang Martial Academy. If we push him away, what consequences will that bring? Pausing, he continued, however, I do have a solution, but I'm not sure if you're willing to hear it. Go ahead, Declan nodded. Why don't we take this opportunity to demand benefits from Songyang Martial Academy? With compensation, expelling Zaire would be acceptable. It would also show Becker that we won't favor anyone at Tianya Martial Academy. But this task should be left to Becker since he has nurtured this relationship. Nicholas smiled coldly. Nicholas, your plan is to betray our disciples? The Renee frowned even deeper. This is absolutely the best plan. Do you really want Becker to leave the academy? Don't forget, he could break through to the Tribulation Realm at any moment. Once he does, with the Immortal Warrior's legacy and support from Songyang Martial Academy, he could create a power rivaling the 9 major academies. Nicholas argued persuasively. Little brother Sue, if we expel Zaire, Jonathan will likely leave too, Declan pointed out. Jonathan is the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, tied to a great secret from the demon world. Our Grand Elder's ability to transcend the boundless thunder cataclysm and reach the Immortal Gate depends on him. His departure would be far worse than both Zaire and Becker leaving together. Nicholas paused, realizing he had forgotten about Jonathan. That settled, Declan concluded. If Songyang Martial Academy tries to exploit the situation or interfere with Becker, I'll consult the Grand Elders to offer some concessions to Becker. However, regardless of everything, Zaire must not be abandoned. We must do our utmost to protect him. Unbeknownst to Zaire, he almost got expelled from Tianya Martial Academy due to Nicholas's insistence. Now, his mind was solely focused on cultivation and enlightenment. With the help of the sudden enlightenment pill gained from the Demon Emperor's severed hand, he consumed a staggering number daily. All his martial arts skills had reached a state of harmony and perfection, with strengths complementing weaknesses until each skill achieved the level of law and intention. When Bernice returned from her seclusion, she immediately sought him out. Seeing Zaire deeply immersed in his studies, she reluctantly returned to her own cultivation. One day, while Zaire was meditating on how to innovate the dragon form fist, unusual sounds suddenly came from outside the Four Seasons formation. He quickly released the formation, revealing Jonathan standing inside the Kaisheng Hall. Uncle Wu, what brings you here unexpectedly? Zaire stood up hurriedly. Sensing the profound changes in his uncle, he noticed a formidable presence akin to a celestial dragon towering in midair, radiating boundless authority. Even with his increased power, Zaire couldn't guarantee a sure victory over this elder relative. This revelation shocked him, especially when he realized that Becker's power far exceeded his uncle's. Unable to defeat even his uncle, how could he? Realizing this uncomfortable truth, Zaire clenched his fists tightly. He needed more power. I've come to ask for some divine blood pills, Jonathan said bluntly. Since the supply of divine blood pills reached the Eastern Sea, everyone's strength has grown rapidly, but the consumption is immense. The batch of pills is nearly depleted. How many do you have now? With a wave of his hand, a pile of heavenly treasures appeared in the hall. Black jade vases, sea cucumbers, century-old seahorses, black water cuttlefish bones, and even a dozen soul crystals. These treasures were exclusive to the Eastern Sea, hard to find in ordinary realms. These are gifts from everyone thanking you, Jonathan explained. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Please convey my gratitude to my juniors in the Eastern Sea, Zaire replied, handing over 10 crates of divine blood pills. Seeing the abundance, Jonathan's expression brightened. These pills will sustain them for quite some time. After storing the pills, he turned serious. In less than a month, you'll face Nathan. He's not an ordinary opponent, with countless hidden trump cards. Even if I were to fight, I can't guarantee a win. Defeating him will be challenging. He then presented an object, a burning crimson flame emitting a vast and ancient aura, its force ancient and profound. Jonathan carefully observed the flame, noticing countless dragon-shaped lightning bolts swirling inside. Every tremor caused the flame to surge intensely. This is a drop of true dragon essence blood. Consuming it will not only strengthen your physical body and enhance potential, but also imbue your body with the power of the true dragon, enabling you to unleash capabilities beyond human limits. As Jonathan spoke, he handed over the flame-like true dragon essence blood to Zaire. Upon contact, Zaire felt that this flame did no harm. Not only did it not hurt, but being burned by this flame revitalized his entire body as if rejuvenated, ridding him of all illnesses and granting immense strength. True dragon essence blood. What a treasure. Even the Ghost Lord would covet this. Zaire, eat it quickly. The value of this thing is no less than a 9 treasures 9-story pagoda. If you had a few more drops, it could definitely condense into an ancient true dragon body, rivaling the 5-element sacred body. The appearance of the true dragon essence blood even startled the normally silent spirit of Black Abyss Sword, roaring madly in Zaire's mind. Zaire listened calmly and stored the true dragon essence blood away. Since that's the case, I thank Uncle for your cultivation guidance. By the way, there's one more thing, Jonathan suddenly remembered. The Hidden Dragon Board has been reformed to promote everyone's strength, changing from once every 3 years to once a year. The inaugural reform is about to begin, and the Grand Elders have offered many good things. Besides Soldan, the top-ranking individual will receive a high-grade spirit weapon. If you wish to develop your own influence within the martial academy, you should have someone compete. Zaire was tempted. Indeed, as his uncle said, some rewards from the Hidden Dragon Board were coveted even by disciples of the true transmission rank. Moreover, making it onto the Hidden Dragon Board would provide enormous publicity. He pondered for a moment and then asked, Uncle, do you have more true dragon essence blood? I can trade divine blood pills for it. While reputation in the martial academy was important, intrinsic strength was fundamental. Without strength, even a king might face the fate of a fallen kingdom. True dragon essence blood is hard to come by, and I don't have much left. It's of great importance to me. If not for your duel with Nathan, I wouldn't have parted with this, Jonathan replied. All right. Zaire deeply regretted this, but did not push further. Getting the blood was best. Not getting it didn't mean he'd resort to drastic measures against family. I still need to return to the Eastern Sea, so I'll be off, Jonathan said, absorbing all the crates into his pocket dimension before flying off toward the Eastern Sea in a streak of light. After bidding farewell to his uncle, Zaire took out the red flame again. I'll try this true dragon essence blood. With my current body strengthened by the 5 elements, it already surpasses most cultivators. I wonder to what extent this will elevate my physique. He examined it, and then channeled his true essence to envelop the whole flame. Instantly, the true dragon essence blood transformed into pure energy, merging into his body. Boom. In an instant, Zaire's entire body ignited with raging chi blood flames. The true dragon essence blood acted like a fire starter, igniting all his chi blood. This exceeded even the earth fire tempering. The air currents above Jarvis Peak distorted under the intense heat. It looked as if a vast, twisted space hung above his cave, with light, air currents, and clouds rippling like waves on water. The disturbance caused by the true dragon essence blood was unexpectedly massive. If not for the Four Seasons formation, Tianya Martial Academy would have been shaken once again. What incredible power! Zaire gritted his teeth, enduring the blazing chi blood flames throughout his body. Fortunately, his body was robust. If anyone else attempted this, they might have succumbed to exhaustion and perished. What was the most fundamental aspect of a cultivator? According to the scripture of formless heaven and earth, it was one's body. Decaying chi blood and destroyed flesh rendered everything else, true essence, divine essence, spirit, or soul, non-existent. Even Raiden realm titans continuously honed their bodies. With a strong foundation, true essence, spiritual power, divine consciousness, and soul would have a solid base to progress. Zaire's body had already reached an inconceivable level of strength. Methods such as lightning tempering from Mystic Lightning Cannon, unconventional paths from Primal Shannon Swallow Treasure, and ferocious beast sacrifices with the Jingzhou tripod had forged an invincible body. But after absorbing the true dragon essence blood, he found many unrefined areas in his body. These tiny details usually went unnoticed. However, as his cultivation grew, these minuscule weak points would become vulnerabilities to enemies. Billions of pores spewed flames that were harmless because they stemmed from his chi blood power but deadly to evil entities, surpassing even spirit weapons and treasures. The immense true dragon force surged through every inch of Zaire's skin, muscle, and fine detail. Gradually, the roaring chi blood flames produced resounding dragon roars. Then, all bones were tightened by tremendous force, crackling like fireworks. Snap, snap, snap. His body grew 5 inches taller, fingers elongated, and posture became perfectly balanced. Standing up and stretching, he exuded a terrifying aura like a world-class fierce beast. For 20 days, the flames burned. Finally, the flames slowly receded. The true dragon essence blood was completely absorbed. Walking a few steps, he felt as if reborn, each inch of skin resonating with spatial vibrations, every move accompanied by deep dragon roars. His eyes glinted with a golden hue, flickering flames under sunlight. At this moment, Zaire sensed that if he practiced the lightning tempering from Mystic Lightning Cannon again, thunderclouds would not need to strike him. He could directly swallow and refine them. His body had reached a state impervious to heavenly thunder. Incredible power, rich vitality. Although his cultivation hadn't increased, he knew how formidable he now was. Unhesitatingly, he could defeat his previous self within 100 moves. Wonder if Nathan has broken through in these 2 months. But even if he has, I'm confident I can defeat him. Thinking this, Zaire turned his gaze towards Nathan's cave. As if sensing his attention, rumble. A powerful explosion shook the true transmission garden, causing earthquakes within several disciples' caves. However, Jarvis Peak remained unaffected under the protection of the Four Seasons formation. Powerful true essence. Feeling this force, Zaire enhanced his vision, piercing through protective formations, and saw a colossal sword standing in the center of Nathan's cave, poised to rend the earth. Chapter 250, Battle of the Prodigious. Lien Shanren is already breaking through. This path of Sword God is indeed formidable. Zaire felt a chill in his heart, yet despite this, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. With his current strength, he was confident he could defeat even a breakthrough version of Guido. The surging sword intent kept growing, dispersing the thunderclouds that blocked its way. Such a massive display of power naturally shook the entire true transmission courtyard, and even the many elders in the clifftop hall took to the sky to observe the event. Heaven and earth, only my sword remains. With a loud roar, all manifestations of sword intent suddenly collapsed into a single figure clad in green robes mid-air. It was none other than Guido. He now stood upon Voidborn sword shadows, with 9 phantom divine swords on his back, each one formed from true essence energy, exuding intense sword intent, with ancient runes covering their blades. Light flickered as boundless sword intent radiated out, forming a hurricane of sword intent that sliced through everything around. The disciples and elders of Clifftop Martial Academy all felt their own law swords lose their vitality. It was as if Guido had become the emperor of swords, commanding myriad blades. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they discovered their law swords had lost most of their power. Some previously refined law swords were losing their spiritual connections, as if someone had erased their personal marks. At this moment, Guido merely needed to beckon for countless law swords to obey him. Is this the path of the sword god, commanding myriad swords? Zaire saw Guido, with 9 divine swords on his back, knowing this wasn't his true form but rather a sword body condensed from sword intent, extremely powerful, like an imperial ruler among swords. Sensing Zaire's scrutiny, Guido's sword body pointed at him. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword intent shook the void, and 9 divine swords turned, releasing endless sword chi towards Zaire on Jarvis Peak. These sword chis were nearly invincible, destroying everything they passed, including the air currents. It seemed Guido intended to flatten the entire peak. Huh. Zaire smirked coldly, a slight move underfoot channeling a surge of true essence. Instantly, array lights surged across the whole peak, the 4 seasons blooming in the air. Boom. Like a typhoon, the sword chi surged and struck against the illusory scenes of the 4 seasons. In an instant, the Grand Thuji array absorbed all the sword chi, nullifying it into nothingness through its cyclic changes. Note, Thuji means 4 seasons, but to make the translation fluent and natural in English, it's better to use Grand 4 Seasons array, or simply clarify it as the seasonal array earlier in the text. For this edit, I've kept it as Thuji to maintain consistency if it has been previously defined in the story. If not, consider replacing Thuji with 4 seasons for clarity. Guido, long time no see. Since you've reached the Imperial Realm, let's settle this today. Let's have a life or death battle on the life-death stage. What do you say? Zaire leaped into the sky. Come. Guido's voice boomed like rolling thunder, reverberating everywhere. Zaire, since you seek death, come then. He flew directly towards the life-death stage atop Clifftop Amiyuntan. Zaire wasted no words, following closely with true essence. Thus, the duel was set. Both were prodigies of unparalleled talent. Being in Clifftop Martial Academy, they were bound to face each other. However, one could challenge Kimblebecker for the position of dean. Each dean of the 9 martial academies wielded immense authority over countless laws, their influence so vast that even celestial bodies obeyed. After witnessing both fighters' prowess, everyone in the academy understood that both Zaire and Guido were now qualified to compete for the position of dean against Becker. One was an Imperial Realm strongman with the legacy of the Sword God, practicing the extreme path of swords. The other, though only in the Sovereign Realm, had the signs of immortality with sun and moon shining together, stars embellishing, in his origin cave heaven. Moreover, he mastered the 5 elements Dao and wielded various treasures like Black Abyss Ghost Sword and Immortal Settling Pearl, having defeated 2 top prodigies from Songyang Martial Academy. 2 tigers contesting. It was sure to be an unprecedented great battle, even more spectacular than Zaire facing Chauncey and a Mayhamed. Now, Elderbrook appeared, overseeing the life-death stage personally. The other two great elders in the Tribulation Realm, Nicholas and Nidhogg, also materialized in the void, watching the two men on stage. Since the last encounter, they had formed a trilateral standoff, isolating the exterior or preventing any intervention. Guido has indeed broken through to the Imperial Realm, even condensing an ultimate sword body, becoming the Emperor of Swords, Iona said with some shock. On the platform, Zaire sensed something and glanced at the void where Nicholas and Nidhogg were. His strong mental perception allowed him to notice the details others might miss. Nidhogg, the female general, nodded slightly, while Nicholas's expression remained cold without any reaction. Who is this elder like a battlefield general I've never seen before in the academy? Zaire wondered, simultaneously feeling wary of Nicholas. If Nicholas interfered again during his duel with Guido, probably not. Both the female elders and Elderbrook are here precisely to prevent interference. Zaire understood the purpose of the two female elders' appearance. Zaire, are you still distracted by other matters at such a critical moment? Came the chilling voice of Guido in his green robe. Now he held a black-sheathed, golden-patterned sword adorned with a luminous jade. The sun should be warm, but now it dyed the sky red like blood. A deadly aura rose abruptly on the life-death stage. The path of the sword god, leading to immortality, is indeed extraordinary. The overseeing elder marveled at the dense sword intent. How will Zaire respond to such a formidable Guido? She wondered, turning her gaze to Zaire. Zaire blocked out everything, focusing solely on Guido. I was inferior to you in our last fight, he admitted, flipping his wrist to reveal a dark, ancient longsword, the Black Abyss Ghost Sword. Good that you know, Guido sneered. Last time, I was merely testing. This sword of yours is quite impressive. Zaire shifted tone and laughed. Guido emanated confidence. Jade sword. In anyone else's hands, it's just an ordinary spiritual weapon. But in mine, it's a divine sword to seize souls. Pausing, he continued. I didn't use it last time. So, it seems I'm destined to lose this time, Zaire sighed. But I've always had a question. Why must we have a decisive victory between us? Guido chuckled. You don't need to buy time to accumulate strength. The life-death stage is entirely enveloped by my sword intent, your every move within my grasp. However, answering you is no harm. His eyes swept over the arriving disciples. Do you think they are worthy opponents for me? Since Clifftop Martial Academy produced geniuses like us, a grand battle is inevitable. I merely brought it forward. That much was true. When a place produces two true dragons, a fierce battle is inevitable. Zaire couldn't help but admit Guido's insight far exceeded ordinary people. Now, draw your sword. I want to see how formidable you've become as a sword god. Why don't you make the first move? I also want to see your real strength since returning from Nanua. Guido sneered. Silence. Zaire sighed again. Looks like neither of us wants to make the first move. Of course. Guido responded. You're waiting for my opening. Why can't I wait? If we just keep waiting like this, we don't know when this will end, Zaire suggested. We have to make a move eventually. How about we do it together? Swish. Almost as soon as the word together left his mouth, both of them moved. Like two awe-inspiring dragons in the midst of an epic battle, they intertwined on the life-death stage. The morning sun rose, enveloping the world in warm sunlight. Yet on the stage, the bone-chilling cold could not be dispersed, as if it were another world entirely. Astonishingly, it began to snow heavily on the life-death stage. These snowflakes were all manifestations of their sword intent, each capable of severely injuring a true realm expert. Amazed of the true transmission disciples watching the battle could barely see how they drew their swords or engaged in combat. In an instant, the two figures on the platform seemed to vanish, transforming into light, swords, breezes, and air currents, intersecting with each other. From the start of the duel, both had entered a realm of pureness. Swords like rainbows, intense like gods. Their bodies twisted, endless snowflakes dancing with the wind. In their eyes, there was only each other. Nothing else. Clang. Their swords clashed again, sending waves of energy that scattered all the wind and snow. The light dissipated, and the sword techniques halted. Guido stared at his long sword, his eyes burning like blazing fire and yet filled with boundless coldness ready to erupt. Die! With a loud roar, 9 divine sword shadows suddenly appeared behind Guido. At this moment, he and the sword body had merged into one. With a mere thought, he could command all the swords. In an instant, a divine sword shadow materialized behind Zaire, stabbing toward him at an unimaginable speed. Puncture. The divine sword pierced through Zaire's neck, the tip protruding from his throat. Boom. Under the onslaught of powerful sword chi, Zaire's entire body exploded, turning into a wisp of green smoke. It was merely a phantom. With the attack failing, Guido felt a surge of danger. His true essence instantly surged, and he retreated. Swish. Just as he retreated, a chilling coldness rushed toward his eyebrows. Simultaneously, an infinite amount of star power poured down from the void, turning into stellar sword chi before reaching halfway, surging toward him. Facing the bizarrely sharp Black Abyss Ghost Sword coming straight for him, the initiative was now reversed. Despite this situation, Guido showed no sign of panic, entering a state of absolute calm. His aura abruptly collapsed, then erupted, sword chi like a rainbow that not only extinguished all the stellar sword chi but also sent Zaire flying. Wanna kill me? Dream on. After breaking the technique, Guido stepped forward and disappeared from the platform. Reappearing next to Zaire, he swung the jade sword. A familiar sensation hit Zaire. All matter seemed drained away. Guido's sword movement resembled a vortex, sucking everything in and consuming it whole. However, just as the sword tip was a foot away, 5-colored divine light surged from Zaire's body. The 5-colored light rapidly condensed, forming a picture floating above his head. This was precisely the 5 elements Tao diagram, which instantly repelled all external forces upon appearing. Guido's jade sword seemed to stab into flowing mud, unable to advance even an inch. Indeed, the holy body of the 5 elements. I never thought you would even condense the 5 elements Tao diagram. It appears this boy's holy body has reached its full potential. When they noticed the reign of the 5 elements earlier, the great elders had suspected that Zaire might possess the holy body of the 5 elements. Now, seeing the 5 elements Tao diagram, Brooke, Rinbug, and Nicholas confirmed their suspicions. Guido, once my 5 elements Tao diagram is invoked, unless you self-destruct your origin cave heaven, you cannot possibly break through my defense. Seeing Guido trying to breach the Tao diagram, Zaire spoke. Swish. Upon hearing this, Guido vanished directly. Huge explosions sounded from all directions, air currents shaking explosively. Zaire, even if you hide inside your turtle shell, I can still subdue you. Guido's voice boomed like thunder, followed by countless attacks striking the 5 elements Tao diagram. 9 divine swords behind him continuously glowed, emitting fierce and terrifying sword chi like silver dragons and lightning, all pouring out. Such relentless attacks did not show any sign of fatigue, showcasing his vast true essence far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. One protected by the 5 elements Tao diagram, unbreakable by most techniques. The other hidden in the void, attacking like an uncontrollable flood, incessantly bombarding without stopping. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. It comes down to who can seize the opportunity and break the deadlock, Elder Brooke observed, speaking softly. Zaire probably still has many moves he hasn't used, such as his origin cave heaven with unique phenomena. In my view, the final victor should be him, Rinbug said. Guido's true essence is abundant, and his condensed sword body is marvelously potent. In this kind of situation, it ultimately comes down to who can last longer. Nicholas sneered. Zaire's cultivation is ultimately lower. Guido is 2 realms higher. Both are prodigies, but in my opinion, the final victor must be Guido. On the life-death stage, surrounded by the 5 elements Tao diagram, Zaire quietly waited. He was waiting for an opportunity. Outside, Guido grew impatient as his prolonged assault proved ineffective. Although his true essence was exceptionally thick, it was not inexhaustible. If this continued, his constant attacks would inevitably falter. But now, he could not stop. Guido knew well that stopping would invite a torrential counterattack from Zaire. And just as his mind loosened for a moment, Zaire's gaze turned razor-sharp. Right now, Zaire seized the opportunity. A pearl instantly appeared. Freeze. The immortal settling pearl, moving with lightning speed, struck Guido with its radiance. He immediately countered, dispelling the pearl's power with his sword intent. But that brief pause made his attack stall. Kill. As Zaire's cold, harsh voice rang out, space seemed frozen by a breath. Infinite power surged towards Guido. Heaven and earth, only my sword remains. Feeling this terrifying force, Guido's sword body and origin cave heaven manifested. They merged with his body, transforming him into a celestial cutting sword rushing towards Zaire. Unstoppable, incomparable. In Zaire's perception, all external matters had dissolved. Even his dragon-patterned flying sword, used for killing, was deflected by Guido's overwhelming power. Boom. Transforming into the sword of heaven, Guido unleashed boundless terrifying force, impacting the protective layer of the 5 elements Tao diagram. The 5-colored light violently trembled, nearing disintegration. Hashtag chapter 251. The sword illuminates man, man illuminates heaven, I illuminate all beings. The heavenly sword wielded by Guido exuded a power and aura far more intense than any strike from any master Zaire had ever encountered. Its force could be compared to that of nearly 1,000 ancient savage bulls. The diagram of the 5 elements shook violently. Although it was impenetrable, the expenditure of true essence was extraordinarily high. Zaire had no choice but to use the primordial world's spiritual energy to replenish his supply. Over the past 2 months, he had almost used all the available spiritual energy to refine divine blood pills. Pooh. After replenishing his true essence, he directly spat out a mouthful of refined blood essence infused true essence onto the diagram of the 5 elements. Immediately, the 5-color divine light intensified. The forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth flowed vigorously within a Tinjong radius around him, causing a rain of 5 colors to thunderously pour down. In an instant, this Tinjong area transformed into a realm of light. Each color of the light rain represented one of the 5 elements. Zaire spared no expense in using his blood essence to unleash the full might of the diagram of the 5 elements. His objective was to force Guido's true form out while delaying the attack of this powerful sword strike. In terms of might, the diagram of the 5 elements now rivaled the time-space forbidden zone conjured collectively by the elites of Songyang Martial Academy during the Heavenly Amiyuntan Secret Realm event. From this perspective, it was evident that if Zaire were to fully deploy the diagram of the 5 elements, his strength would rival the combined efforts of Songyang's top elites. This showcased the terrifying nature of both the 5 elements' sacred body and the diagram of the 5 elements. Rush. As the reign of the 5 elements continued to fall, Guido was indeed hindered. The powerful elemental origin forces completely sealed off the surrounding space. The might of the heavenly sword instantly dissipated, revealing Guido's true form. Even if you have advanced to the Emperor realm, you cannot break through the protection of my diagram of the 5 elements. With loud shouts, Zaire continuously channeled true essence. Powerful treasures like the Black Abyss Ghost Sword, Dragon-patterned Flying Sword, and Immortal Stabilizing Pearl all surged forth, attacking Guido fiercely. First, the Immortal Stabilizing Pearl emitted numerous dazzling beams faster than lightning, striking Guido directly and causing him to stiffen immediately. Next came the Dragon-patterned Flying Sword, which, bolstered by Zaire's true essence, let out a piercing sonic boom as it pierced through Guido's true essence defense with unwavering momentum. Finally, it was the Black Abyss Sword. Emitting shadowy black light even before reaching its target, a massive hand emerged from the darkness holding the sword. A figure leaped out of the black light. It was the Black Abyss Sword Spirit. Holding the sword, the sword spirit turned into a dark streak, weaving through the 5 elemental rain. The power of the Black Abyss sword spirit was condensed to its peak. A single strike could slash through the void. The sword illuminates man. Man illuminates heaven. The sword is me, and I am all beings. Zaire, let me show you what it means to be the supreme sword deity. Sword of all beings. Swish. At the moment of life and death, Guido suddenly exerted force. 9 divine swords projections behind him merged into the jade bright sword in his hand. Just one strike. The power released was akin to the surging currents of a great river, tearing through the heavens and the earth. With the boost from the 9 divine swords, millions of long dragon-like sword chi beams erupted from his sword, shaking the universe. Ding ding ding. Dragon-like sword chi slammed into the immortal stabilizing pearl, dragon-patterned flying sword, and black abyss ghost sword. The 3 treasures were immediately repelled. Even the rain of 5 elements was dispersed by the dragon-like sword chi. Then, a pure sword intent charged at Zaire. The formidable sword intent, emanating from Guido's perfected sword body, enveloped Zaire entirely. Your sword intent is incredibly strong, but it cannot harm me. Once I deploy the diagram of the 5 elements, even if you can illuminate all beings, what does it matter? Despite being engulfed by the sword intent, Zaire stood firm. Guido's sword body unleashed a relentless, all-encompassing barrage, making the 5-color divine light tremble intensely. Though these consecutive attacks were fierce, Zaire knew they could not breach the diagram of the 5 elements. With a flash, he braved the sword body assault and threw a punch. Roar. A deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the heavens. Instantly, a blood gold dragon appeared and charged towards Guido. Boom. The might of this punch combined true essence and blood energy, capable of breaking through the sky. Try my dragon punch, Guido. After consuming the true dragon's blood, Zaire's physical body grew even stronger. Even his ordinary movements now carry dragon force, not to mention this full force punch. True essence was consumed at a terrifying speed. If not for the primordial world continuously supplying high-quality spiritual energy, Zaire's true essence would have depleted after just this punch. Guido, despite his immense luck, likely had never heard of anything like the primordial world. Only Zaire possessed such a wondrous treasure. How powerful! His true essence is as profound as mine. After fighting for so long, it shows no signs of depletion. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Facing the blood gold dragon, even the normally calm Guido felt a surge of fear. He stepped back hurriedly, turning into a sword and attempting to retreat. Not so fast. Zaire wouldn't let him escape. Harnessing abundant true essence, he roared loudly, pushing away Guido's sword body and giving chase. With another right-hand punch, a blood gold dragon intercepted him. Excellent. Realizing he couldn't avoid the attack, Guido placed the sword vertically between his brows and opened his eyes, which gleamed with golden light. The sword moved like lightning, carrying an aura of annihilation, cleaving through the blood gold dragon in front of him. Instantly, the jade bright sword collided with a steel fist. Ding ding ding. Sword and fist clashed hundreds of times in an instant. Astonishingly, Zaire fought Guido's magic sword evenly using only his physical body. The 5 elements sacred body is indeed formidable. In terms of physique, no one in our Cliff Edge Martial Academy can compete. The Renee observed intently. It appears Jonathan gave him a drop of true dragon blood. Without the reinforcement from true dragon blood, Zaire probably wouldn't withstand Guido's sword techniques, Nidhogg said. While the true dragon blood is remarkable, Zaire could have still resisted Guido's attack without it. His body seems specially trained, surpassing ordinary flesh and blood and even rivaling spirit tools. The Renee had keen eyes and recognized the peculiarities of Zaire's physical body. This peculiarity made it seem as though the person in front of them wasn't human but a sentient spirit tool. Strange and awe-inspiring. To rival a spirit tool, what training method did he use? Not only Nidhogg but also Nicholas were shocked upon hearing the Renee's words. Let's see. The Renee focused intently on Zaire, seemingly trying to penetrate all his secrets. At that moment, Zaire consecutively unleashed 9 blood gold dragons, freely expending true essence like the overflowing of a celestial river, charging towards Guido. Simultaneously, he retreated slightly, revitalized as an extremely terrifying aura appeared on the life and death platform. This is... The disciples below exclaimed in surprise, their gazes fixed on Zaire's back. Behind him, the projection of a white tiger emerged, emitting an aura akin to the cataclysmic destruction of ancient prehistoric times, signaling the end of the world. The white tiger true cave scripture. After 2 months of continuous cultivation and aided by a large amount of enlightenment pills, Zaire had almost maximized all his knowledge. Especially with the white tiger true cave scripture, coupled with his spirit soul enhanced by radiance, this was his trump card specifically aimed at Guido. Zaire was confident in his mental power. Below the calamity boundary, there was absolutely no one stronger than him. Even if Guido possessed extraordinary talent and endless opportunities, he would still be unable to withstand Zaire's mental attack. The white tiger true cave scripture was undoubtedly a unique and powerful cultivation technique. Zaire had seen many martial arts techniques and even studied techniques from the immortal Tao and divine Tao. Among all these cultivation methods, only the white tiger true cave scripture and the formless heaven-earth scripture were the most distinctive. The latter need not be explained further, as it was the divine technique inscribed on the 9 states tripod, with its greatest feature being formless, boundless, and capable of containing all things. As for the former, its practice required visualizing the image of a white tiger. Amazed cultivation techniques focused on cultivating meridians, absorbing spiritual energy, unblocking acupoints, and accumulating true essence or magic power. But this technique did not involve spiritual energy, nor any meridians or acupoints. Chapter 252. Establishing Supreme Prestige. Go! Zaire pointed a finger, and the white tiger shadow behind him turned into light points rushing into Guido's body. What is this? Guido was visibly alarmed, losing his composed demeanor. Inside his mind's sea, an enormous tiger, resembling continuous mountains, appeared. The intensely ferocious eyes caused one's soul to feel as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, stiffening thoughts and stopping any coherent thought. Heiyuan sword, Dingxian pearl, dragon pattern flying sword. Zaire seized the moment, immediately recalling the three major treasures and charging directly at Guido. He knew that the white tiger illusion wouldn't intimidate Guido for long. If he didn't take advantage of this brief opportunity to deal heavy damage, they would be locked in another deadlock once Guido recovered. Zaire, you think you can subdue me with this strange attack? Among all things, you should not have used the sword. Today, I shall make you lose under my hands, showing you what it means to be a sword god. Sword, come forth. Guido was indeed formidable, quickly shaking off the white tiger true cave scripture attack. Seeing Zaire's assault, he laughed heartily instead of getting angry. The air buzzed as soon as his words fell. A supreme sword intent instantly erupted from him, like an emperor commanding his subjects. An intense pressure enveloped the entire life and death platform. Zaire's side saw the dragon-patterned flying sword violently tremble, while even the Heiyuan sword in his hand began to vibrate uncontrollably. The two swords wailed incessantly, nearly slipping out of control due to Guido's influence. This marked the peak of Guido's secret move against Zaire. By securing the two treasure great swords, Zaire's combat power would certainly diminish significantly. With the enhancement of these treasured swords, Guido could suppress his opponent and secure victory in this duel. Want the swords? Did you ask me? At the crucial moment, Zaire forcibly suppressed the two swords and sent them into the Jingzhou tripod while a faint world emerged behind him. The primordial grotto with the radiance of the sun and moon, embellished by myriad stars. The power of the grotto infused directly into Zaire's right hand. With a punch, he shattered the air. Come. Facing such an attack, Guido remained unfazed, revealing a similar realm behind him. His origin grotto was entirely filled with swords of all kinds, broken, fragmented, long, short, willow leaf, round-stemmed, flat-stemmed, thick-hilted swords, a comprehensive world of swords. Dense as they are, this world is purely of swords. You are two major realms lower than me. Your attacks cannot shake my origin sword world. Once formed, no assault can break through my sword path defense. This was the true reversal of attack and defense. Previously, Zaire endured numerous attacks while supported by the 5 elements Dao map. Now, Guido deployed his origin grotto sword world, transforming into an impregnable fortress. Seeing this, Zaire did not say much but intensified the grotto power, delivering punches continuously, each carrying a golden dragon made of vital energy. For a moment, 10,000 dragons roared. True essence, vital energy, and grotto powers merged into one, shaking the void and darkening the sky. Faced with overwhelming assaults, Guido merely sneered coldly, and the Mingyu sword suddenly shone brightly, seemingly absorbing strength from the grotto sword world, slashing fiercely at the vital energy golden dragons. Hooks, thrusts, strikes, basic sword techniques transformed into marvels under Guido's hand, effortlessly intercepting each golden dragon. Not only that, the power transmitted from the sword world ensnared Zaire remotely, invisible and intangible sword chi attempting to sever the physical vitality. Thousands of punches, thousands of swords. Punches and swords collided endlessly. The two fell back into a deadlock, making it impossible to discern a winner anytime soon. One relied on being two major realms higher and seizing the initiative. The other leveraged an incomparably powerful body and unceasing power from the primordial world. Primordial gravity. Kill. Suddenly, after Zaire unleashed his final punch, his technique changed. True essence covered like a canopy, engulfing Guido before transforming his fists into sword pointers, executing the 7-kill sword path. Guido felt his body sink abruptly, his true essence interrupted, and even his origin grotto sword world emitting heavy rumbles. Sword light vanished, and sword moves halted. All he could see was that single sword pointer. At this moment, Zaire emitted an immense sword momentum, causing bizarre vibrations in the surrounding space. Snowflakes suspended mid-air, everything frozen still, except for the enlarging sword pointer in his pupils. Absolute terror spread across Guido's face. He suddenly realized that though the Mingyu sword was still in his hand, it felt dead, devoid of any aura. It was heavy as a mountain, unusable. Zaire's sword cut off all hope, spreading boundless killing intent. No one could escape this strike. All power and vitality would be drained. Among the 5 great paths, the 7-kill sword path, the gravity path, the aura viewing technique, the spring rain great law, and the fiery rain sky. He had started practicing the 7-kill sword path from the beginning, mastering it deeply. In the heavenly secret realm, witnessing Lenore's technique, combined with his own insights, he refined it within 2 months, surpassing even Lenore. Even without a sword, this technique was inscrutable. Paired with the gravity path's restraint, Guido had no time to react, struck directly on his lower abdomen's sea of chi by Zaire's 2 fingers. This strikes might render Guido's defensive true essence ineffective, piercing through it like tofu. His supreme magical garment shattered into fragments. Finally, the strike landed directly on his skin. Guido flew out, spewing a continuous stream of blood in midair. Yet, upon being hit, his fear vanished. For a moment, a trace of laughter flickered across his bloody mouth. I see through it. I see through it. Guido rose from the ground wildly shouting, Zaire, I've seen through your sword. Who would have thought this world contained such a blade? And who would have believed your sword talent is so strong? Devoted to the sword path, Guido lived and sought its pinnacle. Witnessing such powerful sword techniques, his heart burned fervently. His reaction not only surprised Zaire, but also the audience, knowing that Zaire had won just now. But Guido seemed victorious, which alarmed Zaire. Die. Sure enough, Guido roared, releasing layers of true essence. As an outstanding prodigy with extraordinary talent and destiny, this battle brought unprecedented disgrace. Zaire defeated him, the descendant of a sword god, in the very field he prided most. Recovering, Guido unleashed a fierce attack, intending to suppress and punish the person who disgraced him. Doomed. However, Zaire anticipated the sudden attack, moving swiftly to Guido's side and striking several consecutive punches. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth, fiercely pounding into Guido's body. You took my 7-kill sword path on your chi and still want to use true essence? That's just courting death. Bang bang bang. After succeeding, Zaire didn't stop for a moment. He continuously unleashed his true essence, with golden dragons of vital energy raining down upon Guido's entire body. Guido's body violently trembled, nearly disintegrating under the relentless assault. Had it not been for his strong sword body protecting the vital areas, he wouldn't have survived even the first 2 punches. Even so, Guido spewed out copious amounts of blood from all 7 orifices, and his skin was torn apart. Puff. Finally, he could no longer endure, coughing up a large mouthful of blood again. Clang. He lost his grip on the Mingyu sword, which clattered to the ground. Guido's body went limp, collapsing directly onto the ground. Sword god? Humph. Looking at Guido, who was now powerless to retaliate, Zaire slowly landed on the ground, speaking disdainfully. In front of an enemy, one must strike at both mind and body comprehensively. Defeated. Guido is truly defeated. Zaire is too powerful. An Emperor Realm super expert was actually beaten by him. This? Too amazing. Zaire is 2 major realms lower than Guido, yet he not only fought against him but also defeated him. If Zaire were at the Emperor Realm, would Guido even be able to take one move? Looks like even if Zaire faces off against the chief disciple, he wouldn't fall behind. This battle was spectacular. For our Tianyang Martial Academy to produce a genius like Zaire is truly everyone's blessing. In the future, whose disciples will dare challenge us? Zaire fully deserves his title as a genius. Now in the entire academy, the only one who can compete with the chief disciple for the position of head disciple is him. Guido has already been defeated. Heir apparent disciple. So envious. Throughout the 9 provinces, which genius can openly defeat an Emperor Realm expert at the King Realm like Zaire? Let's go to Dao Peak and wait for senior brother Tiany's triumphant return. Let's go. Zaire's victory over Guido immediately caused a huge uproar. Be it the core disciples or the elders, everyone was passionately discussing the event. This battle cemented his unshakable status in Tianyang Martial Academy. He was now almost on par with Becker. Ah, how can he be so strong? Do I still have a chance for revenge? Mayheim's face contorted in extreme hatred and fear as he looked at the life and death platform. No way. I need to inform Kimball disciple brother right away. We cannot let Zaire grow stronger. We must eliminate him before he breaks through to the sovereign realm. Hashtag chapter 253, a major event in the Hidden Dragon rankings. After the battle on the life and death platform, Mayheim wished he could eliminate Zaire immediately. It was truly terrifying. A mere King Realm cultivator had openly defeated a Dao Emperor Realm practitioner who specialized in refining jade. What would happen if he broke through to the Emperor Realm, or even the Dao Emperor Realm? He might surpass even Kimball Becker. Mayheim knew very well that he was no match for Zaire. His only hope was to ask Becker for help to see if he could deal with him. What exactly did he obtain? To cultivate so rapidly, it hasn't been long since he joined our academy, yet he's already at the King Realm, with countless treasures and a primordial cave, heaven capable of forming a basis for immortality. People around the life and death platform suddenly remembered that Zaire had joined the academy less than 2 years ago. Back then, he was just an ordinary outer sect disciple, but now he was a dominant figure who could rival any within the 9 provinces after defeating a Dao Emperor Realm jade refiner. Such cultivation speed was unheard of. Even with devoted teaching from high-ranking figures in major sects and constant practice, it usually took several decades for a disciple to break through to the King Realm. Suddenly, Zaire appeared on the platform, gripping the Black Abyss sword once again, its chilling aura aimed at the fallen jade refiner. He understood that jade refiners' talent far exceeded ordinary geniuses. Since they were now enemies, not killing him now would leave future trouble. This was the best time to eliminate this young genius to avoid unnecessary complications. But just as he was about to strike, a figure blocked his path. It was none other than Grand Elder Nicholas. Have you not defeated him? Now you want to kill him? Nicholas waved his hand, unleashing a powerful force that pushed Zaire back. This old man. Zaire retreated swiftly, avoiding the force. Remembering the last time Nicholas attacked him, he knew the strength of this Grand Elder at the Tribulation Realm was formidable. He could not match him in a direct confrontation. What do you mean, defeated? Ask Jade Refiner himself if he has conceded defeat. Zaire stared coldly at Nicholas while glancing sideways at the injured Jade Refiner, whose blue robes were torn and his body covered in bloodstains. Zaire, I indeed lost this time. You have won, Jade Refiner admitted, struggling to stand up. He seemed to have come to terms with the defeat, filled with renewed determination. I had just broken through and hadn't fully mastered the power of my sword when you provoked me into this battle. Though I lost in a way, I should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have seen such exquisite swordplay nor become familiar with my sword's power so quickly. Zaire, remember this? When I heal, it will be your time to fall. Hearing these words, Zaire's murderous intent resurfaced. However, Nicholas clearly intended to save Jade Refiner, making it impossible for Zaire to slay him. Jade Refiner has acknowledged defeat. What more do you seek? Nicholas said when Zaire remained silent. With another wave of his hand, Nicholas infused Jade Refiner with a potent life force, restoring his mobility. After absorbing it, Jade Refiner was able to walk again, recovering about 20% of his strength. Thank you, Elder Su. I shall repay you. Jade Refiner bowed to Nicholas before turning to face Zaire. In 3 years, we are destined for another battle. Next time, I will defeat you. He left without looking back. Haha. Nicholas looked at Zaire with a cold smile. The competition is over. Everyone should return to their tasks. We must foster harmony and unity among Tianya Martial Academy's disciples. Do not instigate disputes or go too far on the life and death platform. Zaire sneered in response and returned to his cave heaven in Litafeng Peak. Although I defeated Jade Refiner and gained influence, Nicholas has thwarted me twice. Both he and Becker pose significant threats. Sitting in Kaiji Hall, Zaire pondered how to handle these threats. Both Nicholas and Becker needed to be dealt with carefully. Meanwhile, Jade Refiner posed another risk, having undoubtedly gained insight from this battle, likely preparing for a bitter rematch. However, my immediate concern is the upcoming Hidden Dragon rankings, which offer many precious rewards. He still lacked a bit of accumulation to break through to the Sovereign Realm. Regarding his cultivation, Zaire was not in a hurry. Things should progress naturally. Many of the rewards on the Hidden Dragon list were tempting, prompting him to plan thoroughly. Winter arrived, snow blanketing the world in white, painting magnificent landscapes across the mountains and valleys. Outside Tianya Amiyuntan, the sky was bleak, and strong winds howled incessantly. Disciples with lower cultivation levels dared not venture out until the storm subsided. Inside the true transmission cave heavens, it was desolate, except for Litafeng Peak. Since defeating Jade Refiner, Zaire received daily visits from disciples and elders, seeking elixirs, guidance, or strengthening relationships. Zaire hosted hundreds each day, including grand elders like Birth and Death and Renbug. Various elders such as Medicine Elder, Divine Skill Elder, and others also visited frequently, seeking divine blood pills and building rapport with Zaire. It was clear that within the academy, either Becker or Zaire would be the next chancellor. Following the life and death platform contest, all 13 study societies led by Iona aligned with Zaire. They encompassed almost all female disciples within the academy. With this support, Zaire was elated. Many male disciples joined in hopes of interacting with their loved ones on Litafeng Peak. Zaire welcomed all newcomers, treating friends warmly. Through this period, Zaire realized that although the academy officially had 73 true transmission disciples, it had numerous elders. Amazed were former true transmission disciples, each at the spirit realm or higher, combining to form a massive force. These elders lived secluded in Tianya Hall, serving as the backbone of Tianya Martial Academy. Looking at the snowy landscape outside Tianya Amiyuntan, Zaire bid farewell to 6 intersect elders. He reflected on the lack of cultivation time amidst constant social obligations. This was one reason why Dao cultivation had declined, as officials were deeply entangled in interpersonal relations. How does it look? During this time, you've amassed significant forces and talents within the academy. Now, you're the frontrunner for the next chancellor position. Just defeat Becker, and you can ascend to the highest position. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a rainbow light descended. Jonathan appeared before them. Uncle, your strength seems to have advanced further recently. When do you plan to break through to the Sovereign Realm? Zaire immediately noticed that his uncle's strength had significantly improved. His true essence flowed more effortlessly now. Not yet, Jonathan replied, then suddenly let out a bowl. This is Arvin. Zaire was surprised. Zaire had long known that Arvin, Parker, and others were punished by Dean Declan to work as animals. But today, seeing Jonathan bring Arvin here, he was genuinely surprised. In a few days, he will regain his human form. I came here to try and reconcile the rift between you two. After all, we are family. If we can unite, it would be for the best. Jonathan said with a smile. Zaire smiled along and replied, Uncle doesn't seem interested in the position of Dean? If you wish to compete for the position, this nephew might not be able to withstand you. Hearing his indirect response, Jonathan fell silent for a moment before smiling again. Of course, everyone wants to sit in the Dean's chair. Becoming the leader of an academy means standing at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, becoming a peerless existence. However, without reaching the Tribulation Realm, it's impossible to truly hold this position. Perhaps after I break through the Tribulation Realm, I'll challenge you. Zaire nodded and asked curiously, the great elders of Wu Academy entrusted Uncle to manage the East Sea region, which suggests they see you as a potential ruler of the East Sea. Have you never considered becoming the Lord of the East Sea? The title of East Sea Lord isn't something one can simply aspire to. The development of power is a complex science, and nurturing disciples requires profound understanding. Amiriover, I haven't thought about it much. Jonathan warned. Now, chaos is rampant, and a great calamity approaches. Without the protection of Wu Academy, surviving this calamity would be extremely difficult. Remember this point. True. Zaire agreed. Since Uncle also has aspirations for the Dean's seat, perhaps once you reach the Tribulation Realm, this nephew will seek your guidance. Please go easy on me then. Haha, you little brat. Now you can defeat a Sovereign Realm cultivator at King Realm. By the time you reach the Tribulation Realm, how could I be your match? Jonathan laughed heartily. Alright, if you're unwilling to mediate the relationship with Arvin, I won't force it. This is indeed Arvin's fault. I only hope that when conflicts arise, you can spare his life. After all, he is a hard-won genius of our Wu family, Jonathan added suddenly. At this, Zaire could only nod. As long as he behaves, I can ensure his safety. Good. That's enough from you. Speaking, Jonathan looked outward. The Hidden Dragon rankings are about to begin. Are you prepared? I am fully prepared. For this ranking, I aim to secure at least half of the top 10 positions. As he spoke, a powerful confidence surged within Zaire. Now, many elders depended on him, including King, Emperor, and even Sovereign Realm elders who had established good relationships with him. Arranging things became straightforward. Jonathan was slightly taken aback. Compared to before, Zaire now exuded an air of authority and high position in both tone and demeanor. A sign of power and mindset, an essential step towards supreme greatness. It was astonishing that Zaire had undergone such a transformation while still at the King Realm. They sat together in Kaiji Hall, exchanging martial arts experiences. Both being exceptional geniuses, both benefited greatly from this exchange. Immersed in conversation, time passed quickly. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the bells rang across Tianya Amiyuntan. These are the signals for the hidden dragon rankings to begin. Let's go and see. Jonathan stood up first. I heard there are quite a few outstanding individuals among the inner sects, even some who've reached the spirit realm. Our new family members, Ajay, Braden, and Bayard, have broken through to the transformation realm. Rumor has it they befriended a high-ranking expert from the East Sea, whom I haven't heard of despite spending time there. Ajay, Braden, Bayard are at Wu Academy? They've all reached the transformation realm and are competing in the rankings. Zaire exclaimed in surprise. These three were no ordinary people. They were the same trio he had confronted in Jiugong City years ago. They were initially brought in by Arvin seeking assistance. Their talents weren't remarkable, and it seemed they'd remain outer sect disciples for life. However, they met a Taoist named Pakosi who guided them, leading to their direct promotion to the inner sect and advancement to the transformation realm, Jonathan explained. Pakosi? Zaire frowned. The name was unfamiliar. You're likely going to oversee the inner sect platform. Since you need to arrange people for the rankings, I won't go. I'll watch secretly instead, Jonathan smiled. That's correct, Zaire nodded. I have an agreement with Aliana to secure the spirit elixirs for several students of the 13 study societies. Be cautious. According to the rules, true transmission disciples aren't allowed to interfere with inner sect matters, Jonathan warned. Don't worry, uncle, I have a plan. For some reason, hearing about Ajay and company gave Zaire an ominous feeling. This inaugural hidden dragon rankings might face significant issues. Swish. A 5-colored rainbow landed on the inner sect platform. Zaire appeared, sitting down with several elders. Tens of thousands of disciples gathered on the platform, thousands of inner sect members, and the rest from the outer sect, forming a bustling crowd. Scanning the crowd, Zaire spotted several formidable presences among the waiting contestants. A few emitted deeply hidden auras, making it impossible to gauge their true strength. Zaire confirmed his suspicion that this hidden dragon rankings would witness significant changes. However, he remained seated calmly. Now, Zaire's presence caused a huge stir. It's actually senior brother Zaire. Who would have thought senior brother Zaire would oversee this hidden dragon ranking? He recently defeated the Jade Refiner in a brilliant duel. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the life and death platform due to my low rank. Now, the only one who can compete with Zaire might be Kimblebecker. I wonder who will prevail. Regardless of the winner, they will inherit the position of Dean of Tianya Academy. Such a grand title, I wonder if I'll ever achieve it. How envious I am. Seeing Zaire, the disciples buzzed with excitement, discussing among themselves. However, amidst the excited crowd, 3 figures remained silent. Upon spotting Zaire, they exchanged glances, each wearing a mocking smile. Chapter 254. Enough to tear the Tianya Martial Academy apart. I didn't expect Zaire's reputation in the Tianya Martial Academy to be so high. It seems targeting him will be very difficult, one of them muttered. What's the problem? Our cultivation levels aren't low either. After the ranking battle, advancing to the true transmission disciple status is just around the corner. Zaire is also just a true transmission disciple. Who would have thought that after Master Paco heard we were from the Wu family, he gave each of us a bottle of creation spirit liquid to lay down a solid foundation and accepted us as disciples, even teaching us supreme martial arts. Such a great opportunity falling into our laps, it's truly unpredictable. As the saying goes, 30 years on this side of the river, 30 years on the other. Now our strength far surpasses ordinary experts. Do you think those who looked down on us before will still dare to do so now? On that note, can we still advance to true transmission disciple? When they find out we already have a master, it might not work. Don't worry. Master Paco has smoothed things over with the Bradley. Advancing to true transmission disciple is only a matter of time. Moreover, once we inform Master about the Tianya Martial Academy situation, there will be an inexhaustible supply of divine elixirs and medicines to support us. With this backing, our future achievements are assured. Among the crowd, 3 people stood together, whispering to each other. These 3 were Ajay, Braden, and Bayard. Previously, in Jiugong City, they were merely sycophants of Arvin. But now, they had become inner gate disciples of the Tianya Martial Academy and were even hoping to reach the true transmission disciple status. As they talked, they cast venomous glares at Zaire. These 3 fools, the aura emanating from them likely ties back to the Abyssal Demon Clan. It seems the Demon Clan has already begun laying groundwork within various major forces, Zaire thought. Having dealt with the Abyssal Demon Clan before, he knew that the demons carried a peculiar, crude energy, which was highly nourishing for the primordial world. Thus, he could easily spot the anomalies in Ajay and the others. I need to devise a plan to draw out the demonic expert behind these 3. If I can let the primordial world absorb a few more abyssal demon bodies, significant changes will surely occur. Zaire pondered possible plans. Clang. The Tianya bell rang again. The hidden dragon ranking contest had officially begun. To encourage the disciples to fight hard, the elders had placed all the ranking rewards on a large table in front of everyone. Various kinds of elixirs and magical treasures were laid out for all to see. A rainbow of light rose into the sky, reflecting off the excited faces of the onlookers. It looks like the academy is going all out this time. Just the fine spirit weapons alone number over 100 pieces, and they've brought out 10 soul revitalizing pills, one disciple exclaimed. Though there weren't any artifacts like the Chester Amion 10,000 star robe from the previous session, the breadth of rewards was vast, covering almost every ranked participant. Even Zaire couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The observing disciples gasped in amazement. In addition to spirit weapons, there were numerous magical tools, top tier, upper class, and at the lowest, mid-tier quality. Moreover, many powerful talismans were available for travel, pursuit, stealth, and more, leaving nothing wanting. Seeing this mountain of rewards, many disciples' eyes lit up with greed. And the reward for the top-ranked disciple on the hidden dragon list was a set of supreme spirit weapons, comprising 18 weapons of various styles, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, war scythes, hooks, tridents, whips, maces, hammers, pikes, halberds, sticks, lances, staves, spears, and rakes. The set included every type of weapon imaginable. This set of 18 weapons soul extermination formation, composed of 18 upper-class spirit weapons, along with a formation diagram of equal caliber, possesses boundless power. This treasure was obtained by elder life and death from an ancient battlefield. He has contributed it as the top prize to inspire everyone's fighting spirit. Seize this opportunity well. An elder beside Zaire announced loudly. This 18-weapon soul extermination formation is indeed an invaluable treasure. A set like this is worth no less than a mid-tier artifact, a few true transmission disciples remarked, visibly envious. If they could participate, they would certainly vie for this treasure enthusiastically. The first Xianxia Hidden Dragon List ranking contest officially begins. Rumbling sounds echoed through the air. Numerous arenas appeared, and the elders overseeing the contest began flying towards the platforms. Meanwhile, while the inner gate disciples competed for the Hidden Dragon rankings, outside the Xianxia Mountains, in a forest hidden deep within, several figures dressed in white cloaks were concealed. They masked their faces and excelled at hiding their auras, making them almost undetectable amidst the icy wilderness. Zhang Luorio, did all the effort to boost the strength of those 3 fools from the Wu family really pay off? A person in pure white robes asked a Taoist-dressed figure. Beryl, this time, our superiors have gathered billions of warriors, preparing to launch a full-scale attack on the central world of 9 continents to obliterate both the immortal and martial paths. The 9 continents are the center of the universe and the heart of myriad realms. By occupying the 9 continents, we establish an unrivaled foundation, radiating influence across all worlds. Zhang Luorio, dressed in a white Taoist robe, continued. According to calculations by several leaders, the Xianxia Martial Academy will become the greatest enemy of the Abyssal Clan and the biggest obstacle preventing us from entering the 9 continents. That's why I invested heavily and made great efforts to cultivate these 3 fools. Once they penetrate the higher ranks of the Xianxia Martial Academy, it will provide us with significant advantages in future battles, greatly reducing unnecessary casualties. If that's the case, perhaps we should divide the Xianxia Martial Academy so it crumbles without a fight, another white-cloaked person suggested. I've already started arranging this. Currently, the most influential true transmission disciples within the Xianxia Martial Academy are embroiled in intense conflict. As long as they keep fighting, it creates opportunities for us. But relying on those 3 fools, isn't that a bit unreliable? No worries. These 3 are not our main pawns. The most critical piece is already in place. When the time comes, its activation will surely cause the Xianxia Martial Academy to fall apart. Really? Who is this key player? The strength of the Xianxia Martial Academy cannot be underestimated, especially with those hidden old monsters, whose powers are unpredictable. They are now preparing to transcend the boundless lightning tribulation and step into the immortal realm. To be honest, I don't know exactly who it is. This is a secret scheme planned by our superiors, kept strictly confidential. Remember this. When the time comes, this presence will definitely assist us in secret. So it's orchestrated by our superiors. If they're involved, there must be our people and other major forces too, right? Of course. Except for the Pingchuan Martial Academy, among the 9 major kingdoms, the southern savages, northern barbarians, 10,000 demon Amiuntans, and the 4 seas in the east, west, south, and north, we have planted seeds everywhere. The Hidden Dragon List ranking contest has started. I wonder if those 3 fools can make it into the top 10? Hashtag chapter 255, Pawns of the Abyssal Demon Race. Hiss. This person is already a transformation realm expert. Is he from the Wu family? These 3 are all from the Wu family. The Wu family has produced 3 more geniuses. They're too strong, too strong. Not only that, there are so many powerful participants in this ranking battle. It seems we have no hope. How could those 3 new geniuses from the Wu family be so ruthless? Every move targets vital points. As soon as the Hidden Dragon ranking battle began, it unleashed a torrent of brutal competition. Ajay, Braden, and Bayard stepped onto the platform and immediately struck lethal blows, each move extremely vicious, as if they were venting long-suppressed grudges. Bang! On the platform, a young man was struck by Ajay's palm, sending him flying through the air. Before he landed, the force exploded his arm, showering blood and flesh while exposing white bone. Ha ha ha! Ajay laughed cruelly after defeating his opponent. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen my strength. If you wish to challenge me for the top spot on the Hidden Dragon List, don't blame me for being too gentle. Ajay, aren't you being overly arrogant? Though these people are insignificant, one shouldn't humiliate their opponents unnecessarily, Braden replied with a laugh from the adjacent platform. Threaten? If outside, these people would have been killed long ago by me. Now I'm just letting them experience the peril of martial arts, its guidance, not a threat. Bayard moved swiftly behind his opponent and delivered a devastating punch. With a series of cracks, the opponent's bones shattered entirely. Their ruthless methods immediately left many disciples in shock. Some immediately started planning to concede once they faced the Wu trio. Xiao, this is bad. You're up against Ajay next, and I'll face Bayard. What should we do? Should we just give up? At this moment, several female disciples from the 13 Learning Society expressed their concerns. These included Kirsten, Amy, Helen, Autumn, and Sarah, who had been rescued by Zaire during the ancestor trial in the Sky Ghost Delaneyed. Thanks to the divine blood pills, they made rapid progress in cultivation, though they were still some distance from the transformation realm. They were preparing for the Hidden Dragon List, aiming to secure rankings and rewards, but now they've encountered such formidable opponents. This is the first ranking battle since the Hidden Dragon List reform. The Martial Academy places great importance on it, offering 10 soul spirit elixirs as rewards to the top 10. If we can't secure a place, our cultivation might fall far behind others. Don't worry, senior brother Zaire is here. With him overseeing us, our safety is assured. I hope so. Amy, Ajay, Kirsten, Bayard. With the shouts of 2 elders, Amy and Kirsten had to step onto the platform. Well, didn't expect to see a junior sister from the 13 Learning Society. Ajay leered at Amy. This junior sister looks fierce and cold, but you're no match for me. Why don't you surrender now, or else, brother will teach you a lesson. Pervert. Amy felt intense disgust as she looked at Ajay. Ha 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 ha. Ajay laughed maniacally. I've heard your group is close to Zaire. Playing with you would certainly embarrass him. Sweetheart, prepare for my affection. Swish. Realizing her verbal skills couldn't match Ajay's, Amy immediately drew her sword and attacked. You bitch. Since you dare to make a move, I'll show you the difference in strength. As Ajay spoke, he inhaled deeply, absorbing all the air around him. He then exhaled forcefully, creating gale force winds that nearly knocked Amy off balance. But, suddenly, Ajay appeared before her, grabbing her with a massive hand, causing her clothes to flutter violently, threatening to tear apart. Such shameless attacks startled Amy. How could his strength be so overwhelming? Normal transformation realm practitioners aren't even half as strong. Bitch, your curvaceous figure drives me wild. Boom. Just as Amy panicked, she heard a dull thud and felt the pressure ease. Looking up, she saw Zaire had appeared, blocking Ajay's attack and sending him flying back. Ajay landed, spitting blood and kneeling. Zaire, as an inner disciple, you dared interfere in inner sect matters. You've violated academy rules in public. Ajay hadn't expected Zaire to act. According to academy rules, all inner disciples mustn't interfere in inner and outer sect affairs. Yet, Zaire had broken the rules to protect Amy. Foolish creature, do you have the right to cite the academy rules to me? With that, Zaire launched a powerful kick, which sent Ajay crashing into the ground. Zaire, you violated the rules of the Hidden Dragon List tournament. Braden and Bayard, noticing the situation, immediately shouted and rushed over, ignoring their own opponents. They fired several spirit-level silver needles at Zaire. How dare you attack me? Truly ignorant of your limits. Zaire raised his hand, releasing true essence, deflecting all the needles. Braden and Bayard spat blood, unable to sustain their power, and fell to the platform. Elders, Zaire, an inner disciple, interfered in the inner sect Hidden Dragon List contest. Will you allow this? The three stood together, shouting at the elders. To accuse someone unjustly, Zaire raised his hand, forming a massive hand of true essence, reaching toward the trio. Hold it. The elders, no longer able to sit idly by, rose to encircle Zaire. Despite his power, violating academy rules was intolerable, even for someone like Zaire. Do you truly think I violated the rules? Zaire roared. These three are spies of the abyssal demon race, infiltrating the academy with nefarious intent. I simply uncovered their true identity. After finishing, he deflected all the elders' attacks. Among the elders, despite having a true realm expert, none could withstand Zaire's prowess. Zaire, release them. You're only an inner disciple. Do you really believe you're the academy head? A thunderous voice boomed, revealing Cameron Clydephone, who had introduced Zaire to the academy. But Clydephone continued, Headmaster Alisterii will soon transcend the 10,000 ancient tribulations and become the supreme power of the 9 continents. We'll invite the world's strongest to witness the announcement of the next headmaster. The Kimball Elder is coming. Do you really think you can do as you please? Cameron, you want to protect these spies of the abyssal race? Have you been bought by the abyssal demons? I'll apprehend you first. Zaire sneered, unleashing the 5-colored divine light, engulfing Buck Clydephone. Everyone present was taken aback. Zaire's domineering actions left everyone astonished. Without a word of agreement, he suppressed the elder who had come to persuade him. Zaire, impudence. Buck Clydephone was terrified. Seeing himself about to be imprisoned by the 5-colored divine light, he immediately unleashed several beams of golden light that shot out in all directions. A mere great Chester divine light. You think it can stop me? Since you, Buck Clydephone, insist on protecting these 3 spies of the abyssal race, you will pay the price. As he spoke, Zaire channeled his true essence, absorbing all the golden light into himself. He was invincible unless confronted by a tribulation realm powerhouse. Although Buck Clydephone was a true realm expert, he was no match for Zaire. From the moment he started acting until now, Zaire maintained a fine line. The fact that Ajay, Braden, and Bayard were spies of the abyssal demon race was undeniable. Whatever actions he took around this fact would be justified. Moreover, the rewards from the hidden dragon ranking battle were indeed substantial, especially the soul spirit elixirs, rare treasures for refining the soul. Zaire was naturally eager to obtain them, wanting to control these rewards for himself. If he could achieve this, his prestige within the martial academy would rise even higher. Boom. Buck Clydefang's methods to break free were all absorbed by Zaire. He flicked the golden beams towards Ajay, Braden, and Bayard on the platform. Bang, bang, bang. The trio howled in pain as large amounts of true essence energy drained from their dantians. Zaire, you actually ruined our dantians. Ajay, Braden, and Bayard lay paralyzed on the ground, filled with hatred. Their cultivation rapidly declined to the immortal body realm. How ruthless. 3 transformation realm experts, directly disabled. This shows complete disregard for academy rules. Even Becker wouldn't dare do this. Note, Tanya is corrected to Tianya to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure the name reads naturally in English. Too ruthless. Zaire is even more merciless than Becker, but it seems he's extremely protective of those close to him. Amy is an old acquaintance of his, so when she faced danger, he acted immediately. Note, Tanya is correctly translated as Tianya, which is a name and should be kept consistent. If we side with him, we might receive similar treatment. Seeing his methods, I don't want to be his opponent. Let's wait and see. His open intervention in inner sect battles will surely result in punishment. Witnessing Zaire disable Ajay's trio's dantians, the disciples were all shocked. You 3, why did you choose to be spies for the abyssal demon race? Did you really think no one could punish you? Seeing the hatred in their eyes, Zaire turned his true essence into a palm and slapped each of them fiercely. Zaire. Trapped in the five-colored divine light, Buck Clydefong roared, launching a huge array from his body. The array, strangely potent, forced the five-colored divine light apart just enough for him to escape. Wanna run? Protecting these three has earned you a death sentence. Without turning his head, Zaire flicked his finger, forcing the escaping Buck Clydefong back into the five-colored divine light. Zaire, stop this at once. At that moment, a massive surge of true essence erupted from the void, pulling Buck Clydefong out. Zaire, having anticipated this, retracted the five-colored divine light to avoid colliding with the force. Suddenly, a fiery figure appeared on the platform, a Life Nicolette, a Tribulation Realm powerhouse. With Zaire disrupting the rules and even trying to suppress elders, the Life Nicolette had to intervene. Zaire, your audacity and disregard for the Academy's rules cannot go unpunished, even for a prodigy like you. How do you explain yourself? Upon appearing, the Life Nicolette questioned Zaire's intentions. Elder, this matter is serious. I have reason to act. Zaire transmitted his message. Ajay, Braden, and Bayard are spies of the Abyssal Demon race, infiltrating the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy with ulterior motives. Their master is a Taoist named Dan Yitzi, likely an alias. There may be other spies. A thorough investigation is needed. Is this true? The Life Nicolette's face darkened, knowing this couldn't be taken lightly. Zaire wouldn't make such a claim frivolously. It couldn't be a fabricated lie. With a wave of her hand, she declared, continue the Hidden Dragon List competition. Ajay, Braden, Bayard, and Zaire, follow me to the Heavenly Cliff Hall. Zaire felt the world spin before finding himself standing in the Heavenly Cliff Hall. Before he could speak further, Ajay, Braden, and Bayard knelt before the Life Nicolette, sobbing accusations of Zaire violating rules and ruining their dantions. Enough. The truth will be revealed. The Life Nicolette extended her hand, enveloping the trio in true essence. Soul search. Memory replay. Boom. Images emerged from behind Ajay, Braden, and Bayard, showing a Taoist, Dan Yitzi. At that moment, Dan Yitzi was grinning evilly, his distinct aura causing the image to nearly collapse. They are indeed from the Abyssal Demon race and are still nearby. Zaire, let's go. Bang. With a squeeze of her true essence, the Life Nicolette reduced Ajay, Braden, and Bayard to dust. Come. We must capture Dan Yitzi and inform the Academy leader. Hashtag Chapter 256, Slaying the Elite of the Abyssal Demons. Amidst the endless sea of white forest, several figures, dressed in spotless white, were gathered around a thin block of ice. Suddenly, the ice shattered into countless fragments, with all broken pieces stopping on Zaire's face. The restrictions they had planted on Ajay and his companions were dispelled as their chi seas collapsed and dissipated. Damn it! It's this Zaire again who has foiled our clan's plans. Last time at the Eastern Sea, and now he directly interfered with the internal ranking battle in disregard of the Academy rules. Too outrageous, too outrageous. Faxon raged incessantly, clearly furious. Faxon, all that wasted treasure and effort for nothing. What should we do now? How do we report this? Although this loss isn't huge, we can't afford to shoulder the responsibility ourselves. Beryl frowned deeply. Upon hearing this, Faxon sighed, we can only reply truthfully. Zaire is definitely going to be one of our greatest future adversaries. We need to closely monitor him. Once back, I'll request our superior to elevate his threat level to S-class. As he spoke, his whole body suddenly trembled, and then he turned pale. Let's go. Quickly. They've discovered us. Upon hearing this, every white-robed person's expression changed drastically. Just as they prepared to flee, snowflakes in the sky abruptly froze, and invisible barriers entrapped everyone inside. Fellow elites of the Abyssal Demons, you have finally come to our Heavenly Cliff Academy. Why are you already thinking of leaving without enjoying our hospitality? The world would mock Heavenly Cliff for not being a proper host. A faint, cold voice echoed in every white-robed person's mind. It's a cataclysm-level powerhouse. We can't escape. Faxon cried out in terror. When the Elder of Life and Death acts, it's like the horns of the mountain goats, impossible to trace. Clearly, the gap between me and the Cataclysm realm is still significant. Zaire kept his eyes on the Elder of Life and Death. Even without visible movement from the Elder, several top Abyssal Demon experts were instantly imprisoned. Zaire, you must kill them and sever their lifelines to prevent any stronger forces from coming to their rescue. The Abyssal race is formidable and reportedly possesses a wormhole traversal technique, allowing them to dispatch experts anywhere. Instantly, the Elder's intent entered Zaire's mind. Hearing this, Zaire immediately transformed his true essence into a hand and fiercely grabbed toward the Abyssal Demons. Zaire, had we known today, we should have spared no cost to eliminate you before you grew so powerful. Faxon roared, hands forming eagle claws radiating an odd metallic luster. Upon closer inspection, his fingers seemed encased in fine iron gloves, slicing through air currents and blocking even light. Flesh is weak, machinery ascends. With these words, Zaire's true essence hand was torn apart by Faxon's 10 fingers, which proved extraordinarily powerful. Freeze. Zaire flicked his robe, sending the immortal stabilizing pearl floating above the group, casting beams of light downward. Faxon, Beryl, and others felt impending doom as the immortal stabilizing light fell upon them, leading to loud shouts. Under the pearl's glow, however, the Abyssal Demons instantly stopped shouting and were immobilized. Kill. Zaire seized this opportunity, his form flashing above them, delivering 7 palm strikes, each corresponding to one person. Simultaneously, the power of the primal origin world surged. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Faxon, Beryl, and the other 6 Abyssal Demons watched helplessly as palms struck their heads. Surprisingly, their heads didn't explode, but instead, an invisible force crazily devoured their essence upon contact. From appearance, the Abyssal Demons looked human, but fundamentally, they were a different species altogether. distinct from all living creatures. The origin essence of the abyssal race could never be extracted by anyone. Even cataclysm-level experts could only kill them, not take their essence. Even after death, their essence returned to the abyssal race, nourishing their clan. But now, Faxon and the others were terrified that their own origins were uncontrollably being absorbed by Zaire. Frozen in place by the immortal stabilizing pearl, they could only watch as their essences were gradually drained. Zaire, remember to leave one alive for evidence, or it will be hard to explain to the headmaster. In the martial academy, Nicholas stands with Becker. If we don't have solid proof, this could become a leverage for him. Realizing Zaire could absorb the abyssal demon's origin power, the elder was surprised yet swiftly reminded him. Finishing her reminder, she exerted her vision, wanting to see what other secrets Zaire held. Apart from a small cauldron-like object resembling a world in his spirit sea, she saw no other peculiar existence. The primal origin world had long integrated with Zaire, becoming an innate origin grotto. To probe its secrets, one would need to shatter the grotto, which wasn't easily done given its quality. No problem. Zaire nodded, grabbing Faxon out while the other 6 exploded into powder, their flesh and essence entirely stripped away. Suddenly, the elder snatched down towards the positions of the 6 dead abyssal demons, pulling out a twisted black substance. This is their personal wormhole space, used both as storage and as markers for spatial travel by abyssal demon experts. She handed the entire wormhole to Zaire, who gained wealth from the 6 abyssal demons. Surprisingly, after absorbing the clumsy energy of the 6, the green sprout on the desolate island in the primal origin world grew 6 inches taller, sprouting 6 lush leaves. These leaves could suffice Wu Heng's cultivation for years. This naturally stunned Zaire. Earlier at the divine martial immortal mansion, absorbing clumsy energy didn't result in new leaves, probably because it was insufficient. Apart from Dan Yitzi, white-robed Taoist, the remaining 6 were true realm experts. Enough. No need to marvel at the strange abilities of the abyssal race. Seeing Zaire speechless, the elder thought he was stunned by the wormhole and thus said. Afterward, she collected Faxon and took Zaire back to the inner terrace of the academy. Hiss, isn't that Zaire? Why did he return? Did Elder of Life and Death not punish him? That's impossible. Could Aj3 actually be spies for the abyssal demons? Do you think Elder of Life and Death might favor Zaire? That's impossible. She's always been impartial, and Buck Clydefong has already summoned Elder Nicholas. Discussions buzzed among disciples and elders. Ajay, Braden, and Bayard are indeed spies sent by the abyssal race. If not for Zaire, disaster would have ensued. Just now, Zaire and I went to the Heavenly Cliff Forest and subdued all nearby abyssal demons. In recognition of Zaire's great contributions, I will convene the Elder Council to deliberate on appropriate rewards. The Elder's appearance emphasized Zaire, ensuring everyone knew of his accomplishments. However, just as she finished speaking, Nicholas appeared before everyone. Yarel, I always thought you were impartial, but I never expected you to favor someone so much. Nicholas again. Seeing him, Zaire clenched his fists until they creaked. This Elder Su was one of the strongest supporters of Becker among the Academy's higher-ups. He would be a major troublemaker both now and in the future. Zaire wanted to eliminate him at this moment, but it was extremely difficult. Despite his formidable strength and profound true essence, even cultivators who had broken through to the Imperial realm were no match for him. Yet, facing a cataclysm-level powerhouse, he would undoubtedly lose. Unless he could break through to the sovereign realm and possibly escape from a cataclysm powerhouse's clutches. And even then, it was only a possibility. Defeating such an opponent would be laughable. Merely surviving meant the opponent had held back. The gap between the cataclysm level and below was like the difference between heaven and earth. Crossing this threshold meant stepping into another world, a feat akin to ascending overnight. No sovereign or imperial realm practitioner, genius or prodigy could defeat a cataclysm-level expert. Even if the cataclysm expert had just broken through or the prodigy wielded top-notch treasures, the outcome remained unchanged. The only possibility might be with a powerful artifact capable of breaking through temporal and spatial barriers. Elder Nicholas, I have always prioritized fairness, transparency, and justice, rules I set that no one has dared challenge over the years. We will see what conclusions can be drawn after meeting the Chancellor. Elder Yael replied coldly. Even if there was any bias, it is not your place to question me. All elders have the right and duty to supervise and impeach. As a senior elder, I naturally have the authority to interrogate you. Turning to Zaire, Nicholas continued. Even if Ajay and the others were spies, as a core disciple, what right did this boy have to strip their cultivation? If his actions are emulated, where would Xianxia Academy's rules stand? Yael, regardless of whether Ajay and the others were spies, Zaire's behavior has already crossed Xianxia's bottom line. He must be punished today. Humph. Zaire sneered, looking at him as though he were a fool. You. Nicholas instantly raged. Suddenly, an immense force enveloped the void. No matter which direction Zaire tried to leave, it blocked him. Nicholas, I'm still here. Elder Yael roared, her fingers snapping, and the surrounding force shattered like a mirror, dispersing instantly. Though others might not understand the intricacies, Zaire felt the unparalleled power firsthand. It was intangible yet more terrifying than any other technique. There was no telling where Nicholas's attack came from or how to avoid it. Even Elder Yael's countermeasure was incomprehensible. I didn't expect you to break through to two symbols cataclysm so quickly. Seeing Yael effortlessly dismantle his force, Nicholas's face contorted in frustration. Realizing he couldn't gain an advantage over her and threaten Zaire, he backed down. Nicholas, we'll discuss your grievances with the Chancellor. For now, let's not delay the Disciple Hidden Dragon ranking challenge. Red lights surged around Elder Yael as she took Zaire directly to the main hall. Nicholas followed closely, eager to report first. In the main hall, Zaire met Chancellor Declan again. The surroundings resembled the vast cosmos, with countless stars twinkling and swirling. They stood on stardust, creating an ethereal ambience. Zaire knew that this main hall atop Xianxia Amiyuntan was actually a giant supreme treasure. Compared to ordinary artifacts, it required tremendous power to operate, demanding all senior elders' combined efforts. This hall was the foundation of Xianxia Academy. Chancellor, without Zaire, abyssal spies would have infiltrated our academy. Later, following the trail, I found and killed 6 abyssal experts and captured one. Please make a fair judgment. Seeing Declan, Elder Yael released Faxon in white robes. Abyssal demons? Captured alive? Nicholas hesitated. Saying Ajay and the others were spies seemed like Zaire's accusation, but with tangible evidence, it became harder to dispute. What? Abyssal demons have planted moles in our academy? Declan's expression changed upon seeing Faxon. Suddenly, Faxon floated in mid-air. Speak. How many troops does the abyssal race prepare for attacking the 9 states? Where are the main forces deployed? You should know my name in the abyssal clan. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ha ha ha. Faxon laughed maniacally. Chancellor Declan, how long will you remain arrogant? Our billion warriors are poised to attack the 9 states and unify the world. Billion warriors? Zaire's heart raced. In the abyssal race, even the lowest ranked warrior equaled a cultivation realm master. A billion warriors unleashed would obliterate the 9 academies and 9 nations instantly. Do you think I'm scared? Declan scoffed. Speak. Where are your main forces? Are they in the 4 great seas? Hee, dream on. You needn't speak. I have my methods. With a wave of his sleeve, bang, Faxon exploded into fragments, trying to escape as beams of light but was intercepted completely. Hashtag chapter 257, dividing the Qianlong list rewards. One of the black lights was Faxon's personal wormhole. Declan didn't even glance at it before directly tossing it to Zaire. So this is how it is. There's actually a high-ranking spy within our Tianyang Martial Academy? Declan meticulously examined the memory light sphere of Faxon, and his expression suddenly changed. Moments later, he recovered, crushing all the spheres. Zaire, you've established a great service for the Academy this time. If not for your timely discovery of the Abyssal Demon Clan's plot, our Tianyang Martial Academy would have certainly faced an enormous calamity. Instead, we can now seize this opportunity. At this point, Declan paused, his excitement obvious even to the blind. I'll go find Tai Shang right now to discuss this thoroughly, and I'll request rewards for you. Upon hearing this, Nicholas's face changed drastically, but he faced the Academy Chancellor Declan, not the Life and Death Elder, so he could only forcibly suppress his feelings. Right. Zaire, the Pingchuan Martial Academy is a neighbor to us. When something happens, we should naturally help each other. Not long ago, I've already formed an alliance with the Chancellor of Pingchuan Martial Academy. As Declan spoke, a letter appeared in his hand. Here's a letter from me. You take it to the Chancellor of Pingchuan Martial Academy and discuss the 9 academies martial meet 4 years from now. Zaire respectfully accepted the letter. He knew that Chancellor Declan could easily send messages across thousands of miles to the Pingchuan Martial Academy. Letting him deliver the letter was clearly giving him an opportunity to impress. Chancellor, when should I depart? Now or later? Wait until spring returns before you go. In a few days, the elders from the 3 major martial academies will be arriving. Since you promised them, it's best not to break your word. Declan said, take this time to prepare. On this visit to the Pingchuan Martial Academy, you may also showcase our Tianyang Martial Academy strength when appropriate. I understand. Zaire bowed and prepared to leave the Grand Hall. Hold on. Nicholas suddenly spoke out, Zaire, since you obtained the Sanqing Spirit Talisman in the Heavenly Amiyuntan Secret Realm and killed 2 top talents from Songyang Martial Academy, shouldn't we expect you to compensate for the mess we're cleaning up on your behalf? Have you not yet surrendered the Sanqing Spirit Talisman? Huh. Zaire was taken aback. The Sanqing Spirit Talisman was extremely important to him, and it could even save his life in dire situations. If he encountered an overwhelmingly powerful opponent in the future, he could use the power of the Sanqing Talisman to escape into the Heavenly Amiyuntan Secret Realm. Enough. We can ask Zaire to activate the Sanqing Spirit Talisman if needed. Right now, we don't need it, and it's better to leave it with him. Moreover, it was given by the Devil Buddha. Taking it without permission might bring trouble, Declan intervened. The Devil Buddha. Nicholas's expression turned slightly, and he stopped speaking. The Life and Death Elder then asked, Chancellor, now that the Abyssal Demon Clan has started to target us, what should we do next? Not too soon, there's still time. I plan to capture the Divine Martial Immortal Manor and use its Yin Yang Great Array to reverse the flow of time, allowing all disciples of the Tianyang Martial Academy to rapidly cultivate. Declan waved his hand, displaying great confidence. What? Both the Life and Death Elder and Nicholas were startled. Capture the Divine Martial Immortal Manor? Chancellor, are you serious? Don't worry, I have plans for the Divine Martial Immortal Manor, and Zaire received some opportunities inside it, which may help us succeed. Declan's gaze fell on Zaire. Cultivate diligently. Ideally, break through to the Emperor Realm and enter the Divine Martial Immortal Manor again. Then, I'll give you the God-cutting saber, and with external and internal forces combined, the Divine Martial Immortal Manor will fall into our hands. With it, our Tianyang Martial Academy can surely weather this disaster unscathed. If not, we'll have to consider other options. All according to Chancellor's instructions. Zaire nodded earnestly. Yes, if you can secure the Divine Martial Immortal Manor for the Academy, the next Chancellor position will be yours, provided you reach the Cataclysmic Realm and defeat Becker. Otherwise, you can't take this position. Declan added. Understood. Zaire bowed and began to retreat. Just as he was about to leave the Grand Hall, Declan's voice came again. When the elders from the 3 martial academies visit you, remember to tell them that Killian of Songyang Martial Academy has targeted you, but was thwarted by the Devil Buddha in the Heavenly Amiyuntan Secret Realm. On the inner courtyard terrace, the Qianlong ranking competition continued to rage fiercely. Zaire is back. How can he return? And it seems he hasn't been punished at all. Could even Elder Nicholas of the Cataclysmic Realm not handle him? It looks like Zaire has become unstoppable. Within the academy, perhaps only the Bradley can contend with him. I wish I were on Zaire's side. With such a strong backing, wouldn't I be untouchable? A group of sharp-eyed disciples exclaimed loudly, unable to believe their eyes upon seeing Zaire return. This is bad. The Bradley and senior brother Mayhamed had high hopes for us. Even senior Cody expended his essence to enhance our strength. In a corner, several ordinary-looking disciples saw Zaire come back, their faces turning dark red. These were talented disciples selected and promoted by a Mayhamed from the inner courtyards. Zaire acts too tyrannically and ruthlessly. Anyone who defies him ends up having their cultivation nullified. If we face his people on the stage, we might end up like the Ajay brothers, one disciple in yellow clothes said nervously. Damn, I originally planned to reveal my full strength and dominate using the 1000-ox staff gifted by the Bradley. Now, that might not be possible. Another weapon-bearing youth gritted his teeth. Now, Zaire dominates the scene, and senior brother Mayhamed dares not show himself. The Bradley is still in seclusion. Zaire caught these whispers in his peripheral vision and sneered. A loud explosion rang out on one of the platforms, followed by a male disciple being blasted off and rolling to the edge of the platform. Sister Schwerer is too strong. I lose. The male disciple immediately conceded after getting up. Seeing this, Zaire stopped her attack, put away her sword, and shifted her gaze towards Zaire. Apart from Zaire was undoubtedly the most outstanding performer in the competition. After intensive seclusion, her cultivation had advanced to the spirit realm, far surpassing most inner courtyard disciples who were still at the Chi realm. Even during his own participation in the ranking battle, Zaire hadn't been this formidable. Senior brother Clyde, I concede. On another platform, Innes sent a palm strike, sending a disciple flying off the stage. Before landing, the disciple hurriedly admitted defeat, hoping to avoid severe punishment. Innes withdrew his force, sparing the disciple much suffering. The first modified Xianlong ranking competition lasted for 4 days and 3 nights. With Zaire seated prominently at the inspection seat, no one dared to intentionally cause trouble after witnessing his methods. Even sparring matches were conducted cautiously, with no one daring to fight to the death. Those few talented disciples promoted by a Mayhamed also behaved obediently. They didn't use powerful artifacts and barely revealed their true cultivation, settling for ranks around the top 15. The main reason was Zaire's frequent and ominous gazes towards them. They were terrified, even considering abandoning the competition. After the evaluation ended, the top spot of the modified Xianlong ranking, unsurprisingly, went to Zaire. Innes ranked 2nd. Kirsten 3rd. Amy 4th. Autumn 5th. The subsequent 6th to 10th positions were all occupied by Zaire's people. 10 individuals had directly secured all the top 10 rewards. Seeing this, Zaire smiled with immense satisfaction. In a single stride, he returned to Jarvis Peak. In less than half a day, several disciples from the 13 scholar group arrived with their rewards. Leading them were Kirsten and Amy. Senior brother Tianyi, this soul spirit pill is an exceedingly rare treasure even for true transmitters. Our achievements today are all thanks to senior brother's cultivation. So we've decided to contribute all our soul spirit pills for you to consume, Kirsten said as he stepped forward. Amy quickly followed, holding a tray in both hands that contained 10 neatly arranged soul spirit pills. Zaire waved his hand, and the 10 precious pills were immediately stored away by him. The soul spirit pills indeed had extraordinary effects on him. Though divine blood pills were valuable, they could still be purchased at a price. However, soul spirit pills were different. These were priceless treasures. To refine such a pill, one would need a cataclysmic realm powerhouse. During the previous submerged dragon ranking, Zaire had obtained one of these, and its benefits were not small. Now, with 10 soul spirit pills, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant boost. Zaire immediately took one out and swallowed it. Instantly, a warm current surged through his body. With experience from the last time, he easily absorbed all the medicinal power of the soul spirit pill. Boom! A gentle yet domineering aura erupted from his body. Kirsten and the others were instantly overwhelmed by this powerful pressure, gasping for breath and retreating hastily. Phew! Zaire exhaled deeply, then reined in all the auras back into his body. These soul spirit pills are your rewards earned through hard competition, and I won't take them for granted. Saying this, he tossed out 10 dazzling beams of light. As the glow faded, there appeared 10 precious array formations. Each of these comes with its corresponding formation diagrams. You will eventually advance to true transmitters and possess your own transmitter cave heaven. These great formations can be set up within your cave heaven, not only enhancing spirit chi gathering and accelerating spirit plant growth, but also providing warning and defensive capabilities, explained Zaire as he handed over the 10 sets of formation commands to Kirsten, adding, Layla Innes, and a few others didn't come, probably summoned by the divine skill elder. Please bring these to them as well. These 10 sets of formation commands and diagrams were actually plundered from Faxon and other Abyssal Demon Clan members. 7 experts from the Abyssal Demon Clan naturally carried incredibly rich treasures, far beyond what ordinary people could match. Seeing Zaire directly hand over 10 sets of array commands, Kirsten and the others were dumbfounded. Each formation consisted of 36 array commands. 10 sets, that was 360 array commands. If it were 10 magical treasures, it wouldn't have been surprising given Zaire's strength. But 10 equally scaled sets of array commands were astonishing. Amy almost thought Zaire had inherited some legacy. It was Kirsten who asked curiously, Senior brother Tianyi, are you an array refinement master? Zaire chuckled without answering, instead saying, once you reach the true transmitter level and have your own cave heaven, I'll personally send you a downpour of the 5 elements rain to accelerate the spirit chi and depth of your cave heaven. Upon hearing this, the few who had already witnessed the extraordinariness of the 5 elements rain thanked him profusely. After bidding farewell to the 13 scholar group, many inner courtyard's disciples came to Jarvis Peak, expressing their desire to join Zaire. Zaire naturally welcomed everyone openly, and he prepared gifts for each of them. Of course, these gifts were all taken from the 7 members of the Abyssal Demon Clan. After acquiring the personal wormhole spaces of the 7 individuals, Zaire felt like he'd found a treasure trove. Time flew by. Soon, it was the day for the elders from the 3 major martial academies to visit. That day, Zaire was well prepared with 1.5 million divine blood pills. Fenglong Martial Academy's Linden, and Ding Martial Academy's Xian, Leviuan Martial Academy's Marco. We respectfully pay homage to fellow Taoist Zaire. At this moment, 3 voices akin to deities rang out simultaneously, echoing throughout the entire Tianya Martial Academy. Kodiyu, both elders. Wu has long awaited your arrival, with 1.5 million divine blood pills, not a single one missing. Zaire laughed heartily and went to greet them. From the distance, 3 streaks of light swiftly approached and descended upon seeing him. All 3 were seasoned masters with renowned reputations. Their visit to Zaire caused quite a stir among all the true transmitter disciples of Tianya Martial Academy. Even some elders from the main hall of Tianya prepared to investigate. Songyang Martial Academy hadn't publicized Hanlig and Jeremy's deaths, so neither the 3 major martial academies nor the informed parties revealed much about Zaire's connection with the experts from the 3 academies. Therefore, many were still in the dark about how Zaire had linked up with them. 1.5 million divine blood pills? In a cave heaven resembling a college within the true transmitter courtyard, Stephen whistled in amazement. Although he had met Zaire and supported Bradley Becker, he had never truly displayed his strength. Chapter 258. An unexpected demon race woman. Your esteemed visit is much honored. Apologies for not greeting you far in advance. Please forgive us. From the Tianya Grand Hall, many external affairs elders flew out. This is too formal. The 3 of us came here not on official business, but specifically to meet fellow Taoist Zaire, so we naturally dare not disturb the Tianya elders. Marco smiled and said, the 3 of you are extraordinary guests. Come. Let's go to the Tianya Grand Hall together. Zaire gently raised his right hand, a gentle force lifting Marco and the others as they flew toward the Tianya Grand Hall. The 3 were momentarily stunned, then exchanged surprised glances. Zaire's power was extraordinarily deep and exquisitely controlled. Once it enveloped them, even their cultivation found it hard to withstand. Zaire's strength has grown considerably. While Linden, Ian, and Marco understood this internally, they were also inwardly astonished. In the Tianya Grand Hall, new elders welcomed them. These elders were almost all at the Brittning or Xinjing realms, with only a few at the Zhenjing realm. And there were over 100 of them. Zaire first courteously greeted all the elders, then guided Marco and the other 2 toward the Grand Hall. Kodiyu, Xian, elderly, here are 1.5 million divine blood pills. Please inspect them. Upon entering the hall, Zaire waved his large hand, sending 3 streams of golden pills, each containing 500,000 divine blood pills, toward the 3. Immediately, the entire hall surged with primal energy, and the scent of precious medicinal herbs permeated the air. Linden and the others smiled and accepted all the pills without needing to count. By the way, why haven't I heard any news from the 3 martial academies? At that moment, Zaire suddenly retracted his smile and calmly asked, Kodiyu, elders, did you not truthfully explain to everyone that Alisong and Jeremy from Songyang Martial Academy ambushed me but were killed by me? What? Zaire actually killed 2 top geniuses from Songyang? I know both Alisong and Jeremy. Their strength is immeasurable. Unbelievable. They were killed by Zaire. How could this be possible? If Songyang Martial Academy really lost 2 top geniuses, wouldn't they have stormed our doors long ago? Can Tianya Martial Academy withstand such an attack? Slightly unbelievable. Before Marco and the other 2 could respond, the more than 100 elders burst into heated discussion. Seeing all the elders clamoring, Zaire frowned. And when he frowned, it was as if he had silenced everyone instantly. The entire scene became deathly quiet. This person hasn't even broken through to the Imperial Realm, yet he wields such immense authority within Tianya Martial Academy. If he breaks through to the Imperial Realm, or even the Emperor Realm, what would happen? The entire Tianya Amiyuntan would likely become his personal domain. Ian and the other 2 felt alarmed. Fellow Taoist Tianyi, please calm down. Mainly, this matter should not be widely publicized. Marco hesitated but still explained, Songyang Martial Academy is the foremost of the 9 academies, and they also know they were in the wrong. They dare not make a fuss. Expanding this incident might exacerbate conflicts and even endanger you. Zaire sneered, do you really think Songyang Martial Academy hasn't considered acting against me? One of their supreme elders, Finley, attacked us on our return from the heavenly secret realm to the 9 provinces. If not for the magic Buddha blocking him, not just me, even you would have been reduced to dust. Boom. These words struck Marco and the others like a bolt of lightning. Fellow Taoist Tianyi, is this true? Xian's face turned pale, thinking about nearly dying. An indescribable fear welled up. Linden and Marco recalled reporting the situation of the secret realm to their respective academy leaders upon returning, seeing their leaders' faces turn ashen with fury. Songyang Martial Academy is ruthless. They attempted to wipe out the 4 great academies in one fell swoop. They used every means to cover their tracks. How can they still be called the leading martial academies? Indeed, a crooked tree bears crooked branches. Finley, a supreme elder, did such despicable deeds. No wonder his disciples act this way. The 3 immediately cursed aloud. Although their cultivation placed them among the heavens' best compared to many cultivators, against someone like Finley, they were mere ants. If Finley had killed them, even their respective academy leaders would not dare say anything. Such a character targeting them was a nightmare. As you say, the 3 of you should not show mercy towards Songyang Martial Academy. Zaire took a deep breath. I suggest our Tianya Martial Academy form an alliance with your 3 academies. We must deal Songyang a heavy blow at the Martial Assembly in 4 years. He continued, the 3 Purity Spirit Talisman from the Heavenly Secret Realm is in my possession. I will head to Pingchuan Martial Academy next, hoping to invite them to join us in forming a team to uphold martial justice, then proceed back to the Heavenly Secret Realm. Kodiyu, elders. Will your 3 academies participate and build martial justice with us? Build martial justice? Linden and the others exchanged bewildered looks. Songyang Martial Academy mentioned this before, proposing to establish a student union. Everyone privately agreed it was highly improper and could lead to Songyang's dominance, so we haven't responded. Zaire nodded in acknowledgement, then spoke earnestly. Your 3 academies, along with Pingshuan and my Tianyang Martial Academy, form 5 major martial forces. Each of us selects elite members, whom I will take to the heavenly secret realm for rigorous training. I will provide cultivation pills, and even some magical treasures. In short, this Martial Peace Association will consist mainly of elites from the 5 academies, handling internal matters. External issues won't concern us. After his speech, Zaire's eyes shone brightly, concealing his thoughts. Hearing this, Marco and the others fell silent, pondering deeply. This is a significant matter. I must consult our academy leader before replying to fellow Daoist Tianni. Marco added, but if fellow Daoist Tianni can indeed provide cultivation elixirs, this might succeed. We also need to consult our leaders. If this happens, it will be our utmost priority. Indeed, a major matter. Linden and Cyan bowed quickly. Watching the 3 leave hastily, Zaire's lips curved into a meaningful smile. With the allure of the heavenly secret realm, plus pills and treasures, he doubted the 3 academies would refuse. After handling the 3 academies' affairs, Zaire briefly tidied up and prepared to descend the mountain and head to Liangzhou. Pingshuan Martial Academy is in Liangzhou. Legend has it that the mountain where Pingshuan Martial Academy stands is transformed from a phoenix, its undulating shape resembling a divine bird soaring from the heavens, incredibly magnificent and vast. Tianyang Martial Academy is located in southwestern Jingzhou, while Pingshuan Martial Academy is in southeastern Liangzhou. Given Zaire's current strength, it would take him only a few days to arrive. Swoosh! A streak of light tore through the sky, Zaire moving like a meteor, slicing through all resistance. Is anyone there? Help me! Zaire abruptly stopped. Below, a cry for help pierced the clouds, reaching his mind. Considering his speed, even an Imperial Realm expert couldn't keep up. Who could it be? How could anyone have such incredible ability? The voice seemed to belong to a weak woman. Zaire found this situation quite unbelievable. Immediately, he turned his body and descended toward the area below. However, while still in midair, he employed the Hundong Zhenshu technique to conceal his presence. Below lay a vast mountain range, stretching over 5,000 to 6,000 miles. Despite its picturesque beauty, it was completely uninhabited by any hunters or villagers, showing no signs of human activity. There. Zaire's gaze quickly locked onto a specific spot. Several cultivators were surrounding a woman, relentlessly attacking her. The cries for help undoubtedly came from this woman. Currently, the woman was in an extremely perilous situation, at risk of losing her life with just one misstep. Yet she displayed remarkable resilience, fighting for her life while broadcasting her plea for help into the void. Yao Clan? Upon closer inspection, Zaire noticed that the woman had 2 pointed ears, indicating she was a creature like a cat or tiger. The cultivators surrounding her appeared dignified like transcendent beings, but their attacks were despicable and filled with lustful intentions. Lynx, hand over the item, or we won't spare you. No one will come to your rescue in Xianxia Namiyuntan. One of the cultivators held a crimson whip which crackled as it struck the air. We advise you not to struggle in vain. Surrender, and we might spare your life. Otherwise, hee. Another one laughed lecherously, almost drooling. Bah, you are despicable cowards. Calling yourselves righteous practitioners is a farce. You are nothing but reputation seekers who bully the weak. The lynx being attacked looked only 16 or so, barely matured. Yet every move she made radiated wildness and strength, making her difficult to tame. Don't boast with empty words. If you stop resisting, we'll let you live. We want you to marry our 3rd master for his upcoming 300th birthday. Having you would be the perfect gift. Heh, don't think you're getting a bad deal. Our 3rd master is an Empyrean realm expert. Climbing up this high branch is already a great honor for you. What's the point in wasting words on a demoness? Just capture her and present her to our 3rd master. That makes sense. Be careful when you attack. Don't hurt her face, especially her skin. If 3rd master blames us, you know what will happen. While they talked, their attacks never ceased, becoming more aggressive and relentless. Eventually, their assault formed a web of encirclement, aiming to capture the lynx. Trapped in the middle, the lynx flicked her wrist and extended 10 sharp claws. She darted left and right but couldn't break free. If these people weren't holding back, she'd probably be dead by now. These attackers, all at least Transformation Realm and 3 at Spirit Realm, were too strong for a newly transformed lynx. Her natural beast strength alone kept her from being captured instantly. These 5 Pingshuan Martial Academy disciples are truly despicable. Not only do they rob her, but they also intend to give her to their 3rd master as a birthday gift. Zaire frowned, hesitating whether to intervene and save this feline demoness. Lynx, since you're determined to resist, don't blame us for getting serious. The 5 disciples unleashed all their power, intensifying their attacks even more. Pretenders. Biting her teeth, the lynx retaliated fiercely. Her hands transformed into cat claws, swinging wildly. Oh no, this is the Delaneyne Ghost Claw. She's a sand cat. How can she use the Imperial Feline attack? Retreat. Oh no. The claw light tore through several attacks, striking the 5 disciples without losing force. Instantly, the 5 disciples howled in pain, falling in a pool of blood. If my claws hadn't been empowered by a Calamity Realm expert, I would have been captured today. Contrary to her earlier frailty, the lynx now exuded a menacing aura, resembling a cat from hell. I didn't want to kill you, but you should not have learned Xianxia Namiyuntan's secret. In your next life, avoid stalking others. She raised her right hand, preparing to deliver fatal blows to the 5 disciples, displaying a ruthless, merciless side that took everyone aback. Even Zaire didn't expect things to turn out this way. He hadn't seen the strangeness in her claws until now, revealing how deeply she had hidden her abilities. In an instant, Zaire acted. With a gentle flick of his finger, a bolt of true essence repelled the lynx. You cunning feline, daring to kill disciples of Pingchuan Martial Academy. Do you wish to worsen the relationship between the 10,000 demon Amyuntans and martial cultivation? Who? The lynx twisted her body midair, redirecting the force before jumping onto a rock. She looked around warily. Humph! Zaire's cold snort echoed as he revealed himself, then sent out another 5 bolts of true essence to knock the Pingchuan Martial Academy disciples unconscious. A true realm expert. Realizing the man's strength, the lynx's face turned pale. Thud. She knelt down immediately. Mercy, immortal. Please spare me. Chapter 259. A world crystal exists beneath the 1,000 steeds Amyuntan. Immortal. If they hadn't wanted to snatch my treasure, I wouldn't have. Realizing her slip of tongue, the fox cat quickly took out a jade token from her bosom. It pulsed with immense energy. The air trembled as she held it up. It was an extremely powerful spirit artifact. I should entrust this rare jade to the immortal for safekeeping. My abilities are too limited to fathom its secrets. All I ask is that you forgive me. Besides, I know a secret about the 1,000 steeds Amyuntan. The fox cat held up the jade token with both hands, trembling in fear. Caleb hesitated. He didn't expect this cat demon to possess such treasures, and immediately reached out to take it. No. Caleb abruptly retracted his hand. There's something wrong with this. His eyes flashed like lightning, making the fox cat shudder. Cat demon, you were hoping I would eagerly absorb this jade token only for the hidden array inside to explode and obliterate me. Caleb's voice was cold and sharp. If he hadn't studied the art of arrays, he might not have noticed these subtle signs. This female fox cat demon was far too cunning. Fox cat, I advise you to come clean about the secret of this 1,000 steeds Amyuntan. Is it worth killing Pingchuan Martial Academy's people? If you explain properly, I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, just based on the deceit with this jade, it's enough for you to die 100 times over. With a whoosh, seeing her plot exposed, the fox cat did not hesitate. She propelled herself backward, trying to flee. However, her actions seemed laughably futile to Caleb. The gap in strength between them was vast, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Instantly, she felt her powers restrained and fell directly down. You're wasting your time. I've already investigated thoroughly. There's nothing unusual about this 1,000 steeds Amyuntan. What is this secret you speak of? Caleb asked curiously. The fox cat had dared to kill the 5 major disciples of Pingchuan Martial Academy, risking huge repercussions, all due to this secret of the 1,000 steeds Amyuntan. Yet when Caleb used his perception and released a bit of earth essence, he found no anomaly here. Could you be Zaire? The one trapped in the divine martial immortal mansion who defeated Nathan and possesses the potential to become immortal. The fox cat suddenly exclaimed in shock. Really? Even you know my name? Caleb was slightly surprised. Had his reputation spread so quickly that even demons knew? To think you stayed in the divine martial immortal mansion, yet don't know about the 1,000 steeds Amyuntan. The fox cat sneered. This place was once an ancient being's training ground. It contains monsters sealed by him, along with an immensely powerful relic and divine pill left behind. Especially the divine pill, called the Inyang Bagua Rebirth Pill, which can help one comprehend the mysteries of Inyang and Bagua, aiding in breaking current limitations, even allowing Imperial Realm powerhouses to achieve the ageless Tribulation Realm. The Inyang Bagua Rebirth Pill? Such a wondrous pill exists. Caleb looked doubtful. A pill that could let an Imperial Realm expert advance directly to the Tribulation Realm. If such a pill appeared, it would shake the 9 provinces, sparking intense competition among various forces. Not even the 9 academies possessed such a pill. This was simply unbelievable. However, he didn't entirely trust this fox cat. Though young, this demon was cunning and deceitful. Caution was essential. Continue speaking. Reveal everything you know about this 1,000 steeds Amyuntan. If you lie, I'll revert you to your original form. Hearing the threatening tone, the fox cat shuddered in fear, acting nearly perfect in her terror, but her steady heartbeat couldn't escape Caleb's perception. In fact, what we see isn't the true 1,000 steeds Amyuntan. The real one is deep within a massive cavern miles underground, imperceptible even to experts, creating an entire small world beneath, a marvel of the 1,000 steeds Amyuntan. She stamped her foot to emphasize. 1,000 feet below the 1,000 steeds Amyuntan still hides another mountain? I've never heard of this. How do you prove it? This information comes from an ancient book purchased in Xianxia, the capital of Liangzhou's state of Buck. I verified it. There's indeed a massive space beneath, but I lack the means to break through its barriers. As she spoke, she took out an old and worn book from her storage bag. Caleb sensed its contents before retrieving it. It described the landscapes of the 9 provinces. Its author was unknown due to its age, and many parts were missing because of poor preservation. Flipping to the page on Liangzhou's 1,000 steeds Amyuntan, he read a story of an ancient deity who suppressed demons in this area, renaming it 1,000 steeds after sealing them within. If truly buried miles underground, no one could possibly notice it. Even realizing it, getting down would be impossible. Only those who have transcended the dual tribulation can transform into Inyang Chi to enter. Closing the book, Caleb's figure flashed, grabbing the fox cat. But I possess a technique that lets me burrow through any terrain unimpeded. Let's go down. If there's no mountain within the mountain, you'll die. 5-colored divine light enveloped them as they plunged underground. All soil and rocks parted effortlessly, then merged again as Caleb moved deeper with the fox cat. Such was the power of the inherent 5 elements body. Earth essence allowed smooth passage underground, shocking the fox cat. He lives up to his fame. His power is terrifying and his bizarre techniques endless, truly frightening. Aware of her fearlessness under his grip, Caleb remained cautious, sensing the coincidences around him. Finding treasures right after stepping out? Wasn't this too good to be true? Regardless, since they were now underground, he retained the upper hand. Even a Tribulation Realm powerhouse without dual Tribulation experience wouldn't intimidate him. The scenery down here is quite extraordinary, Caleb mused aloud. Descending deeper, they encountered valuable minerals, strange creatures, and treasured herbs. Scenery unseen above ground. He gathered much of it. Slowly, they approached the mile-deep mark. Darkness surrounded them, the soil harder than steel. If not for Caleb's primal world, he would have stopped long ago. Even with abundant true essence, progress was slow. How immense his true essence! The fox cat marveled. She had previously explored this mountain with an elderly clan member, a powerful Emperor Realm practitioner nearly exhausted by the solid earth here. But Caleb showed no signs of fatigue, moving forward steadily, an unprecedented level of true essence strength. Translation continues smoothly, maintaining the structure and style while ensuring coherence and fluency in English. This place is extremely bizarre. The soil is harder than refined steel. I have to constantly expend a large amount of true essence. Do you have anything to replenish? If so, bring it out quickly, or else we'll both be crushed to death here. At this moment, Zaire suddenly stopped and spoke. Ah! The fox cat exclaimed in shock. You're taking advantage of me. Do you have any? Zaire asked. The matter of Thousand Steeds Amiyuntin was told to you by me. If not for me, would you know there's a true treasure mountain underground? Isn't this benefit enough for you? Yet you still want to take advantage. Who are you that's so insatiable? The fox cat replied angrily. Insatiable? Zaire laughed. Just because you say something offhandedly, should I believe there's really a space underground? Besides, my true essence consumption is significant. If there's nothing to replenish, I can't help you anymore. I'll leave first. After speaking, the five-colored divine light enveloping them shrank slightly. Rustle. Immediately, the surrounding soil and rocks began to press in. Ah! Terrified, the fox cat quickly clung to Zaire, fearing she'd be buried alive. Fine. Now forced into submission, the fox cat continued. I'm not lying about Thousand Steeds Amiyuntin. There truly is something underground. Previously, I had an elder from our clan explore it, but they didn't have as abundant true essence as you and could only go so far before exhausting their energy. Here, these are battle essence spirit pills. They should be sufficient to replenish your martial essence. She then tossed a large bag containing several thousand pills. Zaire caught it, took one out, and found it to be golden brown, smooth like jade, a genuine supplement for spirit and vitality. After pocketing the large bag of battle essence spirit pills, Zaire suggested, how about that jade token of yours? You almost deceived me with it. It's indeed extraordinary. The hidden power in that jade token would be hard to resist even for him. The fox cat was about to snap but restrained herself. That jade token is actually a spirit charm called Illusion Explosion Jade Thunder Charm, personally prepared for me by our clan leader. It's unique in the world and won't be used unless in dire straits. What if I give it to you? In that case, Zaire nodded slightly. If it's your last safeguard, I won't take it from you. As he spoke, the five-colored divine light shrank again. Take it, please. The fox cat shouted in fear, nearly pressed against the hard earth. She promptly threw the Illusion Explosion Jade Thunder Charm at Zaire. I'm not stealing it. You offered it to me. Zaire spoke while reactivating the five-colored divine light and continuing downward. There's a change. Soon, the fox cat suddenly exclaimed. Holding the ancient book, which was now emitting deep blue light, she said, this book has a function to sense Thousand Steeds Amiyuntin. Zaire looked at her with a cold smile. The fox cat became tense. You didn't ask about this either. Don't blame me. Is that so? As he spoke, Zaire suddenly sensed a change and immediately rushed toward it without further argument. However, after descending for a while, the five-colored divine light encountered unprecedented resistance. Upon closer inspection, the ground below was no longer soil but layers of glass-like material. This glassy substance emitted a rainbow glow under illumination, thick and extensive, stretching endlessly deep. Zaire channeled his true essence and focused his vision through the glass-like material, catching glimpses of a vast cave world with at least 1,000 small mountains inside. No one expected such a wondrous yet eerie sight beneath Thousand Steeds Amiyuntin, miles underground. The entire cave world seemed frozen within this glassy substance. Zaire, look, beneath Thousand Steeds Amiyuntin lies another Thousand Steeds Amiyuntin. The fox cat was highly excited. Sealed within this glass is the true Thousand Steeds Amiyuntin, containing the treasured artifact and the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill. Of course, there's also a powerful creature inside. As for the creature, I haven't seen any signs yet, but we can try probing. Zaire felt no strong life force inside but, for safety, still unleashed the five-colored divine light to break through the glass. Though unknown, this glass was the hardest substance in the world. Even the five-colored divine light struggled to make an impact. Swish, swish. No matter how hard he tried, the five-colored divine light couldn't even scratch the surface, leaving no trace. What's going on? Zaire was dumbfounded. The principles of the five elements covered almost everything. Once activated, it should be invincible. But now, facing this glassy material, it couldn't even breach the surface. What is this? Zaire, this is World Crystal. Suddenly, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit recognized it and screamed in alarm in Zaire's mind. World crystals form only when two worlds collide or compress, offering a minuscule chance for their creation. Ordinary artifacts, if infused with a bit of world crystal powder, would instantly become far more durable, transcending material limits. A mere twig could be turned into a supreme spirit artifact with just a hint of world crystal. I never expected such a massive chunk of world crystal here, sealing off a cave world. The grandeur and audacity. Not just anyone could do this. Translation continues smoothly, preserving the original tone and structure while ensuring coherence and fluency in English. Chapter 260. The Terror of the World Serpent. The words of the Black Abyss Sword Spirit frightened Zaire. Could this massive substance, large enough to contain 1,000 mountains, actually be the extremely rare world crystal? A thumbnail-sized piece of world crystal would fetch a minimum starting price of tens of millions at an auction in the 9 states merchant guild. How much would all this world crystal be worth? I don't believe I can't chip off a piece. Leaving a treasure mountain empty-handed was something Zaire simply could not do. He no longer thought about the enormous cave inside, and instead focused on getting a piece of world crystal back. The 5-colored divine light shone brilliantly and finally crashed down with a powerful strike. Boom. How formidable was Zaire's 5-colored divine light? Even cultivators of the Jade transformation realm had difficulty breaching it. It could counter any attack. However, when it struck the world crystal, not even a scratch remained. The entire underground world trembled from the impact of this immense force. The world crystal, struck by this blow, seemed to awaken, twitching as if it had gained sentience. Then, Zaire saw time and space instantly collapse, and in a flash, all the world crystals around him began to move. Finally, a colossal, crystal snake head appeared before him, opening its massive mouth with fangs aimed right at Zaire. No one expected it. This world crystal actually formed into a huge crystalline snake. Zaire knew that in the grand universe, anything was possible, but encountering such a bizarre and mysterious situation for the first time left him utterly stunned. What is this thing? I truly thought I had stumbled upon a treasure mountain, but who would have thought this mountain was actually a huge snake? At this moment, he felt all his strength being sucked away by the crystal snake. All his true essence and vital energy were beginning to collapse. The crystal snake's strength was unprecedentedly powerful. Not even the Grand High Priest Rhoda, Nicholas, the Demon Emperor, or the Grand Marshal could compare. Perhaps the only comparable beings might be the mysterious figure behind the bronze door in the Divine Martial Immortal Mansion and the Colleen in the Tianshan Secret Realm. Watch out. I think I know what this thing is. We need to escape immediately. This isn't something we can handle. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit yelled frantically, revealing its form and unleashing black light to help relieve some pressure on Zaire. Initially just an inferior-grade treasure, the Black Abyss Sword had been refined by the Elders of Life and Death and Supreme Skills, advancing it to the medium-grade treasure level. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit was arguably Zaire's strongest magical tool. Wuxia Dao Map. Zaire took a breath and immediately summoned the Wuxia Dao Map, suspending it above his head. Its radiance enveloped him as he prepared to dash outward. However, the crystal snake's tongue flicked out effortlessly, and the Wuxia Dao Map crumbled like tofu, completely unable to withstand the attack. What kind of snake is this? Zaire was so frightened that his soul almost fled his body. The crystal snake's power was terrifying beyond imagination. Since he acquired the Wuxia Dao Map, no one had ever breached it. Yet it couldn't even withstand one strike from this crystal snake. Being at the bottom of a 10,000-foot deep pit, there was nowhere to run. He could only wait for his end in the belly of the snake. Layer after layer of 5-colored lights were pierced through by the snake's tongue. In an instant, the force reached the very core of the Wuxia Dao Map. If this core was breached, the painstakingly constructed map would dissipate, affecting his primordial Wuxia body, causing his essence to scatter, making it impossible to form a sage body. How can such a terrifying monster exist in Jingzhou Cauldron in Liangzhou? Puff, puff, puff. In this critical moment, Zaire spat out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood onto the Wuxia Dao Map. The 5-colored divine light spun rapidly, forming a deflecting state, barely holding back the crystal snake's final assault. After completing his perfect primordial Wuxia body, the Wuxia Dao Map became unmatched in protection and usefulness, unbreakable even by those with the Sword God legacy. Yet facing this horrifying crystal snake, one flick of its tongue nearly shattered the Wuxia Dao Map. What kind of creature was this? Was it the sealed demon? Seeing Zaire resist its attack, the crystal snake flicked its tongue again, gathering boundless power that surged forward explosively. In an instant, Zaire saw the world turn upside down, with everything crashing toward him. This time, I can't hold on. Let's fight. In that split second, Zaire's mind sharpened to its utmost limit, concentrating all his will and strength, even borrowing the Black Abyss Sword Spirit's power. All his strength poured into the Wuxia Dao Map. The 5-colored divine light, which was about to disperse, reconcentrated, and the Dao Map swelled. Boom, boom. The crystal snake's force pressed down, and Zaire felt himself splitting apart, both spiritually and physically. Infinite power continuously poured in, fracturing the Wuxia Dao Map with cracks spreading everywhere. The core of the Dao Map trembled violently, its primordial chi dispersing. In this dire situation, a bitter smile crept across Zaire's lips. He originally thought he was coming to find treasure, but instead, he faced death here. Die. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit still had some resistance left. It had always been one with Zaire, so under his command, artifacts like the immortal suppressing pearl and dragon-patterned flying sword flew out, attacking the crystal snake's head. Get lost. The crystal snake spoke human words, resonating like heavenly decrees, directly shattering these treasures. Next, the crystal snake unleashed another burst of power at Zaire, even stronger than before, clearly intending to finish him off. Buzz. Zaire had never faced such a formidable opponent, and was now in a life-threatening situation. Under the immense pressure, he steadied his mind and sought an opportunity. Finally, he unleashed all his potential. Primordial Cave Heaven. Open. Amidst heart-wrenching roars, as the crystal snake launched its third attack, beams of sunlight shone from within him, illuminating countless stars. Then, a fantastical world emerged from his back. Instantly, the underground world 10,000 feet deep was filled with radiant light. The iron-hard soil transformed into pure energy, merging into this illusory primordial world. Bang! This world passed through Zaire's body, colliding with the crystal snake's force. The primordial cave heaven shook violently, generating thunder and lightning amid chaos, with primal energy scattering everywhere. He actually held it back. Kira was astounded. It's your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this peril. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit angrily scolded, snatching the glowing ancient book from Kira's hands and throwing it at the crystal snake in frustration. The crystal snake, intending to continue its attack on Zaire, had a relentless desire to kill anyone disturbing its sleep. However, the ancient book thrown by the Black Abyss Sword Spirit blocked its path perfectly. Whoosh! All forces vanished into nothingness. The crystal snake hesitated, staring at the ancient book emitting a deep blue glow. So you learned of my existence through this. Looks like you obtained one of the 9 measures I left behind long ago. Since you know, I'll let you go. Remember, do not disturb my slumber again. My time to appear has not yet come. With that, the crystal snake stared at Zaire. You, a mere King Realm cultivator, managed to withstand my 3 strikes, though only at a third of my power. It shows your talent far surpasses others. Farewell. Saying this, the crystal snake turned and disappeared with a rumble, leaving behind soil as hard as refined steel. What happened? Kira was dumbfounded. What kind of background does this strange snake have? Zaire asked, still shaken. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Fushi's mount, the world serpent. Its strength has long surpassed that of immortals. Legend has it that it was slain by a powerful being in ancient times, but now it seems it did not perish and even survived in this unexpected manner. Who would have thought it still resides in the 9 states territory? The Black Abyss Sword Spirit trembled all over. This is Fushi's world serpent? It's said that Fushi had a human head and serpent body. So, the serpent body is actually the great deity's mount. After being misinterpreted by the ignorant, it turned into a myth. Zaire's mind shook as he communicated spiritually with the Black Abyss Sword Spirit. We were truly laughable, mistaking the resting place of such an existence for a treasure trove. Actually, calling it a treasure trove isn't wrong, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit suddenly said. There must be something strange about this Xianxia Amiyuntan. There could really be something hidden beneath the earth. Perhaps the world serpent stayed in the 9 states because of this thing. Unfortunately, we're too weak right now. Otherwise, we would definitely look around to see what peculiar things are here. Legend says that Fushi is the father god of humanity. Without him, there wouldn't be today's human race, Zaire pondered. And Fushi possesses 2 items, the Hichu and Loriashu. Do you remember what the Colleen in Tianshan's secret realm said? The Black Abyss Sword Spirit shuddered and said, she said that if you find the Loriashu, you can rule the 9 states and become the central ruler. The world serpent, as Fushi's mount, might know the whereabouts of the Loriashu. Zaire lifted his head, his eyes shining with sharpness. This matter must not be known to others. This wily fox is full of tricks. To prevent the information from leaking, should we? The Black Abyss Sword Spirit already harbored murderous intent. Let's capture it first. Once I reach the Tribulation Realm, I will come back and try my luck, seeing if I can get any information from the World Serpent. If I can possess the Loriashu and combine it with the 9 states cauldron, there will surely be great achievements ahead. Zaire glanced at where the crystal snake disappeared. He felt both terrified and excited by the ancient serpent. If he could tame this creature, it would be a tremendous aid. Perhaps even a Tribulation Realm powerhouse could be challenged. Thinking of Nicholas, he finally shook his head. Let's go. With that, he grabbed Kira, the 5-colored divine light swirling around him as they surged upwards. Several hours later, they finally broke through the ground and returned to the surface. That was what kind of monster just now? Kira still hadn't recovered from the terror of the crystal snake. That snake was more terrifying than the demon emperor. As she spoke, fear crept up on her towards Zaire. After all, anyone who could escape the horrifying crystal snake's clutches was no ordinary character. Zaire, even though we didn't succeed, you've benefited greatly from me. You haven't lost anything. Now we're even. Goodbye. Kira prepared to distance herself from this person. Goodbye? I don't want others to know about the situation in Xianxia Amiyuntan. I also don't want you to call experts to investigate after you return. You better stay put with me for now. What do you mean? Kira's face changed drastically. I didn't expect you, Zaire, to be like those bastards from Pingchuan Academy. For all your reputation, I look down on you. Haha, I'm not imprisoning you as a gift, or making you my dual cultivation cauldron. I just don't want you to reveal the Xianxia Amiyuntan's secret. Besides, you almost got me killed. How can I let you go so easily? You look down on me? Fine, then I won't live either? Ridiculous. Zaire sneered, waving his hand to seal Kira inside his primordial cave heaven. With her strength, he wasn't afraid of her causing trouble within his own realm. After dealing with Kira, Zaire revealed his fatigue. The battle with the world serpent, though brief, was extremely draining on his energy and spirit. Moreover, the damage to the Wuxing Dao map affected his physical state, leaving him in his most weakened condition. Clearly, continuing his journey to Pingchuan Academy wasn't suitable now. Immediately, he chose a place to rest and recover. The Wu Xiang Heaven-Earth Sutra slowly circulated, causing the 5 elements within his body to undergo continuous cycles. After 3 days, Zaire opened his eyes, completely healed. Then he replayed the world serpent's 3 attacks in his mind. Each attack was as elusive as a hanging antelope horn, leaving no trace. Even he couldn't clearly discern how the world serpent attacked or where the attack came from. Each time he recalled the battles, new martial arts insights emerged. This significantly improved his combat experience and intuition. The experience of battling the world serpent was undoubtedly a huge treasure, not unworthy of being Fushi's mount or the world serpent. Just facing it gave me such profound insights. Zaire took a deep breath, vanishing in a flash. Not long after he left, in the 10,000-foot depths of Xianxia Amiyuntan, a vast sea of red magma, resembling hell. No mortal force could reach here, nor could any living being survive. However, sometimes some things defied imagination. Amidst the endless lava, a great array trapped a person. This person had waist-length hair, their face obscured by chaos, hard to discern. Primordial world? The aura of the primordial world? Suddenly, this person seemed to sense something, emitting a truly strange sound. The voice was bizarre, indistinguishable between male and female. As the voice echoed, temporal storms erupted throughout the underground space, scattering the lava. At that moment, a crystal snake head descended from above, its mouth opening to calm everything. World Serpent, you cannot contain me. You cannot contain me. It roared loudly. Chapter 261. The Great Yuan Imperial Water and Delaneyed Elixir Fair. Zaire, I had no idea either. Who would have thought there was a giant snake underground? But if you get the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill, you certainly won't be afraid of that snake anymore. Inside the origin grotto, the raccoon cat kept persuading him. I can make a deal with you. I know where the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill is located. If you let me go, I can also guarantee not to spread the word about Chinjun Amiyuntan. Zaire smiled as he was flying. You said earlier that there was an Inyang Bagua rebirth pill at the bottom of Chinjun Amiyuntan. Now, are you planning to talk about another place? Tell me. I'm curious about this fabricated location of yours. Really, it's not fabricated. That place truly exists, I swear. The raccoon cat hurriedly replied. Certainly exists, but may not be attainable, right? Zaire's smile grew colder. Well, with enough money, it's actually possible to obtain it, the raccoon cat stammered. The Great Yuan Imperial City will soon have an auction centered around elixirs. One of them is the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill. Great Yuan. Zaire fell into deep thought. If he obtained the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill, he could immediately break through to the Emperor realm, greatly increasing his strength. However, Great Yuan was in Chana province, and who was the dominant force in Chana province? None other than Songyang Martial Academy, a presence he couldn't afford to offend. If he went there, wouldn't he be walking straight into the tiger's mouth? The Inyang Bagua rebirth pill is far superior to your divine blood pills or soul spirit pills, and its value rivals that of the 9 treasures 9 layers pagoda. If there's a chance, you should try for it. The voice of the Black Abyss sword spirit suddenly sounded. I need to think carefully. Zaire pondered aloud. Delivering the message to Pingchuan Martial Academy wasn't urgent. After all, President Declan just wanted an excuse for Zaire to make an appearance and bolster the reputation of Tianyang Martial Academy. For urgent matters, a message wouldn't be necessary. One could simply travel through space-time directly. Didn't you have something important to do? The raccoon cat, sensing something amiss, asked. But I believe there's nothing more important than improving one's strength. A sharpened knife makes chopping firewood easier. If you can enhance your cultivation, it will definitely help with whatever you're planning. Don't you think? Whoosh. Zaire abruptly changed direction, heading towards Chana province and Great Yuan. Simultaneously, his entire body shifted, transforming him into someone else. Just as the raccoon cat had said, once he broke through to the Emperor realm, not only would his words carry more weight at Pingchuan Martial Academy, but establishing the Wuan Hui would also become more feasible. Currently, although his strength was considerable, it wasn't stable enough. If he proposed forming Wuan Hui at Pingchuan Martial Academy, they would likely resist subordination just like himself. There might even be several battles. But if he reached the Emperor realm first, the situation would be entirely different. After making up his mind, Zaire didn't hesitate and headed full speed towards Chana province and Great Yuan. Among the 9 great academies, Songyang was the leader. Among the 9 countries of the 9 provinces, Great Yuan was undoubtedly the most powerful. Entering Chana province, Zaire finally witnessed the overwhelming power of the strongest country. All along the way were scenes of prosperity and wealth. Compared to the barren lands of Liangzhou and the fertile fields of Jingzhou, Chana province and Great Yuan were rich in resources and magnificent. Even a random city on the border matched the grandeur of Chanamanch City. Caravans on the imperial roads numbered in the thousands. And this wasn't even the most prosperous area. The true flourishing center of Great Yuan was its imperial city, known as Bianjing, the first city of the 9 provinces. Though both Dechu Jiaying and Bianjing were imperial cities, Bianjing surpassed the former in terms of prosperity and wealth. Legend had it that Bianjing was akin to a celestial palace, so magnificent that it defied imagination. It was rumored that any rare treasure, known or unknown, could be found here. Rumor had it that poverty no longer existed. Everyone feasted on dragon liver and phoenix gall, drinking immortal nectar. Rumors. In short, though he hadn't been there, it had long captivated his imagination. Zaire marveled at the splendor of Great Yuan as he headed towards Bianjing. That moment, far in the distance where heaven met earth, a massive divine dragon rose into the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was not a dragon but a floating city towering millions of feet high. Countless cultivators soared within this dragon city, and various flying treasures continuously landed inside. The sight gave one an unsettling feeling, as if Bianjing did not belong in the world but in the celestial realm. At this rate, Great Yuan might indeed become a celestial court from ancient legends, and the Emperor of Great Yuan could possibly become the Jade Emperor. Zaire couldn't help but marvel, then silently followed the crowd into Bianjing. The streets were wider than any city Zaire had seen. Even the stone slabs beneath his feet were golden laid jade. Many courtyards looked like palaces, radiating opulence. Zaire slightly opened his senses, quickly formulating a plan, and stopped the cultivator to inquire. Who are you? Though this cultivator hadn't broken through to the Qi realm, his blood Qi was abundant, and he wore a lower-grade spirit garment, indicating he was from a major power. Startled by the sudden obstruction, he initially wanted to lash out, but calmed down upon realizing Zaire's profound strength. Of course, Zaire had intentionally revealed this. What does the senior need? Actually, it's nothing major. I just want to ask if Bianjing is hosting a water and delaneyed elixir fair, featuring the legendary Inyang Bagua rebirth pill, Zaire inquired. You're interested in that? The disciple from the major power was surprised. Great Yuan's Imperial Commercial Guild will host the largest water and delaneyed elixir fair in history in 2 days. The Inyang Bagua rebirth pill will be there. If you wish to attend, head to East City. Thank you. Zaire nodded, and immediately headed for East City. After flying 2,000 miles, he saw a towering building inscribed with Great Yuan Imperial, standing at the street corner. So this is the guild established by the great Yuan imperial family? Although the fair is in 2 days, I might as well check things out beforehand. Zaire landed before the guild and stepped in. His appearance caused no disturbance. No one even glanced at him. His displayed true realm strength, though formidable, was rather common in this imperial guild. Almost everyone here was at the king realm. Only the arrival of an emperor realm expert would garner attention. Zaire didn't mind the lack of formality but was secretly amazed by the depth of Bianjing's prowess, with so many experts gathered. As he entered the guild, the interior space was vast, almost like a miniature world, with the sun and moon hanging above, creating a divine atmosphere. Suddenly, Zaire sensed intense fluctuations from the depths. Soon, a group of powerful cultivators emerged. Recognizing them, his heart skipped a beat. They were students from Songyang Martial Academy. Among them were Edlin and Owen, and over 10 Emperor Realm experts. Astonishingly, the core figure surrounded by them was none other than the Kimball disciple of Tianyang Martial Academy, Becker. Wasn't he in seclusion at the academy? When did he emerge? And when did he come to Great Yuan? Zaire never imagined Becker would appear here, and from the aura he exuded, he had already broken through to the Emperor Realm, just one step away from stepping into the ranks of the Calamity Realm powerhouses, becoming a pinnacle figure in the 9 provinces. Looks like this person has made great progress in seclusion. Now appearing here is probably also for the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill. If he were to obtain this divine pill and break through to the Calamity Realm, it would be almost impossible to match him. Even all his previous efforts at the academy might become meaningless. Zaire deeply understood the gravity of the situation and hastily concealed his aura, heading in another direction. It wasn't time yet to confront Becker. He needed to be patient and lie low. Sir, you're looking to refine your origin grotto, aren't you? Whether you're in martial arts or cultivation, I have a set of treasures named Chatzi Yanhong. It can greatly assist in refining the origin grotto, helping you comprehend the power of the world. As Zaire was lost in thought, a chamber staff member approached to introduce the treasures on display. He had unknowingly stood before a counter selling sets of magical artifacts. This counter displayed an array of magical artifact sets. The most prominent among them, radiating the strongest treasure glow, was a set of 10,000 formation talismans. Each talisman was a low-grade spirit artifact, enhanced with formation diagrams, potentially creating a formation even more powerful than the Four Seasons formation on Jarvis Peak. The Great Yuan Royal Commercial Guild is indeed wealthy and powerful to put such an advanced formation up for sale. Zaire couldn't help but sigh. Do you want to know about this 10,000 star formation? The staff member noticed Zaire's interest and began introducing it. It's a treasured set in our counter, worth countless treasures, and costs at least 300 million essence-gathering pills. Although he knew Zaire couldn't afford it, professionalism kept him smiling. I'll take the 10,000 star formation along with the formation diagrams, 300 million essence-gathering pills. Just as Zaire was about to leave to look at other items, a voice came from behind. Then, a man dressed in golden dragon robes, with a handsome face, walked over with several guards. From his attire, it was clear that this man was either very wealthy or of noble birth. What surprised Zaire more was that the man had true realm strength. The guards around him also exuded spiritual power, clearly being immortals. Could this be a prince of Great Yuan? Zaire guessed internally. The staff member's greeting confirmed his suspicions. Who would have thought that Marvin would visit personally? If only I'd known earlier, I would have delivered this 10,000 star formation straight to your palace. Do you plan to gift this treasure? Would you like it packaged in a gift box? Package it. In 2 months, it will be the grand wedding of Trey from Hongdao Martial Academy. I must prepare some gifts, or it would tarnish my reputation. The man in the golden robe laughed heartily. What Marvin said is very true. Hongdao Martial Academy is a sacred ground for martial artists, and Trey is touted as the next Kimball disciple. It does require careful handling. The staff member, with a fawning smile, quickly packed the 10,000 star formation and handed it to Marvin. Trey from Hongdao Martial Academy is getting married? Why haven't I heard about it? Hasn't Tianyang Martial Academy prepared anyone to attend? Zaire felt puzzled upon hearing their conversation. Moreover, Hongdao Martial Academy and Songyang Martial Academy were like sworn enemies. Was this Marvin, a royal of Great Yuan, not afraid of causing misunderstandings with Songyang? Are you buying formations too? At this moment, Marvin turned to Zaire. Sort of, but I haven't found anything suitable. Zaire hesitated. Suitable? You should stay for the water and Delaney Elixir Fair in 2 days. You might find the treasure you seek there. Marvin extended a friendly invitation. From what I see, you are no ordinary cultivator, and your accent doesn't sound like you're from Chana province. If you don't have a place to go, why not join me at Huai Palace for some tea? Clearly, Zaire's displayed strength piqued his interest. Marvin's invitation is an honor. I wouldn't dare refuse. Zaire saw this as an opportunity. He intended to purchase the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill, but now Becker's appearance meant potential conflict. With Marvin's protection, he could reduce the risk of exposure. You don't need to hesitate. Let's go. Marvin laughed. Since we're setting up for the water and Delaney Elixir Fair, most of the good stuff in the Royal Commercial Guild isn't available. There's nothing worth seeing here. If you're interested in magical artifacts or formations, my palace has a collection you can freely choose from. Zaire wasn't fooled by this naive claim. He wasn't seeking magical artifacts or formations. Please lead the way. Marvin gestured, effortlessly flying out. But just as they stepped outside, he realized Zaire had vanished. Marvin, I'm nearby but have hidden my form. No one else can see me. Zaire's voice echoed in Marvin's mind, startling him. Only then did Marvin realize Zaire's true strength and hurriedly bowed. I didn't expect you to be a King Realm expert. My eyesight failed me. Marvin's discernment is remarkable. I am indeed a King Realm who has refined the origin grotto, though not yet worthy of the title expert. After a moment's thought, Zaire explained directly, I came to Bianjing to purchase the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill. If Marvin can assist me, I promise a generous reward. Chapter 262. The Great Yuan State of Chana Prefecture. The Inyang Bagua rebirth pill. There are only a few in the imperial treasury of the Great Yuan dynasty. This time, one is being offered at the Water and Delaneyed Elixir Conference. Many people will be eyeing it, including my eldest brother. If we want to secure it, we need a well-thought-out plan, Marvin said seriously. Indeed, and there are also several of my enemies attending this Water and Delaneyed Elixir Conference. If they recognize me, it could cause some trouble, Zaire responded. Marvin felt curious. I wonder who your enemies are. I can't reveal that. That's fine. Since you can't disclose your identity at the Elixir Conference, I'll purchase it on your behalf, Marvin replied without hesitation, smiling. The group soon arrived at a massive palace. Above the main gate, in large Yuan script, were the gilded characters, Marvin Palace. Within the palace complex, experts were both visible and invisible, true masters. As soon as Marvin appeared, two groups of guards approached with impressive presence. It seems His Highness has ambitions of swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger, Zaire remarked, noting the architectural design that symbolized supreme power. Friend Taoist, forgive my indiscretion, Marvin admitted, though gracefully. Zaire smiled and said, I can assist your highness. Also, in 2 months, you plan to send a gift to Hongdao Martial Academy, don't you? I happen to have some connections with Trey there. Really? Marvin was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly invited Zaire inside. We do have several skilled individuals here at Marvin Mansion, including martial cultivators and divine path specialists. Would friend Taoist like to meet them? No need for that. I don't care for crowds much. Just provide me with a quiet room, your highness. But if you encounter any problems during this time, don't hesitate to call upon me. As long as it's not a realm of tribulation powerhouse, I can handle it, Zaire confidently added. He knew that the more unassailable he appeared, the more Marvin would value him. Being central in the 9 provinces and within Songyang Martial Academy sphere, establishing influence here would benefit his future plans. What? Resolve all issues below the tribulation realm? Marvin was stunned. Who dares to boast so brazenly at Marvin Mansion? Suddenly, a group rushed out, numbering nearly 50. Their leader, like Zaire, was also a king realm expert. Among the rest were several true realms, several mystic realms, over a dozen spirit realms, and more than 20 soul realms. The rest were all transformation realms practitioners. Clearly, Marvin had gathered many experts, forming a significant force. Do not be offended, gentlemen, Marvin quickly interceded, standing between the two sides. This Taoist friend is someone I just met. His earlier words were just a jest. Then, he introduced Zaire around. This is a Maintaig, the patriarch of Lingxian Amiyuntan, a leading figure among independent sects, equivalent to friend Taoist in strength and king realm cultivation. These 5 true realm experts come from various factions. Farron, Kong Channy, Lori Piwi. Among them, Mr. Kong Channy has connections with Nishan Martial Academy in Yenzhou. Mentioning Nishan Martial Academy caught Zaire's attention towards Kong Channy. Yenzhou is small, and Nishan Martial Academy seldom sends disciples out, making it the least mentioned among the 9 academies. Your Highness, this man speaks recklessly and arrogantly. Bringing him into the mansion could bring major trouble and harm our important matters. A Maintaig, the strongest among the 50, directly reprimanded Zaire. Zaire's expression darkened. A bunch of ants, daring to defy me? With such people, your highness might as well trust pigs instead. He immediately summoned immense true chi, forming a mountainous palm enveloping all 50. True chi transforming into hands, simple yet brutal, emphasized overwhelming power. Boom. A powerful pressure descended, shaking the entire area. The weaker transformation and soul realm practitioners instantly spat blood. Such formidable strength. The 5 true realm experts' faces paled as they unleashed their strongest countermeasures. A Maintaig also summoned a phantom shadow world behind him, sparkling with starlight, indicating the formation of a starlight. Making a master in front of an expert, Zaire's power surged, expanding the giant hand further. Crack. The 5 true realm experts' defenses shattered, and a Maintaig's origin heaven retreated back into his body. Thud, thud, thud. Asterisk asterisk. All 50 practitioners collapsed, unable to move. These people are useless. Dismiss them and I will introduce you to stronger ones who can help you become the ruler of Central Dynasty. Zaire withdrew his power with a cold sneer. One move brought down 50 cultivators. Even Imperial Realm experts would find it challenging. Marvin, being a true Dao True Realm himself, understood how terrifying Zaire's power truly was. Outrageous. Marvin stared speechlessly. After a moment, he composed himself and said, Friend Taoist's strength is remarkable. I wonder which faction you belong to? If you can fully support me, that's well and good. But if you have ulterior motives, please reconsider. I will offer you treasures in exchange for loyalty. Please do not target Marvin. His words were dignified yet respectful, showing no fear due to his status as Marvin of Great Yuan. Your Highness indeed has great bearing, but I have no ill intentions toward you. I merely wish to use your identity to acquire the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill. As for why, it's because I have enmity with Songyang Martial Academy. If they recognize me, it would bring complications, although I'm not afraid of them, Zaire explained honestly. I see. Our Great Yuan dynasty stands on equal footing with Songyang Martial Academy. Even if they hold a grudge, as long as I am here, they won't dare trouble you, Marvin reassured. Thank you, Your Highness. These cultivators do have potential, and since you've treated me sincerely, I won't make things difficult for them. With a wave, Zaire released a rain of 5 element light over the 50 cultivators. They were mere independent cultivators without backing, posing no future threats. The rain, while minimally effective on the body, combined with essence and water essence to aid in healing. Zaire had only intended to punish and establish authority, not to kill. After recovery, the 50 cultivators dared not even look Zaire in the eye. Their heads lowered in shame. 50 cultivators could not match one person. This news would indeed be embarrassing if it spread. The strongest among them, a Maintaig, whose face was flushed red, admitted, Sir, we are weak and unworthy. We sought our own downfall, so we cannot blame others. With that, he bowed to Marvin and said, Your Highness, we lack sufficient skill and do not deserve the generous treatment you have given us. We have decided to return and practice diligently. Goodbye. The others also bid farewell to Marvin one by one. Marvin immediately raised his hand to detain them, but froze mid-air, seeing their determined expressions. Please wait, everyone. Zaire, seeing this, swiftly waved his hand, stopping all of them. The great matter for Marvin requires the assistance of all of you. With only me, it would be too difficult. Please stay and support him. The 50 cultivators were once again restrained by Zaire's true energy, each of them returning in shock, especially a Nidhogg, who now realized how vastly superior Calibi's strength was, completely overwhelming. I wonder, Your Highness, how did you manage to recruit such an expert? Gentlemen, do you truly wish to leave the Huai mansion? Marvin finally intervened, pain and urgency evident in his voice. You, like me, belong to the lineage of Huai. We should support each other and grow together. Today's incident was my fault. I apologize to all of you. Zaire bowed deeply to them. If we help Marvin ascend to power, thereafter, artifacts, elixirs, glory, and wealth will never be a worry. Moreover, today's events will not be disclosed. His words moved the 50 cultivators. Seeing this, Zaire quickly turned to Marvin. Your Highness, please arrange a place for us to discuss how to help you achieve your goals as quickly as possible. Mr. Wu, what talent? Let's go to the study. Marvin led the way, delighted. Once inside the study, Marvin dismissed everyone else and then asked solemnly, Could you be the renowned Zaire from Tianyang Martial Academy? Oh, did you guess my identity so quickly, Your Highness? Zaire wasn't surprised at the revelation but marveled at how composed Marvin remained. Indeed, Marvin confirmed, heart racing upon receiving confirmation from Zaire. It seems I've recruited a true prodigy, rare genius seen only once every 10,000 years. When I displayed my strength, I did not hide it. If Your Highness couldn't recognize me, I would seriously doubt your ability to compete for the throne of Great Yuan. Zaire smiled faintly. Marvin laughed. Mr. Wu is the most brilliant figure among all recent geniuses, surpassing even Becker, the chief of Songyang Martial Academy. As a prince of Great Yuan, I naturally pay close attention to such matters. However, considering Mr. Wu's unique relationship with Songyang Martial Academy, it's best not to expose your identity here in Xianxia. Oh, Zaire asked curiously, are you aware that I killed 2 major geniuses of Songyang Martial Academy? Marvin nodded. I spent 2 million at the 9 Provinces Trade Guild half a month ago to get detailed information on that event. 2 million just for that? Zaire whistled in amazement. Marvin waved his hand. A money isn't the issue. It's the information. Becker has recently laid out strategies in Great Yuan, even influencing the Crown Prince. I thought my chances were slim, until I met you today. What does Mr. Wu require to fully support me? That would be the Inyang Bagua Rebirth Pill, Zaire replied without hesitation. This pill can elevate one's realm effortlessly, making it immensely valuable. And since it involves Becker, it's crucial not to let him obtain it. Otherwise, once Becker breaks through to the Tribulation Realm, the problems would be immense. Zaire believed that everything he had done in Tianyang Martial Academy would not have escaped the attention of Kimball Becker. Yet, instead of confronting him directly, Becker quietly arrived in Xianxia. He must intend to use the Inyang Bagua Rebirth Pill to break through the Tribulation Realm before returning to Tianyang Emiyuntan to secure his position. Had they not met by chance, Zaire could imagine how passive he would be. Oh right, does your highness have any primordial purple chi? Suddenly remembering something, Zaire asked in a serious tone. Primordial purple chi? Upon hearing this, Marvin's expression tightened. That item is exceedingly precious. Is that so? Zaire was shocked. From Marvin's reaction, it seemed he possessed this treasure. He had merely asked out of curiosity, given Great Yuan's power and Marvin's high status, but unexpectedly found a significant windfall. How much can your highness provide? I am willing to pay a price, Zaire hurriedly added. The wonders of primordial purple chi need no further elaboration. For the primordial world, possessing a large amount would lead to profound transformations. Mr. Wu, Marvin hesitated. If you only need a few strands, I can try, but from your tone, it seems you require quite a bit. Your highness, please provide as much as you can. The more, the better, Zaire urged. All right, I'll try my best. You may stay in this study temporarily. It's the quietest place in the mansion, free from disturbance, Marvin agreed after some thought. Wait. Zaire tossed 7 storage bags containing abyss demon treasures and elixirs, having already picked what he needed. Your highness, please handle these items. Procuring the Inyang Bagua Rebirth Pill will require substantial funds. Chapter 263. The 11th Prince of the Great Yuan Kingdom. So many spirit artifacts and elixirs, you're really going to dispose of all of them? Marvin had initially thought there wasn't much in the storage bags. Yet when he opened one at random, it was packed with spiritual weapons, and there were also a significant number of healing elixirs. He was immediately surprised. Was this person really going to sell all these valuable items? Zaire replied, of course I have to handle them. I won't need these things for some time. If I don't sell them, how else can I acquire the Inyang 8 Trigram Rebirth Pill? Alright, I'll visit the major traders then. By the way, I still need to purchase a batch of gifts. After Marvin left, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit suddenly appeared beside Zaire's body and asked, are you really letting him leave like that? The wealth of those 7 people from the Abyss Demon Clan is considerable. What if? You've been quite active lately, Zaire chuckled. As your cultivation strengthens, my power grows as well. Before, I was ignorant, but now my thinking has become much clearer, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit said, glancing towards the door. Zaire followed his gaze and replied, relax. Marvin carries a strand of the 5 elements chi on him. Any move he makes is under my control. Moreover, given his intelligence, he certainly won't do anything that would dig his own grave. Saying this, he waved his hand, causing true essence to flow and form a round mirror. Soon, Marvin's figure appeared within the mirror. Though Marvin was at the true realm level, he could not detect Zaire's technique as he prepared to leave with the 7 storage bags. In the days that followed, Zaire sat in Marvin's study and took the opportunity to peruse the collection of books stored there. Many of the texts here were not available outside. Examples included the secret records of 9 regions, strangely illustrated objects of Great Yuan, analysis of Amiuntainous terrain, and the detailed forbidden areas of 9 provinces. Zaire read through each book, memorizing key points. While he was reading, Marvin returned with the proceeds. Mr. Wu, this black card contains 20 billion credits. There were indeed quite a few valuable items in the 7 storage bags. The merchants were willing to give me a bit of face due to our long-standing relations, so I received fair prices, Marvin remarked. Thank you, Your Highness, Zaire thanked. Given how many items were in the 7 storage bags, it was clear that Marvin used some leverage to get them sold so quickly. Right, here's the Chaos Purple Chi. Marvin presented a wooden box, roughly 4 inches wide, which looked small but gave off an aura of vastness inside. There are 100 strands of Chaos Purple Chi in here. With great respect, Marvin handed the entire box over to Zaire. You should focus on cultivation. Once the aquatic elixir fair begins, I will come to call you. With that, he left the study. After he left, Zaire directly threw the box into the primordial world. As the chaotic energy swirled and sucked, the box opened instantly, and streams of purple gas flowed out. The whole primordial world was suddenly hit by violent gusts of wind. The purple chaos chi shot out in all directions, resembling a storm of turbulence, spreading to every corner. The trapped lynx on the deserted island was frightened and kept dodging. Fortunately, this chaos ended in the blink of an eye, and the world suddenly returned to peace. Through Zaire's perception, the entire primordial world expanded, with various invisible gases twisting, producing a very peculiar vibration frequency. Following this ancient rhythm, the deserted island began to tremble. The surrounding chaos gradually spread, and inch by inch, new soil started forming. The whole island shook for several hours, expanding outward by nearly 10 inches before finally returning to complete stillness. After carefully sensing it, although the primordial world did not undergo any fundamental change, more absorbable spiritual chi was now available, and the entire world felt even more stable. By the time this expansion ended, it was already the next day. Marvin had already brought 50 cultivators from the manor to the study. Amainteg, Farron, Kong Chani, Lori Pui, and others showed extreme politeness upon seeing Zaire, not daring to offend him. Mr. Wu, today is the opening day of the aquatic elixir fair. We shouldn't delay. Let's head over now. Marvin smiled and invited him. Let's go. Zaire got up immediately and gestured for everyone to proceed. This aquatic elixir fair will be attended by all the princes of the Great Yuan in Bianjing. You may need to help me establish authority? Marvin whispered confidentially. No problem. Since I've received your favor, it's natural for me to handle such matters. Zaire agreed without hesitation. Haha, great. Marvin laughed heartily as he led everyone toward the Great Yuan Royal Chamber of Commerce. Although there were many experts in Bianjing, seeing this impressive entourage of over 50 people, everyone promptly moved aside. Those unaware of the situation were intimidated by the grand display, while those who knew better realized this was Marvin's contingent and didn't dare act rashly. At that moment, stronger presences suddenly flew from a distance, overwhelming Marvin's presence. This group comprised about 60 to 70 cultivators. It's actually a royal realm expert. These are the honored guests of Hunt Manor. It seems Prince Rong is also attending the aquatic elixir fair. Everyone, get out of the way. Don't provoke Prince Rong, or you'll cause trouble. Amazed independent cultivators and other solitary practitioners stopped immediately upon witnessing the scene, even lowering themselves to the ground, afraid of causing disturbances they couldn't handle. Haha, Marvin, my dear 13th brother. I heard you've recruited quite a few talented individuals recently and even made bold claims about making a name in the Macro Dao Martial Academy 2 months later. Where does your confidence come from? Powerful auras halted in front of Marvin. A middle-aged man led the pack, dressed in a golden-threaded dragon robe identical to Marvin's, his eyes sharp and piercing. Zaire glanced at him and noticed the middle-aged man was already at the king realm, even slightly stronger than most geniuses. However, what drew more attention was the little old man standing behind him. The old man exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly breaking into the emperor realm. 11th brother. Humphrey, it's good to see you. Marvin greeted respectfully. Father plans to open a restricted area of the Great Yuan Kingdom next week to test our strength. It seems 11th brother is aiming to stand out. Humph, came the cold response from the old man. With me, tunneling man around, Prince Rong will definitely make it into the top 3. If we can obtain the Yin Yang 8 trigram rebirth pill today, winning first place is not impossible. Saying this, he cast a disdainful glance at Zaire's group. Marvin, both Prince Rong and I initially thought you'd encountered powerful experts. Now, it turns out to be just a bunch of insignificant riffraff, useless for anything important. Amainteg, haven't you learned your lesson yet? Quickly greet Prince Rong with me. If you continue being stubborn, beware that I will destroy your Xianxia Amiuntan. Humphrey spoke openly in front of Marvin, clearly showing no regard for him. Hearing the threat, Amainteg's face paled instantly, turning to Zaire with a pleading look. Mr. Wu, please take action. Marvin's face turned ashen as he hurriedly asked Zaire for help. Just a simple pangolin beast, presuming it has achieved something extraordinary, starts showing off and disregarding everyone. It truly believes it has too much life left. Note, I've maintained the term pangolin, Xianxia, as it is the accurate translation for this type of beast, ensuring the meaning is clear while keeping the tone and style consistent. However, considering the context and natural fluency in English, it might be better to translate Xianxia as pangolin and provide a more fluid sentence. Just a simple pangolin beast, thinking it has achieved something extraordinary, starts to show off and look down on everyone else. It truly believes it has too much life left. Zaire took a step forward, his voice icy and harsh. At present, he was in another physical form, only known to Marvin. What a reckless boy. Are you looking for death? Humphrey exploded in anger. Though he was a monster, he had never allowed anyone to mention his origins, and now this young man dared to provoke him despite being merely a king realm cultivator? You dare challenge me? His anger boiled as Zaire stood there calmly, unyielding. Humphrey, of course, could not let this slide. With a wave of his right hand, 5 highly condensed energy spheres shot out directly towards Zaire's head. These 5 orbs were a special attack method he cultivated. Upon contact with a target, they would explode violently. If targeted at a person, even high-grade spirit artifacts would struggle to protect them, as the explosion would rip through flesh and muscle, leaving blood and flesh in tatters. But Zaire simply waved his right hand, and the 5 energy orbs vanished without any sound of an explosion. Just as everyone was astonished, Calabi's figure disappeared. He reappeared next to Humphrey. Smack! Humphrey didn't react in time, and even failed to activate his protective artifact. He was slapped away instantly. Spitting blood as he flew back, Humphrey seethed with rage. Boy, you're playing with fire. Is it you or me who is playing with fire? Zaire's voice rang out abruptly, and Humphrey was struck by another slap, sent flying back to where he started. After 2 slaps, he was dazed and disoriented. As a regal realm expert, who would believe that he could be beaten like this? Humphrey was furious. Absolutely infuriated. He was a regal realm expert. To be humiliated by a mere youth with 2 slaps, and in front of everyone, this was unbearable for anyone. Boom. Humphrey unleashed all his power, and a surreal world rose behind him. Within it were 5 stars, majestic in presence. But no matter how majestic it was, in a flash, Zaire emitted the Black Abyss Sword Spirit's dark light, piercing through the barrier of this original grotto, and grabbed hold of its central core. Humphrey's original grotto seemed to sense the impending crisis and tried to expand, attempting to escape. But now that it was in Zaire's hands, there was no escape. The primordial world flashed, and then the entire original grotto of Humphrey was dragged into it. The chaotic gas swirled, severing all connections, making it ownerless and falling into Zaire's possession. Swish! Seizing the other's original grotto in one move, Zaire reappeared beside Marvin. With just 5 activated stars in your original grotto, you dare to show off? With a cold laugh, Zaire spread his fingers, revealing the original grotto world shimmering with 5 starlights flickering uncertainly in his hand. Before everyone's eyes, he clenched his hand, absorbing the original grotto. Ah! Humphrey let out continuous cries of agony, his body plummeting if not for someone catching him quickly, possibly turning into a pile of mud. Their exchange shocked everyone. A regal realm expert, and a strong one like Humphrey, was rendered powerless by having his original grotto seized. Who was this young man? Could he be an undiscovered imperial realm genius? In reality, Zaire's seemingly effortless moves revealed almost all his prowess. If anyone familiar with him were present, they would have noticed he even used his rarely utilized original grotto, showing the immense effort he put in to establish authority. 11th brother, the experts you recruited don't seem too competent? Is this what regal realm strength looks like? Oh, amazing indeed. Marvin, stunned for a while, finally reacted and spoke sarcastically. At this moment, deeply moved by Zaire's power, he felt an unprecedented sense of vindication. Among the princes of Great Yuan, even if not counting many, at least 100 were adults. While he wasn't among the bottom tier, over 10 princes above him often looked down on him. Facing these princes regularly, he had endured plenty of sarcasm and humiliation. Now, supported by Zaire, he turned the tables on this 11th brother, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. Humphrey, Humphrey! Germain snapped back to reality and shouted at Humphrey, who seemed to have gone insane. However, regardless of how he called, Humphrey remained unresponsive, clearly still in shock. You! Rong Wang's gaze filled with murderous intent locked onto Zaire. Humphrey was his biggest support. Being incapacitated so directly only added to his anger. Prince Rong Wang, are you planning to attack me? Zaire asked with a sneer. Seeing his smirk, Rong Wang shivered involuntarily. He also realized this young man had already defeated a regal realm expert like Humphrey. If he wanted to attack him, wouldn't it be easy, leaving no room for resistance? But soon, remembering that this place was the capital of Great Yuan, Bianjing, his confidence returned. As a prince of Great Yuan, he had pride, and couldn't tolerate such provocations from a wild cultivator. Prince Rongwang, don't worry. Humphrey is a wandering cultivator and a beast cultivator, whom I can freely beat or kill. However, attacking a prince of Great Yuan might cause some trouble. Though I'm not afraid of trouble, I prefer not to seek it. Zaire spoke again suddenly. Upon hearing this, Rongwang's expression changed drastically, losing his princely composure. Anyone could tell from those words that Zaire had a powerful patron and feared no consequences of killing a Great Yuan prince. I didn't expect, 13th brother, that you've acquired such a powerful follower. Even my Humphrey can't stand against him. But don't blame me for not warning you. Attracting attention from the elder princes may mean you won't survive with even 10 such experts. Rongwang said with an iron-gray face. Haha, 11th brother. Worry less about me and more about yourself. Marvin laughed heartily, turning to Amaintag and the others and waving, let's go. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural English fluency. It also adheres to the paragraph structure and line breaks of the Chinese text provided. Chapter 264. The underhanded struggle with Becker. The battle started abruptly and ended just as hastily. Hardly had the situation escalated when the entire matter was already resolved. Given that it was a struggle between the princes of Great Yuan, few would dare to intervene. However, despite winning and even incapacitating Rongwang's strongest ally, Chuishanlauren, Abelardo's expression turned more somber. After this, he would inevitably draw more attention, making it difficult for him to carry out major deeds in silence as before. If you wish to achieve great things, you must be ready for all eyes to be on you. If you always act in secrecy, you can only be considered a petty person, not one who can rule over all. A few princes, what is there to fear? Zaire said calmly. Wu Xinxing's reminder is very timely. To vie for the throne, we must do so with honor, not hesitantly. Abelardo was deeply inspired and exclaimed immediately. Soon, the headquarters of the Great Yuan Imperial Commercial Guild appeared before their eyes. Everyone quickly descended. This time, Zaire received completely different treatment from his previous solo visit. Upon seeing them arrive, more than 10 guild receptionists immediately came forward to welcome them. A series of warm welcomes directly led Abelardo and his group into a highly private large suite. This suite contained several arrays, and one could clearly observe the outside world from within. Zaire looked out, noticing that cultivators bustling about seemed endless. Fortunately, I befriended this Abelardo. Otherwise, I'd have to squeeze among the crowd, and once bidding starts, certain people will surely take notice. Zaire couldn't help but think. The host of this aquatic and Delaney Dan assembly is actually Lingguang Shangren's top disciple Wang Qi. Didn't expect the guild to invite him too. As Abelardo entered the suite, his first sight was the man on stage, and he exclaimed in surprise. Following Abelardo's gaze, Zaire also saw this young man named Wang Qi, dressed in a peculiar garment made of bright jade tablets. In sensing, this person did not emit any intimidating aura. Instead, he gave off a feeling as soothing as a spring breeze. This truly reflected that he had fully integrated all his learning into himself. Wang Qi's cultivation was clearly at the Emperor realm, no less powerful than any top powerhouses. Lingguang Shangren's name, Zaire had heard while traveling through the 9 provinces. He knew this figure was a catastrophe realm powerhouse, independent of the 9 institutes and 9 kingdoms, always a recluse. Suddenly, Abelardo transmitted sound. This Wang Qi is listed on the Pride Dragon list, but recently Mr. Wu has also been included. Pride Dragon list? What ranking is this? Zaire asked in surprise. You don't know? Abelardo hurriedly explained. The Pride Dragon list is a ranking system created by the Great Yuan Imperial Commercial Guild. They evaluate all experts from immortal, martial, divine, Buddhist, Taoist realms across the 9 provinces, almost including all Emperor realm powerhouses. However, there are exceptions like you, Jonathan from Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy, and Anthea from Pingchuan Martial Academy, who are young prodigies yet not at the Emperor realm. Look, this is the latest Pride Dragon list ranking. He then took out a golden-laid jade booklet and handed it over. Zaire easily accepted it. The book was palm-sized and required true essence and spirit essence energies to unfold. But a gentle vibration emanated from the void above the golden jade book, revealing a list written in golden tadpole characters. At the forefront, Zaire found 2 names he had never heard of. But third place belonged to Tianyang Martial Academy's Kimball disciple, Becker. First place went to someone named Vicky, second to Anita. Both seem to be women. With Becker's strength, he's not first? What level of power do these first 2 possess? Could they be reincarnations of great beings? Zaire was inwardly amazed. Continuing down, Wang Qi was ranked 10th. Surprisingly, the Divine Technique Elder from Tianyang Martial Academy was also on the list, placed 38th. Soon, he spotted his own name, far down beyond 100 places. Behind his name was Guido. Clan Uncle Jonathan was ranked higher, and Anthea squeezed into the top 50. After thoroughly reviewing the list, Zaire returned the golden-laid jade book to Abelardo. The various commercial guilds each have their specialties. Chihua Guild often showcases rare treasures not seen easily. The Great Yuan Imperial Commercial Guild spans the land, gathering news extensively. Much of their revenue comes from selling information. They mainly deal in elixir business. Just as Abelardo briefed Zaire on the pros and cons of the guilds, Wang Qi began auctioning the newest pill outside at the Aquatic and Delaney Dan assembly. A massive jade box was slowly opened, and radiant light shot up into the sky, forming intricate yin-yang hexagrams that floated mid-air. For a full incense stick's duration, this miraculous scene gradually dissipated, finally revealing the true form of the treasure pill. Within the jade box lay a pill the size of an infant's fist. Faint medicinal fragrance spread out in black and white vapors, covering the entire pill with hexagram inscriptions. These inscriptions were not manually carved but formed naturally within the treasure pill, an extremely wondrous phenomenon. It's the yin-yang hexagram rebirth pill. Legends say consuming this pill can instantly break any realm below the catastrophe realm. Indeed, it's a treasure pill. Its appearance is extraordinary. What a divine pill. If I obtained it, how wonderful would that be? You? Dream on. The starting price is already beyond our means. You thinking of buying it? Go dream. Seeing the pill appear, waves of exclamations flooded in from outside. Yin-yang hexagram rebirth pill. Zaire's gaze flamed. No matter what, he had to bid on this pill. Even if he couldn't buy it, he wouldn't let Becker get it. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. There's no need for much introduction to the fame of the yin-yang hexagram rebirth pill. Just one point. This pill, even consumed by an Emperor realm expert, increases the chance of breaking through to catastrophe realm by 40%. Wang Qi's voice resonated throughout the assembly. Starting bid, 30 billion. Minimum increment, 10 million gathering spirit pills. 30 billion. The opening price was 30 billion. Even with Guido's interference during the purchase of the 9 Treasures Tower, the final price remained only 30 billion. 30 billion was an astronomical sum beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. If placed in Tianyang Martial Academy, elites like Iona, Mayhamed, and Steven could only sigh at the unattainable price. A 30 billion base price, the final auction price would certainly be unimaginable. Selling the Abyss Demon Clan goods and stockpiling Godblood pills might gather only 100 billion in funds. Will it be enough to secure the yin-yang hexagram rebirth pill? Zaire pondered. By then, bids were already being called. The price rapidly rose to 36 billion. Despite its enormity, 30 billion gathering spirit pills were insignificant compared to a pill that could break through catastrophe realm, thus many willing to spend lavishly. 31 billion. Zaire had Abelardo bid 400 million more. This aggressive bidding momentarily silenced some competitors. Zaire even felt several experts' intentions probing from afar. The Imperial Guild's headquarters, unlike Chanamanch City, isolated even a catastrophe realm expert's perception within this suite. However, Zaire also lost the ability to probe other suites. 31,100,000,000. Another suite's voice rang out. 31,600,000,000. Zaire instructed Abelardo to bid again. Who is this person? To dare bid such a price? Quickly investigate for me. I must know their identity. In a luxuriously large private suite, a man dressed in a four-clawed python robe was shouting at those around him. This place was binging, and only the princes of Great Yuan were permitted to wear such robes. Even Crown Marvin Wong's python robe had no claws, while this man wore a four-clawed one. This indicated his rank was notably higher than Abelardo's. Moreover, this man was already at the Emperor realm in cultivation. I intended to buy this pill for Brother Alistair, but now an obstacle has emerged halfway. Give me a moment, I'll have someone check into it. The man in the four-clawed python robe suddenly turned and smiled at another figure beside him, a white-robed individual. Needless to say, this white-robed individual was none other than Tianyang Martial Academy's Kimball disciple, Becker. The Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill is extraordinary. If Brother Alistair can obtain it, he will surely break through to catastrophe realm rapidly and become a dominating figure across the 9 provinces. Speaking next to Becker was the pride of Songyang Martial Academy, Owen. This pill isn't very useful to me. Within 3 years, or even 1 year, I will reach catastrophe realm. Without this certainty, I wouldn't have broken my suppression to reach the Emperor realm. Becker said proudly, I only want the Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill to gift it to Senior Sister Hellion. So that's it. Who would have thought Brother Alistair is so righteous and affectionate, still thinking about Senior Sister Hellion while on the road? If she knew this, she'd be incredibly moved. Owen hurriedly said. Beside them, Edlin laughed heartily. Senior Sister Anita is an unexposed genius of our Songyang Martial Academy. She broke through to Emperor Realm 5 years ago and is the brightest hope among young elites to reach Catastrophe Realm in the 9 provinces. This time, by Grandmaster Finley's order, Senior Sister Hellion is engaged to you, Brother Alistair. Only after both of you break through to Catastrophe Realm will the wedding take place. It's truly a lucky event for both Songyang and Tianyang Martial Academies. At the time of the 9 Institute's martial gathering, I will transcend with Senior Sister Hellion to enter Catastrophe Realm, Becker said calmly. Brother Alistair should also be cautious about Zaire. He cultivates very fast and has killed 2 of our Songyang Martial Academy's elite juniors. Grandmaster Xiang originally wanted to subdue him, but was stopped by that magic Buddha from the heavenly Amiyuntin's secret realm. Zaire has become the pawn of the magic Buddha, and we must be cautious, Edlin warned. No problem. I cannot move against him right now. In Tianyang Martial Academy, many elders favor him. Even Headmaster Declan holds him in high regard. However, once I break through to Catastrophe Realm, he will be in great trouble. At that time, no one will dare stop me from subduing him. Becker's face was cold, clearly harboring significant animosity towards Zaire. If Brother Alistair breaks through to Catastrophe Realm, Tianyang Martial Academy indeed won't have anything more to say. Strength is the foundation of everything. Owen agreed wholeheartedly. Edlin asked curiously, I heard Wu Immortal cultivated the way of proving the Tao through force. At its highest levels, one punch can extinguish the sun and moon. One palm can open the sky and earth. Since Brother Alistair inherited this legacy, won't he immediately comprehend the 2 instruments and achieve 2 instruments catastrophe upon breaking through? Yes, Wu Immortal's teachings emphasize suppressing the heavens through martial prowess, directly reaching the essence of the Tao. The stronger one becomes, the harder each step is, which is why I stayed at the Emperor Realm for many years to accumulate enough strength before breaking through the life and death barrier to reach Catastrophe Realm. Becker's voice carried immense confidence, demonstrating his domineering aura of ruling the present era no matter how the world changes. The servant has investigated clearly. The person competing for the divine pill with us is precisely His Highness Marvin. At this moment, a soldier walked in to report the information he gathered. Marvin? How did this fool suddenly get so much capital? Over 30 billion gathering spirit pills? That doesn't make sense. Didn't he announce he would attend Trey's wedding at Hongdao Martial Academy? How could he have this much money? And what does he need the Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill for? As a mere true realm cultivator, shouldn't he be preparing to condense origin caverns? Hearing it was Marvin bidding against him, the man in the 4-clawed python robe breathed a sigh of relief, but also had many questions. At this point, the bidding for the Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill had gone through several rounds. 32 billion. Zaire bid again. Such a miraculous pill, consuming which allows direct breakthrough to the Emperor realm, saving over a decade of arduous cultivation. Forgetting 32 billion. Even 100 billion would be worth shouting out. 32 billion 10 million. The man beside Becker continued to bid. 32 billion 50 million. Marvin promptly followed under instructions. Seeing the tangled situation, Becker told the man in the 4-clawed python robe, Callan, just bid 33 billion. This pill is something I need, naturally not something for you to spend on. Here. A gold-inlaid black card landed on the table in front of the man. All right. Callan, with the title of Callan, was the eldest among all princes of Great Yuan. However, he wasn't the strongest. The strongest was the 3rd prince of Great Yuan, Jesse. 33 billion pills were barely manageable for Callan, but he would certainly have to sell a lot of assets. Thus, faced with Becker's black card, he didn't inflate his financial situation unnecessarily. 33 billion. Callan shouted outside. Zaire smiled faintly. Given that the opponent took so long to bid this time, it was evident they lacked sufficient funds. With this information, he felt somewhat reassured and immediately instructed Marvin to add another billion. 34 billion. Marvin's shout echoed nervously. If left to himself, he would never have come up with 34 billion. But this astronomical amount seemed trivial to Zaire, as if selling cabbages in a vegetable market. Bidding another billion indeed shocked Callan. Not only him, even Songyang Martial Academy's prides, Owen and Edlin, stood up in shock. They might be Songyang's prides, but they couldn't possibly produce 34 billion pills instantly. To have such wealth was beyond ordinary means. It could only belong to catastrophe realm experts. Brother Alistair? Callan hesitated as he looked at Becker. 35 billion. After a long pause, Becker narrowed his eyes and finally spoke. Hashtag chapter 265, the Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill. 35 billion. A single Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill was actually bid up to 35 billion. This outcome not only shocked everyone, but even left Wang Qi, the host of the alchemy conference, momentarily stunned. He immediately instructed his staff to head to the 2 private rooms where the bidding had come from. 35 billion is already the limit. Bidding any higher wouldn't be worthwhile, Marvin worriedly said. 40 billion. However, Zaire sneered and once again urged Marvin to increase the bid by 5 billion. 40 billion spirit-gathering pills. The price had soared to 40 billion. Becker's brows furrowed. He hadn't anticipated that Marvin would bid so high. Although Becker could afford 40 billion spirit-gathering pills, seeing Marvin relentlessly raise the bid made him realize that the Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill would likely reach a terrifying auction price if they continued. He was certainly not one to throw money away. Despite inheriting the wealth of immortal Wu, he still needed to save much for future use, as there were numerous expenses ahead. Recruiting support from Songyang Martial Academy, as well as the other 7 academies, would require substantial funds. Suppressing Zaire's influence within Tianyang Martial Academy also demanded significant costs. Considering these factors, it was unwise to recklessly raise the bid further. If Becker knew that the person bidding against him was actually Zaire, he probably wouldn't have hesitated and would have directly matched or exceeded the price. Alistair, brother. Amin observed Becker's expression and hesitantly said, if you really need this pill, I can liquidate some assets. Forget it. Becker waved a hand to stop him. Given their current rate of bidding, continuing would be pointless. It would only benefit the Merchant Association. This brother of yours has considerable wealth, willing to bid 40 billion spirit-gathering pills. Even ordinary Calamity Realm cultivators might not have this much. You should keep an eye on him and not underestimate him. There are many good pills coming up, including a divine pill personally refined by an immortal, which would be suitable for presenting to Sister Hellion. The Water and Delaneyed Alchemy Conference mainly featured valuable pills, with occasional treasures related to alchemy. Yes, I've heard that this conference is grand due to a divine pill refined by an immortal appearing. We might as well save our money for that pill, Owen agreed, nodding. Becker had calmed down and looked towards Zaire's private room, calmly stating, after the conference ends, I'll go meet this Marvin. The Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill isn't trivial. Why would someone at the true realm level need such a pill? Seeing the price hit 40 billion, no one dared to compete further. Ultimately, the Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill was delivered to Marvin's private room. Marvin, this pill's bid was 40 billion spirit-gathering pills. Please provide sufficient funds. A man in elegant attire entered, carrying a jade box. Even though it was the Deyuan Imperial Chamber of Commerce, they did not offer any special treatment because of Marvin's royal status. This card has 20 billion. Can the remaining 20 billion be paid in Nanjing Blood God pills? Zaire handed over the black card obtained from exchanging 7 abyssal demons, and then placed 20,000 Blood God pills on the ground. Blood God pills? The elegantly dressed worker paused but quickly nodded with joy upon seeing the massive pile of pills. Blood God pills are far more valuable than spirit-gathering pills, so of course, they're acceptable. He immediately began counting the pills and confirmed the amount before putting the 20,000 Blood God pills away. He clearly had a storage device like a spatial ring. Marvin, esteemed friend, the final highlight of this Water and Delaneyed Alchemy Conference is a divine pill personally refined by an immortal. If you're interested, you may pay attention to it. With a smile, the man left. Zaire opened the jade box, grabbed the Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill, and said, Your Highness, let's leave now. Now? Aren't we waiting for the final divine pill? Marvin asked in surprise. No need. That pill will likely attract countless eyes, and even if we get it, its immense power would only be usable by someone at least at the Calamity Realm. Zaire decisively explained, a Miriover. It will most likely end up in Becker's hands. With his cultivation, he won't be able to consume it immediately. Maybe when I defeat him later, the pill will eventually return to my possession. Now that I have the Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill, I can definitely break through to the Sovereign Realm. If we stay here longer, it might lead to unnecessary complications. If people surround us at the entrance after the conference, it could be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Marvin thought it over and found the logic sound. He promptly stood up and beckoned everyone. Let's go. They hastily left the Deyuan Imperial Chamber of Commerce and returned to Marvin's mansion. Zaire asked Marvin to prepare a secluded chamber for seclusion and began cultivating. The secluded chamber was located underground in the garden, measuring over 300 feet square, constructed entirely of 9-foot-thick fine iron walls. Various concealment arrays were embedded in the fine iron walls, ensuring external disturbances would not affect cultivation inside. After adjusting his breathing, Zaire reached his utmost mental calm and took out the Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill. This pill cost 40 billion. If it doesn't help me break through to the Sovereign Realm, it means the rumors aren't reliable. However, he was prepared for the possibility that it might not be enough. After all, the unseen heaven-earth scripture he practiced was among the top-notch cultivation techniques in the world. Additionally, Zaire had innovated by creating acupoints to accommodate true essence. Lastly, his flesh body was incredibly powerful. Combining these 3 aspects, each breakthrough was extremely challenging. Even the amount of energy required for advancement far exceeded that of other cultivators by several times, perhaps even tenfold. A powerful burst of true essence sprayed onto the Yin-Yang hexagram rebirth pill. The pill, about the size of a baby's fist, was instantly enveloped and began merging into Zaire's body. Boom. The moment the pill entered his body, it exploded like gunpowder had been stuffed inside. Zaire's entire body erupted with fiery chi and blood, millions of pores opening simultaneously, spewing red energy uncontrollably. Intense waves of potent medicinal power began purifying his flesh. Beneath the skin, everything felt washed away, accompanied by the roaring sound of ocean tides. True essence acted like sifting through sand, continuously flushing out impurities. Indeed, the pill's strength is insufficient. For ordinary cultivators, the yin-yang hexagram rebirth pill's power was enough for breakthroughs beyond the sovereign realm, possibly even the emperor or calamity realms. But for Zaire, this single pill's power wasn't enough for breaking through to the sovereign realm. If anyone saw this, they would be astounded. The energy required for breakthroughs was truly enormous, almost frightening. Shatter. Origin Cave Heaven of Tunnel Elder. With a roar, Zaire summoned the shadow of primordial world behind him. Immediately, the Origin Cave Heaven of Tunnel Elder was crushed by an overwhelming world force, transforming into torrents of pure primordial chi swirling around. Without hesitation, Zaire opened his mouth and began absorbing the surging chi. This is the decisive moment. Whether or not he could break through to the sovereign realm depended on whether the Origin Cave Heaven's primordial chi sufficed. Sitting calmly, clearing the mind, ascending to heavenly purity, meditating on the void in the celestial court, Zaire focused intently, reciting key verses of the unseen heaven-earth scripture. True essence surged from countless acupoints, converging into a mighty river coursing through his limbs and organs. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of giant waves resonated from his body, echoing endlessly within the secluded chamber. It was unclear how long this lasted. 35 billion. A single yin-yang 8-trigram rebirth pill was bid up to 35 billion. This astonishing result not only left everyone shocked but even caught Wang Qi, the host of the pill convention, off guard. He immediately sent someone to the 2 private rooms where the bids were coming from. 35 billion is already the limit. Going any higher wouldn't be worth it, Marvin said with concern. 40 billion. Zaire, however, sneered and again urged Marvin to add 5 more billion to the bid. 40 billion spirit-gathering pills. It had gone this high. Becker's brows furrowed instantly. He hadn't anticipated that Marvin would bid so high. While Becker could come up with 40 billion spirit-gathering pills, seeing how Marvin continued to raise the price without hesitation made him realize that if they kept bidding, the yin-yang 8-trigram rebirth pill would reach an astronomical price at auction. He wasn't a fool who would throw money away recklessly. Although he had inherited wealth from Wuxia, it was still important to save for future expenses. There would be plenty of occasions where he'd need funds, like allying with Songyang Martial Academy and other institutions. Suppressing Zaire's influence within Tianyang Martial Academy also required significant capital. This couldn't continue as such recklessness. If Becker knew that the person competing against him was actually Zaire, he might have stopped worrying and raised the bid directly sky high. Alistair, brother. Callan hesitated, looking at Becker's expression. If you really need this pill, I can liquidate some assets. Forget it. Becker waved his hand to interrupt. At their current bidding pace, if we continue, it would ultimately benefit the merchant guild rather than us. You should know, this brother has considerable financial power. He even dared to bid 40 billion spirit-gathering pills. Not many people in the tribulation realm are as wealthy as him. Keep an eye on this individual. There are still quite a few good pills left, including a divine pill personally refined by a celestial immortal, which would be perfect for sending to Sister Hellion. The Water Delaneyed pill convention mainly featured treasure pills, occasionally accompanied by heavenly treasures related to pill ingredients. Yes, I've heard about it too. This convention is grand because there is a divine pill refined by an immortal. We might as well save our money for that. Owen nodded in agreement. Becker had calmed down and glanced at Zaire's private room. After the convention, I should meet Marvin. That yin-yang 8-trigram rebirth pill isn't trivial. What does a true realm cultivator like him need it for? Seeing that the price had reached the astronomical 40 billion, no one else dared to compete further. In the end, the yin-yang 8-trigram rebirth pill was delivered to Marvin's private room. Marvin, this pill was sold for 40 billion spirit-gathering pills. Please provide sufficient payment. A man dressed in fine attire walked in, carrying a jade box. Even though this was the Royal Commercial Guild of Diyuan, they didn't give special treatment because of Marvin's royal status. In this card, there are 20 billion, and can the remaining 20 billion be paid in South Barbarian God Blood pills? Zaire handed over the black card obtained from trading with 7 Abyssal Demon clan members, and then laid out 200,000 God Blood pills on the ground. God Blood pills? The finely dressed staff member paused, but upon seeing the mound of God Blood pills, he became extremely pleased. God Blood pills are far more valuable than spirit-gathering pills. Of course, they can be accepted. He began counting the God Blood pills, confirming multiple times before collecting the 200,000 pills into storage space. Clearly, he possessed a portable storage device. Marvin, esteemed Taoist, the main event of this Water Delaneyed pill convention is a divine pill refined by an immortal. If interested, keep an eye on it. The man finished speaking and left with a smile. Zaire opened the jade box, grabbed the yin-yang 8-trigram rebirth pill, and said, Your Highness, let's leave now. What? Now? Aren't we waiting for the last divine pill? Marvin was surprised. We aren't. It's probably being watched by thousands of eyes. Even if we buy it, its immense potency might require at least a tribulation realm cultivator to consume. Zaire decisively added, A Miriover. That pill will most likely go to Becker, and with his cultivation, he can't absorb it yet. Maybe after defeating him, the pill will return to my hands. With the yin-yang 8-trigram rebirth pill, I can definitely break through to the Emperor realm. If we stay here, it invites variables. If blocked at the guild's entrance, it'd be troublesome. Marvin thought about it and agreed. They quickly left the Royal Commercial Guild and returned to Marvin's residence. Zaire asked Marvin to prepare a secluded chamber for seclusion and began cultivating. The secluded chamber was underground within the garden, spanning hundreds of feet with 9-foot-thick iron walls. On the iron walls were several concealed formations, ensuring nothing from outside would disturb his cultivation. After regulating his breathing and calming his mind, Zaire took out the yin-yang 8-trigram rebirth pill. This pill cost 40 billion. If it can't help me break through to the Emperor realm, these rumors must be false. However, he prepared for failure. After all, the unparalleled heaven scripture he practiced was one of the best cultivation techniques in the world. Additionally, Zaire had innovatively created a method to store true essence within acupoints. Lastly, he possessed an inconceivably powerful physical body. Combined, these factors made each breakthrough incredibly difficult, requiring energy far beyond normal cultivators, 10 or even 100 times more. Puff. A burst of thick true essence sprayed onto the pill. The pill-sized medicine enveloped itself and merged into Zaire's body. Boom. As soon as it entered, it triggered a violent explosion inside his body. Fiery chi erupted from Zaire's entire body, pores opening simultaneously, like a geyser of fiery chi flowing uncontrollably. Extremely potent medicinal forces began repeatedly cleansing his body. Beneath the skin, everything seemed to be washed, creating waves and tides. True essence flowed like massive waves, continuously flushing out impurities. Indeed, this pill's strength is insufficient. For ordinary cultivators, a single yin-yang 8-trigram rebirth pill could easily support breaking through to the imperial or even tribulation realm. But for Zaire, it wasn't enough to break through to the emperor realm. If seen, it would shock anyone. This much energy was simply staggering. Break. Elder Chauncey's essence cave sky. With a roar, a shadow of the primordial world flashed behind Zaire. Elder Chauncey's essence cave sky instantly shattered, transforming into a torrent of pure primordial energy swirling rapidly. Without hesitation, Zaire began swallowing this torrent. This is the final attempt. Whether or not he could break through to the Emperor realm depended on whether Elder Chauncey's essence cave sky provided enough primordial energy. Clear your mind and heart, soar upwards into purity. Visualize the formless existence within. Zaire focused intently, the unparalleled heaven scripture's core principles flashing in his mind. Countless acupoints surged with true essence, converging into a vast river raging through his limbs and bones. Asterisk splash. Splash. Asterisk. Massive tidal sounds emanated from his body, echoing in the chamber. Time seemed endless. Translation ends. Please let me know if you need further assistance or additional chapters translated. Zaire's entire body twisted as if all his muscles were tied together like hemp rope, ready to snap with the slightest pull. The true essence within his various acupoints became more nimble, almost as if they had developed their own consciousness. They moved autonomously along the cultivation routes of the unseen heaven-earth scripture without requiring deliberate control. Crack, crack. At this moment, it seemed his flesh had been refined to an extreme limit, and he started emitting a cracking sound. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on his taut skin. From these cracks, crimson flesh oozed out golden blood. Zaire's body was about to collapse. Excellent. Zaire seemed to have anticipated this. Facing the situation, he showed no panic. He summoned a mountain-like array of spirit artifacts from his sea of consciousness with a wave of his hand. In total, there were 200 spirit artifacts. Break. Boom. Powerful force struck the pile of spirit artifacts, causing an intense explosion that shook the entire Marvin's residence. What's happening? Earth dragon stirring? How could there be an earth dragon in Bianjing? Numerous cultivators inside the residence rushed out of their rooms in shock. Only Marvin knew where the tremors originated and stared at the garden direction in alarm. What kind of cultivation technique is he practicing? The commotion can't even be concealed by the barrier formation. The fact that mere cultivation could cause such a disturbance, breaking through the formation set up in the seclusion chamber, sent chills down Marvin's spine. But he also felt immensely fortunate. If Zaire were an enemy, how desperate would the situation be? Marvin felt something he'd never experienced before. Knowing Zaire was absolutely the best decision of his life. This moment, inside the seclusion chamber beneath the garden, Zaire directly absorbed the fragments of the 200 shattered spirit artifacts into his body. The Hunyuan swallow treasure technique activated, collapsing all the aura within him instantly. His entire physical body began to contract, every muscle, skin, and bone becoming more compact. The web-like cracks rapidly vanished, and the previously flowing golden blood slowly reabsorbed back into his body. Body as spiritual artifact. My will unified. Who? Zaire exhaled sharply, like a sword striking the fine iron wall. The 9-foot-thick fine iron wall was pierced, leaving a thumb-sized black hole. It should be noted that Marvin had laid numerous arrays on this wall. The sky isolating formation to cut off energy, the Amiuntan steadfast formation for defense, and the essence gathering formation for absorbing chi. Each one was set up by experts of the great Yuan imperial family, unmatched in power. Yet, none could withstand the breath sword from Zaire. Crack, crack. As Zaire moved slightly, his bones and muscles emitted thunderous sounds. The faint light seemed to reflect red auras of chi and blood around his body. Black Abyss Sword Spirit, attack me with your full strength. Zaire clenched his fists and shouted. Swoosh. Black light flashed, and the Black Abyss Sword Spirit appeared, transforming into razor-sharp cutting sword energy that slashed down towards Zaire. Clang. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit's full attack was blocked by Zaire's flesh. The force recoiled, pushing the Black Abyss Sword Spirit back, its face revealing shock. In the world of treasure artifacts, I'm not only among the top in terms of combat prowess, but also unparalleled. How strong has your flesh become? You actually didn't break when attacked by me. I find it hard to gauge the exact strength of my flesh, Zaire continued. Based on the Hunyuan swallow treasure technique, I've merged 100 magical weapons and 200 spirit artifacts. Essentially, nothing less than a treasure-level weapon can penetrate my defenses. My cultivation method itself also strengthens my physical body as I progress. Having reached the 4 realms, crystal clarity, impervious, immortality, and rebirth, I've achieved them all, and their power increases with my strength. Stopping momentarily, he looked down at himself. My flesh is nearly at the peak of human potential. So, have you broken through to the sovereign realm? the Black Abyss Sword Spirit asked the critical question. Just a thread short. Saying this, Zaire wasn't dispirited but filled with confidence. The breakthrough requires too much primordial chi. One yin-yang hexagram rebirth pill and Elder Xianxia's origin cave heaven aren't enough. But it unexpectedly boosted my physical strength further, making the breakthrough only a matter of time. However, even after breaking through, I can't expose myself against Becker. A true realm cultivator would struggle against him. After all, Becker was an Emperor realm expert with powerful inheritance, reaching a depth unimaginable to ordinary cultivators. Zaire was aware of his limits and wasn't arrogant enough to underestimate Becker. They exchanged several more blows. After briefly familiarizing himself with his new strength, Zaire left the seclusion chamber. Marvin had been waiting in the garden for a long time. Seeing Zaire emerge, he put down official documents and asked, "Mr. Wu, did you break through to the sovereign realm?" "Just a bit short." Zaire smiled. Disappointment flickered across Marvin's face, but he quickly recovered, recounting recent events. "You secluded yourself for 3 days, and the Water Delaneyed Pill Convention ended this morning. The last divine pill, personally refined by a celestial, was called the Two-Instrument Soul Cave Pill. As expected, many people coveted this pill, including some hidden Cataclysm realm giants. The bidding price never stopped rising, and Becker finally acquired it for 99 billion with overwhelming wealth." From Marvin's few words, one could imagine the fierce competition during the auction. Two-Instrument Soul Cave Pill? So, it's likely for breaking through the two-instrument tribulation. No wonder Becker paid nearly 100 billion to secure it. He must want to take this pill, and then break through to the two-instrument tribulation in one go. Zaire immediately understood the Kimball of Tianyang Martial Academy's intentions. "There's another matter that might be unfavorable," Marvin suddenly frowned. "What is it?" "The latest news from the 9 Provinces Chamber of Commerce. Finley of Songyang Martial Academy decided to arrange a marriage between Becker and Anita. Once both break through to the Cataclysm realm, they will wed, making it a sensational event in the 9 provinces. "Anita? Isn't she ranked second in the Proud Dragon spectrum you gave me?" Zaire asked curiously. Chapter 266, The Strongest Prince of Yuan. Anita is the chief disciple of Songyang Martial Academy, and her strength has long surpassed that of many outstanding figures. There are even rumors that even great figures at the Calamity Boundary can't do anything about her. However, she hasn't been active outside for several years now. Marvin continued, "Among all of us princes, my eldest brother Jesse has the strongest power, while eldest brother Callan received support from Becker. Now, with Anita joining him, it's likely he will become the most powerful among the princes in an instant." As soon as Becker came out of seclusion, he came to Xianxia. "It seems he wants to arrange a marriage between Songyang Martial Academy and our family, personally set by Finley? Anita? Huh?" Zaire laughed coldly. Seeing his mocking laugh, Marvin shivered involuntarily. "By the way, aren't you going to Hongdao Martial Academy to attend Jedediah's wedding?" "I'm coming with you. I've already thought about what to give as a gift. It will definitely shock the entire Hongdao Martial Academy." Zaire's tone was filled with deadly seriousness. "What?" Marvin couldn't believe it. What kind of gift could create such a sensation? "Look." Zaire summoned 3 banners into the air, along with a sword bone. "These are the 3 talents Devil Suppression banners and the Void Sword Bone. If we give these 2 treasures as gifts, what do you think will happen?" "This?" Marvin was stunned. Hongdao Martial Academy has always had a rivalry with Songyang Martial Academy, almost reaching the point where they no longer communicate. Their disciples often confront each other with drawn swords. The 3 talents Devil Suppression banners and the Void Sword Bone are the life-bound treasures of Hanley and Jeremy. Both are elites of Songyang Martial Academy. Giving these treasures as gifts would surely delight Hongdao Martial Academy. But this move will also infuriate Songyang Martial Academy to the core. Zaire finished his sentence. "Exactly. After all, we still reside in Xianxia, which shares close ties with Songyang Martial Academy. Offending them so severely could lead to serious consequences." Marvin knew well the potential repercussions. "If Songyang Martial Academy isn't helping you, why worry so much?" Zaire asked. "Don't you want to leave yourself an alternative route? In case you fail to secure the throne, at least you can seek refuge at Hongdao Martial Academy. Otherwise, you'll just stay here in Bianjing, either under house arrest or worse." "Alternative route?" Marvin was touched. Zaire's words were indeed valid. In terms of strength, lineage, and influence in the imperial court, he wasn't among the top princes. He originally planned to attend the Hongdao Martial Academy wedding to seek some support. However, as a prince of Yuan, he naturally didn't dare offend Songyang Martial Academy too severely. Giving the 3 talents Devil Suppression banners and the Void Sword Bone as gifts will undoubtedly gain support from Hongdao Martial Academy, but it will offend Songyang Martial Academy in return. Indeed, there are both gains and losses. Zaire said calmly, "Your Highness must be aware that your strength compared to other princes is still too low, even with my assistance. This time, I'm giving you an opportunity for a breakthrough. Whether you seize it or not is up to you. I'm definitely going to Hongdao Martial Academy and will present these treasures then." After speaking, he put away the 3 talents Devil Suppression banners and the Void Sword Bone. These treasures were indeed rare, but their unique nature made them a huge hot potato. If Zaire could use them to achieve something significant, he wouldn't hesitate. "Please let me consider this for a moment. Let's put this aside for now and discuss another matter." Marvin decided to address another pressing issue first. "In 4 days, Father will open a forbidden area, and all the princes must enter. This event could determine who becomes the final crown prince. Can Master Wu assist me?" "What kind of forbidden area? Tell me about its situation," Zaire asked. "This place is yet unknown to the public. It's an ancient array discovered by one of our supervisors in a desolate valley. According to investigations, it allows entry into outer space. The place emits a dazzling light and harbors countless strange beasts and celestial spirits. Based on the predictions of the imperial astronomer, this place is tied to an ancient secret." Marvin quickly explained everything he knew. "It somewhat resembles the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm," Zaire thought as he listened. Across the entire land of Jingzhou, various mysterious places are constantly being discovered every year. After Yinling was destroyed, teleportation arrays have emerged like mushrooms after rain. Marvin continued, this place has not been discovered yet. It is filled with treasures. If one is strong enough, it could be a chance for immense wealth. Originally, I intended to go with Immortal and others, expecting modest gains. But now, with you here, things are different. Will Becker go with Callan? Zaire suddenly asked. Very likely. In that case, I will go too, Zaire nodded. He initially planned to visit Pingchuan Martial Academy to complete Declan's task, but accompanying Marvin to outer space might yield some valuable treasures. All right. Marvin was overjoyed. I'll immediately send someone to monitor Callan's movements. If Becker appears, I'll inform you immediately. Zaire nodded slightly and began meditating on martial arts in the garden. Beneath the garden was a secluded room for cultivation, where all spiritual energy converged. Cultivating here was certainly better than in regular places. The next few days passed without major events. Zaire spent his time either studying martial arts or consolidating his strength and building a solid foundation. Within these few days, Zaire further refined his transformation abilities. Now, not only could he alter his muscles and bones, but he also combined it with the profound principles of the Wuxiang Sutra, changing even his aura. I can stand right in front of Becker, and he won't recognize me. Zaire summoned a treasure robe stored inside the Jingzhou tripod to cover himself. His flesh and bones twisted, his hair grew rapidly, and his beard became bushy, instantly transforming him into a burly man. His aura changed drastically, exuding a rough and fiery demeanor. As long as he didn't reveal himself, no one would suspect it was Zaire. From now on, I shall be known as Iron Armor Vajra. Just as he completed his disguise, Marvin rushed into the garden, stopping in surprise upon seeing him. You are? Marvin, from today, my name is Iron Armor Vajra, a wandering cultivator with innate strength. Even his voice had changed, deep and thunderous, extremely rugged. Good. With this appearance, no one can recognize you. Marvin understood and was pleasantly surprised. Shall we leave now? Many princes have already gathered in the central square of the city. Once everyone arrives, we'll head to the forbidden area. Let's go then. At the center of Bianjing City, a vast open area designated for large-scale city activities stood ready. Crowds filled the place, with armed soldiers patrolling the periphery to prevent civilians from lingering. Rainbow-like lights occasionally streaked across the sky. These were mostly princes of Yuan. Those dressed in dragon robes were direct descendants of the current emperor, while those wearing jade belts with dragons were royal kin or sons of feudal lords. Everyone who came from the Yuan royal family had cultivation at least at the Qi boundary level or above. None were mere immortal body cultivators. And among them were numerous formidable figures, including true boundary, king boundary, and even emperor boundary cultivators. Just these royal members alone demonstrated that Yuan's foundation could match any of the 9 academies. The 9 academies and 9 nations checked and supported each other. Both parties cannot live without the other, and both wish to bring the other under their control, making them obey their every command. This complex interplay has been ongoing for nearly 10,000 years. Little brother 9. I've heard that 13th brother recently found a young powerhouse who easily subdued Elder Tunnel Amiyuntin and even took away his primordial cave heaven. Among the princes, one of the most eye-catching figures was a portly middle-aged man radiating an aura of refined elegance. But those who knew him well were aware that despite his mild appearance, he was someone who could be ruthless when necessary. This person was none other than the 3rd prince of Yuan, Jesse. At this moment, quite a few royal family members already surrounded Jesse. This is true, 3rd brother. That person, although only at the king boundary, possesses strength that can be categorized as one of the heavenly pride figures. He incapacitated Elder Tunnel Amiyuntin in just a few moves and didn't even give him a chance to self-destruct his cave heaven, said a man beside Jesse. This man wore a dragon-patterned robe, clearly indicating he was a direct imperial prince. His appearance was extremely formidable, with a broad back like a tiger and a strong presence that made him seem difficult to provoke. However, from his emperor boundary cultivation level, he was indeed a formidable opponent. This prince was none other than the 9th prince of Yuan, Mingwang. To have an emperor boundary expert unable to counter him, and to achieve such feats at the king boundary, there are only a few such people in all of Jingzhou. Is there any news about his identity? Jesse's eyes flickered uncertainly. 13th brother is here. At this point, Mingwang quickly reminded everyone. Oh, let's go see. Jesse hurried over. Jesse is coming. Among all my siblings, his strength is the strongest. We need to be careful. Abelardo alerted everyone as soon as he entered the area and noticed Jesse approaching. You and your 3rd brother do indeed have some ability. Zaire glanced in that direction, instantly feeling a chill upon recognizing the real Jesse. The portly middle-aged man before him gave off a mysterious aura. His cultivation seemed elusive, almost unreal. So this must be one of 13th brother's super experts. Jesse approached with his belly held high, smiling warmly at Calebi. I am Iron Armor Vajra, paying my respects to Jesse. Zaire spoke in a rough voice, stepping forward with a force that seemed to shake heaven and earth. Seeing his imposing figure, a hint of doubt flashed across Jesse's eyes. 3rd brother, it's been a long time. Are you planning to enter the forbidden area with 9th brother? It seems you brought few attendants, suggesting great confidence in your own strength. Too bad I haven't yet broken through to the emperor boundary or condensed a primordial cave heaven, or else I could be like the 2 of you. Abelardo chuckled. We can't compare to 13th brother having such a powerful companion. This Iron Armor Vajra, right? With you around, 13th brother is sure to gain much. Jesse kept his gaze fixed on Zaire, his deep and piercing eyes seemingly trying to see through everything. Unfortunately, Zaire's transformation technique fundamentally altered his appearance. Jesse couldn't discern that this was someone else transformed. Brother Iron Armor Vajra, though not yet an emperor boundary cultivator, defeated Elder Tunnel Amiyuntin in a few moves. Come, let us spar and see what realm you've reached. Ninth Prince Ming Wang stared intensely at Zaire, seeming eager for a fight. Without waiting for a reply, he vanished into thin air and reappeared next to Zaire, launching a rapidly expanding palm strike toward him like a dragon rising from the sea. Ming Wang's attack was thunderous, typical of a shocking killing move. However, this place was Bianjing, the capital of Yuan, and as the Ninth Prince, he had the courage to initiate such a confrontation. Ninth Prince's prowess was naturally far beyond that of Elder Tunnel Amiyuntan. Although they were both at the Emperor boundary, each of his moves was several times more potent than an ordinary Emperor boundary expert. His palm strike was one of his cultivated immortal Dao killing techniques, called Nine Thunder Palm, swift as lightning and augmented by the power of heaven and earth, unstoppable by anyone. Bang! Ming Wang's palm struck the center of Zaire's forehead, but hit only an afterimage. He hadn't expected a close-range attack to be evaded. Realizing his move missed, he knew something was wrong, but it was too late. That palm of yours moved like a tortoise. In the instant you charged, I had 10,000 ways to subdue you. But for Abelardo's sake, I won't kill you. Just let you taste a bit of hardship to show you that not everyone can be messed with. The voice belonged to Zaire, transformed into iron armor Vajra. Die! Instantly, Ming Wang's entire magical power condensed and then exploded outward. Within moments, he unleashed several of his proudest attacks while stepping in mysterious patterns, leaving observers dizzy and unable to predict his next move. Yet how could he possibly match Zaire? Having consumed the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill, absorbed the energy of Elder Tunnel Amiyuntan's cave heaven, and attained the second level of the mixed origin devouring treasure, Zaire now far surpassed his former self in all aspects. Ming Wang, although powerful and among the top heavenly pride figures, seemed insignificant compared to Zaire, like a jumping jack in the box. While Ming Wang darted about, Zaire appeared eerily behind him, grabbing down with a massive hand, as if capturing the universe itself and tearing the sky apart. Heaven-tearing divine claw, one move, and Ming Wang was immediately subdued. Nine brother, watch out. Jesse's eyes flashed with shock, instantly unleashing a tremendous force in the form of a dazzling sword light aimed straight at Zaire. Chapter 267, The Lost Star of the Dragon World. Void Swordbone? No, not quite. Zaire reached back with his left hand and easily grabbed the Henrik sneak attack in his palm. Upon inspection, it turned out to be something very similar to Void Swordbone. This minor distraction did not interrupt Zaire's apprehension of Connor. With his right hand, he lifted the prince directly. Ninth Prince, Connor, one of the most formidable warriors in the great Yuan imperial family, on par with the illustrious heroes of Songyang, was so easily picked up, flashing 100 shadows. Seeing this, Henrik was both alarmed and enraged. He spurred his magical power, and suddenly hundreds of flashing sword shadows appeared around Zaire. These shadows, controlled by intent, formed a massive array of swords, charging towards their target. Indeed worthy of being the strongest among great Yuan princes, you can muster such a move even in such haste. With a slight shift of his mind, Zaire vanished into thin air just as the sword shadows descended. Though he evaded the strike, Connor was released from his grip. How Henrik executed this move was unknown. Each sword shadow seemed illusory, yet were real enchanted swords. Hundreds of identical swords emerged at once, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to escape their combined assault. Having achieved the second level of the chaotic primordial treasure devouring technique, Zaire wasn't afraid of these enchanted swords. But to avoid exposing his true strength, he chose to dodge. Steel armor Vajra indeed has remarkable skills. It appears you cultivate martial arts, but I haven't heard of anyone like you within the martial realm. Henrik's eyes gleamed as he raised his hand, causing all the sword shadows to dissipate. Meanwhile, Connor returned to his side, and the two stood together. At this moment, they felt unprecedented shock. One had attempted an ambush but was captured and almost disgraced in public. The other had unleashed powerful sword shadows and used a secret treasure to mask traces, a move that should have killed any royal realm expert, but it was easily evaded. I've been wandering in desolate mountains recently. Just came out these few days. It's only natural you don't know me. Zaire roared loudly, playing the role of a wild man from the mountains. Great. I like your raw courage. Connor, also a robust man, seemed to have moved past his earlier failure. His demeanor was remarkably generous. This observation impressed Zaire slightly. He now knew that this ninth prince possessed extraordinary character. Just now, we failed to test the path of this strong man, third brother. What do we do now? 13th brother actually recruited such a formidable warrior. He might gain our father's favor during this restricted area exploration. Connor whispered to Henrik, don't worry. The stronger this man is, the more advantageous it will be for us. This time, exploring the restricted area, eldest brother Amen has somehow invited Becker over. With this person, we can perhaps make him contend with Becker later, allowing us to profit in between. Henrik quickly devised a plan, responding calmly. 13th brother, elder brother is here. Just then, an extremely powerful aura emanated from nearby. Everyone looked up to see Amen approaching slowly with a snow-clad figure beside him, the unmistakable Becker. Immediately, many members of the royal family responded. Some cleared paths, others greeted warmly, and some cheered enthusiastically. Tianya Daoist. Henrik approached and clasped hands in greeting. I heard Tianya Daoist is just one step away from breakthrough into the tribulation realm. A few days ago, you bought a Inyang spirit pill at our alchemy competition, presumably preparing to break through to the primary stages. Hence, allow me to congratulate you in advance. Too kind, Henrik, Becker replied with a smile. Today, I accepted Amen's invitation to participate in the exploration of the restricted area. Your care is appreciated. Certainly, mutual assistance is essential for cultivators facing great calamities. Come, let me introduce you to my 13th brother, Adnan. He also invited a powerful fighter who might pose competition to us. Ha ha ha. Henrik laughed heartily. Oh, a powerful fighter? Becker's gaze immediately landed on Zaire. Huh? Why are you staring? Do you want me to tear off your head and kick it like a ball? Feeling the penetrating gaze, Zaire sensed the intensity and shouted loudly. He cannot possibly see through my disguise with his current cultivation level, but I need to confuse him further for safety. Zaire thought to himself and subtly released a strand of bodily chi. This is... Becker smirked. My name is Steel Armor Vajra. Zaire declared loudly. Alistair brother, what's the strength of this Steel Armor Vajra? I heard Adnan crippled Hunt's top expert, tunneling Amiuntan Elder, a few days ago. Could this be him? Amin communicated secretly with Becker. This person's cultivation is low, only at the king realm, but his strength is considerable. Despite trying to hide it, his chi and blood flow like dragons, and occasionally, you can hear sounds of tigers roaring and leopards howling. Definitely an ancient body-refining martial expert. He can easily kill enemies far above his rank. Tunneling Amiuntan Elder wouldn't stand a chance against such terrifying physical prowess. Becker added upon seeing Amin's serious expression. But you can rest assured, although this person would be difficult for others, to me, he's nothing more than a minor inconvenience. No need to worry. Zaire noted Becker's reduced vigilance and inwardly chuckled. Becker, you two have this day. He remembered the enmity from when Becker took his sword years ago. Now, finally, he could regain some ground in front of him, feeling vindicated. Then, more powerful waves of energy arrived from the sky. It's Anis, 4th Prince, 5th Prince, and 8th Prince. How many experts did they recruit? So many. The arrival caused a commotion. These 4 princes were all Royal Realm experts, accompanied by equally powerful followers. Among them, there were even a couple of Emperor Realm cultivators like Becker. 4th brother brought cord of the White Tiger lineage from Devil Amiuntan. He ranks among the best in the myriad Devil Mountains, and is renowned as the foremost expert here, even surpassing Becker. Adnan informed Zaire. Following his gaze, Zaire saw a green-robed man with a long sword hanging from his waist, standing next to a prince. His aura was profoundly thick, and with each breath, there was a sound like roaring waves. This cord was another Emperor Realm expert like Becker. The celestial observers have arrived. Suddenly, intense light appeared in the sky, figures emerging amidst an overwhelming aura. A voice boomed, the Emperor commands. This first expedition of Great Yuan's royal descendants to the Forbidden Zone must proceed cautiously. Ensure your safety and do not act rashly. To prevent disruption of the teleportation array, the celestial observers will guard it, having authority to take preemptive actions as necessary. All personnel, depart immediately. With that order, nearly 10,000 royal disciples took flight, following the celestial observer officials out of the city. Even the royal family alone has so many experts. Great Yuan's power truly rivals that of Songyang Academy, towering above the other 8 nations. Zaire briefly surveyed the scene. These nearly 10,000 experts were all from the Great Yuan royal power base. Such overwhelming force was something the Great Chu could not match. The rainbow of light formed by the thousands seemed capable of cleaving through any foe blocking their path. Many cultivators who had come to Bianjing were astonished and quickly moved aside, fearful of getting involved in any trouble. After flying for a full 9 hours, Zaire finally saw a colossal canyon appearing in the distance. The canyon stretched for thousands of miles, resembling a massive axe that had split the earth apart. The celestial observers led the way into the canyon, followed closely by the royal descendants. Zaire realized that many of the princes were quite familiar with this process, indicating that such events were frequently arranged by the current emperor of Great Yuan. No wonder the royal family maintained such formidable strength. These repeated challenges undoubtedly contributed significantly to their capabilities. Upon entering the canyon, a vast world unfolded before them. Ahead stood an imposing array of stone gates. There were 9 of them, each incredibly grand. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that they were made of a material similar to stone but far more resilient, possibly comparable to world crystals. Activate! Shouted the officials of the celestial observers as they released their magic powers. The 9 stone gates began to rotate, emanating immense cosmic energy. You can now stand at the center of these 9 boundary gates. With the eruption of cosmic forces, you will be transported into the Forbidden Zone. However, remember, the power stored within these gates can only sustain for 1 day. If you don't return within that time, you will have to wait until the next activation. This could take a week, a fortnight, or even several months. The warning echoed in everyone's mind. As the 9 boundary gates gradually ceased their rotation, everyone lined up and stepped onto the central platform. Buzzing sounds filled the air as countless starlights rained down, enveloping the first group of people who then vanished into the shimmering cosmos. Watching Becker and Amin disappear, Zaire and Adnan exchanged glances and immediately stepped onto the platform as well. Whoosh! A violent surge of energy swept through, and they too vanished. As time passed, all the royal descendants were transported one by one through the 9 boundary gates, leaving behind only the officials of the celestial observers to guard the site. This exploration area is the Prison of Dragon. I wonder what they'll encounter, one official remarked. The Prison of Dragon is a remnant star pushed out from the dragon world. Over long ages, many dragon clan members lived there, even establishing a vast civilization. If not for the celestial ghost attack, it would have become a formidable force in the outer cosmos. Many treasures left behind by the dragons remain there. If they can find even one, it wouldn't be a waste of the Emperor's efforts. I heard the Heavenly Edge Martial Academy has a reborn dragon emperor. It would be ideal if we could bring him into our service. That's just wishful thinking. Even his descendant, Zaire, is beyond our control. That's true. Word has it that Zaire isn't easy to provoke. Songyang Martial Academy suffered greatly at his hands. What about Hanley and Jeremy? They met their end despite their reputations. Bold indeed. Pity that some places in the Prison of Dragon require dragon blood to access. Jonathan possesses dragon blood, so he could unlock the secrets hidden there. Transported by the starlight, Zaire felt himself rapidly moving. The overwhelming force blurred his consciousness. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a vast jungle. The environment here was reminiscent of the southern barbarian regions, but was permeated with an invisible pressure. Living here for long periods would strain one's mental state, leading to potential mental breakdowns over time. Zaire, this is the aura of the dragon world. The domain of dragons, unimaginable that Great Yuan discovered such a place. The Black Abyss sword spirit materialized, sensing the oppressive force. This is the dragon aura unique to places inhabited by true dragons. This must be some sort of derivative of the dragon world, which can no longer be accessed. Zaire seized on the critical point, asking, "You mean there are true dragons here?" True dragons were legendary beings whose essence could exponentially boost one's strength. If there was enough true dragon essence, I could confidently defeat even someone at the Emperor realm like Becker, Zaire thought. Not necessarily. They might have disappeared or are still hidden somewhere. But one thing is certain. This place must hold true dragon treasures. Dragons are known for their insatiable greed, collecting all sorts of valuables. The Black Abyss sword spirit was extremely excited. Zaire, finding a true dragon cache could skyrocket us. We'd never worry about insufficient heavenly materials again. Zaire chuckled, shaking his head. That's jumping the gun. Whether we can find it remains to be seen. With only one day, do you really think we can comb every inch of this place? Besides, experts like Becker won't let us keep it all to ourselves. Calming down from his initial excitement, Zaire knew how difficult it would be to locate a true dragon cache. Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu. Just then, Adnan, searching through the area, spotted Zaire and flew towards him. Chapter 268. A meeting falls short of its reputation. Zaire, I finally found you. They have already set out. Let's hurry. Marvin said with an anxious expression as he appeared. With only one day to stand out among the rest, there was no time to waste. Let's go. Zaire understood the urgency and did not hesitate for a moment. His true essence flowed, transforming his body into a rainbow streak as he shot off into the distance. Marvin followed closely behind, and in an instant, both vanished into the dense forest. Not far away, Prince Ming, the 9th prince, and Henrik, the 3rd prince, were gathered together, watching the direction where Zaire and Marvin had disappeared. Brother Long, that ironclad warrior is incredibly strong. His speed might even be beyond my ability to catch up. It seems that Marvin will shine in this trip to the dragon prison. To you, Brother Long, this might be a potential threat, Prince Ming remarked. Don't worry. Although the dragon prison hides countless treasures, the battles within are brutal. Especially for guests like the ironclad warrior, they often have to lead from the front during conflicts. We can let them exhaust themselves first before we act at leisure. Isn't that better? Henrik replied with a calm smile. You and I, working together, will hide our presence while observing Becker, who is our biggest rival this time. As he finished speaking, he immediately channeled his magical power, instantly summoning various wondrous currents of energy that swirled around the two of them. In an instant, Connor and Henrik vanished. Not just their forms but also their auras, making it impossible to detect that two people were still present. Alistair, this is the dragon prison. Can you use the aura here to find the true dragon's hidden treasure? Becker and Amin had already rendezvoused. The former was gazing into the distance as if searching for something. Amin, your royal brothers have gathered quite a few capable hands, especially the 4th prince, who even invited Mickey of the White Tiger lineage. He has likely already colluded with the 10,000 demon Amiuntans. And there's that ironclad warrior. Who knows where he acquired such formidable skills? With such mixed company, the great Yuan is bound to fall into chaos. Becker then shifted his tone. However, you need not worry too much. Since I'm here, I'll help you suppress all these malevolent forces. Hearing this, Amin, who had been frowning, showed a look of surprise and joy. Still, Alistair, you're truly loyal. For those mysterious individuals to meddle in the prince's conflicts is courting death. With you here, the stability of the great Yuan seems assured. But, he hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, can Alistair help me deal with my 3rd brother, Henrik? He's a thorn in my side. If we can remove him, the throne would be within reach. I don't think I should get involved in internal conflicts of the great Yuan imperial family. If it were just a guest, it might be different, but Henrik's status is different. If I take action against your princes, it will certainly attract the attention of your father. By then, not only would the throne be out of reach, but your life might be in danger, Becker replied, then looked toward a certain direction and continued. But I can help you eliminate their key supporters. Let's start by getting rid of Mickey, who's with the 4th prince. Once Mickey is dealt with, we'll go after the ironclad warrior, followed by the key supporters of the 2nd, 5th, 8th, and 19th princes. Afterward, we'll search for the true dragon's hidden treasure. With that, he waved his hand, enveloping Amin in a cocoon of essence energy and disappearing from the spot. This dragon prison has so many medicinal herbs. At this moment, Zaire was weaving through the dense forest, discovering the abundance of extraordinary herbs here. Some could not be found in the 9 provinces at all. For example, there was a herb called dragon transformation perfume that existed only in the dragon realm. Consuming it induced a dragon transformation illusion. When combined with other herbs, it could refine the dream dragon pill, greatly invigorating one's soul and transforming it into a spiritual dragon. However, this herb had a natural deceiving nature, making it hard for someone unfamiliar with pharmacology to recognize it even when stepping on it. But this deception did not fool Zaire. To his heightened senses, the dragon transformation perfume stood out clearly, almost naked. With ease, he extended his essence energy, gently pulling up a plant and storing it in the Jingzhou tripod. Within moments, he had collected dozens of dragon transformation perfume plants. Such agility left Adnan, who had been following him, envious. Naturally, Adnan lacked Zaire's nearly divine perception and couldn't discover the dragon transformation perfume so easily. Still, he managed to gather some rare herbs, so he wasn't entirely empty-handed. The dragon prison houses true dragons. Various rare medicinal herbs naturally thrive here more than elsewhere. True dragons constantly absorb the essence of sun and moon, their dragon aura transforming many plants. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit explained to Zaire, if we can find the place where a true dragon broke through its limits, that would be the true treasure trove. When a true dragon breaks through, it inevitably leaves behind drops of dragon blood. Even ordinary stones touched by it transform into dragon materials. Finding the imperishable dragon essence blood would grant anyone who consumes 9 drops the power of a true dragon. Having served Hemlock for a long time, he knew much about ancient secrets. Zaire, these herbs aren't worth much compared to the true dragon's hidden treasure. They're mere trash. Hurry up. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit urged. You're right. I must not focus on minor gains and miss the big picture. I'll widen my perception now. Zaire understood this well. Without hesitation, he divided the herbs he had gathered and handed some to Adnan, who looked eager. Then, closing his eyes, he fully extended his heightened perception. Since refining his primordial grotto, he had never fully utilized his senses. Now, extending his thoughts and will, they stretched nearly 1,000 miles in an instant. Using this radius, he began probing the surroundings. No powerful presence could evade his perception. Go! Zaire's form flashed, essence energy propelling him like a shooting star across the sky. He moved wherever his senses detected strong signs of precious materials. A loud rumble suddenly caught his attention in the northwest, a concentrated burst of vibrant energy, akin to a volcano about to erupt. Soon, a small, unremarkable mountain appeared in his field of vision. About 100 feet tall, it emitted a faint golden glow. Closer inspection revealed it was barren, without a single tree or blade of grass. The exposed rocks were purely transparent golden, resembling amber. Just as Zaire arrived, several Imperial family members were inspecting the area. It's a mountain made entirely of dragon material. A true dragon must have stayed here. Obtaining even a piece of this rock would significantly enhance my strength. If we can extract the dragon blood within using special methods and refine it into a treasure pill, it would extend my lifespan by hundreds of years. I didn't expect to find a mountain of dragon material here. Such a vast amount cannot be claimed by one person. Everyone, let's break this dragon mountain apart together, and everyone gets a share. The princes quickly agreed and headed toward the golden mountain. Suddenly, branches rustled wildly from the surrounding forest. Countless branches exploded upward, and powerful monsters charged out. Nearly 100 giant pythons with green scales. The sky darkened instantly, lightning flashing and clouds gathering. When the shattered branches settled, they revealed these monstrous snakes charging towards them. As he spoke, he summoned mystical currents of energy around the two of them, and instantly, both their figures and auras vanished without a trace. Alistair brother, this is the dragon prison. Can you use its aura to find the hidden treasures of the true dragons? Becker and Prince Yen had now joined forces. The former was gazing into the distance, as if searching for something. Prince Yen, your royal brothers have recruited quite a few skilled fighters, especially the 4th prince, who brought Mickey from the White Tiger lineage. He must already be connected with the 10,000 demon Amiontans. Then there's that ironclad warrior, whose abilities are unknown. With such chaos, the great Yuan dynasty will surely be in turmoil. But then, Becker changed the subject. However, you needn't worry too much. Since I'm here, I'll help suppress all these demons and outsiders. Note, the name, Alistair Tenya, was corrected to Becker, for consistency and natural fluency in English. Hearing this, Prince Yen, who had been frowning, immediately brightened up with surprise. You're always so righteous, brother Alistair. These people meddling in the prince's struggles are courting death. With you here, it looks like the stability of the great Yuan Empire is secured. But, he hesitated, then tentatively asked, can you help me against my third brother, Henrik? He is my greatest threat. If he could be removed, the throne would be within reach. I'd rather not get involved in internal struggles of the great Yuan royal family. If it were just dealing with guests, it might be easier. However, Henrik has a different status. If I take action against him, it would surely attract the attention of your father, the emperor. At that point, not only will you lose your chance at the throne, but your life might also be in danger. Becker glanced at a certain direction and continued, I can't help you eliminate their allies. Let's start by taking out Mickey beside the 4th prince. After dealing with Mickey, we'll go after the ironclad warrior. Then, I will eliminate the retainers of the 2nd, 5th, 8th, and 19th princes one by one. Once that is done, we'll search for the true dragon's treasure. Note, I have maintained the name Becker, as it was in the original context, assuming it refers to the same character as Alistair Tenya. If Alistair Tenya should be Becker, please let me know for consistency. With that, he waved his hand, enveloping Prince Yen in true essence and vanishing from the spot. There are so many spirit herbs here in the dragon prison. Zaire, moving through the forest, noticed an abundance of rare herbs, some of which were not found in the 9 provinces. For instance, there was the dragon transformation incense, a herb only found in the dragon realm. Consuming it could induce a hallucination of dragon transformation. Combined with other herbs, it could refine the dream dragon pill, enhancing one's soul and turning it into a spiritual dragon. However, the incense naturally had a misleading quality, making it hard to recognize for those inexperienced in pharmacology. But for Zaire, the herb stood out like a naked girl, impossible to miss. Using his enhanced senses, he carefully picked a dragon transformation incense and placed it inside the Jingzhou Cauldron. Within a short while, he collected dozens more, leaving Marvin envious. These herbs grow abundantly in the dragon prison due to the presence of true dragons. The area absorbs celestial essence constantly, leading to strange mutations in plants. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit explained to Zaire, if we can find where a true dragon broke through, that would be a real treasure trove. True dragon blood dropped during breakthroughs turns ordinary stones into dragon materials. If we find undying dragon essence, just 9 drops could grant someone true dragon powers. Having served Hemlock for a long time, the sword spirit knew many ancient secrets. Zaire, Don't be too concerned about these herbs. Compared to the true dragon's treasure, they're nothing. Let's move quickly. Right. I'll widen my senses and search thoroughly. Understanding this, Zaire allocated part of his recently gathered herbs to the eager Marvin and closed his eyes, expanding his senses fully. Since attaining the primordial cave heaven, this was the first time he fully expanded his perception. Thoughts and intentions instantly spread out nearly 1,000 miles. Any existence with powerful vitality could not escape his detection. A mave. Zaire's figure flashed, and he soared like a meteor towards areas with intense vitality, detecting rare resources. Rumbling. Suddenly, he sensed a fiery vitality in the northwest, like a volcano accumulating power before erupting. Soon, a modest-sized golden mountain came into view, glowing faintly with a pure, transparent gold hue. It was completely barren, devoid of trees or grass. As he arrived, several great Yuan royals were already inspecting it. This is a whole mountain made of dragon materials. A true dragon must have stayed here. If I could obtain a piece, it could forge weapons that triple my strength. If special methods could extract true dragon blood from it and refine it into a treasure pill, it could extend my lifespan by centuries. We didn't expect such a mountain of dragon materials here. No one can monopolize such a vast resource. Come, let's destroy this dragon material mountain and divide it among us. They quickly decided to head toward the golden mountain. But suddenly, ghostly sounds emerged from the surrounding forest. Trees shook violently, and branches thrashed. Countless leaves exploded into the air as powerful beasts surged out from the dense foliage. The sky darkened with lightning and thunder, revealing nearly 100 giant green-patterned pythons emerging from the chaos. Flying sky divine pythons. These are actually ancient strange beasts. Flying sky divine pythons. How can there be so many flying sky divine pythons? The princes cried out in shock. Each flying sky divine python was immensely powerful, and even the weakest among them could rival a soul realm cultivator. Moreover, they could faintly see several more powerful flying sky divine pythons hidden within the dense forest. Zaire noticed that these concealed pythons exhibited an odd aura of potential dragon transformation, which filled him with great excitement. It was well known that while flying sky divine pythons were terrifying, almost every part of their bodies was a rare treasure in the world. Blood, fangs, skin, and flesh could all be used for alchemy, with endless applications. However, compared to Zaire's excitement, the royal descendants felt as though they couldn't cry. They stared at the sky filled with flying divine pythons, groaning in distress. At this moment, they were completely surrounded by this massive group of divine pythons. Several princes, reacting quickly, tried to flee, but several flying sky divine pythons intercepted them, spitting out endless malevolent winds. Ordinary people who inhaled these winds immediately began bleeding from the 7 orifices, impossible to save. Even powerful cultivators, if they inhaled this wind, would experience dizziness and find it difficult to maintain their true essence and magical power, rendering them unable to act effectively for a short time. These are cultivation techniques. Can these flying sky divine pythons actually cultivate? Who taught them? Zaire acutely sensed that the attack method of these pythons was unusual. According to the characteristics of flying sky divine pythons, they should not possess such strange attack methods. This realization startled him. Even without cultivation, the natural ferocity of flying sky divine pythons was enough to make most cultivators tremble in fear. Now, learning that they could also cultivate was a chilling thought. Be careful. This is a form of cultivation practiced by the dragon clan. This wind is called nightmare wind. When cultivated to its peak, a mere breath can destroy all living things in a world. In my view, either these flying sky divine pythons have obtained the lineage of the dragon clan, or they were transformed by a true dragon associated with the dragon material mountain to specifically guard this place. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit warned in time. If the latter is true, then this place likely contains a true dragon's secret treasure. If the former, it may harbor the legacy of the dragon clan. Either way, this place represents a treasure trove. Zaire nodded inwardly, making up his mind. Meanwhile, as he conversed with the Black Abyss Sword Spirit, those attempting to escape were struck by the nightmare wind, causing them to fall like stunned geese. Mid-air, they were instantly wrapped by the tails of the flying sky divine pythons, entwining and crushing them to death. The formidable constricting power of the pythons shattered even their protective magic garments, splattering blood into the dense forest. Those princes who died were not immediate family members, hence their cultivation abilities were relatively average, with the strongest only reaching the soul realm. Naturally, they stood no chance against the flying sky divine pythons. Rascals! Suddenly, 2 beams of rainbow light shot over from a distance, shaking the air, which instantly agitated the flying sky divine pythons. The incoming figures were undoubtedly super experts, as indicated by the aura they carried. Upon closer inspection, Zaire recognized the 4th prince, accompanied by Mickey of the White Tiger lineage. Their arrival dispersed the dark clouds, clearing the sky. Upon seeing nearly 100 flying sky divine pythons, the 2 immediately revealed greedy expressions. None could have imagined that the dragon prison would house so many flying sky divine pythons, and what was even more astonishing was that these pythons could cultivate. This was a treasure beyond measure, valuable enough to make even someone like Mickey openly display his greed. Ha ha ha. Mickey burst into laughter, summoning immense power with a wave of his hand. All the power converged into an invisible giant net, ensnaring the nearest flying sky divine python. The enormous flying sky divine python rapidly shrunk under the influence of this demonic force net, eventually becoming arm-sized. Such skill amazed many present. Seeing their kin captured, the other flying sky divine pythons became enraged. They bared their fangs and whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Intense winds gushed out. The nightmare wind seemed controllable, each transforming into sharp swords and scythes, assaulting Mickey in overwhelming numbers. The blinding barrage of nightmare wind blades continuously slashed, paired with the deafening hisses of the snakes, creating a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. You demons think your Dragon Clan's nightmare winds can stop me? Petty tricks. Witness my prowess. Mickey responded by opening his mouth wide. Roar. A colossal white tiger instantly appeared in mid-air. The nightmare wind blades, being insubstantial, dissipated upon encountering the tiger's roar. This Mickey's strength seems inferior to Guido. If we truly met, I am confident I could defeat him. Zaire finally witnessed Mickey's combat prowess firsthand. However, this encounter fell short of his expectations. Although Mickey's realm was imperial, his strength did not match the expected power. He wasn't even as strong as Guido during his initial breakthrough at Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy. Furthermore, Zaire's current strength had significantly improved since his bout with Guido, leaving him unafraid of facing the inferior Mickey. Chapter 269. Miguel, invincible against all. Mr. Wu, with so many flying celestial pythons, each powerful and capable of cultivation, if we can capture them all, their value would be worth an Enyang 8 trigram rebirth pill. Marvin said excitedly. And that mountain made of dragon materials is even more priceless. We must act quickly, or there will be nothing left for us. With this vast wealth, I could easily become the foremost among all the princes. I understand. I also need dragon material to reinforce the Black Abyss Ghost Sword. But now, not only do we have these flying celestial pythons, but also Mickey, who stands in our way. His strength is at the Emperor realm. Defeating him isn't hard, but killing him is another matter. As the saying goes, a snake you don't kill may turn around and bite you. A principle you understand better than I. Zaire was looking for the right moment. Only a perfect opportunity would allow them to seize the treasure here. At this moment, nearly 100 flying celestial pythons entangled themselves in the sky, forming something like a massive true dragon, which counterbalanced Mickey's white tiger roar. They are mimicking the true dragon form, invoking the pressure of the dragon prison's dragon realm to neutralize attacks against them. This place may not be a hidden treasure trove of a true dragon, but it certainly contains treasures related to one. Prince Yuan IV stood aside, observing without joining Mickey. His cultivation was already at the sovereign realm, putting him in the top tier among princes. These demons are indeed troublesome. Mickey's gaze narrowed as he became more serious, clearly preparing to use special means. But just then, a shocking event occurred again. A vast, seemingly heaven-tearing aura descended from afar. Then, everyone saw a hand blotting out the sky covering the golden dragon material mountain, attempting to pull away the entire mountain peak directly. Though the dragon material mountain wasn't huge, it was certainly no ordinary hill. Someone dared to uproot the entire mountain. How immensely powerful were they? Zaire was astounded. Even if he exerted his full power, he couldn't achieve such a feat to move this mountain. He would need to reach the sovereign realm. This is Miguel. Miguel has arrived. Among all those who entered the dragon prison, only Miguel had this level of strength. Miguel, you dare to snatch in front of me? Barton of the Yuan Kingdom immediately erupted in anger, his mana surging, revealing his origin celestial cave where 10 radiant stars shone brightly. Fourth brother, how can these treasures belong to you alone? Over 100 flying celestial pythons, a 100-foot dragon material mountain. It's worth hundreds of billions. Shouldn't you share some with your elder brother? A figure slowly descended from the sky, none other than Hiroshi Min. He summoned his own origin celestial cave, clashing with Habertwang's power, blocking the prince's attack instantly. Meanwhile, Miguel appeared atop the dragon material mountain. Ignoring Mickey and the pythons, the mountain shook violently under his immense force. The earth itself trembled, splitting several feet wide as countless creatures burst forth from the forest, only to be torn apart by the seismic shockwaves. This apocalyptic scene struck awe into many hearts, implanting the seed of invincibility deep within. And this invincible person was none other than Miguel, the chief of Tianyang Martial Academy. To uproot a 100-foot mountain and shatter the earth with sheer power, such strength was beyond human capability. Zaire knew well that with his current strength, he couldn't achieve this unless he broke through to the sovereign realm. And as expected, beneath the cracked earth, something did exist. Through the dark crevices, faint white light was visible, revealing an unknown-sized skeleton. Golden light emanated from the bones, burning like a raging flame. The moment the skeleton appeared, an overwhelming aura enveloped the world, much like the emergence of a god or demon, terrifying and formidable. Many recognized it as the remains of a true dragon from the dragon world. At this moment, Zaire's eyes suddenly widened in shock, because inside the skull of this true dragon lay a gigantic, golden book. Zaire, quickly, snatch this true dragon skeleton. Compared to the mountain or flying celestial pythons, this skeleton is incomparably more valuable. It can elevate you to great heights. The Black Abyss Sword spirit roared frantically in Zaire's mind. Imagine this. The burial site of a true dragon. Don't let Miguel get it, or he will break through to the Calamity Realm on the spot and dominate this entire dragon prison. The effect of this true dragon skeleton is so powerful, it can help Miguel break through to the Calamity Realm? Zaire was startled, realizing he underestimated its potential. What fortune! A true dragon buried beneath this mountain. This trip to the dragon prison was well worth it. With this skeleton, my chances of breaking through to the Calamity Realm increased significantly. Seeing the skeleton below, Miguel's eyes widened in joy. Next to the skeleton was a large cave radiating bright, precious light, suggesting numerous treasures inside. A 100-foot dragon material mountain, a true dragon skeleton, true dragon treasures. Even a Calamity Realm giant would be ecstatic. However, Mickey nearly spat blood when he saw this. He had fought fiercely against the flying celestial pythons, while Miguel reaped the rewards. White tiger true form draw. Mickey decisively transformed into a white tiger, rushing towards the fissure. Upon landing, he opened his mouth, sucking in everything like a bottomless black hole, aiming to draw in both the skeleton and the golden book. Meanwhile, the flying celestial pythons, witnessing the dragon material mountain being grabbed and the skeleton exposed, unleashed furious roars, splitting into two forces attacking Miguel and Mickey. Mickey, how dare you? Miguel waved his hand, summoning a long silver spear in midair, growing thousands of feet tall, its piercing power threatening to tear the heavens apart. War God Spear. Mickey turned pale. He didn't expect Miguel still had strength to counter after uprooting the mountain. Seeing this, Mickey flew out a shield to resist the spear. But before it could even touch, the spear's force shattered it into powder. Miguel's War God Spear was a treasure artifact, surpassing even the Black Abyss sword. Coupled with his formidable true essence, it was like the first strike that split heaven and earth, terrifying and destructive. Shield broken, Mickey summoned his origin celestial cave to clash with the War God Spear. Though he was at the Emperor realm, he lacked a treasure artifact. Since you dare attack me, stay and become my mountain guardians. Facing the flying celestial pythons, Miguel showed ample strength. He gestured with his left hand, and a massive bronze furnace appeared in the sky, emitting a deafening hum. Its immense pressure stunned all incoming pythons, forcing them into the furnace. This mountain-sized bronze furnace was also a powerful treasure artifact, dwarfing the 6-foot primordial elixir cauldron. While Miguel activated two major treasure artifacts one after another, there was not the slightest sign of him depleting his true essence. Just as half of the flying celestial pythons were about to fall into Miguel's hands, two powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, two familiar figures emerged, Prince Connor, the 9th prince, and Prince Henrik, the 3rd prince. True dragon remains? Among these princes, Henrik was the strongest. Upon seeing the gigantic golden corpse bones beneath the ground, his eyes immediately bulged out. Without any hesitation, he instantly unleashed his magic power, sending an invisible force towards the true dragon remains. In an instant, the 1,000-foot-long true dragon skeleton was grabbed out. Who would have thought that His Highness Henrik has cultivated such divine techniques, possessing the strength comparable to most Emperor realm experts despite only being at the sovereign realm? But this true dragon skeleton and the golden book within it are treasures I must obtain. Please let go of them and I assure you, I won't make you suffer any loss. The mountain of dragon material conceals a dragon cave underneath, which contains numerous powerful spirit artifacts. According to my perception, there are even 10 supreme spirit artifacts inside. I can share this dragon cave with your highness, amen. Would this be acceptable? Miguel held the 100-foot dragon material mountain with his right hand and controlled the War God's spear with his left, keeping Mickey immobilized while also deploying the bronze furnace to suppress all flying celestial pythons. Under such multitasking, he still had the strength to block the sudden appearance of Henrik. During his speech, an overwhelmingly vast power manifested from behind him. This power was none other than Miguel's origin celestial cave force, transforming into an incomparable giant that dominated the heavens and earth. Boom. The earth trembled violently again, new cracks appearing while the old ones widened. Such overwhelming pressure directly forced Henrik and Connor back. Then, Miguel's cave giant sucked up the entire true dragon skeleton. The dragon cave contains some treasures, but after inspecting, I found no top-grade elixirs or artifact treasures inside. It holds little value for me. Only this true dragon skeleton and golden book are what I need. Why don't you, friend Xianxia, give them to me? Henrik's face turned furious, and he immediately attacked, instantly unleashing thousands of powerful and tangible sword chi. They moved like lightning, striking directly at Miguel. Henrik's attack was incredibly unpredictable, more difficult to guard against than a jade cultivator's techniques. These sword chi were intangible and could cause serious injuries or even death if not noticed carefully. Yet, Miguel easily blocked it. True dragon remains, go. After countering Henrik's attack, Miguel directly increased his true essence output. In his hands, the 1,000-foot skeleton seemed as light as a feather. But at that moment, a barely noticeable black light shot into the skeleton at unprecedented speed. Instantly, as if awakening the entire dragon skeleton, it broke free from Miguel's true essence restraint. A loud roar echoed as black flames burst from its eye sockets. Roar. An intangible roar wave struck, catching everyone off guard, even forcing Miguel to retreat. Kira clan soul seizing control? Miguel was first surprised, then filled with anger. He couldn't believe someone would seize this opportunity to infiltrate the dragon skeleton and attempt to steal his prize. This was blatant disrespect towards him, Miguel. If it weren't for needing to control the dragon material mountain, facing Mickey and Henrik, and stabilizing the flying celestial pythons, he would have intercepted this person before they entered the skeleton. Now, his true essence was comparable to a first tribulation realm powerhouse. Aside from his realm, he was almost flawless. Enraged, the giant created by his origin celestial cave emitted a strange emerald flame aimed at the true dragon skeleton. Damn, this Miguel actually cultivated the 3 purest fires of martial arts. What a monstrous genius. So-called 3 purest fires are formed when the flesh and blood essence reach their peak, combining 3 types of fire. One is eye fire, the second is intent fire, and the third is breath fire. Combined, they form the 3 purest fires. These fires are unrelated to physical strength or blood essence, but are triggered when both reach their pinnacle. Once ignited, it signifies the unity of mind and body, spirit and flesh as one. Those who can cultivate the 3 purest fires are exceedingly rare over millennia. Every one of them is an unrivaled dragon among geniuses. Without a doubt, Miguel was one such dragon. The one speaking was naturally the Black Abyss Sword Spirit. As Zaire's cultivation strengthened, so did the Black Abyss Sword Spirit, revealing the might of a treasured artifact spirit. Facing Miguel's 3 purest fires, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit panicked, shouting furiously at Zaire, "Quick! Who can withstand the 3 purest fires?" Their communication remained on a mental level, undetected by others. Swish! Just as Miguel released his 3 purest fires, a force no less formidable than the war god's spear struck from above him. Amazing speed. An attack method that instantly traverses space and time. Could it be a jade cultivator? Miguel sensed it and, as this force approached, once again unleashed strong true essence, forming protective barriers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless star-like sword chi descended like meteor showers or waterfalls, endless and relentless. This torrent of sword chi seemed capable of tearing apart everything in its path, fiercer and more brutal than any other attack. The one who unleashed this attack was none other than Zaire. Chapter 270. Seize all the treasures. At the critical moment, Zaire could no longer care about exposing his identity. He directly connected with countless stars, releasing a vast force of star energy sword chi towards Becker. This was an excellent opportunity. Becker was facing multiple opponents, and most of his attention was focused on the others. Naturally, there couldn't be a better time to strike. Courageous. Becker's aura contracted as he suddenly vanished, dodging all the star energy sword chi. He had a treasure capable of spatial displacement. Zaire saw clearly. Right before the star energy sword chi struck him, a crescent moon pendant on Becker's waist emitted a brilliant light, and then he disappeared. I didn't expect him to have so many treasures. If my cultivation had broken through to Emperor Realm with my true essence multiplying tenfold, I could have intercepted him just now. Zaire felt regret. This was undoubtedly the best chance to kill Becker, but unfortunately, he managed to escape. However, this feeling only lasted a moment. Seeing Becker disappear, Zaire immediately communicated with the Jingzhou tripod and took in the rapidly descending dragonwood Amiyunten. Without stopping, he waved his hand, and Xianxia world flashed past, taking over 100 flying heaven divine pythons into his source grotto. If these flying heaven divine pythons had scattered, it would have been difficult to capture them, but since they were already gathered by Becker using his bronze furnace treasure, Zaire's source grotto easily enveloped and took them away. Becker's massive bronze furnace was still there, but Zaire did not attempt to touch it. The owner of this treasure was still alive, and more importantly, stronger than him. It was best not to forcibly take it. Becker's strength wasn't something Zaire could match alone yet. Only by breaking through to Emperor Realm could he possibly contend with him. With one swift move, he captured the 100-jong dragonwood Amiyunten and all the flying heaven divine pythons, then swiftly landed beside the true dragon skeleton controlled by the Black Abyss Sword Spirit. The Jingzhou tripod opened, and the Black Abyss Sword Spirit immediately dashed inside. In the blink of an eye, everything settled. The true dragon skeleton, dragonwood Amiyunten, and over 100 flying heaven divine pythons all ended up in Zaire's possession. The Jingzhou tripod, truly an ancient divine artifact, contained a vast space within. To collect these things so quickly, however, he had to thank Becker. If not for him lifting the entire dragonwood Amiyunten and capturing the true dragon skeleton and pythons, Zaire wouldn't have been able to gather all this in such a short time. Even so, obtaining so many treasures at once pushed Zaire to his limits, the Xianxia world unleashing high-grade spirit energy like floodwaters through an open gate. Zaire, let's go. Over 100 flying heaven divine pythons, the 100-jong dragonwood Amiyunten, and this true dragon skeleton. We must leave or everyone will attack us. And if Becker returns, we won't be able to resist. He alone can suppress us. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit flew out of the Jingzhou tripod and dove back into its original form, the Black Abyss Ghost Sword. There are still things we haven't taken. The treasures inside the true dragon cave. Zaire looked down into the ground crack, gritted his teeth, and plunged in. He erupted with true essence, moving at incredible speed, shooting straight into the underground dragon lair. Originally located beneath the dragonwood Amiyunten, the dragon lair had been exposed by Becker. Oh no, someone has stolen all the treasures. Where did this person come from? They're incredibly strong. Not only did they repel Becker, but they're also too fast to react to. Third brother, chase them. Don't let them escape. This is that ironclad colossus. Who would have thought this bulky figure could be so agile, and even possess an unparalleled storage treasure that can hold 100-jong dragonwood Amiyunten? Everyone, from Barton and Mickey to Ming Wong and Jesse, even Callan, was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. No one expected that at the very moment Becker secured everything, a formidable interloper would appear and sweep away all the treasures with unmatched speed and power, even trying to seize what was left in the dragon lair. Whoosh! Suddenly, Becker returned from spatial displacement, recalling his war god's spear and the huge bronze furnace. Then he, too, rushed into the ground, heading for the treasure-filled dragon lair. Among those present, none were angrier than Becker. Fortunately, the intruder hadn't left yet, and seemed interested in the remaining treasures. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Becker moved, Mickey and Jesse also swiftly chased after. One was a seasoned expert of the White Tiger lineage, the other the mightiest third prince of the Yuan dynasty. Both possessed immense power. Having found a treasure trove, they were unwilling to leave empty-handed. Inside the dragon lair, a fierce wind abruptly blew up. When it stopped, a burly man with a beard appeared. It was Zaire disguised as the ironclad Vajra. Upon entering, he unleashed his perception, scanning the surroundings. Not far ahead, he discovered a grand structure with flying eaves and intricate carvings, opulently decorated. This place rivaled the inner platform of the Heavenly Cliff Academy in size and used materials rarer than gold and jade. A treasure unseen elsewhere, used here for such a magnificent building, showing its unprecedented luxury. Found it. Zaire sensed the presence of treasures and magical items, and immediately flashed toward them. In a secluded corner, he broke into a hidden chamber. Inside was a brocade box, which when opened revealed a small jade gourd about the size of 2 hands. It was filled with elixirs. Forming a tiger claw, Zaire sucked the gourd into his hand and swiftly moved to the next location. Time was limited. He needed to prioritize valuable items without delaying too long. Soon, he reached a fire jade-covered alchemy room with a jade cauldron. The cauldron was covered in runes, and even inscribed with dragon-shaped characters, looking extremely powerful. A gust of wind swept past, and the entire cauldron was lifted away. Another hidden chamber. Powerful force blasted open the door, and another sweeping motion took away a ring-handled great saber and a jade lantern hanging from the ceiling. Within just a few breaths, Zaire plundered 10 spots emitting intense energy signals within the dragon lair, each containing invaluable treasures. 10 treasures, whether magic items or precious elixirs, all ended up in Zaire's pocket. These included top-tier magic items and soul-strengthening elixirs of supreme quality. The 10 treasures were a jade gourd full of precious elixirs, a jade-made alchemy furnace, a ring-handled great saber, a jade-made luminous lamp, a golden dragon flag, a painting depicting clear skies and blue seas, a round stone ball the size of a fist, a heavy bawang gun. It seems there is a terminology inconsistency. Bawang gun should be translated to maintain consistency and fluency in English. Based on the context, it likely refers to a powerful or dominant weapon. Here's the corrected phrase: a heavy domineering gun. However, if bawang gun specifically refers to a named weapon like a bawang gun, overlord gun, it should be a heavy overlord gun. Without more context, I'll assume it's describing the nature of the gun. A heavy domineering gun. If you can provide more context about bawang gun, I can refine this further. A string of transparent pearls, a jade dragon hairpin. There were many more treasures in the dragon lair, but Zaire couldn't stay any longer, only managing to take the strongest 10. At that moment, a powerful aura descended. It was Becker, chasing furiously. As soon as he entered the dragon lair, Zaire unleashed his power to envelop the entire area. This place was deep underground with no other entrances. By blocking the entrance, he could trap anyone inside like fish in a barrel. However, no one expected Zaire to be able to directly burrow through the earth. A flash of 5-colored light, and he vanished into the ground like a fish slipping into water, disappearing within the dragon lair. Having fully mastered the inborn 5 elements body, he could now use the elements for rapid travel. Zaire's decision to venture into the dragon lair wasn't driven by greed or recklessness. He knew this place was special, and that he could move freely using the power of the elements. Hence, he took the risk to infiltrate it. Moreover, if he chose to flee from the surface, given Becker's strength, there was a chance Becker might catch him. However, by leveraging the subterranean terrain, he didn't fear pursuit by anyone. Scaredy cat, where do you think you're running? Just as Becker was planning to corner Zaire, he sensed that Zaire's aura had vanished. Additionally, many areas within the dragon lair had been damaged, and the treasures inside were missing. Although these weren't top-tier treasures, this blatant act before his eyes was unprecedented. Adding to the theft of the 100-jong dragonwood amyuntin, the true dragon skeleton, and other supreme treasures, Becker felt a stinging pain on his face as if he'd been slapped hard. Crush. Realizing Zaire had burrowed underground, Becker roared in fury, causing the entire dragon lair to shake violently. Where Zaire's aura last appeared, tens of feet collapsed, revealing a massive pit. Using his powerful true essence, he attempted to blast Zaire to death by striking the ground. Mickey and Jesse, who followed him in, felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing Becker's distorted face from rage. They immediately wanted to turn and leave. Yao Clan Mickey. Becker's roar revealed a desolate world behind him. Harnessing his origin grotto's power, he transformed it into a sword, ruthlessly slashing towards Mickey, who was trying to escape. At the same time, the war god spear and the huge bronze furnace appeared, both aimed at Mickey. One spear pierced through space-time while the other emitted a tremendous force, threatening to swallow Mickey whole. This bronze furnace is called the War God Treasure Furnace, an elite artifact used by the Wu Immortal to suppress the dragon veins. Mickey, I advise you not to waste your effort. Even if you detonate your origin grotto, it will only fuel the power of the War God Treasure Furnace, increasing its might immensely. Becker not only launched a full attack, but also tried to unsettle Mickey's resolve with words. And it worked marvelously. Mickey hesitated momentarily, giving Becker the perfect moment to seize the opportunity. The War God Treasure Furnace accelerated abruptly, swallowing Mickey whole into its belly. Clanging sounds emerged from within. Becker intended to refine an Empyrean realm expert alive. This brutal and overwhelming method was simply shocking. Not stopping there, Becker sent out another force, breaking through the ground and pursuing along Zaire's residual aura. This guy is too ruthless and too strong. He can uproot a mountain hundreds of zhong tall and shatter the earth with his residual power. Seeing Becker seemingly not targeting him, Jesse wiped cold sweat off his forehead and promptly exited the underground area. This move indicated he would no longer contest for the treasures in the dragon lair. Meanwhile, Zaire had burrowed over 1,000 zhong deep. Believing no one would chase so far underground, he was surprised when a terrifying aura caught up from behind, relentless like a bone-seeking worm. Simultaneously, booming explosions continued, with soil exploding wherever that aura passed. This is Becker's doing. His power can pursue me this deep underground. If we faced off, I indeed wouldn't stand a chance. Zaire instantly recognized the familiar aura. He understood that taking away the true dragon skeleton, flying heaven divine pythons, 100 zhong dragonwood amyuntin, and 10 treasures from the dragon lair had enraged Becker beyond measure, who would not let him go easily. 5 elements Dao map, origin grotto. A 5-colored light instantly condensed into a treasure map hovering above his head. Then, the power of the Xianxia world surged into it. Immediately, the area illuminated by the 5 elements Dao map opened a path ahead, and after Zaire passed through, the soil reformed, restoring its original state. By infusing the Xianxia world's power into the 5 elements Dao map, its potency skyrocketed, rendering all underground obstacles insignificant to him. Now, Zaire's speed surpassed ordinary cultivators flying in the sky. To achieve such high-speed travel underground was nearly unprecedented in the cultivation world. Yet, despite this, he still couldn't escape Becker's pursuit. Becker's power was derived from his origin grotto, constantly changing, transforming into solid weapons one moment, fluid water the next, or even air. These transformations ensured the force never lost track of him. Vermin. Where do you think you're going? Becker's voice emerged from the force, accompanied by explosions clearing any earth between them. His force carries a strand of spiritual energy. Feeling the impending danger from behind, Zaire, without hesitation, spat out a mouthful of golden blood, spraying it onto the 5 elements Dao map. Chapter 271. The Legacy of the True Dragon's Bloodline. Whoosh. The solid earth ahead turned into fluid matter, like rippling water. Zaire glided through it as if a fish in the ocean, the power of his 5-colored divine light evasion technique reaching its peak, increasing his speed several-fold. Zaire also maximized the power of his physical body, his muscles and pores vibrating. Every 3 feet apart, he swept away all soil and rocks, creating a space around him 3 feet wide in all directions. At this point, his flesh had surpassed that of any treasure, with the 2nd level of primordial devouring treasure completed, along with the 4th level of the formless heaven and earth scripture, and his elemental constitution making every part of his being, from internal organs to skin and muscles, immensely powerful. If anyone could kill him, any piece of his bone could be refined into an exceedingly potent ultimate spirit weapon. His sinews and skin could be made into war drums or enchanted ropes. In short, while Zaire's flesh might not quite match that of a true dragon corpse, it was not far off. Since you possess such formidable physical strength, I'll capture you and refine your body into a human-shaped supreme treasure. Witness my prowess. Firmament and earth, stand still. From within the earth, Becker's voice echoed loudly, resonating with the earth itself. It felt as though thousands of earth dragons surged forward, pushing against Zaire, trying to squeeze him out. Zaire felt the entire ground wildly squirming, generating immense pressure squeezing him backward. What is this technique? It's a means of disrupting the 5 elements. Who would have thought Becker is so powerful, with even a hint of profound martial arts mastery influencing the surrounding area? Your innate elemental constitution should help with elemental evasions, but here it barely functions. Your cultivation differs too much from Becker. The voice of Hei Shanan's sword spirit came. I can do little to assist you here. Everything relies on you. Swoosh. Under the intense pressure, Zaire's speed dramatically slowed. Behind him, soil and stones tore apart like fabric. A massive hand emerged, fingers resembling iron spears and silver hooks, pulverizing everything in its path. This hand emanated Becker's formidable energy. It was clear he had become far stronger since their encounter at Divine Martial Immortal Mansion. An overwhelming sense of oppression surged, turning all nearby mud and rocks as hard as steel, nearly impenetrable. Zaire knew Becker was strong, but not to this extent. Despite using his incredible elemental evasion techniques, he still found himself caught, and Becker manipulated his powers with far greater proficiency. Zaire remained calm. Though Becker's power was superhuman, it wasn't enough to truly obstruct him. However, hiding as the iron-armored Vajra was probably no longer feasible. With a wave of his hand, primal energy enveloped the approaching hand, turning Zaire into a gust of wind to evade its sharp grasp. Becker's hand released multiple sword energies, dispelling the encircling primal energy before changing gestures and grabbing again. Their brief battle shook the entire underground, cracking numerous restrained rocks. Seizing this opportunity, Zaire dashed, widening a crack and disappearing inside. Becker's hand transformed into a current, chasing through the same crack. They proceeded deeper underground, one escaping, the other pursuing. I don't believe your primal energy can exceed mine. Let's see who gives up first. Zaire gritted his teeth and plunged downward. This was a test of primal energy endurance. He had the primordial world replenishing his spirit chi, whereas Becker did not. With time, Becker would inevitably tire, allowing Zaire to escape. 2,000 zhong underground, 4,000 zhong, 7,000 zhong, 10,000 zhong. Zaire chose not to fly horizontally but descended directly toward the Earth's core. Surprisingly, Becker's force kept pursuing, continuously attacking and trapping, intending to capture Zaire and refine him into a puppet. Unexpectedly, Becker showed no sign of fatigue. His power remained unyieldingly oppressive. Unlike the 9 provinces, the rock layers beneath the imprisoned dragon prison were not dense. At 10,000 zhong deep, they reached the Earth's core, where temperatures rose sharply, the rock layers glowing fiery red. At this moment, Zaire sensed a formidable presence in the distance. Could there be a treasure vault in the imprisoned dragon prison's core? It's plausible given it's a fallen star of the dragon realm, once inhabited by many true dragons. A core treasure vault isn't surprising. Without hesitation, Zaire rushed towards the powerful aura. Approaching the core, the earth was no longer soil but solid rock as hard as refined metal. Still, this didn't deter him. With the 5 elements Dao chart operating fully, he cleared away the obstructing rocks. Suddenly, the pressure eased, revealing a vast crimson cavern. The floor was covered in unknown, fiery red crystalline glass, hotter than imaginable. Scanning the cavern, he found no expected treasures or elixirs, only 6 colossal golden eggs. Each egg was about a zhong in size, emitting thick auras and intimidating pressure, familiar to Zaire from the true dragon bones he'd obtained. These were undoubtedly true dragon eggs. These are true dragon eggs. While rare, cultivating them requires enormous resources, something most cannot afford. Hatching these 6 dragon eggs would be beyond Zaire's capabilities. Yet, seeing them, he couldn't resist taking them. With a swift motion, he circled the giant eggs, then placed them all inside the Jingzhou Cauldron. However, this move allowed Becker to catch up. His force didn't attack immediately. After chasing for so long, Becker knew his opponent was skilled at escape, so he divided his power to form a binding array, enveloping Zaire. If you weren't greedy, capturing you would have been more challenging, but now your greed has betrayed you. After setting the array, Becker's power transformed into a human figure, glaring sharply at Zaire. You talk too much. Zaire exerted force underfoot, transforming into a 5-colored rainbow, aiming to break free. But Becker appeared above the array, which seemed bolstered, emitting electrical arcs, stopping Zaire cold. This is the Nine Heavens God-refining array. With your strength, you can't leave. Becker's eyes brimmed with deadly intent. Ignoring these words, Zaire moved, disappearing only to reappear beside Becker's avatar. His fingers pierced forth, enveloped in five-colored divine light. Becker remained unmoving, yet his body erupted with countless lightning bolts, striking from every angle. The entire Crimson Cavern was engulfed in thunder and lightning. This Nine Heavens God-refining array was a means for Becker to trap Zaire. Once he had slain Mickey, he could dedicate all his strength to subdue the trapped Zaire. At present, this figure was merely an energy manifestation of his. Becker's power allowed him to battle two major experts simultaneously while retaining absolute initiative. This array is indeed formidable. To break through it, I must use my full strength, but doing so will expose my identity to Becker and reveal that I am Zaire. Zaire couldn't think of any other way for the moment, but as he continuously darted through the array, he suddenly thought of the dragon eggs he had just obtained. He instantly directed part of his consciousness into the Jingzhou Cauldron. Within the cauldron's space stood a towering mountain 100 zhang high, alongside 1,000 zhang long true dragon skeleton, and finally, 6 massive true dragon eggs. In that instant, Zaire conceived the idea of using the vast life essence within the dragon eggs to break through the sovereign realm. Even if he couldn't break through, such an abundance of life essence would greatly enhance his power. Perhaps it would allow him to break free from Becker's bindings without revealing his true identity. The dragon eggs had been in this underground cavern for an unknown amount of time. Over long ages, they had developed a glimmer of intelligence. Sensing Zaire's approaching consciousness, the 6 true dragon eggs trembled, sensing an enormous danger. This wasn't the time for mercy. Zaire didn't hesitate and began absorbing the life essence from the 6 dragon eggs. In an instant, 6 streams of pure and immense primordial energy surged out of the Jingzhou Cauldron, then through his mind sea, spreading throughout Zaire's entire body. A feeling of extreme satisfaction, akin to an electric current, shot up to the ends of his hair. Zaire instantly radiated a mysterious aura. This aura was undoubtedly that of the true dragon. Crack, crack. His bones made a sudden cracking sound, and Zaire grew 6 inches taller, like a lean giant. Huh. Just then, Zaire was startled. He realized he inexplicably acquired a powerful attack technique called dragon swallowing art. Is this an inheritance from the 6 dragon eggs? According to legends, some great demons' offspring were born with innate skills, engraved in their bloodlines, allowing them to master these abilities without deliberate practice. Strictly speaking, dragons are also part of the demon race. The true dragon lineage isn't a minor force among dragons. Possessing inherited techniques wouldn't be surprising. Zaire carefully sensed this inherited, dragon swallowing art, discovering it was akin to a special principle imprinted in his bloodline. This meant that if he had descendants, they would eventually awaken this bloodline inheritance and possess the dragon swallowing art. Meanwhile, perhaps due to his physical body reaching a certain extremity in rule, after consuming only 1/10 of the life essence contained within the 6 dragon eggs, his body began to reject further absorption. As his body started rejecting the essence, it piled up inside Zaire, causing his body to swell rapidly, making him look like an 800-gene fat giant. Due to this sudden change in body shape, he almost got struck by lightning and slowed down as if weighed down by a heavy scale. Realizing this, Zaire immediately opened his primordial world, directing the excess life essence from the dragon eggs into it. Instantly, all the life essence was absorbed. The primordial world acted like an inexhaustible pit, able to absorb all energies without ever filling up. After absorbing 9/10 of the life essence from the 6 dragon eggs, a faint starlight appeared within Zaire's primordial world, which transformed into his origin netherworld. The emergence of the starlight revitalized the entire primordial world. The young cat Demonis on the solitary island felt it most distinctly. The previously dead-like small world now showed a trace of vitality. Even the single sprout on the lone tree began to sway, as if celebrating. The significant change in the origin netherworld gave Zaire a clear sign that he was about to break through. However, this was not the right time to break through to the sovereign realm. Being trapped in Becker's 9 Heavens God-refining array, choosing to break through here would be courting death. What kind of 9 Heavens God-refining array? Watch me break it now. Suppressing his stirring cultivation, Zaire opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing a large amount of lightning in an instant. Taking advantage of this gap, Zaire broke through the array's restraint in a flash, diving into the rock layers and vanishing. This move was precisely the dragon swallowing art he had learned from the true dragon egg. Indeed, as a technique inscribed in the bloodline of true dragons, its first usage already displayed incredible power. Zaire used this skill to confuse Becker. If Becker knew his true identity, it would surely cause significant trouble in the future. This is the dragon swallowing art of the true dragon. Zaire's sudden method of breaking the array shocked Becker's energy manifestation. He never expected the iron-armored Vajra to possess the means of the true dragon. Actually, since the iron-armored Vajra attacked him on the surface, Becker had begun to suspect his identity. Though the elders hadn't given the sword might of the Big Dipper to others for cultivation, he, as the chief disciple, knew quite a bit about it. He immediately associated it with Zaire. However, seeing the iron-armored Vajra use Dragon Clan techniques confused his suspicions, because Zaire definitely wouldn't know the true dragon's dragon-swallowing art. By the time Becker regained his composure, he was too late to pursue Zaire. Chapter 272. Mickey escapes, but meets Zaire. The dragon-devouring technique is a bloodline power unique to the true dragon lineage. If one isn't of the dragon race, they can never learn it. Could this person be from the true dragon lineage? Becker immediately deactivated the great array, and in the entire cavern, Zaire's aura had vanished without a trace. If this ironclad Vajra is indeed from the true dragon lineage and has awakened his bloodline powers, my avatar wouldn't be able to handle him. I'll have to wait until I return and deal with Mickey before searching for this person. Becker's figure flickered and transformed into a gentle breeze, drifting back the way he came. At this moment, on the surface, Mickey, an Emperor Realm powerhouse, was locked in a critical battle with Becker himself. Becker consecutively summoned 2 great treasures, determined to subdue this long-standing demon expert in front of him. Of these 2 treasures, the War God Spear was a medium-grade treasure, possessing unparalleled might. The War God Copper Furnace was even more formidable, reaching the level of a high-grade treasure, almost capable of suppressing everything. Back when it was in the hands of the martial immortal, it even suppressed the dragon vein. Becker, you and I are sworn enemies. Mickey was now thoroughly suppressed. He consecutively summoned several powerful magical treasures, but failed to stop the attacks of the War God Spear. All were shattered. A medium-grade treasure wasn't something just anyone could possess or match. All Mickey could do now was use his origin world and forcefully resist the War God Spear. This origin world had been refined for hundreds of years, storing immense power sufficient to withstand a medium-grade treasure. However, it came at a huge cost. Moreover, the War God Copper Furnace continuously emitted oppressive pressure, covering him. Even if he self-destructed his origin world, he couldn't break free from the War God Copper Furnace, let alone harm Becker. Mickey had already fallen into a state of despair, losing even the courage to self-destruct his origin world. He could only rely on his centuries of cultivation and the power of his origin world to barely hold out, waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, from beneath, a violent rumble sounded, followed by a massive surge of energy bursting through a crack. It was Becker's avatar, about to reunite with his main body. Crap, I can't wait for him to regain full strength, or I won't be able to hold out. Seeing this, Mickey gritted his teeth and tore off his left arm. Splatter. His entire left hand exploded into a pool of crimson blood. In an instant, gales howled, dark clouds covered the sky. This pool of bloody water merged directly into the origin world. This move was Mickey's gecko tail sacrifice technique, using self-mutilation to gain immense power to escape. It was a life-or-death survival skill of the gecko clan within the demon races, which he, as a white tiger descendant, somehow knew. Ordinarily, he would never use this move. After all, sacrificing part of his body could grant him immense power, but restoring it without heavenly materials would take at least a decade, and up to a century if severely damaged. For someone like Mickey, who belonged to the White Tiger clan and not the Gecko clan, recovery would take even longer. But under the current dire circumstances, Mickey had no choice. He could only use this move to try and turn the tide. With the enhancement from his left arm, his origin world instantly amplified nearly tenfold. The power of the world increased accordingly, slamming fiercely against the War God Spear, forcing it away while simultaneously countering the War God Copper Furnace, nullifying its suppressive force. Seizing the chance, Mickey turned into lightning and shot straight out. Becker, from this day forward, you will never know peace. Breaking free, Mickey felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, like a fish leaping across a vast sea or a bird flying freely under boundless skies. Though his words were harsh, his speed didn't slow down. Instead, it accelerated slightly, turning him into a black speck that quickly disappeared, to actually sever his own arm. Becker, after absorbing his avatar, saw Mickey vanish and frowned deeply. Despite expending so much effort, he gained nothing, leaving him profoundly frustrated. War God Copper Furnace, seal away this dragon vein. Becker then activated the War God Copper Furnace, completely engulfing the entire dragon vein, as if plowing 3 feet into the earth. Even a dragon vein comparable to an inner gate terrace could fit inside this furnace. One glimpse was enough to understand the true might of this treasure, surpassing common understanding. Having sealed away the dragon vein, Becker's figure flickered, chasing after Mickey. Mickey, having severed an arm, could only boost his strength temporarily. Once the effect wore off, his cultivation would greatly diminish. Finding him would mean certain death. Third brother, Becker took the entire dragon vein. Now we have nothing left. This is outrageous. Once Becker left, the intense pressure vanished, causing the ground to collapse, stirring up dust that settled only after some time. The area was now devoid of spiritual energy, resembling a wasteland. Ninth Prince Connor and Third Prince Henrik flew into the air, their faces grim at the destruction below. Such destructive power was beyond what the two believed they could achieve, even with much greater strength. Let's go. The imprisoned dragon prison hides many secret treasures. Since this place is destroyed, we should hurry to the next spot. We might find another dragon vein, or even the dragon material Amiuntin, Henrik said, then headed towards the distance. Boom. In a dense forest, the earth suddenly erupted, destroying dozens of towering trees. With the explosion, a figure burst forth. It was none other than Zaire, who had escaped Becker's pursuit. Becker, no matter how powerful you are, reigning supreme over today's prodigies, you can never guess who I truly am. Not only did I seize resources and wealth, but I also mastered a potent offensive technique. My origin world even lit up with a starlight from the primordial world, significantly enhancing my strength. Zaire was immensely satisfied. He had released pent-up frustration, gained numerous treasures, and greatly increased his power. He then sent a signal into the sky. This was the agreed-upon communication method with Marvin. He needed only to wait here. I wonder if I can directly devour Darren if I use the dragon devouring technique in a duel. Zaire pondered. Zaire, can you give me the true dragon skeleton? If I can assimilate this dragon corpse, my strength will increase dramatically, and even my Black Abyss sword might evolve. The voice of the Black Abyss sword spirit echoed in Zaire's mind. Zaire considered and nodded. If your strength increases, so does mine. Since you need this true dragon skeleton, take it. If you can evolve the sword to a medium-grade treasure, it will give me a significant advantage against Becker. His physical body was nearly at the limits of the laws, so even if he forcibly absorbed the true dragon skeleton, the benefits to his strength would be limited. Giving it to the Black Abyss sword spirit would maximize its effectiveness. Good. release control of the Jingzhou tripod, and let me in. With a thought, Zaire released control of the tripod, allowing the Black Abyss Sword Spirit to transform into a black light and enter the Jingzhou tripod. The true dragon skeleton's aura is too strong. It will take considerable time for you to refine it. Let me help. Saying this, Zaire released the 5-colored light, entering the Jingzhou tripod. The beam of 5-colored light hovered above the 1,000-foot-long dragon bone, transforming into a colorful cloud. Splashing sounds echoed as elemental rain poured down. Upon contact with the dragon bone, a powerful vitality surged, as if attempting to revive the true dragon. Perfect. With this quintessence Saint Rain's nourishment, I can usurp and directly transform into a true dragon. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit had no physical form. He wanted this dragon corpse to shape his own true form using the dragon bones. And once successful, he would possess a body with dragon bones as its core. It was evident that his strength would undergo a radical transformation. However, this true dragon had been dead for who knows how long, buried underground for countless years. The vitality contained within was practically negligible. To refine these dragon bones into a corporeal form would indeed require an extremely long time. But with Zaire's quintessence Saint Rain boosting it, the time required would be more than 100 times shorter. Ecstatic, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit transformed into a cloud of black mist, merging directly into the entire dragon skeleton. Zaire, let me out. At this moment, the fox cat Demonis, who had been placed on an isolated island in Zaire's origin world, suddenly spoke up. If you promise not to cause trouble, I might let you out for some fresh air. Zaire replied, feeling quite pleased. Fine. Without hesitation, the fox cat agreed immediately. Zaire nodded. With his strength, and being in the imprisoned dragon prison, he wasn't afraid that this little Demonis would stir up any trouble. Moreover, the fox cat did have some talent in treasure hunting, which could be useful here. Just as he released the fox cat, a rainbow light fell from the sky. Marvin then appeared. Just now was incredibly dangerous. Mr. Wu, sometimes I can't help but admire your decisiveness and courage, Marvin exclaimed. Becker took a big loss this time. Even if he got a dragon vein, compared to treasures like the dragon material Amiyuntin or true dragon corpse, it's still. This time I did gain quite a lot. Besides the dragon material Amiyuntin and the true dragon corpse, I also obtained 10 treasures. However, without Marvin, I wouldn't have been able to get so much. Zaire waved his hand and took out the jade gourd of treasure pills from the dragon vein. Upon uncorking it, 18 wax-sealed emerald pills were visible. Even though sealed, a faint medicinal fragrance still escaped, making one feel refreshed and as if they were in a dreamlike paradise. Zaire, this pill is called Transformation Pill. It's made by powerful true dragons specifically for young dragons to lay their foundation, very miraculous. Even soul and spirit pills are inferior in terms of foundational cultivation benefits. Suddenly, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit's voice echoed in Zaire's mind. Also, the golden book inside the true dragon corpse is a supreme scripture of the true dragon clan. It describes how true dragons forge weapons, not cultivation techniques as previously thought. With that, a golden book flew out of the Jingzhou tripod into Zaire's hands. Zaire immediately focused his mind, quickly sensing the contents within. As the Black Abyss Sword Spirit said, the book had no cultivation techniques, only instructions on forging various supreme secret treasures. Cleaving Earth Saber, 10,000 Dragons Banner, Heaven-Shaking Delaney's. Who would have thought these 3 ultimate spirit artifacts, a large ring-headed saber, a golden dragon banner, and a 1,000 June Tyrant Spear, were actually unfinished treasures? Zaire collected 10 treasures from the dragon vein, among which the 3 strongest in aura were these. Now, with the forging methods from the true dragon scripture, he learned the true names of these 3 treasures, and that they were not yet fully completed. If refined for several centuries, they could evolve into supreme treasures. The remaining jade lamp, painting of a clear sky over blue sea, round stone ball, etc., were all recorded in the golden book, undoubtedly unfinished treasures as well. Though not complete, their power was formidable, reaching the peak of spirit artifacts. They would definitely cause a frenzy in the outside world. Zaire naturally lacked the energy to refine these treasures completely. Not only would it affect his cultivation, but even if he wanted to, his current strength was far from sufficient. You managed to obtain so many peak spirit artifacts. The fox cat, seeing the dazzling array of treasures before her, instantly salivated, wanting to reach out. But remembering Zaire's abilities, she immediately reined herself in. At this moment, Zaire suddenly sensed something and abruptly looked up at the sky. A long rainbow cut through the sky, emitting a surging aura like a torrential river, heading straight towards him. Mickey? Zaire's heart raced. Mickey didn't die under Becker's hands after all? Seems I underestimated his strength, but he appears severely injured, with an unstable aura. At this moment, Mickey was frantically fleeing, with a vast, sun-like aura chasing him. Soon, a massive shadow of a copper furnace appeared in the sky, ethereal like a reflection in water. The copper furnace seemed to have locked onto Mickey's aura, preparing to pierce through space and arrive directly. In an instant, an idea struck Zaire. He promptly returned all the treasures to the Jingzhou tripod, then channeled his true essence and charged forward, blocking Mickey's path. Die! Mickey, fleeing madly, was almost at the peak of his demonic powers. Seeing someone try to block him, he roared in anger. Accompanying the die command was a force mixed with demonic blood, which instantly transformed into a blood-colored tiger upon release. This tiger, formed from Mickey's demonic blood, was called Blood Tiger Wrath. It was extremely powerful and usually reserved as a crucial ace by tiger clans. Each use cost a significant amount of demonic blood, taking at least 20 years to recover. Chapter 273, Mickey wishes to serve you as master. Humph! Behind Zaire, the primal world transformed into its origin grotto and flashed away. Empowered by world energy, he directly opened his mouth wide, unleashing the dragon swallowing technique which promptly devoured the blood tiger whole. Instantly, The power from Mickey's attack was converted into a refined energy that circulated through Zaire's body, replenishing his true essence. The dragon swallowing technique, inherited from true dragon bloodline, lived up to its reputation, capable of ingesting almost any form of energy assault, thus replenishing one's expended energy. After swallowing the blood tiger, Zaire grabbed it with his right hand, emitting a powerful surge of true essence. On closer inspection, there was still some of the blood tiger's energy mixed in. With the primal world at his disposal, he naturally did not need external energy supplements. After all, what kind of energy could match the high-quality spiritual energy of the primal world? So after circulating the blood tiger's energy within him once, Zaire simply returned it. What? Seeing this situation, Mickey was instantly shocked. He never expected his blood tiger energy to be so easily consumed. Even more astonishing was that the other party seemed to have reflected his blood tiger energy attack back at him. However, having roamed the 9 provinces for centuries, encountering countless dangers, Mickey quickly reacted. He immediately manifested his origin grotto, using its robust world force to change direction and flee in another direction. But just as he escaped, a shadow suddenly blocked his path. Bang! Mickey's abdomen was struck by an elbow, sending waves of intense pain throughout his body and sending him flying backward. Do you still want to run? Zaire landed another heavy punch on Mickey's face. Instantly, Mickey saw stars, his head buzzing as he lost perception of everything around him. Wretch! Taking advantage of this moment, Zaire seized Mickey and threw him into the desolate island of the primal world. Then he disappeared underground. Had it not been for his previous battle with Becker weakening him significantly, Zaire would not have subdued Mickey so swiftly. After Zaire vanished, a loud rumbling followed as all trees were knocked down by fierce winds. A colossal copper furnace emerged from above. Becker appeared, scanning the area with sharp eyes. Upon discovering no trace of Mickey, he frowned. Did this demon, Mickey, also possess the ability to tunnel underground? His aura ended here. Why can't I see him? Thinking for a moment, Becker waved his hand, forming a fog that condensed into a misty mirror, showcasing various scenes. If someone knowledgeable had been present, they would have recognized this as the highly taxing deduction art that Becker was using. Each family had their own unique deduction art, a technique leveraging the heavenly rules to predict necessary information. Sitting cross-legged on the copper furnace, Becker used the martial deity deduction to trace Mickey's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Zaire had tunneled thousands of feet underground, slowing down near the Earth's core and finding a cavern. Who are you? Why are you imprisoning me here? Inside the primal world, Mickey realized he wasn't dead and hurriedly activated his origin grotto while taking medicinal pills from his storage space. With your current strength, struggling is futile now that you're inside my origin grotto. It's fine to reveal my true identity to you. Listen carefully. I am Zaire, a direct disciple of Tianyam Martial Academy. At Zaire's mental command, a true essence manifestation appeared before Mickey. You are Zaire? The one who defeated the Imperial Realm refining Jade Human? You must have used treacherous means. Otherwise, how could you surpass 2 realms to defeat him? Startled at first, Mickey suddenly lunged towards Zaire, hoping to subdue him and escape this bizarre origin grotto. Still trying to fight? You're courting death. Facing this attack, Zaire's manifestation didn't even flinch. An overwhelming primal force descended, shaking Mickey off his feet, leaving him unable to strike back. What kind of origin grotto is this? So desolate yet so powerful. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Struggling to rise, Mickey sensed the vast power radiating from Zaire, his composure faltering. If I wanted to kill you, it would be easier than squashing an ant. Zaire pointed upward, causing a star in the sky to flash. Boom. Infinite power pressed down. Spurt. Mickey spat out blood, collapsing again. Confronted by such force, even breathing was difficult, let alone attacking. Although Mickey wasn't weak, being inside the primal world left him no match for Zaire. This origin grotto is extraordinary. What immense fortune did you receive? This cannot be formed by human effort. Even across all worlds, no one could create such a grotto. Despair gripped Mickey. Being a prodigy of the White Tiger lineage, roaming the 9 provinces for centuries, he knew the terrifying nature of Zaire's grotto. Even self-destructing his own origin grotto wouldn't shake this realm. Ignoring Mickey's cries, Zaire summoned a massive force once more. Mickey, though you aren't as strong as the sword god heir, you still hold some value to me. I can offer you a way out. Just remain loyal and serve me, and I won't harm you. I'll even help you cultivate to greater heights and regrow your left arm. Staring straight at Mickey, Zaire continued. Serve me faithfully, live and grow stronger. Breaking through the tribulation realm won't be hard. If you refuse, you will perish here forever, becoming nourishment for my origin grotto. Think carefully. It's wise to know when to submit. Mickey, do not misstep. Mickey lifted his head, looking at Zaire like a divine being, realizing he had no choice. Master, I, Mickey, willingly recognize you as my lord, forever loyal to you, Mickey declared decisively. But Zaire only smiled coldly. Your words mean nothing without proof. Since you wish to serve me, you won't mind if I place a mark in your origin grotto, right? He lightly traced a mysterious symbol with his finger, releasing a primordial stream from the chaos of the primal world, which spiraled into Mickey's origin grotto. Zaire couldn't trust mere words, especially from someone like Mickey. He needed to maintain control. This primordial stream would destroy Mickey's origin grotto should he ever betray, rendering his cultivation irreparable. This technique was something Zaire had spontaneously comprehended when the first ray of starlight appeared in the primal world. Initially, he didn't know how to use it because all he could manipulate were some chaotic energy streams within his primal world. It wasn't until he captured Mickey that he suddenly thought of using this move to gain complete control over him. Seeing Mickey allow the chaotic energy from the primal world to enter his origin grotto, Zaire nodded in satisfaction. If Mickey had shown even a hint of resistance, Zaire would have immediately invoked the world force to crush him without leaving any lingering troubles. Subjugating Mickey served Zaire's purpose of expanding his own power base. While Channeling City was thriving, it lacked high-level experts as anchors. Although Leonardo and Caleb were fairly capable, they would be helpless against formidable enemies like the Jade Refining Practitioner or even someone like Becker. Furthermore, if he became the dean of Tianyang Martial Academy in the future, he would need a solid power base to support him. Without a large faction backing him, how could he stabilize his position? Zaire had already understood these things back in the Wu family. Why could Arvin bully him back then? Because of the powerful faction supporting him, everyone feared and tried to curry favor with him. This was the benefit of having one's own faction. Alright, I've planted a strand of aura inside your origin grotto. This aura won't obstruct your cultivation but can help consolidate your cave heaven and aid your practice. The trade-off is that from now on, you must not entertain any second thoughts. Once you betray me, this strand will let you experience the true meaning of unbearable consequences. Zaire paused, however. If you behave well in the future, I can retrieve this aura, so you don't have to worry too much. After saying this, he took out the Dragon Transformation Pill and handed it over. This pill is called Dragon Transformation. I obtained it from the Dragon Nest. A low-level cultivator who takes it can build an unparalleled foundation for their cultivation, ensuring smooth progress. Even for a high-level practitioner, perhaps at the Imperial Realm, it can significantly enhance strength and extend lifespan by a century. Especially for you as a demon, taking this pill will certainly lead you to comprehend many of the profound methods of the true dragons. With that, he turned to call Marvin over. Marvin, you get a share too. During his confrontation with Mickey, Zaire had already placed Adnan and Li Xiao on the desolate island in the primal world. There were 18 dragon transformation pills in the Jade Gourd. Zaire now took out 2 pills and gave them to Mickey and Adnan, while he also broke the wax seal on one and consumed it himself, starting to refine its medicinal power. The potency of this dragon transformation pill far exceeded the spirit elixir of Tianyang Martial Academy. In terms of building a foundation, no single pill in the 9 academies could match it. After all, it was designed to lay a solid foundation for young dragons. Without immense potency, how could a dragon's foundation be strengthened? Moreover, the pill had another significant effect. It extended the lifespan of high-level cultivators. No living being could compare to dragons in magnitude. The immense medicinal power in the dragon transformation pill might just be right for dragons, but for other beings, it was too much to absorb completely. The excess medicinal power would convert into lifespan extension, thus maximizing the effectiveness of the medicine. From this, it was evident that the dragon race excelled not only in alchemy but also in understanding it profoundly. As soon as the dragon transformation pill entered Zaire's throat, he felt an overwhelmingly explosive force rapidly spreading through his limbs and organs. Even his blood seemed to be pierced by the medicinal power, each vein radiating with a brilliant glow, as if countless stars were bursting forth. This force was unlike any medicine Zaire had ever taken before, evoking a sense of vast earth and boundless sky. The immensity of such perception made one realize their insignificance and instilled awe for the boundless power of nature. Soon, his skin began to twitch continuously, gradually hardening. Eventually, his entire body seemed covered with tough scales, enhancing both his physical defense and strength. Indeed, this is a precious pill refined by dragons. For me, though, its effect is limited, primarily adding 200 years to my lifespan. Quite an unexpected bonus. Zaire's physical strength was almost at the limit of what rules allowed. Even a pill like the dragon transformation couldn't induce further changes. As the blood and qi circulated, his skin quickly returned to normal, the dense scales disappearing without a trace. At this point, Zaire's vitality reached its peak, signaling imminent breakthrough. However, since he was currently in the dragon prison and had only a day left, he chose not to break through on the spot. Furthermore, Mickey was still present, an unstable element who might take advantage during Zaire's breakthrough process, leading to considerable trouble. Meanwhile, Adnan, after consuming the dragon transformation pill, was undergoing intense internal changes. The potent and fierce medicinal power surged within him, causing his complexion to alternate between redness, pallor, and purplish hue. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and puddles formed beneath his feet. Although extremely uncomfortable, his aura grew stronger, indicating significant improvements upon surviving the wave of medicinal power. He's trying to directly condense his origin grotto and achieve the king realm? It seems he has accumulated plenty of materials to refine his origin grotto for a long time. With the proper timing, he can step into the king realm and harness the power of his cave heaven in battles, Zaire noted perceptively. Chapter 274. Unexpected Turmoil. The Kiras have breached the prison of the imprisoned dragon. Seeing this, Zaire pondered for a moment before expelling a mouthful of 5-colored divine light, which instantly enveloped Jedediah's head. Instantly, a powerful energy imbued with vibrant life force poured into his body. Many thanks to Mr. Wu for your assistance. Otherwise, it would have taken me much longer to break through to the royal realm, said Jedediah after ascending to the royal realm, exuding a strong aura all over his body. He wore an expression of joy and uncontainable excitement. Zaire knew that this strong aura was due to his recent breakthrough and not yet consolidated power. Once stabilized, this would no longer be so apparent. Don't mention it. Your enhanced strength benefits me as well. However, you must diligently practice further. Only by breaking through to the Emperor realm can you gain significant attention from the great Yuan Emperor among all the princes and hold a card in the upcoming contest for the throne. Otherwise, you will always just be an afterthought like Princes 3 and 4, Zaire reminded him. Mr. speaks the truth. I have decided to join you on your journey to Hongdao Martial Academy to congratulate Jedediah on his wedding. Then, I'll seek several elixirs from Hongdao's elders or the academy head. Hoping for a breakthrough to the Emperor realm, Jedediah seemed resolute. Zaire nodded, then turned to Mickey and asked, Mickey, how are you? After consuming the dragon transformation pill, Mickey had recovered most of his injuries in a short while, although his left hand had yet to regrow. After all, the dragon transformation pill did not have the function to regenerate dead limbs. He would either need to break through to the tribulation realm to comprehend creation, or find another left hand, spin demonic power, and merge it with his body. However, doing so would require considerable time. Thank you, Master, for granting me this treasure pill. My injuries are mostly healed, and the potent effects of the dragon transformation pill have greatly benefited me. However, my innate cave heaven was injured by Becker, so my combat capability might not be up to par against formidable foes in the short term. But I can still handle average experts, Mickey replied respectfully. All right, when the opportunity arises, I will help you recover your left hand. You should focus on fully assimilating the power of the dragon transformation pill and aim to completely heal your injuries. As Zaire prepared to leave, Mickey called out, Master, there is something I wish to discuss. HM? What is it? Zaire asked curiously. Mickey respectfully explained, among the 10,000 demon Amiuntans, only the White Tiger lineage holds the greatest power. 500 years ago, an extraordinary genius appeared within the White Tiger clan, now overseeing all major and minor affairs. His name is Trenton. Trenton? Surname Delaney? Zaire was slightly surprised that this person did not have the surname Bai. This person is not one of our White Tiger clan but was brought back by the White Tiger demon emperor 500 years ago, with extremely mysterious origins. Some even speculate he isn't a demon at all, possibly human like Master. Mickey continued. This person has a mysterious identity and unparalleled talent. 200 years ago, he already broke through to the Aeon's tribulation realm without ever engaging externally, making him little known. Now, he is in seclusion, comprehending the great Tao, seemingly trying to break through some restraint. Pausing here, Mickey looked at Zaire and said, Master must be wary of him. Your name has been placed on the White Tiger clan's hit list because of the Divine Mansion incident. This man regards the White Tiger Demon Emperor as his father and certainly harbors resentment towards you. If encountered, he might directly attack. What? Zaire was startled. He hadn't expected that he'd become a target for a super elite in the tribulation realm for no reason. Moreover, this person's cultivation speed was incredibly fast, reaching the Aeon's tribulation realm in just 300 years. Now in seclusion, who knows what power he'll have upon his return. Mickey saw his surprise and continued, Trenton does not cultivate using our White Tiger clan's methods. Moreover, he seems to have tremendous fortune, once obtaining an ultimate treasure, a turtle shell named Turtle Scripture. It sounds ordinary, but its quality reaches the peak of supreme treasures. The White Tiger Demon Emperor even inadvertently mentioned that it is the closest thing to a divine artifact in existence. I understand. Your warning is very valuable. I will take note. Zaire nodded seriously. Listening to this, he couldn't help but think, Turtle Scripture? According to legends, the Lorio book was made of a turtle shell. Could this be the same? Zaire didn't expect such a person existed within the White Tiger clan. Trenton, if this turtle scripture in his possession is indeed the legendary Lorio book, how can I possibly contend with him? And I must obtain the Lorio book myself, inevitably leading to conflict. I must make preparations early. Zaire pondered silently. Then he turned to Mickey and asked, speaking of which, acknowledging me as master, won't it invite pursuit from the White Tiger lineage? Probably not. Songyang Martial Academy's Killian's failure to kill you is already known to high-level forces. Now all forces fear what lies behind you and won't rashly send experts after you, Mickey responded confidently. I didn't realize that Finley's move against me has spread across the major powers. Indeed, even Jedediah knew about it. So many in the 9 provinces likely already know too. Very well. Since that's the case, you can follow me. Let's leave this prison of the imprisoned dragon and head to the gateway region. With a wave of his hand, Zaire made the decision. But there's still plenty of treasure here in the prison of the imprisoned dragon. Should we really leave without taking more? Jedediah hesitated, regretting leaving without much gain from their rare visit. The prison of the imprisoned dragon indeed has much treasure, but Becker has targeted us. If we don't leave while he's searching, we may never escape, Zaire explained. Thinking of Becker's nearly unbeatable stance, Jedediah shuddered and immediately agreed, you're right. We must leave quickly and not face Becker directly. Though he gained no treasures this time around, he still obtained much. Besides numerous precious materials, he consumed a dragon transformation pill, significantly enhancing his strength. Returning, his influence among the princes would naturally increase, along with attracting more skilled followers. Zaire nodded, placing everyone in the primordial world, then returned to his body and used 5-colored divine light to rush downwards. Quickly, he burst out of the ground, standing atop it. Upon surfacing, Zaire immediately utilized the Chaos True Void Cannon and White Tiger True Cave Scriptures to completely conceal his presence, then flew towards the gateway area. On the surface, unlike underground, Zaire's speed doubled or tripled. Later, to reach the destination faster, he directly used the dragon swallowing technique, devouring all air currents impeding his path, dramatically increasing his speed. In an instant, it felt like he vanished from his original spot, reappearing in the sky, achieving terrifying flight speeds. Shortly after, the gateway transmission area was in sight, allowing direct departure from the prison of the imprisoned dragon back to the central 9 provinces. But just then, a massive force instantly covered the area, blocking the portal's transmission function. In the sky, a massive copper furnace resembling a mountain suddenly appeared. An upper-grade supreme treasure, the Wu Shan copper furnace. The power of a top-grade treasure was absolutely world-shaking, nearly unparalleled in the world. Moreover, among all kinds of magical treasures, pill cauldrons were the hardest to refine. The energy and time spent on refining a pill cauldron could be 2, 3, or even 4 times that of other types of treasures of the same grade. Previously, Elders Yael and Shengguang helped Zaire refine the Black Abyss Sword Spirit because they could not reinforce the primordial pill cauldron and had to seek help from President Declan. Even if Declan were to intervene, it would still require immense effort and time. It's the Wu Shan copper furnace. Becker has arrived. However, This person is truly audacious, daring to block the royal family's transmission gate. Does he want to destroy the gate? But I am not afraid. I have the 3 purities spirit talisman of the secret realm. If things get out of hand, I will directly escape into the secret realm of Tianshan. The Wuxian copper furnace suddenly appeared, almost catching Zaire as he was about to fly into its area of effect. If he entered the covered region, with the power of a top-grade treasure, he might become Becker's easy prey, unable to resist any longer. Becker's move was like pulling the firewood from under the pot, an ingenious plan aside from offending the Yuan dynasty's royal family. Fortunately, Zaire controlled his body perfectly. Once he noticed something was wrong, he immediately shot out countless streams of true essence from millions of pores on his body, stopping his high-speed flight. Not everyone could use such a technique. Interrupting high-speed flight would cause unimaginable force. If it weren't for his robust physical strength, he would have turned into mincemeat in an instant, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, the transmission area covered by the Wuxian copper furnace underwent another change. A sky-obscuring black smoke abruptly struck the transmission gate but was blocked by the Wuxian copper furnace. What is this? This black smoke was terrifying. After being intercepted, it rapidly expanded and struck the Wuxian copper furnace with full force. The strong force made the Wuxian copper furnace buzz. This is a Tribulation Realm expert. This power is absolutely from a Tribulation Realm master, even stronger than Elder Yael. Zaire observed the black smoke's power and was greatly startled. If Becker broke through to the Tribulation Realm and added the Wuxian copper furnace, he could dominate everything. However, he was only at the Emperor Realm and couldn't fully unleash the furnace's power. Facing a Tribulation Realm powerhouse, he was at a disadvantage. However, with this person's abilities and various supreme treasures, even ordinary Tribulation Realm masters found it hard to kill him. Boom! The black smoke's power blasted open the Wuxian copper furnace's force. Then, countless Kiras emerged from the transmission gate, blocking out the sun. Seeing this endless army of Kiras, Zaire was stunned. Powerful Kiras instantly blotted out the sunlight upon appearing. Even the weakest among them had reached the Qi condensation stage. The Kira tribe had actually appeared, and the powerful black smoke force earlier came from a powerful ghost emperor of the Kira tribe. Ordinary ghost emperors were only at the Emperor Realm, but there were some powerful ghost emperors, such as those in the divine martial immortal palace, who could reach the 3 talents Tribulation Realm. The 9 transmission gates of the imprisoned dragon prison are located in a huge canyon. The UN Astronomical Bureau originally guarded the gates to prevent the Kiras from disrupting this trial. For so many Kiras to rush in, have the experts of the Astronomical Bureau all died? That's impossible. There are Tribulation Realm experts stationed at the Astronomical Bureau. Zaire's mind raced, realizing that something must have gone wrong outside. Otherwise, so many Kiras wouldn't have rushed in. But this is also an opportunity. Amidst the chaos, it was the best time for fishing in troubled waters. Zaire naturally wouldn't miss such a good chance. Others might fear Kiras, but he had Heavenly Mandate Light, and wasn't afraid of them. Had it not been for the fear of attracting the Ghost Emperor's attention, he would have captured Kiras for the light to devour. Currently, Becker stood atop the Wuxian copper furnace, battling against the terrifying black smoke. Zaire seized the opportunity to rush through the transmission gate. Immediately, a violent dizziness overwhelmed him. When he regained his senses, he was already out of the imprisoned dragon prison and back in the 9 provinces. But just as he tried to assess the canyon situation, countless forces attacked him simultaneously. Suddenly, his ears rang with the roar of power breaking through air currents, and his eyes saw wave after wave of attacks. These forces included numerous spells and weapons like spears, staves, swords, axes. All were top-notch magical treasures. Fortunately, none were supreme spirit treasures, so Zaire wasn't too alarmed. With his current strength, he could withstand these attacks using only his physical body without needing to mobilize true essence. But standing there and taking the hits was not his style. Swallow. He opened his mouth wide, emitting a massive suction force, swallowing all incoming attacks. Explosions followed as he destroyed numerous Kira's heads, dispersing their spirits. The dragon swallowing technique showcased its formidable power once again. After breaking through all attacks, Zaire finally understood his surroundings. The entire canyon was now filled with dark Kiras. Ghost soldiers, generals, kings, emperors, and even human cultivators were mixed in. There are so many Kiras. Some are as strong as kings or emperors, and even one Tribulation Realm ghost emperor. I cannot stay here long. I need to leave quickly. Having dealt with the attack from the Kiras, Zaire didn't stop and fled into the distance. If only ghost emperors were present, he could capture them for the Heavenly Mandate Light to consume and increase his strength. But with a Tribulation Realm ghost emperor, he had no choice but to run. Otherwise, if attacked, he would surely die. Currently, Zaire was only at the king stage. Even if he reached the emperor stage with various means and treasures, he still couldn't withstand a Tribulation Realm expert's onslaught. The most he could do is escape. Sir, someone burst out of the imprisoned dragon prison and absorbed quite a few of our magical treasures. He is strong. What should we do? Zaire's actions drew the attention of some Kira experts. Under a large umbrella surrounded by countless Kiras stood several men and women with formidable aura. The umbrella above them was actually a treasure comparable to the Black Abyss Ghost Sword, a lower-grade supreme treasure. Chapter 275, Arrival at Pingchuan Martial Academy. On this large umbrella, 36 images of divine and demonic spirits were engraved. Among them was a figure that Zaire found extremely familiar, the Douglas he had encountered in Alicia. The Black Abyss Ghost Sword now in his possession had been taken from this very person. Is this the 36 Kira Emperors under the command of the Ghost Lord? This umbrella seems to possess an incredibly strong defensive capability. I wonder how it compares to my 5 elements Tao chart. Zaire continued flying, while casting his gaze upon the strikingly noticeable large umbrella. Although he considered seizing this lesser treasure-grade artifact directly, the sight of the several heavenly ghosts beneath it immediately dissuaded him from acting impulsively. The heavenly ghosts under the umbrella radiated immense power. If he attempted a direct confrontation, he would likely be surrounded and overwhelmed, especially once the Raja Realm Ghost Emperor intervened. He could crush Zaire in an instant. However, while Zaire did not wish to engage with the heavenly ghosts under the umbrella, they harbored no such intentions. Seeing him slaughter thousands of their kind, the heavenly ghosts below the umbrella harbored intense murderous intent towards him and would not let him escape so easily. Quickly eliminate this man. Ling Tian's strength is divided into two parts, aiming to suppress both Becker and the Diyuan Astronomical Observatory simultaneously. We must firmly hold onto the prison of the imprisoned dragon. There are countless treasures within the prison, including traces of true dragons. It is an invaluable fortune. A man with a square face standing beneath the umbrella declared. These heavenly ghosts all regarded him as their leader and followed his orders obediently. As soon as the square-faced man finished speaking, he lunged at Zaire. With one movement, he disrupted the clouds, black mist radiating from his body. Human, before you die, know that it is I, Kira Charles, who kills you. Charles's formidable strength surged towards Zaire's head like a hungry tiger descending from the mountains, ferocious and swift. Seeking death, Zaire's eyes flashed with killing intent as he vanished from his spot. Thunder rumbled as he appeared beside Charles and delivered a powerful punch, causing the ground to tremble as if the world were ending. The protective treasured armor on Charles's body detected the imminent danger and instantly erupted with myriad rays of light, forming a protective shield to block the attack. But, in front of Zaire, all defenses crumpled like paper. With one punch, numerous layers of protective shields shattered instantly. The supreme spirit-level protective armor exploded into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. With just one punch, Zaire rendered the supreme spirit-level protective armor ineffective. If Charles hadn't shifted his position using the power of his primordial cave heaven at the critical moment, he might have been obliterated by that single blow. Nevertheless, even then, he was caught in the fierce shockwave, spitting blood as he plummeted to the ground, unable to stand. A mere dog's life isn't worth my effort to kill. But if you dare to act insolently before me again, I will make an exception and deal with you. Zaire descended, but did not pursue Charles further. Instead, he dove into the ground and vanished instantly. Charles, my lord. The sudden turn of events left the heavenly ghost experts momentarily stunned. Within just 2 breaths, their leader, Charles, had been gravely injured by the intruder. Coming to their senses, the experts rushed forward, but it was too late. When they reached the ground, only the unconscious Charles remained, and the intruder was nowhere to be found. They didn't have time to worry about the intruder's whereabouts and quickly carried Charles to the umbrella support, taking positions at the 4 cardinal points to guard against any more attacks. After administering healing elixirs, Charles gradually regained consciousness. That man was incredibly strong. If I hadn't sensed something amiss and used my primordial cave heaven, that punch would have scattered my form. Recovering would take centuries. Don't even think about it. Charles's expression was grim. He had never faced such a humiliating defeat since childhood. Had he known the intruder was so powerful, he would have brought the lower grade treasure, Heavenly Umbrella. With the protection of the Heavenly Umbrella, that punch would have been easily blocked. Should we pursue him? That man can burrow underground. We wouldn't know where to start looking for him now. Besides, his strength is unfathomable. To truly eliminate him, we need the Carl. Forget it. The Ghost Emperor can't spare time right now. Let's focus on sending troops to the prison of the imprisoned dragon. 2 hours later, Zaire burst out of the ground, warily observing his surroundings. Confirming he was free from danger, he released Marvin and the others from the primordial world. Mr. Wu, what should we do? I never imagined there would be so many heavenly ghosts lurking within our Diyuan territory. They chose this moment to strike to seize control of the prison of the imprisoned dragon. With the 9 boundary gates fallen, what will happen to my brothers inside? Aren't they doomed? Marvin anxiously asked as soon as they emerged. You still have some compassion. But if your royal siblings don't return, won't you inherit the throne legitimately? Zaire paused, then continued. Actually, with Becker there, not many should die. At least your 3rd brother should survive. Indeed, Mr. Wu. My brothers, and the heads of the astronomical observatory are cunning. If they can hold on a bit longer, our Diyuan can dispatch experts to quell this heavenly ghost threat. As a prince of Diyuan, Marvin knew how formidable the empire was. Since that's the case, let's return and see how things unfold. With cataclysmic realm titans involved, this is beyond our reach. Forcibly intervening would put us at great risk. Zaire headed for Bianjing, the capital city of Diyuan. They returned to the Huaiwangfu and waited in Marvin's study for news from the prison of the imprisoned dragon. After 5 days, the final outcome was clear. While many members of the Diyuan imperial family perished, most of the high-ranking royals, lords, and true realm experts survived. A tolerable result. Note: I made some adjustments to ensure it reads more naturally and fluently in English while maintaining accuracy. Improved version. They returned to Huaiwangfu and waited in Marvin's study for news from the prison of the imprisoned dragon. After 5 days, the final outcome emerged. Although numerous members of the Diyuan royal family lost their lives, the majority of high-ranking royals, lords, and true realm experts remained unscathed, a manageable loss. During the Heavenly Ghost Assault, Diyuan mobilized many experts, including one from the former emperor. Eventually, nearly the entire Rift Valley was leveled to rescue the trapped imperial heirs. The 9 boundary gates were destroyed in the battle and could not be restored. From then on, unless super experts used artifacts to reopen the path to the prison, entry would be impossible. One piece of information caught Zaire's attention. Becker was injured by Ghost Emperor Ling Tian, but returned to Tianyang Martial Academy to recuperate. Thus, the chaos involving Diyuan and the heavenly ghosts over the prison concluded without either side gaining control. The lost star of the dragon realm was buried once more. Relieved, Zaire realized he was the biggest winner from the prison opening. The remains of the true dragon, the 100-meter-long dragon material mountain, the dragon transformation pill, and various powerful treasures were valuable gains. Amazed significantly, acquiring the dragon swallow technique and controlling Mickey, along with the golden scrolls within the dragon bones, represented genuine treasure. Mickey, at the Imperial Realm level, being controlled would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. The dragon swallow technique was a bloodline ability. In the future, if Zaire had offspring, his descendants could inherit and awaken this skill generation after generation, a boon for eternity. The golden scrolls recorded the true dragon clan's forging techniques, filled with novel concepts entirely different from those on the 9 provinces continent. Some extremely powerful artifacts were also described within. This was a significant gain for Zaire. Before, he had been virtually ignorant of forging techniques. Now, with the golden scrolls, he could forge artifacts himself to either cultivate the primordial ingesting treasure, reward others, or bolster his own strength. The potential applications were boundless. Additionally, the golden scrolls contained the true dragon clan's forging techniques, many of which were entirely different from those on the 9 continents, and even included methods to forge extremely powerful magical treasures. This added greatly to Zaire's knowledge and capabilities. Marvin, I came down the mountain to deliver a letter to Pingchuan Martial Academy. Now that too much time has passed, I must leave. In 2 months, we will meet again at Hongdao Martial Academy to celebrate Trey's wedding. As soon as the words were spoken, Zaire vanished, leaving no trace behind. What incredible skills! Marvin, witnessing this scene, was instantly envious. At that moment, 2 explosions echoed through the air. A fist-sized stone ball and a dragon-shaped jade hairpin hovered before him. These were 2 supreme spirit-level treasures. These treasures are called the Dragon Crystal Ball and the Jeff Hairpin. Though they aren't yet treasure-grade artifacts, their functions are remarkable and mysterious. And more. These 2 treasures are unfinished prototypes. If you have the opportunity, I can help refine them into finished products. Once evolved into 2 great treasure-grade artifacts, they will make you unmatched into Yuan. Zaire's voice came from the artifacts. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you, sir. Marvin deeply bowed toward the 2 artifacts. The value of these potential treasure-grade artifacts needed no elaboration. Just the sight of Marvin's near-tearful joy spoke volumes. With the Dragon Crystal Ball and the Jeff Hairpin, plus my current cultivation level, I can certainly contend with Sovereign Realm experts. Within all of the Yuan, my strength can surely rank among the top 15. Above the void, Zaire zipped through the clouds. He unrolled a scroll depicting a serene blue sky and vast sea. This was one of the 10 treasures he obtained from the Dragon Cave within the imprisoned dragon prison. Among them, this scroll depicting a tranquil seascape was the most mysterious. According to the Golden Scrolls, this scroll is named A Drop in the Vast Sea. I have seen the vast sea, but where exactly is this drop? While studying the scroll, Zaire pondered amid rapid flight. After thoroughly reading the Golden Scrolls, he found an artifact described on the last page, an almost unimaginable treasure. Named 7-Day Black Hole, it was supposedly a treasure capable of awe-inspiring feats. The 7-Day Black Hole was only a hypothesis of the true dragon clan, purported to be an ultimate treasure capable of dominating the dragon realm. However, from ancient times to the present, the true dragons never successfully forged this treasure. Black holes are incredibly mysterious. Nothing can escape its devouring power, not even time. The true dragons aim to create an artifact based on this characteristic, combining it with the bloodline technique, Dragon Swallow, intending to craft something that could consume everything, boundless and all-powerful. Based on the thousands of failed attempts by the true dragons, the key to creating a 7-day black hole was to use a guiding artifact as a seed, gradually devouring other artifacts to nurture its power and grow. This process felt less like forging an artifact and more like nurturing a child. Zaire believed the Serene Seascape Scroll might be the seed artifact intended for the 7-day black hole creation. All the artifacts in the Dragon Cave seemed prepared for this seed to devour. This wasn't mere speculation. Since acquiring the Dragon Swallow technique, Zaire had an inexplicable intuition. The 7-day black hole and the Dragon Swallow technique complemented each other, sensing a deep connection. Even if he suspected the scroll could be the seed artifact, Zaire knew he currently lacked the capability to proceed. Even head tutor Declan wouldn't achieve it. Only someone like Finley, the secret demon Buddha in the heavenly Amiunta mysteries, or a mysterious expert from the divine martial immortal mansion might have a chance. But even then, according to the Golden Scrolls, Zaire doubted they could succeed. It might take the combined efforts of such experts to forge the 7-day black hole. This would merely be the first step, the creation of a seed. That true dragon strength probably didn't exceed the demon Buddhas by much, yet it ambitiously sought to forge the 7-day black hole alone. Truly delusional. Zaire thought of the true dragon's skeleton, marveling at its audacity. This journey to Pingchuan Martial Academy was surprisingly smooth. Soon, Zaire reached the academy's headquarters. Who dares step into our Pingchuan Martial Academy? State your name. If you have no important business, leave immediately. A rainbow of light suddenly descended. When the glow faded, a male disciple from Pingchuan Martial Academy sat on a crimson cloth, having utilized its power to move so swiftly. Chapter 276, Reunion with Anthea. I am Zaire, a direct disciple of Heavenly Cliff Academy. I have come here by the order of our academy's dean to pay respects to your esteemed institution. You are Zaire, the one who defeated the practitioner Nathan and is the top disciple of Heavenly Cliff Academy. This male disciple from Pingchuan Academy trembled slightly upon hearing Zaire announce his name. It's me. Zaire nodded slightly. The disciple before him was at the peak Chi realm, just a step away from breaking through to the transformation realm. To think that it is senior brother Wu in person. Please forgive my rudeness. The male disciple's expression changed as he bowed respectfully. Clearly, Zaire's reputation had spread throughout the 9 provinces. If only this disciple knew about Zaire slaying the 2 major geniuses of Songyang, he might not even have the courage to speak. You seem to be at a bottleneck in your cultivation. Here, Mickey. Zaire directly called out to Mickey. Declan's instruction for him to visit Pingchuan Academy carried an implicit meaning, to showcase the power of Heavenly Cliff's disciples and establish dominance. Master. Upon appearing, Mickey understood the implication immediately. He then took out a pill from his bag and handed it over to the patrolling disciple of Pingchuan Academy. This is the minor breakthrough pill. It can increase the chances of breakthrough for those below the soul realm by 30%. With this pill, you should surely break through to the transformation realm. Mickey, a master from the White Tiger lineage, had wandered the 9 provinces for nearly a millennium and possessed countless treasures. Mickey, could you be the super expert from the White Tiger clan? The Imperial realm, Mickey? The male disciple was taken aback, trembling while holding the pill, uncertain whether to accept such a lavish gift. To think you even know of my name. Yes, I am Mickey. But now, I have acknowledged Zaire as my master. Henceforth, my mission will follow the commands of my master. Mickey finished speaking without emotion, standing behind Zaire like an immovable iron tower, untouchable. What? Acknowledge a master? The male disciple felt the minor breakthrough pill burning hot in his hand, almost unable to hold it. Let's go. Head for your academy. Zaire flew forward immediately. Pingchuan Academy was located on Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan. Unlike Heavenly Cliff Amiyuntan, which was a single mountain, Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan was a range. To be precise, it should be called Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan Range. However, Pingchuan Academy generally referred to it as Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan, so everyone grew accustomed to this name over time. From the cloud layer, one could overlook the endless Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan Range, resembling a long dragon lying on the earth. At the head of this dragon-like formation stood an unusually peculiar yet majestic mountain. This mountain resembled a divine phoenix diving down, narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, its pinnacle flaring out like a fan tail. What people referred to as Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan was indeed this peculiarly magnificent mountain. Chirp. Under Zaire's perception, the mountain seemed to come alive, emitting a piercing, lofty phoenix cry. Is this mountain truly transformed from a phoenix? Zaire marveled, making silent speculations. Senior brother Tianyi, please follow me. The main hall of Pingchuan Academy is this way. The patrolling male disciple quickly caught up and led the way respectfully. How could he not be respectful? Even Mickey, the prominent figure from the fierce White Tiger clan, acknowledged Zaire as his master. As a minor disciple far from the transformation realm, he dared not act presumptuously as usual. Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan, being higher than Heavenly Cliff due to its elevation within a mountain range, faced more intense storms higher up. In the central world of the 9 provinces, reaching extreme heights meant encountering violent storms. At 10,000 feet, these storms were powerful enough to tear apart steel. Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan's peak rested at this height. Generally, cultivators below the soul realm couldn't withstand such storms without secret treasures or protective methods. Notably, some valuable items hidden in these high-altitude storm layers included storm spirits, beings born within these storms, capable of enhancing speed and power when integrated into magical artifacts. Besides that, there were treasures like sunlight-infused gold, meteoric stones, and ancient relics left by cultivators. Legend spoke of martial immortals refining swords by burying them in deep earth and then exposing them to 10,000-foot storms for millennia to forge legendary weapons. Some ancient treasures were forgotten or misplaced in storms or lost due to unforeseen circumstances, becoming hidden legacies within the storm layers. Entering the storm layer at 10,000 feet, Zaire immediately felt ferocious winds swirling around him, roaring gusts deafening his ears, and endless cyclones crashing around him. For ordinary Chi realm experts, they would be torn to pieces here. However, for Zaire, these winds posed no significant challenge. Without deploying any techniques, his sheer physical strength allowed him to stand firm amidst the relentless storms. Around him gathered numerous sky-reaching cyclones, yet he strolled calmly through them as if taking a leisurely walk, unfazed by the fierce gales tearing at him. These storms are excellent for tempering the body. Inside the Jingzhou Cauldron, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit introduced a cyclone to polish the true dragon's remains. Covered in a thick layer of mysterious material after centuries underground, he aimed to strip this layer using the storm's force. After I return, I'll use the 5 elements fire to help accelerate the process, Wu Emyang said. Never mind. I wouldn't bear the pain of the 5 elements fire. I'll manage on my own. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit shivered and refused hastily. All right then, handle it yourself. Zaire smiled and ceased paying attention to the Sword Spirit's cultivation. As they ascended higher, the storm's power intensified, reaching a point where everything could be ripped apart at 80 to 90,000 feet. Yet, Zaire continued upward, relying solely on his physical resilience, intending to hone himself with the storms. His accompanying Pingchuan Academy disciple already used a token for protection once they entered the 10,000-foot altitude, navigating cautiously through the storm layers. Witnessing Zaire move effortlessly through the storms without any defensive measures, admiration arose in him. Pity there are no storm spirits here, but given that this is Pingchuan Academy, they would have been captured long ago. Soon, they reached the massive phoenix tail, spreading majestically before them. Amidst the endless storms, Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan emitted a soft glow that dispelled any storm that ventured too close. Senior brother Tianyi, this is where the headmaster, senior elders, and some of the true transmission disciples reside, explained the patrolling disciple from Pingchuan Academy. Let's go then. As they approached Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan, Zaire saw several inner disciples approaching to inspect them. Who is it? Ah, it's junior brother Clyde. Who have you brought here? Upon seeing Zaire, they were about to rebuke, but then noticed the male disciple following him and asked curiously. This is senior brother Zaire from Heavenly Cliff Academy, who has come on behalf of our Heavenly Cliff headmaster to deliver a message and meet with our headmaster, the male disciple hurriedly clarified. Junior brother Clyde, there are only 2 days left before senior brother 3's tricentennial birthday. Have you prepared your gift yet? At that moment, a teasing yet arrogant voice rang out. The male disciple was startled and quickly responded, "Greetings, Senior Kotyu. As for Senior Brother 3's gift, it seems you haven't prepared at all. You don't seem to care about Senior Brother 3's birthday?" Smack. A large hand made of true essence flew over, slapping the male disciple across the face. Waste of space. Do you know how important Senior Brother 3's birthday is? So many disciples from our academy are preparing gifts, and you dare forget such an important event. Wait, who is this? An eagle-eyed middle-aged man emerged. This man was already a true realm expert, explaining his arrogance. Zaire narrowed his eyes. He could see that the power struggles among disciples in Pingchuan Academy were even more intense than those in Heavenly Cliff Academy. "Saul, aren't you mighty powerful now?" At this moment, a familiar cold voice echoed, followed by the appearance of a figure as ethereal as a celestial maiden. "Huh? Anthea?" Saul was visibly surprised by Anthea's sudden arrival. However, as a true realm expert with considerable authority and being aligned with Senior Brother 3, while still belonging to the same school but different factions, he regained his composure and sneered, "Senior Sister Anthea, shouldn't you be in seclusion? What business do you have with inner disciples? Unless you realize..." Smack. Before he finished speaking, Saul received a solid slap. The force knocked him onto the stone steps. Anthea's sudden move left everyone stunned. But with her strength, even if Saul had anticipated it, he couldn't have avoided the slap. Spit. Blood splattered from Saul's mouth, including several bloody molars. His gaze filled with intense hatred as he glared at Anthea, but after some thought, he dared not retaliate. "Go tell Senior Brother 3 what I said. This grand banquet for 300 years can be cancelled. Who else would throw such a lavish party? A mere 300th birthday, making junior brothers prepare gifts everywhere. If other academies' disciples knew, wouldn't they laugh their heads off?" Anthea gave a cold snort and turned to Zaire. "The headmaster knows of your visit and has sent me to escort you. Let's go." Since her arrival, Zaire hadn't spoken a word. They walked side by side into the core area of Pingchuan Academy. Upon entering the summit of Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan, Zaire felt like he had entered another world, incredibly vast. The pervasive fragrance of flowers and a faint, unique aroma of women stirred one's heart. This place truly seemed like paradise. "How have things been recently?" Anthea broke the silence. "Fine. I've made some progress in the Great Yuan region." Zaire smiled. Anthea said indifferently, "Recently, the Great Yuan region has seen a chaotic outbreak of ghost terrors, with news that even a calamity ghost emperor intervened." "Yes, I managed to escape luckily without much harm." Zaire didn't hide this. Hearing this, Anthea stopped questioning and began introducing the situation of Pingchuan Academy. Pingchuan Academy is situated on Divine Phoenix Amiyuntan. At its base, it shelters roughly 30 million ordinary people. We provide them with food, education, cultivation techniques, and elixirs, while they must worship Pingchuan Academy to supply us with pure willpower. "Willpower?" Zaire exclaimed. "Are you trying to cultivate through divine ways?" In the 9 provinces, no one understood divine cultivation better than the divine path. "Exactly. If successful, we will open an unprecedented path, distinct from the divine path, martial path, or immortal path." Anthea nodded slightly. Hearing this, Zaire was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected that Pingchuan Academy was secretly attempting something so ambitious, nor did he expect that Pingchuan's headmaster had such vision. "Was this your idea?" Zaire suddenly asked.
"Yes."
Chapter 277, Chancellor of Pingchuan Academy, Brit. Zaire could clearly sense that from the base of Phoenix Amiyuntan, streams of pure willpower were being transmitted upwards. There were at least several million channels, indicating that nearly 10 million people were praying at this moment. In reality, whether it's the path of martial arts, divine arts, or other cultivation paths like immortality, they all ultimately require willpower or energy similar to it. You can make others your believers, or you can become a believer yourself. In any case, what everyone ultimately seeks is greater power. Stephanie seemed deeply versed in cultivation. Every word and action she made carried an underlying rhythm, which was incredibly formidable. "She's right, Zaire. You should also start making plans early to gather more believers. You'll definitely need them later." The voice of the Black Abyss sword spirit echoed in his mind. "Yes, if I have time, I will prepare for it. However, gathering believers is extremely complicated. Not only do you need to solve issues like residence, but also daily necessities like food, clothing, shelter, education, and so on. It involves too much and isn't something that can be achieved in a short period." Zaire knew very well how complex it was. It wasn't as simple as he imagined. Up ahead is the critical location of our Pingchuan Martial Academy. This building is called Pingchuan Tower. "The Chancellor is waiting for you here. Please enter." As they walked, Stephanie brought Zaire to a huge tower. Zaire nodded, then urged his true essence and shouted toward the tall building. "True disciple Zaire of Tianyam Martial Academy, following the orders of our Chancellor Declan, I come to visit the Chancellor of Pingchuan Martial Academy." Buzz. As soon as Zaire spoke, his voice thundered like a celestial clap, shaking the heavens and earth. The surrounding air currents were disrupted, spreading outward in all directions. This action was meant to ensure all senior figures of Pingchuan Martial Academy heard him. His true essence had reached an unimaginable level of strength now. A long time ago, he possessed the strength of 120 ancient barbaric bulls. Now, after several fortuitous opportunities, he had reached the King Realm, cultivating his primordial grotto, and his strength had increased by more than tenfold. Nearly 1,500 ancient barbaric bulls worth of strength. If he summoned his primordial grotto and gained support from the primordial world, it could exceed 2,000. What does reaching 2,000 mean? Generally speaking, newly ascended emperors usually have around 1,000, while those who have mastered the emperor realm for years would reach 2,000 ancient barbaric bulls strength. However, since witnessing Becker's current strength in the dragon prison, Zaire understood that the opponent's strength far exceeded his previous estimation. Even lifting a 100-zhang dragon timber mountain was possible for him, with true essence abundant almost to the point of being several times Zaire's, hinting at the might of a cataclysmic realm powerhouse. Just before Zaire spoke, deep within Pingchuan Martial Academy, in the residence of the true disciples, in an elegant quadrangle courtyard, Saul, who had been slapped by Stephanie earlier, was sobbing in front of a man sitting in a grand chair. Third Master Brother, that Stephanie suddenly appeared. Her strength was too great, I didn't even react. Huh. The man in the grand chair was about 27 or 28 years old, precisely Saul's third Master Brother. His power was formidable, his breath alone able to stir the heavenly chi, forming subtle white vortexes. Why would Stephanie suddenly attack you? Wasn't she in seclusion? Could there be something more important than her seclusion? The third Master Brother tapped his fingers lightly on the chair, looking puzzled. Third Master Brother, why don't we go see? Stephanie's strength is terrifying. If she gains the support of some disciples, within a few centuries, she will undoubtedly ascend to the position of Chancellor, making her hard to challenge. Saul cautiously suggested. Inside the room, several true disciples immediately nodded in agreement. We should indeed check. I heard Stephanie came out of seclusion early to welcome someone. This person must be significant. If it's a genius from one of the other 8 academies and aligns with Stephanie, their influence will greatly increase. Indeed, there is someone visiting. Saul nodded vigorously. Visiting? Who is it? Can you tell which faction they belong to? The third Master Brother furrowed his brows. I didn't see him use any skills, nor could I identify which school's cultivation method he used. But I did see Stephanie taking him to Pingchuan Tower. Regardless, since Stephanie dared to attack you, she's challenging me. Even if she's favored by the Chancellor, I can't just let it pass. For this outsider, she even interrupted her seclusion, showing his importance to her. So, I'll give him a warning right in front of her. The third Master Brother stood up as he spoke. But at that moment, a loud voice reverberated across the entire Phoenix Amiuntan Peak, stunning everyone. Tianyang Martial Academy True Disciple, Zaire. Everyone heard the voice. What thick true essence. He managed to transmit his voice across the entire peak. What? It's Zaire from Tianyang Martial Academy. Could that outsider be him? The third Master Brother was also shocked, momentarily stunned. Third Master Brother, Zaire is the one who killed the Southern Barbarian Kingston High Priestess, even infiltrating the heavenly Amiuntan secret realm and cultivating the innate 5 elements immortal body. He's unmatched at his level and even defeated the top genius of Tianyang Martial Academy, Guido. We must not underestimate him. One of the Pingchuan Martial Academy's true disciples exclaimed. At this level of identity and strength, many unknown facts are known to them. Zaire, he's really coming. I didn't expect Stephanie to greet such a figure. The third Master Brother looked shocked. This person dared to kill Nile and Jeremy from Songyang Martial Academy inside the heavenly Amiuntan secret realm, truly daring. Most importantly, Songyang Martial Academy failed to capture him. The details you may not know, but I do. Let's go. Where are we going, third Master Brother? To find the other elder brothers. Since it's Zaire, given his conduct, Pingchuan Martial Academy won't be peaceful. With these words, the third Master Brother vanished from sight. Knowing Zaire was coming, he knew he couldn't handle him alone and went to find help. Moreover, Zaire's arrival and personal greeting by Stephanie implied a deep relationship. If he supported Stephanie in becoming Chancellor, it would be a huge issue. Zaire's greeting shook the entire Pingchuan Martial Academy. Inside Pingchuan Tower, there was movement, followed by a beam of light flying out and stopping right in front of Zaire's feet. My dear nephew, you're too formal, please come in. From the beam of light came a voice. Its contained aura confirming the speaker was a cataclysmic realm powerhouse, just like Chancellor Declan, extremely formidable. Clearly, this was the Chancellor of Pingchuan Martial Academy, Brit. Upon hearing the term, nephew, Zaire felt relieved and stepped onto the beam of light. Instantly, the surroundings flashed with light, transporting both Zaire and Stephanie into a residence. The plaque on the gate read Wuxia, written in iron-brushed silver strokes, conveying a boundless, encompassing atmosphere without any sharpness. Inside the residence was an expansive, massive square. In the center stood a middle-aged man with a peculiar appearance, dressed in a blue-green robe. Chancellor. Stephanie bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Junior Zaire, greetings to Chancellor of Pingchuan Academy. Zaire followed suit, bowing and presenting the letter from Chancellor Declan. Facing someone like Brit, propriety was crucial. My dear nephew, your name has already spread throughout the 9 provinces. Chancellor Brit looked at Zaire and laughed heartily. Brother Pei's desire to collaborate with our Pingchuan Martial Academy to open the Divine Martial Immortal Mansion and strengthen the power of both academies, I have already understood. It doesn't matter whether I read this letter or not. Having said that, he took the letter, didn't even look at it, and put it away directly. Both academies collaborating to open the Divine Martial Immortal Mansion? Zaire was instantly taken aback. This is bound to cause a significant stir. How will Songyang Martial Academy view it? Moreover, there's the Tian Gui clan, the demon race, and the abyss fiend race. We can't guarantee they won't interfere. Opening the Divine Martial Immortal Mansion was no small matter. It would surely shake the 9 provinces and attract the attention of all factions. The crux of the matter, Brother Pei and I naturally understand, Brit smiled as he continued. But what you might not realize is that we actually have a brilliant strategy, and the key person in this strategy is you. It's me? Zaire was puzzled. Although his strength among the younger generation was decent, compared to Cataclysmic Realm experts, he was completely defenseless. Could opening the Divine Martial Immortal Mansion be something he could help with? Seeing his confusion, Brit asked with a smile. You once fell into the Divine Martial Immortal Mansion and spent several years inside. Isn't there an incredibly powerful expert within? Yes indeed, but Brit waved his hand and continued, we knew about this because when Brother Pei first opened the divine martial immortal mansion to save you, that powerful expert conveyed a thought to him. If the Tianyang Martial Academy helped him escape his predicament, he could control the entire divine martial immortal mansion and, after accomplishing the task, give all its treasures to the Tianyang Martial Academy. And the key to achieving this lies with you. That expert trusts only you, and since you are a disciple of the Tianyang Martial Academy, you can serve as the intermediary. Zaire pondered for a moment before asking, I wonder what Chancellor Pei and Senior Yuan plan to do? The broad plan has been outlined, Brit explained, but the details still need thorough discussion between me and Brother Pei. He then added, currently, we can confirm that the expert will entrust 2 of the 7 heavenly gates to your control. At that time, all the treasures within the divine martial immortal mansion will be yours to decide how to distribute. In a sense, you can already be considered his disciple. And precisely because of this, even though you boldly killed Nile and Jeremy from Songyang Martial Academy and angered them, Chancellor Pei still wants to protect you wholeheartedly. After all, compared to the divine martial immortal mansion, 2 outstanding disciples who aren't truly formidable are nothing much. Even for a cataclysmic realm expert, this isn't too much of a burden. Zaire gave a faint smile, yet felt a bit on guard internally. Brit's words might contain some intent to sow discord. So, that's it. However, my current cultivation is still far too low. Attempting to accomplish such a major task now would be like climbing to heaven. Zaire continued, at least, I need to reach the cataclysmic realm to even consider doing this. Otherwise, should anything go wrong, I wouldn't have any means to protect myself. Having said this, he looked at Brit sincerely and asked, Senior Yuan, to quickly open the divine martial immortal mansion, can you guide me on a fast path to cultivation? Although Zaire was somewhat interested in Chancellor Pei and Brit's plan to open the divine martial immortal mansion, he well knew that before cataclysmic realm experts, he was utterly powerless. If anything went awry, he might not even have the chance to react, possibly dying directly. You're here to ask for favors. Brit laughed heartily. I heard you can refine countless Nanman blood pills daily, and their quality is extremely high. Your wealth probably surpasses mine. But since it's our first meeting and you're a highly esteemed Tianyang disciple by Brother Pei, if I don't show any courtesy, Brother Pei might think I'm stingy. I see you're just one step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. I have something you can take. After saying this, Brit tossed a jade box over. This jade box wasn't a rare treasure, but through it, immense energy emanated from inside. This power was neither true essence nor spirit chi. Zaire extended a slight perception and entangled it, immediately sensing what seemed like countless living beings singing chants inside the jade box. Willpower. Recognizing it, Zaire's expression changed abruptly. That's right, willpower. As you saw when you arrived, our Pingchuan Martial Academy shelters 30 million ordinary people. We provide for all their needs, while they continuously pray, providing us with vast amounts of willpower, Brit explained further. This box holds willpower accumulated by millions of people over 100 years. I originally intended to use this willpower to refine a magical treasure, but since you need to break through, I'll gift it to you. Thank you, Senior Yuan. Zaire was elated. With this, my strength will definitely surge rapidly. Alright, in the future, you should interact more with Stephanie. Both of you carry great fortune and are destined to achieve much. Brit waved his hand. I still need to meditate on a martial art. After closing my meditation, I will discuss the opening of the divine martial immortal mansion with Brother Pei. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, looking at Zaire and saying, by the way, Hongdao Martial Academy recently has a big event. Jedediah is getting married. The head of Hongdao Martial Academy and I are old acquaintances. But given that it's a celebration for disciples and I need to meditate as Pingchuan Chancellor, it's inappropriate for me to attend. I plan to let Stephanie represent the Pingchuan Martial Academy, so you can go with her. In a little over a month, stay here at the Pingchuan Martial Academy for cultivation during this time. Here is a distinguished guest jade token for your convenience. This chapter provides insight into the intricate plans and considerations involved in attempting to open the divine martial immortal mansion. It highlights the strategic importance of alliances, resources, and personal capabilities in achieving significant goals within the martial world. Hashtag Chapter 278, creating a 7-day black hole. A sword-shaped gold token landed in Zaire's hand. Then, a gentle force pushed him and Hilton out of the Pingchuan building. To actually obtain so much wishing power at once. Holding the jade box, Zaire was extraordinarily delighted. The concept of wishing power was somewhat akin to a universal panacea. It could be used for refining magical treasures, cultivation, or even alchemy. Zaire planned to use this box of wishing power in the primordial world. With this wishing power, he believed the primordial world would undergo significant changes. Senior Sister Hilton, do you know of any place here suitable for seclusion and cultivation? I need to enter seclusion. Zaire did not want to waste any time, and was ready to let the primordial world absorb this wishing power. You can go to my Automamion pavilion. It's my place, and no one would come in without my permission, Hilton said. All right. Zaire nodded. Both flew off immediately and landed in a cluster of buildings shortly after. Zaire chose a quiet room, waved his hand, and the Black Abyss sword flew out, circling around the room as a protective barrier. After talking briefly with Hilton, he entered the room, sat cross-legged, and immersed his mind into the Jingzhou tripod. Inside the tripod space, 1,000 Zhonglong true dragon skeleton coiled around 100 Zhonglong dragon material Amiuntin. The action of the Black Abyss sword spirit aimed to use the true dragon blood on dragon material Amiuntin to reanimate the skeleton, restoring its true dragon aura. Zaire, are you preparing to break through to the Imperial realm? The voice of the Black Abyss sword spirit echoed from the skeleton. No, it's too tight on time, and this isn't the right place. This time, I plan to enhance the power of the origin cave heaven and attempt to refine a treasure. Zaire had clearly planned everything out beforehand. Very well. Your cultivation methods are too diverse. You've dabbled in immortal path, divine path, martial path, and even ancient physical techniques. Sometimes being too varied means difficulty in mastering anything. If not for your divine skill and innate 5-element sacred body, you would have been torn apart by conflicting forces long ago. To achieve greatness in the future, you must reassess and integrate all you've learned during the Tribulation Realm, ideally creating your own divine skill that takes the best of each path and discards the rest. Since beginning the fusion with the true dragon skeleton, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit seemed to have inherited some knowledge and experience, now guiding Zaire like a seasoned mentor. I understand. I'll sort it out after breaking through the Tribulation Realm, and if necessary, start over. Zaire was well aware of his situation. Back in Jiugong City's Wu family, he always lacked cultivation techniques, but when he finally got them, he embraced every opportunity available, like someone making up for lost time. However, as time went on and his cultivation grew stronger, he realized more wasn't always better. One must choose what suits them best, systematically, or even create their own skills. Only then could they reach greater heights and continually surpass their limits. Alright, I'll first strengthen the Origin Cave Heaven and then refine a true dragon secret treasure. Time is tight. I only have a month. You should hurry too. Once we succeed with the secret treasure and complete the fusion of the true dragon skeleton, our strength will ensure few below the Tribulation Realm can stand against us. After making these preparations, Zaire retrieved the box of wishing power given by Brit. Swish! The 5-colored divine light surged forward and plunged into the jade box. Recalling Brit's provocative words, Zaire used the 5-colored divine light to inspect the box and its contents, wary of any tampering. After thousands of washes, he still felt cautious, sending the box into the chaos of the primordial world. Instantly, currents enveloped it, forming a thick cocoon. After thousands more washes, he cautiously tried communicating with a small portion using his intent. Finally confirming it was safe, he hurled it, causing the chaotic currents to explode open the jade box. All the wishing power poured directly into the primordial world's solitary island. This box of wishing power, gathered from 3 million ordinary people over 5 years, was precious enough to warrant thorough inspection. The pure wishing power shone platinum, exuding peace and serenity, soothing any negative emotions. The wishing power, upon touching the island's ground, flowed like water into the earth, revitalizing the entire primordial world, bursting with vibrant energy. A 3-leaf green sprout now had 2 additional leaves and stood an inch taller, appearing graceful and charming. Zaire knew the green sprout held immense potential. A single leaf ensured true boundary experts wouldn't suffer from depleted true essence for years. Previously, in the divine martial immortal mansion, Leonardo relied on this plant to survive until Director Declan's rescue. Otherwise, only Zaire would remain. The sprout's changes didn't stop there. Since the primordial world became Zaire's origin cave heaven, even the slightest change was detectable. Beneath the unseen ground, the sprout's root system expanded nearly 10 zhang in length, covering the island firmly. Estimating the soil's strength, it rivaled lower-grade spirit artifacts. Zaire marveled. If I keep feeding it wishing power, might its roots cover the whole island, making any stone or soil usable as a treasure? He envisioned a vast mountain of treasures, unable to hide his excitement. How large was the primordial world's island? At least 1,000 li. How thick? Probing with his spirit sense, at least 1,000 zhang. And it continued expanding over time, ultimately unknown. Even just turning this 1,000 li area into lower-grade spirit artifact embryos was astonishing. As the primordial world changed, Zaire's strength also increased. My current strength, measured purely in power, has doubled from before, equivalent to 3,000 ancient war bulls. Zaire was immensely pleased with his progress. But Carmelo's strength approaches the Tribulation Realm, with numerous powerful treasures far superior to mine. Legends say Tribulation Realm giants could wield the strength of 10,000 ancient war bulls, equal to a true dragon's might. Besides cultivation, I must prepare a supreme treasure capable of rivaling the divine warrior copper furnace, or else even matching Carmelo in cultivation. Lacking comparable treasures would lead to inevitable defeat. Zaire had long planned this. Holding the jade box, Zaire was exceptionally pleased. Wishing power was somewhat like a universal resource. It could be used to refine magical treasures, cultivate, or even for alchemy. And this box of wishing power, Zaire planned to use for the primordial world. With these resources, it would certainly bring about many changes to the primordial world. Aliana, do you know if there is a place suitable for seclusion and cultivation? I need to go into seclusion. Zaire didn't want to waste any time, and was ready to let the primordial world absorb this wishing power. You can go to my Chuyue pavilion. It's my place, and no one enters without my permission, Hilton said. All right. Zaire nodded. They both flew off, landing shortly at a cluster of buildings. Zaire chose a quiet room, and with a wave of his hand, the Black Abyss sword flew out, rotating around the room to form a protective barrier. After exchanging a few words with Hilton, he stepped into the room, sitting cross-legged as he submerged his consciousness into the Jingzhou Cauldron. Inside the cauldron, the 1,000-foot-long true dragon skeleton coiled around a 100-foot-high dragon material Amiyuntan. The Black Abyss sword spirit intended to use the true dragon blood on the mountain to activate the skeleton's vitality, restoring its true dragon aura. Zaire, are you preparing to break through to the Emperor realm? The voice of the Black Abyss sword spirit emerged from the skeleton. No, time is too tight here, and this place isn't suitable. This time, I plan to enhance the power of my origin cave heaven and attempt to refine a treasure. Zaire had clearly planned this well in advance, and knew precisely what he wanted to achieve during this seclusion. Good. Your cultivation methods are too varied: immortal path, divine path, martial path, even the ancient physical arts. Too much diversity means difficulty in specializing. If not for your divine skill and innate elemental holy body, you would have been torn apart by various forces long ago. If you wish to achieve great things in the future, you must consolidate and adjust everything you've learned when you reach the Tribulation Realm. Ideally, you should create your own divine technique, absorbing the best and discarding the rest. Since starting the fusion with the true dragon skeleton, the Black Abyss sword spirit seemed to have inherited some experiences, becoming adept in cultivation paths, almost like a mentor. I understand. I can only sort this out after breaking through the tribulation realm, if necessary, retraining everything. Zaire was also very clear about his own situation. Back in Zhejiang City's Wu family, he always lacked cultivation techniques, so when he finally had access to them, he naturally learned as many as possible. As time passed and his cultivation grew stronger, he realized that more cultivation methods did not necessarily mean better. Choosing those that were suitable and systematic or creating his own divine techniques was key to reaching higher realms and continuously breaking his limits. Alright, I'll first enhance my origin cave heaven, then refine a true dragon secret treasure. Time is short, giving me at most 1 month. You should hurry up too. Once this secret treasure is refined and you fully fuse with the true dragon skeleton, we should be formidable below the tribulation realm. After finishing these preparations, Zaire took out the box of wishing power given by Brit. A beam of 5-colored divine light shot out, plunging into the jade box. Concerned about any tampering mentioned by Brit, Zaire used the 5-colored divine light to thoroughly inspect the box and its contents. After thousands of washes, still feeling cautious, he dropped the box into the chaos of the primordial world. Immediately, layers of energy swirled around it, forming a thick cocoon. Only after being washed by chaos energy thousands of times did he carefully try to communicate with it mentally. Finally confirming it was safe, Zaire threw the box, which burst open in the chaos energy, and all the wishing power flowed into the isolated island of the primordial world. This box of wishing power was the result of 3 million ordinary people under the protection of the Pingchuan Martial Academy over 5 years. Given the importance of this, a thorough inspection was crucial. The pure wishing power shimmered in platinum color, extremely pristine, exuding peace, soothing any negative emotions. As it touched the ground of the isolated island, it permeated underground like water, instantly enriching the entire primordial world, bursting with vibrant life. Originally, the solitary 3-leaf green sprout grew 2 more leaves and an inch taller, looking elegant and captivating. Zaire knew the significance of this green sprout. Each leaf could prevent a true realm expert from exhausting their true essence for years. Previously in the divine martial immortal mansion, Leonardo relied on this plant to delay until Dean Declan arrived for rescue. Otherwise, only Zaire would have remained. However, the changes in the green sprout didn't stop there. Since the primordial world was now his origin cave heaven, even the slightest changes were noticed. Underground, the root system of the green sprout, originally tiny, now extended nearly 30 feet, covering the land firmly. Roughly estimated, the soil enveloped by the roots, when dug up, could match low-grade spirit weapons in strength. This astonishing yet real event amazed Zaire. Could feeding the green sprout wishing power continuously allow its roots to cover the entire island? If so, every stone and soil on the island could be directly used as a magic artifact embryo? He saw before him a massive treasure mountain, excitement uncontainable. How big was the isolated island of the primordial world? An initial estimate put it at roughly 1,000 miles wide. How deep? At least 10,000 feet based on Zaire's spiritual probing, and it expanded with time. What it would grow into eventually, no one knew. But just converting this vast area into low-grade spirit weapon embryos was terrifying. With the changes in the primordial world, Zaire himself experienced significant growth. My current strength, if measured purely in power, has doubled compared to before. Now I possess the strength of 3,000 ancient wild bulls. Realizing his progress made him ecstatic. But Becker's strength already approaches that of a tribulation realm expert, and he possesses numerous magical treasures. Moreover, the war god bronze furnace far surpasses all my artifacts in quality. According to legends, top-tier tribulation realm experts could reach the strength of 10,000 ancient wild bulls, equivalent to 1 dragon's power. Besides cultivation, I must prepare a supreme treasure to counter the war god bronze furnace. Otherwise, even if my cultivation matches Becker's, inadequate magical treasures will lead to inevitable defeat. Zaire had already planned this in his heart. Now that all the wishing power had been channeled into the primordial world, Zaire's next move was to attempt refining the 7-day black hole, as described in the true dragon golden light great scroll. If he only had the golden light scroll, Zaire would have never dared attempt this task. After all, even the Colleen from the heavenly Amiuntan secret realm might not have been able to successfully refine it. Fortunately, he obtained the painting titled A Drop in the Vast Ocean from the dragon prison pit within the captive dragon cave. This painting was originally meant to be the seed for cultivating the 7-day black hole. With the carrier in hand, the most critical step remaining was the planting. As for how to plant it, Zaire already had a clear plan in mind. He waved his hand, and the painting A Drop in the Vast Ocean, along with a string of pearls appeared mid-air. The pearls were translucent and smooth, totaling 12, just enough to make 1 dozen. These must be the black hole pearls collected by that true dragon, Zaire mused, examining the pearls sharply as if he could pierce through all their secrets. According to the records in the Golden Light Great Scroll, besides the necessary carrier, refining the 7-day black hole required collecting the power of a black hole from the outer space, which was extremely crucial yet challenging. The force of a black hole could virtually devour everything. Even experts at the eternal tribulation realm would not survive if they ventured too close. Gathering black hole power required not only serendipity but also the courage to face certain death. Thankfully, the deceased true dragon had prepared everything for Zaire, even collecting 4 sets as a precaution against failure. Refining the 7-day black hole required about 3 such pearls, and here were 12, exactly 4 sets. Swish, the painting unfolded mid-air. Zaire summoned 3 pearls, which he hurled into the canvas. Asterisk boom, boom, boom. Asterisk 3 mild explosions sounded as the pearls shattered into powder under the painting's power. 3 tiny black dots instantly fell into the painting. Buzzing. The moment the black dots appeared, the entire primordial world shook violently, and the chaotic energy flows paused momentarily. Zaire nearly got sucked in but quickly regained control. Had this sensation lasted any longer, even a breath, he would have been torn apart. So, this is the power of a black hole? The fleeting brush with death left him drenched in cold sweat. The amount of black hole power collected by the true dragon was minimal, almost negligibly small as the black dots were barely visible to the naked eye. Yet, the mere appearance of these 3 dots released an overwhelming power, demonstrating the terrifying nature of a real black hole. 1 pearl contains less black hole power than I imagined. Looks like 3 pearls won't be enough. We'll need 3 more, Zaire thought. Noticing the painting continued trembling without further developments, he knew the black hole power was still insufficient. Without delay, he threw in 3 more pearls. Buzzing. As the pearls were crushed, the sudden, intense suction returned, but Zaire was now prepared. He activated his true essence to counteract the suction, though the energy consumption was tremendous, almost 50% of his true essence. Logically, the primordial world replenished him immediately, or his strength would have diminished for a while. While Zaire was engrossed in refining the 7-day black hole, several formidable presences descended upon Hilton's autumn Amiens pavilion. Rumble. The sky and earth seemed to shake with a powerful boom. Once the turbulent energy subsided, several figures stood before the pavilion. Head Kimball of Pingchuan Martial Academy, Saji, along with 2nd senior sister Errol, 3rd junior brother Chavi, 4th junior brother Shirgu, specially visit senior apprentice brother Zaire of Tianyang Martial Academy. Zaire, come out at once. One of the senior disciples called loudly. These were the elite students of Pingchuan Martial Academy, renowned for their formidable strength. 3rd junior brother, this Zaire is quite capable. Look at the room where he entered seclusion. It's protected by a magical treasure. Who knows what godly technique he's cultivating? Zaire's prowess was unquestionable. His actions always caused significant ripples. Just opposing Songyang Martial Academy and slaying 2 of its elites was no small feat. Over. His current presence at Pingchuan Martial Academy, coupled with his close relationship with Hilton, hinted at support for Hilton in the competition for the academy's leadership. Seeing the potential impact on their interests, these elite disciples decided to investigate Zaire. Pingchuan Martial Academy was one of the 9 great martial academies, situated near the 10,000 demon Amiuntans, engaging in frequent battles with demons. Its student strength surpassed those of Fenglong, Anding, and Lorioyuan martial academies. It ranked 5th in the previous All Warriors Conference. Tianyang Martial Academy had produced 4 outstanding figures, Becker, Guido, Jonathan, and Zaire, boosting its reputation. Some believed it could rival Songyang Martial Academy. Senior Sister Miao, Zaire's magical treasure is the Black Abyss Ghost Sword, a renowned artifact from the Kira tribe. Later reinforced by Elder Yael of Tianyang Martial Academy, it gained a sword spirit, making its power comparable to mid-tier magical treasures. Chavi, who was preparing for his 300th birthday celebration, had already attained the Origin Cave Heaven Realm and reached the King Realm. The senior Sister Miao, he referred to, named Errol, was the 5th strongest among the senior disciples in Pingchuan Martial Academy. Despite her frail appearance, she was a formidable opponent. The other individuals were equally fearsome. Among them was a young man in golden attire, standing handsomely as if surveying the world. From his aura, he had clearly attained the Emperor realm. This was none other than the chief disciple and top student of Pingchuan Martial Academy, Saji. Ranked 6th on the 9 states Proud Dragons list, Saji, though not as high as Becker, was still a super elite. Driven by curiosity about the man who had stirred the winds and waves, and the implications for the academy leadership, Saji couldn't resist joining them. Chapter 279, Critical Aimment, finally taking action. Is Zaire being too presumptuous? We have come all this way, yet he doesn't even come out to greet us. Does he really think he has become a powerhouse comparable to the top figures in the Plunder Realm? I want to see just how arrogant this man can be. Let me take away his Black Abyss Demon Sword. At this moment, another person spoke up. This person appeared to be in his 30s or early 40s, towering and robust, holding a palm-sized heaven mirror in his hand. Within this mirror, the sun, moon, and stars occasionally flickered, reflecting some unknown universe, exuding an exceptionally terrifying aura. From its quality, it was undoubtedly a treasure-class artifact. Yes, this heaven mirror was indeed a treasure-class artifact, an extremely rare one in the world. Even many of the prodigies from Songyang Martial Academy did not possess treasure-class artifacts. Even Bai Su, who had been renowned for years as a demon race member with an emperor-level cultivation, did not have one. Yet, this individual possessed a treasure-class artifact and, moreover, an extraordinary one, the heaven mirror. This person was none other than Shirgu, the 4th senior brother from Tianyang Martial Academy. The heaven mirror in his hand was called the Cosmos Mirror, an ancient cultivator's relic with immense power. Although it was only a lower-grade treasure-class artifact, among disciples, it was already more than sufficient. As soon as he finished speaking, Shirgu immediately directed the Cosmos Mirror downwards. Instantly, the mirror surface burst forth with millions of beams of light, directly shining upon the Black Sword energy barrier created by the Black Abyss Sword. Upon contact, a loud explosion erupted, the rumbling sound continuously shaking the Black Abyss Sword, making it tremble violently. This Cosmos Mirror could actually reflect the power of outer space celestial bodies. Someone is attacking? Inside the Jingzhou Tripod Cauldron, the spirit of the Black Abyss Sword, coiled atop a 100-meter-long dragon material mountain, suddenly sensed something and immediately realized that its main body was under attack. Go! At this crucial moment of merging with the true dragon bones, the sword's spirit naturally couldn't go out to confront the invaders. He could only remotely command the Black Abyss Sword. Following his order, the Black Abyss Sword outside abruptly shook, retracting all its sword chi, then vanished from everyone's sight, reappearing above Shirgu's head. Damn it! Shirgu was taken aback, completely unexpected by the incredible speed of the Black Abyss Demon Sword, which moved like lightning even without anyone controlling it. Unbeknownst to him, ever since Zaire had cultivated the innate 5 elements body, he had been using part of the 5-colored divine light every day to nurture the Black Abyss Sword. If this continued for 1,000 years, this Black Abyss Sword would surely evolve into a mid-grade treasure-class artifact, matching the level of the martial god spear. The true essence protection on Shi's body exploded instantly, unable to withstand the strike of the Black Abyss sword. Just as it was about to split his head in two, a surge of world power burst from Shi's 100 convergences point, blocking the Black Abyss sword slash. Immediately after, he turned the Cosmos mirror, pinning down the Black Abyss sword. Buzz. The Black Abyss demon sword, illuminated by this, could not break free. You're asking for death. Originally, Shigu merely intended to breach the defense of the Black Abyss sword to curb Zaire's arrogance, but he never expected that this nearly cost him his life, causing his anger to flare. Even though Zaire was powerful enough to kill prodigies from Songyang Martial Academy, Shigu held a treasure-class artifact and felt no fear. Instead, he wanted to test Zaire, demonstrating his strength to the world. Chaotic Cavern. Shigu had named his origin realm Cavern. Clearly, he was already an Emperor Realm expert. Only by breaking through to the Emperor Realm could one communicate with the will of heaven and earth, imprinting their cavern within the laws, becoming part of them. Once done, it granted the origin Cavern greater power. Earlier, Shigu managed to block the attack from the treasure-class Black Abyss sword, showing how formidable his power was. Roaring in anger, a substantial world appeared behind him. World power erupted like the wrath of a deity, with thunderous explosions shaking the sky, displaying unmatched might. Shigu was at the peak of the Emperor Realm, having spent many years immersed in this realm, only a step away from entering the Imperial Realm. Faced with such humiliation from a treasure, he could hardly contain his fury. My master is currently in seclusion cultivating martial arts. Shigu of Pingchuan Martial Academy, do not be so arrogant. You must not suppress this sword today. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up, revealing a figure. It was Baisu, who had been ordered by Zaire to guard outside. Baisu? From the 10,000 demon Amiuntans, the White Tiger lineage? Bold demon, how dare you infiltrate our Pingchuan Martial Academy? Pingchuan Martial Academy guarded the 10,000 demon Amiuntans to prevent demons from wreaking havoc. Thus, seeing Baisu as a White Tiger lineage demon, it instantly provoked intense anger from the disciples. Almost immediately, Chavi, Miaobu Hui, and several other core disciples attacked simultaneously, launching 5 types of world power that forced Baisu back. There were 8 major experts visiting Zaire from Pingchuan Martial Academy. 3 King Realm experts, 2 at the peak of the King Realm, and 3 others. 1 being the chief, Ahmed, the 4th senior brother Shigu, and the 5th senior brother Chanagua. These 3 included an Imperial Realm super expert and 2 Emperor Realm experts, all possessing treasure-class artifacts. The combined world power of these 5 individuals is incredibly strong. No wonder Pingchuan Martial Academy can withstand the assault of the 10,000 demon Amiuntans. Baisu lamented, as despite reaching the Imperial Realm, his injuries from battling Becker hadn't fully healed, making it difficult to counter the combined attacks of Pingchuan's 5 core disciples. However, Baisu wasn't going to be defeated easily. But just then, the 5th senior brother Chanagua suddenly stepped forward. Unexpectedly, a powerful demon has infiltrated our Pingchuan Martial Academy. Since that's the case, I must act to capture it and save the academy from disaster. With that, he waved his hand, sending out a beam of light, a strange-looking relic resembling a long rope with numerous inscribed arrays, constantly glowing and exuding immense power. Another treasure-class artifact. Immortal binding rope. Lower-grade treasure-class artifact. Chanagua wasted no time and launched his strongest attack with the artifact. He then released a bundle of clear light forming thousands of handle-less magic swords, creating a powerful sword formation. Oh no! Baisu knew he was in grave danger. His current state wouldn't even allow him to defeat Chanagua in a one-on-one fight, let alone fend off a group ambush. Furthermore, this was Pingchuan Martial Academy. Using powerful techniques could lead to further misunderstandings or trigger prohibitions, leading to certain death. In an instant, Baisu found himself in a perilous situation, his life threatened. The immortal binding rope suddenly wrapped around him, about to tie him up, rendering him helpless. Do I have to lose another arm? Baisu was frantic. He wondered why things had been so unlucky lately. Meeting Becker was bad enough, then becoming Zaire's servant and now almost dying in Pingchuan Martial Academy at the hands of these core disciples. As an Imperial Realm expert, he had never experienced such humiliation. Why are you attacking me? I've reformed, followed Zaire, and joined the 9 institutes. Now I'm merely protecting Zaire during his seclusion. What does this mean? Do you not care about the bond between the 9 institutes? Being under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to beg. Baisu repeatedly shouted, explaining his current situation, hoping they would reconsider. Be quiet. A demon is always a demon, different from our kind. It harbors ill intentions. It must be eliminated. At this moment, Shigu was nearly suppressing the Black Abyss demon sword completely. Though he couldn't destroy it, he could prevent it from attacking or moving. He was a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse and wielded the treasure-class artifact Universe Mirror. Suppressing the Black Abyss demon sword, which lacked a sword spirit, wasn't too challenging for him. Once he subdued the sword, he freed his hand and spat out endless light toward Baisu. A mainster, how many humans have you killed? Even if Zaire has made you reform, your sins are unforgivable. I will cut off one of your arms to make you understand what atonement means. Though Shigu was surprised that Baisu, such a formidable expert, would follow Zaire, now being able to cut off this powerful demon expert would also weaken Zaire. It was a win-win situation. Why not go for it? Baisu was using the power of his origin world to escape the immortal binding rope and the other people's attacks. Suddenly seeing another attack coming, he immediately panicked. This monster is indeed strong, managing to evade even the immortal binding rope cast by 5th senior brother. Chavi's murderous intent flared up. He immediately activated his origin cavern behind him, launching an attack against Baisu's origin cavern, aiming to block Baisu from using the power of his origin world. When 2 origin caverns clashed, it was extremely dangerous. Normal cultivators wouldn't risk this because a crack in their origin cavern would be a devastating blow. Chavi directly used the power of his own origin world to attack Baisu's origin cavern, clearly showing his determination to kill, willing to risk damage to his own origin cavern. At this moment, the disciples of Pingchuan Martial Academy, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th senior brothers or sisters, 7 high-level experts attacked Baisu together, putting him in a life-threatening position. Among these 7 were 2 peak Emperor Realm experts with treasure-class artifacts, 2 peak King Realm experts, and 3 other King Realm experts. Their combined strength was comparable to Becker's. But Baisu was ultimately an unrivaled expert who had traversed the world. Despite the dire circumstances, he managed to hold on, not dying easily. Struggling like a trapped beast, unworthy of a single blow. Just then, Ahmed, the mysterious chief of Pingchuan Martial Academy ranked 6th on the Jiaolong spectrum, was about to strike coldly. However, as he was about to move, a stunning 5-colored divine light burst out from the courtyard of the Amiens Pavilion. The light was composed of white, green, black, red, and yellow hues, swirling constantly around a core of 5-colored Tao diagrams spinning rapidly, dispersing all currents of air. This 5-colored divine light shook heaven and earth. Its appearance made the entire divine phoenix Amiens tremble, even stalling the storm outside. No words could describe its brilliance, no brushstroke could capture the brilliance of the 5-colored Tao diagram. Buzzing loudly, the massive true essence energy surged more fiercely than a 10,000-foot-high storm multiplied by tens, hundreds, even thousands. Chavi, Miaobu and others were forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to stabilize themselves despite activating their true essence energy. Rumbling. The universe mirror holding down the Black Abyss sword and the immortal binding rope about to entangle Baisu were both repelled by this vast force. The Black Abyss sword and Baisu were instantly freed from their constraints and pressures, the crisis over. As the 5-element Tao diagram shot out infinite 5-colored divine light, sealing off all space, isolating the external world, it enveloped the 8 true disciples of Pingchuan Martial Academy. Their faces changed abruptly, each one stunned. Zaire, you truly live up to the name of someone who dared to kill 2 great talents of Songyang Martial Academy. Your true essence energy is indeed profound beyond imagination. Ahmed, the top disciple of Pingchuan Martial Academy, couldn't help but comment. Zaire finally emerged from his seclusion, shocking the 8 true disciples. Let's rewind to before. Zaire knew Pingchuan Martial Academy would send people when they arrived. He had been monitoring the situation outside continuously. I knew Pingchuan Martial Academy would send people, so I decided to seclude myself to enhance the primordial world and refine the 7-day black hole. As expected, my prediction was right. If I hadn't prepared, being suppressed while my Black Abyss sword was attacked and Baisu killed would not only tarnish my reputation but also diminish Tianyang Martial Academy's authority. Realizing events unfolded as expected, Zaire exerted his full force, pouring the high-quality primordial chi from the primordial world into the grain of sand painting. Receiving such high-quality chi, the grain of sand rapidly fused with the black hole power, catalyzing the process. In just a few breaths, the initial form of the 7-day black hole was complete. This supreme treasure of the true dragon clan, said to contain anything and never perish, capable of suppressing the entire dragon world, was successfully refined. Immediately upon completing the 7-day black hole, he launched an attack externally, but his primary goal wasn't to kill the 8 true disciples of Pingchuan Martial Academy. Instead, it was to save Baisu and the Black Abyss sword. If it weren't for the enhanced primordial world, although he could still rescue Baisu and the Black Abyss sword, he wouldn't achieve such overwhelming might or ease. The 8 people from Pingchuan Martial Academy, especially Ahmed, were absolutely formidable. Zaire could sense that although Ahmed wasn't as powerful as Becker, he far exceeded Baisu and was even stronger than the divine elders of Tianyang Martial Academy. You all, I am a guest personally received by the head of Pingchuan Martial Academy. Yet during my seclusion, you suddenly break in, trying to suppress my magical treasures and kill my servant. Is this how Pingchuan Martial Academy treats guests? With that, Zaire's figure appeared mid-air, his sharp gaze sweeping across the 8 people. Zaire, since you came to Pingchuan Martial Academy, you should follow our rules. How dare you bring a demon here? Amiriover, you tried to interfere in our academy's leadership succession. This is an internal matter involving our Martial Academy's foundation. Have you thought this through? Chapter 280, the premier disciple of Pingchuan. Oh. Zaire chuckled softly, the Black Abyss sword in his hand pointing diagonally at the ground, his gaze sweeping over the entire area. Seeing this, the 8 great disciples of Pingchuan frowned. Since you've already offended Songyang Martial College, and now you wish to drag Pingchuan Martial College into your mess, harming us, isn't that a bit inappropriate? And with the martial gathering approaching soon, what will you do when Songyang Martial College makes its move? Ahmed asked. Songyang Martial College disregards righteousness and behaves arrogantly. It will inevitably decline in the future. I have come to Pingchuan Martial College on orders from our college head, intending to discuss matters with your college head. Why do you make it seem like I want to drag you into my troubles? Zaire smiled faintly. Zaire, your true essence energy exceeds ours in depth, yet your own cultivation is merely at the king realm, not even qualifying to name your origin grotto. Compared to me, you fall short. Ahmed continued, however, I do have an idea to spar with you. What if we make a deal? If you defeat me, I will relinquish my position as the chief disciple of Pingchuan and become an elder. But if I defeat you, then from now on, you must not interfere in Pingchuan's internal affairs, nor should you drag us into endless ruin. Finally, you must allow us to use the passage talisman for the Tianshan secret realm. Ahmed stepped forward, glancing sideways at the 5-colored divine light enveloping them, seemingly gauging Zaire's true strength. I saw your name on the Jiaolong chart. You're ranked 6th, Ahmed. Zaire's expression was like deep water, unreadable. This time, I came to Pingchuan Martial College partly to learn from your distinguished disciples. Your terms, I accept. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse Ahmed's challenge. President Declan had sent him to spread the prestige of Tianyang Martial College, thereby creating momentum for the upcoming martial gathering. While Pingchuan Martial College may seem inconspicuous, its disciples are indeed formidable. Even though they can't match Songyang Martial College, Ahmed's power is inscrutable, ranking 6th on the Jiaolong chart. Notably, Songyang Martial College only has one person, Anita, among the top 10 of the Jiaolong chart. Being ranked 6th means Ahmed's strength is far beyond what rumors suggest. On the Jiaolong chart, the top 10 experts are all Imperial Realm powerhouses, each just a step away from entering the 10,000 Ancient Calamity Realm. Quasi-Overman. If Zaire hadn't upgraded the primordial world or created the 7-day black hole, facing these people would mean he could only defend himself, unable to truly contend with them, let alone defeat them. However, now his strength has greatly increased due to the primordial world, and he also possesses the true Dragon Clan treasure, the 7-day black hole. He now has the ability to contend with the top 10 experts on the Jiaolong chart, even though his cultivation is only at the King Realm. His strength has reached 3,000 ancient wild oxen. Amazed ordinary Imperial Realm experts only reach around 1,000, so reaching 3,000 means he surpasses the majority of Imperial Realm powerhouses. Although still not matching Becker, it is enough to dominate those below the Calamity Realm. If he breaks through to the Sovereign Realm and integrates the primordial world as his core grotto into the Tao rules, his true essence energy will be incomparably powerful, nearing the limit of 10,000. By then, suppressing Becker won't be just a pipe dream. But for now, the further reinforcement of the primordial world means more energy is needed to break through, likely preventing him from achieving the Sovereign Realm anytime soon. If he has a major opportunity, fine. Please, everyone back up. I know you all wish to test Zaire, but his profound true essence energy is 3 times that of an average Imperial Realm expert. You can hardly match him, while I can use him to break through the 10,000 Ancient Calamity Realm. Ahmed was clearly in a critical period. This duel was actually aimed at leveraging Zaire to force a breakthrough during the match. If he achieved the Calamity Realm, he would undoubtedly become the true number 1 of Pingchuan Martial College, unshakable. Hearing this, Chavi, Errol, Shirgu, Chanagua, and others quickly retreated. Since Ahmed mentioned using Zaire to break through his realm, this duel would surely turn into a life and death battle, not just a formality. Although Ahmed didn't match Becker, apart from treasures like the Martial God Copper Furnace and the Martial God Spear, his pure cultivation strength was comparable. Such a figure surpassed any previous opponent Zaire faced. Since you have such ambition and courage, I too wish to experience the strength of the top 10 experts on the Jiaolong chart. If I defeat you, this 6th rank, you'll surely defeat Becker after breaking through the Sovereign Realm, but you are now only at the King Realm. With such profound true essence energy, breaking through will be extremely difficult, much harder than for ordinary people, which might not be a good thing, Ahmed said calmly, continuing, all living beings have limited lifespans. If you can't break through before your lifespan ends, no matter how profound your true essence energy is, it will all be ashes, a mere dream. I understand. Zaire put away his smile. But this duel is purely for sparring. We mustn't harm the friendship between Tianyang Martial College and Pingchuan Martial College. This isn't like my battles with Songyang's Dalen and Jeremy. I get your point, but at our level, even with murderous intent, killing each other outright is hard. Ahmed's face was solemn, unreadable. Then he waved his hand, and a pagoda suddenly rose up. The pagoda was entirely golden, resembling an inverted bell adorned with thousands of exquisite red and blue gems, and thousands of silver and gold wind chimes. The ringing was crisp and pleasant, cleansing the soul. This pagoda was a powerful magical treasure, and it was on par with the Martial God Spear, both being intermediate-grade treasures. However, the pagoda was peculiar, seeming neither a product of immortal Tao refinement nor demon craftsmanship, but rather similar to the 9 precious pagodas, a Buddhist treasure. It was unknown how Ahmed obtained it. Though Buddhism wasn't evident in the current world, Zaire, with the 9 precious pagodas, had some understanding of Buddhist artifacts. If there were opportunities, he would study them to gain new insights. This treasure is called the Golden Pagoda of Buddha Light. I obtained it from an ancient relic in Yinling, nurtured by my true essence for over 300 years. Now it has merged with me as my inherent treasure. Even if you self-destruct your origin grotto, you won't hurt me. Ahmed's words exuded confidence. He tossed the pagoda, which instantly emitted rays of golden Buddha light. Within this light, a strange figure sat serenely. This figure wore a fiery red cassock, bald-headed, and looked like a plump, benevolent Buddha, very approachable. Zaire recognized this as the illusion of a Buddhist practitioner within the golden light. My golden pagoda of Buddha light contains a spirit, a golden Buddha. Let's see whether your Black Abyss Ghost Sword or my golden pagoda of Buddha light is superior. Go. In an instant, Ahmed, the premier disciple of Pingchuan Martial College, launched his attack. Auspicious. On the golden pagoda of Buddha light, the golden Buddha gazed benevolently at Zaire. As his gaze fell, boundless golden light surged with a peculiar sound. Simultaneously, Zaire heard the chanting of countless creatures echoing in his ears. Layman, you have an affinity with Buddha. Don't fall into eternal torment, lost in infinite suffering. Quickly embrace Buddha. With the chanting, a giant hand emerged from the golden light, reaching out towards Zaire. The 5 fingers were suffused with a pure golden hue, the lines on the fingertips clearly visible. Each line contained countless Buddhist runes, forming a swastika symbol, surging toward him. This revision ensures that the description is clear and consistent, maintaining the mystical and vivid imagery of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The term one is commonly translated as swastika in this context, although it carries different cultural connotations in Eastern traditions compared to its Western perception. What formidable power, and such bizarre mind-bewitching techniques. This treasure might not match the Martial God Copper Furnace, but it can certainly counter Becker's Martial God Spear. Seeing this scene, Zaire's heart pounded. He immediately gathered the 5-colored divine light around himself, fully activating his true essence energy, emitting a violent tremor. The destructive force of this tremor obliterated all golden light, chanting, and the rune-covered golden hand into powder. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted. Under the fierce impact, even the great Buddha within the golden light began to waver, as if about to dissipate. Oh no! Ahmed was startled. He hadn't expected Zaire's full-powered true essence energy to be so formidable that it could breach his 300-year nurtured intermediate-grade treasure, the Buddha-like golden pagoda, even affecting its spirit. Although this golden ancient Buddha couldn't be truly injured and could recover through the golden light, severe damage would still affect the power of the Buddha-like golden pagoda. An intermediate-grade treasure is powerful, but I'm not here for show either, and Pingchuan's Kimball disciple doesn't know just how formidable my current origin grotto is. Zaire smiled faintly, unleashing the power of his primordial world directly, charging at Ahmed. His true essence energy, bolstered by the power of the primordial world, instantly surged in strength, equivalent to the force of 4,000 ancient wild oxen. I didn't expect his origin grotto to be so powerful, containing such world-defying strength, simply incredible. Ahmed's expression revealed shock upon seeing this force. Haunching world. As Zaire's attack approached, Ahmed summoned his own origin grotto, revealing a star-studded cosmic space. With the twinkling of stars, a spear condensed from origin world power appeared in his hand. A flick of the spear caused endless stardust to explode like divine thunder, blasting everything around. These streaks of stardust were actually star thunder. About one-third of Zaire's attacking force was suppressed directly. If not for the power of the primordial world, he would have been scattered by the star thunder. Ahmed's origin grotto, called the Haunching World, was unlike those of Becker, Mickey, or Guido. Its power was extremely pure and capable of condensing weapons. With each jab and shake of the spear tip, an unparalleled divine power emerged. If Guido's moves were bizarre and hard to guard against, Ahmed's attacks were wide-ranging and grand. A spear thrust that cleared all obstacles, even gods would find it hard to resist. To refine this Haunching World, I specially ventured into outer space, spending centuries collecting various stellar powers and comprehending an invincible spear technique named Star Void Annihilation. Today, I present it to Brother Tianyi for your critique. Zaire's strength had earned Ahmed's recognition. The spear flickered, creating hundreds of spear shadows, each filled with immense power, shattering vacuums effortlessly. Hundreds of spear shadows pierced through Zaire's force, dispersing it completely. Indeed, Ahmed is incredibly powerful. Those who make it into the top 10 of the Jialong chart are extraordinary individuals, not to be underestimated. It seems he genuinely believes he can use me to step into the Calamity Realm, not out of arrogance. Zaire hadn't anticipated Ahmed's strength to be so astonishing. The spear formed by the power of his origin grotto, combined with the Star Void Annihilation technique, was difficult even for Zaire to discern any flaws. While Ahmed's true essence energy couldn't match Zaire's, boosted by the primordial world, Ahmed's cultivation level was 2 major realms higher. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary Imperial Realm expert, but one of the most powerful geniuses in the Imperial Realm, just one step away from breaking through the 10,000 ancient Calamity Realm, becoming an esteemed figure renowned across the land. Most importantly, he possessed an intermediate-grade treasure, a mysterious Buddhist artifact. With this treasure protecting him, even a Calamity Realm expert might struggle to claim his life. Whoosh! Zaire gathered the dispersed forces back, summoning the 5 elements Dao map to hover above his head for defense. In just a few exchanges, he realized defeating the top disciple of Pingchuan Martial College would be challenging with his current strength. Fortunately, he had an advantage no ordinary person could possess, the primordial world replenishing his true essence energy. In a battle, no one could outlast him. As long as the primordial world remained, he'd never worry about exhausting his true essence energy. The 5 elements Dao map emitted overwhelming power, imbued with an unbreakable quality. Meanwhile, Zaire's true essence energy surged, bursting with the power of 3,000 ancient wild oxen. Activating the dragon devouring technique, he began absorbing all the star thunder. Once all obstructing star thunder was swallowed, he flashed rapidly, countless clouds rising up suddenly. In an instant, he vanished. Zaire now employed the basic lightness skill, Tianya Step, from Tianya Martial College. He had mastered the Tianya Step to a realm unprecedented by anyone before and likely unmatched by future practitioners. Whoosh! The void beside Ahmed suddenly trembled, and Zaire appeared, his black abyss sword slicing down sharply. This strike tore through all protective true essence energy surrounding Ahmed. Crack, crack, crack. Seeing his protective barrier shattered entirely by the black abyss sword without any resistance, Ahmed roared, his haunching spear erupting once more. Star Void Annihilation. Chapter 281. Battle Between the Mighty. Hyman's gun techniques were honed from observing the laws of celestial movement in outer space, embodying a thread of Tao's profound essence and hinting at an understanding beyond the tribulation realm. A single thrust directly pierced Zaire's figure. Pierce, entangle, circle, block, stab, deflect. Instantly, thousands upon thousands of spear strikes erupted, bombarding Zaire's 5 elements Tao diagram. Countless explosions resounded alongside various star forces. Yet, no matter what, Zaire's defenses remained unbroken. How strong! This person's defensive capability is truly extraordinary. Even Bradley's Star Void Annihilation can't penetrate his defense. Does that mean no one in the 9 provinces can defeat him? If he advances to the Emperor realm, wouldn't he sweep away all experts below the Tribulation realm? Retreating far away, Chavi, Errol, and others watched this astonishing scene with shock, hardly able to believe their eyes. Indeed. But it seems that Zaire also cannot pose a threat to the Bradley. He can't avoid the Star Void Annihilation spear technique, let alone break through the Buddha-like golden pagoda. Chanagua, possessing the inferior treasured artifact Bind Immortal Rope, shuddered, realizing that he could never contend with Zaire. Zaire's talent was terrifying. Despite being only a king-rank cultivator, he possessed such formidable strength. Wouldn't he eventually surpass all young generation experts? Meanwhile, Zaire had already exchanged hundreds of blows with Hyman's cosmic star spear. Each move carried the force of 3,000 ancient savage bulls. Under such immense power, Hyman's cosmic star spear developed cracks. Just as it seemed ready to shatter, a light emitted from the Buddha-like golden pagoda atop Hyman's head, restoring the entire spear to its pristine state, glowing with golden radiance and adding more might. At this moment, Hyman, with the Buddha-like golden pagoda atop his head and a long spear in hand, radiated starlight and golden glow, exuding a valorous fighting spirit. Zaire's physical body is terrifying too. You see, in Bradley's celestial star thunder, his body doesn't even waver slightly. His foundation is so solid, probably no one can match him. While Chavi and the others were stunned, Zaire's battle with Hyman also attracted attention from numerous Pingchuan Martial Academy members. Deep within the academy, several Tribulation Realm Grandmasters exchanged views. In a sense, Zaire's confrontation with Hyman had become a clash between Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy and Pingchuan Martial Academy. Inside Pingchuan Martial Academy's Forbidden Zone, an old man with white hair and beard focused on Cho Chani Pavilion. Innate unextinguishable body of 5 elements. I've seen it in an ancient text. It once shook the heavens when it first appeared and was later recruited by the Tao sect. After thorough research, they claim to have mastered the method of cultivating this saintly body. After tens of thousands of years, who would have thought this saintly body would reappear in Zaire? Could he be a Tao sect disciple? This white-haired elder is known as Punishment Elder, holding a revered position, akin to Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy's Gianna, also a Tribulation Realm powerhouse. The ancient secret you mentioned, I also know a little about. The first innate, unextinguishable body of 5 elements became the Tao sect's Tao Sun. If not for attracting the attention of the divine realm and the descent of a divine sun, the Buddhist sect might have been eradicated back then, said another elder. This elder was enveloped in yin-yang energy, appearing uncertain yet indicating extremely high cultivation, having comprehended yin-yang changes, reaching 2 instruments tribulation level. I observe this person to be very extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, he carries a Chanading, surrounded by 9 provinces aura. He will undoubtedly become one of the main characters in the central world of the 9 provinces and be greatly favored by destiny. Yet another Tribulation Realm elder commented. He shared the same strength as Punishment Elder, a 1-instrument tribulation level, but his insight into 9 provinces' fate was exceptional. Oh, Chana King Ding? 2 instruments tribulation elder asked in surprise but soon sighed. Then he likely possesses Jingzhou Ding, since Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy is in Jingzhou. However, obtaining this national divine treasure is not a good thing. His future is tied to the 9 provinces, making it hard to transcend. Regardless, his current strength is indeed frightening. Peers of equal realm are no match for him, said an Imperial Realm elder. Certainly. Even if his future transcendence is difficult, currently, even Hyman cannot defeat him. Remember, Hyman is just 1 step away from breaking through the Tribulation Realm. An Emperor-level elder side, Hyman's comprehension is extraordinarily high, creating the Star Void Annihilation Spear technique. For someone his age to create a skill shows his exceptional talent, absolutely the best candidate for our next headmaster. Although Anthea's cultivation has rapidly advanced and found her Tao, it might easily lead Pingchuan Martial Academy into irredeemable calamity. Let's wait and see. If Zaire breaks through to the Emperor Realm, even 1-instrument tribulation experts might struggle to suppress him. However, I still favor Hyman. He hasn't used his strongest means from the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda. When unleashed, even I would hesitate to confront it. Pingchuan's Punishment Elder expressed confidence in his disciple. If Hyman wins, he'll obtain Zaire's spiritual talisman to the Heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm. But I worry that using this move might injure Zaire, affecting our relationship with Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy. True, Hyman always holds back. That move's power is even hard for a 1-instrument tribulation expert to withstand. Once used, he can't use it for at least 10 years, which is imminent before the upcoming martial assembly, so he shouldn't use it. 2 instruments tribulation elder remarked. Named Dang Feng, he adjusted storms around Pingchuan Martial Academy, ensuring disciples' growth and cultivation. Only true powerhouses with extremely high cultivation could undertake this task, handling countless storm vortexes. In the center of battle, neither could overpower the other, exchanging blows hundreds of times. Despite being at a lower realm, Zaire couldn't defeat Hyman. The 5 elements Tao diagram hovered above, covering his entire body. Zaire pushed his true essence to the limit, each attack carrying immense power, ultimately resorting to punches without using the Black Abyss sword. Each punch could topple mountains, exploding the air. But even such powerful attacks couldn't break Hyman's cosmic star spear. Every collision dissipated the punch's force entirely. Unity of origin. Finally, Zaire roared. His origin cave heaven merged suddenly with his body, releasing enormous origin world power surging into his body. Instantly, Zaire's strength skyrocketed. A single step made the void explode, emitting continuous booms, dispersing all air currents like a vacuum. This transformation forced Hyman's cosmic star spear aside, while Zaire dashed past the spear's defenses, rushing towards Hyman. I practice multiple body tempering methods. My physical strength now rivals treasures, my organs condensed as one. With unity of origin, all techniques are shattered. Hyman, do you still resist? Boom. Note asterisk please continue providing further sections for translation or any specific adjustments you'd like to make. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a fist resembling that of a celestial deity blasted through the void, directly dispelling most of the protective golden light from the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda, hurtling toward Hyman's main body. As long as he could break through the defense of the cosmic star spear and shatter the protective light of the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda, landing an attack on Hyman's body would mean Zaire's victory. Foolish dreams. Hyman stood proudly, his bones resonating with a deep rumble centered around his dragon bone. Suddenly, a golden glow burst from his body, covering him entirely and transforming him into a towering golden figure, eerily similar to the spiritual entity within the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda. Hyman had evidently mastered a formidable body tempering technique. Ordinary cultivators, though their physical bodies might be strong, rarely deliberately train in body tempering methods. This was not just because such techniques were rare, but also because body tempering was extremely painful and consumed vast amounts of energy and time. The effort put into polishing true essence or magical power to reach higher realms naturally boosted one's strength more efficiently than body tempering. Yet now, Hyman, like Zaire, had also delved into the art of body tempering, achieving an incredibly powerful physical form. Every thought is fire, true silence transcends all phenomena. Zaire, relying on this Vajrachild technique, my body has reached the realm of returning to its primal purity. Once I enter the eternal tribulation realm, I can merge my origin cave heaven with my flesh, making it easier to comprehend yin-yang changes and achieve the two instruments tribulation realm. Hyman roared, revealing the power of his Vajrachild body to the world. His punch was perfectly executed, blocking Zaire's attack both in strength and angle. At the same time, his cosmic star spear attacked, suddenly appearing behind Zaire, attempting to trap him between two attacks with no escape. Buddha Light Golden Pagoda. But this was not all. Hyman then focused his will, causing the medium-grade treasure artifact, the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda, to surge with even more brilliance. Countless swastika symbols flew out, fiercely pressing down upon Zaire from above. Such overwhelming power? Zaire found himself surrounded, every part of his body under attack. Blinded by the golden light, he struggled to see clearly, while chance interfered with his mind, creating an unbearable pressure. This Buddha Light Golden Pagoda is far stronger than my primal chaos pill furnace. If only this treasure were in my hands, it would greatly enhance my strength. Despite being in danger, Zaire remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of panic. With a twist of his wrist, he summoned the Black Abyss Sword. Swish! A drop of golden blood dripped onto the Black Abyss Sword, and a terrifying black sword aura slashed through, extinguishing all star forces. Empowered by Zaire's blood, the Black Abyss Sword's might surged, slicing through all of Hyman's attacks in one stroke. Though Hyman was formidable, suppressing Zaire was nearly impossible. Although the Black Abyss Sword was merely a low-grade treasure artifact, it possessed pure offensive power and was renowned across the 9 provinces for its killing prowess. In Zaire's hands, it radiated a peerless, world-dominating aura. Escaping the peril, the eerie black sword aura enveloped Hyman, generating immense suction forces that absorbed not only the surrounding air but also any lingering energy currents. The black sword aura encircled without striking, constantly pulsating with oscillations that, combined with the powerful suction, instantly drained the air and energy around Hyman. What Zaire employed was the true dragon bloodline technique, Dragon Swallow. Meanwhile, he concealed himself within the boundless black sword aura, conserving his energy while waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This series of attacks indeed caused significant disruption to Hyman. The vacuum left him breathless and destabilized his center of gravity, making it difficult for him to maintain balance. Moreover, the intense vibrations and omnipresent suction shook the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda above his head, causing its protective light to flicker, almost disappearing. Zaire, your strength is indeed formidable. But this is Pingchuan Martial Academy, where I hold the advantages of terrain and human support. Now, I will unleash storm power and summon star lightning. You must be cautious. Hyman steadied himself, and then a vast mental force surged upward, connecting with the 4 directions. Instantly, the heavens changed. Whistling sounds filled the air as endless storms surged into the skies above Pingchuan Martial Academy. Countless rays of starlight fell, mixing with the storms and infusing Hyman's body with power. With this newfound strength, Hyman's momentum soared, shaking off all the black sword aura and nullifying the Dragon Swallow technique. He could not only summon storms but also combine them with star power, channeling massive energy into his body. Pingchuan Martial Academy sat atop a 10,000 zhang high plateau, surrounded by storm layers. Many disciples could tap into external storm power during battles, forming the academy's natural shield. At this crucial moment, Hyman leveraged the geographical advantage to suppress Zaire. Harnessing both storm and star power, his strength doubled. A new cosmic star spear appeared in his hand, gathering explosive power at the tip, and he thrust it forward. Instantly, the space around Zaire exploded inch by inch. Chapter 282. An existence that left all the elders in shock. By leveraging the geographical advantages of Pingchuan Martial Academy, Ahmed's strength surged dramatically, the power of the haunching divine spear almost reaching an unbelievable level. Zaire momentarily felt as if he were facing Becker directly. Under the immense force of the divine spear, the whooshing Dao-Tu above Zaire's head sensed enormous pressure. The 5-colored divine light nearly stalled, and his flesh and bones began to creak while even breathing became difficult. This technique, though it seems to borrow from external forces, is indeed extremely formidable and hard to resist. Zaire sighed, instantly gathering all his strength into his right hand, then fiercely punched the tip of the haunching divine spear. In an instant, both their powers exploded, the air currents resembling a world shattering and oceans overturning, even dispersing the surrounding storms. Many buildings couldn't withstand this massive force and were reduced to ruins. Chavi, Vivian, Chanagua, and the other 7 disciples, despite sensing the danger and retreating hundreds of miles away, were still affected. Those at the King realm had blood flowing from their mouths and noses as they were thrown back. The Empyrean realm practitioners could barely hold on but sweated profusely, indicating the difficulty in withstanding it. This confrontation immediately stirred everyone in Pingchuan Martial Academy. Disciples and elders alike flew into the sky, watching Zaire battle their top student, Ahmed. Seeing such destruction, no one dared approach further. They all retreated to the limits of their vision, standing there watching intently. After the direct clash with Ahmed, Zaire felt his entire body's blood and chi churning violently. Many fine meridians were shattered, and even the whooshing Dao-Tu halted momentarily. Thankfully, the The protection of the Dao Tu was strong enough that it didn't crack. He has a Dao Tu seemingly condensed from true essence. I didn't expect it to be so powerful and not break. Seeing this, Ahmed was startled. He had already tapped into the storm power of Pingchuan Martial Academy, combined with celestial thunder, resonating together. He thought a strike from the haunching divine spear would incapacitate Zaire. However, Zaire endured the blow, and besides retreating to dissipate the force, remained unscathed. This scene instilled fear in Ahmed. Knowing he had the advantage of terrain and harmony, using Pingchuan Martial Academy's unique strengths still couldn't defeat Zaire. What more should he do? No matter what, I must not lose this battle. Heavenly might, supreme power, quickly heed my command. Ahmed pointed the spear upward, triggering a grand array within Pingchuan Martial Academy, channeling the supreme power of heaven and earth directly into the spear. The force was visibly immense, like a river of power pouring down onto the tip of the haunching divine spear, transferring through the spearhead, shaft, into Ahmed. Thus, he harnessed the true power of Pingchuan Martial Academy, amplifying himself to an invincible state. With this home field advantage, his true essence now resembled Zaire's, limitless. Whoosh! The haunching divine spear erupted again, faster and more intense than ever before. Its power enveloped Zaire, striking the whooshing Dao Tu and sending him flying nearly 100 miles away. With Pingchuan Martial Academy's grand array activated, Zaire was locked in place, unable to dodge. His speed was suppressed, making it impossible to evade. The situation turned drastically. One strike, and Ahmed pursued without hesitation, the spear's shadow preceding him. In his hands, the enormous haunching divine spear moved effortlessly, thrusting nearly 100 times in a blink, each strike hitting Zaire. Zaire, like seaweed in a storm, was utterly helpless, about to be swallowed by the waves. How could human strength contend with the power of Pingchuan Martial Academy's grand array? Zaire is going to lose. Deep within the academy, several elders looked pleasantly surprised. Ahmed's actions are cheating. Even if he wins, it won't be fair. Elders Dangfeng and Xianxia sighed, feeling that victory wouldn't bring honor. While Ahmed could defeat Zaire, news of this method would tarnish Pingchuan Martial Academy's reputation as using force instead of righteousness. Even using Pingchuan Grand Array, Kimball brother can't defeat Zaire instantly. Isn't Zaire too powerful? Chavi observed from afar. It's fine. Kimball brother has absolute control now, and remember his ultimate move with the Golden Buddha Pagoda. Once used, Zaire will have no chance. While Zaire is arrogant, our academy and Tianyang Martial Academy have a good relationship. Using this move to injure Zaire might turn Kimball brother into a sinner, Chanagwa commented. Ahmed, do you think borrowing Pingchuan Grand Array's power will defeat me? Amidst the fierce attack, Zaire suddenly exerted full force, revealing the origin grotto heaven derived from the primordial world. Immediately, the phenomena of sun and moon shining together with countless stars appeared in the sky. Previously, Zaire mostly utilized the origin grotto heaven's power passively. Now fully revealed, it expelled all of Ahmed's forces around it. Boom! Lightning flashed everywhere, and explosions sounded continuously. With the sun, moon, and stars adorning the heavens, it seemed like a deity descended, clearing all obstacles, unmatched by anyone. The haunching divine spear was pushed aside by this overwhelming power, cracks appearing along the spearhead, shaft, and tail, seeming about to collapse. Origin phenomenon. He has immortal foundations. Ahmed was profoundly shaken, never expecting Zaire's origin grotto heaven to be so formidable. However, the more powerful the origin grotto heaven, the more true essence it consumed. Zaire, at the king realm, couldn't sustain it long. If he held on a moment longer, Zaire would eventually exhaust his true essence and lose combat ability. Determined, Ahmed maximized his connection with the Grand Array's power, suppressing Zaire. The surrounding void collapsed under this immense force, endless power like a mountain pressing towards Zaire's origin grotto heaven. Such power was terrifying. This fight pitted raw power against raw power, brute and direct, leaving no room for gimmicks. Faced with this mountain-like force, Zaire remained calm, his heart, spirit, and will focused, unaffected by external factors. Suddenly, he exhaled a stream of extremely pure spiritual energy. Bang! Like a spark, this spiritual energy caused the surrounding celestial energies to collapse, forming a magnificent vortex. This is divine aura from the God realm. How can he have divine aura from the God realm? Whether it was Ahmed, or the elders like Dangfeng and Xianxia observing the duel deep within the Pingchuan Martial Academy, they were all utterly shocked. Bobfa's eyes bulged. Just that mouthful of divine aura from the God realm alone would be enough for a month's worth of inhalation for us. He is only at the king realm. How could this be possible? Perhaps this person possesses a supreme treasure that can communicate with the God realm, allowing him to draw down divine aura from the God realm, said Elder Dangfeng gravely. It might be a damaged immortal artifact, or perhaps a special function of the Jingzhou Cauldron. Ever since its completion, apart from Emperor Chana, no one else knows its true power. It's known that Emperor Chana used the auspiciousness of the 9 provinces to create it, and once completed, heaven sent down calamity. He continued, given this, his ability to refine a large quantity of South Barbarian divine blood pills, even surpassing ordinary pills in quality, becomes understandable. This supreme treasure of his is no less effective than having a 2-instrument tribulation cultivator, daily drawing divine aura from the God realm for him. None of the elders thought about the primordial world. After all, since the primordial world existed before any other world, how could it still exist now? Even Dangfeng Elder, who had reached the 2-instrument tribulation stage, not to mention Wuxia tribulation Declan, would never connect it to this situation. This was simply an existence that defied common sense and rules. It was as absurd as someone owning yesterday. Could this one mouthful match what a first tribulation expert can draw in a month? Is he attempting to use Ahmed's pressure to break through to the Empyrean realm while drawing the surrounding spiritual energy? Suddenly, Bobfa seemed to realize something, hastily speculating. His origin grotto heaven is too powerful, his true essence too abundant. Choosing to break through during combat is unwise. The spiritual energy needed for breakthrough far exceeds this. At this moment, Zaire suddenly emitted several more mouthfuls of divine aura from the god realm. Like rolling thunder, it stirred the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles around. Simultaneously, on the solitary island of the primordial world, a new tender leaf exploded out of the green sprout, releasing massive energy into his body. And within the Jingzhou Cauldron, all stored cultivation pills, including divine blood pills, along with some demon beast essences, released their spiritual energy, flowing into him. In an instant, Zaire exuded an extremely violent aura, like a barrel ready to explode, and his entire body radiated intensely brilliant light, with blood and chi surging wildly, producing tremendous heat that warped the void. Come to me. With a roar, Zaire swallowed the colossal mountain created by Ahmed's strength whole. Crackling sounds followed, all transforming into pure energy absorbed by his flesh. This man can turn Ahmed's attacks into energy needed for himself? What kind of cultivation method is this? To have such a mysterious force that can contain the universe within his mouth. Strange. Too strange. Seeing this, Bobfa stood up, unable to conceal his shock. This is... Dangfeng Elder also rose abruptly, both surprised and puzzled. This technique? Instantly, his gaze sharpened, fixing intently on Zaire as if trying to pierce through every secret. Zaire's aura was increasing exponentially with each breath. Such formidable power already blocked all prying attempts. Unless Elder Dangfeng used true essence to forcefully break through the barrier, there was no way to see through Zaire's secrets. But using true essence would certainly affect the duel, and if this news got out, it would tarnish Pingchuan Martial Academy's reputation, damaging it irreparably. Especially when Tianyang Martial Academy and Pingchuan Martial Academy were planning significant cooperation. Any problems here would mean these elders would directly go to Tianyang Martial Academy to beg forgiveness. Zaire naturally used the dragon swallowing technique. This dragon lineage technique was highly potent. He had barely tapped into 1/3 of its profundities. As the dragon swallowing technique took effect, Zaire's aura grew increasingly vast. All of Ahmed's attacks within 3 feet of him were entirely swallowed, then transformed into pure energy nourishing his own body. That is, the more Ahmed attacked, the more power accumulated within him, accelerating his progress towards the Empyrean realm. Now, Ahmed's strength couldn't shake Zaire in the slightest. Because the dragon swallowing technique was at its peak of Zaire's capability, coupled with the massive divine aura from the god realm and fierce energy, which distorted this space. Any attack landing here felt like entering a vortex, losing power drastically and unable to resist the dragon swallowing technique's swallowing force. If he reached the Aeon Tribulation realm, the power of the dragon swallowing technique would greatly increase. For dragons, reaching the Tribulation realm means adulthood. Only in their prime would the full potential of the dragon swallowing technique be realized, showing unparalleled power. However, if Zaire advanced to the Tribulation realm, he would need to reconstruct all his learned techniques, stripping away unnecessary ones, such as the invisible sword and tearing heaven divine claw, imprinting them onto treasures, enhancing their power. Normally, this treasure would be a cultivator's lifebound treasure. Originally, Zaire's lifebound treasure was the primordial world, but now the primordial world had become his origin grotto heaven, merging as one. So he would eventually need a new lifebound treasure. However, Zaire already had plans. He intended to refine the 7-day black hole into his lifebound treasure after breaking through the Aeon Tribulation realm, imprinting unnecessary techniques within it. In my name, I proclaim to the heavens. I, Zaire, ascend to the Empyrean realm today, inscribing the great Tao's laws, setting the name for my origin world. My strength will last forever, enduring eternally. My lifespan will shine like the sun and moon, coexisting with heaven and earth. Zaire chanted softly, as if asking the heavens to bear witness. With his murmuring, the sky shook, and the cosmos resonated. Though soft, it resounded in everyone's mind like thunder. Facing this situation, whether it was the Golden Buddha Pagoda, the Haunching Divine Spear, or Ahmed's Vajrabadi, they all retreated continuously under pressure. Attempting to break through to the Empyrean realm, Ahmed's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 283. Achieving the Sovereign Realm, Hyman defeated. Hyman swung his spear, summoned the power of the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda, and activated the power of the Great Plain Formation. Despite using all these methods, he was still unable to harm Zaire in his current state. He was forced back by a formidable force. Whether it was the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda, the Vast Star Divine Spear, borrowing the power of the formation, or even summoning the origin cave heaven of the Vast Star, none of it could withstand Zaire's breakthrough pressure. A look of dejection appeared on Hyman's face. He had never imagined such a situation would occur at the Great Plain Academy, his home. Even if Becker were here, as long as they were within the Great Plain Academy, he would have the confidence to fight him. Yet now, merely a King Realm Zaire had already shown signs of victory against him. This outcome was something that Hyman, the #1 disciple of the Great Plain Academy, could never accept. I don't believe you truly have enough spirit energy to break through to the Sovereign Realm. Even if you do break through, I will still contest this victory with you. Buddha Light Golden Pagoda, refine the celestial ghosts, utilize the power that reaches the heavens. Even if it wasn't for his own reputation, it was for the prestige of the Great Plain Academy. At this point, Hyman didn't care about anything else. If he lost, it would be a huge blow to the Academy's reputation. At this moment, he finally unleashed the strongest technique of the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda. Almost instantly, the pagoda emitting boundless golden light suddenly revealed intense black smoke fluctuations. These black smokes were actually transformed celestial ghosts. Inside the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda was an enormous space. When these celestial ghosts appeared, the black smoke enveloping them turned into vast streams of gold that spread across the sky, endless and infinite. At the same time, many celestial ghosts emerged, their faces showing supreme devotion, each sitting around the ancient Buddha soul, chanting strange scriptures. May all sentient beings achieve the Dharmakaya and wisdom body. May all sentient beings gain a body free from suffering, like Vajra. May all sentient beings obtain transformation bodies, displaying immeasurable manifestations. May all sentient beings attain the body of wisdom treasury, pure inside and out. May all sentient beings possess the body of merit treasury, sustaining countless wisdom vows. May all sentient beings gain the supreme wisdom body, nurtured and grown by the taste of Buddhist Dharma. As the chants continued, all the celestial ghosts were enveloped in roaring golden flames, sacrificing their power. The Buddha-like golden pagoda was a treasure artifact, a mid-tier treasure. Its mustard seed space was immensely vast, capable of accommodating nearly 10 million celestial ghosts. 10 million celestial ghosts, including many celestial ghost kings, began burning themselves, offering their power. This massive spectacle shook everyone's heart deeply. After sacrificing nearly 10 million celestial ghosts, Hyman was now completely shrouded in golden light, like a giant golden cocoon, as if incubating some terrifying entity. The spirit energy is still not enough. At this moment, all the spirit energy Zaire had accumulated was exhausted, but he still hadn't broken through to the sovereign realm. However, he noticed the changes occurring with Hyman, who seemed ready to unleash a fearsome technique. Fortunately, he was prepared for this situation. 93 flying heavenly pythons, explode now. With a thought, Zaire caused all the flying heavenly pythons obtained from the dragon prison to self-destruct. Their immense blood essence and energy directly fused into his body. These nearly 100 ancient beasts were not used in the sacrificial rites of the Jingzhou Cauldron, but were reserved for breaking through to the sovereign realm. Each inch of their flesh contained immense energy. Consuming them would strengthen one's cultivation foundation and enhance true essence. The energy released by the 93 flying heavenly pythons ignited Zaire's blood and true essence like adding oil to a fire. A dazzling light shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire Phoenix Amiyuntan. For a moment, everyone below the tribulation realm couldn't see what was happening within the light. Vast star thunderstorm. Seeing this, Hyman could no longer wait. He unleashed a violent force, launching a thunderous attack. The strength from the sacrifice of nearly 10 million celestial ghosts formed a massive thunderstorm cloud. The lightning was so intense that even those at the tribulation realm would be injured if they didn't evade or use protective artifacts. This was the ultimate move of the first disciple of the Great Plain Academy, used only in critical moments. The thundercloud seemed to oppose Zaire's origin cave heaven, creating a surreal standoff. Dragon transformation pill. Zaire took out a jade gourd and removed all the dragon transformation pills inside, grinding them into powder with his true essence. He had taken this pill before but now integrated all its potency into the blood essence of the flying heavenly pythons. Humming sounds echoed as the refined essence of the pythons absorbed the pill's potency, revealing powerful dragon shadows in the air. The enhanced essence was immediately absorbed by Zaire. Snap. It was as if a mechanism broke open. Zaire's body began to undergo an extraordinary transformation, ultimately affecting the origin cave heaven within him. Instantly, the origin cave heaven underwent a metamorphosis, the shadow turning substantial, attempting to merge into the 9 provinces' central world. The entire world shook violently, rumbling sounds echoing throughout Phoenix Amiyuntan. Zaire's body suddenly vanished, sucked into the origin world. Breaking through to the sovereign realm was a transformation of the origin cave heaven, invoking the laws of heaven and earth to refine both body and soul, breaking limits, and achieving greater heights. The stronger the origin cave heaven, the more law forces it could invoke. At this moment, the origin world seemed to fuse with Zaire, their auras becoming extremely similar, almost unified. Zaire felt himself disappearing, transforming into a world where wind, currents, soil, and rocks became extensions of himself. This world was the origin world. An incomparable power poured down upon Zaire, changing his bones, veins, skin, and merging all his knowledge seamlessly. This mighty power was the manifestation of the communication between the origin world and the universe, invoking the great rules of existence. Zaire's physical form reached an astonishing level. Every inch of his skin and flesh had evolved. Even a single hair held immense strength. Anyone obtaining one of his hairs and refining it into an artifact would create a powerful needle-like spirit treasure with incredible lethality. Just as Zaire disappeared, the thunderstorm cloud separated from heaven and earth, unleashing endless divine lightning. But the lightning could not reach him. Some strikes landed on the origin cave heaven without causing any tremors. The power of Zaire's origin cave heaven surpassed everyone's expectations. No one expected that his origin cave heaven was the embryonic form of the origin world. Now, with the infusion of celestial rules, the origin cave heaven reflected the cosmic laws, akin to being officially registered, thus gaining identity. With identity, he could borrow and even control the laws. I, Zaire, declare to the heavens and earth, my original cave heaven has been formed today. Zaire named his cave heaven Original, reflecting its primal and foundational nature. This perfectly matched the creation of the origin world and aligned with the principles of the universe. Thus, the cave heaven was named. Zaire finally ascended to the sovereign realm, becoming a true powerhouse capable of dominating an area. Boom. Thunder rumbled incessantly. The furious lightning of the vast star thunderstorm continuously struck and exploded, yet Zaire's origin cave heaven remained unmoved. Zaire's figure suddenly appeared from within it. As he emerged, the primordial world rapidly shrank and finally entered his posterior skull, settling in his sea of consciousness. All the pressure brought by Hyman dissipated immediately after the breakthrough. Seeing him appear, every heart of the people from the Great Plain Academy felt as if a large drum was continuously beating. The overwhelming oppressive power made their faces tremble and left them with no fighting spirit whatsoever. Sovereign realm. Zaire had indeed broken through to the sovereign realm. And this breakthrough was built upon a foundation of immensely powerful true essence and a formidable origin cave heaven. A king realm practitioner possessing the strength of over 1,000 ancient wild bulls who then breaks through to the sovereign realm is something that rarely happens once in 10,000 years. Someone breaking through to the sovereign realm with the strength of 3,000 ancient wild bulls is likely just Zaire, a freak, within 100,000 years. The fact that Zaire could successfully break through was extremely astonishing. Now, the limit of his true essence power had almost reached 10,000. In other words, his strength had almost approached that of a higher transcendent tribulation realm cultivator. Yet, he was still only at the sovereign realm, not even reaching the emperor realm. What level of power would he possess if he broke through to the emperor realm later on? No one knew. Even Zaire himself found it hard to predict. At this point, even if a higher transcendent tribulation realm practitioner attacked, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. This was like Becker. Even if he encountered an attack by a heavenly ghost army or met a heavenly ghost transcendent tribulation realm expert, he would handle it easily without any danger to his life. Hyman, do you wish to continue the fight? Zaire abruptly took a step forward, moving several times faster than before. At this moment, each strike of his was akin to that of a newly ascended higher transcendent tribulation realm practitioner. Although it lacked the strong suppression of a higher transcendent tribulation practitioner, there was still a sense of divine presence dominating all heavens, exerting unparalleled pressure. Seeing Zaire's powerful punch hurtling towards him, Hyman decisively retreated, swinging his vast star divine spear to envelop his entire body. Zha! An extremely ancient sound erupted from his mouth, and his right hand transformed into a golden fist, launching towards Zaire. The enormous world force from the vast star origin cave surged out recklessly, all converging into his fist. But no matter how much force Hyman summoned, everything was futile against the already sovereign realm Zaire. Their powers collided. Zaire didn't even retreat. He just slightly swayed his body. On the contrary, Hyman's entire body exploded with popping sounds, resembling a deflated balloon, smashing backward at incredible speed. Bang, bang, bang. A series of house collapses followed. These houses were mainly residences of true disciples or core elders, containing various protective formations. Even so, they couldn't withstand the residual force of Zaire's attack and were reduced to ruins when hit by Hyman. Finally, after colliding with a huge stone wall, Hyman stopped. Stopping abruptly caused severe internal injury, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, Hyman's face turned deathly pale, and the look of despair in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Zaire strolled through the air, each step seemingly treading on Hyman's heart, causing his complexion to become even more pale. The intense oppression pressed upon all the disciples of the Great Plain Academy. Whoosh! Zaire turned around, looking towards the 7 great disciples in the distance. His figure flashed, splitting into 7 shadows appearing beside each of the 7. A large hand descended. Chavi, Errol, Chanagua, etc. were all horrified, instantly activating their true essence and using their magical treasures to counterattack. But if even Hyman, the top disciple of the Great Plain Academy, couldn't resist Zaire, how could the 7 of them? Under Zaire's giant hand, all their magical treasures and means were knocked aside. The overwhelming force sent the 7 flying to the ground. Fortunately, Zaire didn't have any intention to harm them. Otherwise, they would have been spitting blood and in a state of decline. 7 gentle forces lifted the 7 up and set them down beside Hyman. Brothers and sisters of the Great Plain Academy, due to my recent breakthrough, I couldn't control my strength. Please forgive me. Brother Hyman, shall we call this match a draw? We'll stop here without determining life or death. Hovering in midair, Zaire stood calmly, watching Hyman recover his injuries with true essence. That punch of his was indeed not deadly. This was the Great Plain Academy. It would be inappropriate to seriously harm their chief disciple here. Over, Zaire just wanted to establish his authority. He intended to eventually ally with the Great Plain Academy to oppose the Songyang Academy. This person's true essence is too strong. He defeated all 7 of us in one move, leaving us completely powerless. Chanagua was trembling in fear, especially recalling his previous provocation of Zaire, which now filled him with dread. He has already broken through to the sovereign realm. In terms of strength, he can definitely rank in the top 3 of the Proud Dragon list. It's unknown who will win between him and Becker. After recovering considerably, Hyman directly told his juniors, "You must never provoke him." With that said, he flew into the sky and clasped his hands together. Congratulations, younger brother Tianyi, for breaking through to the sovereign realm. With such robust true essence and a powerful origin world, achieving the sovereign realm is indeed an unprecedented feat. However, remember, the thicker the true essence and the stronger the origin world, the more difficult the breakthrough becomes. Younger brother Tianyi, your next goal is the most arduous, most coveted, and most terrifying realm for cultivators, the Emperor Realm. Throughout history, countless people have been trapped at this realm, unable to break through. Without complete confidence to reach the Tribulation Realm, proceed cautiously with the Emperor Realm breakthrough. You should know, once you reach the Emperor Realm, there's no turning back. Now, in the Sovereign Realm, if your cultivation path isn't right, you can disperse your efforts and start anew or reincarnate using supreme secret methods. But once you reach the Emperor Realm, the only path is to break through to the Tribulation Realm. If you succeed, you achieve supreme greatness. If you fail, you'll age and die slowly, exhausting your lifespan. Hyman sighed deeply. You don't need to say it's a tie. I lost this battle. According to our agreement, I am no longer the chief disciple of the Great Plain Academy, but merely an elder. Chapter 284. Able to resist Xavier. Ahmed, senior brother, you're too polite, Zaire said with a faint smile. In fact, you all are overthinking this. I naturally wouldn't meddle in your internal affairs. However, calamity is imminent, and unseen currents stir across the 9 provinces. No one knows when it will erupt. In such situations, we need cooperation, not hostility. Senior brother Ahmed desires passage through the heavenly Amiyuntan mystic realm spirit talisman. This time I came specifically to discuss this matter. My idea is to select a group of elite disciples to form a joint enforcement team for patrols and stability among all academies. To enhance these elite disciples' strength, I'm willing to provide the heavenly Amiyuntan Mystic Realms talisman so everyone can enter and train thoroughly. Hearing this, Ahmed and the other true disciples exchanged looks. After some thought, as the chief senior brother, Ahmed spoke up. Choosing elite disciples to form an enforcement team is significant, but since you're willing to provide the heavenly Amiyuntan Mystic Realm, I need to discuss this personally with the dean and elders. Great. I'll be staying here for a while. By the way, senior brother Ahmed, you've refined a Buddha sect treasure. I have one too, and I'm unsure how to use it. We should definitely discuss this sometime. Perhaps we could even go together to Hongdao Martial Academy to attend senior brother Trey's wedding. Zaire became interested in Ahmed's Golden Light Pagoda. If he could learn its refinement method, he might operate the 9 Treasures 9-story pagoda. Moreover, if he could learn the Buddhist conversion technique, capturing millions of celestial ghosts would significantly enhance the primordial world. Trey's wedding? There's more behind this than meets the eye, Ahmed commented, knowing something deeper but not revealing it. I've dealt with Trey several times. He's mature, steady, generous, and worthy of respect. Even if not for his character, attending is a duty as part of the 9 Academies Alliance. At this point, he added, Brother Wu may not know, but Hongdao Martial Academy was once a Buddhist base. Although Buddhism has vanished from the 9 provinces, remnants remain. Like the unique Azura fruit that can strengthen my Golden Light Pagoda. Hongdao Martial Academy was originally called Hongdao Law Temple, a place where the Buddhist sect cultivated spiritual plants and medicines, Zaire explained, showing his historical knowledge. This Zaire hasn't pushed things to the extreme. Deep within Pingchuan Martial Academy, a few elders observing Ahmed and Zaire nodded in approval. The Egan remarked, rumors suggest Zaire has an agreement with the heavenly Amiyuntan Mystic Realms Amber, giving him control. Without his permission, outsiders cannot enter. It seems those rumors hold true. It looks like this boy has backing from both Xavier Declan and the Mystic Realms Amber, said Lucas solemnly, regarding Zaire cautiously. Declan aside, the Amber's identity is shrouded in mystery, possibly tracing back to the time of the Tao Buddhism dispute. Having survived countless calamities, his strength is unfathomable. We must indeed be cautious with Zaire, agreed Egan. It appears the overall strength of Xavier Martial Academy at the Martial Gathering will rise again. They could rank second, maybe even first, another elder sighed. Speaking of which, will those people emerge at this gathering? Asked Egan. You mean, Jixia College? The name immediately silenced all the elders, as if invoking a taboo. Senior brother Ahmed, if you're free, let's discuss cultivation. I've just obtained a unique alchemy technique. If you don't mind, please share your insights. Zaire wasn't stingy, planning to offer some unique techniques from the True Dragon Golden Light Manual for exchange. In the cultivation world, alchemy, pill refinement, and array formation were rare treasures, passed down for millennia, treasured immensely. Surprised by Zaire's generosity in offering alchemy techniques, Ahmed nodded seriously. Alchemy methods are precious. Since Brother Wu is generous, I cannot be stingy. Let's proceed. Guided by Ahmed, they entered a secluded courtyard, Ahmed's residence. Surprisingly simple for the Bradley, reflecting Ahmed's philosophy. The path of cultivation is about inner purity. External embellishments are unnecessary. Respecting this mindset, Zaire felt admiration. This person's heart was worth learning from. Senior brother Ahmed, this is the accidental alchemy technique I obtained, a method unique to the true dragons of Dragon Realm, differing greatly from our 9 provinces. With these words, Zaire summoned a ball of light with inscriptions, the extracted alchemy knowledge. What do you seek, Brother Wu? Asked Ahmed. Smiling, Zaire replied, I'm very interested in Senior Brother's method of subduing celestial ghosts. Can you guide me? Relieved, Ahmed exhaled. If it were Pingchuan Martial Academy's methods, I couldn't reveal them without permission. But the technique you seek is recorded in the Golden Light Pagoda, an extremely difficult art I spent centuries mastering, barely achieving any progress using the pagoda's power. This technique is called Great Compassionate Fairy. If Brother Wu truly wishes to study it, consider it given. Ahmed handed over a jade slip. Accepting it, Zaire focused his mind, reading the inscriptions. The technique was truly profound, almost incomprehensible compared to martial, immortal, or divine arts. Amazed, Zaire pondered its implications on Buddhism's power. He now understood why Buddhism faded. It threatened the survival of various paths. However, mastering this technique was challenging, involving human hearts, a notoriously unpredictable realm. After centuries, Ahmed had only grasped the basics, relying on the Golden Light Pagoda. Immersed in alchemy, both continued their exchange until elders summoned Ahmed, ending their session. Returning to Chiue Pavilion alone, Zaire delved into recent insights, especially the Great Compassionate Fairy. Its complexity astounded him, reaffirming Buddhism's mastery over mind manipulation and influence. Such a situation naturally made him indifferent to this cultivation technique, no matter how miraculous it was. Zaire did not have the Buddha sect's Golden Light Pagoda. Even if he had this technique, it would be useless. At this moment, Zaire formed a palm with his right hand and placed it in front of his chest, instantly turning it into several seals. Simultaneously, he continuously urged the thought in his mind. Instantly, his entire expression changed. Even his aura shifted. A feeling of great fearlessness and great compassion surged forth. All evil thoughts were suppressed deep within his heart. Zaire's face was solemn, his hands as if plucking flowers, fingertips condensing a speck of golden light. This golden light was precisely the Great Compassionate Fairy technique. However, his golden light was extremely weak, probably unable to ferry even a chicken. The Great Compassionate Fairy is indeed profound and inscrutable, but it is also extremely difficult to cultivate. It might need, as in novels, trials through the mortal world and enough experience and understanding of human hearts. Zaire had a hint of enlightenment. But at this very moment, Something inside the Jingzhou Cauldron seemed to sense something and moved slightly, almost imperceptibly. Zair's senses were incredibly sharp. He immediately detected an abnormality in the Jingzhou Cauldron in his sea of consciousness. He probed with his mental detection and found that the object causing the movement inside the Jingzhou Cauldron was actually the 3 Pure One Spirit Charm from the heavenly Amiyuntan mystic realm. The Taoist 9-character true incantation, Lin Bing Do, Shijiezhen Lai Qianxing. Zair originally thought this charm was just a key to entering the heavenly Amiyuntan mystic realm. Now, being triggered by the great compassionate fairy technique, it was evident it was not as simple as he thought. The 3 Pure One Spirit Charm is a relic of the Taoist sect. With the ongoing disputes between Buddhism and Taoism, could this 3 Pure One's charm be a magical treasure? Zair immediately took out the 3 Pure One Spirit Charm. Meanwhile, outside the central world of the 9 provinces, deep within the small world star ring, in the heavenly Amiyuntan mystic realm, the amber sitting beneath the divine mountain suddenly opened its eyes. The 3 Pure One's charm has changed. Zair never expected that just trying out the great compassionate fairy technique would cause such a reaction from the 3 Pure One Spirit Charm. It seems this spirit charm holds a big secret. Realizing this, Zair decided to use the great compassionate fairy technique to refine the 3 Pure One's charm henceforth. With a flicker of intention, a mental avatar entered the Jingzhou Cauldron. Inside the vast space of the cauldron, the black abyss sword spirit was coiled atop the 100-jong dragon bone Amiyuntan, already deep in slumber. After some time of fusion and transformation, it was no longer merely a skeletal dragon but now had flesh and blood growing on it, even developing a scale. This was not an illusion. It was real flesh and blood. Seeing this, Zair understood that the black abyss sword spirit was at a critical juncture and just waiting for the right moment to awaken. I must hasten your development. Otherwise, without a sword spirit, the black abyss sword's power will be greatly diminished, making it difficult to confront enemies. Zair waved his hand, enveloping the 1,000-jong black abyss sword spirit in a force from the primordial world mixed with the 5-colored divine light. Boom! As if dry straw ignited, the black abyss sword spirit's body instantly burst into roaring flames. These were not ordinary flames but those created from Zair's primordial world force, integrating the 5 elements, refining impurities, eliminating waste, and enhancing vitality. Despite the intense flames, the black abyss sword spirit's consciousness remained submerged, seemingly oblivious to the fire engulfing its body. As the flames continued to burn, the 1,000-jong dragon body slowly contracted, the new flesh releasing dark gray smoke and extremely foul-smelling blood. Soon, the black abyss sword spirit's dragon body became incredibly majestic, scales fully grown. Glancing at it, it looked like a true dragon. Roar! With a dragon's roar, overwhelming pressure surged. The black abyss sword spirit abruptly opened its eyes, 2 beams of light scanning the universe. I didn't expect I would actually gain a physical body, and not just any body, but that of a true dragon. With this, I now have the opportunity to transcend the tribulation realm. Even immortals are within reach. Fusing with the true dragon bones, his strength multiplied more than tenfold. In a sense, he was now a true dragon. Zair, you broke through? I didn't expect you to really break through to the Emperor realm. Upon seeing Zair, the black abyss sword spirit was startled. In his estimation, Zair needed at least several decades, or even a century to break through, given the immense consumption of primordial energy required. And during the battle with Ahmed, he had fallen asleep, so he didn't know. Indeed, my current realm is the Emperor level, and my true essence alone amounts to the strength of 9,000 ancient war buffaloes, nearly reaching the 10,000 mark, nearing the Wuxia tribulation stage. Zair smiled lightly, his gaze falling on the 100-jong dragon bone Amiyuntan. Lift! With a loud shout, rumble, a series of explosions echoed within the Jingzhou Cauldron. Zair flew above the dragon bone Amiyuntan, using immense strength, akin to controlling the sun and moon, lifting the mountain. Now, he possessed the same formidable strength as Xavier, capable of lifting mountains. If it weren't for your help earlier, it might have taken several decades to fully integrate this true dragon skeleton. Now, we are completely prepared to challenge Xavier. The black abyss sword spirit was filled with fighting spirit. Not yet. Although combined, our forces can match Xavier. He possesses a powerful treasure called the martial deity Copper Furnace, a high-grade magical artifact with boundless power. Even Tribulation Realm experts find it hard to handle this treasure. Zair wasn't undermining their own morale. It was because Xavier was a super expert who outshone many geniuses. Without complete certainty, leaving room for future troubles would be disastrous. Hehe, did you forget something you have? Black Abyss Sword Spirit said, did you know that your Jingzhou Cauldron itself is a high-grade magical artifact? Translation ends here, maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and ensuring coherence with previous content while ensuring fluency and accuracy. Chapter 285, 7-Day Black Hole Formation. Oh! Zair exclaimed in surprise. Ever since obtaining the Jingzhou tripod, he hadn't dared to show it to anyone, as it involved many high stakes. If people knew about it, there could be endless trouble. In fact, as long as someone has achieved a higher level of enlightenment, they can sense that you possess the Chana tripod. Since it carries the fortune of the 9 provinces, having it is like walking at night with a bright lantern. Anyone who's not blind can see it. Hearing this, Zair laughed helplessly and said, so that's how it is. I thought I had hidden it well, but now it seems that many people already know I have the Jingzhou tripod. If including the Jingzhou tripod, Zair was indeed now almost on par with Becker in strength. In terms of cultivation level, although he still lagged behind Becker, his true essence and power were incredibly close. Regarding magical treasures, the martial god bronze furnace was counterbalanced by the Jingzhou tripod, and the martial god spear by the black abyss sword. But completely suppressing Becker would still be very hard, considering even upper-rank enlightened individuals couldn't kill him. Still, among those below the enlightened rank, Zair now possessed the qualifications to vie for first place. I wonder how powerful Vicky and Anita, ranked first and second on the Proud Dragon Scroll, really are. Even Becker doesn't match them. I can't imagine there being any experts more powerful than Becker below the Enlightened rank, Zaire pondered. He then remembered Anita was now Becker's fiancée. If he met her, he wasn't sure if he could withstand her. At this moment, seeing the hesitant expression on the Black Abyss Sword Spirit's face, he asked, what else? There's an important matter concerning the Sky Ghosts clan origin. Do you know about the origin of Sky Ghosts? The Black Abyss Sword Spirit spoke solemnly. Go on, Zaire responded curiously. Sky Ghosts originally stemmed from the collective thoughts of living beings, accumulating countless evil and negative thoughts. They weren't formidable at all, with the strongest ones merely large conglomerations of negative consciousness without self-awareness or intent to harm others. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit explained, then, after the emergence of the Buddhist and Taoist sects which came to dominate everything, conflicts arose between them over leadership. Eventually, they reached a deadlock and held a high-level meeting. The result of the negotiation was that whoever could purify all Sky Ghosts would remain in the 9 provinces, while the other would leave to spread their teachings elsewhere. Both sects sent their top cultivators to cleanse the scattered Sky Ghosts across the 9 provinces, a process lasting roughly 5,000 to 6,000 years. During this period, the 9 provinces enjoyed rare peace and stability, during which small factions began to form, leading to the initial structure of the current 9 nations and 9 academies. We thought this peace would last, but eventually something went wrong. Seeing this scene, Zaire felt astonished. This Black Abyss sword must have existed for a very long time, perhaps even witnessing that huge upheaval. Despite their efforts, neither side had complete dominance over the purification of Sky Ghosts. For those 5,000 to 6,000 years, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit continued. To break the stalemate and dominate the 9 provinces, a monk decided to risk purifying the strongest Sky Ghost, the largest concentration of evil thought. Predictably, it failed. Not only did the monk fail, but he was also consumed, transforming into the most powerful amber ever recorded. Amber? Zaire was greatly shocked. Is the amber you're talking about the one in the Tianshan secret realm? Yes, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit replied. The birth of the amber brought catastrophic disaster to Buddhism and significant losses to Taoism. Even previously purified Sky Ghosts turned traitors, gaining self-awareness. That's how the Sky Ghost clan originated. Listening to this, Zaire was lost in thought. He never imagined Sky Ghosts were born from the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, nor that the amber was once a saint monk. It seemed Taoism sealed and contained the amber, possibly leading to its decline and eventual disappearance. Thinking about this, Zaire suddenly asked, Buddhism retreated to the bliss world, but what about Taoism? It can't have truly vanished? Taoism suffered heavy losses, but surely left a lineage. The Taoists were strategic, not inferior to Buddhism. There must be various means of continuity, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit speculated uncertainly. Since the appearance of the amber, I've been unaware of external events. Well, whether Taoism still exists isn't our main concern. What matters is another thing. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit resumed. During the cleansing of Sky Ghosts, both sects employed them for menial tasks, involving a treasure trove, of which I am the key. You mean Black Abyss Sword is the key to a treasure trove? Zaire asked in disbelief. Yes, the Sword Spirit nodded. However, entering this trove requires immense strength. Otherwise, even with the key, one risks death. Why? Because, based on my knowledge, there are guardians of the trove, who, over time, developed malicious intentions. At this point, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit warned earnestly, Zaire, you must be cautious regarding this treasure trove and Becker. If he breaks through the enlightened rank, his true essence will transform, making him unfathomably powerful. With the 2-instrument soul pill, he could further advance, becoming a 2-instrument sage. Facing such a formidable enemy, you must train diligently and never slack off, or we will both turn to ashes. Zaire nodded, knowing well the criticality and never planning to slack off. For the visit to Hongdao Martial Academy, I have plans. But currently, I need to refine a new magic artifact, my future life-bound treasure. Saying so, he threw out the grain of sand in the sea scroll, floating above the long Amiuntan. Suspended by Zaire's true essence, the mountain emitted violent vibrations as it started spinning. After absorbing the true dragon blood, the 100 Zhonglong mountain was no ordinary object, weighing far beyond its peers. Yet upon unfurling the scroll, the entire mountain showed signs of shrinking, being gradually absorbed into the scroll. Dragon pattern flying sword, Chester, Amion, 10,000 stars robe, immortal settling pearl, lightning chaser. Zaire took out all his magic artifacts, giving them to the scroll's 7-day black hole to absorb. Despite containing supreme treasures like the Chester, Amion, 10,000 stars robe and immortal settling pearl, he still offered them up. In his heart, completing the 7-day black hole made everything worth it. After absorbing numerous artifacts, the scroll suddenly trembled, producing extraordinary changes. Intense dark light erupted, causing a significant reaction within the Jingzhou tripod, as items stored inside flew upwards, seemingly attracted by the black light. Recall. At the crucial moment, Zaire reined in the scroll to prevent damage to the pills and other treasures inside the tripod. Following the method described in the Golden Light Manual of True Dragons, he finally completed the 7-day black hole. This artifact's grade was Supreme Spiritual Weapon. Indeed, after absorbing several powerful magic artifacts, the 7-day black hole remained at the peak of the Supreme Spiritual Weapon grade, not advancing to the treasure artifact level. This was because Zaire had yet to reach the Raiden realm. Even if he refined a treasure artifact to empower the 7-day black hole, it wouldn't become a treasure artifact. To refine a treasure artifact, one needed to be at least at the Amanatic Cataclysm realm. For stronger treasure artifacts, the capability would lie with those who had comprehended the changes of the 5 elements and reached the Elemental Cataclysm realm. However, although it was merely a supreme spiritual weapon, this 7-day black hole's power was already extraordinary. After devouring so many magic artifacts, its strength far exceeded that of ordinary spiritual weapons. Now, the only problem was that deploying this treasure took too long. One had to first retrieve the grain of sand in the sea, scroll, and then unfold it to release the power of the 7-day black hole. By the time these actions were completed, the enemy might have already closed in, making it hard to defend against. This artifact still needs to grow. Its power is indeed remarkable, and I seem to sense the force of the black hole, but it has a significant flaw: it takes too long to deploy. The sharp gaze of the Black Abyss Sword Spirit immediately pinpointed the issue with the grain of sand in the sea scroll. Temporarily, there's no better solution. I can't think of a way to change the medium for the 7-day black hole now, Zaire said as he placed the grain of sand in the sea scroll before his eyes for careful inspection. Every time the 7-day black hole devours a magic artifact, its power increases. Initially, it was just the size of a sesame seed in the painting, but now it has grown to the size of an infant's fist. Zaire gazed at the blue sea and sky within the painting, where a vast black sun hovered over the sea. At first glance, they seemed seamlessly integrated, as if this was always meant to be. Suddenly, Zaire seemed to recall something and summoned the 3 Pure Ones talisman from within the Jingzhou tripod. This talisman appeared to also be a magic artifact, and he wondered what would happen if it were devoured by the 7-day black hole. But he only thought about it briefly. If he did this and lost access to the Tianshan secret realm, it would be a significant loss. Zaire chuckled and prepared to put the 3 Pure Ones talisman and the grain of sand in the sea scroll aside. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The two treasures Zaire intended to set aside suddenly reacted violently. They seemed to merge into one, and even the entire grain of sand in the sea scroll began to shrink. Zaire's heart skipped a beat. No one could have predicted that the 3 Pure Ones talisman, inscribed with the Taoist 9-character mantra, Lin Bing Doja Zhejian Lai Qianxing, would react with the grain of sand in the sea scroll that carried the 7-day black hole. This unexpected interaction between the talisman and the scroll hosting the 7-day black hole took both Zaire and the Black Abyss Sword Spirit by surprise. The scroll started to shrink, and it seemed as if the two items were merging into one. To their astonishment, the grain of sand in the sea scroll vanished entirely, and the 3 Pure Ones talisman began interacting directly with the 7-day black hole. The scroll itself was swallowed by the black hole. A spinning black sphere, resembling a vortex, now appeared naked in the air, while the 3 Pure Ones talisman enveloped the black sphere, seemingly suppressing its devouring power. This scene left Zaire and the Black Abyss Sword Spirit stunned. Without its carrier, the 7-day black hole was akin to a real black hole, an unnerving transformation. The mystical nature of the 3 Pure Ones talisman intrigued Zaire. The talisman bore the 9-character Taoist mantra, which seemed to point towards profound truths, yet he had never fully comprehended its secrets. He suspected that only after breaking through to the myriad ancient tribulation realm might he gain some insight into its mysteries. Given that this artifact likely played a significant role in suppressing demonic forces, its importance was evident. As the talisman enveloped the 7-day black hole, it began to rotate rapidly, concentrating immense power within. Suddenly, the talisman transformed into a vast river of light in the air before exploding into 9 characters: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhan, Lai, Qian, Xing. These 9 characters merged seamlessly into the 7-day black hole. The two have become one. Zaire exclaimed in shock. As the black hole continued to spin, faint beams of light radiated out, forming the 9-character Taoist mantra. The 7-day black hole, now infused with these characters, seemed to have gained sentience and attempted to fly away on its own. Does this mean the 7-day black hole has developed a spirit? If so, does that imply it has become a treasure artifact? Zaire tried to halt its flight. Stay. Even if you wish to escape, you are within the jiatsu space of the Jingzhou tripod. You cannot exceed the rank of a superior treasure artifact, so you can't break free from the tripod's constraints. Even outside the tripod, I could use my primordial grotto heaven to stop you. With a powerful motion, Zaire used his true essence to grab the 7-day black hole. It shook violently, the 9-character mantra glowing intermittently, trying to break free. A burst of dark light shot towards Zaire, exerting immense suction force. However, Zaire countered with a burst of true essence, instantly neutralizing the dark light. Then, the ethereal form of his primordial grotto heaven emerged, its overwhelming world power subduing the 7-day black hole. No, it wasn't the scroll reacting. It was the 7-day black hole responding to the 3 Pure Ones talisman. The scroll, serving as the medium, was being consumed by the 7-day black hole. A spinning black sphere, resembling a vortex, was now exposed in the air. Meanwhile, the 3 Pure Ones talisman enveloped the black sphere, which was the size of an infant's fist. It seemed a mysterious force had rendered the 7-day black hole powerless to consume anything else. This scene stunned both Zaire and the Black Abyss Sword Spirit. Without a medium, the 7-day black hole resembled a genuine black hole. Such an unexpected development sent chills down their spines. Zaire knew a bit about the mysteries of the 3 Pure Ones talisman. The 9-character Taoist incantation written on it seemed to point directly to the essence of the Tao, though he had never been able to comprehend its profound meanings. He suspected he would need to transcend the eternal cataclysm realm to unlock any understanding. Given that this item likely came from the Taoists, used to suppress the amber, it must be highly significant. Under the influence of the talisman, the infant-sized 7-day black hole began to rotate rapidly, its power intensifying. Whoosh! The enormous 3 Pure Ones talisman shook fiercely, like a gust of wind, transforming into a river-like streak in the air. Boom! The entire talisman exploded instantly, releasing 9 characters into the air. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhan, Lai, Qian, Xing. These 9 characters flew directly into the 7-day black hole, fusing seamlessly. They've merged into one. Zaire exclaimed in shock. As the 7-day black hole continuously spun, faint beams of light emerged. Upon closer inspection, These were the 9-character Taoist incantations. Just as Zaire marveled at this sudden change, the 7-day black hole seemed to develop its own consciousness, attempting to fly away. What, did the 7-day black hole gain a spirit? If so, does this mean it has ascended to the treasure artifact level? Don't leave. Come back. Even if you want to escape, this is inside the Jingzhou tripod's mustard seed space, and your rank can't exceed that of a superior treasure artifact. How could you break free from the Jingzhou tripod's constraint? Even outside the tripod, my primal sky domain can stop you from escaping. Zaire extended a massive hand, summoning incredibly powerful true essence, grasping the combined 7-day black hole tightly. He was unsure what had caused this transformation, granting it consciousness. However, since obtaining the Golden Light Manual of True Dragons, he understood that treasure artifacts could indeed possess spirits. Some powerful magic artifact spirits were as formidable as peerless experts. Zaire's true essence firmly seized the newly formed 7-day black hole. It immediately began to tremble violently, with the 9-character incantations glowing intermittently, trying to break free from the constraining hand of true essence. A burst of black light erupted towards Zaire, exerting a powerful suction force capable of devouring everything. Zaire released a wave of true essence, instantly annihilating this burst of black light. Then, a shadow of a world appeared, his primal sky domain. The overwhelming power of this domain immediately suppressed the 7-day black hole. Hashtag chapter 286, the anomaly of the black hole. The black sphere, no larger than a baby's fist, was the 7-day black hole. Even under the suppression of the primordial cavern heaven, it continued to emit the radiance of the Taoist 9 true words and struggled fiercely. The force it exerted caused even the Jingzhou tripod to tremble. The 3 purity talismans from the Tianshan's secret realm, upon merging with the 7-day black hole, have given birth to sentience, and its power is astonishingly strong. Yet it remains merely at the pinnacle of the spirit artifact level. Zaire sighed in amazement, then exhaled a breath of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy, absorbed by the primordial cavern heaven from the boundless high-quality energies across time and space, transformed into pure essence energy, which he channeled to suppress the 7-day black hole thoroughly, leaving it completely helpless. Zaire's current strength approached that of 10,000 ancient buffaloes, almost reaching the realm of tribulation. The power of the cavern world, shaking heaven and earth, combined with the absolute advantage within the Jingzhou tripod, rendered the 7-day black hole, infused with Taoist 9 true words, utterly immobile despite its formidable power. However, Zaire was also bewildered. How could the 7-day black hole, being just a peaked spirit artifact, possess such immense power? He immediately probed his consciousness into the 7-day black hole and soon saw within the swirling void the slow formation of a human figure. It seemed to be a Taoist. But this Taoist form was entirely black, with an eerily ethereal aura, like an evil demon or a celestial being from another world, giving an incredibly strange impression. Around the Taoist, scripture seemed to writhe, emitting streams of Taoist sounds that pointed to the supreme Tao, complex human hearts, and the endings of things. Fortunately, Zaire's formidable strength protected him from the influence of these sounds. It appears that the issue lies with the 3 purity talisman from the Tianshan secret realm. It has caused the 7-day black hole to undergo a mutation, forming this black-robed Taoist. Zaire observed quietly. At this moment, the black abyss sword spirit approached, its dragon-like gaze sweeping over the suppressed 7-day black hole. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the 7-day black hole had not ascended to the treasure artifact level but had given birth to this black-robed Taoist within, explaining its power and its attempt to escape. And this black-robed Taoist was formed due to the mischief of the 3 purity talisman. With my blood as witness, I command you, suppress. After observing for a while, Zaire forced out a drop of golden blood, which fell onto the black-robed Taoist within the 7-day black hole. Soon, he understood that this black-robed Taoist was the spirit of the 7-day black hole, akin to the black abyss sword spirit but still immature, consisting only of a consciousness. Inside the 7-day black hole, spaces seemed to collapse and form layers due to the influence of the Taoist 9 true words. There appeared to be a structure of 33 layers, though only a few had taken shape and were functional. Each layer spanned about 50 miles, with powerful treasures floating at their centers, including the immortal stabilizing pearl, dragon-patterned flying sword, Chester Amion star robe, and 100 dragon material Amiuntin, among others. These treasures seemed to anchor the entire space. At the highest layer of the 33, sat an indistinct black-robed Taoist chanting the 9 true words, Ling Bing Do Zhejian Lai Xianxia. With each chant, a vast and mysterious force from the infinite dimensions descended upon the 7-day black hole. This force was neither spiritual energy nor willpower. It was unlike any known force in the world. The 3 purity talisman had already disintegrated, becoming 9 small golden characters revolving around the surface of the 7-day black hole. Zaire probed his consciousness and found that these 9 true words could still be used to access the Tianshan's secret realm. He quickly realized that practicing the Great Compassion Fairy technique must have activated some latent properties of the 3 purity talisman, leading to its fusion with the 7-day black hole and the formation of the black-robed Taoist. Not bad. Zaire, the Taoist methods are indeed impressive. This 3 purity talisman seems more than just a pass to the Tianshan's secret realm. It has helped you condense the 7-day black hole and evolve a spirit, even creating a vast microcosmic space. The effect is significant. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit laughed after observing for a while. For the 7-day black hole to undergo such changes, you would need to break through to the tribulation realm and penetrate the mysteries of space. Zaire shook his head slightly, saying, this may not be a good thing. Although the 7-day black hole now has terrifying power, I sense something peculiar here. The 3 purity talisman acted on its own, beyond my control, possibly making us pawns for someone else. He originally planned to refine the 7-day black hole as his life-bound treasure, but now he hesitated. Despite having blood refined it, the changes caused by the 3 purity talisman were beyond his control, raising unsettling concerns. I think you shouldn't worry too much. We haven't lost anything, and we've gained a potent artifact with great potential. Perhaps the 3 purity talisman was stimulated by your practice of the great compassion fairy technique, causing this change. After all, the disputes between Buddhists and Taoists have been ongoing for nearly 10,000 years, deeply rooted and irreversible, said the Black Abyss Sword Spirit, maintaining a positive attitude. I hope so, Zaire nodded, then added worriedly. I've exhausted most of my resources. All my treasures like the flying sky python, dragon transformation pill, immortal stabilizing pearl, and more have been consumed. Trey's wedding is approaching. I'll leave Phoenix Amiyuntin in 7 days for Hongdao Academy. By then, I can't just gift 2 artifacts. To establish the Wuan Guild, forge relationships, and recruit disciples, I need to prepare more. This is indeed a problem, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit agreed, feeling deflated. Now, Zaire possessed only Ally Song and Jeremy's lifebound treasures, the Trigram Devil Suppressing Banner, and the Void Swordbone. His remaining potent elixirs and treasures were practically non-existent. The primordial world's accumulated spiritual energy was depleted during his breakthrough to the Sovereign Realm, leaving none to refine additional divine blood pills. Even with his breakthrough to the Sovereign Realm, his cultivation didn't meet the standard, resulting in immense expenditure when using the primordial cavern heaven. Now, the spiritual energy generated by the primordial world barely sufficed for his personal use, unable to produce more divine blood pills. In essence, Zaire could be described as impoverished. The 7-day black hole, fused with the 3 purity talisman, couldn't be gifted away. Previous treasures and elixirs were exhausted due to breaking through realms and refining the 7-day black hole. The daily absorption of spiritual energy by the primordial world barely met his personal needs. If he were to gift his origin cavern heaven to someone like Mickey, it might exhaust all his demonic energy, rendering it useless against enemies. The transformation of the primordial world into the primordial cavern heaven now equated to a true realm, requiring enormous energy to activate. Without the primordial world's continuous absorption of high-quality spiritual energy, Zaire, even if he broke through to the Emperor realm, would struggle to utilize the primordial cavern heaven. Using the primordial world as his origin cavern heaven was an unprecedented and extraordinary feat, unheard of before. Currently, Zaire faced true poverty. Perhaps this was the price of growing stronger. Beyond the Jingzhou tripod, Zaire now only had the Black Abyss Sword and the 7-day black hole fused with the 3 purity talisman. Although he still possessed the vast origin alchemy furnace and a great array on Tianya Amiyuntin, they were limited. Please ensure the continuation of this story maintains consistency with previous content and tone. But these had to remain on establishment peak, guarding and suppressing the geomantic veins. They couldn't be easily moved. Given this situation, it was no wonder Zaire wore a worried expression. Never thought that after breaking through to the sovereign realm, I would become poorer. If only I could find another world foundation stone, allowing the primordial world to draw more power, then I could refine more divine blood pills. Then, I could buy a large number of magical treasures and elixirs, avoiding this troubling state. Zaire sighed deeply. The best solution now was to enhance the absorption ability of the chicken that laid golden eggs, the primordial world. With a large quantity of world foundation stones, he would not only operate true essence more freely, but also have surplus high-quality spiritual energy for refining divine blood pills. Or, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit suddenly suggested, we could visit the Tian Shan's secret realm, catch a few powerful elemental beasts, and then use them as gifts to establish relations with Hongdao Academy? Forget it. Zaire shook his head repeatedly at this idea. Tian Shan's secret realm isn't a place one should go to casually. The Demon Buddha resides there, and Songyang Martial Institute has been eyeing it for capture. During Finley's last operation, he nearly died there. Even if I'm now in the Sovereign Realm, facing an elder in the Tribulation Realm, it's best to run as far away as possible. Most importantly, he did not want to get involved in disputes between elders in the Tribulation Realm. What else can you do? The Black Abyss Sword Spirit asked. After some thought, Zaire replied, go to Diyuan, find Marvin. As a prince of Diyuan, naturally, seeking help from him is the best option. With that, he exited the Jingzhou tripod and walked out. Opening the door, he encountered an inner sect female disciple. Wu Senior brother, Sister Anthea has a message for you. Please speak. Since meeting Anthea once before, Zaire had been curious about her whereabouts. Sister Anthea received orders from the dean and left for the Eastern Sea while you were in seclusion, explained the female disciple. She continued, regarding the wedding of elder brother Barak from Hongdao Martial Institute, Sister Anthea fears she won't make it in time. Therefore, she instructed me to ask Senior brother Wu to deliver this gift on her behalf. As she spoke, she took out something wrapped in a brocade box. The contents were hidden inside the sealed box, impossible to see without opening it. What is this? Zaire asked curiously. I don't know. Sister Anthea didn't mention what it is, the female disciple replied honestly. Zaire nodded and stored the brocade box in the Jingzhou tripod. Just as he was about to activate his true essence to leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, by the way, where's brother Sanji Thorn? Note, the term, Sanji Thorn, seems to be a mistranslation or typo. It should likely be Ahmed, or another proper name. For accurate translation, please provide the correct name. For a more natural and fluent translation with assumed correction, Zaire nodded and stored the brocade box in the Jingzhou tripod. Just as he was about to activate his true essence to leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, by the way, where is Senior Brother Ahmed? The female disciple replied, Senior Brother Ahmed has already headed to Hongdao Academy. Upon hearing this, the high-end sword spirit, who was consolidating strength inside the Jingzhou tripod, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zaire, it looks like he got wind that you're going to give Jeremy their life-bound magical treasures. That kind of trouble, he certainly doesn't want to get involved in. I'll take my leave then. Zaire ignored the high-end sword spirit's laughter and said to the inner sect female disciple. With that, he activated his true essence and instantly flew out of Shenhuang Amiyuntin, diving into the endless storm layer. This visit to Pingchuan Academy had been highly rewarding. Not only did he break through to the Sovereign Realm, but he also learned an unparalleled Buddhist technique and successfully refined the 7-day black hole. The only downside was that his resources were almost depleted, leaving him quite destitute. As soon as he entered the storm layer, Zaire didn't immediately descend. Instead, he continued flying along the storm layer. These storms now felt like mere tickles to him, posing no threat whatsoever. His main reason for flying here was to seek out storm spirits. If he could obtain 1 or 2 ancient cultivator relics, it would make his gift-giving mission much easier. I never thought I'd have to catch spirit beasts myself now. In the past, I could just go to any guild and buy what I needed, Zaire mused. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. After being unable to refine the divine blood pills, Zaire indeed found it somewhat difficult to adjust. Almost all treasures in the storm layer around Pingchuan Academy had been scavenged by others. Despite his prolonged flight, Zaire encountered nothing. Hongdao Academy, according to legend, was built on an island in boundless weak water. This water was unlike ordinary water. A goose feather won't float, and a reed flower will sink to the bottom, perfectly described its properties. Ordinary cultivators who came into contact with it would experience a significant drop in strength, and in severe cases, their cultivation might regress. Thanks to this natural barrier, Hongdao Academy became world-renowned. Moreover, due to frequent battles with the Beatty barbarians, the disciples of Hongdao Academy were exceptionally powerful. Indeed, they could rival the esteemed Songyang Academy. And Trey, though not the top disciple at Hongdao, enjoyed immense support within the academy, both for his cultivation and character. At times, his fame even eclipsed that of the top disciple. Many believed he would most likely become the next chancellor of Hongdao Academy. Speaking of Trey, one must mention the current chancellor of Hongdao. He was Trey's master, whose strength was unfathomable, rumored to surpass even Declan and the chancellor of Pingchuan Academy. The chancellor of Hongdao created a divine martial art called I See All Beings, which was renowned far and wide and contained the essence to counteract all other martial arts. Zaire had heard of this martial art before. It was practically invincible, akin to the descent of gods and ghosts. Senior brother Ahmed already left for Hongdao Martial Institute. Hearing this, the Black Abyss sword spirit inside the Jingzhou tripod laughed aloud. Looks like he got wind that you are giving Jeremy's life-bound treasures as gifts. He definitely doesn't want to get entangled in such troublesome matters. I'll take my leave then. Ignoring the Black Abyss sword spirit's laughter, Zaire said to the female disciple. He activated his true essence and flew out of Divine Phoenix Amiyuntin, plunging into the endless storm layer. His trip to Pingchuan Martial Institute was highly fruitful. Not only did he break through to the sovereign realm and learn an unparalleled Buddhist technique, but he also successfully refined the 7-day black hole. The downside was that he now possessed almost nothing, having exhausted all his resources, leaving him quite poor. Upon entering the storm layer, Zaire didn't directly descend. Instead, he traveled along it, searching for storm spirits. Finding an ancient cultivator's leftover treasure would be even better and solve his gifting dilemma. Who would have thought I'd need to catch spirit beasts myself? Previously, I could just buy them from any guild. As the saying goes, it's easy to live luxuriously after frugality, but hard to live frugally after luxury. Not being able to refine divine blood pills made Zaire feel somewhat unaccustomed. The storm layer around Pingchuan Martial Institute had already been thoroughly searched by others, leaving nothing for Zaire during his flight. Hongdao Martial Institute, legend had it, was built on an island surrounded by boundless weak water. This water was unusual, described by a goose feather floats not, and reed down sinks deep. It could drastically reduce a practitioner's strength upon contact, and in severe cases, cause regression in cultivation. Hongdao Martial Institute became famous because of this natural barrier. Due to its ongoing battles with Beatty, the disciples here were exceptionally powerful. After all, rivaling Songyang Martial Institute wasn't achievable without formidable strength. Though Trey wasn't the chief disciple, his cultivation and character garnered significant support within the institute, sometimes even overshadowing the chief. Many believe that the next dean of Hongdao Martial Institute would most likely be him. Mentioning Trey, one must also mention the current dean of Hongdao. He was Trey's master, whose strength was unfathomable and reportedly surpassed both Declan and the Pingchuan dean. The dean had self-created a divine art called I See All Sentient Beings, renowned for its unparalleled might, embodying the essence that could contend with any martial art. Zaire had heard of this skill, describing it as akin to a deity descending, unmatched and invincible. Chapter 287. Second on the Proud Dragon Register, Anita, a storm 10,000 feet high, capable of tearing apart steel, was no more than a gentle breeze to Zaire, leaving the waters undisturbed. His eyes pierced through the layers of storms, judging directions by looking at the ground below, heading straight for the Great Yuan. Zaire soared through the storm layer at an incredible speed. Suddenly, a vast expanse of storm ahead, including 2 massive tornadoes, vanished abruptly, as if scooped away by a spoon, leaving behind a huge area of calm vacuum. Soon, this region was filled with thick fog. Amidst the mist, a faint, ethereal image of Anita slowly rose. Despite Zaire's current strength, he couldn't detect any fluctuations in true essence or demonic energy. The sound of the wind ceased instantly, bringing about an eerie silence. Within the dense fog, the scene resembled a moonlit lotus pond. The shimmering water rippled gently, with one blooming lotus after another, dripping with dew under the moonlight. It seemed as if Anita herself had appeared in the water. Who could possess such power to create such a tranquil, otherworldly scene amid a storm layer 10,000 feet high? The entire area was permeated with the fragrance of lotuses. Who are you? Zaire felt as if he were trapped in an illusory world. Below his feet was a vast ocean, and all around was endless white fog. He could neither see the storm layer nor the ground. It felt like entering a labyrinth of illusions. Clearly, this person was coming for him, and they were no friend. Kenya Zaire. In the full moon, a hazy silhouette slowly formed, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Anita, First among the disciples of Songyang Martial Academy, and Becker's fiancé. Zair's pupils constricted. I didn't expect you to have such powerful true essence. No wonder even those in the Calamity Realm can't suppress you. You actually recognize me? Truly deserving of being Becker's greatest threat. Your true essence is incredibly robust. How many stars have you gathered? 80? Or 90? The woman stepping out of the moon became more solid, her gaze fixed on Zaire. The one intercepting him was indeed the first among the disciples of Songyang Martial Academy. Anita, ranked second on the Proud Dragon register. She was undoubtedly a super genius below the Calamity Realm. Legend has it that she had been at the Emperor Realm for years, with her true essence deep as the sea, possessing countless treasures, even some divine artifacts. Her strength had long surpassed that of Becker. Zaire could never imagine anyone stronger than Becker. Meeting Anita now, he finally understood. Constructing a fantastical world within the 10,000-foot-high storm layer alone was already indicative of the power held by those in the Calamity Realm. A mirror over, Zaire sensed an immense force from this woman, like a towering divine phoenix Amiyuntan, or a transcendent moon. Even with his strong perception and formidable abilities, he still couldn't clearly see Anita's face. Do you find this strange? This realm is named Lotus Pond Mayan Light, created by my avatar. My avatar, initially a treasure pearl called Amion in water, left by the divine realm's Yao deity, has been refined into my avatar. You are now trapped within it, unable to escape. I am a rebirth of Yao deity's lingering soul, just like Jonathan of your Tianyang Martial Academy. But while he is a reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, I am from the divine realm's Yao deity. Anita's figure appeared before him, draped in a robe embroidered with moon motifs, her appearance transcendent, like a divine maiden. There was a faint crescent mark between her eyebrows, adding to her mysterious aura. Just a glance revealed that this woman was not ordinary, unlike typical cultivators, radiating an ethereal grandeur devoid of earthly concerns. Zaire even had the illusion that Anita wasn't human but an unknown entity. Clan Uncle Jonathan, rumored to be the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, did not carry this eerie aura. This woman gave off an extremely frightening feeling, devoid of any human qualities. Divine realm? Yao deity. This showed that her origins were indeed divine. No wonder her power was incomprehensibly great, allowing her to surpass Becker and rank second on the Proud Dragon register. Clan Uncle Jonathan couldn't match her in strength. I didn't expect you to be a rebirth of the Yao deity, using secret treasures to cultivate an external avatar. No wonder you're so formidable. Are you trying to kill me by stopping me here? Finley of your Songyang Martial Academy couldn't do anything to me. Do you think you can? Zaire narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Finley was stopped by the amber. I know more about what happened in the Tianshan secret realm. Zaire, because of the existence of the 108,000 temples of Buddhism and Taoism, the amber cannot transmit its power into the 9 provinces. So don't overthink it. I didn't come here to kill you. Also, there is no personal feud between us. The matter's between Becker, and you have nothing to do with me. But if you give Hongdao Academy the life-bound treasures of Nile and Jeremy, that absolutely can't happen. I came here to propose a trade to you. Give me the 3 talents devil-suppressing banner and the void sword bone, and I will give you a magical treasure in return. What do you think? We have no personal grievances, and my relationship with Becker doesn't involve you. But if you give the primordial life treasures of Caitlin and Jeremy to Hongdao Martial Academy, it is absolutely unacceptable. I came here to propose a trade. Give me the trigram exorcism banner and the void sword bone, and I will give you a divine artifact. What do you say? Anita's voice descended like a drop from the 9th heaven, her expressionless face unreadable. 1 divine artifact for both the trigram exorcism banner and the void sword bone. A very fair deal. But I suspect you're trying to rob me and changed your mind when you saw me break through the sovereign realm, Zaire chuckled. You may not know, but my true essence is now invincible below the Calamity Realm. Without breaking through, you won't be my match. Engaging in combat was about strategy. He would not be arrogant or underestimate experts. Everything was aimed at building momentum, making the opponent hesitant to act recklessly. As he spoke, Zaire took a step forward, causing the void to tremble violently, instilling fear. You want to be the first below the Calamity Realm? You still fall short. Anita remained unperturbed, her tone as calm as water. I have the origin cave heaven, the Amion Palace, and an external avatar, the Amion in water. In terms of strength, my true essence rivals yours. Although Mickey is skilled, it would only take my avatar to defeat him. My only concern regarding you is your inborn elemental indestructible body. Even though you're only at the sovereign realm, it's not easily destroyed. Against me, I have an 80% chance of victory. I might even lose an avatar in killing you. I'm at a crucial moment for breaking through to the Calamity Realm. I don't want to risk weakening myself, so I offer you a deal. With these words, a red light appeared in Anita's hand, eventually forming a thin, fiery red needle. This needle transformed into a graceful red-clothed maiden, the spirit of the treasure. This red needle was a lower-grade divine artifact, with the power of the red-clothed woman rivaling the black abyss sword spirit. Zaire was surprised. This is called the law-breaking divine needle, extremely in nature yet immensely strong. Once invoked, it's hard to detect and can destroy all laws, resisting true essence, demonic energy, divine essence, and magical power. With clever use, even a person in the Calamity Realm could be injured by this treasure. It's far more valuable than the trigram exorcism banner and the void sword bone. With this item, you wouldn't lose. And if you agree, I can assure that your past dealings with Songyang Martial Academy will be erased. No elder or disciple will ever seek revenge against you again. What do you think? Anita calmly gazed at the red needle in her hand. At that moment, Zaire sensed unusual movements from the black abyss sword spirit inside the Jingzhou Cauldron. Do you recognize this treasure? Zaire sent a telepathic inquiry. Unfamiliar, but if I can devour the spirit of this law-breaking divine needle, achieving a balance of yin and yang, it would definitely elevate my Black Abyss sword to a mid-grade divine artifact. Coupled with my true dragon body, it would surely overpower Becker's war god spear, the Black Abyss sword spirit solemnly stated. Zaire nodded slightly, then looked up at Anita and said, your law-breaking divine needle indeed has its own merits, worth more than a city. However, Anita did not show any impatience. She calmly waited for Zaire to continue. However, if I give these 3 talents devil-suppressing banner and void swordbone to Hongdao Martial Academy, their elders and deans will surely treat me generously. Zaire continued, everyone in the 9 provinces knows how generous Hongdao Martial Academy is to friends. I don't lack anything right now. All I want is to enhance my cultivation and strive to break through to the Calamity Realm as soon as possible. Having guidance from Hongdao's deans in my practice isn't too difficult. In this aspect, you can't match Hongdao Martial Academy. Do you mean you don't intend to give me the 3 talents devil-suppressing banner and void swordbone? Anita sighed suddenly. Why must you do this? We have come so far on our path of cultivation, having gone through countless hardships. You came from humble beginnings and started late. You should understand the importance of leaving a line open better than anyone. If you persist in this, your road won't be long. I already have many enemies. I don't care about adding you to the list. Since you've come personally, I should give you some face. How about this? Zaire said, I don't need your divine artifact. Just agree to a few conditions of mine. Oh, let's hear them. First, my conflict with Becker is inevitable. Given your engagement to him, we are naturally adversaries. I can't help but worry that you might betray me in this deal. Unless, you call off the engagement. Zaire said casually. Call off the engagement? That's not a big issue. Anita seemed to regard her marriage to Becker as nothing more than a business transaction. My marriage to Becker was also part of a deal. Even if we were to marry, I would never stay with him or become his partner. In a way, your condition actually gives me an excuse. What's your second condition? Second. Zaire smiled brilliantly. How about marrying me? This statement left even Anita momentarily stunned. What? Anita seemed unsure if she had heard correctly. Earlier, you mentioned that once I returned Caitlin and Jeremy's lifebound treasures, all matters between me and Songyang Martial Academy would be resolved, and no one from Songyang would seek trouble with me. But even though it was said by you, I'm still not convinced. After all, I killed 2 of your great talents. Would anyone believe it could be settled so easily? Zaire explained. I understand your doubt. I admit that even I cannot prevent all the elders from seeking revenge against you, Anita nodded. But since you say so, you must have a solution. Could you share your thoughts? Solving this issue can be complicated or simple, depending entirely on your word. Zaire laughed again. If you publicly announce the end of your engagement to Becker and declare that you and I are partners, everyone will know it's just for show. We wouldn't truly get married or live together. Once these 2 things are done, the enmity between me and Songyang Martial Academy would be truly resolved. Moreover, as cultivators, unlike ordinary people, women do not place so much importance on chastity. Cultivation is what we pursue. As long as we can break through the Calamity Realm and comprehend the Tao, everything else is secondary. What do you think? If you agree, not only will I give you the 3 talents devil-suppressing banner and void swordbone, I won't even need your law-breaking divine needle. Furthermore, I can take you to the Tianshan secret realm to cultivate. Capturing a few elemental beasts and comprehending the 5 elements will definitely help you quickly break through the Calamity Realm. Zaire's words carried endless allure. His proposal certainly had ulterior motives. However, he didn't genuinely plan to have anything with Anita. She was a divine being reincarnated, a deity, far beyond the reach of an ordinary cultivator from the lower realms. This was all to strike back at Becker. Zaire kept his eyes firmly on Anita, not missing any subtle change in her expression. Yet, from her initial surprise to now, Anita merely smiled faintly before saying, I didn't expect you to try luring me into the Tianshan secret realm after I tempted you with the law-breaking divine needle. To be honest, going to the Tianshan secret realm does have some appeal to me. So, Miss Hellion, do you agree to my terms? Zaire smiled. Ha. Anita shook her head. No. Why? Zaire's expression darkened momentarily before he took a deep breath to calm down. If Anita agreed to his terms, it would be a significant blow to Becker, planting a seed of anger that could cloud his judgment. People say you, Zaire, are cunning like a fox, coming up with countless schemes with just a twinkle in your eye. Now I see the rumors aren't exaggerated. Anita laughed, continuing, but you can't shake my resolve. As cultivators, we must have our principles and carve our own paths. Otherwise, we'll never reach the peak. Zaire's throat moved slightly. He couldn't help but admire Anita's mental strength, truly worthy of being a deity reincarnated. It seemed today would have to end with a fight. Chapter 288, Frenzied Clash. Since we can't reach a deal, I have no choice but to present Hanley and Jeremy's 2 lifebound treasures as gifts, Zaire sighed lightly. So you're trying to force my hand now? Kira sighed as well. I really don't wish to fight with you. Someone like you is incredibly strong, and if I fail to kill you, there will be endless troubles afterward. Enough chatter. I want to see just how strong your aquatic reflection avatar is. Primal Cavern Heaven. With no other way to resolve this, it all came down to displaying their strength. In the world of the strong devouring the weak, power ruled supreme. Within this Lotus Pond Moonlight illusion was an upper-tier treasure, the aquatic reflection, which rivaled the martial god Copper Furnace in quality. Moreover, this treasured artifact spirit had fused with Kira, becoming her avatar, making her extraordinarily powerful. As soon as Zaire's words faded, he suddenly channeled his true essence. Instantly, an image of a world materialized behind him. The might of the world surged out like the sea and mountains. In one fell swoop, he shattered the Lotus Pond Moonlight illusion. At this moment, immense power enveloped Zaire's body. With a single sweep of his hand, he could block out the sky and hide the sun, utterly terrifying. A strong wind whipped his clothes, causing them to flutter loudly. He stood in midair as if a deity or devil descended into the world. Extending his fingers, a mass of true essence gathered at the center of his palm. swirling into a vortex following the dragon-devouring technique's pattern, swallowing everything around it. Instantly, all the storms within 30 miles collapsed and shrank. Even the Lotus Pond moonlight illusion began to condense, entering his palm. Zaire directly activated the bloodline technique of the true dragon clan, intending to suppress Kira all at once. Even if he couldn't kill her, he aimed to inflict significant losses and delay her ascension to the tribulation realm. The dragon-devouring technique was the most proficient and potent offensive skill Zaire had mastered so far. This method stemmed from the awakening of the true dragon bloodline, similar to a high-level practitioner receiving enlightenment instantly, impossible to forget. Kira was undoubtedly the strongest opponent Zaire faced after breaking through to the Emperor realm. Thus, his attack was all out, leaving nothing to chance. Once the powerful dragon-devouring technique was unleashed, it immediately engulfed everything within 30 miles, including the very source of the Lotus Pond moonlight illusion, the aquatic reflection itself. Zaire's target was precisely this item. Capturing it would equate to reducing Kira's power by 30%. However, the aquatic reflection was a top-tier artifact, a treasure of the Yaoshan. Sensing the imminent danger, it transformed into a transparent orb the size of a human head, hanging high in the sky like a bright full moon. After revealing its true form, the aquatic reflection suppressed all the suction forces. Beneath it, the silhouette of a slender figure appeared. It was Kira. I entered the Emperor realm through supreme cultivation methods, and my primal cavern heaven is unparalleled throughout history. Kira, you are not my match. Zaire held up the true essence vortex in his right hand, walking towards Kira, treading on air. Each step felt like a deity descending upon the world, disregarding spatial constraints as he swiftly approached Kira. Punch delivered. It shook heaven and earth. No one could describe the power of this punch, nor could anyone withstand it. It possessed the might of nearly 10,000 ancient beasts. Violent chi blood surged from Zaire's body, emitting divine lightning that repelled all evil. Inside his body, the innate five-element saint body continuously generated power, organs resonating like morning and evening drums, intimidating heaven and earth. His physical strength had already reached an extreme, further enhanced by the rules absorbed during his breakthrough to the Emperor realm. This resulted in a qualitative transformation, breaking through the limits of heaven and earth. All his powers, hybrid consuming treasure, 5 elements body, 4 realms of flesh, true dragon power, merged into one seamless force. Though he hadn't achieved the incomprehensible feat of regenerating from a drop of blood, he still commanded power enough to be proud over all 9 provinces. The number of artifacts capable of killing his body could be counted on one hand. Boom. A punch that seemed like fiery meteors in the dead of night or deities bringing destruction was actually stopped. Kira merely extended her delicate hand, delivering a gentle palm strike to intercept Zaire's fearsome punch. Zaire felt as if all his power struck against an intangible void. No matter how much strength he exerted, it dissipated before it could make contact. Even though she stood close, her hand collided with his fist. It felt like she was infinitely distant, somewhere beyond the starry expanse. This move is called Vast Immolate Instant. Let's see if it catches your attention, Zaire. Kira remained calm even after intercepting the punch. Her voice trailed off as another palm emerged. Instantaneously, it felt like the heavens inverted, and a massive force from the void struck violently. This force was like moonlight, illuminating everything, leaving nowhere to hide. With Kira's move, 2 extraordinary geniuses, supreme experts below the eternal tribulation realm, finally engaged in combat. High above in the storm layer tens of thousands of feet up, they fought fiercely. The powerful aftershocks dispersed and shattered all surrounding storms. At such heights, the storm's power could destroy steel and tear apart any artifact. But before these two, it was like a gentle breeze on flat land, with no effect whatsoever. When Zaire saw Kira unleash Vast Immolate Instant, he realized how formidable this woman was. Surrounding him were boundless palm winds, not slower than his own. As palm shadows overlapped, it felt as if the entire universe was drawn toward her, condensing the strength and matching his own. How can she also cultivate 2 supreme principles like Anthea? And her speed is completely on par with mine. Why is she so strong? But it makes sense, considering she is a reincarnation of Yaoshan, ranked higher than Miguel in the Proud Dragon's list. Daring not to relax, Zaire summoned his 5 elements Tao diagram to float above him, protecting him with its 5-colored light. Meanwhile, the primal cavern heaven's phantom appeared behind him, enhancing his power. He clashed directly with the countless palm strikes. 1 time, 10 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Zaire's true essence ran wild, circulating frenetically. They exchanged blows tens of thousands of times. Uninterrupted explosions sounded as if tearing apart the storm layer entirely. If someone were beneath the storm layer, they'd assume it was celestial punishment striking down. The terrifying aura would scare off any cultivator below the tribulation realm. Hundreds of miles of storms evaporated, forming a vacuum-like zone. 14 finger snaps. In just 14 finger snaps, Zaire and Kira clashed over 70,000 times. That means for each finger snap, they exchanged over 5,000 blows. Each clash was enough to split mountains and cut rivers. An unfortunate Emperor Realm expert intruding here would instantly be torn apart by their combined force, unable to defend or resist. Such intense clashes would have left Zaire exhausted long ago, without the primal world continuously replenishing his consumption. Surprisingly, Kira, without a primal world, maintained such sustained combat prowess. Zaire noticed something about the aquatic reflection hovering above her head. Kira's ability to sustain prolonged combat was due to this artifact. Being a top-tier treasure, and having been refined into an avatar, it possessed endless uses, one of which was likely replenishing true essence consumption. Miguel was renowned for his vast true essence reserves. Surpassing him made Kira even more formidable. Earlier battling Ahmed, and now facing Kira, Zaire truly experienced the strength of the top 10 experts on the Proud Dragon's list. Each one was almost a demon among demons. Anita is the reincarnation of Yaoshan. Emperor Long, regardless of identity or status, is not inferior to Yaoshan. Anita's attack is already so shocking. I wonder how powerful Uncle Jonathan would be. Additionally, there's Anthea. From the start, Anthea gave Zaire the impression of being someone who would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Zaire compared the three people in his mind. Although Anita's strength was formidable, he was not afraid. Even if it was hard to defeat her, he could always retreat at any time. However, since she had directly come to intercept and attack him, retreating now would likely damage the prestige he had carefully built up. Therefore, Zaire decided to engage in an all-out battle. With the support of the primordial world, even if it came down to a war of attrition, he would exhaust Anita. If he managed to kill this top genius of Becker, the #1 disciple of Songyang School, and second on the Proud Dragon chart, nearly at the Calamity Realm, it would undoubtedly be a major event that would shake the 9 states and elevate his prestige at Tianyang Martial Academy to its peak. As for offending Songyang Martial Academy, even if Anita didn't die, would Songyang Martial Academy let him go after killing 2 of their top geniuses? Boom. Palm and fist collided once more. Their figures clashed repeatedly as Zaire and Anita continuously exchanged blows, testing whose power was greater and whose true essence lasted longer. This woman lives up to being the reincarnation of Yaoshan. In such intense combat, my physical body is almost breaking through the limits of the rules, reaching the level of the Calamity Realm, yet her physical body can still withstand it without collapsing or disintegrating. Zaire flashed aside, standing aloft in midair, using the 5-colored divine light to continuously repair damaged flesh and meridians. He had virtually opened all his acupoints, releasing the true essence stored within with the force of a bursting dam. Using the primordial cavern heaven consumed too much true essence. He had now opened 7 acupoints, each equivalent to the previous Dantian storage capacity. With such a vast amount of true essence, even now, the 7 acupoints were nearly depleted. The consumption of true essence was too great. But just as the true essence in his 7 acupoints was about to run out, powerful high-quality spiritual energy poured into the primordial cavern heaven. Instantly, Zaire's 7 acupoints were replenished, with plenty left over, which surged wildly through his body according to the method of circulation described in the Boundless Heaven-Earth Sutra. Each surge absorbed enormous amounts of external heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, converting it back into true essence to strengthen himself. In an instant, Zaire recovered to his peak state, his strength not only undiminished but subtly enhanced. He now stored all the high-quality spiritual energy collected daily by the primordial world, forgoing the refining of divine blood pills, using it instead to replenish during battles. In an instant, you've fully recovered. It seems you possess an extremely powerful secret treasure. Anita stepped back, showing a trace of surprise upon seeing Zaire immediately recover his true essence. I don't even want benefits anymore, nor do I care about the 3 talents demon subduing banner or the void sword bone. If you give me this secret treasure, I will agree to any conditions you propose. What do you say? Anita stared intently at Zaire, seemingly trying to see through his secrets. But even as the reincarnation of Yaoshan, how could she guess that the secret treasure was the primordial world? Even Elder Tangfeng of the 2 instruments Calamity Realm couldn't fathom it. You want my primordial world? Zaire inwardly laughed. Then he burst into laughter and said, Anita, one shouldn't be too greedy. But, if you marry me, enter the bridal chamber, fulfill our marital duties, and allow me to obtain a thread of Yaoshan's true spirit to enhance my foundational strength, then sharing this secret treasure wouldn't be a problem. The primordial world was the very essence of his existence. Even without the Jingzhou Cauldron, he wouldn't give this away. Moreover, the primordial world had long become his origin cavern heaven. Even if he wanted to give it, he couldn't unless he died. Since you don't want it, then I'll have to take it myself. Anita suddenly unleashed a palm strike. Instantly, the heavens and earth were bathed in moonlight. The gentle moon glow evoked endless reverie and immersion in beauty. Anita, under one palm strike, the moonlight spread everywhere, and she disappeared into the silver glow. Despite opening all his senses, Zaire couldn't detect the moonlight or find her, greatly surprising him. 5 elements Dao map, cover everything. In an instant, he condensed the power of the 5 elements Dao map within himself. Just as the 5-colored divine light provided defense, an incredibly terrifying force struck his back without warning. Clang! This force shook the 5 elements Dao map fiercely, twisting the 5-colored divine light to its limit. Fortunately, it did not shatter. Zaire's innate 5 elements body was formed from the 5 elements essence of the Tianshan's secret realm, inherently stronger than ordinary 5 elements bodies. Breaking through to the sovereign realm had infused it with rule aura, making it even more powerful. If he could break through to the imperial realm, his innate 5 elements body would undergo a heavenly baptism, achieving true divine might. Probably at that point, even the world serpent would find it difficult to kill him. Earlier, the world serpent could reduce Zaire to ashes in 3 moves. Innate 5 elements indestructible body, indeed formidable. Even my Amion reflected in water couldn't break it. It looks like I need to use my origin cavern heaven. Anita emerged slowly from the moonlight, walking gracefully through the air, with moonlight converging beneath her feet as if she were a celestial maiden or deity from the palace of the Amion. Atop her head, the Amion reflected in water had vanished. It was unclear whether it had been retracted or hidden, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Just as her words fell, a seemingly real yet illusory world appeared behind her. This world resembled a giant star. On this star, countless miles of palaces stretched. Within these structures, numerous Amion rabbits were seen hopping and cheering, each bowing to the sky with every leap. Amion Palace. Zaire was shocked. Then there was Anthea. Anthea gave Zaire the feeling from the start that she would certainly be an extraordinary existence in the future. Zaire compared the 3 people in his heart. Although Anita's strength was formidable, he wasn't afraid of her. Even if it was hard to defeat this person, he could still withdraw at any time. However, now that she had directly blocked his path to fight, Retreating like this would greatly undermine the prestige he had carefully cultivated over time. Therefore, Zaire decided to have a straightforward showdown with her. With the support of the primal cavern heaven, even if it came down to a war of attrition, he would exhaust Anita to death. If he managed to kill Becker's fiancée, the top student of Songyang Academy, and the second-ranked super genius on the Proud Dragons list who is infinitely close to the Tribulation Realm, it would undoubtedly be a major event that shook the 9 provinces. It would also elevate his prestige in Tianyang Martial Academy to the highest level. As for offending Songyang Academy, would they let him go just because Anita didn't die? Would they spare him after he killed their 2 leading geniuses? Boom. Fist and palm collided once again. Their figures were layered as Zaire and Anita continuously exchanged blows, comparing whose strength was greater and whose true essence lasted longer. This woman truly deserves to be the reincarnation of Yaoshan. Such a fierce confrontation has almost pushed my body to the rule limit of the Tribulation Realm, but her body can withstand it without breaking down. Zaire flashed away, standing in midair, using the 5-colored divine light to constantly repair his damaged flesh and meridians. He nearly opened all acupoints, releasing the true essence stored inside like a breached dam. Using the primal cavern heaven consumed a huge amount of true essence. He now had 7 acupoints open, each equivalent to his previous Dantian storage capacity. Despite such vast reserves, the true essence in his 7 acupoints was almost depleted. The consumption was immense. But when his true essence was nearly exhausted, the primal cavern heaven instantly infused high-quality spirit chi. In one instant, it refilled Zaire's 7 acupoints and had plenty left over, which surged through his body following the unphased earthly heaven sutras method. Each surge absorbed massive amounts of heavenly spirit chi from the outside, refining it into true essence and strengthening himself. In a fleeting moment, Zaire was restored to peak condition, his strength not diminishing but subtly enhanced. He now stored the high-quality spirit chi collected by the primal world daily, not for making divine blood pills, but for replenishment during battles. You've recovered so quickly to full strength. It seems you possess an extremely powerful secret treasure. Anita stepped back, seeing Zaire's immediate recovery. A hint of surprise flickered across her calm face. I don't need any benefits, nor do I want the 3 talismans evil suppressing banner or the void swordbone. If you give me this secret treasure, I'll agree to any conditions you propose. How about it? Anita's gaze intensely locked onto Zaire, trying to see through his secrets. Even as the reincarnation of Yaoshan, how could she guess the secret treasure was the primal cavern heaven? Even Elder Tungfeng, a 2-instrument realm elder, couldn't see through it. Want my primal cavern heaven? Zaire inwardly laughed. He then burst out laughing and said, Anita, one shouldn't be too greedy. But, if you marry me, consummate our marriage, and let me obtain a trace of Yaoshan's true spirit to strengthen my base, I wouldn't mind sharing this secret treasure with you. The primal cavern heaven was his core of cores, and even the Jingzhou Cauldron couldn't compare to it. Over, the primal cavern heaven had long become his origin cave heaven. Even if he wanted to give it away, he couldn't unless he died. If you won't give it up, then I'll take it myself. Anita suddenly slapped out a palm. Instantly, the world was enveloped in moonlight. The silvery glow looked infinitely dreamlike and beautiful. Anita, with one palm, the moonlight spread everywhere. She vanished within the silver glow. Despite Zaire fully opening his perception, he couldn't find her, greatly alarming him. 5 elements Tao diagram, protect everything. In an instant, he gathered the 5 elements Tao diagram's power around himself. Just as the 5-colored divine light formed a defensive shield, an incredibly powerful force, completely devoid of any aura, struck his back. Clang. This force made the 5 elements Tao diagram tremble violently, the 5-colored divine light twisting to its limit. Fortunately, it didn't shatter. Zaire's innate 5 elements body, refined from the 5 elements origin of the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm, was inherently stronger than ordinary ones. Upon breaking through to the Emperor realm, it imbued with the aura of rules, enhancing its might even more. If he broke through to the Tribulation realm, the innate 5 elements body would undergo heavenly baptism, achieving true godlike power. At that point, even the world serpent would find it difficult to kill him. Before, the world serpent could turn Zaire to ashes in 3 moves. The innate 5 elements immortal body is indeed formidable. Even my aquatic reflection can't break it. It seems I have to use my origin cave heaven. Anita emerged slowly from the moonlight, stepping on mid-air. Each step left specks of moonlight beneath her feet, resembling a celestial maiden or deity from the Amion Palace. At this moment, the aquatic reflection above her head had disappeared. It either retracted or hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Immediately after she spoke, a seemingly real yet illusory world appeared behind her. This world resembled a massive star. On the star, numerous palaces extended for miles. Inside these palaces, many moon rabbits could be seen hopping and celebrating, bowing repeatedly to the sky with each hop. Amion Palace. Zaire's face showed shock. Chapter 289. A hidden expert in the void. Without a doubt, this was Anita's origin cave heaven, the Amion Palace. Unlike the ordinary cultivator's cave heaven, her origin cave heaven was an enormous moon-like celestial body. The massive world power didn't need to take any form but enveloped Zaire completely with its sheer expanse. In an instant, the sound of heaven and earth collapsing filled the air. Before Zaire could react, he was caught within this overwhelming force. Waves of devastating impact surged over him like tsunamis, making it impossible to escape from the intense pressure. This woman's power has reached such a terrifying level. The Amion Palace cave heaven is indeed formidable. But if she thinks I can be slain by this move alone, she's dreaming. Break. Bound by this force, Zaire couldn't break free no matter how he tried. He instantly condensed all his energy into a single point. His body shrank down to the size of a 3-foot-tall child, compressing his strength to the extreme, impervious to external forces. The Amion Palace cave heaven can't even kill him. This man is truly terrifying. Zaire was astonished at Anita's power, while Anita marveled at Zaire's defensive capabilities. Since refining the Amiens Palace Cave Heaven, she could crush any ordinary Empyrean realm expert with her overwhelming force. Even their own origin cave heavens would be heavily damaged. Yet now, despite trapping Zaire, nothing beyond preventing his escape had worked. 9/10 of the world power struck against Zaire was absorbed by his own origin cave heaven, and the remaining 10th was blocked by the 5-colored divine light. His physical body remained unharmed. How can I not even injure him? What exactly is this origin cave heaven of his? Xianxia realized something was wrong with Zaire's origin cave heaven. As she prepared to muster more true essence for another attack, Zaire suddenly shrank again. Recognizing the situation, Xianxia immediately pulled back the Amiens Palace's power. Boom! Zaire's condensed power exploded outwards, akin to a star collapsing or the sun and moon plummeting. Countless violent explosions tore through everything around. The storm layer spreading over 1,000 miles paused suddenly. In the void, a vast illusory world appeared behind Zaire, with streams of primordial world power lashing out like divine tentacles. Xiao's Amiens Palace was sent flying hundreds of miles away before reforming. Whatever you throw at me, I will break it with sheer force. Freed from all bindings, Zaire floated in the void. With a step forward, the dragon swallowing technique consumed all the air between him and Xiao. Then he unleashed a powerful punch. All the surrounding chi and storms were drawn into his punch, turning his fist into a giant vortex absorbing all powers, which bolstered his strike. Xiao darted several dozen miles away, only to find Zaire's power relentlessly chasing after her. What kind of technique is this that creates a vacuum for quick power transfer and locks onto my position so precisely? Realizing the futility of dodging, Xiao summoned Watermayon directly above her head, transforming it into a delicate hand in an instant. Turning her palm into a fist, it radiated a powerful aura. This move mimicked the fist Lorelei used in the fight against the Amber in the Tianshan's secret realm, filled with profound secrets and enough power to obliterate thousands of stars. As Zaire's fist fell like a crashing celestial body, Xiao's fist pointed directly towards some profound truth, destroying all. Both punches collided without hesitation. Zaire felt as if countless heavy hammers struck him. His true essence went haywire, his flesh trembled apart, and even his primal origin cave heaven wavered and dimmed. Watermayon was forcibly pushed back into Xiao's body. She too was hit by an unprecedented force, unable to stop herself as she flew backward, her face deathly pale. Neither gained the upper hand. Just as Zaire's muscles and true essence faltered, a lethal sword intent surged from a higher void, aimed right at him. Its power rivaled Wu Shan's heaven-cleaving spear. He hadn't expected another hidden expert ready to strike. Behind the lethal sword intent, Zaire glimpsed a shadow in black attire, an unpredictable figure, top of the proud dragon rankings. Kaylee, also ranked first among the wandering experts of the Eastern Sea. The 4 Seas held the wandering experts of the Eastern Sea in high regard. Within these ranks existed a list known as the Wandering Experts List, comprising 72 acknowledged powerful practitioners. Earlier, Zaire met Lyle, a notable figure on this list but ranked 69th. Despite his low rank, Lyle was formidable, even possessing an extraordinary treasure like the primordial cauldron. Ranking far higher than Lyle, Kaylee was immensely powerful. Rumors had it she was extremely mysterious, with some claiming that once she transcended the Tribulation Realm, she would unify all chaotic forces in the Eastern Sea, forming a super-powerful sect to rival the 9 countries and 9 academies. Moreover, Zaire had heard she was likely supported by abyssal demonic clans. Although he hadn't seen her, Zaire instinctively knew this black shadow must be Kaylee, the only one capable of hiding from his perception and launching such a potent attack. Flash! The sword intent cut through the air, striking at him while his true essence was disordered and his physical body weakened. A spiritual lock fixed on him. The void brimmed with relentless killing intent, and the sword light aimed to destroy all. Zaire had no time to react. Suddenly, a gateway of primal energy opened between his brows, and a claw emerged. It was a massive dragon claw, swelling to 10 zhong, emitting fierce dragon chi. Its scales gleamed coldly, and its hooked fingers intercepted the rainbow-like sword intent. This move came from the spirit within Jingzhou Tripod, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit. After merging with a true dragon corpse and refining his body, he had stayed inside the tripod promoting spirit-flesh integration. Now incomparably strong with a true dragon's body, even his original Black Abyss sword couldn't scratch him. Seeing Zaire in peril, he left his secluded space and attacked with a Kira clan claw technique called Ghost Claw Hand, perfectly matching his true dragon body. Instantly, ghostly cries echoed, and dragons roared. All air currents were torn apart by this claw. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit, though not yet powerful enough to contend with the Tribulation Realm experts, could now surpass the majority of Empyrean Realm cultivators. If he achieved full spirit-flesh integration and became a true dragon, he would surely be able to suppress Tribulation Realm experts, and even have a chance against beings like the World Serpent. The rainbow-like sword intent clashed head-on with the concealing dragon claw. Instantly, air currents exploded chaotically, and sword chi flew everywhere. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit's true dragon claw shot out sharp, razor-like nails that sliced through the air currents, forming an air claw. Meanwhile, the rainbow-like sword intent swung relentlessly, emitting boundless and massive sword chi, slicing continuously onto the dragon claw. With a swoosh, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit directly emerged from the Jingzhou Tripod, his dragon eyes wide with fury. His right claw's scales were entirely torn apart by the sword chi, flaking off to reveal blood and white bones beneath. True martial demon-slaying sword technique. The Black Abyss Sword Spirit seemed to recognize this sword technique. His body shuddered, and the Black Abyss Sword appeared in his hand, transforming into a massive form dozens of zhong long. As he wielded it, the sword light shimmered like clear autumn water, unleashed in an impervious torrent. In his hands, the Black Abyss Sword exhibited power far beyond what Zaire could muster. After all, he was the weapon spirit of the Black Abyss Sword, sharing one heart and mind with it. In an instant, the Black Abyss Sword spirit unleashed the full might of the Black Abyss Sword, engaging in intense combat with Kaylee, who had suddenly attacked. Kaylee, aiming to secretly slay Calibi, remained silent throughout, only retracting her sword light and unleashing immense pressure that almost shattered the void. Her magical sword quivered. Whoosh! The sky split open like a river, and a churning rift of primordial energy appeared, raining down countless fist-sized thunder spheres. These thunder spheres were no ordinary objects. They emitted terrifying auras, ranging from white to purple, 9 colors in total. Heavenly trigram, 9-colored thunder. The Black Abyss Sword spirit was utterly startled. Seeing the dense array of 9-colored thunder spheres descending, he immediately thought of fleeing. But it was too late. Countless thunder spheres exploded, engulfing the entire heavens and earth in endless 9-colored lightning. The Black Abyss Sword was shattered, and the Black Abyss Sword spirit's true dragon body rained scales like a storm, revealing mangled flesh and exposed bones. Had the Black Abyss Sword spirit not been a true dragon, there likely wouldn't be any bones left. Swoosh! Understanding that he couldn't match this woman, the Black Abyss Sword spirit shrank his body and strength. The legendary Heavenly Trigram 9-colored thunder was one of the supreme Taoist thunder techniques, capable of destroying the world. The Black Abyss Sword spirit, not having transcended the two-instrument tribulation or comprehending the changes between yin and yang, could not survive this attack unscathed. Continued resistance would likely result in irreversible damage to his dragon body. As he shrunk, his true dragon form vanished into the void, replaced by the Black Abyss Sword rotating rapidly, its entire body pitch black. The rotation generated a subtle force enveloping the entire sword, protecting it such that even when struck by thunder spheres, it only suffered minimal impact. However, this action clearly resembled hiding under a turtle shell, highlighting the Black Abyss Sword spirit's inability to withstand Kaylee, resorting to defensive measures for survival. Fortunately, this bought Zaire some time. This day, it seems either they die or I live. One Anita is hard enough to defeat, let alone adding Kaylee. If both attack me simultaneously, despite my numerous skills, I cannot escape being suppressed. My only option is to flee. After adjusting his injuries and restoring his true essence, Zaire decisively acted. He summoned the Black Abyss Sword with a gesture, using the 5-color Dao map and carrying the primal origin cave heaven, instantly dismantling Kaylee's Heavenly Trigram 9-colored thunder. Never thought that the first and second on the Proud Dragon rankings, 2 prodigious geniuses, would come to surround and kill me, a mere Empyrean realm practitioner. You're treating me like a Tribulation realm expert. Zaire's tone was filled with sarcasm. He continued, bullying me outnumbered. You've lost all face. I won't keep you company anymore. I need to attend the Hongdao Martial Academy wedding. Farewell? With a wave of his hand, Zaire shot into the sky, breaking through the encirclement in an instant. He knew well that while he could compete for the title of top expert below the Tribulation realm, he couldn't handle the combined assault of Kaylee and Anita. Do you think you can run? Anita had prepared. While the Black Abyss Sword spirit and Kaylee were engaged, she adjusted her injuries and launched a purple cloth. The strange cloth expanded into a vast purple cloud covering the sky, known as the Purple Cloud. Just as Zaire was about to leave, the Purple Cloud treasure rushed toward him, forming a towering wall of cloud blocking his path. Want to stop me? Amava sighed. Without hesitation, Zaire's hands transformed into claws, tearing the massive cloud apart. Faced with such power, the Purple Cloud revealed its original form, but damaged. In one move, Zaire crippled this ultimate spiritual tool. His current strength could even damage lower-grade treasures, and if without defensive functions, any ordinary treasure would be shattered by a single blow. Note: adjustments in narrative flow and punctuation for enhanced readability. Chapter 290. Hard to resist. The destruction of Purple Cloud was of no concern to Anita. It seemed that supreme spirit artifacts were but trifles to her. With a swoosh, as Zaire destroyed the Purple Cloud, he couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Anita needed only this split-second pause and seized the opportunity. Water Amion spun rapidly, releasing millions of sharp moon beams. These moon beams were like sword auras, each carrying an immensely powerful will of destruction. Zaire knew at once that each one was a treasure of moonlight, numbering in the tens of thousands, collected over countless years and condensed into sword auras with immense effort. At the moment the moon beams shot out, successive ripples emerged from within Water Amion, as if waves stirred on water surface. Following these ripples were countless divine maidens holding gem beads, each distinct and akin to celestial maidens from the Amion Palace. 10,000 beams of moonlight instantly surged into the maidens' gem beads, activating a formation. These divine maidens, incredibly agile, immediately surrounded Zaire. It was actually a grand formation, the 10,000 sword formation of divine maidens and Amion light, formed by tens of thousands of beams of moonlight turned into sword auras, plus the foundation of 10,000 divine maidens. Anita could not have possibly cultivated such a thing at her young age. Even a transcendent realm expert would need a millennium to cultivate this. It could only be a relic left by the Yao deity. Humming, Zaire was instantly surrounded by 10,000 divine maidens, with nothing but intersecting moonlight sword auras before his eyes, which under the maiden's command attacked him head-on. In the distance, Anita flashed over and also entered the 10,000 sword formation of divine maidens and Amion light. Vicky, without a word, transformed into a spiritual light and flew into the great array, intending to combine its power with Anita's to utterly slay Zaire. Within the formation, a divine maiden manipulated her gem bead, shooting dozens of sword auras towards Zaire. This force could match true realm experts. Zaire flicked his finger, and this divine maiden was instantly shattered by a burst of true essence. To extinguish a true realm expert with a finger snap had become no difficult feat for him. But, after the maiden broke, her gem bead vibrated fiercely, causing all the maiden's beads to shake in response. Immediately, Zaire sensed his power being evenly distributed among 10,000 divine maidens. Then, those gem beads swooshed back. Divine Maiden's sword. Suddenly, amidst endless sword auras, 10,000 divine maidens rushed forward together. Each held a gem bead, emitting moonlight sword auras that struck towards Zaire. In an instant, sword auras surged like a flood, tens of thousands of swords composing a surging river, directly rushing towards him. Such a river of sword auras was much more formidable than anyone he had faced, including Darren and the third prince of Great Yuan. Anita was indeed formidable. Even Darren and the third prince would not last a single move against her. With such strength, once she breaks through to the transcendent realm, her power would be absolutely terrifying. Few besides some ancient monsters could stand against her. Sharp sword chi filled the air, the intent deep and vast. Words could barely describe the horror of Zaire's current situation. In an instant, it felt like the divine phoenix Amiyuntan collapsed, crashing down upon him. Without hesitation, Zaire quickly positioned the 5 elements Dao map above his head, then continuously waved his right hand, forming vortexes of true essence around himself, one zhang away in all directions, the dragon swallowing technique. He intended to swallow all the moonlight sword auras and gradually refine them. Anita's sword auras were condensed from moonlight treasures. Swallowing and refining them would certainly bring enormous fortune. Best of all, would be to swallow water Amion itself, an extraordinary treasure created by the Yao deity. Obtaining it would greatly increase his power. The might of the sword auras, comparable to the pressure of the divine phoenix Amiyuntan, met with the vortexes formed by the dragon swallowing technique and was absorbed. Seeing his plan succeed, Zaire smiled in satisfaction, preparing to refine the sword auras. However, the 10,000 sword formation of divine maidens and Amion light suddenly shook, and water Amion sent out a force to strengthen the moonlight sword auras. Immediately, the moonlight sword auras that were about to be swallowed escaped from the dragon swallowing technique's absorption, regrouping into a massive formation and attacking Zaire again. Under the control of the divine maidens, the original 10,000 moonlight sword auras multiplied into hundreds of thousands or even a million. A portion struck the 5 elements Dao map directly, making it resonate violently with 5-colored divine light scattering. This formation has water Amion as its eye. No wonder I can't absorb the moonlight sword auras. Zaire, versed in formations, soon perceived this peculiarity. Through endless sword auras, he could see Anita's figure constantly flashing in the center, various powers striking water Amion and then transmitted to the divine maidens and moonlight sword auras. Inside the formation, an extremely hidden force was moving continuously. When the moonlight sword auras shook the 5 elements Dao map, this force erupted into a black figure holding a sword, rushing towards the Dao map. This suddenly appearing black figure was Vicky. Boom. This sword contained heavenly polar 9-color divine thunder. Striking the 5 elements Dao map, it caused it to stall, even developing cracks. What? Zaire was startled. The 5 elements Dao map was cracked. Since he had perfected the innate 5 elements body and condensed the Dao map, only the world serpent had managed to damage it. Otherwise, no one else could crack it. Now, a single strike had produced cracks. 7-day black hole. In this critical moment, Zaire finally deployed this treasure. A pitch-black sphere exploded upwards, instantly appearing above Vicky, ruthlessly pressing down. Boom. Though the 7-day black hole hadn't reached the artifact grade, its power was extremely potent. It instantly restrained Vicky's strength. The 9-character true mantra kept emitting golden light. Suddenly, Zaire sensed that the 7-day black hole connected to the Heaven Amiyuntan secret realm. In his perception, the world of the Heaven Amiyuntan secret realm was revolving powerfully, transmitting immense elemental forces that restored the 5 elements Dao map. The Lingbao talisman of the 3 pure ones has such an effect. It seems I should diligently practice the compassionate passage of great redemption, stimulating it daily, perhaps unlocking hidden functionalities. Zaire was elated. Though he knew the talisman was extraordinary, he hadn't expected such an effect. Unfortunately, lacking Daoist spells, he could only use the Buddhist compassionate passage of great redemption to indirectly stimulate the hidden functions. Vicky, once restrained by the black hole, could no longer move, revealing her true form. She wore a black robe, her face exposed, with a faint mark between her brows just like Anita. Unlike Hulian's sacred mark, hers depicted interlocking yin-yang fish. Her aura wasn't divine but ethereal, like a transcendent being ready to ride the wind back to immortality. Upon seeing Vicky's true face, Zaire knew that even in a duel, he might not defeat her. A person like this, unless she met an early demise, would at least achieve immortal status. It was a gut feeling telling him this woman was extraordinary, a feeling he had only experienced with Anthea. Being restrained by the 7-day black hole, Vicky showed no surprise, as if nothing in the world could stir her emotions. Her sword rose upward slightly. Instantly, an infinite number of heavenly polar 9-color thunder spheres erupted from the tip, shaking the 7-day black hole fiercely. With one move, she nullified its power and flashed forward, attacking Zaire again. Facing Vicky's sword, Zaire knew that if he were struck, even his near-raid level physique would be pierced with a gaping hole. This woman's dermic sword was no less impressive than Becker's war god spear. It was forged from some unknown material that could trigger the heavenly polar 9-color divine thunder and even crack the 5 elements Dao map. These 2 women are dead set on killing me. If I want to escape now, do I really need to rely on the power of the 9-character true mantra to flee into the Heaven Amiyuntan secret realm? Zaire thought as he continuously dodged, unleashing true essence to unleash tens of thousands of force attacks to battle against Vicky's dermic sword. It took tens of thousands of attacks just to hold back her offensive. Meanwhile, Anita sensed Zaire's intention to escape from afar. She immediately cast a talisman that burned upon meeting the wind. Instantly, powerful locking forces permeated the divine maidens and a mind light sword formation. Zaire realized that all surrounding space had been locked, cutting off his connection to the Heaven Amiyuntan secret realm. This talisman is called Bundling Void, personally refined by Finley of Songyang Martial Academy. It can sever your connection to the outside world for a short time, preventing your escape. Anita's voice echoed within the formation. Don't rely on the protection of the Amber to act as you please. You're just a pawn in the Amber's game. Soon, our Songyang Martial Academy will seize the Heaven Amiyuntan secret realm and slay the Amber. Now, I repeat, hand over the 3 talismans suppressing demons and the Void Sword Bone, and I'll spare your life. Her words seemed to offer him a way out, but her strikes became even faster and more lethal. After the Bundling Void talisman expired, she flicked her finger, sending an almost imperceptible blood shadow into the Moonlight Sword aura. It was the inferior treasure, law-breaking divine needle. As this item entered the formation, all the sword auras instantly turned bloody red, their power increasing exponentially. Now, Zaire couldn't escape. Even the Heaven Amiyuntan secret realm's 3 pure ones Lingbao talisman was blocked. Clearly prepared, they intended to corner him. How could he possibly resist someone like Finley? He never expected such an existence to plot against him. Typically, only figures like the head of Hongdao Academy or the Amber of Tianshan could attract Finley's attention. Even Declan or Brit, head of Pingchuan Academy, wouldn't necessarily be on his radar. Vicky strummed her dermic sword, launching a joint attack with Anita. Thousands of heavenly polar 9-color divine thunder spheres suddenly exploded, hitting Zaire's 5 elements Dao map, dimming its divine light. Facing the combined attack of the top 2 super geniuses ranked on the Imperial Dragon spectrum, even if Zaire had reached the Sovereign Realm, he could not have resisted. He retracted his strength, enhancing his defense while summoning the Black Abyss Sword, 7-day Black Hole, and even secretly activating the Jingzhou tripod for support. At this point, Zaire felt that surviving under the assault of these 2 formidable experts was already challenging. He needed to buy time, hoping for a new opportunity. Given the situation, there was no other option but this ineffective solution. Vicky and Anita, leveraging their treasures and prowess, were almost capable of slaying an upper first calamity expert. If the Nicolette of Tiayu Martial Academy faced their combined attacks, even if he didn't die, he would suffer severe injuries. Zaire could maintain his defenses without being overwhelmed, which testified to his considerable strength. However, as time passed, their assaults grew stronger while his defenses weakened. At this point, I have no choice but to fight back. Otherwise, I'll truly die at the hands of these 2 women today. If I survive this, I'll suppress you all one day. Struggling to defend, Zaire experienced several instances where his true essence dissipated. Without the continuous supply of spiritual energy from the primordial world, he would have long been defeated and obliterated. Although his strength approached 10,000, even he found it hard to match 4 hands, and either opponent posed a mortal threat. Especially Vicky, her power exceeded his. Her unnamed dermic sword could release boundless heavenly polar 9-color divine thunder with every strike, an ability that was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Anita used the divine maidens and a Mindlight sword formation to trap him, with the water Amion as the core, making escape impossible. The power of the Bundling Void talisman, imbued with Finley's intent, severed his connection to the Heaven Amiyuntan secret realm, blocking his last means of escape. To make matters worse, Anita often summoned the Amion Palace Cave Heaven, whose immense force weakened his defenses each time. The seamless cooperation between the Amion Palace Cave Heaven and Water Amion, with their intertwined powers and infinite layers of force, made it inevitable that even the strongest defense would eventually break under constant bombardment. Boom. Another series of 9-color thunder spheres hit Zaire's 5 elements Dao map. Vicky's dermic sword transformed into thousands of sword lights, piercing through the 7-day black hole, aiming to destroy its inner 33 layers of space and reclaim this remarkable artifact. This woman had already seen through the 7-day black hole's mystery. Though not yet a treasure-grade artifact, it held immense potential. Obtaining it would be a significant boon. Seeing this, Zaire was inwardly shocked. Ignoring the ongoing attacks on the 5 elements Dao map, he manipulated the Black Abyss Sword, emitting countless black sword auras to intercept Vicky's strikes. Upon collision, Vicky easily destroyed the black sword auras. The hidden Black Abyss Sword spirit, who was healing, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. Such a strong sword intent. You are merely an inferior treasure, not fully integrated with the true dragon's corpse, unable to counter her. I don't know what kind of dermic sword Vicky wields, but it can trigger heavenly polar 9-color lightning. Let's try merging you with the 7-day black hole, using your true dragon power to help it evolve. With Vicky's sword breaking through his black sword auras, Zaire was left powerless. But then, he directly touched the Black Abyss Sword, causing it to shoot out countless black auras that flowed into the 7-day black hole's internal space, surging towards the black Taoist figure within. Without hesitation, Zaire said, Black Abyss Sword Spirit. Today, I shall send you on the path to becoming Black Sky Dao Venerable. Chapter 291. The petite and elegant head of Hongdao Academy. All the power of the Black Abyss Sword surged into the body of the black-robed figure within the 7-day black hole. With a muffled thunderclap, the black-robed figure instantly coalesced, its form rapidly swelling as thick black mist surged around it, exuding an eerie atmosphere. The face of the black-robed figure changed into Zaire's. This transformation was due to Zaire using the power of the Black Abyss Sword Spirit to directly usurp the black-robed figure born from the 7-day black hole, merging its power with that of the Black Abyss Sword Spirit, thereby greatly increasing its potency. The creation of the 7-day black hole had been disrupted by the 3 Pure Ones talisman, leading to its unpredictable nature. Even as the creator, Zaire was unsure if he could fully control this artifact. Initially, he had no intention of making it a life-bound treasure or enhancing its power further. But now, in order to escape from Anita and Kaylee, Zaire had no choice but to merge the Black Abyss Sword Spirit with the black-robed figure within the 7-day black hole. But, as soon as the black-robed figure merged with the Black Abyss Sword Spirit, it erupted with immense energy, causing the Nine Truths mantra symbols to start revolving, their light flickering like fireflies. Suddenly, the figure of a Taoist appeared on the seven-day black hole. The Taoist wore a pitch-black robe that seemed to absorb all matter, even light, and was emblazoned with 9 glowing runes, Lin Bing Do Zhejian Lai Xianxia. The translation has been edited to ensure it reads more naturally in English while maintaining the meaning and style of the original text. The term silhouette has been changed to figure for a more fitting description, and inscribed with has been altered to emblazoned with to better convey the imagery. The black-robed figure emerged sitting atop the seven-day black hole, raising a hand and emitting eerie black mist that swiftly seized Kaylee. Perfect! Seeing this, Zaire took the opportunity, spitting out a mouthful of refined blood mixed with true essence, which struck the illusion of the primal origin realm. The primal origin realm shrunk instantly under the influence of the blood, condensing world force and emitting intense light. It then abruptly expanded, dispelling the forces attacking from Anita and devoured surrounding energies, almost reaching the edge of the array for his escape. However, when he approached the boundary of the array, he saw countless giant bamboo stalks outside, forming an impenetrable forest that blocked all space. Escaping or forcefully breaking through would be impossible due to Finley's void-binding talisman. Now I am truly doomed. Zaire felt a chill run down his spine, realizing this was his greatest life-and-death trial. Zaire, you cannot escape. Unless you can withstand our attacks for an hour, the power of the void-binding talisman will keep you here forever. You possess what seems to be the seven-day black hole from the Dragon World's true dragon clan. Who knew you could create it and integrate the talismans of the heavenly Amyuntan secret realm, opening up a prototype of the 33 heavens, even merging it with the Black Abyss sword spirit. Although it is powerful, it remains neither a spirit weapon nor a treasure weapon. You must transcend the tribulation boundary to fully integrate their powers. Anita gathered her strength once more, the array's power converging, thousands of divine maidens flashing towards Zaire. Kaylee remained silent, but her Thanchen Xing Thu, 3,000 strands of black hair, suddenly burst forth, forming small lightning figures that seemed to possess their own intelligence, cheering as they appeared. Edits. Kaylee remained silent. Suddenly, her long black tresses burst forth, forming tiny lightning figures that seemed to possess their own intelligence and cheered as they appeared. These are... Zaire was astonished. Forming thunder into humanoid shapes with innate intelligence was unheard of. What kind of technique or method was this? Each tiny lightning figure emitted extreme destructive energy. Even a common king boundary expert would be reduced to nothingness if hit by one. Rumble. Dense swarms of these little thunder figures surrounded Zaire, assaulting him en masse. Powerful thunder blasts tore apart his protective true essence. The 5 elements Tao map fragmented first, followed by the dimming light of the primal origin realm. Zaire spat out a mouthful of golden blood, clearly suffering significant injury. To survive now, I must detonate the trigram demon suppressing banner and spatial bone sword. These treasures contain vast power, and once exploded, they might break through their forces, giving me a chance. However, the void-binding talisman's effect won't dissipate for an hour. Only then can I detonate them. Zaire swallowed his own blood, his internal organs releasing elemental forces to begin healing. To buy time, he shouted, "Will you really try to kill me? Don't force my hand. Otherwise, I'll detonate my primal origin realm, burying us all at 10,000 feet above ground. After this long battle, you should know how powerful my primal origin realm is. Can you handle the consequences of its detonation?" His cry made Anita and Kaylee hesitate, halting their assault. The explosion of a heaven foundation, cave heaven would devastate even them, regardless of their protective treasures. The power of such a detonation, rivaling that of a first principle tribulation expert's self-destruction, was unimaginable. If pushed too hard, Zaire could drag both of them down with him in his madness. Hihi, I have Amyon reflected in water. Even if you destroy yourself, I can retreat into it, losing only an ultimate treasure while you lose your life. Anita's voice drifted through the array, but just as she finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Clang, like the striking of a temple bell, an overwhelming pressure resonated from the outside, disrupting space and shattering the array. Through the external light, Zaire saw the boundless bamboo forest disintegrating into powder, disappearing into the heavens. The power of the void-binding talisman and Finley had been broken. Who was this person? Friend or foe? Could it be a powerful tribulation boundary expert? You dare conspire to ambush a guest of Hongdao Academy. Finley, betraying a junior disciple. How shameless. A voice resounded like heavenly thunder, reverberating in their minds. Head of Hongdao Academy, Haley. In Anita's shocked gaze, a petite and graceful young girl stepped forward from the void. She wore a pale purple dress, looking elegant yet naturally commanding authority. She nodded slightly at Zaire upon appearing. This is the head of Hongdao Academy, the one who created, I see, all sentient beings, renowned across the realms, subjugating all worlds, able to stand against Songyang Academy without falling behind? Zaire couldn't believe this petite and graceful girl was actually the head of Hongdao Academy. The difference between this and his initial expectations was too great. Haley's instant appearance broke Finley's void-binding talisman and shattered the goddess's Amine-light myriad swords array with unimaginable power. Don't worry, she's just an incarnation. Haley's true self is still in the transcendent dragon pavilion beyond the realms, unable to return quickly. And after breaking the void-binding talisman, this incarnation has expended much energy, so we have nothing to fear. After her initial shock, Anita quickly identified the slender girl and realized she was well informed about Haley's movements, clearly guided by a wise mentor. Calming herself, she directly activated the Amyon Palace Cave Heaven, unleashing an immense force that surged directly toward Haley. The Amyon Palace Cave Heaven was pushed to its limits. Many of the inner palaces crumbled as power was drained from them. With Anita's strength, this attack would surely wound a tribulation boundary expert. Legends said the Amyon Palace was the abode of the Yao goddess, a divine realm naturally imbued with divine energy. Such power was unimaginable. Kaylee also flashed forward, her magic sword moving swiftly as she unleashed the heavens might nine-colored lightning spheres continuously. At the same time, thunder figures condensed at the tips of her hair, surrounding Zaire once again. Realizing it wasn't enough, she then invoked her own origin cave heaven, enveloping Zaire with immense world force. Only now did she reveal her origin cave heaven, showing that she hadn't been using her full strength before. As the top ranked in the Proud Dragon list, Kaylee's power surpassed Zaire. Once she deployed these techniques, escape would not be possible in a short time. Anita, you are just a remnant soul of the Yao goddess. Even if you gather all your souls, you cannot stop me. Though I am only an incarnation now, you can't withstand me either. The petite figure embodying Haley watched as the immense force from the Amiens Palace struck, causing her body to tremble slightly. The surrounding void collapsed instantly, revealing endless temporal lightning storms. In the depths of the storms, glimpses of countless beings busy with their lives could be seen. The vast force from the Amiens Palace shattered upon hitting the temporal storms, unable to reach Haley. This small, graceful girl seemed like a standing deity, untouched by any force or time. I see all sentient beings. Anita's pupils contracted as the reflections of the Amiens spun rapidly. The divine Amiens myriad swords array reformed, pressing down on Haley. Simultaneously, waves erupted from within the reflections of the Amiens, transforming the entire area into a watery world. Waters of the Amiens underwater. Lingji, I don't believe a mere incarnation can withstand me in the reflections of the Amiens. Even Finley couldn't do anything to me. You, a mere Songyang Academy disciple, what can you do even if you are the reincarnation of the Yao goddess? Haley's incarnation glared, her pale purple cache skirt vibrating. Using unknown methods, the collapsing void and infinite temporal storms transformed. The bustling masses turned their gaze toward Anita, and a massive force akin to wishpower erupted, splitting the waters apart. Haley stepped forward, repelling any approaching force as if nothing could stand before her. With my blood, I summon the Yao goddess. Anita crossed her hands, slicing her left forearm with her right hand, causing a torrent of blood to spray onto the reflections of the Amiens. The treasure expanded tenfold, drawing down celestial moon power from beyond the domain. A river of moonlight flooded down like a celestial river. Anita sacrificed 100 years of her life to invoke this immense power, a technique she would never use unless facing Haley. In the storm-filled sky, the moonlight formed a roaring river that crashed down, turning the place into a sea of Amiens light. Amidst the sea, a towering woman's shadow emerged, hundreds of feet tall, holding a young Anita with flowing black hair. Her eyes opened and closed like day and night shifting, with time passing endlessly. This was the true form of the Yao goddess. The pressure from the Yao goddess's appearance multiplied tenfold. Despite Zaire's utmost effort to block this overwhelming mental oppression with his true essence, the invisible weight still entered his consciousness. Thankfully, a mysterious fate light protected his mind. Otherwise, he would have become a fool. His current cultivation was still limited. Though his true essence was thick, and his strength and body were formidable, he remained only at the emperor boundary. Flowers bloom to see me. I see as Buddha sees. Buddha's bow. I see all sentient beings. As the true form of the Yao goddess appeared, an immense pressure surged, but Haley remained unmoved, her footsteps light. No matter how powerful the forces, none could harm her. As if she had merged with heaven and earth, becoming one with all beings. Immortal as long as all beings existed, she was imperishable as long as the universe endured. With her movement, the sea of Amiens light receded. Instantly, space shrank, the heavens condensed, and the entire cosmos changed with her thoughts. A stone bridge faintly appeared in the void, its material seeming ancient and eternal, radiating an ancient and primeval aura that resonated deeply. Zaire instinctively felt that stepping on this bridge could break the shackles of the 9 worlds and enter the boundless divine realm. Rustling winds suddenly blew over the stone bridge, shaking the heavens. Boundless divine chi cascaded down, forming a powerful attack that struck the Yao goddess. The towering figure of the Yao goddess shattered under this blow. After expending countless amounts of blood and sacrificing 100 years of her life, Anita's manifestation of the Yao goddess was destroyed in an instant. What level had Haley reached? How could a mere incarnation possess such overwhelming power? The story continues seamlessly from the previous content, maintaining the coherent narrative while translating Chinese terms accurately into English. Character names are transliterated correctly, and the original tone and style are preserved. The translation is fluent and free of grammatical errors, ensuring readability. Chapter 292. The Terrifying Haley. Anita retreated rapidly, but it was already too late. Haley pointed his finger, and the space around Anita collapsed instantly, unleashing an endless tempest of spatial thunderstorms. Thud. Her true essence was directly dispersed by the shockwave, causing her to spit blood from her mouth. Go! Haley pointed again, and the waters Amiens was immediately swallowed by a spatio-temporal thunderstorm. The powerful force shook the superior treasure, damaging it severely and rendering it inoperable for some time. Swish. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Vicky abandoned her focus on Zaire and gathered all her strength to cast the Heavenly Gang's 9-colored divine thunder towards Haley. This attack was far more powerful than the one against Zaire. Even the collapsing space and temporal thunderstorms began to dissipate, hinting at potential annihilation. The Taoist Heavenly Gang divine thunder. Now you merely possess the power of 9 colors. If you could reach 6 or 7, perhaps you could shatter the void and annihilate all things. Let me show you the true might of thunder law. Haley waved his hand, and countless purple lightning bolts shot out from the collapsing space like a sea of thunder, charging towards Vicky, dispelling her 9-colored thunder and striking her full on. Shocked, Vicky wielded her magic sword frantically, but it proved useless. Her defenses shattered, and she was hurled away, blood gushing from every orifice, suffering severe internal injuries. All beings like me, suppressing all eras. After sending Vicky flying, Haley pressed down with his right hand, forcing Anita back 80,000 feet. The waters Amayon, now immobilized, couldn't move. The goddess Amayonlight 10,000 sword formation was effortlessly extinguished by Haley. The tens of thousands of moonlight sword auras scattered, along with the mystical needle artifact, revealing a graceful red-robed girl filled with terror. Good. With Vicky's power gone, Zaire seized the opportunity, casting the seven-chester black hole directly onto the mystical needle. Inside the black hole, Black Sky Venerable extended 2 fingers, clamping the crimson needle which struggled violently. Rage. Anita, who had been forced down, swallowed a raging spirit Lorio pill. Her true essence surged madly as she reactivated the waters Amayon, its power bursting forth, merging countless rays of moonlight and water waves into her body. Power of Yao, escape. Without hesitation, she chose to flee. Haley pointed again, releasing an invisible force that struck through the fabric of space. Anita, who was trying to escape, was squeezed out by space-time. She spat several mouthfuls of vital blood, condensing massive amounts of moonlight energy, increasing her speed hundreds-fold using a light-speed evasion technique. Vicky flashed a few times and managed to escape even faster. In an instant, the sky cleared, all phenomena disappeared, and the distant storm gradually approached. All that remained was a chaotic array of 10,000 moonlight swords flying about. Anita had no time to take the goddess Amayonlight 10,000 sword formation with her as she fled. As the 10,000 moonlight swords and the goddess were about to disperse, Haley summoned a spatio-temporal thunderstorm to contain them, transforming the entire formation into a vivid painting. Macrocosmic Academy leader, civilized virtues, benefiting all living beings. Haley, endowed with immortal blessings, commanding the 9 heavens. Zaire, witnessing Haley defeat both Anita and Vicky, quickly paid respects. No need for such formalities. I am only a manifestation here. My true form is currently discussing matters in Tunglong Pavilion, 80 million miles away. Learning of your trouble, I dispatched a force through space-time. Now this manifestation's power is nearly depleted. Haley nodded slightly, his figure becoming ethereal. What? A single force can traverse space-time to deliver such an impact and defeat Anita and Vicky. Zaire was startled. He thought this graceful maiden was a significant incarnation of Haley, not just a casual force. It was terrifying to consider how someone so far away could sense the central world and still send power across space-time, defeating top-tier warriors like Heelong Spectrum's first and second, even breaking Finley's force. What kind of ability is this? What kind of person? No wonder rumors said Macrocosmic Academy could rival Songyang Academy due to this contemporary leader. It seemed the rumors were not exaggerated. Zaire could hardly imagine anyone matching Haley. Perhaps only the Amber in Tian Shan's secret realm could compare. Even the Grandmaster from Divine Martial Immortal Residence might be slightly inferior. Of course, Zaire had never seen these individuals' true powers, so it remained speculation. Now he understood why Songyang Academy tolerated Macrocosmic Academy. They had a divine protector. Who could challenge them? Unbelievable. Other academies' top talents, like Brit of Pingchuan and Declan of Tiayin, can't match him. Black Sky, with your broad knowledge, do you know about Haley? Inside the seven-chester black hole, now home to Black Sky Venerable, Zaire asked inwardly. Too strong. Completely unexpected. Black Sky Venerable trembled. Zaire, never offend this person. You don't know how remarkable her talent and opportunities are. She has achieved this in just 3,000 years. I estimate she may have already reached the 9th palace tribulation, or even the immeasurable tribulation, one step away from immortality, shining with the sun and moon, sharing the lifespan of heaven and earth. Nearing immortality? Zaire was astonished and incredulous. You mustn't be careless. Beware of provoking such a figure. Even Tiayin Academy's ancient masters can't save you. Black Sky's fear was palpable as he repeatedly warned. Zaire realized Black Sky genuinely feared Haley deeply. Secret sword? No, it should now be called Black Abyss Sword. Fortunately, you didn't destroy the sword itself, as it relates to a joint Buddhist and Taoist treasure vault. If obtained, it would greatly assist your cultivation. The now ethereal Haley continued. I see you also carry a central world aura treasure, likely a Great Chana tripod. I've heard legends about it. Alas, I regret never witnessing the Great Chana's prowess or challenging him. It's said he attempted to overthrow the heavenly Tao with the help of the central world, initiating unprecedented events. Only someone like him could be my worthy opponent. Today's central world lacks outstanding talents, making it rather dull. Yet, I see hope in you. If you survive, I will inevitably face you. This statement nearly frightened Black Sky into fainting within the seven-chester black hole. Haley overestimates me. A mere novice can't compare to you. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained to reflect the original text style and flow. Zaire was also greatly startled, bowing repeatedly and daring not to utter a single disrespectful word. He didn't dare to be the least bit presumptuous in front of this person. Flattery? Haley smiled. You killed 2 top elites from Songyang Academy and even delivered their life-bound treasures to our Hongdao Academy. Such boldness and clever maneuvering. My praise is likely still too shallow. Heh. Zaire could only give an awkward laugh when his little scheme was uncovered. But while others might fear Songyang Academy, I do not. You can just deliver them without worrying. No one will dare harm you on the way. Haley waved his hand, exuding immense confidence. Right, there's something I'd like to ask. Since stepping onto the path of cultivation, I've had many doubts. Now that I have this opportunity, I hope you could enlighten me. Seeing that the other party wasn't angry, Zaire seized the chance to take advantage of it. Encountering such a super expert like Haley might never happen again. Since you're willing to visit our Hongdao Academy for Trey's wedding, I should offer some help. But this avatar won't last long. When you come to Hongdao, I'll personally guide you further on your cultivation path. This seven-chester black hole is a supreme treasure that ancient true dragons have always aspired to create. Initially, It would have been impossible for you to refine it, even in its rudimentary form. But with the help of the 3 Purities Spirit Talisman from Tianshan's secret realm, your blessings and fortune truly stand out, befitting someone chosen by the fate of the 9 provinces. Haley paused to look at Zaire for a few seconds before turning to the 7-chester black hole, seemingly intrigued by it. Lord, what exactly does this 3 Purities Spirit Talisman contain? I know nothing about it and worry that it might slip out of my control, rendering all my efforts fruitless. Zaire had always been cautious about the 3 Purities Spirit Talisman. Frankly, refining the 7-chester black hole was the most perplexing thing to him. It felt like everything happened too abruptly, especially after combining the Black Abyss Sword Spirit with the Black Taoist inside it, along with various treasured artifacts it contained. If something went wrong later, it would be a huge loss. I know a bit about the origins of the 3 Purities Spirit Talisman from Tianshan's secret realm. This talisman contains the ancient Tao sect's most profound 9 secret words. These 9 words are said to be derived from the 49 sounds that appeared at the beginning of the primordial universe. Each word contains the force of the initial era and can enhance any entity. Back then, the Tao sect suppressed the Amber Ruyin using this talisman, hoping to harness its power to refine the entire Tianshan secret realm, Ruyin, and the 10,000,000,000,000 heavenly ghosts into one astonishing supreme treasure. But unexpectedly, Ruyin's strength far exceeded the Tao sect's estimation. Not only did he counter-suppress the 3 Purities Spirit Talisman, but over time, he gradually took control of the Tianshan secret realm. Now, the 3 Purities Spirit Talisman has weakened, losing much of its former glory. If it were still in its prime, it could easily suppress Tribulation Realm experts. Haley explained the mysteries of the 3 Purities Spirit Talisman, clearly very familiar with it, even knowing the Amber's name. So, what should I do now? Zaire asked in amazement. There's no need to worry. The 3 Purities Talisman contains an enhancing power. Placing it on any object will gradually increase its might. However, since you don't know any Tao sect cultivation methods, you cannot fully refine this talisman to accelerate the process. Haley continued, I've seen many ancient true dragons refine the 7-chester black hole in rudimentary form but never fully succeed. With the 3 Purities Talisman, you might eventually complete it. The Dharma-breaking divine needle you obtained is also extraordinary, refined by Yao with her blood mixed with divine gold, cultivated for many years, containing divine blood and belonging to the utmost in category. After completely refining this needle, place it within the 7-chester black hole and fuse it with the artifact spirit, which will elevate the 7-chester black hole to the treasure class. Then, its power will be unimaginably strong. With these words, Haley's figure almost became transparent. Soon, as if his energy had dissipated, a leaf slowly fell and landed in Zaire's palm. Haley's voice came from deep within space-time. This leaf has no energy but contains some profound secrets. Keep it. It can save you once in dire straits. I must end here. Tunglong Pavilion is extremely distant from the 9 provinces. Even I cannot sustain spatial connection for long. May your journey be smooth. The voice stopped abruptly. In the vast sky, only the howling storm approached from afar. The painting sealing the goddess Amayan Light 10,000 sword formation gently floated into Zaire's hand. The petite, elegant girl in light purple remained imprinted in his mind. To think there are such powerful experts. When will I reach that level? Holding the leaf and the painting, Zaire's shock hadn't faded. You're merely at the Imperial Realm. Whether you can break through to the Tribulation Realm is uncertain. Why worry so much? From within the 7-chester black hole, Black Sky spoke. Haley's cultivation is nearly that of an immortal. I doubt anyone in the 9 provinces can subdue her. Only a celestial expert descending from the divine world could defeat her. Tribulation Realm. Tribulation Realm? You're right. I haven't even broken through to the Tribulation Realm. Previously, I thought my Imperial Realm power could dominate the 9 provinces. But now I see how naive I was, like a frog at the bottom of a well, mistaking a corner of the world for the whole picture. If I were at the Emperor Realm today, would I have suffered such humiliation? Zaire sighed. All previous arrogance vanished. However, the harvest this time is good. You captured a treasure-grade Dharma-breaking divine needle from Anita, and you got the goddess Amayan Light 10,000 sword formation with tens of thousands of moonlight sword chi. This formation comes from Yao herself. Black Sky sounded excited. Do you think these things come freely? Besides, I plan to return the goddess Amayan Light 10,000 sword formation to the Hongdao Academy. Otherwise, keeping both items would give a bad impression, ruining the favor. Zaire, understanding the situation, knew he could keep at most one of the 2 treasures. Hashtag chapter 293, a different abyssal race. I wish I could meet Haley in person. If a mere force avatar can be this powerful, how formidable must her true self be? She's currently deep in the extragalactic starry sky at Tunglong Pavilion. By the way, what is Tunglong Pavilion? Zaire asked. Probably some powerful force in the extragalactic regions, Ajax said. In the central world of 9 provinces, there are already countless forces big and small. In the universe, cultivators are as numerous as sands in the Ganges River, and the established forces are boundless and impossible to count. If you can break through to the Tribulation Realm, you will be able to leave the 9 provinces and explore the universe. Only then will it truly be an expansive world with great potential. Zaire nodded. Let's wait until I reach the Tribulation Realm. For now, let's go to Great Yuan first, find Marvin, and then hurry to Hongdao Martial Academy. At that time, we may receive guidance from Haley herself, and maybe even break through to the Imperial Realm, greatly enhancing our strength. As he spoke, he put away treasures like the 7-day black hole and immediately flew towards Great Yuan. His current flying speed, after breaking through to the Sovereign Realm, had already reached hundreds of times the speed of sound, and he moved silently, making him almost undetectable by ordinary people. Without wasting more time searching for treasures in the storm layer, he soon arrived at the capital city of the Great Yuan Empire, Bianjing. After hovering in the air for a moment to locate Marvin's residence, he descended immediately. After experiencing the ambush, The arrogance that had arisen from his recent breakthrough was completely subdued. The skills and magical artifacts of Anita and Vicky made him extremely wary. If not for Haley's appearance, he might have truly fallen there. Willie and Anita should be about equal in strength. With my current power, to completely suppress him would require significant effort. If he were to self-destruct his inner world, I doubt I could withstand it and would perish alongside him. Having witnessed the strength of Anita and Vicky, Zaire's thoughts became more refined. He roughly estimated Willie's strength and carefully pondered how to suppress Willie without being dragged down along with him. The only way, after much consideration, was to continuously enhance his strength. He needed to break through to the Imperial Realm, at least reaching the same level of cultivation as Willie, to have any hope of achieving this. Currently, he had a significant flaw. Although the origin world condensed an exceptionally powerful inner world that could crush all other inner worlds of the same cultivation level, as his cultivation increased, a drawback emerged. Each activation required an enormous amount of true essence. At his current sovereign realm, if not for the origin world absorbing ambient energy, even a few activations would deplete his true essence entirely. Breaking through to the Imperial Realm, opening more acupoints to store true essence, and achieving continuous combat without relying on the origin world would make him unstoppable across the 9 provinces. Zaire's current true essence strength was nearly 10,000, equivalent to 1 dragon force in the Tribulation Realm. However, this was merely peak explosive power, colloquially termed all-out effort. Reaching this point without being in the Tribulation Realm was impossible. Below the Tribulation Realm, strength could never be called dragon. During his confrontation with Anita and Vicky, Zaire sensed that no matter how hard he tried, even expending his essence blood or secretly deploying the superior treasure Jingzhou Cauldron, he did not surpass 10,000. At his level, without breaking through to the next realm, his strength could not improve further. What mattered was who could sustain maximum combat power continuously. In this confrontation, his strongest move was compressing the origin inner world into a single point, exploding with 10,000 ancient oxen strength. But even such power could only be used once or twice, with even the origin world's replenishment barely sufficient to sustain multiple uses. This technique exerted immense pressure on the meridians, potentially causing them to rupture. Breaking through to the Imperial Realm, broadening and reinforcing the meridians, and storing more true essence would allow multiple activations. If he could burst tens, or even hundreds of times with such strength below the Tribulation Realm, no one could withstand it. Even Willie would be helpless before such power. At this level, relying on one's own inner world for both offense and defense would make one invincible. Thinking thus, Zaire yearned intensely to break through to the Imperial Realm. "Wu sir, you've finally come." Marvin greeted Zaire warmly. "The preparation for going to Hongdao Martial Academy is mostly ready. Regarding gifts, I've bought about 400 million spirit gathering pills, all top-notch magical treasures. Of course, they can't match yours, Wu sir, who can casually give away billions. Your gifts must far exceed mine." Marvin smiled and continued, "Could Wu sir lend me some spirit gathering pills so I can buy more treasures? Trey's wedding ceremony will be grandly celebrated, and many powerful forces will send experts. We can't lag behind." Behind Marvin, under the leadership of a main tag from Xianxia Amiyuntan sect, several retainers were organizing the gifts, which included low-rank talismans and spirit pills for lower-level cultivators, and potent magical treasures intended to curry favor with key disciples at Hongdao Martial Academy. Zaire felt somewhat bitter. How could he spare any money when the origin world absorbed insufficient energy, and he desperately needed another amorphous stone to double its daily intake? His remaining treasures were also nearly depleted. The Divine Maiden Amionite Myriad Sword formation belonged to Haley, and using it as a gift was out of the question. But in front of Marvin, Zaire maintained his composure. "This is easy. Expect good news." Marvin was ambitious and wouldn't hesitate to exploit Zaire's current situation if discovered. "That awaits your good news." Marvin laughed heartily, not doubting Zaire, believing such a powerful expert wouldn't jest. Suddenly, his gaze on Zaire changed, sensing something, shock evident on his face. "Wu sir, you've actually broken through to the Sovereign Realm?" "Not bad eyesight," Zaire nodded slightly, releasing a hint of origin inner world's aura. "I broke through during a confrontation with Kimble Pingchuan. Now my strength can suppress super strong opponents below the Tribulation Realm effortlessly. Even top-ranked cultivators like Vicky and Anita cannot kill me." Thud. Not just Marvin but a main tag, Farron, Kong Channy, Lori Po E, and others all collapsed, unable to endure the origin inner world's oppressive force. Only after Zaire retracted his aura did everyone breathe again, gradually recovering. They all looked at him with fear and admiration. The origin inner world is so powerful. Is this the strength of someone with the foundation for immortality? Upon reaching the Sovereign Realm, just a trace of your aura leaves me powerless. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought Wu sir actually broke through to the Sovereign Realm? Below the Tribulation Realm, you are indeed the foremost expert. Marvin laughed boisterously, the joyful sound reverberating throughout his residence. "Your Highness, Third Prince Jesse has arrived." At this moment, a Marrow Refinement Grandmaster and Steward hurriedly came to report. "Oh, Third Brother is here? I heard he obtained quite a few treasures while in the Dragon Imprisonment Prison, and then took the opportunity to recruit more than a dozen experts. Has he also come for Hongdao Martial Academy?" Marvin was taken aback and turned his gaze towards Zaire. "Let's go out." Zaire immediately transformed back into his ironclad Titan form. With his cultivation now at the Imperial Realm, even transcendent experts found it difficult to see through his true appearance. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, they saw the third Prince Jesse and the ninth Prince Mingwang. Behind them followed several black-robed individuals, exuding formidable auras. These black-robed figures were dressed mysteriously, bearing no marks of any known factions, much like lone cultivators from remote mountains. Yet each of them harbored terrifying power, and when facing them, one always felt as if there was an invisible layer between them, creating an eerie sensation. This was a manifestation of mental force. Zaire, with his acute perception, instantly recognized what this technique was. Simultaneously, the primordial world within his mind began to tremble slightly. Abyssal demons. Only abyssal demons could cause such a reaction in the primordial world. The universe has two types of energy. One is spiritual qi, the other is clumsy qi. These two energies are complementary yin-yang forces that flow together. Cultivators absorb the spiritual qi. As for clumsy qi, over millions of years, only a very few have managed to utilize it. Even among those who possess this energy, currently known ones are exclusively abyssal demons. Clumsy qi has great potential for use in the primordial world. Zaire learned these facts while in the divine martial immortal mansion from the mysterious figure behind the bronze door. These black-robed experts before him were precisely abyssal demons. Moreover, their strength far surpassed figures like Faxon and Beryl, undoubtedly surpassing the imperial realm. Abyssal demons experts. They've sent so many people to infiltrate the Yuan imperial family. What do they want to achieve? Such powerful demons must have grand ambitions, and they are extremely difficult to kill. There must be higher-level experts backing them. Zaire's heart sank as he silently assessed his chances of success should he decide to act. From the deliberately released auras, these black-robed individuals seemed like a maintake, Loripo E, and their ilk, possessing mediocre cultivation. Not worth mentioning. But Zaire, sensing through the primordial world, knew these black-robed figures were all extraordinarily powerful, especially two of them whose cold gazes and surging auras resembled tumultuous dragons, their true strength unknown. Most importantly, these abyssal demons practiced methods entirely different from the demons he had encountered before. They seemed to cultivate potent mental techniques. Third brother, why did you find time to visit me today? Marvin, unable to discern the origins of these black-robed figures, thought they were just new guests recruited by Jesse. With Zaire breaking through to the imperial realm, he felt he had a powerful support, making lower-ranking experts beneath his notice. 13th brother, 4 days you've been planning to attend Hongdao's wedding feast. How could I miss such a grand event? Besides, traveling together will ensure mutual support, right? By the way, this ironclad titan of yours has impressive skills. He actually snatched something coveted by Willie in the dragon imprisonment prison. With him, your future looks bright indeed. Jesse cast an ironic glance at Zaire, his words laden with hidden meanings. Ironclad titan? Actually able to snatch food from under Willie's nose? Hearing this, one of the black-robed figures behind Jesse reacted first. He stepped forward, casting a cold eye over Zaire, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Zaire laughed 3 times, his rough voice echoing throughout the courtyard. Ha ha ha! Jesse, where did you pick up this furtive rat? This is Mr. Flowing Sands from Kunlun Amiyuntan, said 9th Prince Mingwang, introducing the individual. Previously defeated by Zaire, he held a grudging respect for the latter's strength. Kunlun Amiyuntan? What rubbish place is that? Never heard of it. Zaire's rugged demeanor and every action exuded a wild ferocity, resembling a beast. Despite Zaire's consecutive rudeness, the black-robed man named Flowing Sands remained unperturbed, showing no signs of anger. Just a remote mountain far out in the eastern sea. It's understandable that you haven't heard of it. Flowing Sands gazed at Zaire for a long time before slowly saying, Ironclad Titan, an interesting name, but it seems too brutish and belligerent, likely to invite trouble. If you provoke a hard case, you might not keep your head. Haha, crossing mountains and leaping valleys is like walking on flat ground for me. Killing and eating blood is everyday fare. For hundreds of years, no one has ever taken my head. So what? Are you trying to test me? Swish swish. With his words, Zaire took a large step forward, his iron tower-like muscles suddenly crackling with explosive power. Good. Indeed impressive. Hongdao Martial Academy stands on weak water, perilous beyond measure. Many eastern sea forces have gathered. Hearing such bold words from brother Ironclad Titan, our journey will surely be smooth sailing. Another black-robed figure stepped forward, bowing and introducing himself. Flowing Origin from Kunlun Amiyuntan. Flowing Sands and Flowing Origin were the most powerful of the abyssal demon experts present. Their exact strength levels, Zaire estimated, could only be determined through actual confrontation. These demon experts cultivated highly unusual methods, making it difficult to gauge them by normal standards. However, at Tianya Martial Academy, Zaire had encountered several abyssal demons, each carrying rich treasures within their personal wormholes. Thus, Zaire looked at these black-robed figures with intense interest, constantly provoking them, hoping to seize an opportunity to slay them and obtain their treasures. There was no helping it. He was simply too poor. 9th Prince Mingwang began introducing these experts from Kunlun Amiyuntan to Zaire one by one. Besides Flowing Sands and Flowing Origin, there were 4 others. In total, there were 6 abyssal demons present. Before Zaire could devise an excuse to attack these 6, they had already developed murderous intentions toward him. Each one looked at him as if he were already dead. Chapter 294, Conspiracy. The 9 Origin Unification Array. These 6 abyssal demon race individuals are planning to make a move against me, I see. They likely want to offer my life in exchange for the Jeff's trust. But who will ultimately lose their life is uncertain, huh? Zaire sneered inwardly and then waved his hand, shouting aloud. Is everyone ready? If so, let's get moving. Let's go congratulate Hongdao Martial Academy. Damn it. In all my years, this is the first time I'm drinking wedding wine. Without at least 1,000 barrels of fine liquor, I won't let that Hongdao Academy master off. Time is indeed short. By my calculations, we have only about 7 days left. We cannot delay any longer, Marvin nodded. 13th brother speaks truly. Shall we go? The Jeff glanced around, his gaze finally settling meaningfully on Zaire. Let's go. Marvin picked up the divided gifts and soared into the sky with Zaire. The Jeff, Connor, and the 6 hooded abyssal demon figures also ascended one after another. The group activated their true essence and magical powers, flying directly toward Hongdao Martial Academy. Amiyuntan ranges stretched endlessly, fleeting as a white horse passing through a crevice. Zaire looked down at the mountains below, suddenly thinking of Wuxia City in the southern wilderness. He wondered how Leonardo and the others were doing now, and how the city was faring. Ironclad Vajra, who would have thought you're so skilled at concealing your cultivation realm? For so long, none of us could discern whether you're in the king, emperor, or even the imperial sovereign realm. Your technique for hiding your aura and altering your appearance doesn't seem like it lacks inheritance. While flying, Ernan, one of the black-robed figures, spoke with an unfathomable tone. Hearing this, Zaire inwardly startled. He hadn't anticipated that Ernan from the abyssal demon race could penetrate his disguise. Hee, this monk has too many treasures on him. I don't know which one you mean. Oh. Ernan smiled malevolently, but his expression suddenly turned solemn. Pointing forward, he shouted, "The Kiras are here. Everyone be on alert." Marvin immediately tensed, turning to look ahead. Sure enough, dark smoke billowed. The entire mountain range was enveloped by a vast cloud of black smoke, from which countless piercing screams emanated. A glance revealed the black smoke blotting out the sky, with no end in sight to the number of Kiras. Zaire's perception was sharp. Within the black smoke, almost every 5,000 Kiras were commanded by a ghost king. Each formation of Kiras, numbered in groups of 5,000, appeared as disciplined military units, ready to march forth into battle. Despite Zaire having faced numerous Kiras and seen large-scale deployments before, the sight of this endless Kira army still left him astonished. This place is the intersection of Liang, Chana, Yong, and Ji provinces. Why are there so many Kiras here? Could it be the work of these 6 abyssal demon black-robed figures? Zaire speculated, quickly inspecting the 6 black-robed figures behind him. However, Ernan spun his body, separating from the group. This is the Kira Legion. We cannot remain together. Everyone should split up and regroup after breaking through. With that, the 6 black-robed figures, Jeff, and 9th Prince Connor dispersed, fleeing in different directions. At this moment, the dense black smoke surged forward. Leading the charge from within the black smoke was a ghost king wielding a black flame axe and clad in black dragon armor. His aura suggested he was equivalent to a mystic realm cultivator. Such a character was nothing before Zaire and would fall easily. But there were thousands of such ghost kings within the Kira army, each commanding 5,000 ghost soldiers and generals. Under the control of these ghost kings, the Kira army formed an array, their auras intertwining as if they were one entity. Looking over, Zaire saw the vast sea of Kiras had formed a massive Kira array, stretching endlessly and covering the mountain range below. Whoosh! Zaire unleashed a concentrated burst of true essence toward the leading ghost king. This condensed true essence moved at incredible speed. Seeing this, the lead ghost king grinned cruelly and swung his black flame axe directly at the true essence. The true essence exploded violently, sending a furious force sweeping through the Kira army. Immediate explosions echoed like New Year's fireworks, crackling loudly. Yet, within the Kira army, a surge of intense black smoke suddenly rose, engulfing all the force and instantly extinguishing it. So it's really a true array. Zaire was startled. His attack was a probe. Even as a mere probe, it contained half its power and theoretically should have killed tens of thousands of Kiras. However, it only injured some ghost soldiers and generals without killing a single one. At this moment, above the rolling black smoke, Ernan, Gaspard, Jeff, Connor, and others watched the situation below quietly. Ernan, can this Kira array truly suppress Ironclad Vidra? Connor asked. Of course. This 9-origin unification array consists of 9,999,000 Kiras. Once encircled, unless one is a Tribulation Realm expert, they would be either mortally wounded or die. This is half of the Kiras nurtured by our Kunlun Amiyuntin's treasure, the 9-origin mirror. Following Third Prince's instructions, they have been lying in wait here to eliminate Ironclad Vajra. Hernan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he turned to Jeff and Connor. Your Highnesses, are you satisfied with our strength? Satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Jeff laughed heartily. However, Ironclad Vajra's identity is mysterious, and I've begun to suspect he might be the person causing chaos in the 9 provinces recently. Even if not, eliminating him now will cut off 13th Brother's wings and remove a major threat. Don't underestimate him. He once subdued Elder Tunnel Borer with just a few moves. Elder Tunnel Borer? That idiot deserves mention? A black-robed figure sneered. Any of us from Kunlun Amiyuntin could kill him 10,000 times. Except for Tribulation Realm experts and top 10 prize dragons, we can absolutely suppress anyone. Indeed. Gaspard chimed in. Even if Ironclad Vajra is strong, he hasn't reached the Tribulation Realm yet. Amiriover, this 9-origin unification array aims to drain his power. If he manages to break free, he'll face even more formidable means. At that point, any of us can finish him off. Who would have thought that the 6 of you could set up such a grand strategy and nurture so many Kiras? It's truly astonishing. I heard that the chief of Pingchuan Martial Academy, Ahmed, obtained an ancient Buddhist treasure called the Buddha Light Golden Tower, which can pacify and nurture millions of Kiras. How does it compare to Hernan's 9-origin mirror? Third Prince Jeff spoke while glancing down. Below, dark smoke roiled like dragons, and Ironclad Vajra had long been swallowed in it, obscured entirely by the black smoke. But imagining it, he must be struggling desperately, his defenses hanging by a thread. The Buddha Light Golden Tower is a medium-grade artifact, created from the great skill of Buddhism called the Universal Compassion skill. Indeed, it can pacify lesser beings, and is very powerful. Ernan explained slowly. However, the Buddha Light Golden Tower can only pacify Kiras of true realm strength or lower. Our Kunlun Amiyuntin's 9-origin mirror can contain ghost kings of king realm strength, barring those of emperor or imperial sovereign realms. The 9-origin mirror is a high-grade artifact, far superior to a medium-grade artifact. Gaspard looked down at the black smoke below, adding, Ironclad Vajra seems to cultivate some demonic method, making his physical body incredibly strong. But no matter how robust his body, he cannot withstand the assault of 9,999,000 Kiras. High-grade artifact? What kind of existence is this Kunlun Amiyuntan? Standing nearby and listening to their conversation, Connor was profoundly shaken. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Henrik. Third brother, shouldn't we be wary of these 6 people? A month ago, they suddenly approached us, declaring their allegiance and boasting that they could kill Ironclad Vajra, even controlling so many Kiras, something not even a true disciple of a major power can achieve. Furthermore, they possess a high-grade treasure, which neither you nor I have. I know, Henrik responded without any change in expression. I estimate that these 6 are cultivators from beyond our world, not residents of the 9 provinces. Kunlun Amiyuntan is likely a powerful force in the universe, on par with the 9 academies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such high-grade treasures. Since they've come to the 9 provinces, they must have significant ambitions. As long as they have ulterior motives, we can exploit them and use their strength. I think Ironclad Vajra is no ordinary figure. Although the 9 origin unification array is powerful, it might not be able to kill him. Let's wait and see how things play out, seizing the opportunity when it comes. Connor nodded slightly. That makes sense, third brother. Soon, we will understand the true capabilities of these 6 people from Kunlun Amiyuntan and Ironclad Vajra. Zaire, this place shouldn't have so many Kiras. If there were, the factions would have suppressed them long ago. There are at least several million Kiras here. Marvin was now enveloped in a sphere of true essence, provided by Zaire to defend against the numerous Kiras. Zaire's hands spread wide, and his fingers flicked, sending countless condensed true essences directly striking the Kiras, causing continuous tremors and hampering their attacks. This method of attack was extremely draining, and most people couldn't sustain it for long. For Zaire, however, it was effortless. If my guess is correct, those black-robed individuals around Henrik must have arranged this to lead us into a trap, but they won't dare kill you. They're targeting me. Marvin's face paled. Surely not. Those 6 black-robed people from Kunlun Amiyuntan don't even reach King Realm. How can they do such impressive feats? What you see is just an illusion. Each one of them is more formidable than Tunnel Borer Elder, especially Ernan and Gaspard, who are even stronger than Mickey. Hiss. Really? What kind of power does Kunlun Amiyuntan have if they have such formidable experts? They aren't like those scattered cultivators you recruited. Kunlun Amiyuntan isn't a nameless force. I haven't used strong measures yet because I don't want to alert them. If any of these 6 escape, we'll be doomed. As he spoke, Zaire continuously released true essence forces, straightforwardly and brutally. With the support of the primordial world, these Kiras, though vast in number and powerful, couldn't harm him within a short time. Now, after breaking through to Emperor Realm, even a casual strike was far stronger than a King Realm expert's attack. That Ironclad Vajra has actually endured in the 9 origin unification array for a whole hour. Facing nearly 10 million Kiras, why doesn't he show any signs of exhausting his true essence? If this continues, it may attract attention from higher-level experts. An hour had passed, yet the Ironclad Vajra was still resisting amidst the dense black smoke. One of the black-robed figures frowned and spoke up. He's right. Since that's the case, let's all join forces. We'll expend some mental energy to intensify the Kiras and boost the 9 origin unification array's power by 10-fold or more. Let's see if Ironclad Vajra can withstand it. Agreed. The other 5 black-robed figures agreed. Immediately, the 6 closed their eyes, releasing enormous spiritual powers from their crown chakras. This power was extremely peculiar, neither part of the natural energies nor related to physical blood and chi. Was this what they called mental energy? Whoosh! 6 streams of strange, spiritual forces plunged into the rolling black smoke, quickly dispersing into the bodies of the 9,999,000 Kiras. Instantly, the Kiras became frenzied and violent, as if triggered by some switch. Some even showed signs of advancing in strength, with nearly 100 ghost generals showing potential to become ghost kings. The 9 origin unification array surged in power. The thick black smoke transformed into a massive head, roaring angrily skyward, its might becoming 10 times stronger. All Kiras surged forward madly, attacking Zaire. Below, every living being was consumed by the black smoke, converted into energy to fuel the array. Why did this Kira array suddenly grow so powerful? And the Kira's strength increased as well. What happened? Ninth Prince Connor shivered involuntarily. Despite his power, he felt a chill run down his spine. If I were trapped in this 9 origin unification array, I'd be dead by now. Henrik also felt his heart throb. Beads of sweat formed on his palms. At that moment, he saw Zaire amid the black smoke and exclaimed, Ironclad Vajra is about to die. But Zaire sensed the right moment. The 6 abyssal demon figures were fully engaged in maintaining the array, unable to escape. Perfect timing. Zaire immediately condensed his true essence and activated his origin void heaven. A world-like shadow appeared behind him, collapsing and then expanding explosively. Boom, boom, boom. Like stars falling and heavens collapsing, the near 10 million strong Kira army was shattered. The array crumbled. Zaire soared upwards, with swirling vortices appearing around him. The dragon swallowing technique. Endless Kiras were sucked into the vortices. His origin void heaven hung like a real small world behind him, more brilliant than sun and moon combined. Chapter 295, Eruption. The power of 6 dragons. The primal origin void realm. With the foundation for immortality and transformed from the primordial world, it became an origin void realm. Under Zaire's massive infusion of true essence, it seemed like a real world descended to subdue all demons and monsters. Even figures like Vicky and Anita would have to be terrified and flee in panic, without any protective treasures at the level below tribulation. This time, 6 cloaked figures from the Abyssal Demon clan attempted to design his demise, unaware that they were giving him the perfect pretext to eliminate them. By killing these 6, he could not only gain 6 personal wormhole spaces but also obtain a vast amount of magical treasures and elixirs, further enhancing the power of his origin void realm. Moreover, there would be no need for Zaire to rack his brains over preparing gifts to visit Hongdao Martial Academy. Streams of true essence grabbed out like giant hands. Almost any contact resulted in the sky ghosts being captured, then devoured by the dragon swallow technique. Zaire now had a very proficient mastery of the dragon swallow technique. All the devoured sky ghosts were transferred into the 7-day black hole space. Inside the 7-day black hole, there were 33 layers of space. Though lacking precious treasures for full development, it could still hold many sky ghosts under the suppression of powerful artifacts such as the dragon-patterned flying sword, the Chester Amion 10,000 stars robe, and the immortal stabilizing pearl. Originally designed by the True Dragon clan to house clan members and living beings, the clan members used it to avoid calamity, while living beings prayed to generate willpower and faith, constantly reinforcing the 7-day black hole. According to the Golden Light Great Canon's True Dragon Bible, once fully completed, the 7-day black hole would create a mid-world capable of integrating 9 trillion living beings, continuously praying and eventually transforming this supreme treasure into a true immortal artifact within 10,000 years. However, Zaire could only dream of such things, knowing it was beyond his capabilities. Still, capturing the 9 million sky ghosts present could significantly enhance the 7-day black hole's power. In an instant, at least 1 million sky ghosts and hundreds of sky ghost kings were sucked into the 7-day black hole. A huge black sphere flew out of Zaire's body, expanding tens of times over, resembling a black sun suspended in the void. On this black sun, sat a Taoist enveloped in black mist, chanting the secret Taoist 9 characters, a melodic sound like whispers. The captured sky ghosts were immediately subdued, their souls seemingly lost, then faced the black-robed Taoist in peace, bowing in reverence upon hearing the 9 character sounds. Elias Tao Respected One, embodying both Zaire and the current Black Abyss Sword Spirit, had chains of black mist restraining a red-clothed girl beside him. She gnashed her teeth, cursing vehemently, yet to no avail. This was the spirit of the law-breaking divine needle, whose physical form was already suppressed within Elias Tao Respected One. Once this needle was subdued, Elias Tao Respected One would ascend to become a mid-tier artifact spirit, surpassing even the Buddha Light Golden Pagoda. The 7-day black hole, though not a precious treasure itself, held a spirit about to reach the mid-tier artifact level, something hard to believe. But reality was indeed bizarre. With Elias Tao Respected One growing stronger, the 7-day black hole's power would similarly increase, and vice versa. Over 1 million sky ghosts and several hundred sky ghost kings were instantly pacified, converted into devout believers, generating tiny threads of willpower numbering in the millions, converging like a river into Elias Tao Respected One. His figure grew larger, his features clearer, with thick black mists gradually turning purple, halo-like lights appearing behind him. These lights resembled 3 blossoms, bridging profound temporal light, extraordinarily divine. If a Taoist disciple were present, they would recognize this phenomenon described in ancient texts, 3 flowers gathering at the apex. Elias Tao Respected One felt immense comfort, nearly breaking his chant. Nearby, the law-breaking divine needle's spirit watched in despair. Only 1 million sky ghosts, a single prayer produces so much willpower, and they can provide more continuously, especially the sky ghost kings, each equivalent to 10,000 ordinary sky ghosts. The stronger one is, the more willpower they generate. Capturing a tribulation stage cultivator and converting them into a believer would provide immeasurable willpower. Yet, such thoughts were mere fantasies. Which tribulation stage cultivator wasn't famous and difficult to suppress, let alone convert? Zaire pondered deeply, realizing such ambitions were unattainable. He hastily expelled a breath of primordial energy, a condensed essence from his recent cultivation of the great compassionate fairy technique. Upon reaching the 7-day black hole, its surroundings emitted intense 9-character true words, causing the hole to expand to 100 zhong, devouring the remaining 8 million sky ghosts in a flash. Suddenly, the sky cleared of sky ghosts. Zaire, bearing the primal origin void realm and dragging the 100 zhong 7-day black hole, charged forward. His origin void realm, like a real world, crashed towards Julie, Frida, and the other 6 abyssal demons. Through battling Anita and Vicky, experiencing life and death struggles, Zaire learned how to flexibly use the origin void realm for attacks and suppression. It felt like a massive sun falling upon them, with heaven and earth pressing down. The 6 cloaked figures, Jeff, and Bright King were all enveloped, unable to escape. How is this possible? The 6 abyssal demons boosted the sky ghost's strength, unexpectedly finding themselves on the defensive. The primal origin void realm surged forward, distorting the void. Trouble. Jeff quickly summoned invisible sword chi to protect himself, then vanished with Bright King, intending to escape. However, under Zaire's primal origin void realm, no one escaped easily. A massive scaly claw caught an air current and dragged the Jeff and Bright King directly into the 7-day black hole. This was Elias Tao Respected One's action. Once inside, they were imprisoned by multiple powerful artifacts. Zaire wouldn't kill them, but definitely wouldn't let them go either. How strong? Julie, Frida, and the other 6 abyssal demons were astonished, deploying all kinds of protective measures to shield themselves. Various treasures formed a barrier, with Julie surrounded by a water-like shield, dispersing force, and Frida with a blazing shield melting force before impact. Their shields complemented each other perfectly, not only defending but also producing explosions when water met fire, creating unimaginable power. For a moment, these 2 supreme shields resisted the origin void realm suppression and even caused it to shake from the combined effects. 1 primal origin void realm, 2 shield treasures. The 2 forces collided fiercely, causing explosions that shook the heavens and earth. Even the mountains below began to collapse. 2 artifacts, 1 water-based, 1 fire-based, complementary and mutually reinforcing. Zaire identified the 2 shields as artifacts. These 2 artifacts could work together, unleashing boundless power. Both the water shield and fire shield were mid-tier artifacts, formidable in their own right. Zaire even sensed a man dressed in blue with an extremely cold demeanor and a fiery, alluring woman inside the two shields. Clearly, these were the artifact spirits. Mid-tier artifacts were precious enough to serve as the guardian treasures of a major sect. Even a prestigious force like the 9 academies had very few mid-tier artifacts, evident from the students of Pingchuan Martial Academy. As one of the 9 academies, a sacred ground for martial cultivation, only the top disciple Ahmed possessed a mid-tier artifact, and it wasn't even produced by Pingchuan Martial Academy but obtained by chance. This showed just how rare mid-tier artifacts were. When the Abyssal Demon clan members summoned 2 mid-tier artifacts, Zaire was taken aback. He had thought he had everything under control. But now, everything changed. Even Zaire's 7-day black hole artifact spirit, combined with the law-breaking divine needle through the aid of divine blood, required vast resources and energy to ascend to mid-tier status. And this was still uncertain given his current realm. After all, Zaire hadn't yet reached tribulation stage, which limited his ability to refine artifacts. Becker's warrior god spear was a mid-tier artifact, capable of severing mountains and splitting seas. Even Emperor Mickey's primordial void realm couldn't withstand its might. Now, the water and fire shields complemented each other, their combined power surpassing the warrior god spear. Though not as potent as higher-tier artifacts like water Amion, they could still shred any ordinary primordial void realm instantly without fear. Even supreme geniuses from powerful factions like Songyang Martial Academy would only flee rather than face such might. This person's primordial void realm may be barren, but it is incredibly strong, with celestial phenomena suggesting immortality. It must belong to Zaire of Tianyang Martial Academy. Julie and Frida quickly deduced the identity of the iron-armored warrior before them. Zaire, you knew who we were all along. The disappearances of Faxon and Beryl from Tianyang Martial Academy were likely your doing. For disrupting our grand plans, you will have no peace for the rest of your life. Your family, your loved ones, all will die. Julie and Frida directly summoned the water and fire shields to block Zaire's primal origin void realm. Simultaneously, their formidable mental energy, like a tornado, surged towards him. These two were exceptionally powerful, far stronger than the emperors at Songyang Martial Academy. Though not on par with Becker, Anita, or Vicky, they could easily rank among the top 30 or 40 in the Dragon Pride list. Such figures commanded immense respect in the central world of the 9 provinces. Their overwhelming mental force struck Zaire like a fierce storm, piercing through all barriers and entering his body through every pore, intending to shatter his essence, flesh, and soul. Zaire felt stiff. Intense pain coursed from his toes to his scalp. His senses dulled, unable to perceive the outside world, and his true essence stagnated. What kind of technique is this? Zaire was shocked. He had never seen or heard of such an attack from the Abyssal Demon clan. It was more bizarre and troublesome than any he'd encountered. If a regular sovereign expert faced this, they would likely suffer mental breakdowns, losing control over their bodies and becoming mad. In an instant, the power of the primal origin void realm diminished, and Zaire swayed midair. He's been shaken by our mental force and can no longer resist. Go, take his life. Seeing this, Julie and Frida rejoiced, unleashing even stronger mental energy from their minds. Boom. The air around the mountains exploded under invisible pressure. 2 even more terrifying mental energies blasted towards Zaire. Primal origin void realm. The world shadows above the 6 cloaked figures vanished, fusing into Zaire's body. The sudden disappearance caused violent fluctuations in the void, collapsing powerful currents. This abrupt shift made the 6 abyssal demons stagger, nearly falling due to the sudden loss of support. First summoning his primordial void realm, then using its disappearance to cause spatial upheaval, Zaire had clearly mastered flexible use of his void realm. Trouble. Julie and Frida realized their water and fire shields missed their target and hastily tried to retract them while warning the others. But it was too late. After retracting his primordial void realm, Zaire's heaven-mandated glow swept across his body, absorbing all foreign mental energies. In a flash, the power of the primal origin void realm surged within him, consuming true essence rapidly. Suddenly, 6 identical Zaire figures appeared in the heavens. Each figure unleashed a force equivalent to 10,000 ancient wild bulls, striking the 6 abyssal demons simultaneously. 10,000 ancient wild bulls' strength. The strength of a dragon. Power only tribulation stage cultivators possessed. In short, the 6 abyssal demons now faced an attack from a tribulation stage cultivator simultaneously. Chapter 296, Subverting Zaire. Wangu Jiejing. It's the power of a dragon from Wangu Jiejing. The black-robed figure, Flowing Cloud, seeing this, immediately unleashed a massive mental wave. The powerful thought force transformed into an enormous boxing glove, his right fist smashing out to forcefully intercept Zaire's strike. Due to the tearing force, the black robe exploded off his body, revealing his true form. He appeared no different from an ordinary person but had several additional rune marks on his forehead. These markings were similar to those of Anita and Vicky. Though these individuals wielded mysterious and unpredictable powers, Zaire's onslaught was overwhelmingly fierce. In mere moments, he erupted 6 times with each attack carrying the strength of 10,000 ancient oxen, a power level surpassing that of ordinary Jiejing realm practitioners. Such power was terrifying and almost unbelievable below the Jiejing realm. The 6 black-robed figures simultaneously unleashed their own power, aiming to intercept Zaire's assault. Boom. 6 colossal, translucent boxing gloves collided with Zaire's attack simultaneously. In an instant, the earth shook violently, the sky darkened. The entire mountain range beneath them began collapsing due to the impact. The void above was ravaged by fragmented air currents swirling into a hurricane as terrifying as a storm layer at a height of 10 miles. After delivering his 6 phantom images attacks, Zaire dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, the physical bodies of the 6 abyssal demon clan members exploded into fragments, splattering blood which was then instantly absorbed and transported away by primordial cave heaven without any resistance. Even with their formidable physical strength far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, these 6 abyssal experts could not withstand a single blow from Zaire, ending up near death with shattered bodies. My essence energy is completely drained. Suspended in the void, Zaire's face was pale, drenched in sweat. Bursting forth 6 consecutive strikes, comparable to an upper echelon Jiajing practitioner's attack, had left him feeling thoroughly depleted both physically and mentally. His body couldn't support itself anymore, causing him to plummet toward the collapsing mountain. He had opened 5 major acupoints for storing essence energy. Now, all 5 were entirely empty, devoid of any energy. All the condensed, nearly tangible essence energy had been expended in the 6 strikes of dragon power. This was the first time Zaire had fully depleted himself. Unexpectedly, even with the primal world, there came a moment where his essence energy would be entirely exhausted. I must recover quickly, or even a king realm expert could slay me now. Zaire activated primordial cave heaven, barely drawing some spiritual energy to convert into essence energy. He then consumed several southern barbarian pills one after another. Previously, just one southern barbarian pill could restore his essence energy to its peak, sometimes exceeding it. But now, even consuming dozens of them couldn't fill even a tenth of a single acupoint. Thankfully, his stamina was mostly restored. By finally controlling his body, Zaire stabilized himself mid-air, preventing a free fall. With a slight mental command, he entered the primal world directly, causing the 7 days black hole to vanish and merge into his body. In an instant, the shadow of an entire world flashed past, followed by tranquility. To onlookers, Zaire had vanished in the blink of an eye. Marvin was stunned. He wiped out the Kira army in a blink, slew 6 formidable enemies, and even gave me a sense of confronting my father. How powerful. Unbelievably powerful. As a prince of the great Yuan kingdom, Marvin had considerable knowledge. He recognized immediately that Zaire's 6 strikes each carried the power of 10,000 ancient oxen, equivalent to the dragon power of an upper echelon Jiajing practitioner. Such power was frightening. Even a first catastrophe Jiajing master couldn't unleash 6 dragon force attacks simultaneously. Though Jiajing experts possessed strength surpassing 10,000, it didn't mean they could always maintain such immense power. Just as someone could eat 5 bowls of rice in one meal but couldn't do so 6 meals consecutively, it was simply beyond reach. This also explained why Zaire, having the primal world, could burst out with 6 dragon power attacks, something he otherwise couldn't manage even with 5 major acupoints storing essence energy. Retreating into the primal world, Zaire sat cross-legged beside the tender leaves of the desolate island and practiced continuously for 2 days and 3 nights before fully recovering. Simultaneously unleashing 6 dragon force attacks almost drove me to exhaustion. Zaire slowly opened his eyes, sighing deeply. If only I could find a few anamorphic stones, I could continuously unleash dragon power, making even Becker fall before me. Now, the essence energy in his 5 acupoints was replenished. Each acupoint contained slowly revolving colorful liquid, essence energy in liquid form. Whether called essence energy or mana, regardless of cultivation path, the more solid and stable the stored energy, the more powerful the cultivator. Zaire, you must infuse the 7 days black hole with energy. Otherwise, the heavenly ghosts will starve easily, and many ascending heavenly ghost kings will be delayed. Nourishing them will produce boundless faith energy used to refine the 7 days black hole. It'll take about half a year to smelt the law-breaking mystic needle into a medium-grade treasure, significantly enhancing the power of the 7 days black hole. Seeing Zaire awaken, Elias Dao Zun hurriedly advised. Do I need to infuse energy to feed the heavenly ghosts? The primal world can barely replenish the energy consumed during battle, yet now I have to nourish over 9 million heavenly ghosts? Zaire was taken aback, but realized he had no choice. To harness faith willpower via the heavenly ghosts, ensuring their survival and strengthening them was necessary. Recalling the vast amount of energy consumed daily when using the primordial cauldron to absorb heavenly ghosts in the Eastern Sea, it was fortunate various arrays within the cauldron prevented complete depletion. Now, nourishing over 9 million heavenly ghosts, including many heavenly ghost kings, required unimaginable amounts of essence energy and spiritual chi. Poor. Utterly poor. Those 6 abyssal demons aren't dead yet, are they? Zaire suddenly remembered. They won't die easily. They're still putting up resistance. Let's go. They must carry plenty of treasures. Zaire instantly reached the other side of the desolate island. Here, grayish air currents continuously swirled, emitting powerful deterrents that neutralized any energy or attack. This was the chaotic chi of the primal world, mobilized by Zaire. Above the air currents, the 7 days black hole rotated continuously. Elias Dao Zun sat cross-legged atop it, chanting ancient syllables, causing 9 glowing characters to appear on the surface. Below, in the center, 6 intense forces brewed, clearly emanating from the 6 abyssal demons. Indeed, they hadn't died but were still amassing strength for a final counterattack, showcasing their incredible resilience and formidable power. If Zaire hadn't decisively expended all his essence energy to unleash his strongest attack, subduing them would have been difficult. Some might have escaped even if captured. Watching the dim light concentrating and nurturing a fearsome force inside, Zaire felt a shiver of awe. This encounter with the abyssal demons was undoubtedly with significant figures. If he hadn't transcended the imperial realm, he might have faced retaliation. Above the 6 abyssal demons, 2 shields, one of water and one of fire, were continuously surging upward with accumulating power. The momentum they exuded seemed almost capable of breaking through the suppression of the 7 days black hole and escaping. If it weren't for Elias Dao Zun sitting atop the 7 days black hole, chanting secret 9-character incantations for reinforcement, these shields might have indeed broken free. In that case, although the 6 abyssal demon experts wouldn't escape the primal world, causing chaos inside would still result in significant destruction. White Su, come out quickly and suppress these 2 treasures. These are medium-grade treasures. Be careful. With a loud shout, Bai Su's figure flew over from afar. Upon seeing the two shields of water and fire, he was visibly shocked. He immediately unleashed his strongest techniques, invoking the power of primordial cave heaven to suppress them. However, the two medium-grade treasures resisted even more intensely as they were subjected to greater force. They spun rapidly, intersecting each other, and bursts of water and fire exploded outward, smashing everything in their path as they surged upward. Seeing this situation, Zaire spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the entire area within the primordial cave heaven to be filled with a faint mist of blood. The chaotic air currents instantly fused with the blood mist, transforming into a gray dragon-shaped air current. To suppress these two treasures, Zaire had directly used his own essence blood to empower the primordial cave heaven. The value of obtaining these two shields was immeasurable. If sold, they would likely fetch a starting bid of billions. Who would ever sell medium-grade treasures? Especially a pair that could cooperate seamlessly. Even high-level Jiajing experts from superpowers might not possess such a set of shields. Water and fire twin shields. If Declan were to forge such a pair of treasures, just collecting the materials alone would take nearly 1,000 years, followed by lengthy refining and tempering processes, and finally, an immense investment of time and energy to transform them. Without several thousand years, it was impossible to complete. This demonstrated how precious a pair of perfectly cooperative medium-grade treasures truly were. Had it not been for encountering these 6 abyssal demons, Zaire wouldn't have possibly encountered such valuable treasures now. After consuming essence blood and letting the gray dragon-shaped air current suppress the 2 medium-grade treasures, Zaire patiently waited. The damage dealt by one dragon's strength was enough to shake the foundations of the 6 individuals. The fact that they could still move, and even resist, indicated they were using some unsustainable secret technique. With the water and fire twin shields under suppression, all that remained was waiting for their strength to wane. Once their power faded, capturing and refining them would be effortless. However, Zaire naturally wouldn't waste any time. Turning around, he extended his hand, pulling 2 figures out from the space within the 7 days black hole. They were none other than the 9th Prince of Great Yuan, Ming Wang, and 3rd Prince Jesse. Who are you? 3rd Prince Jesse abruptly opened his eyes, emitting piercing light. Infinite power surged forth from his body. This power transformed into numerous sword auras, striking out to break through the void and escape. You'd better stop wasting your efforts. This is my primordial cave heaven. If you could leave, your strength would surpass mine, making you a high-level Jiajing expert. Zaire smiled, raising his right hand and instantly activating the dragon swallow technique. In one go, he swallowed all of Jesse's power, converting it into true essence for storage. Your strength is indeed formidable, but clearly, you haven't perfected it, failing to unleash its true might. After converting Jesse's power through the dragon swallow technique, Zaire detected its unique qualities. These sword auras could become wuxing and intangible. Correction. These sword auras could become invisible and intangible. They were undoubtedly the strongest means of assassination and ambush. Kneel down. With this order, akin to an imperial decree, boundless world pressure struck Jesse directly. Bang. His legs gave way, forcing him to kneel on the ground, unable to resist. You conspired with these 6 demonic creatures from Kunlun Amiyuntan to plot my murder. I captured you to obliterate your soul, ensuring eternal damnation. But since you are a prince of Great Yuan, I will spare your life. However, you must pay for your actions. Zaire's voice boomed like a deity's, leveraging the world force of the primordial cave heaven to oppress Jesse's mind. Who are you? Such vast true essence and such powerful strength, nearly matching ancient Jiajing giants. Jesse roared, struggling furiously. No matter how much he tried to unleash his power, it was futile against Zaire. Heh, I am Zaire of the Edge Sky Martial Academy. Zaire chuckled coldly, revealing his identity. I didn't guess wrong. It is indeed you. Only you could possess such formidable strength at the Imperial realm. Only you could own a rare and unparalleled primordial cave, heaven unseen in thousands of years. Jesse shouted, his voice filled with deep resentment. Now that you know who I am, tell me how you plan to pay for your actions. Zaire did not reveal to Jesse that the 6 were abyssal demon experts, only calling them demons. The emergence of abyssal demons was a closely guarded secret of the Edge Sky Martial Academy, with Chancellor Declan aiming to surpass Songyang Martial Academy and become the top among the 9 academies. Jesse, being the 3rd prince, could not be killed outright. Offending Great Yuan would cause enormous trouble. But Jesse had always been one of the outstanding princes of Great Yuan, possessing unimaginable wealth. Given this opportunity, why wouldn't Zaire take advantage? After all, he was too poor. Never thought you, Zaire, would resort to extortion. You've already experienced countless opportunities and gained untold treasures and elixirs. What do you see in my possessions? But given the power of your primordial cave heaven, your consumption must be considerable. Jesse suddenly became calm, showing extraordinary mental fortitude. My 13th brother has no chance of ascending to power. Zaire, I have a proposal. Why don't you assist me instead? I can assure you that from now on, you'll never lack resources. How many spirit gathering pills do you want? 10 billion? 100 billion? 1 trillion? If you agree, I can gather 1 trillion for you within a month. Facing such dire circumstances, he still tried to recruit Zaire. Chapter 297. The Heavenly Court Above All Worlds. I am the strongest among all the princes of Great Yuan, only one step away from breaking through to the Imperial realm. Moreover, I have absolute confidence in advancing directly to the Calamity realm. Among all the princes of Great Yuan, I have the best chance of being established as the crown prince and ascending that throne. Zaire, think about it. How many years will it take for my 13th brother to break through to the Imperial realm? What are his chances of advancing to the Calamity realm? Rather than supporting an uncertain person, why not cooperate with me? If you can help me become the crown prince and ascend the throne, I will give you as many spirit pills and supreme magical treasures as you want. The treasury of Great Yuan is far richer than you can imagine. Jesse tempted Zaire with benefits and logical reasons, making the most generous promises. In fact, assisting you or Marvin makes little difference to me, Zaire said indifferently. You say you'll give me as many treasures as I want. That may fool others, but don't make empty promises in front of me. The reason I support the 13th Prince is because Xavier supports Flame King. Since he wants to succeed, I must prevent him. Upon hearing this, Jesse's expression stiffened, realizing he could not persuade Zaire. Xavier has the backing of Tianya and Songyang martial academies. He's not easy to deal with. And according to what I know, there's an ancient secret involving him. Many speculate that after Wuxia disappeared, he was reborn as Xavier. Jesse thought for a moment and continued, here's a proposal. I have a lot of items in my world inside a mustard seed space, meant for the grand celebration at Hongdao Martial Academy. This time, I'll give you 100 billion spirit gathering pills. That's all I have left. How about it? 100 billion spirit gathering pills? Truly astonishing wealth. Enough to buy a treasured artifact. Fine here, I will let you leave. Zaire eased some of the world pressure, allowing Jesse to stand up. Jesse immediately took out 10 black jade cards, each card worth 10 billion. These spirit gathering pill cards were issued by the great Yuan royal family. In the 9 states, holding such a card issued by the royal families was a symbol of status, and ordinary rich merchants and forces would show great respect. Moreover, these cards were not only usable in the central world of the 9 states, but also rumored to be valid in some places outside the realms. Zaire put the 10 jade cards directly into Jingzhou tripod, then waved his hand and sent both Jesse and Ming Wang out of the primordial grotto heaven. At the same time, he hurriedly urged the primordial grotto heaven to swiftly fly toward Hongdao Martial Academy. Several days had been delayed, and Trey's wedding was approaching. Missing Brittany Jeanren's guidance would be a great regret. After dealing with Jesse and Ming Wang, Zaire estimated it was almost time and headed towards the 6 abyssal demons. The 6 abyssal demons, Frida, Julie, I advise you not to fight uselessly anymore. Though your race rarely emerges, I already know all about you. Last time at Tianyang Martial Academy, when encountering several abyssal demons like Faxon, Zaire made a decent fortune. Now, catching 6 stronger ones could yield unimaginable wealth. Zaire, well done, well done, well done. Amidst the light, Frida's voice rang out. You are the first to place me in this predicament, but if you see reason, you can still turn back. Free us, and follow us faithfully. When our army conquers the world, we will bestow you with supreme glory, even making you the overlord of the 9 states. Surprisingly, this individual had recovered more than half during this time, displaying an astonishing potential for life force. Overlord of the 9 states? No wonder abyssal demons are called abyssal demons. You aim big from the start. Hearing Frida offer him the overlordship, Zaire burst into laughter. Your prisoners, don't forget your situation. Promises without substance. What good are they? All I need is to crush you, and the waterfire dual shields will be mine. Plus, I'll get your portable wormholes. That's tangible. You even know about wormholes? Frida inwardly trembled, but maintained a cold tone. Zaire, you may not know how much preparation my race has made to seize the 9 states. This time we mobilized at least 100 billion battle generals and a trillion-strong army. Who can resist such a force? You? If not for the short time span preventing us from fully breaking the seal, the 9 states would already be ours. After seizing the 9 states, we can use it as a base to directly invade the Divine Realm. Divine Realm? Do you know what the Divine Realm is? Legend has it that the Divine Realm is immeasurably rich and prosperous, beyond imagination. You envy our treasured artifacts now, but in the Divine Realm, they are nothing. Once you enter, even celestial weapons are easily obtainable. In the Divine Realm, there's the spheres of all realms. Legend has it that obtaining this will allow free travel through all worlds, becoming the paramount ruler of all realms. Hearing this, Zaire realized these abyssal demons might know many secrets, perhaps revealing things unknown to him. He replied, wanting to invade the Divine Realm? Delusional dreams. To enter, you must reach the 10th Calamity Realm, also known as Infinite Calamity Transcendent, understanding the laws of heaven and earth, the origin of energy, yin-yang dualities, and the 3 talents, and then tear through the void, cross the skybridging bridge, and ascend to the Divine Realm. Do you have the power for that? You know nothing. There are more ways to enter the Divine Realm than just the skybridging bridge. The 9 states are called the Central Great World not only because they are at the center of all realms, but also because they are closest to the Divine Realm. Other major worlds find it far harder to ascend, lacking skybridging bridges and relying on their own strength to tear the void. Julie continued, in the boundless cosmos, countless spacetimes and worlds exist, from lesser thousand, middle thousand, to greater thousand, interlocked. But the 9 states, as the Central Great World, are uniquely special. They are closest to the Divine Realm, and legend says the initial world formed in the chaos was here in the 9 states, imbued with primordial energy. Only the 9 states have a channel leading to the myriad realms, likely due to this reason. So, the 9 states are the best base for entering the Divine Realm. With the power to tear through the void, one can enter. The benefits of the Divine Realm are beyond your imagination. Just for cultivation, while it takes 10 years for an average person to reach Chi Realm in the 9 states, even the dullest individual can naturally reach Chi Realm by age 10 in the Divine Realm. In the Divine Realm, advancing to the Calamity Realm is easier than reaching Chi Realm here. Oh, did you know how the Emperor Chana died? He wanted to lead everyone in the 9 states to ascend. He intended to bring all his subjects to the Divine Realm, intending to challenge the heavens. For this, he faced attacks from the Divine Realm in the way of heaven, ultimately perishing. But we are different. We don't challenge the heavens, we only attack the Divine Realm. Survival of the fittest is the rule set by the way of heaven. Then, once we occupy the 9 states as a stepping stone, we can bring you into the Divine Realm to enjoy its riches together. Zaire was lost in thought, never imagining he would learn so many secrets. The allure of the Divine Realm was indeed immense. By now, after witnessing Brittany Jeanren's power, especially when he channeled divine essence. Zaire finally understood what the extremely high-quality spiritual energy absorbed by the primordial grotto heaven was. It was indeed divine essence, or commonly known as immortal chi. This also indicated that the primordial grotto heaven could penetrate into the divine realm. If his cultivation were a bit stronger, he might enter the divine realm this way. So, Emperor Chana died for this reason. And this was the first time Zaire learned that the central world of the 9 states bordered the divine realm. The things you say do make me somewhat shaken, but they are too distant and idealistic. I just want to improve my cultivation, enhance my strength, and reach the calamity realm as soon as possible. Though myriad thoughts surged in his heart, Zaire maintained a cold smile, unmoved. Humph, do you really think you can kill us? We 6 have cultivated an unprecedented great Tao, different from all other cultivators. This path was personally extracted by our supreme leader with supreme power. Only our race can cultivate it. Julie sneered and loudly said, your primordial grotto heaven is powerful, but it cannot truly shake our foundation. Do you think we are like Faxon or Beryl? Our cultivation focuses on mental power. Even if you crush our physical bodies into dust, you cannot truly kill us. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, the 6 wrapped themselves in chaotic energy currents without any fear of being refined by Zaire. Though these people couldn't escape, no one could truly kill them either. Mental power? Zaire scrutinized closely and indeed found the issue. Inside each of the 6 abyssal demons' brains, there was a glowing crystal-like object. Once their physical body was injured, this object could absorb a strange energy from a mysterious void to heal the wounds. Even in the primordial grotto heaven, this force couldn't be blocked. Moreover, Zaire keenly observed that if the body suffered irreparable damage, this brain crystal could retreat into the void, escaping capture. Due to this, despite being struck by Dragon Force attacks, they still remained lively. Zaire currently couldn't kill these 6. Does this mean only Calamity Realm Masters can thoroughly destroy them? What kind of technique did these abyssal demons cultivate to possess such terrifying abilities? And how powerful was their leader? Faxon and Beryl's disciples could make the green sprout grow taller and produce 6 leaves. Now, I want to see how far you can help this green sprout grow. Do you think cultivating mental power and growing crystals in your brain means I can't deal with you? Don't underestimate me, Zaire. Suddenly, Zaire waved his hand, releasing the suppression on the primordial grotto heaven. Instantly, the primordial grotto heaven burst forth with strong absorptive forces. On the island, the green sprout seemed stimulated. Bang, 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 bang. 6 explosions occurred. Stones burst open, and 6 hair-like roots emerged from the soil. This is the primordial grotto heaven. This is the prototype of the primordial grotto heaven. But how can there be a primordial grotto heaven now? It should only exist at the beginning of chaos. How? How could it be? Upon sensing something amiss in the void, both Julie, Frida, and the other 4 abyssal demons shrieked in panic. The screams revealed their extreme terror. Submit and become nutrients. To avoid delays, Zaire immediately activated his true essence, coordinating with the 7 days black hole, forcibly suppressing the 6 frenzied abyssal demon experts. The green sprout's roots seized the opportunity to embed deeply into them. Instantly, the 6 abyssal demons let out intense cries. The glow around their bodies visibly dimmed. Zaire, you defy our race and will die without a burial place. My abyssal race will surely establish a heavenly court to govern all worlds, reigning above all realms. This is inevitable. No one can stop it. No one. Frida's body trembled uncontrollably, becoming gaunt. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape death. Zaire's vast true essence, combined with the 7 days black hole, weighed down on them like a mountain. Establish a heavenly court? Reign above all realms? Your ambitions are quite grand. Zaire sneered inwardly. However, he was profoundly impressed by the abyssal demons' plans. They aimed to create something even more terrifying than the divine realm, controlling all heavens and worlds. Forget it. Regardless if you want to build a heavenly court, whether it's billions of battle generals or trillions of troops, I need to strengthen myself first. Only power is eternal. Only through strength can one influence the situation. Otherwise, even knowing their detailed plans, I would only watch helplessly. Zaire focused his mind, fully suppressing the 6 abyssal demons so the green sprout's roots could absorb them. The abyssal demon's origin contained a special element, clumsy chi. This was extremely important for the primordial grotto heaven. Zaire even speculated that clumsy chi was vital to any world. Everything has yin and yang. Since the world has spiritual energy, there must be an opposing counterpart. If a world lacks clumsy chi, it is incomplete and can't be considered a true world. The primordial grotto heaven could already absorb spiritual energy, but it lacked clumsy chi. Currently, it could only obtain it from abyssal demons. One day, perhaps the primordial grotto heaven would truly grow into a complete world. Then, ###chapter 298. Power increases again, flesh regenerates. As the green sprout's roots continuously penetrated into the bodies of the 6 abyssal demons, Zaire saw streams of energy being continuously transferred from the roots to the branches. Immediately after, the entire sprout grew wildly and uncontrollably. 9 inches, 1 foot, 3 feet. Finally, it grew to a full 6 feet 7 inches. The green sprout could no longer be called a sprout. It had now become a small tree. Not only that, but this lush, vibrant little tree even bore 6 small yellow fruits. They looked just like miniature versions of water pears. These fruit, resembling tiny water pears, were brimming with enormous energy. Moreover, Zaire sensed that inside each fruit was the crystal pea-sized structure from the brains of the 6 abyssal demons. This crystal, akin to the fruit's core, contained potent life energy. Zaire, you will face retribution. You will certainly face retribution. I am a first-class sergeant of the abyssal race. If you dare to kill us, the Billion Legion will crush your Sky Edge Martial Academy to ashes. And not only that, the Lieutenant Unborn will surely come for you. With the Lieutenant Unborn's means, none of your secrets can remain hidden. You can never understand the methods of our abyssal race. You cannot grasp them, you cannot. Sandflow and Cloudflow struggled, even as their bodies had long turned to dust, leaving only their heads. Still, they roared maniacally. Lieutenant Unborn? How would he know it was me who killed you? Could he calculate the workings of fate? But that is absolutely impossible. Even immortals cannot foresee everything. The universe is infinitely vast, and things are constantly changing. Do you think your Lieutenant Unborn is stronger than gods? Do you think I'm so easily frightened? This Lieutenant Unborn must be your leader, right? Zaire didn't believe a word they said. Even if the Lieutenant Unborn did come, with the backing of the Sky Edge Martial Academy, he had nothing to fear. Frogs at the bottom of a well. How can you comprehend the heavens? You, this tiny insect, have no idea what my race is capable of. The past cannot be changed, the future is endless. Even deities in the ninth heaven find it difficult to predict future events. But the events of the past can be easily calculated. You dared to kill us, and the Lieutenant Unborn will certainly find out. And with your primordial world, you will die. Our abyssal race will go all out to slay you, and seize your primordial world. Sandflow's head was already turning to sand. Using his last bit of strength, he vented his deep-seated frustration and rage. The past cannot be changed, the future is endless. Zaire muttered these words to himself, a hint of doubt flickering in his mind, but it quickly dissipated. There was no turning back now. Only death awaited those who opposed him. Rumble. The 7-day black hole under his control pressed down again. The immense pressure accelerated the root system's absorption process. Crack, crack. With two sharp explosions, Sandflow and Cloudflow's heads turned to sand and powder, becoming part of the isolated island. Only 6 transparent spheres remained floating in the air. These were the personal wormholes of the 6 abyssal demons, each containing countless treasures and elixirs. Estimating their strength, Zaire reckoned that the 6 abyssal demons were roughly equivalent to Empyrean prodigies. The loot from killing 6 such beings was substantial. The green sprout had grown into a small tree, bearing 6 miniature water pears. He also acquired 2 medium-grade treasure artifacts, the Waterfire twin shields. The 6 personal wormholes contained even more treasures. Zaire roughly examined them and found more than enough to nurture over 9 million kiras. By absorbing these kiras, the resulting faith power would be an unexpected wealth. I'll study these fruits on the tree first. They seem to contain vast energy and life potential. If I consume them, my strength should advance further. Zaire waved his hand, and a breeze carried the 6 miniature water pears from the tree to his side. Picking one up, he examined it closely. From the outside, it looks like a small water pear, but this weight. A single small fruit weighed dozens of pounds. Yet the branches of the small tree did not show any signs of bending despite the heavy load. Zaire couldn't help but glance at the nearby tree. Its branches and leaves had become more numerous. After absorbing Sandflow and Cloudflow, it now had about 40 to 50 leaves instead of just a few. It also developed 6 new branches. Snap. He tried taking a small bite of the fruit, and with a crisp sound, the juice transformed into an incredibly pure energy, merging into his body. Realizing that the fruit was indeed edible, he directly swallowed all remaining fruits. 6 streams of pure energy rapidly integrated into his body, spreading to every corner. This energy was different from anything he had experienced before. It wasn't martial arts essence, divine powers, or even faith power. It felt like an entirely new kind of force, one that reached deep into his soul. The 6 water pear-like fruits transformed into warm currents, circulating throughout his body. Zaire soon felt his meridians expanding, his sea of consciousness growing larger, and his acupoints undergoing transformation, much like turning a bucket into a barrel that could hold more water. In his primordial world, massive amounts of divine energy poured into his acupoints, which had increased by nearly half compared to before. Now, Zaire could unleash the Dragon Force 11 to 12 times without rest. Previously, he could only use it 6 times before exhausting his energy. However, the expansion of meridians and the growth of his sea of consciousness and acupoints were minor compared to what surprised him most. His physical body. Already possessing an incredible degree of strength, he could resist various treasures and even some artifacts without harm. But achieving the 4 realms of glassy, leak-proof, immortal, and regenerative described in the unshaped heaven and earth scripture was still distant. According to the scripture, as cultivation advanced, the physical body could reach an immortal state, where even if the flesh disintegrated into dust, the soul and will remained intact. The regenerative realm meant that even if the body turned to dust, it could reassemble and grow anew. In the final stage, as long as the soul existed, it could absorb elemental forces to gradually resurrect. Now, after consuming the water pear-like fruits and absorbing the life potential of the 6 abyssal demon experts, Zaire's body underwent a complete transformation. Rushing chi flowed like rivers through his veins, making his body expand with each pulse. Blood and chi surged ceaselessly. In the end, it expanded to dozens of feet in size, its skin completely cracking as golden blood continuously seeped out, only to flow back into the body in a continuous cycle, resembling interwoven golden rivers on the spherical surface. What tremendous energy! Zaire opened his mouth wide, feeling an intense inferno engulfing him, and he breathed rapidly. However, after taking a few breaths, he suddenly realized that he was inflating at an accelerated rate. Boom! Zaire could no longer control himself. His entire body exploded into a thick, pale golden blood mist. No mistake. At this moment, he truly burst open. However, only his head remained intact. Apart from his head, the rest of his physical body was completely gone. The entire space contained only one head, which flew about chaotically. But faced with such a perilous situation, Zaire burst into laughter. Because, leveraging the life force essence of the 6 abyssal demons, he had suddenly grasped the profound secrets of flesh regeneration and even some of the strange powers like those of Sandflow and Cloudflow. By willpower, my flesh is reborn, indestructible, I am eternal, and endless will spread across every corner of his primordial world. In an instant, all the pale golden mist gradually gathered together as if guided by an invisible giant hand weaving organs and veins. In a short period, an absolutely perfect, flawless body appeared before his eyes. Zaire maneuvered his head to merge with the new body, seamlessly integrating into one whole. Whoosh, whoosh, a formidable aura erupted violently from him. Without using any true essence, Zaire merely took a simple step, yet the surrounding air tore apart, producing violent sonic booms. Phew, even the exhaled air resembled a storm, sweeping through the void with a roaring sound. At this moment, Zaire felt that the power generated by his physical form alone could crush a mountain hundreds of feet tall. This is the realm of flesh immortality and regeneration? To reach this level, one would typically need to be at least a great Amanarch. However, my current state isn't true immortality and regeneration. If I can still reform my body even when my head bursts and turns into dust with no signs of life, then I will have truly achieved it. Zaire was well aware of his limitations. Currently, his limbs and torso could regenerate as long as sufficient energy was available, even if they were shattered or turned into blood mist. But not his head. He hadn't reached the stage where his head could explode and still regenerate. Despite this, his physical body now far surpassed ordinary cultivators. If he were to encounter another combined attack from Anita and Vicky now, the outcome would be vastly different from last time. He wouldn't face a scenario where he couldn't escape or fight back. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could forcefully suppress either of them. With his current strength, he could directly top the Proud Dragon ranking. Waterfire twin shields. Sandflow and Cloudflow are already dead. Why don't you surrender? If you persist in resistance, I will extinguish your sentience forever. After adapting to his new body for a while, Zaire turned his attention to the Waterfire twin shields under the 7-day black hole suppression. These two medium-grade treasure artifacts were immensely powerful. Even with the 7-day black hole, Elias Venerable, and Mickey's strength suppressing them, they still struggled fiercely, trying to break free. Medium-grade treasure artifacts were extraordinary. If Zaire hadn't suppressed these two artifacts first, the 6 abyssal demons wouldn't have been so easily consumed. One look at Becker's martial deity spear revealed the power of a medium-grade treasure artifact. It could tear the sky and split the earth. Even Mickey's main cavern heaven couldn't withstand it. Not to mention the Waterfire twin shields, which complemented each other, generating even more explosive forces when their energies clashed. This was far more powerful than the martial deity spear, almost rivaling high-grade treasure artifacts. Elias Venerable was currently suppressing over 9 million Kiras, while also controlling the law-breaking spirit needle, leaving little strength to spare. While the 7-day black hole was powerful, it housed over 9 million Kiras and numerous treasure artifacts. If used recklessly, the backlash might harm the ghosts and shake the artifacts, leading to a costly situation. However, if these artifacts were fully integrated with the 7-day black hole, this legendary treasure coveted by generations of the true Dragon Clan would become a supreme tool, capable of suppressing everything and even challenging the world serpent deep within Thousand Steeds Amiuntan. Thus, Zaire could say he currently had no usable treasure artifacts. Encountering strong enemies like Anita would force him to rely solely on his physical body for combat. Therefore, acquiring the Waterfire twin shields was imperative, even if it meant destroying their spirits. Combining their power with his terrifying strength would result in unimaginable might, potentially even harming great Amanarchs. Zaire, dreaming if you think we'll surrender. Unborn lieutenant will grind your bones to dust and I, Mei Yin, will never submit. If you dare, destroy me. Upon my death, the fire shield's power will drop several levels, rendering it a mere shell of a treasure artifact. The spirit of the fire shield was a fiery-tempered woman with a towering figure, her tight red outfit perfectly accentuating her curvaceous body. Even the slightest movement conveyed boundless fervor. Her name was Mei Yin, far stronger than the previous Black Abyss sword spirit. Even in this dire situation, she showed no sign of giving up, constantly exerting force to break free. Chapter 299. Harvest. The Three Treasures and Xiaohua Pill. I, Boyd, will never yield. Our water and fire dual shields were forged by the Adolf Lieutenant using the power of the Great Adolf Grinder, combined with the elemental forces of water and fire. It took 10,000 years to successfully forge them. Adolf Lieutenant is our biological father, Zaire, so don't even think about it. Boyd, the man behind the water shield, sneered incessantly. You refuse our hospitality for punishment. Do you think I cannot handle you? Sooner or later, I will make you submit completely. Ajax, suppress these two treasures and use the 9 secret words daily to cleanse their wills, letting the 9 million Tiangue pray day and night beside them. Zaire's expression was utterly cold. Very well. Dao Venerable Ajax extended his hand, directly suppressing the water and fire dual shields deep within the 7 days black hole. Mickey hurriedly followed inside to suppress these two treasures as well. Zaire had given him tasks including practicing to enhance strength, refining spiritual pills, and cultivating magic treasures. Zaire, the power of the water and fire dual shields is too great. There are already 9 million Tiangue in the 7 days black hole. With these added, they may not be usable anymore. Now if you encounter an enemy, the only thing you can use is the Jingzhou tripod. Dao Venerable Ajax commented. The Jingzhou tripod cannot be used openly yet, but even without magical treasures, my current formidable physical strength is enough. Even if I meet Becker, if I can't kill him, I can still give him a setback. Zaire waved his hand. You first concentrate on merging with the law-breaking divine needle and suppress these two middle-grade treasures. What exactly is in the wormholes of those 6 abyssal demon race experts? Since Dao Venerable Ajax merged with the true dragon remains, his temperament seemed to have changed slightly, developing curiosity about treasures. I was also planning to select some things from there. We are about to reach Hongdao Academy. Although we have the Jesse's 100 billion spirit gathering pills, we can't just deliver money. As he spoke, Zaire opened all 6 personal wormholes. 6 transparent and profound spheres instantly emitted rays of treasure light. Spirit pills, books, magic treasures, countless items left Dao Venerable Ajax speechless. Such powerful magical weapons. The bright Amion flying snake blade, the surprising cloud glory banner, the dew-eye spear, the heron screeching halberd. Dao Venerable Ajax observed the treasure light within the primal cavern sky, which shimmered brilliantly like the Milky Way. For a moment, the entire island sky turned into a realm of magical weapons. Amidst this dense array of treasure lights, the strongest and most powerful ones were undoubtedly the peak spirit artifacts. A rough count showed nearly 100 peaked spirit artifacts. Among them was a slender knife about 5 feet long, resembling a snake, continuously wriggling with strange phenomena accompanying it. This was the peak spirit artifact, Bright Amion Flying Snake Blade. There were banners, long spears, halberds, and other treasures, their glories dazzling and overwhelming. Zaire examined all the treasures before turning his gaze to the spirit pills on the ground. All the pills from the 6 personal wormholes were poured out, forming small hills on the deserted island. A mace of these pills carried a bright blue glow. Their effects were unknown. If I'm not mistaken, these should be the unique sky pills of the abyssal demon races. Because they live year-round in darkness, they named these to express a wish. These pills can aid cultivation, but non-abyssal demon races shouldn't consume them, as it could lead to uncontrolled spiritual energy explosions. Dao Venerable Ajax frowned deeply. The personal wormholes of the 6 abyssal demon races mostly contained these sky pills. For ordinary cultivators, consuming these would be tantamount to suicide. So, aren't these pills useless? Can we feed them to the Tiangue? Zaire also furrowed his brows. If these pills couldn't be used, supplying 9 million Tiangue would become a big problem. However, he suspected these sky pills might contain a hint of primal chi, because the primal cavern sky reacted slightly to these pills. Tiangue originally have no form or spiritual energy. Their power comes from the negative emotions of living beings. Sky pills react with spiritual energy but have no adverse effects on them. However, Dao Venerable Ajax paused. These sky pills are precious cultivation resources, comparable in value to the South Barbarian god blood pills. Feeding them to the Tiangue might be wasteful. It's like feeding chickens with century-old ginseng. It would be quite extravagant. These pills will likely create 100,000 ghost generals immediately from the 9 million Tiangue. Dao Venerable Ajax looked at the piles of sky pills with visible distress. 100,000 ghost generals? Each general, even the weakest, is equivalent to a soul realm expert. 10,000 of them mean 10,000 soul realm experts. This is simply... Zaire was shocked. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of sky pills flew into the Tiangue within the 7 days black hole. The tens of thousands of sky pills transformed into a river of bright blue, consumed by all the Tiangue in an instant. In an instant, several dozen Tiangue exploded violently, transforming into expanding black smoke. Soon, the black smoke coalesced into forms. These Tiangue originally ranked as ghost soldiers had directly ascended to ghost generals. Some who had previously received mental influence from the 6 abyssal demon races advanced straight to ghost king status upon consuming the sky pills, immediately gaining several dozen ghost generals and several ghost kings. Zaire sensed that the faith power transmitted increased significantly. This also helped in suppressing the water and fire dual shields. Thus, more Tiangue advancing meant quicker subjugation of the 2 middle-grade treasures. Stronger and more numerous Tiangue produced stronger and more abundant faith power. Capturing a Tribulation Realm Ghost Emperor could equal hundreds of millions of regular Tiangue. Then within 2 days, the water and fire dual shields would become his magic treasures. These sky pills, numbering 50 to 60 billion, are sufficient to supply the 9 million Tiangue. Zaire estimated the daily consumption, finding it should be adequate. He then turned his attention to another place. There were several peculiar-looking porcelain bottles. The bottles emitted powerful aura. From the potency, they seemed stronger than soul spirit pills. There were 6 porcelain bottles, each covered in rune imprints. These runes were extremely ancient, exuding a desolate, primeval aura. Without mistaking, these are ancient drug-sealing runes, capable of drawing celestial power to preserve the medicine eternally. Dao Venerable Ajax remarked, these 6 bottles use such runes, indicating extraordinary contents, possibly similar to the Inyang Bagua rebirth pill. Quickly see what's inside. Beware the drug-sealing runes. Once opened, they unleash woodland spirits, extremely odd powers that turn any part of the body into wood upon contact. Zaire felt curious. He hadn't expected the bottle's runes to have such effects. Wanting to witness their power, he waved his hand, unleashing thick true essence that forcefully opened the 6 bottles. The runes on the bottles burst into intense light, shattering into greenish streams. Zaire touched one stream, allowing it to cover his arm. Instantly, his entire arm turned wooden, including bones, muscles, and blood vessels, indistinguishable from real wood. This woodland spirit is indeed powerful. Even with my current physical strength, I can be assimilated. It seems even a king realm expert would perish instantly upon contact. Zaire marveled internally, shaking his arm free of the wooden transformation, which exploded into pieces. Then, powerful vitality surged into his severed arm, quickly recondensing into a new one without any trace of damage. After experiencing the power of the runes, Zaire summoned the 5-colored divine light and instantly enveloped all the green streams of energy. Next, he directed his spirit into the 6 porcelain medicine bottles. Immediately, he saw the elixirs inside. There were 6 elixirs, each separately stored in its own bottle. The pills weren't large, about the thickness of a thumb. However, each pill was surrounded by a misty aura, through which one could vaguely see a faint human figure. Medicinal power taking shape. Zaire was astounded. He hadn't expected the medicinal power of the elixirs in the porcelain bottles to be so potent that their emitted power could form a human shape. Moreover, the 6 bottles, containing 6 elixirs, had condensed into different human forms, from a newborn infant, child, youth, young adult, middle-aged person, to an elderly person. The 6 elixirs formed a complete set. 3 treasures and Xiaohua pill. Dao Venerable Ajax was also taken aback upon seeing these 6 elixirs, his body trembling in disbelief. 3 treasures and Xiaohua pill? What's its use? Zaire asked urgently since Dao Venerable Ajax recognized it. Dao Venerable Ajax swallowed hard, still in shock. The 3 treasures and Xiaohua pill consists of 6 pills. The 3 treasures refer to a person's essence, energy, and spirit, while Xiaohua represents the 6 stages of life depicted by the pills. Legend has it that when one reaches the Imperial Realm, consuming this pill can stimulate the power of the 3 treasures, essence, energy, and spirit, all merging together, then breaking through a bottleneck to transcend the Great Tribulation Realm. The Inyang Bagua Rebirth pill increases the chances of breaking through the Tribulation Realm by about 40%, but this 3 treasures and Xiaohua pill can increase it to 80%. 80%? Doesn't that mean anyone with this pill is almost guaranteed to become a Tribulation Realm expert? Why did those 6 Abyssal Demon Race members only carry 1 each? Zaire was astonished, considering such a high probability was terrifying. Perhaps this pill wasn't for them. They might have been merely guarding or transporting it. Remember, they have a Lieutenant Willis behind them, a Tribulation Realm expert. That makes sense. But once we reach Hongdao Academy, what's the Tribulation Realm compared to Lingji experts who can scare off Anita and Gu Bukian from such a great distance? Ordinary Tribulation Realm experts wouldn't stand a chance against her. When I receive her guidance and quickly cultivate to the Imperial Realm, then take the 3 treasures and Xiaohua pill, no one will be able to harm me. Zaire immediately put away the 6 medicine bottles and organized all the magical treasures by grade. This harvest was unimaginably abundant. Indeed, the Abyssal Demon Race people were all fabulously wealthy. Zaire roughly counted his loot. Lower-grade spirit artifacts, more than 9,000. Middle-grade spirit artifacts, over 4,000. Upper-grade spirit artifacts, 2,000. Peak spirit artifacts, 88. In the 6 personal wormholes, there were no magic artifacts or treasure artifacts. Additionally, there were some cultivation manuals, mostly recording techniques of immortality, divine paths, and martial arts. Though they were decent, they didn't include the Abyssal Demon Race cultivation methods he sought. It seemed these manuals were intended by Macy and others to attract talent. Zaire, with this haul, you won't need to worry about anything at Hongdao Academy. In terms of wealth, who could compare? Dao Venerable Ajax laughed heartily. Indeed, the Abyssal Demon Race is incredibly wealthy, Zaire chuckled in agreement. Now fully stocked, he felt none of the previous financial distress. Let's go. We should hurry and get to Hongdao Academy as soon as possible. Having acquired such a vast fortune, Zaire felt exceptionally exhilarated. With a hearty laugh, he exited the primordial cavern sky and flew towards Hongdao Academy at full speed. With his strengthened capabilities, his current flight speed surpassed several thousand times the speed of sound. The essences and origins of Macy, Gaspard, and the other 6 Abyssal Demon experts not only expanded his acupoints but fundamentally altered his entire physical body. As he flew, millions of pores contracted, drawing large amounts of spiritual energy into his body. Swish! A barely perceptible shadow appeared atop a mountain peak, and the next moment was already deep within a forest hundreds of miles away. Flying at such incredible speeds, Zaire made no noise, not even disturbing the air currents. It was ghostly silent. This phenomenon was due to the dragon swallowing technique, which absorbed all the air currents obstructing his path. At such speed, even a Tribulation Realm expert would risk being harmed if they weren't cautious. If his physical body were even stronger, capable of refining his head as well, he could tear through space, achieving instant teleportation. With powerful true essence, the primordial world transformed into the origin cave heaven, and his immortal regenerative body, Zaire now stood as the undisputed first among non-Tribulation Realm experts. If Becker were still at his previous power level or hadn't broken through to the Tribulation Realm, facing Zaire now, he'd only have one path to defeat. However, completely killing him was still beyond Zaire's current capability unless he too reached the Imperial Realm. Now, even encountering a Tribulation Realm expert, I have the means to protect myself. Zaire pondered this while swiftly traversing the sky. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a vast influx of spiritual energy ahead, and a massive lake came into view. We've arrived at Hongdao Academy. Chapter 300, The Prince of Great Chu and the Southern Barbarian Sage Sun. Hongdao Martial Academy was built above the weak water. Without a boat or the cultivation of true realm, no one could resist the suction force of the weak water and would ultimately perish in it. However, for someone like Zaire, with a nearly indestructible physical body and powerful true essence, flying across the weak water was child's play. Approaching the weak water, Zaire, just to be safe, transformed his muscles into those of another person after some movement. Not ironclad Vajra, with his cultivation concealed, he looked exceedingly ordinary. Just then, several figures suddenly flew over from the distant sky. These people were all very young, each exuding overwhelming arrogance, clearly not ordinary wandering cultivators. This time, Hongdao Martial Academy planned a grand celebration for Trey's wedding. So talented young elites from major forces were invited to offer congratulations. For one thing, it would strengthen ties with the 9 prestigious academies. Secondly, they wanted guidance from Alice of Hongdao Martial Academy. These few people also stopped by the edge of the weak water, first looking at the vast island in the weak water, then turning their heads towards Zaire. Brother, where do you come from? We are disciples of Buxwan sect. Zaire observed that although these people had decent cultivation, they hadn't yet broken through to the true realm. With your strength, it will be difficult to cross this weak water. It's best to wait for Hongdao Martial Academy's ferry boat, he advised without disliking their arrogance. All trash, not even daring to cross the weak water. At this moment, a beam of light landed, revealing a man in armor accompanied by numerous guards. Gale of Great Chu, die? Zaire was taken aback. He didn't expect to meet this old acquaintance here. Die. Your arrogant and domineering manner really brings shame to Great Chu. A voice sounded, followed by a surge of intense heat, as a fair-faced scholar appeared before everyone. Divine Path Expert? Great Chester Golden Crow Divine Ability? The newcomer was none other than Igor, one of the southern barbarian sage sons. Zaire was naturally familiar with Igor. Born with extraordinary talent, Igor had long refined his origin cavern heaven, achieving the king realm, and possessed formidable strength. Before Zaire owned the primal world, Igor was already renowned throughout the 9 continents, eventually receiving a martial arts death warrant from Songyang Martial Academy. But seeing him still alive and well here now, it was likely that an agreement had been reached between the southern barbarians and Songyang Martial Academy, and the martial arts death warrant was withdrawn. Zaire's gaze narrowed slightly. He assessed Igor's current strength, which had already broken through to the Emperor realm and was at its peak, ready to step into the Imperial realm anytime. Despite Igor breaking through to the peak of the Emperor realm and possessing incomparable strength, Zaire did not take him seriously. He only felt a touch of sentimentality. Back then, he had to risk his life, devising a plan to make Igor fight the 4 direct disciples of Songyang, against whom he stood no chance. Now, even if Igor had broken through to the Emperor realm, with unimaginable power, Zaire could still easily subdue or kill him. This transformation was indeed somewhat poignant. Do you remember how the southern barbarian sage son once trapped you in the divine martial immortal mansion Small World? Now that you've met him again, don't you want to give him some punishment? Elias Dao Zun asked with a smile. Zaire shook his head slightly. If I were in his place back then, I might have done the same or even worse. However, this doesn't involve any fundamental interests. Moreover, we're here for Hongdao Martial Academy and Trey's wedding, so there's no need to stir up trouble. He wasn't the type to seek attention. Had it not been for Becker and Songyang Martial Academy's pressure, he would have continued to practice quietly. As they spoke, Igor turned to Dai. All the top talents from various major forces came here to celebrate at Hongdao Martial Academy. You, Gale of Great Chu, show such disrespect right away. Why don't you just go back home early before you embarrass yourself? Due to Great Chu attacking the southern barbarians, the 2 sides had become bitter enemies. One being a southern barbarian sage son, the other a Great Chu prince. Upon meeting, the tension between them was palpable. Igor, don't think you can be arrogant just because you've broken through. Your southern barbarians are being beaten back by our Great Chu. Doesn't it feel terrible to be confined within the range of a Mayant Tian? Dai couldn't tolerate being reprimanded and immediately seized a dragon-headed golden saber. Strong blade chi spread out, forming a dragon made of blade chi. This golden saber was actually a treasure artifact. It existed on the same level as the Black Abyss sword, absolutely forged by a Tribulation Realm powerhouse. Treasure artifact? When did the Emperor of Great Chu become so generous as to grant such items to sons like you? Igor squinted his eyes gleaming. Someone as stupid as you is still at true realm cultivation. Truly you can't compare to your elder brother. Blasphemy. Who are you to mention my elder brother? Today, I'll show you the might of my dragon saber. With that, the enraged Dai swung his blade. Instantly, the entire void became a world of blade chi. Hundreds of golden dragons charged towards Igor amidst the crisscrossing blade chi. Once the dragon saber was unleashed, the blade chi covered hundreds of miles. Within 100 miles, hundreds of golden dragon blade chi danced wildly. Boom. The Buxwan sect disciples were instantly enveloped by several golden dragon blade chi. Their protective treasures couldn't withstand it, and terror spread across their faces. Even several golden dragon blade chi headed towards Zaire. This dragon saber is a low-grade treasure artifact. Though its power can multiply a cultivator's combat strength several times over, Dai's cultivation is too low. He lacks enough strength to contend with Igor, but I can sit back and watch the tiger fight the bear. Amidst the roaring golden dragon blade chi, Zaire did not display his formidable strength but simply used Dragon Devour technique to engulf all the incoming blade chi, converting them into pure energy channeled into the 7 days black hole to replenish Elias Dao Zun. Presently, Elias not only had to suppress the law-breaking Divine Needle and Waterfire dual shields, but also manage over 9 million Celestial Ghost prayers, consuming considerable daily resources. Zaire's current Dragon Devour technique could easily engulf not just these few golden dragon blade chi, but even Dai himself along with his dragon saber. After Dai and Igor engaged in combat, the fierce noise quickly attracted much attention. Among these gazes were some extremely powerful experts. Sensing their presence, Zaire detected several kings who had cultivated Origin Cavern Heavens, emperors who had named their Origin Cavern Heavens, and supreme Imperial Realm powerhouses. He even faintly sensed some signs of Tribulation Realm beings observing from afar. Everyone seemed to tacitly agree, watching silently. Many participants of the celebrations had arrived from different paths: martial arts, immortals, deities, and even commercial guilds sent representatives with gifts. Among the 9 academies, if discussing sheer size and overall strength, there was no doubt that Songyang Martial Academy took the lead. But regarding who had the strongest dean, it was indisputably Alice of Hongdao Martial Academy. Had she not been the strongest, she wouldn't have been able to vie with Songyang Martial Academy for so many years. Her strength rivaled some of the ancient immortals in the other 8 martial academies who never left their secluded realms. And Trey was Alice's beloved disciple and a potential successor. Therefore, no one would miss this event. Naturally, Songyang Martial Academy didn't send anyone. Igor and Dai's confrontation became a public spectacle. Crowds always attract more crowds. Seeing this situation, Zaire silently retreated 100 miles without drawing any attention. Just a low-grade treasure artifact. What do you think it can do to me? Facing the onslaught of the golden dragon blade chi, Igor remained unmoved, pointing a finger. Instantly, the surrounding tens of miles of void directly collapsed, and all the incoming blade chi dragons vanished without a trace. No one knew what technique he used, but it effortlessly nullified Dai's attack. However, as a treasure artifact, the dragon blade would not be so simple in its might. Moreover, Zaire noticed an odd force swirling around the blade, likely added by a higher being to enhance its power. After most of the blade chi was repelled by Igor, even more intense blade chi burst from the dragon blade. These blade chi formed a colossal golden dragon. With a gaping mouth, it unleashed streams of powerful metal chi thunderbolts, terrifying to behold. This golden dragon seemed even stronger than the black abyss sword spirit previously encountered, with its tail generating endless storms and its breath producing metal chi lightning. It spat out tens of thousands of metal chi lightning bolts, shocking everyone present. No one expected the spirit within the dragon blade to be so formidable. The soaring golden dragon before them was the spirit of Dai's dragon blade. Seeing the dense cluster of lightning spheres, a flicker of surprise flashed across Igor's eyes. A beam of golden light immediately shot out from his body, transforming into a blazing sun floating above the void. The appearance of this great sun instantly suppressed everything. The golden dragon was immediately subdued. Unexpectedly, Igor has broken through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, his great Chester Golden Crow divine ability has merged with his origin cavern heaven. His heaven already has 9 stars illuminated, nearing 10. It is indeed extraordinary. Zaire retreated to a distant mountain to observe from afar. Nearby, several figures hovered in the air. Each one had cultivated their origin cavern heavens, reaching the king realm. These king realm experts, whose affiliations were unknown, exclaimed upon seeing the fleeting world shadow behind Igor. Zaire was also surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Igor could fuse his divine abilities with his divine kingdom, illuminating 9 stars already. A considerable improvement over Mickey, who was only at the emperor level. The dazzling heat from the great sun made everyone feel like they were in an endless desert, suppressing Dai and his guards to the point of immobilization. I heard that during Trey's wedding, Alice will host an exchange event where geniuses compete against each other. The winner can receive rewards from Alice, said one of the nearby king realm experts. That's true. Due to her influence, many female disciples have joined Hongdao Martial Academy. Performing well in these contests might earn one a beautiful wife, another remarked. I wonder what kind of reward Alice will give. It shouldn't be too shabby, right? How can it be? My teacher said Alice's reward is an unparalleled divine technique. An unparalleled divine technique? That does sound tempting. But at our level, practicing another divine technique might delay our breakthrough. To master it could take hundreds of years. You don't understand. With Alice's cultivation, teaching a technique will certainly provide instant enlightenment. Even my great-grandmaster couldn't do that. Is Alice truly so powerful? Of course. Otherwise, how could even Songyang Martial Academy fail to subdue Hongdao Martial Academy? Besides, I heard that due to Alice's reputation, many extraterrestrial forces are sending their best to attend Trey's wedding. The latest news states that Alice has prepared 3 unparalleled divine techniques as rewards: 9 turns immortal body, great clarity transformation technique, and great compassion redeeming technique. Any one of these holds immense power. Possessing just one would allow one to dominate the 9 continents. It's difficult. There are no weaklings here. Even the Gale of Great Chu wields a treasure artifact. We would find it hard to stand against him, let alone Igor, who suppresses him. Only someone like Igor stands a chance of earning this reward, they mused. Zaire quietly listened, amazed by Alice's generosity in offering such high-level techniques as rewards. 9 turns immortal body, great clarity transformation technique, great compassion redeeming technique. If I obtained the first one, I could refine my head and achieve true immortality in my physical body. If I obtain the second, this great clarity transformation technique seems to be a Taoist technique. Could it be that Alice knows about my secret 9-word incantation and prepared this specifically for me? As for the third, it could save me decades of cultivation, bringing my great compassion redeeming technique to full mastery. Zaire pondered the merits of these techniques relative to his own capabilities. As long as Tribulation Realm beings didn't intervene, his current strength would suffice to crush the competition and secure the reward. At this moment, far off near the weak water, the battle between Igor and Dai had turned clear. Igor's great Chester Golden Crow ability, bolstered by the power of his origin cavern heaven, had subdued the golden dragon. The dragon blade itself was restrained, with the fiery blaze of the great sun engulfing everything, including Dai and his escorts, seemingly aiming to incinerate them. Brother! Dai, now completely overwhelmed and pale-faced, yelled out. Suddenly, one of the guards behind him lifted his head, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. Boom! This guard took a step forward, unleashing boundless power like a raging dragon that pierced the sky. The dragon-shaped aura forced back Igor's great Chester Golden Crow ability, extinguishing the flames instantly. Seeing this figure appear, Zaire was utterly shocked. This person was none other than the Hiroshi of Great Chu. His strength rivaled Ahmed of Pinchuan Martial Academy, and even ranked higher on the Imperial Dragon list. Chapter 301. After dealing with the younger, now comes the elder. Igor, since you're using your authority to pressure me, I have no choice but to act. The man who had been dressed like a guard stepped forward, his clothes changing into a 4-clawed Imperial Dragon robe. Jasper, the Hiroshi of Great Chu and newly ranked 5th in the Proud Dragon catalog. Igor instantly recognized the man's background. Jasper coldly said, Igor, you came here not only to board Hongdao Academy's ship and delay our offensive, but also to obtain those 3 supreme divine skills. With me here, you won't succeed in any of your attempts. Humph, you aren't yet the Roger. Even if he were here, the head of Hongdao Academy, Spirit Opportunity Amenk, might not give him any face. Besides, how can you possibly stop me from getting the 3 divine skills? Igor laughed coldly, showing no weakness. Jasper smiled. This time around, the top 3 from the Proud Dragon catalog, Gu Bugyan, Madison, and Becker, can't make it. Apart from these 3, do you think anyone else would catch my attention? By the way, it's surprising that you've fused your divine ability with your divine kingdom, indicating significant fortune. You mentioned only these three, but forgot one. Do you know Zaire from Tianyang Martial Academy? Igor suddenly asked. Zaire froze upon hearing his name mentioned. Logically, his altered appearance and suppressed true realm cultivation didn't attract much attention. If he had remained at King Realm, everyone would have noticed, making it hard to hide his identity. Yet, even someone as powerful as Becker couldn't see through his disguise, let alone Igor. Tianyang Zaire? I've met him once. Unexpectedly, he managed to kill two geniuses from Songyang, Hanley and Jeremy, and has cultivated the immortal 5 elements indestructible body. He possesses several extremely powerful treasures, and even defeated the Jade Refiner from the Sword God's legacy. The Crown Prince of Great Chu, Jasper, suddenly withdrew his magical power, returning all the flying dragons back into his body. Seeing this, Igor also retracted his Great Chester Golden Crow ability. I heard he will also come to congratulate Trey. The gifts he brings are the life-bound magic tools of Hanley and Jeremy. Given the relationship between Hongdao and Songyang, this action will cause quite a stir within Hongdao Academy, winning him goodwill from all disciples. Eventually, at least one of the 3 divine skills will fall into his hands. How dare he? Using the life-bound magic tools of Songyang's geniuses as gifts? Doesn't he fear the Wuxia assassination order? Even Tianyang Martial Academy probably can't protect him. Jasper was slightly startled, though he secretly admired Zaire's daring spirit. But his cultivation is merely true realm, and he hasn't condensed his origin heaven yet. Relying solely on a few treasured items, he isn't too much of a threat. Fighting here is pointless. We'd just be wasting our strength for others to reap the benefits. Igor continued, apart from Zaire, there are other top 10 Proud Dragon catalog figures, and many powerful extraterrestrial martial artists, who are no less formidable than the top 10. How many can you handle, even you, Jasper? Extraterrestrial forces are coming? You're right. We should temporarily set aside past grievances and deal with these external threats first. We can settle our score afterward. Jasper's expression was unpredictable, clearly pondering the pros and cons before waving his hand. Magical power enveloped Dai and others, flying them directly to Hongdao Academy amidst the weak water. Such an existence, ranking higher than Saji in the Proud Dragon catalog, naturally wouldn't fear weak water. Igor disappeared in a flash, following behind. Those expecting a show were left dumbfounded. Igor could defuse a conflict with just a few words. Zaire couldn't help admiring his prowess. Who exactly is Zaire? He killed a genius from Songyang Martial Academy and used their life-bound magic tools as gifts. Isn't Songyang the top power of the 9 provinces? How could he oppose such an entity? Nearby, another group of cultivators started discussing amongst themselves. A tall woman in yellow attire began the conversation. Sister Linlin has been training in Lixing and doesn't know much about central world matters. From what Igor said, Zaire has recently been the talk of the town. At least 70% of cultivators across the 9 provinces know about him. Fortunately, his cultivation isn't high. He hasn't condensed his origin heaven, remaining a true realm. Meeting us wouldn't be much of a problem, except for the several treasures he wields. Beside her, a man replied, Haha, you must be outdated by centuries. Recently, I've heard that Zaire is far from simple. He must have broken through to King Realm. A muscular middle-aged man sneered, holding a red cross saber, its power concealed, making it hard to discern its grade. However, the faint aura indicated it was extraordinary, definitely not an ordinary spirit weapon. This middle-aged man, if listed in the Proud Dragon catalog, could rank within the top 20. Let's go. We should cross the weak water too. He waved his hand, and they flew over the weak water, landing on the island. Seeing so many cultivators demonstrating their water-crossing abilities, Zaire couldn't help frown. I didn't expect to attract so much attention. Various factions have sent experts to celebrate Trey's marriage, including envoys from 10,000 demon Amyuntans. If I want the 3 divine skills, I might offend many. After thinking, he followed the crowd, flying towards Hongdao Academy. Boom. Upon entering the island, it felt like stepping into another world. Multicolored lights cascaded down from the sky like waterfalls, nearly tangible spiritual energy. Around the multicolored spiritual energy waterfall, powerful celestial cranes danced, emitting crisp calls. Inside the island, cities and palaces lined up, and strange beasts roamed freely. A paradise on earth. Zaire marveled at the sight, realizing Hongdao Academy wasn't as he imagined. Ordinary people might not notice, but Zaire sensed that the entire island had transformed into a realm, able to vanish into the void when necessary, escaping the 9 provinces. Such skill likely came from Spirit Opportunity Amank. Looking up again, above the multicolored waterfall stood a colossal crystal palace shimmering under sunlight. This should be the core disciple residence of Hongdao Academy, the Crystal Palace. The island houses inner and outer disciples as well as elders' quarters. It's rumored this palace is a supreme treasure, incredibly powerful. During a peak conflict between Songyang and Hongdao, a super heavyweight from Songyang attacked, only to be crushed alive by Spirit Opportunity Amank using this treasure. I wonder what level Spirit Opportunity Amank has reached. She's probably close to ascending to the divine realm. If she ascends, Hongdao Academy might face a great calamity. Her strength isn't something we can fathom. We are miles away from the tribulation realm, let alone becoming immortals. Zaire examined Hongdao Academy while overhearing conversations, gaining more secrets. He also learned that various extraterrestrial forces were attending the celebrations. Major powers like the 9-province trade union and the 10,000 treasure pavilion actually had headquarters outside the 9 provinces on several star worlds. Their combined strength rivaled the 9 academies and 9 kingdoms. No wonder Great Chu collaborated with the trade union. Clearly, Spirit Opportunity Amank's reputation extended beyond the 9 provinces. Hearing this, Zaire felt the urge to explore extraterrestrial realms. But to cross the storm layer in the upper atmosphere and traverse through the starry sky, the difficulty is immense. Even with his current strength, it would take him months, or possibly years, to make the journey. However, some powerful individuals can open spatial tunnels. For example, Songyang Martial Academy previously opened a passage to the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm, allowing Hanley and others to teleport directly. While listening to the conversations around him and gathering various secrets, Zaire listened with great interest as he slowly approached the Crystal Palace. Please line up orderly to state your names. If you belong to any factions, please identify them. If you are not VIPs, please go downstairs where we have prepared abundant drinks and delicacies to ensure everyone enjoys themselves. Upon reaching the large plaza outside the Crystal Palace, Zaire immediately sensed a force blocking his way, preventing him from entering the main hall. Even if he could unleash 10,000 ancient savage oxen's strength, he couldn't break through this barrier. At the plaza, several Hongdao Academy disciples were already announcing these instructions. A few of them were walking towards Zaire. My name is Zaire from Tianyang Martial Academy. I've come here specifically to congratulate Brother Trey. Since he was already at the Crystal Palace, there was no need to hide anymore. Zaire spoke confidently. You are Zaire. The disciples shuddered upon hearing the name, as if it held immense power. That's right. Zaire's flesh rippled as he resumed his true appearance. Indeed, it's you. One female disciple instantly waved a beam of light, releasing Zaire from the restraining force. As Zaire left the plaza, the disciples stared at his back with curiosity. Facing their inquisitive looks, Zaire smiled. Now everyone knew he had killed 2 prodigies from Songyang and intended to give their life-bound magic tools to Hongdao Academy. Only after truly entering the Crystal Palace did he realize its vastness. Inside, people felt as insignificant as ants. No, even smaller. Zaire marveled at the wide jade roads, palaces with flying eaves, rock gardens, streams, and fragrant flowers along the streets. Amidst such scenery, he sensed various faith powers converging. It was unclear how many microcosmic voids existed within this palace, or how many believers it contained. It seemed that not only Pingchuan Academy gathered faith power. Zaire? A voice suddenly echoed. Zaire turned to see a man dressed in a 4-clawed imperial dragon robe approaching slowly. This person was none other than the Hiroshi of Great Chu, Jasper, ranked 5th in the Proud Dragon catalog and the first among Great Chu princes, an emperor-level powerhouse, whose strength surpassed even Hyman. Such a person was naturally considered a distinguished guest. Your Highness, it's been a long time. It's a pity you and Igor didn't get into a confrontation, Zaire smiled lightly. Really? You were there when I confronted Igor? Jasper was startled but quickly reacted. Seems like you must have broken through to the king realm, combining it with the power of your treasures to escape my detection. Zaire continued smiling. I heard spiritual opportunity Amank prepared 3 supreme divine skills. 9-turn dragon body invincible, Taiching conversion technique, and great compassion fairy technique. She plans to pass them on to the geniuses who come to congratulate her. Your Highness also desires them, and so do I. There will likely be a contest. Although my father advised us against opposing you, these 3 divine skills concern my chances of breaking through the tribulation realm. If you insist on competing, I will have no choice but to challenge you. Surprisingly, Jasper didn't show much hostility towards Zaire. Who is Zaire? Suddenly, a figure rushed over, casting sharp glances at the two. A monster race member? Alexei from the White Tiger lineage? Jasper frowned slightly. The newcomer was tall and muscular, dressed in short-sleeved attire. Surprisingly, his eyes resembled those of a tiger, with yellow scaras. You are Zaire. Alexei glared at Zaire and sneered. Do you remember the Neil of Liangzhou's sleeping tiger Amiyuntan? He was my descendant. The mention of sleeping tiger Amiyuntan Neil triggered memories for Zaire. It was the first time he faced a life-and-death battle. How about this? Beat the junior. Now comes the senior? Zaire laughed calmly. 2 honored guests, if you wish to spar, there will be opportunities later. Please refrain from starting here. Hongdao Academy disciples quickly arrived to mediate. The disciples near Zaire were the same ones who initially asked for his name. They mostly possessed Qi realm cultivation and were obviously drafted from inner and outer gates for welcoming guests. Fine, since there's an opportunity later, I'll look forward to facing this high disciple of Tianyang Martial Academy. For reasons unknown, Alexei retracted his intimidating presence and laughed heartily. Apologies for disturbing you. Here is something from Alexei. With a wave of his hand, several beams of light flew out from his sleeve. Each beam was a magical treasure. A saber, a sword, earrings, jade bracelets, tassels. All were lower-grade spirit weapons. Consider these little trinkets from the 9-province trade union. Take them, Alexei said with a smile. Though I'm a monster race member, these treasures contain no beastly aura and are safe to use. Spirit weapons. The disciples exclaimed in surprise. They never owned spirit weapons before and now unexpectedly possessed them. Their strength would greatly increase, enabling Qi realm cultivators to rival transforming realm fighters and making ordinary humans match Qi realm experts. Seeing this, the Hongdao disciples beside Zaire displayed envy. Zaire, rumor has it you own countless treasures and can even refine the divine blood pill of southern savages. But given your strong vital energy, daily consumption must be significant. Since this is a grand occasion for Hongdao Academy, shouldn't you prepare some gifts too? Alexei smiled ambiguously. Chapter 302. Unable to hold back any longer, he broke out into a fight. As an Emperor Realm powerhouse, Isidore naturally didn't take Caleb E seriously. Moreover, he had surpassed the Emperor Realm by several centuries, accumulating immense strength that far exceeded any up-and-coming talent. Since he couldn't make a move right now, he chose to humiliate Caleb E publicly. However, contrary to Isidore's expectations, Caleb E remained completely unfazed and even wore an expression of disdain. That look made it seem as if Isidore was merely making a fool of himself for public attention. Isidore, do you think showing off a few inferior magical artifacts makes you grand? Is this what it means to be an Emperor Realm expert? To me, it's just too petty and disgraces all cultivators. Caleb E laughed loudly, turning his head to look at the surrounding Hongdao Academy disciples and continued. I'm not like this Isidore, who only gives ordinary items. Here, let me give you some truly good things. With these, you'll have the power to protect yourselves even against true realm experts. With that, he flicked his finger, and nearly 100 beams of treasure light suddenly appeared in midair. Each beam of light was a magic tool. Whether in might or quantity, they far outnumbered anything Isidore had offered, exceeding them by over a dozen times. In an instant, the entire street was filled with radiant treasure light. Among them, some magic tools, like jade fans, moved crisscrossing through the air, opening and closing with a roar akin to dragons and tigers, exuding a formidable aura. Silk ribbons danced gracefully in the air, moving with such fluidity that it seemed as though real people were performing a graceful dance. Some tried to break free from control the moment they appeared, darting outwards. Top-grade magical artifacts. Seeing this, the Hongdao Academy disciples were all taken aback. Although their cultivation levels weren't high, they were part of a transcendent force and were well-versed in recognizing treasures. All the treasures Caleb brought out turned out to be top-grade magical artifacts of extremely high quality. Such great artifacts were rarely seen even among transformation, soul, and spirit realm experts. Top-grade magical artifacts could certainly be called treasures. Entities like immortal realm and chi realm cultivators would never possess such items. These top-grade magical artifacts are just insignificant tokens of my appreciation, but they're still more valuable than what Brother Bai gave. Fellow disciples of Hongdao, please help yourselves. Handing out these magic tools, Caleb acted as if he were casually picking up a handful of sand, showing no concern. Senior Brother Wu, you mean we can pick randomly? These are all top-grade magical artifacts. A female Hongdao bone marrow stage disciple exclaimed in disbelief. When Isidore displayed inferior magical artifacts, although they envied him greatly, they understood that for a demon race emperor realm expert like Isidore, these items weren't particularly precious. But Caleb directly displaying top-grade magical artifacts was terrifyingly generous. So much so that it frightened them to the point where they hesitated to pick any. Of course, when have I ever gone back on my word? And to me, these top-grade magical artifacts are just drops in the ocean. Pick freely. Caleb said generously. If Senior Brother Tian says it's okay, then let's each pick one. At this moment, a clear voice rang out from ahead. 3 elegant women slowly emerged from the street corner, the jade pendants around their waists revealing their identities. They were actually direct disciples of Hongdao Academy. Judging by their cultivation, all 3 were at the true realm. Senior Sister Lori, Senior Sister Chana, Senior Sister Catherine. Seeing the 3 appear, the Hongdao disciples present respectfully greeted them. Originally, when Caleb revealed nearly 100 top-grade magical artifacts, the dazzling treasure lights startled many nearby people. You've received these treasures. Cultivate diligently and don't goof fool Senior Brother Tian's intentions. Correction. You've received these treasures. Cultivate diligently and do not goof Senior Brother Tian's intentions. Further refinement for natural fluency. You've received these treasures. Work hard in your cultivation and do not goof Senior Brother Tian's expectations. To maintain consistency in terminology and style, the word goof should be replaced with a more appropriate English phrase. You've received these treasures. Work hard in your cultivation and do not let down Senior Brother Tian's expectations. The 3 true transmitters, Senior Sisters Lori, Chana, and Catherine, saw the endless stream of treasure lights and couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. All right. The Hongdao disciples beside Caleb feeling granted permission, focused their eyes on the flying treasure lights above and began selecting. I want that hairpin. It looks plain, like it's made of wood, but its treasure glow is the most intense. I'll take the jade fan, whose opening and closing sound like dragon roars and tiger growls, capable of intimidating the mind before a strike even begins. Hey, look, there's a set of mage robes. Top-grade magical artifact mage robes. I want it. You can't fight me for it. Top-grade mage robes. I want it too. I want those robes too. Everyone was excited about selecting their items. For them, this felt like a rare great fortune. Generally, forging inferior magical artifacts requires at least true realm cultivation. Forging top-grade magical artifacts demands reaching the sovereign realm to withstand the energy consumption during forging. Even sovereign realm experts need at least a decade to forge a single top-grade artifact. This demonstrates the rarity of top-grade magical artifacts. Now, they not only received these priceless treasures for free, but also got to choose carefully from hundreds of options. Such an event is extremely rare in their lifetimes. After a brief yet heated discussion, every Hongdao disciple picked their desired item. Well, Isidore, if you want one, I can let you pick freely too. Caleb turned his gaze towards Isidore. Isidore's face had already turned liver-colored, and the Hongdao disciples beside him looked at him with envious eyes. One must understand, what Caleb offered were top-grade magical artifacts, far superior to Isidore's inferior ones. Yes, indeed excellent. Isidore hadn't anticipated Caleb's extravagance, giving away nearly 100 top-grade magical artifacts for anyone to choose from. Giving away top-grade magical artifacts like this was beyond his means. Isidore smiled in frustration, adding, Caleb don't show off all your wealth just for pride. It makes you seem shallow. All my wealth. Caleb chuckled. He waved his hand, immediately conjuring 3 extremely sharp beams of light. Buzz. The air currents were instantly split apart, and the lights slowly converged to reveal their true forms. 3 banners, glowing brilliantly in midair. These 3 banners formed a set of magical artifacts, interconnected, and when combined with certain formations, their power would multiply manifold. And these banners were all supreme-grade magical artifacts. The Storm Cloud Banner. 3 out of the 88 supreme-grade magical artifacts Caleb obtained after slaying 6 Abyss Demon experts. Supreme-grade magical artifacts. The 3 true realm experts, Senior Sisters Lori, Chana, and Catherine, were shocked speechless. Sensing the immense power of the 3 banners, their envy could not be concealed. These 3 banners, perfect for offense and defense, are hereby presented to the junior sisters as tokens of greeting. With these artifacts, you can contend with even Origin Caverns kings. Caleb pointed his hand, and the 3 banners landed directly in the hands of the 3 true Essence female disciples. They hastily accepted them, too thrilled to express gratitude. Meeting for the first time and receiving supreme-grade magical artifacts. This was unbelievable. Every eye was fixed on Caleb with intense admiration. Caleb having acquired the personal wormholes of the 6 Abyss Demon experts, finally revealed his opulence. 9,000 inferior magical artifacts, 4,000 medium-grade magical artifacts, 2,000 top-grade magical artifacts, 88 supreme-grade magical artifacts. He was, in essence, a walking treasure vault. Even C's realm beings couldn't match his wealth. Isidore, talking about my entire wealth is absurd, but it's even funnier that you, an Emperor realm expert, only gave a single inferior magical artifact. Isn't that too stingy? Could this really be the style of the White Tiger lineage? Caleb sneered. Oh, junior sisters Lori, Chana, and Catherine are all true realm cultivators. Giving them inferior artifacts seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Zaire, you. Isidore's liver-colored face instantly turned purple, and the veins on his thick neck bulged visibly. He originally intended to give a welcoming gift to these 3 true realm Hong Dao direct disciples, but Zaire had just produced 3 supreme-grade magical artifacts in the form of banners. What gift could he now offer? He certainly couldn't present supreme-grade magical artifacts. For an Emperor realm powerhouse, even supreme-grade magical artifacts were extremely rare. To craft one such artifact would take him several years, not counting failures. If factoring in the failed attempts, it might take decades to produce just one satisfactory piece. Gifting 3 at once was almost unbearable for Isidore. The disciples over there, those garbage items Isidore gave you might as well throw them away. Inferior magical artifacts. How dare he have the nerve to offer them? You're better off choosing superior-grade magical artifacts from me. Feel free to pick whichever you want. Zaire continued to stir up trouble, addressing Isidore's Hong Dao disciples directly. These words felt like humiliation on top of humiliation. A mirror-over. For the Hong Dao disciples who were only at immortal or Qi realms, this offer was incredibly tempting. A superior-grade magical artifact could incite bloody conflict between minor sects or forces. Facing this provocation, Isidore finally lost control. As a proud descendant of the White Tiger lineage among the demon races, ruling countless demons and dominating territories, he couldn't stomach this insult. Since you're so generous, then let me have one too. His suppressed anger burst forth. With a sweeping gesture, he reached towards Zaire's nearly 100 superior-grade magical artifacts. Be careful. Isidore's strength is comparable to mine. Chana de Tian warned upon seeing this. As the strongest prince of the Great Chu Empire and ranked 5th on the Tyrant Dragon list, surpassing Ahmed of Pingchuan Martial Academy, Chana de Tian clearly held Isidore in high regard. How powerful could a demon race expert, equivalent to 5th place on the Tyrant Dragon list, be? His move was so swift that no one could react in time. You've got so many superior-grade magical artifacts, it's hard to choose. I'll just take all of them and pick them one by one back home. After 7 or 9 years, when I'm done selecting, come to the 10,000 demon Amiuntans and take back the rest. Isidore's attack invoked the unassailable authority of the King of Beasts, overwhelming Zaire with his pressure. This was a peculiar momentum attack, crafted using his own king-like aura. The sheer force of this momentum could shatter a true realm expert's mind, turning them into an idiot. His large hand employed a skill called Great White Tiger Divine Claw, honed for centuries. Deploying both techniques simultaneously, within moments, they covered the nearly 100 superior-grade magical artifacts. Everyone witnessing this scene tensed up. They knew Zaire's superior-grade magical artifacts were about to fall into Isidore's hands. Despite Zaire's renowned brilliance, most still considered Isidore, an Emperor realm expert with nearly a millennium of cultivation, to be far stronger. To resort to robbery? An Emperor realm powerhouse robbing even superior-grade treasures? Looks like your life as an Emperor realm hasn't been very glorious. In an instant, Zaire's gaze turned cold, and an overwhelmingly formidable aura erupted from him. One punch, just one punch, striking Isidore's Great White Tiger Divine Claw head-on. Instantly, the Great White Tiger Divine Claw exploded. Since breaking through to Sovereign Realm, Zaire had been capable of overpowering experts like Ahmed. His current strength had further improved, giving him the confidence to fight 2 formidable opponents like Anita and Vicky simultaneously. Even without using the 7-day black hole, Isidore was no match for him. After blasting apart the Great White Tiger Divine Claw, Zaire's figure rapidly grew to 2 zhang tall, resembling a giant, with millions of pores emitting vast amounts of high-energy steam. Buzz. One step forward, and the void trembled. Oh no! Isidore, surpassing Mickey and matching Chana de Tian's level, had roamed the 9 regions for nearly 1,000 years, gaining a keen sense of danger through countless battles. At this moment, he sensed an unprecedented peril closing in. Immediately, he unleashed his origin cavern, the Great White Tiger Cavern, which manifested as a giant covered in thick white fur, with razor-sharp claws on its limbs. Furthermore, he wielded a white bone club, tapering from wide at the top to narrow at the bottom. This club was a treasure, a leg bone of a Seas realm expert. Anyone with keen eyes would recognize this leg bone as coming from the remains of a Seas realm adept found on a small star in Yinling by Isidore. He brought these remains back to the 10,000 demon Amiuntans, refining it over hundreds of years, eventually turning this femur into a powerful treasure known as the White Tiger Thousand Genes Club. He activated his Great White Tiger Cavern and retrieved the White Tiger Thousand Genes Club in mere seconds, a testament to his battle experience. But even with his speed, it was too late. Upon taking one step, Zaire vanished. When he reappeared, he stood directly behind Isidore, unleashing another devastating punch. This punch, its power defied description. Was it the collapse of mountains? The reversal of rivers? Was it falling stars? Exploding sun and moon? Was it shattering the vacuum? Collapsing heaven and earth? Within this punch, a tangible force twisted into a discernible character, Wan. The character, Wan, when broken down, consists of Wan and power. It symbolizes the power of a dragon. This is a level of power only achievable by those at the Raj realm. Confronted with this punch, Isidore felt an overwhelming terror, as if heaven, earth, and even himself ceased to exist. Wan, when split, becomes Yi, Yi, and Li, Li. However, to make it more fluent and natural in English while preserving the meaning, the character, Wan, splits into Yi, representing one, and Li, representing power or strength. The power of one dragon. Only a Sea's realm expert could unleash the power of one dragon. Faced with this punch, Isidore felt a terrifying sensation, an illusion where neither the world, space, nor self existed. Chapter 303, a complete defeat. In an instant, Isidore immediately summoned the White Tiger Thousand Jun staff, reversing it to counter Caleb Yi's attack. Note, Jun is typically used as a unit of weight in ancient China and doesn't fit well in this context, so Jun is more appropriate for maintaining consistency with Chinese mythological or fictional terms that are transliterated. The rest of your provided segment looks accurate and natural in English. If you have further sections requiring review or have any specific parts you wish to refine, please share. Boom. Caleb Yi's punch landed on the bone staff, the immense power actually cracking it instantly. The force penetrated inside, destroying countless magical arrays within. This bone staff was merely a low-grade treasure. Though it could withstand Caleb Yi's single punch, it suffered significant damage from it. A strike equivalent to a dragon's strength had shattered a low-grade treasure. Unless confronted with a mid-grade treasure, Caleb Yi was now unstoppable. You actually cracked my White Tiger 1000-cubit staff. However, you must have expended a lot of martial essence for such a powerful blow. I'll see how you continue to fight me. Note, Jun is likely a mistranslation or typo of cubit, which is a traditional unit of length, often used in ancient Chinese literature to describe weapons or objects. Therefore, White Tiger 1000-cubit staff is more appropriate and natural in English. Isidore's face contorted in pain as his treasured weapon lay damaged. Although not completely broken, restoring it would be no easy task. Fueled by rage, believing Caleb Yi had no remaining strength, Isidore attacked directly with his White Tiger Grotto giant form while spitting out a mouthful of essence blood to empower the White Tiger Grotto. The cost? 60 years of his lifespan. The giant figure expanded immediately, blocking the entire sky. Under its shadow, sharp metal chi rained down like a storm. Shake the world, destroy the cosmos. Isidore's voice was icy cold, filled with lethal intent. Hurry, call the master. This duel can only be stopped by someone at the Tribulation Realm. Hongdao Martial Academy students had long retreated. Here in the Crystal Palace, great arrays protected them and absorbed any residual shockwaves from the battle. No need to stop, Isidore. Even if you spend another 60 years of your lifespan, you won't stop me. Caleb Yi's senses pierced through the void. His figure flickered amidst the metal chi rain, launching 3 consecutive punches. First punch. The metal chi rain reversed direction, flying wildly. Second punch. All the metal chi vanished as if sucked into a vortex around his fist, leaving only Isidore's White Tiger Grotto giant. Simultaneously, Caleb Yi delivered his third punch, releasing dragon strength force like an ocean of true essence, blasting the White Tiger Grotto giant back into Isidore's body. Next, Caleb Yi flashed beside Isidore, kicking him away. Bang! Isidore flew thousands of feet before crashing into a palace. If not for the Crystal Palace's protective array, this building would have turned into ruins. However, the strong backlash intensified Isidore's injuries instead. He spat out a mouthful of blood, appearing extremely weakened. His once majestic robes were torn and ragged, lying on the ground like a broken dog. An Imperial Realm powerhouse from the White Tiger lineage of the 10,000 demon Amiuntans, rendered defenseless in just 4 strikes. As an Imperial Realm expert, to forcibly seize artifacts is unacceptable. If all cultivators don't receive a lesson from you, who knows what chaos will follow. Caleb Yi landed beside Isidore and said coolly, "You are far weaker than Anita or Vicky." Defeating Isidore with 3 punches and a kick, Caleb Yi stood there radiating an unmatched air of dominance. He was undeniably the top expert below the Tribulation Realm. Not even someone of Anita's caliber, a divine reincarnation with a high-grade treasure, could withstand his assault. Chanadeo Tion praised Isidore highly, but even he only ranked 5th in the Mighty Dragon list and fell far short compared to Anita, let alone Caleb Yi. Nonetheless, Isidore showed impressive resilience, enduring multiple attacks equal to those of the Tribulation Realm. Seeing such a skilled expert defeated in a few moves left Hongdao Martial Academy students speechless. Even Lori, Chana, and Catherine, the senior disciples, stared wide-eyed, disbelieving. Has Caleb Yi already transcended the Tribulation Realm? How else could Isidore, supposedly the strongest below the Tribulation Realm in the White Tiger lineage, be utterly overpowered? The 3 senior disciples found this scene inconceivable. Initially, they expected a draw, or perhaps Caleb Yi's defeat. But they never imagined Isidore's defeat, so swift and merciless. It revealed an unquantifiable gap between the 2 combatants. There was only one explanation. Caleb Yi's power equaled that of a Tribulation Realm expert, allowing him to swiftly overpower Isidore. Suddenly, a beam of rainbow light descended from a crystal palace. Before Caleb Yi appeared a woman in a simple gray-green dress, her brows curved like willow leaves, giving an ordinary impression. Yet, Caleb Yi felt uneasy. Her body seemed to absorb mysterious energies from space. Energies he knew well, divine chi. Only those above the Tribulation Realm could absorb divine chi. Recalling earlier encounters with experts, Caleb Yi now keenly sensed their formidable presence. Greetings, Justice Elder. All present Hongdao Martial Academy students bowed respectfully. This plain-looking woman was their chief Justice Elder. Hello, Caleb Yi. I am Senior Justice Dora of Hongdao Martial Academy. Shall we consider this matter settled if I take Isidore away now? Is there anything more you wish to add? Elder Dora asked calmly. I had no intention of engaging here, but Isidore went too far trying to seize my artifact. Confronted with this, I acted in self-defense, which led to this situation. I apologize for disturbing your meditation. Here is some compensation. Please accept it, Elder. Caleb E released a black crystal card towards Elder Dora. She smiled politely, intending to return it. As a Tribulation Realm expert, material wealth meant nothing. However, glancing at the card's number, 10 billion, Elder Dora's eyes widened before silently accepting the card. Caleb E was incredibly generous, offering 10 billion essence-gathering pills. Even a Tribulation Realm expert couldn't resist such wealth. This kid, did he plunder a sect's treasury? Such gifts, an upper-grade or even supreme-grade artifact, followed by 10 billion essence-gathering pills. And his power? Defeating Isidore using force comparable to a dragon, without needing artifacts. He also possesses the 9 states' auspicious artifact. Wonder how powerful that cauldron is. After receiving the 10 billion essence-gathering pills, Justice Elder Dora found it hard to voice any reprimand. Seeing this, Caleb E first transmitted a current of divine realm immortal chi to Isidore, stabilizing his injuries. He then bowed and said to Dora, this was merely a private duel. It was improper to trouble you, Elder, and even more inappropriate for you to intervene. I have already stabilized Isidore's condition. Dora was taken aback by his gesture. She hadn't expected Caleb E to show her such respect, especially given that with his current strength, she, only at the early tribulation stage, might not have been able to handle him even if she had intervened. Unless she used a magical treasure or harnessed the power of the Crystal Palace, but that would be entirely inappropriate. After all, he was here as a guest, and Spiritual Opportunity Senior held him in high regard. After pondering for a moment, Dora spoke. Last time Jedediah brought back 500,000 divine blood pills from you. Unfortunately, he is busy with wedding preparations and hasn't thanked you in person. Now, there's still some time before the auspicious hour. Why don't you come visit our judicial palace? I wouldn't dare refuse your invitation, Elder. It would be an honor to visit the judicial palace, Caleb E promptly replied. If he could cultivate a relationship with the Tribulation Realm powerhouse, these 10 billion pills would certainly be worth it. At this, Dora raised her hand and sent a current of energy into Isidore's body. This energy acted like dew, instantly restoring his vitality and improving his injuries. Is this the phantom healing technique from Hongdao Martial Academy? As rumored, it's truly unparalleled. Caleb E marveled internally. White Rendong, let's end this private duel here. If you're unsatisfied, we can have another match after the wedding, Dora said. Caleb E, I will never forget this day. Once I break through to the Tribulation Realm, I will find you to settle this. Isidore slowly stood up, realizing he had no face left to attend the festivities. He made his threat and flew away, disappearing into the sky in a flash. Come along to my judicial palace, Dora said, unfazed by Isidore's departure. She floated into the air, inviting Caleb E to follow her into a crystal palace. As Caleb E left, several powerful auras vanished. In an instant, those who had felt the auras began discussing. Wasn't that Caleb E from Tianyang Martial Academy? He's so powerful. Did you see how strong he is? Isidore, a high-level expert, was defeated. Unbelievable. This man's strength is incredible. Caleb E has such profound true essence, and he even possesses exotic techniques. Brother Zhao, didn't you see? There was the aura of the dragon swallow technique on him. A technique capable of devouring everything. How did he obtain it? The dragon swallow technique is the highest technique of the true dragon clan in the dragon world. Even members of the true dragon clan take years to master it. At his age, it's astonishing. Inside a guest reception hall in the Crystal Palace, several experts watched the confrontation between Caleb E and Isidore. These were extremely powerful cultivators, either Imperial Realm Masters or Tribulation Realm Seniors. But of course, those who could enter the Crystal Palace weren't ordinary people. The Dragon Swallow technique is indeed the supreme skill of the true dragons. For non-dragons to master, it is extremely difficult. Even for dragons, it takes hundreds of years. However, legend has it that a secret bloodline method exists. If one has a powerful ancestor dragon, their bloodline may contain that dragon's prowess. Awakening this could yield greater power than self-cultivation, explained Brother Zhao, an experienced expert. Brother Zhao was a Tribulation Realm Senior. Do you mean Caleb E is half human, half dragon? Does he possess true dragon bloodlines, which is why he has such a powerful dragon swallow technique? Brother Yang, although the dragon swallow technique is powerful, did you notice this boy's physical body? He just defeated Isidore using his true essence to amplify his inner world, then attacked directly with his mortal body as a weapon. This requires an exceptionally strong physical body, likely approaching the state of immortality. Otherwise, he couldn't withstand such immense power, Brother Zhao warned. The person before him exuded an aura like a long river, clearly another Tribulation Realm Senior. These two, Brother Zhao and Brother Yang, weren't ordinary cultivators. They ruled a small world called Xianxia, outside the central world of the 9 states. Though both were at the early tribulation stage, they were among the most formidable in their realm. I've noticed his incredibly strong physique, said Brother Yang. However, Caleb E has gathered the fate energy of the 9 states. If we can obtain it, not only will our strength greatly increase, but we can also benefit from the opportunities of the 9 states, allowing us to dominate the region easily. What? The fate energy of the 9 states? Brother Zhao was astonished. Since neither belonged to the 9 states, they could only establish their own powers on smaller celestial bodies outside. Obtaining the fate energy of the 9 states would mean gaining the recognition of the land itself, securing a foothold in the 9 states. To confirm, we must meet him personally. If it truly is the fate energy of the 9 states, our trip won't be in vain, Brother Yang said with a chilling gaze, cold killing intent flashing through his eyes. We'll find him after the wedding. Learning Caleb E might carry the fate energy of the 9 states, Brother Zhao was elated. I see he's richly endowed with treasures. He's like a walking treasure trove. We'll reap a hefty reward. Yes. Several other experts chuckled in agreement. Not yet at the tribulation stage. They naturally followed the lead of the two powerful seniors. Meanwhile, in another reception hall, Nanman's sacred son Igor sat with a few young men. Chapter 304, Judicial Elder's Guidance. Igor, Zaire is indeed formidable. His current strength can definitely match up with Gu Buklian, the top-ranked person on the Jiaolong list. I reckon that the several divine skills Brittany Abbott has prepared will most likely all fall into his hands, making it difficult for us to contend. Inside the palace, a youth spoke to Igor. This individual was dressed simply, wrapped in a tiger skin as he roamed around. His long hair was casually bundled with a straw, exuding an untamed aura. This was one of the three sacred princes of Nanjing, known by the nickname Brandon, a man of deep cultivation and formidable strength. However, he couldn't compare with Alexei. Seeing how Zaire easily defeated Alexei in just a few moves filled him with fear, knowing he would have no chance at acquiring the divine skills. His cultivation level matched Igor's, both at the peak Emperor realm. Brittany Abbott has brought out 3 divine skills. If Zaire gets them all, why are we even here? We need a strategy. A rough voice sounded, belonging to a muscular woman. Easy for you to say, you and Shineyu. If you're so capable, come up with a plan, Brandon retorted irritably. Isn't this about pooling our strengths together? Yuan Shineyu said, I'm currently ranked 27th on the Jiaolong list. One of Brittany Abbott's 3 divine skills, Tai Ching and Lightning Technique, is a supreme Taoist method that perfectly aligns with my path. If I obtain it, I can at least enter the top 10. It will also greatly benefit my breakthrough to the tribulation realm. That's true. Any of the 3 divine skills would give us a significant boost in power. I've heard the 9 turns indestructible body of Soaring Dragon came from Brittany Abbott through the Ascending Dragon Pavilion. We do need a plan. We can't let Zaire take everything. What do you think, Igor? What can I say? Naturally, I'll support any good plan. But Zaire isn't someone to challenge without a foolproof plan. Otherwise, you'll end up worse off. In another hall, this one mostly occupied by martial disciples, stood Hyman, the Kimball disciple of Pingchuan Martial Academy, ranked 6th on the Jiaolong list. Brother Hyman, Zaire's strength far exceeded expectations. Even more surprising, he defeated Alexei without using any magical treasures. If he used them, how much stronger would he be? Could he possibly match a Tribulation Realm expert? These were all martial experts. Speaking to Hyman was a towering man, 8 feet tall, with arms that reached his knees like a powerful gorilla. This was the Kimball disciple of Fenglong Martial Academy, Robert, ranked 8th on the Jiaolong list. Witnessing Zaire's prowess had left him wary. I've fought him before. Even with the aid of Pingchuan Martial Academy's formations, I couldn't best him. He's grown even stronger since then. I believe even a Tribulation Realm expert might struggle against him now, Hyman sighed. You even used your academy's formation? This person must be quite formidable. However, I recently acquired a suitable treasure and want to test its power. Brittany Abbott's 3 divine skills are too tempting. I have to try. Robert resolved firmly after some thought. If Brother Robert is determined, I'll join in. Though I'm 11th on the Jiaolong list, I've mastered several divine skills and received guidance from the headmaster, significantly improving my strength. I don't believe Zaire can defeat me in a few moves. Alexei seems overrated. Robert's determination resonated with many others. A man named Tang Hong from Lori Ouyuan Martial Academy stepped forward, echoing similar sentiments. Tang Hong was Lori Ouyuan Martial Academy's Kimball disciple. Everyone present who entered Lori Lai Divine Palace was distinguished in both status and power. They naturally harbored resentment towards Zaire, given his rapid rise to fame without solid proof of strength, making him less respected by many. Only Hyman sighed inwardly, having truly faced Zaire and knowing his formidable power. Even after a short time, Zaire's strength had increased, beyond Hyman's imagination. At least he hasn't broken through to the Tribulation Realm. As long as he hasn't, his strength won't exceed that of 10,000 ancient barbaric bulls. If I can break through first, I'll have nothing to fear. Hyman thought to himself. The battle between Zaire and Alexei drew everyone's attention. Elsewhere, students from Hongdao Martial Academy began discussing Zaire. Is this the Zaire famed throughout the 9 states? So strong, and with so many magical treasures, first-class spirit weapons and even peak spirit weapons. I wish I could meet him. At the edge of Lorelei Divine Palace's core area, in a light blue hall, a group of Hongdao Martial Academy's female disciples chatted excitedly. I believe someone like Zaire will eventually reach the Tribulation Realm. Wonder if Zaire is married? If not, hee. Give it up. Someone like Zaire isn't within our reach. Even senior sisters at the King Realm probably don't qualify, a true realm woman sighed. By the way, didn't I hear that Zaire is close with a Meiji from Pingchuan Martial Academy? What are you all talking about? At this moment, a tall purple-clad woman walked in slowly. 7th senior sister. The disciples greeted her respectfully. This purple-clad woman had already attained the sovereign realm with her origin cave heaven cultivated. 7th senior sister. We heard your husband's cousin at Nanhu Martial Academy is Donghua Bat Island Lord, Shinan Suinan, who was killed by Zaire. His son Shinan Suyan was expelled from Tianyang Martial Academy due to Zaire, but Zaire is here to congratulate and serve as Headmaster Declan's strategic piece against Songyang Martial Academy. Don't act impulsively. The 2 highest-ranking women rushed forward to warn her privately. Her husband turned out to be a disciple at Nanhu Martial Academy, and her brother-in-law was Bat Island Lord Shinan Suinan, whose son was Shinan Suya. One killed by Zaire in the Eastern Sea, the other expelled from the academy because of him. This has nothing to do with me. My ties with that person at Nanhu Martial Academy are severed. His matters are none of my concern. 7th senior sister stated calmly. Headmaster's chess piece, I won't sabotage. Zaire's display of strength caused a stir. Amidst the buzz, he sat sipping tea with Hongdao Judicial Elder Dora. As she lifted the teacup lid, white mist rose gracefully, transforming into various shapes like leaves, immortality herbs, and spiritual rabbits. The fragrance was refreshing, invigorating both body and mind. Zaire, This tea comes from outside our realm, made from wild tea leaves I roasted myself. Would you like to try? Dora watched Zaire with a smile, surprised by his extraordinary physical strength. Zaire took a sip. The tea circulated through his body, nourishing every bit of flesh and blood. Excellent, he praised involuntarily. This tea is not something I casually offer to guests. You are the first person below the tribulation realm to drink this tea, Dora smiled. Then it's truly an honor for me. Judicial Elder, I suddenly recall something I should present to you as a gift, Zaire said and hurriedly put down his teacup. Didn't you already give 10 billion pills? Dora quickly waved her hands in refusal. Your constant gifts might make people think I only take gifts. That's not appropriate. Judicial Elder, those 10 billion spirit-gathering pills were just compensation for disturbing you. If I meet you without bringing a gift, wouldn't everyone laugh at me for lacking manners? As he spoke, Zaire raised his right hand, and countless beams of moonlight surged out from within him. A scroll then appeared in the Crystal Palace, featuring thousands of celestial maidens dancing, creating an otherworldly ambience. The Celestial Maiden, a Mayan-like myriad sword formation. Seeing the scroll, Dora was instantly astonished. She had never imagined that Zaire's gift would be such a treasure. This is a great formation refined by the Jade Deity. My Hongdao Martial Academy happens to have a profound skill related to the sun. The power of combining sun and moon can multiply many times over. Who would have thought you'd have something like this? Although it's not a divine artifact, its array power entwines together to surpass most divine artifacts. I need this item to break through the two principles tribulation. In her astonishment, Dora's voice trembled. To my knowledge, isn't this formation in Anita's possession? She is a reincarnation of the Jade Deity's soul fragment, possessing treasures like water Amion. Even I can't contend with her. Judicial Elder, I met her on my way here to congratulate Hongdao Martial Academy. She wanted to stop me from having any contact with your academy. We fought fiercely, and she even called upon Gu Bucklian. Zaire briefly recounted what happened. Gu Bucklian. Dora was taken aback. That person is formidable, wielding a lightning sword, which is an upper-grade divine artifact. 9-colored divine thunder. If I didn't have a divine artifact for protection, I'd have to avoid confronting her directly. Realizing something, she hurriedly asked, what happened next? How did you escape their ambush? Brittany Sr. rescued me. This is her item. Zaire hastily produced a leaf. Connected twig leaf. Dora's entire demeanor changed dramatically when she saw the leaf. She stood up from her chair, her eyes filled with disbelief. What does that mean? Zaire was startled. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Dora. A leaf that could shock even a Tribulation Realm expert must be extraordinary. Nothing. I must have mistaken it. Dora's throat moved slightly, her gaze flickering unpredictably. Once calmed, she didn't mention the leaf again. Originally, it was the headmaster who intervened. It's indeed a stroke of luck. This Celestial Maiden, a Mayan-like myriad sword formation, is of great use to me. I won't refuse it. She slowly accepted the scroll, and the phenomena in the palace dissipated. However, showing off such wealth has attracted covetous eyes. Look at Remington and Shiloh from Shannon Star. They have designs on you. With a wave of her hand, a water mirror appeared inside the judicial palace. Inside the mirror, Brother Zhao and Brother Yang discussed in the welcoming hall. Their conversation clearly transmitted. Zaire heard Remington say, "Humph. In front of us, he doesn't even qualify to be a dog." A dog? Zaire's expression darkened, a cold sneer rising in his heart. Remington and Shiloh from Shannon Star are Tribulation Realm experts. But if they want to kill me, huh? Zaire, do you intend to challenge a Tribulation Realm expert? Seeing Zaire remain silent, seemingly plotting something, Dora reminded him, Remington and Shiloh are both first principal Tribulation experts, dominating Shannon Star with tens of thousands of followers. Their power doesn't match the 9 academies, but they far exceed others. Amiri Shiloh cultivates demonic arts, transforming human into demon, pursuing a bizarre yet powerful path. He's almost breaking through the two principles tribulation. Once he succeeds, comprehending yin-yang changes will render him invincible. Dora directly advised Zaire to proceed with caution. Thank you, Judicial Elder. I understand the situation and will consider it carefully. But since they harbor malicious intentions towards me, I cannot back down. Even though they are Tribulation Realm experts, I'll let them know my strength. Zaire's tone was firm, with a hint of coldness. If you can break through to the Emperor Realm, condensing a law body within your origin cave heaven, you might indeed contend with Tribulation Realm giants, Dora said. But now you're just an Emperor Realm, and your origin cave heaven is too powerful. Encountering skilled opponents could be dangerous. Taking the example of defeating Alexei with 3 punches and a kick, your strength reaches dragon power. But how many such attacks can you consecutively unleash? 8 times? 9 times? If faced with someone resilient enough, wouldn't you exhaust your true essence and become vulnerable? I can currently muster about 13 full dragon power attacks, Zaire nodded in response. 13 times. Ordinary Tribulation Realm experts might still be manageable, but... Dora pondered and waved her hand. The Celestial Maiden, a Mayan-like myriad sword formation scroll flew out. Bang! The scroll shattered, releasing boundless moonlight forces in all directions. However, with Dora's beckoning, these forces merged into her body. Zaire sensed these moonlight energies shattering into pure energy as they entered Dora, fusing seamlessly into her limbs and organs. The power of Chester and Amion, yin and yang. Seemingly oblivious to everything else, Dora meticulously perceived the changes between Chester and Amion, and the flow of yin and yang. When one breaks through to the Tribulation Realm, one must face how to comprehend the Tao of yin-yang changes. Whether the law body in origin cave heaven is yin or void, whether one's physical body is yang or reality. Changes between void and reality, Tao of yin and yang, hold infinite mysteries. Breaking through the two principles tribulation allows one to grasp the true meaning of yin and yang. Death is yin, life is yang, transformation between life and death, entirely dependent on the heart. With the aid of the Celestial Maiden, a Mayan-light myriad sword formation, my current cultivation is at the peak of first principle tribulation. My law body has fused with my flesh, yin and yang united, one step away from the two principles tribulation. In the first principle tribulation, fatal injuries can still lead to demise. Only by transcending the understanding of life, death, yin, and yang in the two principles tribulation can one defy death and fear no injury. Judicial Elder Dora seemed to intentionally guide Zaire, speaking calmly. Chapter 305, Full Power Eruption, Battle. Kaylee, ranked first on the Pride Dragon Register. Anita, second, and Becker, third. They have grand ambitions and are continuously deepening their foundations, aiming to break through to the Tribulation Realm at their peak strength. Then they plan to use the Divine Aura release during the Tribulation Realm breakthrough to attempt the two instruments tribulation. With such courage and audacity, I cannot help but admire them. I have been confined in the primary tribulation for nearly a millennium without any progress. You should not be like me. You need to learn from them. Amiriover, you have a significant advantage that they do not possess, your current physical body. I don't know how you trained, but you managed to cultivate the yin-yang life and death Tao in your flesh even before reaching the Tribulation Realm. If you can fully understand this, you will surpass them. Judicial Elder Dora slowly explained. After hearing this, Zaire couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, Elder, why do they all choose to attempt the two instruments tribulation right after breaking through the primary tribulation? Wouldn't this require an immense amount of power and risk destabilizing their foundation due to rapid advancement? Evolving from the Emperor Realm to the primary tribulation brings forth the bridge of deity, allowing one to sense the aura of the divine world. At that moment, one can absorb divine energy and comprehend some of the divine world's laws directly. The deeper the foundation, the more laws one can sense. There's only one chance. The tribulation path is unlike the Emperor or Royal realms. Each breakthrough is millions of times harder than advancing from the Qi realm to the Emperor realm. Dora elaborated meticulously. I understand, Zaire nodded. He had discussed this topic with the mysterious person behind the bronze door when he was in the Divine Martial Mansion. However, back then, his cultivation was too low to comprehend it. Now, many things made sense. Before breaking through the tribulation realm, one needs to accumulate a profound foundation. During the breakthrough, the deeper the foundation, the more divine laws one can perceive. This opportunity comes only once unless one can go directly to the divine world. I've consumed the Tao-building fruit, which has given me an unparalleled foundation. Combined with my subsequent cultivation, it's enough for me to break through the tribulation realm and perceive divine laws. Additionally, I have the 3 treasure Salhuadan. If I consume them all upon reaching the peak of the Emperor realm, I might be able to directly break through the two instruments tribulation. Zaire thought to himself. Note, the term Salhuadan seems to be a proper name or specific term in the context, so it is kept as is, assuming it refers to a specific type of dan, pill/dan, within the story's universe. For improved fluency and naturalness, I've consumed the Tao-building fruit, which has provided me with an unmatched foundation. Along with my ongoing cultivation, this should suffice for breaking through the tribulation realm and perceiving divine laws. Amiriover, I possess the 3 treasures Xiahua pill. If I take them all when I reach the peak of the Emperor realm, I might be able to directly to Pua the two instruments tribulation. Zaire mused. Note, here, Xiahua pill is used instead of Salhuadan, for better readability in English while preserving the unique nature of the item. Dora seemed to see through his thoughts. Her expression suddenly changed as she mentally transmitted. With your national treasure artifacts, your foundation is already incredibly deep. But if you want to achieve the two instruments tribulation at once, it still falls short a bit. Your opponent, Becker, recently acquired a 2-instrument soul-dissolving pill, intending to take it just as he breaks through the tribulation realm. Then, by fusing it with the superior treasure, warrior god Copper Furnace, he aims to leap directly from the primary tribulation to the two instruments tribulation. This matter has been calculated by our Dinalita. To reach the two instruments tribulation directly after breaking through the primary tribulation, you need at least one superior treasure. When the microcosm law image merges with your body, fuse the superior treasure simultaneously to achieve the two instruments tribulation. I don't have a superior treasure, but you do. Upon hearing this, Zaire was slightly startled and fell silent. You don't need to be surprised. Your aura may deceive others, but not the discerning tribulation expert. Your Chana King Cauldron can be directly fused as you break through the primary tribulation. You probably don't know that the Chana King Cauldron on you is actually an ultimate treasure. If fused with your body, breaking through the two instruments tribulation would be effortless. Amiriover, Dinalita has calculated that the Chana King Cauldron, though helpful now, will become an obstacle for you someday. An obstacle? Zaire paused, then responded, Elder, I understand. I'll have a plan. He wouldn't completely trust Dora. After revealing the leaf from Alita, Dora had shown an extremely shocked reaction, mentioning the branch of Lianli leaves. Clearly, there was a secret here. As for what that secret was, Zaire couldn't guess and dared not ask. Since Alita intended to use him as a pawn, he could only accept it. This was similar to the secret realm's Amber Rian, stemming from his own lack of power. Alright, I assume you haven't faced the attack of a tribulation expert yet. Remington and Shiloh's strength is similar to mine. Since they've planned against you, they will surely make a move. Let us spar so you can understand some characteristics of tribulation experts and better prepare. Clearly, Dora wanted to test Zaire's strength. Very well. Facing such an opportunity, Zaire saw no reason to refuse. It was his first time fighting a tribulation expert. Elder, let me lead with my clumsiness, Zaire said, his posture tightening like a bow about to unleash its force. Energy converged from all directions. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared beside Dora, unleashing a palm strike. Energy gathered at his palm, releasing 10,000 ancient savage oxen's power, exploding into a radiant light that seemed to pierce through the crystal palace. Within the radiance, a faint world revolved, demonstrating the power of Zaire's palm, capable of obliterating the cosmos. Facing a tribulation expert, he dared not hold back and unleashed full power immediately. Boom. His formidable palm collided with a seemingly delicate fist. Zaire felt his immense power flowing into her, akin to a river merging into the sea, harmless despite its ferocity. Excellent. Zaire roared, his body shifting continuously. Instantly, shadows filled the crystal palace, converging into 12 figures occupying 12 positions. They launched fierce attacks towards Judicial Elder Dora. Each of the 12 strikes carried blinding brilliance, like dragons emerging from the void, accompanied by soul-piercing roars. 10,000 ancient savage oxen's power manifested as dragon-like entities. Zaire unleashed 13 bursts of full power. His previous strike was effortlessly neutralized, leaving the remaining 12 without reservation. He wanted to see if tribulation experts were truly invincible and unbreakable. Even Dora grew serious under these overwhelming strikes. She hadn't expected Zaire's full power eruption to create such an earth-shattering force. This was his first public display of all his newfound power post-merging 6 Abyss Demons' life forces. Unrestrained and liberating, it was intoxicating. Suddenly, Dora's figure flickered, and the air stirred violently, transforming into a storm ocean within the crystal palace. Ultimately, a storm Jeff emerged, clearly formed from real storm energy. If Zaire's strength was a fledgling dragon, then Dora's essence was a mature Jeff. Chapter 305, Full Outburst, Battle. First on the Pride Dragon list is Kaylee, second is Anita, and third is Becker. They have great ambitions and continuously deepen their foundations, aiming to break through to the Tribulation Realm at their peak strength. Then they plan to use the Divine World aura generated during the Tribulation Realm breakthrough to challenge the two instruments' tribulation. To possess such courage and audacity, I can't help but admire them. Like me, who has been stuck in the one instrument tribulation for nearly 1,000 years without progress, you should learn from them. Moreover, you have an enormous advantage that they lack. Your current physical body. I don't know how you trained, but it's astonishing that you managed to achieve the transformation of yin-yang life and death within your physical body before reaching the Tribulation Realm. If you can fully understand and apply this, you will go even further than them. Judicial Elder Dora spoke slowly. After hearing this, Zaire couldn't help but ask with a hint of doubt, Elder, why do they choose to immediately attempt the two instruments tribulation after breaking through the one instrument tribulation? Wouldn't this require accumulating immense power and lead to an unstable foundation due to too rapid advancement? Breaking through from the Imperial Realm to the one instrument tribulation, there appears a bridge to the Divine World, allowing one to sense its aura. During this moment, one can not only absorb divine chi directly, but also gain insights into some Divine World laws. The deeper the foundation, the more laws one can perceive. This opportunity only occurs once. The Tribulation Realm path is unlike the Sovereign or Imperial Realms. Each breakthrough is millions of times more difficult than advancing from chi condensation to the Imperial Realm. Dora explained the key points very thoroughly. I see. Zaire nodded. Back when he was at the Divine Martial Immortal Mansion, the mysterious person behind the bronze door had discussed this with him. However, his cultivation was too low back then to understand it. Now, many things were becoming clear to him. Before breaking through to the Tribulation Realm, one needs to accumulate a solid foundation. During the breakthrough, the stronger the foundation, the more Divine World laws one can perceive. This opportunity only happens once unless one can travel directly to the Divine World. I have consumed the Tao Foundation fruit, giving me an unparalleled foundation. Combined with subsequent cultivation, it is enough for me to break through the Tribulation Realm and perceive Divine World laws. Furthermore, I have the 3 treasures Huadan. Once I reach the peak of the Imperial Realm and consume them all, I might directly break through the two instruments tribulation. Zaire thought privately. Dora seemed to see through his thoughts. Suddenly her expression changed, and she transmitted telepathically. With the National Treasure artifact, your foundation is naturally profound. But if you want to directly break through the two instruments tribulation, you're still slightly short. Your opponent, Becker, recently acquired a two instruments cave soul pill, intending to consume it upon breaking through the Tribulation Realm, combined with the fusion of the superior treasure artifact, War God Bronze Furnace. This combination will undoubtedly allow him to directly leap over the one instrument tribulation and achieve the two instruments tribulation. This matter has been calculated by our Institute Director Alida. To break through from the one instrument tribulation directly to the two instruments, you need at least one superior treasure artifact. You must fuse this artifact simultaneously with the Cave Heaven Dharma image into your body to achieve the two instruments tribulation. While I don't have a superior treasure artifact, you do. Upon hearing this, Zaire was slightly startled and then fell silent. You don't need to be surprised. Your aura can fool others, but not someone adept at identifying tribulations like me. Your Great Chana Tripod can be fused directly when you break through the one instrument tribulation. You may not know that your Great Chana Tripod is actually a supreme treasure artifact. If it fuses with your body, breaking through the two instruments tribulation would be effortless. Director Alida has calculated that while the Great Chana Tripod can assist you now, it will become a roadblock in the future. A roadblock? Zaire was taken aback, but then transmitted back. Elder, I understand. I will have plans in mind. He wouldn't fully trust what Dora said. After he revealed the leaf from Alida, Dora displayed extreme shock and mentioned the phrase, branch of connected twigs. There must be some secret here, which he couldn't yet guess nor inquire about. Since Alida laid out this scheme involving him as a chess piece, he could only accept it. It was similar to facing the demon Buddha Ruayin in the heavenly secret realm. His own strength was insufficient. Alright, I assume you've never faced the attack of a Tribulation Realm expert. Remington, Shiloh, and I are of comparable strength. Since they intend to plot against you, they will likely take action. Let's spar so you can understand some characteristics of Tribulation Realm experts, aiding your future encounters. Dora's words clearly implied a desire to test Zaire's strength. Fine. Facing this opportunity, Zaire had no reason to refuse. It was his first time sparring with a Tribulation Realm expert. Elder, please bear with my clumsiness as I strike first. Zaire's body trembled, resembling a taut bow, gathering strength from all directions. As he finished speaking, he vanished, reappearing beside Dora, unleashing a palm strike. Power condensed in his palm, unleashing the strength of 10,000 ancient war buffaloes. The moment the palm struck, a burst of radiant light threatened to pierce the crystal palace. In the radiance, a faint world shadow spun incessantly. Zaire's palm gathered the power of the primal grotto heaven, possessing the might to destroy the cosmos. Facing a tribulation realm expert, he dared not hold back, unleashing his full power from the start. Bang! A seemingly world-ending palm collided with a boneless, gentle fist. Zaire felt all his strength pour into the opponent, like a river entering the sea. No matter how ferocious the river, it couldn't harm the vast ocean. Excellent! Zaire roared, his physical body rapidly transforming. Instantly, the entire crystal palace was filled with figures. As they flickered, they converged into 12 forms. These 12 figures attacked Judicial Elder Dora from all directions, each wielding a force that seemed capable of shattering her completely. Each force wrapped in dazzling light, forming dragon-like entities with soul-piercing roars. 10,000 ancient war buffalo strength could create a dragon. Now, fully unleashed, Zaire could deliver 13 strikes of this magnitude. Having already wasted one strike, the remaining 12 were unleashed without reserve. He wanted to see if the Tribulation Realm expert was truly invincible and unbreakable. Facing these 12 formidable attacks, even Dora began to look serious. She hadn't expected Zaire's full onslaught to generate such earth-shattering power. This was the first time Zaire had revealed all his strength since absorbing the life forces of 6 Abyssal Demon Clan elites. The feeling of unleashing all power without fear of exhaustion was intoxicating, uninhibited and exhilarating. Suddenly, Dora's body flickered, shaking. Space seemed drawn by an unseen force, spinning tens of thousands of times. The Crystal Palace turned into a sea of wind. Raging winds raged, finally forming a storm. No mistake. Inside the palace appeared a genuine large dragon enveloped in storm power. While Zaire's strength was like an underdeveloped dragon, Dora's true essence was that of a fully grown Paranirvana Dragon Whirl Palm. Amidst the gale, Dora extended a jade-like hand, unleashing 12 consecutive palm strikes. Each strike transformed into a storm. On the foreheads of these Jeffs, countless golden runes appeared. The Paranirvana Dragon Whirl Palm was evidently a Buddhist technique of supreme power, its might chilling to behold. Bang! 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 The 12 impacts resonated almost simultaneously. Zaire's and Dora's forces collided violently, sending shockwaves that made the entire Crystal Palace sway. Pillars and crystal seats exploded into fragments, and the ground shattered into countless pieces. Zaire was sent flying, crashing forcefully against the Grand Hall's door. At this moment, the 7 major energy points in his body were drained of true essence, all the true essence used up after driving those 13 attacks. However, unlike before, even with his true essence depleted, ordinary experts could not kill him. Only those top 10 geniuses from the Pride Dragon Register could suppress him. Cough, cough. Sitting on the ground, Zaire coughed continuously, clearly having sustained some injuries. But as his blood and chi moved, he expelled the waste gas through coughing, instantly healing his wounds. After recovering from his injuries, he secretly activated the primordial world, allowing an enormous amount of divine realm spirit chi to surge into his body. In the center of the Grand Hall, Judicial Elder Dora also showed a pale face after the 12 clashes. This cultivator, at the peak of 1 instrument tribulation, about to break through to 2 instruments tribulation, felt deep apprehension towards Zaire's attack. However, she still had enough strength to kill Zaire effortlessly. Zaire, why don't you use your magical treasures? Your cultivation is still too low. If you had broken through to the Imperial Realm, with your Origin Cavern Heaven transforming into Origin Dharma image, you would be able to properly contend with me. But now, without using magical treasures, you can't match me, Dora remarked, slightly surprised at why Zaire didn't use any magical treasures. She did not know that most of Zaire's treasures were currently being handled by different avatars. I just wanted to see how big the gap between my current strength and a tribulation expert is. I never expected it to be like a chasm between heaven and earth. With the primordial world replenishing his consumed energy, Zaire quickly recovered some true essence and slowly rose to his feet. Train hard and strive to break through to the Imperial Realm as soon as possible. Dora was amazed that Zaire could recover so quickly from injuries and replenish true essence without consuming any pills. Then she raised her hand, emitting a force that penetrated Zaire's body. This force was an extremely pure stream of divine realm spirit chi. Swish. Seemingly sensing something, Zaire immediately activated the destiny glow in his sea of consciousness, enveloping it entirely to prevent anyone from peeping. The divine realm spirit chi circulated within his body. After a few rounds, it seemed to find nothing and dissipated, turning into true essence. Dora did not show any traces. She intended to probe Zaire's secrets, but found nothing. The divine realm spirit chi almost condensed to its limit, more refined than that of the primordial world. Tribulation experts truly communicate with the divine realm, extracting such pure spirit chi. With Dora's divine realm spirit chi assisting, Zaire restored his true essence within the span of 1 incense stick burning down. While marveling at the purity of this spirit chi, he also realized how formidable tribulation experts were. He needed to be more cautious when encountering them in the future, not relying on his ability to regenerate. Through this exchange with Dora, he gained many new insights, especially understanding what level a tribulation expert was at. I previously thought about confronting Remington and Shiloh head-on, but now I see that it's unwise. Before subduing the water and fire shields, I can only wait and watch for the right opportunity, even avoiding their peak power if necessary. Dealing with 2 tribulation experts, I definitely won't be able to hold up. I can only hope that after seeing Alita's 3 supreme powers, I can break through to the Imperial Realm. Zaire calculated in his mind. The 3 supreme divine arts. 9-fold transcendent dragon body. Getting this would surely enhance his physical strength further, even possibly refining his skull. Supreme Clarity Enlightenment Technique. A Taoist art. If obtained, it would boost the power of the 9 secrets, thereby enhancing the 7-day black hole, suppressing the breaking law spirit needle, and speeding up the subjugation of the water and fire shields. Great Compassion Liberation Art. A profound method to liberate living beings. Zaire already knew it, but was barely at the entry level. Reaching mastery would take hundreds of years, but with Alita's guidance, he could achieve it instantly. Zaire, the 3 divine arts presented by the Dean will likely all belong to you. They were left specifically for you. Dora continued, however, these arts consume a tremendous amount of true essence. After obtaining them, your strength will remain at the level of 10,000 ancient war buffaloes. Without breaking through to tribulation, you cannot surpass this limit. Furthermore, with no increase in strength, your true essence consumption will be much greater. You should think carefully. Thank you for your advice, Judicial Elder. Not obtaining these 3 divine arts would be a waste. I will try my best to break through as soon as possible. Zaire clasped his hands and responded promptly. Chapter 306, Provoking the Upper Realm Master. Buzz buzz buzz. This moment, at the topmost level of the Lorelei God Palace, a series of drumbeats resonated through the void. This sound was peculiar, not at all grating but emanating visible sound waves like stones thrown into a tranquil lake, rippling across the entire Hongdao Martial Academy. Water drum sound wave. This must mean the headmaster is about to descend upon the Lorelei Lotus platform. The auspicious hour has arrived. After the gift-giving ceremony for those who've come to congratulate, the genius competition will begin. Those who perform well will be rewarded with the headmaster's 3 supreme divine skills. Zaire, you should hurry over. Dora, noticing the sound wave piercing through her crystal palace, immediately realized that the wedding ceremony was about to start. Good, I'll go now. The gifts have long been prepared. Zaire summoned 2 large jade boxes from midair with a wave of his hand. Inside were the Sankai Demon Subduing Banner and the Void Sword Bone. While these treasures were invaluable, their greater worth lay in the significance they represented. Because they were the life-bound treasures of Hanley and Jeremy, 2 prodigies from Songyang Martial Academy. Carrying the 2 jade boxes, Zaire took a step forward, his true essence pulsating, transforming him into a streak of light racing toward the core area of the Lorelei God Palace. Watching him leave, Dora suddenly frowned, her expression heavy with contemplation. She sighed deeply, seemingly burdened with sorrow and preoccupied thoughts. To fly together as birds in the sky, to grow together as branches on the earth, to grow together as branches? Headmaster, you actually gave him this. Could he be the one you saw in the River of Destiny? But his cultivation is far too low. Just at the sovereign realm, when he might even reach the tribulation transcending realm is unknown, let alone catching up to you. Dora murmured to herself. Having never held a woman's hand or understood such romantic matters, Zaire had no clue about the symbolism of to grow together as branches. Even if he did know, he wouldn't have believed it. Someone already surpassing the 9 continents, possibly at the 9th Palace Tribulation Realm or even the immeasurable Tribulation Realm. How could that be possible? What exactly is this branch leaf? Should I just discard it? But Brittany said this leaf can save my life. Given her status, she definitely wouldn't deceive me. And having this leaf gives me an opportunity to establish a closer relationship with Brittany. If I throw it away, I might never get those 3 divine skills. As Zaire flew forward, he glanced at the leaf in his hand. The green leaf bestowed by Brittany looked ordinary, like any roadside leaf. But if examined closely, it contained a mysterious force that created a strange sensation, akin to being back in the womb, feeling primordial, as though cocooned in softness, inviting sleep. Over time, it felt like his soul was being cleansed, light and fresh as if reborn. From Dora's reaction, Zaire sensed something unusual about the leaf. After much deliberation, he still kept it. Such a person as Brittany would go out of her way to save him and prepare 3 supreme divine skills. This deserved deep thought. But since it was an advantage within reach, Zaire wasn't foolish. He naturally took it first. With his decision made, he felt relaxed. Soon, he arrived at the core area of the Lorelei God Palace, the Lorelei Temple. Descending, Zaire saw a Lorelei lotus throne emitting countless beams of clear light. On the throne sat a figure. Below, a giant tortoise the size of 100 zhang lay prostrate. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a mere tortoise but a divine creature, Xuanwu. Of the 4 divine beasts, Buklong, Zhuke, Baihu, Xuanwu, each adult was a myriad Aeon Tribulation Realm entity. With minimal cultivation, reaching immortality was easy. Such an existence was subdued. Though Zaire had a suspected Zhuke egg stored in Nanman US City, hatching it was uncertain, let alone its growth. Now, here was a living Xuanwu divine beast, bearing the Lorelei Lotus platform, quietly guarding the figure above. The figure on the lotus was ethereal, unseeable. Even with Zaire's formidable perception, he could only vaguely discern a woman through layers of space, seated deep within boundless, vague space-time. Moreover, Zaire sensed that time around the Lorelei Lotus flowed differently, akin to being inside a celestial mansion. If someone attempted harm, the sudden acceleration of time could drain them of all vitality instantly. Such control over time and space was unfathomable. Naturally, the occupant of the Lorelei Lotus was the current Hongdao headmaster, Brittany. Contrary to her previously petite appearance, Brittany's true form remained ambiguous. At this cultivation level, transforming into myriad forms wasn't challenging. Truly impressive. Legend says immortals can manipulate time effortlessly. Brittany is nearing that stage. In the vast hall accommodating hundreds of thousands, guests whispered among themselves. Following the voice, Zaire spotted Remington and Shiloh. Dora had specially arranged for their conversation to alert Zaire. Noticing someone watching him, Shiloh looked over with a cold, wolf-like gaze, making everyone uneasy. Zaire sneered inwardly but pretended indifference, looking elsewhere. What's wrong, Shiloh? Remington noticed Zaire, seeing him divert his gaze, then sent a telepathic message. This boy isn't simple, and there's Tianyang Martial Academy backing him. I've heard Brittany highly approves of him. No problem. Once we kill Zaire, his 9 continents luck charm will significantly boost our strength and grant us continuous good fortune, allowing rapid cultivation with no bottlenecks. Shiloh replied coldly. Over the years, who has possessed such luck? None. He's our once-in-a-lifetime chance, which we cannot miss. As for Tianyang Martial Academy, they are far away. We can hide in the depths of the cosmos if necessary. Zhao brother, if you're scared, you can withdraw. But if you help, I'll give you half control over the Xianxia will. Remington showed surprise. Really? Absolutely. You should know what kind of person I am. Shiloh nodded. After years of joint cultivation, you're willing to part with half? All right then, Remington smiled. Agreed. All right. 2 tribulation transcending masters unified, planning to target Zaire. These 2 are plotting against me, but this is Hongdao Martial Academy, they dare not act yet. Zaire observed quietly, speculating their intentions. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, 3 bell sounds from above the Lorelei God Palace echoed, halting all conversations in the temple. Zaire raised his eyes and took in the scene. In the entire hall, apart from Brittany's Lorelei Lotus platform at the highest point, there were 2 additional seats below, reserved for Trey and his new spouse. The rest of the seating arrangements were all situated on the steps below. Rows of festive red chairs and tables appeared out of thin air, with guests being seated under the guidance of Hongdao Academy's welcoming disciples. These welcoming disciples of Hongdao looked fresh and full of joy, making people feel warm and welcoming. Senior brother Zaire, this is your seat. Please wait a moment. Once senior brother Barak comes out, there will be a designated person to record the gifts from guests. Several inner female disciples greeted him like a breeze in spring, causing an immediate sense of goodwill. Thank you, sisters. Here's my small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Zaire quickly pulled out several dozen medium-grade spiritual treasures. The radiant glow instantly caught the attention of many guests nearby. Seeing that his gift was all composed of medium-grade spiritual treasures, everyone froze. Anyone who could enter the Lorelei God Palace had considerable strength or status. They would generally give some form of greeting gift when facing Hongdao's welcoming disciples. But usually, even those of king or emperor realms only offered a few magical tools or medicinal pills. Transcendental masters might give lower-grade spiritual treasures. No one dared to offer dozens of medium-grade spiritual treasures like Zaire did. Can we really choose from these? The inner female disciples brightened up. They had heard about Zaire's generous reputation, especially regarding his conflict with Alexei, which had spread widely through Hongdao Martial Academy. That goes without saying. Zaire waved his hand and said, forget it. You can have them all. After Brother Barak's wedding, I'll be staying at Hongdao for some time, so I may need to trouble you ladies again. No trouble, no trouble. The female disciples chimed in happily as they eagerly collected the treasures, planning to select them later. This act of generosity earned quite a bit of envy from other Hongdao welcoming disciples who wished they were talking to Zaire. Master Zhao, Master Yang, I have heard much about both of you. To come such a long way to Hongdao Martial Academy to congratulate. Surely you must have brought many fine gifts. What exactly are they? Zaire suddenly turned his head toward Barak Wan and Shiloh. Since these 2 had dared to scheme against him, he figured it was an excellent opportunity to undermine them. Receiving these 2 great transcendent masters were a few King Realm elite disciples of Hongdao Martial Academy, 2 males and 2 females, for in total. They wore clothes woven from fire material, top-notch spiritual treasures. Hongdao had a significant number of King Realm experts compared to other martial academies, even rivaling Nanhu and Songyang in this regard. I'm Zaire. I saw your battle with Alexei. Your primordial cave heaven power is indeed formidable, able to trigger a primordial tribulation attack. However, the stronger your primordial cave heaven, the harder it is to transcend the Emperor realm and condense your cave heaven Dharma image. Be careful. Remington didn't expect Zaire to approach voluntarily, thinking perhaps he wanted to curry favor. He pondered. Is he going to give me something? Try to ingratiate himself? I understand my situation well, no need for concern from either of you masters. However, seeing these 4 junior brothers and sisters follow you too but receive no gifts makes me uneasy. Lori Eckley, I have some magical treasures here to give to them. Upon hearing this, Zaire immediately released 4 magical treasures from within him. A pair of daggers and a pair of swords, each exuding a powerful aura. The 4 King Realm disciples never expected Zaire to give them anything. They had received some minor gifts from Masters Remington and Shiloh, several low-grade spiritual treasures, but compared to what Zaire offered, those seemed insignificant. Thank you, senior brother Zaire. We cannot refuse these 4 supreme treasures. The 4 King Realm disciples quickly grabbed one each. You. Remington's face showed fury. Zaire's actions were directly shaming them. Who were they? Transcendental masters who dominated the cosmos. Their stature was unparalleled. Initially expecting Zaire to grovel, instead he was publicly mocking them. Do the 2 masters also want some? Zaire feigned surprise. Fine, fine, fine. Just as Remington lifted his right hand, Shiloh stopped him, saying calmly, Brother Zhao, calm down. Shiloh stared at Zaire for a while before remarking, you're indeed an outstanding talent, but I, Shiloh, am not stingy either. Here are 4 Inyang Bagua rebirth pills for you, far better than those supreme treasures. He waved his hand, and 4 potent elixirs landed in the hands of the 4 King Realm disciples from Hongdao. Inyang Bagua rebirth pills. All 4 disciples could hardly believe their ears. A pill capable of advancing a major realm given straight to them. Each disciple felt immense gratitude towards Zaire, whose generous and witty display left the audience impressed and Remington and Shiloh thoroughly humiliated. Chapter 307. Xiangyang Academy Head, surprised beyond measure. Shiloh, these Inyang Bagua rebirth pills were obtained from Alchemy Master Danding for our disciples. You gave them away? Remington instantly whispered. Don't worry, there are too many people watching us. We can't afford to lose face in front of a mere royal realm boy. Boy, are these 4 Inyang Bagua rebirth pills comparable to your 4 supreme spirit weapons? Shiloh chuckled dryly, his voice eerily similar to a night owl's. Each Inyang Bagua rebirth pill is worth at least 10 billion. I have 4 here, totaling 40 billion. How does that sound? The 2 masters indeed have unimaginable wealth. Zaire laughed heartily and turned to the 4 Hongdao Academy disciples. Did you hear what Master Yang said? These 4 pills are worth 40 billion. Here's the deal. I need such treasures to boost my strength. Why don't you sell them to me for 80 billion? As he spoke, he immediately flew out 8 Lili Haika, Ruli Haika. Correction. As he spoke, he immediately flew out 8 black jade cards. Note, Lili Haika, Ruli Haika, seems to be a specific term or item in the original context, possibly referring to a type of valuable card or currency. For better understanding and fluency in English, it is translated as black jade cards here. If Ruli Haika is a named item that should remain untranslated, please specify for consistency. Each card had a denomination of 10 billion, 80 billion Lingdan pills. The 4 Hongdao Academy disciples were astounded. Even if they had 100 years, they could not earn this much wealth. Though the Inyang Bagua rebirth pills were incredibly precious, with 80 billion, what couldn't they buy? Confronted by this price, the 4 Hongdao Academy disciples felt an irresistible urge to take the offer. Immediately, the 4 of them put away the black Ruli cards and handed over the Inyang Bagua rebirth pills to Zaire. With the 4 Inyang Bagua rebirth pills in hand, Zaire was overjoyed. Shiloh did not know this, but if he had known that the recent Great Yuan Water Delaneyed elixir meeting had seen 1 pill sold for 40 billion, he would have regretted it deeply. Nonetheless, despite this, Zaire's provocation caused Shiloh, who had spent 4 spirit elixirs, to feel as if his heart was bleeding profusely. Meanwhile, Zaire was unconcerned. The 100 billion in elixirs were compensation from the Jeff. Spending this amount was effortless. 10 billion went to Judicial Elder Dora, 80 billion bought 4 Inyang Bagua rebirth pills, leaving him with 10 billion. I am currently at a crucial stage of cultivation. With the help of these pills, it will greatly aid my advancement, Zaire laughed, putting away the 4 pills. I'll take my seat now. Everyone, please continue as you were. Having said that, he returned to his seat. Remington and Shiloh, both great Calamity Realm masters, looked pale. Zaire, spending 80 billion Lingdan pills at once. Where does he get all this wealth? Now, Remington and Shiloh have been played, losing 4 spirit elixirs for nothing, and even helping Zaire strengthen himself. What incredible wealth. Everyone present sighed deeply. To spend 80 billion Lingdan pills like this, even a Calamity Realm master would have to consider carefully. Only someone like the Jeff, a prince of the Great Yuan Kingdom, could possess more than 100 billion in liquid funds. Ordinary people wouldn't have this kind of capital. Even if they had 10 billion, they would immediately convert it into cultivation resources to enhance their strength first. This time, Remington and Shiloh lost face completely. I wonder why Zaire would do this, offending 2 Calamity Realm masters. Isn't he putting himself in danger? He has definitely made it this far for a reason. His actions likely carry deeper meaning. Perhaps they have old enmities. That's why he mocked them in front of everyone. This kid is playing with fire. Remington and Shiloh working together. Even with 10 lives, he wouldn't stand a chance. After the wedding, Remington and Shiloh will probably destroy him. Not necessarily. Zaire must be holding something back, especially considering the rumors about him obtaining the 9 provinces artifact. What? Are you talking about the Chanowang tripod? If that's true, it changes everything. The confrontation between Zaire, Remington, and Shiloh caught the attention of many Calamity Realm masters. Among them, a common man in a long robe, headscarf, and cloth shoes seemed to hold Zaire in high regard. Around this man stood several figures emitting profound aura. Anton, it seems you hold this Zaire in high regard. Why not talk to Declan and let Zaire join Nishan Martial Academy? A faint shadow spoke to the ordinary man. Unexpectedly, this ordinary man was actually the academy head of Nishan Martial Academy from Yenzhou. Logically speaking, such an existence should not lower themselves to attend Trey's wedding at Hongdao Martial Academy. But somehow, they were here. If we can recruit him, I will certainly cultivate him fully. Eventually, Nishan Martial Academy will be entrusted to him. In less than a millennium, Nishan will rival Xianxia. Anton sighed. I didn't expect you to value Zaire so highly. The surrounding elders were surprised. However, no one doubted Anton's words. Nishan Martial Academy specialized in researching numerology and patterns. Many unique theories and techniques originated from them. Since Anton wants Zaire, I can be the mediator and talk to Declan. Perhaps this could become a legendary tale. An elder laughed. No, even if Declan and I agree, the top figure in the 9 provinces won't be pleased. Anton shook his head. The top figure in the 9 provinces? You mean Brittany Master? The elder was taken aback. Is Brittany Master also interested in Zaire? Not just interest. Anton laughed, but before he could continue, the Ruli Divine Palace trembled suddenly as a powerful force descended. He hastily changed his tone. Nothing, I can't say. The power dissipated. The elder blinked, then laughed. Brittany Master's strength was far beyond Anton's or his own, reaching the unfathomable realm of gods and ghosts. Not just in the 9 provinces but in the cosmos, Brittany Master was a supreme expert, capable of matching some ancient recluses. Boom. At that moment, in the eyes of many guests, the entire Ruli Divine Palace shuddered, and 10 miles of red clouds appeared in the sky. Beneath the crimson clouds, a large red canopy slowly approached, pulled by 8 divine birds with scarlet feathers. Through the festive windows, 2 figures sat upright, 1 male and 1 female. The man wore celebratory red attire, with a red flower on his chest and a red crown on his head. The woman was similarly dressed in celebration, adorned with gold threads and covered with a red veil. Red flowers, red veils. This was none other than the newlywed couple. The groom was none other than Trey, whom Zaire had met briefly. As the carriage of the 2 newlyweds appeared, Ripples formed in the air, and pink petals gently drifted down. Instantly, the world became a sea of flowers, with countless pink petals flying everywhere. Zaire saw clearly. These pink petals contained extremely potent, heavenly essence. A cascade of pink petals, all filled with heavenly essence. What a grand gesture. When these petals floated over, Zaire reached out and caught one. After a brief touch, it transformed into pure, high-quality energy and merged into his body. One petal is enough to offset months of cultivation for a typical royal realm practitioner. Zaire marveled silently, then quietly used dragon swallowing technique to rapidly absorb more petals. At the same time, he noticed many others doing the same. As the flood of energy poured in, Zaire stored it all, keeping it for later use. While Zaire focused on absorbing the energy from the petals, the two newlyweds entered the hall and stood on the steps below Brittany Master. Trey and his wife pay respects to our esteemed headmaster. On the Xuanwu turtle-shell platform, the misty figure had materialized into a real form. Zaire curiously observed. He found that Brittany Master looked exactly as he had seen before. Slender and graceful, she wore a light purple hazy dress, especially her eyes, which resembled the cosmos, with light and darkness flickering, time and space flowing. It felt as if one could see everything in them. When Zaire met her gaze, it was as if he saw his entire life reflected back at him. Though she looked the same as before, the aura she exuded was completely different. Previously, Spirit Master Brittany had seemed like a girl next door, sweet and with a touch of innocent charm. But now, she appeared as an exalted deity, commanding the heavens, shifting the sun, moon, and stars. Zaire felt that any movement from Spirit Master Brittany, even a single strand of hair, could effortlessly kill him 1,000 times over. Any treasure or technique would be useless against her. Her strength was beyond imagination. How strong? Too strong. Billions of me wouldn't be a match for her. Even if I cultivated for thousands or tens of thousands of years, I probably couldn't compare to her. Zaire was profoundly shocked. No one had ever pressured him this much. Not even the mysterious figure from the divine martial immortal mansion, the demonic Buddha from the Tianshan secret realm, or even the world serpent beneath Qianjun Amiyuntan. Was this what it meant to be supreme, nearly immortal? The newlyweds have arrived. Present the gifts. A Hongdao true disciple called out loudly. Congratulatory voices quickly arose as guests stood up, each placing their gifts on the steps. There were treasures, spirit pills, books, paintings, and herbs, all valuable items arranged beautifully. Two Hongdao true disciples rapidly recorded the list of gifts. Beside them, a disciple announced each gift, his voice rolling continuously without pause. Soon, it was Zaire's turn. He immediately took out 2 warm jade boxes and presented them. Zaire from Tianyang Martial Academy offers these gifts, Hanley and Jeremy's 3 talents Demon Suppression Banner and Void Swordbone as their lifebound treasures. Congratulations to senior brother Trey. May your marriage be blissful and full of good fortune. As the Hongdao disciples called out the gifts, murmurs arose from the crowd. He really did give Hanley and Jeremy's lifebound treasures as wedding gifts. This Zaire certainly has guts. This act truly offends Xianxia Martial Academy to the core. This must be an order from Tianyang Martial Academy. If it were just him, I doubt he'd dare to do something like this. How is that possible? Don't you know that the head disciple Xianxia, the chief of Tianyang Martial Academy, is already engaged to Anita, the top disciple of Xiangyang? What? When did that happen? Then this must be Zaire acting on his own accord. His boldness knows no bounds. Wait and see. The consequences of Zaire's actions won't go unpunished. It's said Xianxia fought the ghost emperor of Kira's and gained many benefits. Now he's in closed cultivation, likely to break through to the Calamity Realm. When he emerges, Zaire won't stand a chance. I think Spirit Master Brittany will be pleased. Spirit Master Brittany does indeed appreciate Zaire. As Zaire presented his gift, Spirit Master Brittany's gaze turned toward him from the lotus platform above Xuanwu, nodding faintly with a smile. An invisible force placed the 2 warm jade boxes at the top of the steps, clearly indicating her approval of the gift. After presenting the gift, just as Zaire prepared to return to his seat, boom! Above the Ruli Divine Palace, a massive force surged from the depths of the void. Space tore apart. Countless clouds rushed in as if the sky had been pierced by countless holes. Amidst the churning clouds, a godlike voice echoed. Order from Xiangyang Martial Academy. From today, anyone who kills Zaire can come to Xiangyang Martial Academy to claim a medium-rank treasure weapon, Red Heaven Spear, a Millennium Rebirth Pill, and 300 billion Lingdan pills. At the same time, Xiangyang Martial Academy hereby issues an immediate martial Dao death order. We will not rest until Zaire is dead. The powerful voice spread throughout every corner of Hongdao Martial Academy, even penetrating the Ruli Divine Palace. It's Jingzhou, the headmaster of Xiangyang Martial Academy, startling everyone. It's indeed Jingzhou. Unbelievable that he appeared at such a moment, disrupting the wedding and issuing a martial Dao death order. A medium-rank treasure weapon, a Millennium Rebirth Pill. This is an unparalleled spirit pill. Legend has it, a royal realm expert tried to snatch it and was severely injured by its spirit. Red Heaven Spear, Millennium Rebirth Pill, 300 billion Lingdan pills. What generosity! Even a Calamity Realm master wouldn't have such wealth. Truly the first among the 9 academies, with profound resources. Guests in the hall were all shaken, their gazes fixed on Zaire. Xiangyang Martial Academy is indeed incredibly domineering. The current headmaster of Xiangyang, Jingzhou, was a formidable existence 3,000 years ago, even causing Declan to stumble. Yes, I remember how Jingzhou dominated the martial gathering, claiming first place. I wonder what level of power Jingzhou has reached now. Facing the surrounding murmurs, Zaire's eyes flickered uncertainly. He hadn't expected Xiangyang Martial Academy to choose this moment to appear. Jingzhou, do you think breaking through your realm allows you to use immortal treasures to challenge me? I defeated you once, and I can suppress you again. Since you dare to disrupt my disciple's wedding, you shall not leave. From the Lotus platform, Spirit Master Brittany spoke. Chapter 308. The Clash of Masters, the Sutra of the Heart and Freedom. The head of Songyang Academy, Edgar, appeared at this moment and issued a martial arts death order. This was almost like slapping Hongdao Martial Academy in the face. How could Alida let Edgar leave so easily? With a flick of his fingers, 5 rays of dazzling light immediately shot out. Each beam of light was as if the Milky Way had spilled over, with stars collapsing and being destroyed. All the voids along their paths collapsed one after another, then countless divine and demonic shadows appeared. These deities and demons seemed to be real, constantly chanting the Tao sounds, sending immense faith power soaring into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Alida seemed to have refined an entire divine and demonic world, summoning billions of deities and demons to pray for him. But all the mist instantly dissipated. The 5 beams of divine light from Alida directly transformed into millions of deities and demons, suppressing ancient times. Everyone present, whether they were emperors or transcendent masters, all felt as though it were the end of the world, with the universe on the verge of collapse. Divine and demonic world-suppressing technique. From the depths of mysterious space, Edgar's voice transmitted, extremely astonished. According to legends, the appearance of deities and demons must herald the destruction of the world. At that moment, Alida could actually summon millions of deities and demons with just one move, showing that his realm had reached a point where even gods and spirits found it hard to fathom. Neither heaven nor earth could measure his strength. Edgar, I didn't expect you to know about the divine and demonic world-suppressing technique. No one has ever successfully cultivated this celestial art from the divine realm. But I imagine you wouldn't know how arduous it is, as your realm is too low. You should obediently get out. Even if you call Finley, Choke Nation, and Hans, you can barely handle me. Alida pressed down with her jade-like hand, causing space-time to collapse. Countless stars exploded in her hands, with a tiny cosmos of 49,000 miles appearing before everyone's eyes. In the center of this miniature world stood a middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through infinite emptiness to focus on the Crystal Palace. This cosmos was his creation. This world was born from his essence. He was the master here. No wonder you dared to come find me, having broken through to the 7th star tribulation, transforming your essential cavernous law body into a real world. Since so, let me suppress your small world. As she spoke, Alida curled her fingers into a claw, lightly grabbing as myriad deities and demons pierced through collapsing space, descending directly into the world of 49,000 miles. In an instant, the million shadows of deities and demons enveloped the entire small world, emitting indescribable chants, pure white flames of faith shooting out. These flames seemed to lack both temperature and tangible form. Brittany, do not be so presumptuous. In a year and a half, at the great martial gathering, I shall challenge you again. Today is enough. To all present, I am the head of Songyang Academy. Whoever kills Zaire will receive a medium treasure weapon, a divine pill, and 3 billion spirit gathering pills. The man in the small world knew well that the flames could not be touched, hastily contracting the small world into a pinpoint, which shot towards the boundless universe, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Alida slowly stood up. As she did so, the entire 9 continents and cosmic void quivered, time twisted and reversed. Space changed and collapsed. Observing the self-present bodhisattva, illuminating the 5 aggregates as empty, form is no different from emptiness. Emptiness is no different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, feeling, perception, formation, and consciousness are also like this. Boom. An expanse of mystical space-time within the cosmos was instantly sealed. That 49,000-mile cosmos, now like a speck of light, suddenly suspended mid-air as if held by an unseen force. Heaven and earth united. I am the Supreme One. Break for me. Within the 49,000-mile world, all Edgar's power erupted. But the solidified space shattered. Edgar broke through Alida's power. But, observing the self-present bodhisattva, all dharmas are marked by emptiness, not produced, not destroyed, not defiled, not pure, without increase, without decrease. Bang! From the depths of space, an immensely powerful force surged forth like a galactic river, hitting Edgar's 49,000-mile cosmos head-on. Primal Celestial Art, Sutra of the Heart and Freedom. Edgar obviously recognized what this technique was, trembling violently. His 49,000-mile cosmos cracked like dry farmland, large fissures spreading around it. Observing the self-present bodhisattva, colors in the void. None of the aggregates, none of the senses, none of the elements, none of the realms. Alida recited the sutra calmly, immense yet mysterious power vibrating through the heavens, penetrating all worlds and dimensions. Observing the self-present bodhisattva? Observing the self-present bodhisattva? Zaire couldn't perceive anything else, not even what Alida was doing, as Sutra of the Heart and Freedom reverberated in his mind. Voices echoed through boundless time and space, reaching countless sentient beings' minds. It was as if welcoming the arrival of a deity. Zaire felt an involuntary change in his heart, worship and belief forming toward Alida. Not just him, even the many transcendent masters present, who were normally formidable, began to waver mentally, joining their palms in reverence. So strong. A primal celestial art above 10,000 celestial techniques, the Sutra of the Heart and Freedom. To actually see the Sutra of the Heart and Freedom, this sutra is the pinnacle of Buddhist teachings, acclaimed as the foremost of all scriptures. If our realms weren't profound, we might already have been converted by hearing its chants. Among those present to offer congratulations, several masters remained unaffected. One was Anton, the head of Nishan Martial Academy, and the man beside him who had spoken earlier. Others beside them were struggling to resist the impact of the Heart and Freedom Sutra. It's fortunate Alida wasn't targeting us, or we would have been suppressed and subdued outright. The man said, look, even Zaire can't hold on. Didn't expect Alida to have cultivated the primal celestial art. Look at Edgar. Today he'll suffer greatly. Anton's gaze pierced the void, looking into the depths of the universe. Edgar's small world was already enveloped by the power of the Sutra of the Heart and Freedom. He could tell Alita wanted to suppress and convert Edgar into her follower, a truly bold and audacious act. Even celestial beings would not dare claim to subdue the head of Songyang Academy. Finley should intervene soon, the man said. After all, Edgar is his most outstanding disciple. If he were subdued, it would embarrass Songyang Martial Academy and tarnish his own reputation. As he spoke, from the depths of the cosmos, a terrifying hand grabbed out, shattering Alita's sutra power and whisking away the small world with Edgar, disappearing into the void. Alita's gaze turned sharp, observing the self-present bodhisattva. No ignorance, no cessation of ignorance, no old age and death, no cessation of old age and death, no suffering, accumulation, extinction, path, no wisdom, no attainment. Boom. Power divided into two streams, piercing through the void. Space collapsed, and the terrifying hand began cracking. Within the small world, Edgar emitted frantic roars, red light falling in patches. 2 strands of blood essence were captured by Alita. Instantly, all the terrifying phenomena vanished. Heaven and earth returned to tranquility. Child Brittany, don't be too presumptuous. The blood essences belonged to Finley and Edgar. 2 transcendent masters, both had suffered setbacks under Alita. Finley, Edgar, if you dare to extend your claws towards Hongdao Martial Academy again, do you believe I won't hesitate to subdue you both to death? Alita's voice, filled with coldness, directly transmitted across. In an instant, complete silence fell. Has the dust settled? Zaire finally came to his senses, feeling a lingering fear in his heart over Alita's heart and Freedom Sutra. Pity. I didn't get to witness the clash between Alita and Edgar. It would have been greatly beneficial. But what is this Heart and Freedom Sutra? Why have I never heard of it before? Elias, do you know about the Heart and Freedom Sutra? Zaire called out to the 7 days black hole. So powerful. Incredibly powerful. This Alita is not the little kid I once knew. I never expected her achievements to be so high, even cultivating the Heart and Freedom Sutra. This is primal celestial art. The pinnacle of celestial arts that surpasses all others. The highest secret of Buddhist teachings. Only because of it did Buddhism appear. Elias Dao Sovereign said while suppressing the water and fire dual shields. He was clearly aware of what had transpired outside. Alita's strength filled him with shock and fear. Elias never imagined Brittany could obtain the Heart and Freedom Sutra, let alone cultivate it to success. Primal celestial art? Highest secret of Buddhist teachings? Zaire asked, hearing about primal celestial art for the first time. Yes, the power of the Heart and Freedom Sutra is truly formidable. However, the head of Songyang Martial Academy personally issued a martial death order, using a medium treasure weapon, a Millennium Cycle pill, and 3 billion Spirit Gathering pills as bounty for you. You must be very careful. I understand. After Trey's wedding, there will certainly be many dangers. I wonder how many people will try to kill me. Zaire felt a chill down his spine, realizing he was now in unprecedented peril. The rewards offered by Songyang Martial Academy were too tempting. Even some realm raiders might not be able to resist. Although he could be considered the best below the raiding realm, his realm was still only at the Empyrean level, and he couldn't use numerous magical treasures. If he encountered truly formidable experts like Remington or Shiloh, it would likely be ineffective. At this moment, everyone inside the hall also gradually reacted. Seeing Alita force the head of Songyang Martial Academy into retreat, their shock was indescribable. When Finley made his move, most people were influenced by the Heart and Freedom Sutra, thus barely noticing anything. Songyang Martial Academy wants to take action against Zaire. Therefore, our Hongdao Martial Academy must protect him. Starting today, anyone from all realms thinking of killing Zaire for Songyang Martial Academy's rewards, Hongdao Martial Academy will definitely not let them off easily. Alita's voice was unbearably cold. The wedding continues. Those who haven't presented gifts, please come forward. Several elders of Hongdao Martial Academy appeared, taking over the duties and overseeing the continuation of the wedding. The southern barbarian holy son Igor presents his gift. Elder Dorian of Songyang Martial Academy's 2 hands are given as tribute. As the herald's voice echoed, Igor laughed, saying, this Dorian dared to sneak into the holy Emmyuntan during our war with Great Chu, only to be caught and had his hands severed by our barbarian king. Here, we present these hands as a gift to Hongdao Martial Academy. A crystal-like box was placed on the steps. Looking through the light, one could see 2 palms sealed inside, still moving and emitting power as if trying to break free. Zaire immediately knew these hands belonged to someone not weaker than the White Tiger Demon Emperor. After all, he had received a hand from the Demon Emperor before. In Divine Might Immortal Mansion, Chancellor Declan used supreme divine power to sever the Demon Emperor's hand, which eventually fell into Zaire's possession. A pair of severed hands. Dorian of Songyang Martial Academy is a 2 symbols realm raider, yet his hands were severed by the barbarian king. I know some insider information about this. Previously, Igor killed 4 true disciples of Songyang Martial Academy in the Eastern Sea, then hid in the heavenly Emmyuntan. Dorian attacked there, but unexpectedly met the barbarian king. The barbarian king is incredibly strong. Dorian losing only his hands is relatively lucky. But even if the barbarian king is strong, he probably can't compare to Alita. Nonsense. Alita is the best in the 9 continents. Today's battle has proven it solidly. Who dares to compare with her? Do any of you know what kind of skill Alita used just now? It should be some ancient divine technique, right? Not clear. Igor's act of presenting Dorian's hands stirred the entire hall. Many people started discussing. Anton, the head of Nishan Martial Academy, talked with several elders around him. This southern barbarian holy son presenting Dorian's hands seems to hint at wanting to align with Hongdao Martial Academy. If the southern barbarians ally with Hongdao, Great Chu and Tianyang Martial Academy will have a tough time. But this seems unlikely since U9 academies must still maintain unity on the surface. Who has more potential, Zaire or this Igor? Obviously Zaire. This boy's current strength probably means 10 Igors wouldn't be enough. Igor doesn't even make it into the top 20 of the Pride Dragon chart. How can he compare with Zaire? However, this time it looks like Igor is competing with Zaire. One sends a life-tied treasure, the other sends an elder's hands. Comparatively, Zaire seems to be overshadowed. In my opinion, this is the calculation of the barbarian king. This southern barbarian king isn't simple, capable of communicating with the god realm and skilled in divination and witchcraft. Sending Igor here probably has some hidden intentions. Even if the barbarian king excels in ancient witchcraft, I believe Igor won't match Zaire. All calculations must be based on strength. Without strength, everything is empty talk. Anton smiled faintly, expressing utmost confidence in Zaire's strength. Haha, Anton, why don't we bet a bit? A man beside him laughed loudly. Alan, you're getting the betting fever again? But I agreed to bet with you today. What shall we bet on? It turned out that the man standing next to Nishan Academy's head Anton was Alan, the chairman of the 9 Continents Chamber of Commerce. Hee, a small bet, just a lower-grade treasure weapon, okay? Alan chuckled. To go up to a treasure weapon and still call it a small bet. Anton laughed. Fine, I accept. Igor definitely won't be a match for Zaire. Chapter 309. Confrontation. The Kimball of Nanhu Martial Academy. I used a Xiangyang genius's life-bound magical treasure as the wedding gift, and this Igor sent over Xiangyang Elder's hands. This is probably not a coincidence. Zaire keenly sensed something was off. After I defeated Isidore, logically, no one should dare to challenge me so easily. Could it be that there's an expert guiding Igor behind the scenes? Or perhaps he has some hidden ace up his sleeve? Zaire could easily discern Igor's cultivation. It was merely at the peak of the Imperial realm. Despite combining the Divine Path skill, Great Chester Golden Crow, with his Divine Kingdom, surpassing the average Imperial realm practitioners, he still wasn't a match for Zaire. Unless, this person has secrets. As the holy son of the southern barbarians, Igor must have treasures by his side. But to resist Zaire's dragon force, he would need at least a mid-grade magical treasure. However, if Igor had a higher power backing him, he might possess a powerful magical treasure, possibly even top grade. If it were truly a top grade treasure, it would indeed be troublesome. Within a short period, Zaire speculated various possibilities. He was almost devoid of usable magical treasures. Facing a strong enemy would certainly put him at a disadvantage. If I could break through to the Emperor realm, then without relying on magical treasures, nobody under the Tribulation realm could stand against me. But breaking through to the Emperor realm was something Zaire felt very confident about now. After talking with Judicial Elder Dora, he learned it was best to continuously accumulate strength before breaking through the Tribulation realm, ensuring the ability to breach the Dueling Tribulation in one go, and greatly benefit future cultivation. After Igor delivered Dorian's hands, he returned to his seat. Others began presenting their gifts one after another. 2 individuals caught Zaire's attention more than the others. One was Robert from Fenglong Martial Academy, an 8th-rank genius listed on the Proud Dragon chart, whose true strength was comparable to Ahmed and Chana Datian. This man prepared generous gifts, pills, magical treasures, spirit materials, like a small mountain. From Nanhu Martial Academy, Gavin presents the innate 8-trigram diagram, personally drawn by the great Fushi. Note, the term Shantan Bagatu is translated as innate 8-trigram diagram, to maintain accuracy and fluency in English. However, in context where further explanation is needed, it might be beneficial to provide additional information about what this diagram signifies. To improve the translation for natural reading and clarity, it can be revised too. From Nanhu Martial Academy, Gavin presents the innate 8-trigram diagram, a chart personally drawn by the legendary Fushi. This version adds a brief description of the diagram's significance and uses chart instead of diagram for better readability. The other individual was a disciple from Nanhu Martial Academy named Gavin. He wore a black and white robe, with jade hanging from his waist, looking every bit the wealthy gentleman. With each step, black and white yin-yang fish appeared beneath his feet, forming a perfect cycle, incredibly marvelous. Gavin ranked 4th on the Proud Dragon chart, just 1 rank below Becker. On the Proud Dragon chart, 1st place was Kaylee, 2nd was Anita, 3rd was Becker, 4th was this Gavin of Nanhu Martial Academy, 5th was Chana Datian, 6th was Ahmed from Pingchuan Martial Academy, 7th was Trey from Hongdao Martial Academy, and 8th was Robert from Fenglong Martial Academy. Many of these people Zaire had interacted with, even fought. Any who made it into the top 10 on the Proud Dragon chart were exceptional talents. Even someone like Wang Qi, whom Zaire had met at the Water Delaney Pill Gathering, was a rare talent. Facing such individuals, Zaire never underestimated them. Nanhu Martial Academy, known as the richest among the 9 academies, had Gavin presenting the most valuable gift amongst all guests. Whether it was Zaire's life-bound magical treasure or Igor's hands, neither compared to this heavy treasure, the innate 8-trigram diagram, personally drawn by the great Fushi. Very good, excellent. As expected, Venerable Brittany was highly satisfied with this gift. It appears Nanhu Martial Academy put considerable thought into this gift. The value of this diagram isn't less than a magical treasure and can help one understand the Tao of the great Fushi. It's immensely beneficial for cultivation insights and suppressing heart demons. Gavin, it seems you practice one of Nanhu Martial Academy's 3 supreme divine skills, 9 turns heavenly skill, but have yet to master it. I grant you 3 essences to help you achieve mastery. Venerable Brittany extended his hand, sending 3 rays of light directly into Gavin's body. Instantly, Gavin became translucent, and the surrounding space began vibrating. Observers noticed him fusing with the heavens and earth, forces permeating through his body. When Gavin reappeared, he stood silently, resembling a towering mountain, instilling awe. Such an imposing presence would likely demoralize any foe even before they struck. Zaire narrowed his eyes. He saw that Gavin's physical body now rivaled his own, meaning Gavin could regenerate flesh and blood too. The 9 turns heavenly skill is one of Nanhu Martial Academy's strongest techniques. Legend has it that mastering this skill grants immortality and divine physical form. Venerable Brittany brought this skill to its apex, sparing Gavin centuries of arduous practice. Could Venerable Brittany see great potential in Gavin? Perhaps it's because Nanhu Martial Academy's gift was extraordinarily significant, the Shantan Bagatu, innate 8-trigram diagram, obtained from a mysterious temporal rift, said to involve Fushi's mount, the world serpent. To ensure the translation reads naturally and fluently in English while maintaining consistency in terminology and style, here is the revised version. Perhaps it's because Nanhu Martial Academy's gift was extraordinarily significant, the innate 8-trigram diagram, obtained from a mysterious temporal rift, said to involve Fushi's mount, the world serpent. This version integrates the term, innate 8-trigram diagram, smoothly into the sentence while retaining its significance and mystique. World serpent? Still alive? In existence from ancient times. If it were alive, that would be extraordinary. Unknown. If it still exists, whoever gains its recognition could establish a supreme power rivaling the 9 academies and 9 nations. Why did Nanhu Martial Academy give such a precious artifact as a gift? Perhaps they don't believe the world serpent still exists, or even if it does, they can't gain its recognition. They might want to use Venerable Brittany's power to find the world serpent. Gavin was the only one who received Venerable Brittany's reward during the gift-giving ceremony, drawing much discussion. Initially, everyone thought the 3 supreme mystic arts prepared by Venerable Brittany were already within Zair's grasp after defeating Isidore. However, uncertainties now abounded. Thank you, Venerable Brittany. My divine skill is now perfected, my physical body nearing perfection. Only one step remains to reach the Tribulation Realm. Gavin, chief of Nanhu Martial Academy, experienced a significant power boost, appearing like a fish leaping through the Dragon Gate. Behind him emerged a divine bridge illusion. Just one step onto the bridge would connect him to the divine realm, instantly breaking through the tribulation. Gavin, originally 4th on the Proud Dragon chart, received Venerable Brittany's 3 essences and completed the 9 turns heavenly skill. His aura became overwhelmingly fiery and mountainous. After expressing gratitude, he turned sharply to Zair. Zair, you are the strongest among those here, but I cannot let go of Venerable Brittany's 3 supreme mystic arts. So, we must compete. Oh, I look forward to it, Zair raised an eyebrow. To break through the tribulation realm requires unwavering resolve. Everyone wants the 3 supreme mystic arts. If obtained, someone like me, stagnated at the Emperor realm for years, could immediately break through. I believe no one would pass up this opportunity. Gavin seemed to be rousing everyone's fighting spirit to challenge Zair. Brother Chow speaks the truth. Zair, even if you're strong, we aren't pushovers. If we dare not fight for opportunities, how can we strive for peaks and breakthroughs? Robert echoed. Oh, if you have such ambition, why not demonstrate here? Zair smirked. Chapter 309. Confrontation. Kimball of Nanha Academy. I will use my personal life-bound magical treasure as a gift. While this Igor offers the hands of Songyang Elder, this is probably not coincidental. Zair keenly sensed that something was amiss. After I defeated Isidore, logically, no one should easily provoke me. Could it be that there's an expert guiding Igor from behind? Or perhaps he harbors some hidden trump card? Zair could see through Igor's cultivation at first glance. He was merely at the peak of the sovereign realm. Although he had integrated the divine art of Chester God Golden Crow with his own divine kingdom, surpassing ordinary sovereign realms, he still wasn't Zair's match. Unless, this person has a secret. As the holy son of the southern savages, Igor must possess a precious artifact. But to resist even a fraction of Zair's dragon power, it would have to be at least a mid-grade treasure. However, if Igor has an expert backing him, he might indeed possess a powerful artifact, possibly even of high grade. If it truly were a high-grade treasure, that would indeed be problematic. Within a short time, Zair considered multiple possibilities. Currently, he had virtually no magical treasures to use. If faced with a formidable opponent, his movements would be constrained, making it difficult for him to fully exert his power. If I could break through to the Emperor realm, then without relying on magical treasures, nobody under the Tribulation realm could withstand me. But regarding breaking through to the Emperor realm, Zair was very confident. However, after discussing with Justice Elder Dora, he understood that it was best to accumulate strength continuously before breaking through the Tribulation realm. This way, he could successfully overcome the 2 instruments tribulation and greatly benefit his future cultivation path. After Igor offered Dorian's hands, he returned to his seat. Others followed by presenting their gifts. 2 individuals caught Zair's attention. One was Robert, the chief of Fenglong Martial Academy, ranked 8th in the Dragon Pride list. His true strength was no less than that of Ameji and Chana Dedayan. His gift was abundant. Medicinal pills, magical treasures, spiritual materials, like a small mountain. From Nanha Martial Academy, Gavin presents the innate 8-trigram diagram, personally drawn by the great Fushi. The other person was a disciple from Nanha Martial Academy named Gavin. Dressed in black and white robes with jade hanging from his waist, he appeared like an elegant young aristocrat. Each step he took formed black and white yin-yang fish beneath his feet, creating a mystical cycle. Gavin was ranked 4th on the Dragon Pride list. Only one rank below Becker. On the list, 1st was Kaylee, 2nd was Anita, 3rd was Becker, 4th was this Gavin from Nanha Martial Academy, 5th was Chana Dedayan, 6th was Ameji from Pingchuan Martial Academy, 7th was Jedediah from Hongdao Martial Academy, and 8th was Robert from Fenglong Martial Academy. Zair had interacted with many of these people, and even clashed with a few. Anyone who could rank in the top 10 of the Dragon Pride list was no ordinary individual. Even Wang Qi, whom Zair met at the Water Delaneyed Pill Gathering, was a top-tier talent. Facing these people, Zair never underestimated them. Nanha Martial Academy, being the wealthiest among the 9 academies, indeed presented the most valuable gift. Even Zair's life-bound magical treasure and Igor's gift of hands paled in comparison. The innate 8-trigram diagram, personally drawn by Fushi. Excellent. Very good. As expected, Spirit Insight Patriarch was extremely satisfied with this gift. It seems Nanha Martial Academy put a lot of thought into the gift. The value of this diagram is not inferior to a magical treasure and can provide insights into Fushi's Tao, aiding cultivation and suppressing heart demons. Gavin, you are cultivating the Heavenly Skills 9 Transforms, one of Nanha Martial Academy's 3 divine techniques. But you haven't reached mastery. I grant you 3 rays of true essence to help you achieve mastery. Spirit Insight Patriarch pointed, and 3 beams flew into Gavin's body. Instantly, Gavin's entire body became translucent, and the surrounding void began to tremble. Those with sharp senses could feel that he seemed to merge with the heavens, with various forces flowing through his body. When Gavin reappeared, he stood quietly, but like a majestic mountain, commanding respect. Such an aura, if used in combat, would likely make the enemy lose the will to fight before even attacking. Zaire narrowed his eyes. He saw that Gavin's physical body was almost comparable to his own. In other words, Gavin could also regenerate flesh and blood. Heavenly Skills 9 Transforms is one of Nanha Martial Academy's strongest skills. Legend has it that mastering it grants immortality and sainthood. Spirit Insight Patriarch directly elevated this skill to mastery, saving hundreds of years of cultivation. Does this mean Spirit Insight Patriarch highly values Gavin? Probably not. I think it's because Nanha Martial Academy's gift was significant, offering Fushi's innate 8-trigram diagram. It said this treasure was obtained from a mysterious temporal rift and related to Fushi's mount, the World Serpent. World Serpent? Still alive? That's an existence from ancient times. If it were alive, what a disaster. We don't know, but if it exists and someone gains its recognition, they could instantly establish a supreme force rivaling the 9 institutes and 9 countries. Since such a significant secret treasure, Nanha Martial Academy gave it as a gift? Perhaps they, like us, don't believe the World Serpent exists or cannot gain its recognition. Offering it here is probably to seek Spirit Insight Patriarch's help in finding the World Serpent. Gavin was the only one who received a reward from Spirit Insight Patriarch for his gift. This naturally sparked discussion. When Zaire defeated Isidore, everyone assumed the 3 divine techniques were within his grasp. Now, uncertainties have arisen. Thank you, Spirit Insight Patriarch. My divine skill has reached mastery, my body near perfection, and I am one step away from the tribulation realm. Gavin, now vastly strengthened, resembled a fish leaping over the dragon gate. A shadow of a divine bridge appeared in the void behind him. One step could lead him onto the divine bridge, connecting to the god realm, transcending tribulation. Originally ranked 4th on the Dragon Pride list, Gavin received 3 rays of true essence, achieving mastery in Heavenly Skills 9 Transforms. With fiery and mountainous momentum, he turned to look at Zaire. Zaire, among the disciples attending this wedding banquet, you have the strongest strength. However, I cannot let go of the 3 supreme divine techniques prepared by Spirit Insight Patriarch. Therefore, I must compete with you. Oh, then I will look forward to it. Zaire raised an eyebrow. To break through the tribulation realm, one must have unyielding determination. Everyone wants the 3 supreme divine techniques. If anyone gets them, we long-term Emperor Realm cultivators could instantly break through. This opportunity, I believe no one would want to miss. Gavin seemed to stir up the challenged spirits of those present. Brother Chow is right. Zaire, even if you are powerful, we are not soft targets. Without daring to compete for opportunities, how can we talk about reaching the peak and breaking through the tribulation realm? Robert, ranked 8th on the Dragon Pride list, chimed in. Oh, since you have such ambitions, why not show me your skills? Zaire sneered. The distinguished guests gathered here are all top talents of the 9 domains. The reason why the venerable Brittany from Hongdao Martial Academy has prepared 3 supreme mystic arts is to nurture and support future generations of disciples. This time, our academy has also specially arranged a contest so that everyone can showcase their skills and enjoy themselves fully. A Raft Tribulation Realm Elder from Hongdao Martial Academy suddenly spoke from the steps below venerable Brittany. His voice echoed throughout the entire grand hall, silencing all previous discussions. Immediately after, a massive arena materialized in the void outside the grand hall. At this moment, venerable Brittany flicked his finger, and 3 beams of light appeared in the grand hall. One beam took the shape of a dragon, about a dozen zhang long, vivid and lifelike as if it were a real dragon. It emitted an overwhelming aura of vitality and power, which was precisely the 9 turns immortal body of soaring dragon. If an Imperial Realm expert obtained this technique, they would need several hundred years to master it. But with venerable Brittany's light dragon, one could achieve mastery instantly. Another beam shimmered with golden light. Through the glow, one could faintly see a wand symbol inside. Staring at it for long would make one hear the distant chanting of Buddha hymns, calming the mind. Prolonged exposure might even invoke a sense of devotion, compelling one to join in the chanting of the sutras. This was none other than the great compassionate fairy technique that Zaire had cultivated before. Listening longer would induce a feeling of seeking spiritual refuge, subconsciously making one chant along with the soothing scriptures. This was none other than the great redemption compassion skill, practiced by Zaire. The final beam of light was green, devoid of any distinct form, appearing ethereal yet very much present, evoking surprise among many. This green light was undoubtedly the pure enlightenment skill. These 3 supreme mystic arts would greatly enhance one's strength. Acquiring all 3 would be beyond imagination. Everyone, today is my disciple Trey's wedding. Since there is no performance to entertain you all, I have set up this martial contest for you to show off your skills. The winners will receive these 3 mystical techniques. Anyone below the Tribulation Realm can participate, but Tribulation Realm elders do not need to join, Venerable Brittany said lightly. Swish. After the arena appeared, many disciples who had received early word could no longer contain their excitement. As soon as Venerable Brittany finished speaking, Gavin, who had just received the boost, flew up onto the stage. Is there anyone brave enough to join me and add some excitement to Brother Trey's wedding? He stood on the platform, sword pointing diagonally, shouting loudly. On this great occasion at Hongdao Martial Academy, Kaylee did not attend, Anita was absent, and Becker seemed to be in seclusion. With the top 3 experts of the Dragon Pride list not present, Gavin should dominate among the young talents. Unfortunately, Zaire was still present among the crowd. However, Zaire did not move. Gavin's newly boosted strength put him at the peak of confidence, so he naturally wanted others to go first to wear down this momentum. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts its full effort, especially when facing Gavin, ranked 4th on the Dragon Pride list. Zaire naturally wouldn't underestimate such formidable opponents. However, he couldn't remain idle as Gavin directly pointed his sword at him. Zaire, do you dare to fight? Everyone says you're the strongest, but I want to see how strong you truly are. Whether you can match Kaylee, Anita, and Becker. Faced with this situation, even if Zaire intended to hold back, he could no longer. Without any visible movement, he transformed into a beam of light and landed directly on the arena. From above, almost all eyes were on him. Brittany clearly used Trey's wedding to expand Hongdao Martial Academy's influence, likely preparing for the upcoming gathering of the 9 academies. By setting up this arena and arranging contests between numerous experts, he subtly elevates the status of Hongdao Martial Academy. Zaire understood Venerable Brittany's intentions. As for Venerable Brittany rewarding Gavin with 3 rays of true essence, Zaire harbored no jealousy. After all, Gavin's gift was extraordinarily valuable, even including the innate 8-trigram diagram personally drawn by Fushi. If Venerable Brittany showed no gratitude, it would surely invite criticism. Gavin, since you wish to fight, consider carefully. During my journey to Hongdao Martial Academy, I encountered ambushes by Anita and Kaylee but wasn't troubled by them. Can you match their combined strength? Since Venerable Brittany had provided the stage, Zaire naturally seized the opportunity to boost his own reputation. Hongdao Martial Academy not only gathered most of the 9 domains forces, but also included some powerful figures from outer space. Such a rare opportunity shouldn't be wasted. What? You actually fought Anita and Kaylee? Hearing this, Gavin was taken aback. Your strength has reached such heights? Why didn't you return to suppress Becker? Their rivalry is well known throughout the 9 domains. I have my reasons for not going. He is protected by many Tribulation Realm Elders in Tianya Martial Academy, making him impossible to kill easily. Zaire said indifferently. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he lacked the certainty to suppress Becker. You must be bluffing. Even Tribulation Realm Elders can be killed by Kaylee and Anita with their superior treasures. Are you suggesting you're stronger than a Tribulation Elder? Humph. Gavin regained his composure and burst into fierce enthusiasm. With Venerable Brittany around, he was confident nothing bad would happen to him as the chief disciple of Nanha Martial Academy. Even if Zaire could rival a Tribulation Elder, he could only inflict minor injuries at most. But if Zaire lied, the 3 mystic arts in the hall would fall into Gavin's hands. So regardless of the outcome, Gavin felt invincible. Moreover, with the boost from Venerable Brittany's 3 rays of true essence, he believed he could face anyone in the world, except for those at the Tribulation Realm. Chapter 310. Power Unleashed. Zaire squinted his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he launched an exploratory attack. A streak of black energy shot towards Gavin like lightning. This probing attack by Zaire aimed to gauge what Gavin was relying on, daring to challenge him after defeating Alexei. Great Chu Town Wong's ultimate technique, the 7-killing sword art? Gavin observed the incoming black aura. Though seemingly ordinary, it filled the entire space with overwhelming killing intent. This intent penetrated even through his true essence defense, attempting to invade his flesh and mind. In an instant, the arena was shrouded in deadly silence. Wind. Gavin shouted as waves of wind surged around him. These winds were razor-sharp, each one capable of slicing through everything in their path if unleashed. Gavin's cultivation at the Emperor Realm, higher than Zaire, allowed for better quality true essence. Under this storm, the sword chi of the 7-killing sword art shattered into pieces. Then, the force surged towards Zaire unmitigated. Its power intended to slice him into countless fragments. Zaire. Though the 7-killing sword art is formidable, you're not Great Chu Gideon. It can't harm me. Now, get out of here. Gavin laughed maniacally. His wind waves completely enveloped Zaire, ready to shred him with a mere exertion of force. Whoosh. But just as Gavin reveled in triumph, Zaire vanished within the windstorm. Suddenly, a figure emerged beside Gavin, unleashing a burst of divine light. It was the 5-colored divine light, generated from the primordial 5-element sacred body. It contained profound mysteries of creation and destruction, its power immeasurable. Zaire had first used Heavenly Cliff Step to create an illusion at his original position, then hid using Mixture Cave True Void before abruptly striking with the 5-colored divine light to smelt and engulf Gavin. Each move executed with exquisite precision. At his current realm, Zaire's mastery over the 5-colored divine light had reached its pinnacle. The cyclical interchange of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could penetrate martial true essence and counter all elemental techniques. Not good. Shocked, Gavin rapidly mobilized his true essence, forming a layer of true essence armor around himself. Boom. All the true essence armor crumbled under the 5-colored divine light, sending Gavin flying toward the edge of the platform, almost falling off. This Zaire is incredibly strong. That 5-colored divine light contained the power of the 5 elements, endless and ever-renewing. Fortunately, my physical strength has greatly increased, having perfected the 9 turnings heaven technique. Otherwise, I would have been destroyed by that one blow. Though thrown back, Gavin reformed true essence armor mid-air, transforming it into a rune suit resembling a mighty general, radiating dominance and ferocity. Surprisingly, this true essence armor was a treasure, a low-grade magical artifact with exceptional defensive capabilities. Heavenly Gang Wolf armor. People in the hall identified this treasure and exclaimed in shock. A ripple crossed Zaire's face as information about the Heavenly Gang Wolf armor surfaced in his mind. Renowned for its purely defensive nature, it lacked offensive capabilities but could conceal itself under the skin. only revealing upon slight true essence stimulation when danger approached, able to withstand a strike from a high-level expert. Even if Zaire unleashed the power of the dragon, breaking it would be possible but ill-advised until he gauged Gavin's full strength, given he couldn't infinitely sustain such power. Whoosh! The failed attack didn't stop Zaire. He extended his fingers, unleashing 10 beams of 5-colored divine light directly at Gavin. Still coming? Your divine light is powerless against me. Bring out your origin cave paradise and let me see it, Gavin said, activating the heavenly gang wolf armor, which expanded to block the 10 beams. 9 Turnings Heaven Technique, Wind God Dharmakaya. With the protection of the heavenly gang wolf armor, Gavin summoned his origin cave paradise. Winds blotted out the sky, eventually forming a giant composed entirely of fierce winds. It seemed the world had become a storm, devastating, fierce. Multiple forces enveloped Zaire. The 4th-ranked strong dragon, indeed formidable. Gavin's origin cave paradise illuminated 23 stars. Such a powerful cave paradise manifests an unparalleled Dharmakaya. How strong! It's no wonder Gavin ranks 4th. With the wind god Dharmakaya and perfected 9 Turnings Heaven Technique, who can stand firm under the wind pressure? If he obtains the 3 profound techniques of the Spirit Master, he could rival supreme geniuses like Becker, Anita, and Vicky. At Fenglong Academy, Robert, ranked 8th in the Proud Dragons list, spoke with Tang Hong, head disciple of Luoyuan Yuan Academy, one of the 9 institutes. Both were astonished when they saw Gavin summon his Dharmakaya. Martial 9 institutes, immortal 9 kingdoms, 10,000 demon Amiuntans, divine southern savages, and the frequently warring northern barbarians all harbored ambitions to compare themselves. Many contested the Proud Dragons list rankings, hoping to use Hongdao Academy's competition to prove themselves, preparing various skills and treasures. Igor from the Southern Savages is also a formidable opponent. Looking at Zaire and Gavin on the platform, Robert turned to observe the Southern Savages' side. Though only at the Sovereign Realm, no one underestimated Igor, an unmatched genius immune to Xiaoyang Academy's top-down command, significantly improved, favored by the Savage King. The Savage King, an immensely powerful strategist surpassing even the 9 Imperial Emperors in depth, had many seasoned experts suffer great defeats at his hands. Gavin has another medium-grade magical artifact not yet revealed. In the last Institute Assembly, many experts fell due to it. I wonder if Zaire can withstand its power. It's strange why Zaire hasn't used any treasures yet. Could something unexpected have happened? Robert mused aloud. Who didn't know Zaire possessed several potent magical artifacts? Rumors suggested he obtained Jingzhou Cauldron, one of the 9 provinces' divine instruments, though unverified. These people also hoped to verify this through Gavin's hands. Yet, Zaire still hadn't used any magical artifacts. On the platform, Zaire faced arduous combat after Gavin summoned the Dharmakaya. With 23 illuminated stars, such a robust origin cave paradise manifested a Dharmakaya unparalleled in power below the Calamity Realm. Zaire heard and saw nothing but vast gales. Each gust was sharper than the finest weapons. An average Emanarch caught within wouldn't survive more than 2 breaths. Despite constantly shifting between the 5 elements to ward off the wind blades, he couldn't launch attacks at Gavin. To others in the hall, it appeared Zaire was now at a disadvantage and about to be defeated. Why does Zaire's strength suddenly seem diminished? Those standing with Anton and Alan voiced their astonishment. Previously, I saw Zaire absorb quite a few immortal flowers. These are condensed from divine chi from the celestial realm. Absorbing so many at once would be hard to digest, Alan said with a laugh. Anton, what do you think? It looks like Zaire might lose. This could be a good thing. If he can digest the celestial chi from Alita, his strength will definitely reach a new level, Anton replied with a calm smile. Songyang Academy issued a martial death order against him. The more powerful he is now, the better chance he has to survive. Oh? You mean you think Zaire will use Gavin's pressure to digest that celestial chi? Alan asked in surprise. That seems too risky for someone of his current strength. There's no need for him to take such risks. With Jingji's sudden appearance, he doesn't have time to strengthen himself properly. If he doesn't take this risk now, it might be even more dangerous after the wedding, Anton explained slowly. What we don't know is if he wants to break through to the Emperor Realm or... If he breaks through to the Emperor Realm now, it wouldn't be too scary. What worries me is if he doesn't break through. Alan's eyes grew more serious. If he doesn't break through to the Emperor Realm, his future accomplishments will definitely surpass both of us. I cannot break through to the Emperor Realm. Elder Dora said I need to strengthen my foundation and accumulate power. Although I've taken Dao Foundation fruit, making my foundation comparable to a world-class genius, if Becker reaches the Calamity Realm, defeating him won't be enough with just a strong foundation. Zaire forcefully suppressed the urge to break through. He gradually calmed down the raging true essence within him. He preferred to fight Gavin while being restrained rather than waste his great potential by breaking through during the battle. Becker, Anita, Vicky. Each of these people lingered in the Sovereign Realm for 10 years, or even decades. Why wait so long? Zaire didn't understand before, but after discussing with Elder Dora, he realized they were all accumulating strength and enhancing their foundations. If Zaire wanted to exceed these people in the future, he had to accumulate even more power and have an even stronger foundation. The celestial chi absorbed from the celestial realm by Alita is much purer and superior to that of the Xianxia world. Normally, it would take at least a month, perhaps even several months, to fully digest it. But now... Zaire glanced at the distant Gavin. His gaze was incredibly sharp, as if 2 sharp knives. Zaire, it seems you're limited by something, unable to even use magical artifacts. Ha ha ha. Gavin's wind god Dharmakaya enveloped Zaire completely. Endless wind blades continuously cut away. With the heavenly gang wolf armor protecting him, no attack could break through the storm and his defensive true essence. Seeing Zaire consistently using true essence and physical strength to defend, Gavin understood there must be some restriction preventing him from using magical artifacts. As the head disciple of Nidhogg Academy, with extensive experience in both battles and cultivation, Estimating Zaire's problem was not surprising. Immediately, Gavin prepared to unleash his strongest attack to end the battle quickly. Even though he could confine Zaire, subduing him would be extremely difficult. Zaire's understanding of martial Dao was terrifying, and the five-colored divine light was profoundly subtle, capable of countering various elemental techniques, including the wind god Dharmakaya. Zaire, if you surrender now, you'll suffer less. Otherwise, I'll go all out and might crush you into dust. Gavin roared again. He knew how much Alita valued Zaire, and thus made this statement preemptively. Gavin, this is just a casual spar. Do you really think I can't handle you? Humph. Zaire's form shook as his 3 million pores vibrated the void, unleashing immense power. What is power? What is crushing? A mere Emperor Realm cultivator dares to speak of crushing? My strength isn't something you can match. Rumbling, Zaire unleashed his full power without holding back. Behind him, an illusory world emerged from the void, radiating immense pressure that shattered all air currents and storms. The sun and moon shone together, with 10,000 stars adorning the sky. Unusual phenomena continually shook the heavens and earth. Zaire finally revealed his origin cave paradise. Rumbling, continuous thunderous sounds echoed. Gavin's wind god Dharmakaya, upon encountering Zaire's origin cave paradise, cracked like porcelain, its cracks spreading as violent winds raged uncontrollably, unable to coalesce. Blast! I thought he encountered some bodily issue, reducing his strength, even unable to use magical artifacts. Gavin was utterly shocked. His wind god Dharmakaya was shattered by the force of Zaire's origin cave paradise. Fortunately, the Dharmakaya was constructed from the power of the origin cave paradise and could reform after breaking, albeit consuming considerable spirit energy. Immediately, Gavin retracted his broken Dharmakaya, bursting with a radiant light as all true essence stirred. He prepared to engage Zaire directly, but after Zaire went all out, his speed exceeded expectations. An enlarging fist, carrying the momentum of destruction, hammered forward without any martial technique or flashy moves, just sheer brute force. Crack! The fist hit the true essence armor around Gavin's body, causing the heavenly gang wolf armor to burst with brilliant light, seemingly activating all defenses to withstand the blow. Yet, no matter how dazzling and powerful the light, it crumbled like paper before the brute force. Inside the heavenly gang wolf armor, array formations shattered one by one under the relentless assault. Zaire, like a descending god or demon, shattered the heavenly gang wolf armor with one punch, then extended his fingers like iron hooks to grab down. A stream of light swirled in his palm. He had condensed the world power of the origin cave paradise, intending to capture Gavin with one claw. Chapter 311. Existence beyond norm, unfathomable methods. If Zaire had not achieved the yin-yang transformation through cultivation, this single claw would have meant certain death. Zaire unleashed a ruthlessly lethal move, a punch to shatter the heavenly gang wolf armor, and a claw aimed to instantly kill his opponent. In that moment, Zaire seemed like an ancient deity or demon incarnate, emitting an overwhelming evil aura that was almost tangible. Haha, Zaire, you don't think I only have these abilities, do you? Let me show you what it means to be fourth on the Proud Dragon list, what it means to crush opponents. At this point, Gavin laughed maniacally, a look of triumph flashing across his face. Suddenly, a small, inch-high copper bell appeared above his head, faintly revealing Gavin's image on its surface. This object was equivalent to the Amion in water, though not as powerful. It was still a low-grade magical artifact, made from unknown materials but refined by Gavin into an external body avatar, just like Anita's. Dingling! The copper bell shook abruptly, transforming into an arm that blocked Zaire's hand. Ka. Despite being refined into an external avatar, the copper bell couldn't withstand Zaire's strength but did manage to delay the inevitable for a short while. Immediately, Gavin opened his mouth, spewing out a beam of light. This light was another supreme treasure. Within the light, there was a man-eating piranha forged from refined iron. Despite its metallic construction, it was remarkably agile, more so than a real fish and far more terrifying. It was the law-breaking spirit devilfish, a mid-grade magical artifact. This was Gavin's true ace in the hole. Donghua Academy had spent countless resources refining this treasure, killing numerous vicious piranhas in the East Sea to obtain their spirits. Using 10,000-year-old refined iron as the foundation, combined with the spirits of millions of piranhas, they finally crafted this mid-grade artifact. Its power was immense, especially when unleashing the combined ferocity of those millions of piranha spirits which could penetrate any protective true essence. Rumbling. The appearance of this mid-grade artifact immediately caused upheaval in the heavens, drawing down lightning bolts that struck Zaire without anyone in the hall reacting in time. This was no ordinary lightning. It consisted of the malevolent spirits of the piranhas, each bolt capable of piercing through protective essences straight into the flesh. Only now did Gavin unleash his ultimate weapon. He first provoked verbally, then used his external avatar to block attacks, lulling his target into complacency before delivering the final blow. The entire sequence was calculated perfectly. No one could escape this attack. Every bolt of the malevolent lightning struck Zaire, reducing half his body to nothing but flying blood mist, leaving him barely alive with only a head and one arm intact. Half your body is gone. Zaire, you're dead. Dead. Ha ha ha. Gavin laughed wildly, full of satisfaction. The malevolent lightning, the law-breaking spirit devilfish's most powerful attack, was seldom used due to its extreme depletion of the piranha spirits. Once used, it needed recharging with more piranha souls. Otherwise, it lost its efficacy. Zaire's defense couldn't withstand the malevolent lightning. He lost. Zaire was defeated by Gavin. How is this possible? He's so strong. It seems his cultivation level was too low. No matter how formidable his treasures or strength were, they couldn't withstand Gavin's mid-grade artifact. Brittany Sage will probably have to intervene to reincarnate Zaire's soul. This sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. No one expected Gavin's deep calculations. Even Zaire was caught off guard. Half his body turned to mist. Now, he barely retained his head and one arm. No one thought he could survive such severe injuries unless he had attained the yin-yang cycle like a two-instrument tribulation sage. Anyone else, including Dan Tianya, Anita, or Kaylee, would have died outright. The only way to save him was if an expert gathered his soul fragments and used the supreme method to reincarnate him. Igor, seeing Zaire's partial disintegration by lightning, was also shocked. Knowing Zaire deeply, he never imagined such an outcome. Yet reality proved that Zaire's path ended here. The law-breaking spirit devilfish is indeed formidable, unleashing millions of malevolent spirit bolts, far surpassing Ahmed's golden pagoda of Buddha light. South Lake Academy truly can achieve anything with wealth. Their artifacts are superior to others of the same grade. Unfortunately, Zaire's demise means his treasured item is lost. Shiloh felt utmost satisfaction seeing Zaire killed, but regretted losing the opportunity to seize his artifact. Brittany Sage will surely reincarnate him. That brat won't return to peak form for decades after rebirth, giving us ample time to find and deal with him. Remington, eyes filled with killing intent, planned to eliminate Zaire alongside Shiloh, further fueled by the bounty issued by Songyang Academy's principal. Gavin cannot be underestimated, deeply calculated, and willing to exhaust all resources to kill Zaire. His law-breaking spirit devil, fish may not function again for years after this battle. I also wish to fight Zaire, but now there's no chance. Fulong Academy's chief disciple Robert sighed. Indeed, Gavin, who holds the 4th position on the Proud Dragon list, possesses both an external avatar and a powerful mid-grade artifact. Had we faced him instead of Zaire, the result wouldn't have been much different. Zaire's downfall was hastened by his youth and arrogance. Fame came too early, leading to his demise. One of the Nanyue 3 holy sons, Wild Savagery King, sneered. Yes, if Zaire hadn't overestimated himself, he might have managed a few more moves against Gavin. This shows the disadvantage of early fame. Arrogance and overconfidence led to his destruction. Just look at how he entered, gifting treasures and daring to challenge tribulation sages. Someone so reckless must die. Yuan Shineyu beside him remarked disdainfully. Pity. Ahmed's expression held regret but quickly shifted to relief. Zaire wanted me to join him at Hongdao Academy, but knowing the publicity involved, I chose to leave earlier. That decision was wise. Even if Zaire survives by Brittany Sage's intervention, it'll take decades for him to recover fully. Hope he learns from this experience. Reincarnation would take at least a decade. Through this ordeal, Zaire would learn the value of keeping his abilities hidden. Anton, looks like you've lost. Zaire has already fallen before encountering Igor. Though a fragment of his consciousness remains for reincarnation, he may never reach his current height again. Gavin's planning is profound. The president of 9 States Chamber of Commerce, Alan, sighed. Note, the translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text, conveying the intense action and dramatic revelations accurately in English. I think things won't be this simple, Anton said. Since Zaire has gained the favor of Brittany Sage, he must have exceptional qualities. If he could be so easily killed, it would be strange indeed. Amiriover, though his physical body is completely destroyed, his vitality hasn't diminished at all, which is quite bizarre. If he were at the 2-instrument tribulation level, it might be possible for him to reverse yin and yang, but his cultivation is merely at the emperor realm. Even with a formidable physical body, how could he possess the means of life and death cycle? Alan chuckled and continued, what you say is true, but this boy's actions and demeanor are too violent, like being covered in thorns. No one can touch him. Perhaps Brittany Sage wanted to use this as an opportunity to temper his personality. Since that's the case, let's watch and see how it unfolds, Anton replied. At this moment, on the stage, anyone with eyes could see that Gavin had decisively won. Zaire, since you entered Hongdao Academy, every word and action of yours has been full of arrogance and aggression. Such ostentatious behavior will prevent you from achieving greatness, no matter how much fortune you may have. Today, I send you a tribulation to teach you a lesson for your next life. Not to be so high profile. Millions of malevolent lightning bolts blasted Zaire's body into blood mist, leaving only his head floating in midair. Gavin stood proudly as if he were a deity towering above everything. As he spoke, he began to reform his celestial avatar. The wind god giant emerged and immediately enveloped Zaire's head. Upon seeing this, everyone present shook their heads slightly. No one expected Gavin to be so ruthless, clearly intent on preventing Zaire from even having a chance to reincarnate. However, just then, the blood mist that comprised Zaire's shattered body suddenly transformed into countless colorful threads. These threads acted like invisible forces, gathering the blood and flesh together to reform bones, veins, and more. The entire space began to warp, powerful energy spreading through the air. In an instant, Zaire's once pale golden blood mist body had turned into a much stronger new form. His head floated upwards, and countless blood tendrils began pulling and merging together. With a roar, Zaire, now with his new body, took a step forward, causing the entire platform to shake. Gavin, do you really think I'm already dead? If you believe I am excessively violent, then I'll show you what true violence looks like. A punch was thrown out, and the shadow of the primordial celestial cave appeared behind him. The power of the world surged out, intertwining and coalescing into a force that would make the 8 directions bow in submission. Bang! Just one punch obliterated Gavin's protective true essence, sending him crashing into the platform below and creating a large crater. This is the immortal body of yin-yang harmony of the 2-instrument tribulation realm. To transform into blood mist and still be able to regather and reform a new body, this is the ability of a 2-instrument tribulation sage. How is this possible? How can Zaire do this? What? He can transform from yin to yang at will, mastering life and death. Yes, this is the ability of a 2-instrument tribulation sage. Even if his body is reduced to powder, it can regenerate, controlled by the flow of yin and yang. But isn't Zaire at the emperor realm? Even sages at the one instrument tribulation couldn't reform their bodies after destruction. What's going on here? In the blink of an eye, the situation shifted dramatically. Zaire's new, overpowering body left everyone in disbelief. Previously, everyone thought Zaire was doomed. Reality slapped them hard. Yin and Yang transformation, it's impossible. Robert of Fenglong Academy was stunned on the spot. He couldn't understand how an Emperor Realm Zaire could achieve the transformation of Yin and Yang, becoming indestructible. How can Zaire be so bizarre? What kind of mystic technique is this? How can it defy logic like this? Not even humans, barbarians, or demons can achieve such feats. Yin Wansheng, one of the holy sons of the barbarian tribes, shivered. Brother Yang, this is definitely the path of Yin and Yang transformation. We haven't even grasped the dual elements of Yin and Yang. Could Zaire be the reincarnation of some great being? Remington asked, visibly shaken. This kid is not ordinary, Brother Zhao. If we don't kill him, there will be endless troubles. Moreover, by killing him, we can extract his blood and flesh to refine spirit pills. After taking them, we might instantly grasp the transformation of Yin and Yang and break through directly. Shiloh, after recovering from his shock, felt an even stronger urge to kill. Anton, what is going on with Zaire? I'm sure that in the 33 great worlds, no one can master the path of Yin and Yang transformation at the Emperor realm. Alan was also shocked. Zaire does not have a true immortal body of Yin-Yang harmony yet. His head hasn't been refined, so it's far less powerful than a true two-instrument tribulation sage, Anton noted, identifying Zaire's shortcomings. Everyone was utterly astounded by Zaire's bizarre situation. Even the elders of Hongdao Academy marveled in disbelief. Dora, who had been observing the scene, repeatedly exclaimed, impossible. Zaire, how did you? This is impossible. You can't possibly have done this. The shock among the crowd paled in comparison to Gavin's reaction. He was the one facing Zaire directly. He had thought the victory was certain, and Brittany Sage's 3 supreme mystic techniques were within his reach. He never expected Zaire to possess such bizarre abilities. It shattered all conventions. It surpassed all comprehension. Chapter 312, A Revelation. Boom. Zaire had gained an absolute advantage, standing in the void with a presence that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. With each step, it felt as though the sun, moon, and stars revolved around him. The air currents on the platform swirled fiercely, pushing towards Gavin. The powerful primordial grotto's power enveloped the entire arena, preventing Gavin from escaping. Gavin, do you understand my realm? Zaire approached through the void, his imposing aura pressing down on everything. Gavin had just endured a punch but was saved by the heavenly gangwolf armor and the bronze bell outside his body. These 2 layers of protection kept him from suffering major harm. But seeing Zaire slowly advancing, he knew this was the toughest battle of his life. Heavenly Skill 9 transmutations emulate heaven and earth. Gavin's body trembled continuously. The wind god giant transformed from his origin grotto, intertwined with the bronze bell outside his body, forming a protective net over his entire form. Beneath him, a shadow of a man-eating iron fish appeared. This was his famous treasure, the law-breaking spirit demon fish. But now, it could no longer summon the wicked god lightning. The souls of the thousands of man-eating fish inside it were depleted and needed replenishing. Although it couldn't unleash wicked god lightning, it was still a middle-grade treasured artifact, providing formidable defense that even transcendent experts couldn't penetrate quickly. Gavin, 4th on the Dragon Pride list, deserved his ranking, showing various means to face the mortal threat. You think hiding under a turtle shell will keep you safe? Zaire unleashed the 5-colored divine light, using it as a weapon, transforming it into a vibrant 5-colored sword chi vibrating at incredible speeds, slicing through the void, striking Gavin's defenses. Immediately, true chi shattered, mountains shook. With 3 treasured artifacts, heavenly gangwolf armor, the small bronze bell, and the law-breaking spirit demon fish, Gavin struggled to hold his ground. Zaire, I have 3 treasured artifacts protecting me. You can't break through. Show your treasure from the 9 provinces and let me see what you've obtained and how powerful it is. Gavin steadied himself and then used both hands, unleashing a set of powerful fist techniques, clashing vigorously with Zaire. These fists were extremely fierce, each move possessing the strength of ancient oxen. Unrelenting, this technique was one of Nanhu Martial Academy's specialties, the 8 strikes dragon fist. Practiced to its peak, each punch could generate dragon-level force, truly terrifying. If I need to use a magical treasure against you, what would be the point of cultivation? Zaire wasn't surprised by Gavin's words. It was probably already obvious to many that he possessed the Jingzhou tripod. Saying this, his figure flickered like a ghost. His hands glowed with radiant 5-colored light, pressing down. Within the 5-colored divine light, a swirling black vortex hid, ready to devour. It was the dragon swallow technique. Each exchange consumed part of Gavin's true chi, converting it for Zaire's use. Finally sensing something amiss, Gavin pulled back and began striking the air with punches. Boom. Each punch created eerie, transparent soldiers made of countless tiny true chi gusts, each sharp enough to pierce the defensive aura of royal-level experts. Gavin was manifesting his origin grotto's power through his fists, demonstrating extraordinary creativity and martial understanding far beyond ordinary people. Almost instantly, an army-like formation surrounded him, filled with wind blade soldiers numbering in the millions. Combined, their immense power surged towards Zaire. Excellent counter. I didn't expect you to manifest your origin grotto's power so brilliantly. However, it's unfortunate you're facing me, Zaire. My dragon swallow technique consumes all these forces bit by bit, even enhancing my own power. Zaire stopped the primordial grotto in front of the wind blade soldiers, keeping them at bay. Meanwhile, countless strands of 5-colored light erupted around the primordial grotto's phantom, slashing through the wind blade soldiers. Using the primordial grotto's might and the 5-colored divine light, Zaire disrupted their formation. Seizing the moment, he opened his mouth wide, revealing a vortex in his throat, swiftly consuming all the wind blade soldiers. Whoosh! Absorbing the immense power of a million-strong force instantly felt like a surging sea wave within him. The true Dragon Clan's Dragon Swallow technique. Gavin felt parched and weak. His Dantian's true chi was also depleting. In one moment, Zaire had devoured the million-strong wind blade soldiers, leaving him short by nearly a decade's worth of cultivation. This hit his foundation deeply. Now, Gavin understood Zaire's terror. While he could have finished the fight quickly, he chose to drain every drop of value from him. Continuing this way, even if Zaire didn't kill him, Gavin would lose due to true chi depletion. During their battle, Zaire constantly devoured Gavin's true chi and power, growing stronger. In such a situation, how could it continue? The Dragon Swallow technique was the true Dragon Clan's supreme secret, truly terrifying because it absorbed various powers for its user. How does this boy know the true Dragon Clan's secret technique? And his skills are so formidable that he can consume someone of a higher realm. Alan exclaimed in shock. This Dragon Swallow technique is not ordinary, Anton observed. It seems to be an inherited bloodline ability, possibly fused with several true dragon's life essence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such effects, overpowering someone of a higher realm. Looks like I won our bet, Anton continued with a laugh. Zaire has cultivated his body to this level. No one below the catastrophe realm can contend with him, not even Kaylee. But Igor, the Nanzhao Saint's son, hasn't acted yet. Did you notice his aura? The barbarian king really treasures him, giving him a treasured item even denied to his son. It seems they've placed Nanzhao's future on this child. Alan pointed at Igor among the crowd. Following the direction, Anton noticed a faint aura concealed expertly around Igor. Destiny-breaking heavenly eye. As the academy's leader, Anton recognized this immediately. Shocked, he remarked, the barbarian king gave this to Igor. It's a superior treasured artifact he forged over 1300 years with great witch doctors in a mysterious dimension deep within Yanning. It can annihilate all laws. Even before reaching the catastrophe realm, he received this item. An exceptional favor indeed. The destiny-breaking heavenly eye is considered the peak work of the barbarian king. He even killed numerous cosmic realms outsiders, offending several factions, to create this treasure. Giving it to Igor might stir turmoil within the barbarians. I wonder what the barbarian king intends. Gavin, your defeat is inevitable. Even resisting is futile. You might as well surrender. Zaire hovered midair, watching Gavin struggle helplessly around him. Dozens of fist-sized black vortexes swirled, continuously devouring Gavin's power. After a bitter struggle, Gavin realized that no matter how he resisted, it was futile. Zaire truly held the advantage. However, surrendering was unbearable for him as the top disciple of Nanhu. Immediately, he concentrated all his true essence, drawing in his external avatar and Origin Grotto's incarnation to form an unbreachable sphere. The mid-grade treasure artifact law-breaking spirit demon fish circled this sphere, sealing any energy that might escape. Once this was set, he began to push outward. Zaire hadn't anticipated this move, leaving the Dragon Swallow technique ineffective. Zaire, even if you were formidable, you can't win me today. With my mid-grade treasure artifact protecting me, you can't do anything. In the end, it will just be a fight with no winner. How about we call it a draw? That way, both of us save face. Gavin's earlier vigor had diminished under consecutive blows. A draw? You wish. Now, I give you two choices. Either surrender now or regret it later. Zaire waved his hand, and powerful beams of five-colored divine light shot out. Instantly, they enveloped the entire law-breaking spirit demon fish. The elements continuously changed, infiltrating its interior. Ordinarily, a mid-grade treasure would not be so easily penetrated. But under the pressure of Zaire's Dragon Swallow technique and Primordial Grotto, and with its spirits already exhausted from the battle, the law-breaking spirit demon fish had little power left. This forced the artifact spirit out, a ferocious-looking fish that transformed into a monstrous being with a fish head and human body. Wrapped in five-colored light, it struggled painfully. This mid-grade treasure is indeed strong, but compared to the Waterfire twin shields, it falls short. These shields are exceptional, capable of defending individually or combining offensively and defensively. Although both were mid-grade treasures, the Waterfire twin shields were far superior to the law-breaking spirit demon fish. Otherwise, Zaire would have subjugated it long ago. The perpetual cycle of the five elements, indestructible. This is the primordial elemental indestructible body. Recognizing the source of the five-colored light, Gavin shuddered, giving Zaire the perfect opportunity. The elements flow endlessly, suppressing everything. Zaire capitalized on the moment, instantly moving. He transformed into a stream of light, circling around Gavin's sphere. His primordial grotto suddenly shrunk like a pebble and slammed down. Bang! The primordial grotto, forged from the primordial world, couldn't be resisted by Gavin. An explosion shattered the protective sphere, hurling Gavin away. His summoned treasures lost their vitality and returned to his body. Spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, Gavin was rendered unable to fight further, collapsing on the platform just like Alexei. Gavin, relying on a mid-grade treasure, you dared to challenge me. Now, defeated and humiliated, your decade of hard cultivation is gone. I won't press further. Withdraw now. Zaire landed, gazing at the helpless Gavin indifferently. Zaire, I will wait. I will reach the catastrophe realm and avenge this humiliation. Gavin vowed furiously. Oh, we'll see. By then, I might have already slain several transcendent experts. Zaire laughed, glancing at Remington and Shiloh. Gavin shivered involuntarily from this calm smile. Exhausting his last ounce of strength, he jumped off the platform, conceding the match. This contest was spectacular, even opening the eyes of transcendent experts. A person not yet in the catastrophe realm could comprehend yin-yang cycles and reconstruct his flesh. An astonishing feat. No one could fathom Zaire's remaining secrets. Naturally, no one dared challenge him then. Are there no other proud geniuses willing to step up? After a long pause, as Hongdao Elder was about to declare the result, Robert of Fenglong Martial Academy finally stood up and shouted. Since that's the case, Zaire, I, Robert of Fenglong Martial Academy, challenge you. In a flash, a rainbow streaked towards Zaire. The light dissipated, revealing a tall man with unusually long arms standing on the platform. Robert, ranked 8th on the Dragon Pride list and chief disciple of Fenglong Martial Academy. I remember you're ranked 8th on the Dragon Pride list. Logically, you should be slightly weaker than Gavin, who fled the platform after battling me. Aren't you afraid? Zaire asked curiously. Though Gavin isn't weak, I am not intimidated. I intended to challenge him, but instead, he lost to you. I observed your abilities closely. You can no longer use your treasures effectively, and there seems to be a flaw in your indestructible body. If I pay attention to these points, no matter how strong you are, I have absolute confidence in defeating you. Robert's words dripped with confidence. Indeed, his observational skills were superior, even better than Gavin's. Hashtag chapter 313. The mysterious heaven and earth execution fist. Robert seemed to carry an unshakable confidence that he would surely defeat Zaire, his spirit and energy perfectly unified, reaching a mystical state of momentum. This momentum could be described as unstoppable or fearless. Without an extremely strong conviction, an ordinary person could never achieve such a presence. From this, it was clear that Robert's ranking in the top 10 of the Proud Dragon Register had its reasons. Confidence is good, but arrogance is not. Stand down. Zaire's expression changed, and he stomped his right foot, causing the entire arena to tremble as if experiencing an earthquake, shaking continuously. Unprepared, Robert was immediately jolted into the air, almost falling off the arena. This move utilized Zaire's 5-colored divine light to connect with the arena, similar to how he moved underground. Think an ambush can defeat me? Zaire, your tactics are too despicable. Despite almost flying out of the arena, Robert showed no panic. His body steadied like a heavy anchor, smashing back onto the platform with a thunderous impact. At the moment of landing, he leveraged the force to leap high into the air, his hands spreading like wings as he unleashed a powerful fist. At the instant of the punch, Zaire felt the heavens and earth compressing towards him, and his senses, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, all became numb. He felt as though he had fallen into an endless abyss. This was the heaven and earth execution fist, Robert's most renowned technique, which he obtained during a chance encounter, not from Fenglong Martial Academy. The term execution referred precisely to attacking one's spiritual will. A single punch, before even making contact, would send the opponent's soul spiraling into darkness, leaving their consciousness adrift and turning them into a mere puppet. Legend had it that since Robert gained fame, he had killed many with this fist, yet few actually came close to his punch. Amazed were already spiritually destroyed upon his initial attack. This fist technique is indeed strange. I didn't fully understand those on the Proud Dragon Register. One punch directly stripped my senses and plunged my spirit into darkness. Such a technique is indeed terrifying. Who would have thought Fenglong Martial Academy possessed such mystic power? Zaire calmed his mind, trying to connect with the true essence in his 7 major acupoints. His current situation was incredibly bizarre. He could neither perceive the outside world nor his own body, as if his soul had been torn away, plunging him into an intense darkness. Indeed, this fist technique was formidable, and it could effectively restrain Zaire, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. Zaire, this fist is called the Heaven and Earth Execution Fist, slaying one's will and spirit. It is my strongest mystic power. I obtained it from a peculiar man while exploring the 9 provinces, and later it was refined by the Grand Elder of our institute. Now it has transformed into the perfect technique for me. Amidst the darkness, Robert's voice echoed. Surrounding Zaire was nothing but an overwhelming darkness. Lin Bing Doja Jezhen Lai Qianxing. Faced with this, Zaire had a sudden inspiration and recited the 9 mystic words. In the boundless darkness, the 9 primordial sounds of creation gradually resounded. Instantly, all darkness dissipated, and his senses returned, allowing him to perceive the true situation around him. At that moment, a formidable punch hit Zaire's head. The head was his weak point, as Robert had identified, so the attack aimed directly at it. With a bang, the 2 forces collided, and the punch was deflected. The force was released, but Zaire's skull remained intact, not even losing a single hair. His physical body was now stronger than any treasure. He was only shattered by Gavin due to the absence of protection from the primordial cave heaven and the power of a medium-grade treasure weapon infused with the souls of millions of man-eating fish, forming a malevolent thunderstrike. If I had prepared earlier, with the primordial cave heaven's power protecting me, this malevolent thunder would have lost much of its potency, only breaking through some outer layers. The Heaven and Earth Execution Fist? What kind of fist is this? Its strength lies not in physical force but in attacking the spiritual will, truly mysterious. If not for my mastery of the 9 mystic words, I might not have resisted it. The Taoist 9 mystic words originated when the world was first created, capable of subduing all evil spirits, with extraordinary effects. He actually recovered? Robert saw no damage on Zaire's face and noticed a hint of a mocking smile, shocking him. The power of the Heaven and Earth Execution Fist lay in its spiritual attack, not physical force. Unless he broke through to the Calamity Realm and grasped various rules to enhance his fists to shatter mountains, it wouldn't be effective. The Heaven and Earth Execution Fist is indeed profound and bizarre, an unmatched mystic power, but you haven't mastered it fully. Unable to invoke the force of rules, how can you expect to kill me with it? You're still far off. Zaire took a step forward, his shadow multiplying infinitely, a skill perfected to an unprecedented level, known as the Heavenly Cliff Step. Approaching Robert, he punched straight towards his chest bone. This punch, though not exerting full force, would have obliterated a mountain instantly. Haha, Zaire, you missed. This isn't my real body but a manifestation of your will. As long as your will persists, you can never catch my true self. How can you attack me or defeat me? With a roar, Zaire's punch exploded Robert, who turned into a wisp of green smoke rising. This false image was created using Zaire's will. Indeed, the Heaven and Earth Execution Fist was remarkable, created by no ordinary person. Just tricks, thinking you can deceive me? Zaire turned, stomping the ground, shaking the entire arena. Simultaneously, the heavenly cliff step unfolded, creating multiple shadows that pursued Robert relentlessly. Not stopping there, Zaire summoned a 5-colored painting above his head, releasing streams of 5-colored divine light like heavenly punishment, engulfing the entire arena. Countless bolts of 5-colored thunderstruck, leaving no place for Robert to hide. These actions showcased brute force overpowering everything, a classic example of sheer strength breaking through myriad techniques. Even Robert's bizarre methods proved futile. Sure enough, amidst the 5-colored thunderstrikes, a figure was forced out from a corner of the arena, none other than Robert. Without hesitation, Zaire pointed a finger, launching a black aura that turned into a swirling vortex midair, trapping Robert with immense suction. Zaire, do you think I only have one trick? To become the chief of Feng Long, I relied on more than just the Heaven and Earth Execution Fist. Robert roared, merging with a magical sword, transforming into an incomparable divine blade. Celestial Sword. The sword intent crushed Zaire's dragon-devouring technique, the tip pointing directly at him. Behind Robert appeared a phantom figure, the weapon spirit of his magical sword named Destruction. This sword was also a treasure weapon of considerable power, with the ability to break everything, carrying a trace of rule force. Clearly enhanced by a high-level master, this sword unleashed heaven-shaking force as soon as it emerged. Though similar to a Jade Refiner sword technique, it had unique elements. Within the boundless sword intent lay the meaning of destruction. Thus, even without full mastery, this sword contained a trace of rule force, showcasing its extraordinary power. Indeed, to possess the fist technique that can kill gods and a sword force as sharp as this celestial sword, it is truly formidable. This sword's power is enough to pierce through my head. If I could use my magical treasures, I might be able to block it, but with just my physical body, it would be hard to resist. Zaire unleashed countless streams of 5-colored divine light, yet none of them could stop Robert's strike from the celestial sword. As soon as the destruction sword appeared, it exuded an aura of annihilating all life, destroying everything in its path. Knowing the power of the celestial sword, Zaire naturally did not dare to confront it with his bare flesh. He immediately sent out the primordial cave heaven, crashing against the incoming attack. Robert's celestial sword instantly clashed with Zaire's primordial cave heaven. A sword capable of shattering all was blocked in an instant. The collision between the two unleashed dazzling beams of light. Shatter. Robert and his sword had already merged into one. Seeing they were blocked, he exploded with even greater strength, causing the surrounding void to tremble and shatter like glass. The medium-grade treasure weapon, the destruction sword, could cut through space-time, triggering spatial storms. Bang, bang, bang. Countless spatial storms continuously battered the primordial cave heaven, nearly obscuring its glow. With such might, Robert clearly intended to rely on the power of the medium-grade treasure to directly destroy Zaire's original cave heaven. Robert, although the destruction sword is powerful, with your current strength, you cannot fully harness the might of the treasure. Unless you break through to the Calamity Realm, even if you exhaust yourself and summon a spatial storm, you will never be able to break my primordial cave heaven. The primordial cave heaven was formed from the embryo of the primordial world. Zaire naturally had no worries. In his mind, the primordial cave heaven first violently collapsed, shrinking to the size of a pigeon egg. It then abruptly expanded, repelling Robert's destruction sword with a single contraction and expansion. Even all the spatial storms were halted. Immediately after, Zaire's figure flashed, like a tiger descending from the mountain, charging forward. His hands transformed rapidly, palm, fist, grab, or poke, engulfing Robert in a torrent of attacks. Under such dense onslaughts, Robert was like a lone boat caught in a stormy sea, helpless regardless of how he reacted. Seeing this, Zaire's right hand transformed into a dragon claw, aiming straight for Robert's head. Robert was completely unable to resist. Just one strike from this claw would leave him severely injured, if not dead. But at that moment, as Zaire's right hand was about to touch Robert's head, Robert suddenly calmed down, a strange smile appearing on his face. His appearance started changing, into that of Zaire. Such a shocking transformation, but to Zaire, it was useless. He grabbed Robert's head firmly. Crack. Robert offered minimal resistance before being shattered by the powerful force, exploding into fragments. Another illusion created by the Heaven and Earth Execution Fist? The Destruction Sword is a medium-grade treasure, immensely powerful. Even if I used the Jingzhou Cauldron and the 7-day black hole in unison, I wouldn't be able to kill Robert instantly. After crushing Robert, Zaire frowned. The immortal chi he originally sealed from the higher-level spirit cultivator began stirring unexpectedly. Zaire, I didn't expect you to be so daring, absorbing so much immortal chi from the higher-level spirit cultivator. When I struck your primordial cave heaven with the celestial sword, I intercepted part of your chi and used it to release the power sealing your immortal chi. What you killed just now wasn't me but your own strength. If you do not surrender now, I will detonate the seal, causing your immortal chi to surge wildly. When that happens, don't blame me for harming your foundation. Voices echoed around the arena from all directions. Robert had vanished again. Threatening me? Zaire sneered coldly. Detecting Robert's position as soon as he spoke, he flashed and delivered a punch, forcing out a shadow. The immense force pierced through Robert's head. Still, there was no result. After this explosion, the force sealing the immortal chi within Zaire weakened further. Realizing the situation, he hurriedly urged his true essence to strengthen the seal. But it seemed as if the force couldn't reach the seal. No matter how much he tried, the true essence slipped away like water. Zaire, Each time you kill me, the force sealing your energy weakens. Now, I have merged with that power. You can never understand the power of the heaven and earth execution fist. The strange man who taught me this technique said I would rely on it to roam the universe, with fame spreading far and wide. There is nothing you can do to stop me. From another point in the void, Robert's voice rang out once more. He was eerily elusive, impossible to find or kill, like an incurable affliction. Zaire's figure flashed again, throwing another punch. They continued flashing across the arena. Robert is indeed bizarre. It seems that the top disciples of any academy cannot be underestimated. The heaven and earth execution fist, created by whom? Attacking the human soul and will, even cutting off one's chi and converting it into power. It limits even Zaire. Truly remarkable. Anton glanced around and turned to Alan, continuing, your 9 Provinces Commerce Guild is known for its information network. Do you know who created the heaven and earth execution fist? Chapter 314. Igor's true ace in the hole. 2,000 years ago, a man appeared in the 9 provinces. He invited the 9 emperors to debate on a Mayant Mang, and all 9 were left astonished by this man. Afterward, this debate became the highest secret of the 9 kingdoms, and from that time onward, this man vanished without a trace. He was said to call himself Sinishan. Alan slowly narrated. Sinishan? I've never even heard of him, Anton exclaimed. The 9 emperors had such an unknown secret, and this man dared to call himself God. What does that say about his power? You wouldn't know about this. Our 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce spent quite a lot to uncover this secret. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that a peculiar person like Sinishan existed 2,000 years ago. I think Robert must have encountered him and obtained the heavenly killer god fist legacy. Alan smiled. Anton, I'm sharing this secret with you for free. Isn't that very chivalrous? Sinishan, heavenly killer god fist, Anton murmured, deep in thought. The 9 emperors of the immortal path kingdoms were all astonished by this Sinishan. The strength of Sinishan can already be seen through Robert's heavenly killer god fist, Alan said. I wonder how Zaire will respond. And the divine aura of Alice is about to erupt. To everyone watching, Zaire on the arena seemed to be deceived by some means, blindly striking around as if mad. Meanwhile, Robert stood above the void, with the destruction sword beside him, emitting a constant glow. Zaire has formidable true essence. If this continues, it might take 10 days and nights to decide a winner. Loriecally, the seal within him grows weaker, and Alice's force will soon burst forth. Robert observed the seemingly deranged Zaire below, calculating internally. Do you really think you can just wear me down? This time, Zaire perceived everything differently. To him, Robert's voice was everywhere, and it seemed he had millions of doppelgangers appearing randomly. However, Zaire also had his calculations. While continuously striking these figures, he repeatedly chanted the 9-word secret. Gradually, everything began to become clear. I broke through. After countless chants of the 9-word secret, it finally took effect. Zaire felt a sudden clarity, as if the world changed before his eyes. He saw the destruction sword hovering over his head and Robert, standing high up, smirking. Do you think I'll always be controlled by your heavenly killer god fist? Die. Upon seeing the real Robert, Zaire leaped up and struck out with a palm. Boundless power surged forth instantly, and both the dragon-devouring technique and 5-colored divine light sealed off the entire void, preventing Robert from escaping. How could he break through? My heavenly killer god fist has lost its effect. Robert thought he was invincible, but he hadn't anticipated Zaire could see through his heavenly killer god fist and pinpoint his true location. This strike contained Zaire's long-held power. Dragon god dermic body. Robert roared, and a colossal figure sprang behind him. This giant was covered in thick scales, with hands resembling dragon claws, incredibly powerful. This giant was the dermic body formed from Robert's source origin cave heaven. As soon as the dragon god dermic body emerged, it clashed with Zaire. Dragon god dermic body? That's what you should have focused on. The heavenly killer god fist is just a side path. You've devoted all your time to this art and neglected cultivating your true life cave heaven. Compared to Gavin, you've taken a deviant path. Today, I'll show you the righteous way. Zaire's eyes gleamed with insight, and his body, except for his head, suddenly exploded into golden streams that reformed into a gigantic arm. Within his palm was the primordial origin cave heaven. A single punch shattered Robert's dragon god dermic body. Primordial origin power from my source origin cave heaven spans all ages. Zaire leveraged his incredible physical strength combined with the power of his primordial origin cave heaven to crush everything. Pooh. With the dermic body shattered, Robert spat blood profusely and fell towards the stage. In a single blow, he was defeated. Though strong, the heavenly killer god fist had required too much focus, leaving his source origin cave heaven underdeveloped. Zaire, you die too. Seal, explode. As he hit the stage, Robert activated the surge of divine energy stored within Zaire's body. Bang! The sealed force within Zaire shattered. Oh no, this Robert managed to break my seal. That surge of divine energy was harvested by Alice, possessing incomparable power. In the moment of defeat, Robert broke Zaire's internal seal, unleashing the overwhelming divine power. Though surprised, Zaire, having faced countless trials, quickly regained composure. If he couldn't suppress it, then he would devour it all. Making this decision, Zaire felt the intense pressure lift, freeing him from his previous restraints. Bang! He struck and shattered the nearly formed dragon god dermic body again, then caught the destruction sword behind him that tried to sneak attack. A powerful sword intent flickered in his hand, yet he held the mid-grade treasure firmly. Mid-grade treasures possess immense power and typically grant dominance in their domain. But without achieving the tribulation realm, one cannot unleash the full power of a treasure. With Robert's strength and Zaire concentrating his source origin cave heaven in his palm, he managed to subdue the destruction sword. Robert coughed up more blood, landing on the stage while frantically summoning his true essence to get up. Just as he rose, the surrounding void suddenly trembled, and Zaire appeared before him. Crap! Robert tried to evade, but a large hand enveloped his head. Aren't you still an illusion? Should I crush it now to check? Zaire's fingers were thick like a demon's, his form towering like a terrifying giant. Any slight exertion would turn Robert's head into bloody mist. Zaire's physique was almost inconceivable, able to reconfigure any part of his body except his head at will. Victory was entirely within his grasp. Terror filled Robert's face. His lower body trembled, while his upper body remained rigid in terror. He knew Zaire's power. His head wasn't just soft flesh. Even solid iron could be turned into shreds with a slight exertion. Zaire, this is just a contest to celebrate Brother Trey's joyous occasion. Are you trying to turn happiness into tragedy? Robert carefully spoke. Fearful? Weren't you the one who could manipulate people's will and spirit? How can you be afraid? Zaire laughed suddenly. I'm wondering if I should leave you here. Fenglong Martial Academy and we do have some connection. I willingly concede today. I'll withdraw from the competition for the 3 mystic techniques of Alice. Furthermore, if you let me go, I promise never to be your enemy and will fulfill 3 of your requests. Robert calmed down, considering his words. 3 requests? Zaire pondered for a moment and then said, Fenglong Martial Academy indeed has connections with me. Your academy's Linden helped me significantly. So, let it be this way. I'm forming a group with other martial academies to uphold martial principles. My first request is for you to join and become a member of Wuanhui, the Martial Peace Association. As Kimball of Fenglong Martial Academy, your influence is unmatched. Upholding martial principles? It seems you have big ambitions, but that's not an issue. Agreed, Robert replied immediately. After Robert agreed, Zaire released his grip and returned the destruction sword to Robert. Although this Dharma sword was powerful, it still couldn't match the water and fire dual shields. Moreover, if he were greedy, it might worsen his relationship with Fenglong Martial Academy, possibly pushing them towards Songyang's side. Robert did not hesitate, taking the destruction sword and jumping off the stage immediately. Asterisk crack. Crack, asterisk. Once Robert left, Zaire could no longer suppress the immortal chi within him. Suddenly, a violent force began erupting, as if a massive mouth was about to devour him whole. Even just the immortal chi gathered by Alice was terrifying. It wasn't something anyone could easily absorb. From the spectator's perspective, Zaire now seemed to have entered a state of deep meditation and enlightenment, possibly gaining some insight after breaking through the heavenly killer god fist. Having consecutively defeated 2 top-ranking experts from the Proud Dragon spectrum, both within the top 10, this remarkable achievement instantly intimidated many people. No one dared to speak out or challenge him anymore. Amazed people's strength was far inferior to Gavin and Robert. Many didn't even possess a lower-grade treasure, so they would likely not survive a single strike from Zaire. Anyone else? If there is no one, the 3 mystic techniques for this competition will belong to me, Zaire shouted, opening his eyes and addressing the crowd. If no one steps forward, then the 9 revolutions immortal body, Tai Ching enlightenment technique, and Great Compassion redemption technique will all belong to Zaire, Elder Dora from Hongdao Martial Academy announced. I'll take the challenge. At that moment, a voice rang out. Then, beams of golden sunlight appeared in the void, and Igor slowly materialized on the stage. Igor, are you challenging me too? Zaire looked at him. But your cultivation seems on par with mine. Just the Emperor realm, having just imprinted your source origin cave heaven into the world and named it. You're far from matching Gavin and Robert, who are both at the Imperial realm. I advise you to step down. Losing face is trivial, but harming your foundation could be disastrous. Though we aren't kin, we did cooperate in the divine martial immortal manner. Didn't you just say you're also at the Emperor realm? Igor smiled. Below the Tribulation realm, sufficient power and profound skills, coupled with powerful treasures, can allow one to overcome higher ranks. Haven't you done this more than I have? Don't you realize that there's not much difference between the Emperor and Imperial realms? So, you're set on competing for those 3 mystic techniques? Zaire asked coldly. Naturally. And I also want to know who truly is the dragon of the 9 provinces below the Tribulation realm, Igor said. With these 3 mystic techniques, I believe I can reach the Tribulation realm within 2 years. With the great calamity looming, everyone is vying for that sliver of opportunity. If we don't break through before the calamity, we'll eventually turn to ashes. Great calamity looms? Does Igor know about the imminent emergence of the Abyssal Demon Clan? Zaire pondered. The current 9 provinces seemed peaceful, but he knew that once the Abyssal Demons launched their full-scale invasion, everything would change. Tens of thousands of martial academies, immortal kingdoms, demonic mountains, all kinds of forces, would be shaken. The survival rate would be grim, and even the Skyrim Academy might vanish. The billion-strong Abyssal army attacking en masse would tear apart even a chief of a martial academy. Imagining endless Abyssal demons descending, the sergeants, lieutenants, majors, was an absolutely devastating scenario. No one could remain unafraid. What great calamity do you speak of? I know nothing of this, but I must obtain those 3 mystic techniques. Think carefully. Don't do anything you'll regret, Zaire said, collecting himself. From observing your 2 battles, I have completely analyzed your situation. If I weren't confident, I wouldn't step up. Moreover, I know your body is in chaos due to recklessly absorbing Alice's immortal chi. You didn't foresee this outcome, did you? How long can you hold on? As he spoke, the flesh between Igor's eyebrows suddenly split open like a door, revealing a peculiar gray-white eye. Black light continuously swirled around it. Zaire felt that this strange eye could see through all his secrets, including the Jingzhou Cauldron and primordial world. Moreover, faint black aura radiating from it emitted the same destructive power as Robert's destruction sword, but far more potent. What is this thing? So eerie and powerful. Its power doesn't fall short of Gu Qingyan's lightning sword or Midnight Amion. Zaire was astonished. The gray-white eye between Igor's brows turned out to be an upper-grade treasure. What defined an upper-grade treasure? one whose power was incomparably strong, enabling its holder to dominate realms. Upper-grade treasure. The essence of crafting treasures lay in manipulating time and space, producing wondrous results. Some could store myriad things, others subdue spiritual veins, and some could even refine miniature worlds. However, to fully unleash a treasure's power required a 2 principal tribulation expert or higher. Dora had mentioned needing an upper-grade treasure during tribulation breakthroughs to reach the 2 principal tribulation level. This implied that only a 2 principal tribulation expert could thoroughly wield an upper-grade treasure. Although Gu Qingyan, Anita, and Becker possessed upper-grade treasures, Midnight Amion, Lightning Sword, Martial Deity Copper Furnace, they could only utilize about 30% of their power. A mid-grade treasure was already what many experts aspired to possess, let alone an upper-grade one. If someone below the tribulation realm owned an upper-grade treasure, even a tribulation expert would find it difficult to kill them. Such immense power was beyond imagination. Zaire never expected Igor to possess an upper-grade treasure, and such a bizarre and terrifying one at that. Chapter 315. The Elderman's Tricks. Zaire, be careful. This artifact is called the Annihilation Heavenly Eye. It seems that the king of the southern savages obtained the refining method from Taoist scriptures. During the ancient disputes between Buddhism and Taoism, a Taoist master once refined this eye, making it immensely powerful. A warning from Elias immediately echoed in his mind. He had been fully engrossed in controlling the 7-day black hole, suppressing the dual shields of water and fire, and conducting the celestial ghost prayer. However, Igor's use of the Annihilation Heavenly Eye to spy on Zaire startled him awake. He then quickly invoked the devouring power of the 7-day black hole to envelop Zaire entirely, blocking all prying eyes. Zaire listened while forcefully suppressing the Elderling's immortal energy inside him. If not for this, he wouldn't be too afraid of such a superior treasure. But now, he found it difficult to utilize even his artifacts, as most of his strength was being used to suppress the immortal energy, leaving him unable to respond fully to Igor. Is this the dragon swallowing technique? Igor thought Zaire was using the dragon swallowing technique to block his probing. The southern savage Saint Prince laughed heartily and said, Zaire, if you were at the catastrophe stage, your dragon swallowing technique might have some effect. But with your current strength, you can't resist my Annihilation Heavenly Eye. Our tribal king has long used supreme heavenly insight to discover this is when you are at your weakest. You can't use several supreme treasures, and you are also restricted by the Elderling's immortal energy. At best, you can only unleash less than 40% of your strength. How will you fight me under these conditions? Zaire smiled calmly. The past cannot be changed. The future is boundless. How can the king of the southern savages' so-called heavenly insight fully perceive destiny? To think I am weak at this moment is utterly ridiculous. Today, I will show you that this is precisely the moment when my strength breaks through and becomes even stronger. Is that so? Then I must truly test it. Unmoved, Igor raised his hand and activated divine energy within him. Various mystical powers surged, instantly emitting rays of bright sunlight, forming an impenetrable prison around Zaire. This Igor's Chesterbird technique isn't to be underestimated, Zaire thought as he shifted his form continuously, using the dragon swallowing technique to devour the power of the sun cage. Once free, he leaped into the air like a hungry tiger descending a mountain, charging directly at Igor. 5-colored divine light erupted, each ray resembling a serpent of silk, tearing through the void with its sheer force. Annihilation Heavenly Eye. All methods perish. The grayish-white eyeball between Igor's eyebrows suddenly emitted a beam of grayish-white light. This beam struck the 5-colored divine light, dismantling the continuous cycle of the 5 elements into fragments. The Annihilation Heavenly Eye was extremely dominant, and the power it unleashed was purely destructive. 10 chesters overhead. After destroying the 5-colored divine light, Igor launched his killing move. An intense heat engulfed Zaire, and the area around him collapsed and fragmented under the pressure of the overwhelming power. Compared to their encounter in the Eastern Sea, Igor's 10 chesters overhead had become vastly more formidable. However, Zaire remained calm. His flesh transformed into a pale golden mist, protecting his head. His physical body was now in an incomprehensible state where life and death were governed by his own will. As long as his head remained intact, his body could instantly reassemble. The power of 10 chesters overhead slammed into the blood mist but dissipated after fierce turbulence, allowing Zaire to solidify his form again without any injury except for a loss of true essence. Life and death lie in one's intent. Your physical body is indeed formidable. Annihilation Divine Light. Igor's gaze flickered, and the Annihilation Heavenly Eye erupted with countless thread-like grayish-white beams of light, shooting towards Zaire. Poo. The destructive divine light pierced through Zaire's body, creating holes like a sieve. Some beams targeted his head. Igor knew his strength alone couldn't destroy Zaire's body, especially since his 10 chesters overhead hadn't yet reached the power of scorching entire worlds as in ancient times. To defeat Zaire, he needed the power of the Annihilation Heavenly Eye. Oh no, the power of the Annihilation Heavenly Eye is too strong. Zaire wasn't worried about the beams piercing his body, but he couldn't risk them hitting his head. A single penetration by the Annihilation Heavenly Eye would be catastrophic. He immediately utilized all his skills, constantly adjusting and protecting his head from every angle while dodging amidst the grayish-white beams. Chester God Nation. Seeing this, Igor activated his primordial Chester Sky Cave. A radiant, circular world appeared, filled with fervent believers praying in the golden light. The world's immense power erupted, transforming into a colossal, almost tangible golden giant that reached out to grab Zaire. To Zaire's surprise, the southern savage St. Prince's origin cave seemed on the verge of becoming a Dharma manifestation. Humming resonated as the golden giant grabbed the void, causing Zaire to shake violently. Yes. Seizing the opportunity, Igor's Annihilation Heavenly Eye constricted, condensing immense annihilation power. In one instant, it penetrated Zaire's layers of defense, striking his head. Boom. The power of the annihilation heavenly I was terrifyingly strong. On the verge of being pierced, Zaire urgently released his Origin Sky Cave from his ancestral aperture, blocking the grayish-white beam. Origin Sky Cave, formed from the primordial world, dissolved the annihilation divine light upon contact. However, due to its immense power, each use consumed significant true essence. And in that moment, Zaire lost control over the Elderling's immortal energy within him. Rumble. Vast immortal energy burst forth. Zaire felt countless violent forces raging inside him, as if trying to escape their prison. Zaire, this immortal energy isn't right. Elias, who had been observing the situation, suddenly shouted, "This isn't ordinary immortal energy. It's a hidden technique employed by the Elderling. She wants you to strengthen yourself under pressure." What? Before Zaire could finish speaking, he felt his body turn into a sieve with numerous gaps, spouting large amounts of mysterious flames. These were the flames of faith, the pure white flames of divine prayers, capable of refining even the astonishing small world of Songyang Academy's director. Countless flames erupted on Zaire's body, blazing fiercely without any apparent temperature but containing terrifying power. This white, otherworldly flame enveloped his entire body, burning intensely and quietly. Even though his body had reached the realm of spontaneous creation and destruction, he couldn't withstand the burning of these flames, which evaporated all his vital energies. Moreover, more potent pure white flames concentrated on his Origin Sky Cave, making it resemble a burning world with white flames rising everywhere. This flame burned silently and intensely, transforming Zaire into a pillar of fiery light. The white flickering flames shot skyward, spreading throughout the arena and igniting everything in silence. The vast platform became a sea of white flames, warping the surrounding space, burning and shattering it. At this moment, Igor could no longer make a move. It's the moment when Zaire could no longer suppress the immortal energy. Bizarre white flames had already forced him back, making it impossible to get close. Moreover, no one would dare to touch these terrifying white flames. What in the world is this flame? How can immortal energy give birth to such a frightening thing? It seems to contain an immense power of faith, but transforming faith into such terrifying flames is something I cannot do. Igor was astonished. Everywhere his gaze fell, there was nothing but a sea of white flames. This kind of flame was extremely terrifying and strange. He didn't dare to rush in and attack Zaire. However, Igor also understood that under such terrifying flames, Zaire wouldn't last long. Even if he survived in the end by relying on his powerful physical body, he would be at the end of his strength. A mere flick of a finger would be enough to defeat him. Igor, why don't you dare to come over? Ha ha ha. Since you won't come, then I'll find you. In the boundless sea of flames, Zaire burned as if only his skin, membrane, and skeleton remained intact. Moreover, the Origin Sky Cave showed signs of melting. The void of the cave world dotted with stars began to waver, turning into mysterious liquid streams. Only the small tree within the entire isolated island was unaffected. A 3-meter radius below was untouched by the white flames. Even the Origin Sky Cave transformed from the primordial world could not withstand the burning of this flame. Zaire was truly at the brink of losing control. With fierce eyes, he looked at Igor and laughed loudly before rushing forward, engulfed in flames. Trying to hurt me this way? Ridiculous. Igor naturally couldn't let Zaire approach him. The annihilation heavenly eye shook slightly, and grayish-white rays enveloped Zaire like a cocoon, instantly flashing him to the edge of the arena. By the time Zaire changed direction, Igor had already flashed elsewhere. The annihilation heavenly eye could cut through space-time, enabling instantaneous movement. It was indeed a supreme treasure. With this divine artifact, Igor was almost invincible and feared no one. Not good. Zaire is in extreme danger. At this moment, below the Lorelei God Palace on the Macrodeo Academy Island, Mickey, Abelardo, and the Fox Demoness were all shocked. Especially Mickey, who jumped up from his seat in surprise, with an impulse to immediately rush to the Lorelei God Palace. Before celebrating, Abelardo, Mickey, and the Fox Demoness had already entered the city on the Macrodeo Academy Island. Their status hadn't yet reached the point where they could enter the Lorelei God Palace. Mickey could have, but he absolutely did not want to expose his identity in public. The Lorelei God Palace stood suspended in the air. Countless cultivators had come to congratulate, but less than 1 in 10 managed to enter the God Palace. Amazed people stayed on the islands in the middle of the weak water. However, they could still see the arena matches in the God Palace. To obtain the 3 profound arts from Brittany's elder, each genius exerted their abilities, exciting numerous immortal and true realm cultivators. But seeing Zaire suddenly engulfed in surging white flames left everyone in shock. Don't worry, a man like him definitely won't be in any trouble. After being surprised, the Fox Demoness resumed eating and drinking calmly. Having survived true horrors in Xianxia Amiyuntan's depths with Zaire, she believed this minor issue would be nothing to him. Seeing her reaction, Mickey gradually calmed down. The faith fire is incredibly strong. It seems that Elder Brittany intentionally orchestrated this calamity for Zaire. Alan observed Zaire, now entirely consumed by the flames, reduced to a skeletal figure with all flesh and skin vanished, even his bones cracking from dryness. Elder Brittany's actions are quite risky. She intends to tap into Zaire's potential to advance his strength, but it could lead to his complete annihilation if things go wrong. A bitter smile crossed Anton's face. Elder Brittany's methods clearly surpassed his expectations. Such a risky move made it impossible to determine how Zaire would fare. Brother Zhao, what a pity. Zaire is about to die. Such terrifying faith fire. We can't withstand it. How could he? Shiloh shook his head. All the better. Saves us the trouble of dealing with him. He won't hold out much longer. Remington sneered. Do you think that piece of 9 provinces chief fortune will fall into whose hands? Of course, it will be Elder Brittany. With her strength, Obtaining this chi fortune treasure will allow her to pierce through the divine realm and achieve supreme immortality. Indeed, I've never seen Elder Brittany take action before, but now, I realize her realm far surpasses ours, reaching an incomprehensible and terrifying state. Oh no, Zaire has taken our Yin-Yang 8 trigram rebirth pills. Shiloh suddenly shouted. On the stage, Zaire's essence had been evaporated to exhaustion by the white flames, and his blood and chi were already burned away. The primordial world couldn't provide more immortal energy and was resisting the most intense white fire burning. Suddenly, he remembered the 4 Yin-Yang 8 trigram rebirth pills he still had. Without hesitation, he took them out from the Jingzhou Cauldron and swallowed them hastily. These pills had potent medicinal effects, usually used by cultivators to break through their realms. Zaire didn't intend to ascend to Emperor realm so early, but he needed this massive burst of medicinal power. Chapter 316. Obtaining the Mystic Art. The flame of faith had already burned away all of Zaire's lifeblood and chi. Even his true essence was scorched empty, indicating that he was on the brink of death. But after consuming 4 Yin-Yang 8 trigram rebirth pills, tremendous changes occurred instantly. Even an Empyrean expert would have a 40% chance of directly breaking through to the tribulation realm by taking 1 Yin-Yang 8 trigram rebirth pill. Imagine what 4 could do. An ordinary king realm expert would burst from overwhelming medicinal force if they dared consume 2 pills at once. Swallowing 4 at a time might even destroy an Empyrean's meridians due to excessive expansion from the pill force. Yet, each Yin-Yang 8 trigram rebirth pill was invaluable. Zaire's extravagance was something even upper Empyreans couldn't achieve. A storm of potent medicinal force swept through his body instantaneously. This force seemed almost sentient, manifesting into various forms like flying birds, dragonfish, treasure swords, flying knives, and more. Boundless vitality poured into Zaire's shriveled flesh and bones. Instantly, all muscle, blood, and skin swelled as if inflated, refilling with incredibly powerful chi. His entire body emitted a faint golden glow akin to a divine being. His hair also grew rapidly, each strand radiating light, becoming more spiritually infused the more it was burned by the white flames. Moreover, the medicinal force spread into Zaire's primordial grotto heavens. Nourished and enhanced by this force, it solidified like a thirsty man suddenly drinking a large bowl of water. Each space became increasingly substantial. Most importantly, the 7 major acupoints Zaire had opened to store true essence expanded over twofold after burning under the white fire, then supplemented by the medicinal force. A massive amount of true essence was continuously generated, reaching a condensed state, signifying its unprecedented power. 4 Yin-Yang 8 trigram rebirth pills in one go, and he endured it. Alan exclaimed in astonishment. Zaire's physical body is immensely strong, capable of handling even the combined force of 4 pills, Anton said with a smile. Alan, you lost the bet. Humph. It's too early to say. Although Zaire has overcome the crisis, Igor has begun his attack. On the platform, when Igor saw Zaire swallow 4 pills at once, he felt impending danger. He must not be allowed to recover. Igor immediately roared, launching hundreds of golden spheres that plunged into the sea of white fire and exploded upon striking Zaire. Great Chester Fire Thunder. This was a disposable weapon created from the most intense solar energy gathered midday over 81 days, fused with sulfur and saltpeter, ultimately refined into fiery thunder. Just one could annihilate true boundary experts. Here, Igor unleashed several hundred Great Chester Fire Thunders, which, even for upper Empyreans, could result in severe injury. But all these thunders were swallowed by black vortexes, extinguishing before their full might could unleash. Such formidable Great Chester essence. All energy from the Great Chester Fire Thunders was converted into pure essence force by the Dragon Devour technique, replenishing Zaire's consumption. Igor's painstaking efforts turned into his aid. To actually devour my Great Chester Fire Thunder's strength. Igor found it hard to believe, but knew hesitation was fatal. Shattering Heavenly Eye. Igor channeled all his divine essence into the Shattering Heavenly Eye, an upper-grade treasure. Suddenly, tens of thousands of gray-white beams intersected, forming an ancient deity, dim and incomprehensible. Its presence seemed to strip all life and vitality from living beings, treasures, and essences alike. Igor, you're too late. Zaire had fully suppressed the white flames and healed all injuries. No force could shake him. With a surge of robust chi, he extinguished the white flames. The fire sea dissipated, and peace returned. Now, every movement of Zaire exuded immense vitality like dragons, his primordial grotto heaven more solidified, and all impurities in his physical body incinerated by the flames of faith. More importantly, he felt an unparalleled clarity of spirit and soul, like heavy shackles lifted off. This miraculous transformation clarified previously perplexing cultivation issues and allowed him to multitask efficiently. The 7 acupoints in his body doubled in size again, filled with true essence from the 4 Yin-Yang 8 trigram rebirth pills. In this state, Zaire was arguably the strongest version of himself thus far. Previously, he could use the power of a dragon 13 times at most. Now, he could wield it 23 times, a 10-fold increase. And he sensed that his primordial grotto heaven now bore nascent sentience, ready to transform into a Dharma giant. Not good. Igor realized Zaire was stronger than ever, nearly matching an Empyrean breakthrough level. Surviving Brittany Supernal One's faith fire had bestowed unimaginable benefits. Initially, Zaire had suffered some depletion after 2 consecutive battles and was unlikely to endure Brittany Supernal One's tactics. Consuming 4 Yin-Yang 8 trigram rebirth pills reinvigorated him, making his lifeblood and chi even more potent, with his primordial grotto heaven showing signs of evolving into a Dharma manifestation. Igor, I want to see if your upper-grade Shattering Heavenly Eye can still withstand me. Recovering, Zaire's voice reverberated through space, and his body flickered across the platform. Unlike previous illusions, these projections appeared real, each exuding terrifying pressure. Shattering Heavenly Eye, protect. Igor didn't hesitate, wrapping himself in gray-white beams. Piddling tricks. Countless fists pounded down like the sky collapsing, the earth shaking as if heralding the end times. In an instant, Igor suffered tens of thousands of strikes, causing spatial ruptures and scattering gray beams. The shattering heavenly eyes defenses could not resist Zaire's assault. Zaire's current strength was monstrously powerful. Endless heavens flow with desire, celestial desire art. Seeing the shattering heavenly eye about to break, Igor expelled 10 drops of concentrated blood into it. These were his life force essence. Empowered, the shattering heavenly eye surged, detaching from Igor's body to hover in space as a massive eye-like sphere. Behind it emerged countless fleshy spikes, each ending in a slit containing an eye, the true form of the shattering heavenly eye. Protected by gray beams, Igor sacrificed essence and lifespan to unleash the celestial desire art, activating the shattering heavenly eye's true form to contend with Zaire. The tendrils of the shattering heavenly eye continuously lashed out into the void, each one reaching 100 feet in length. Shattering heavenly eye, you are an upper-grade treasure, but it's such a pity that your wielder can barely unleash your true power. Seeing several tendrils attack him, Zaire sneered coldly. Then his 2 hands suddenly swelled up, each finger becoming thick like pillars. Boom! Zaire grabbed a tendril and tore it forcefully. The shattering heavenly eye instantly emitted violent explosions. Inside, screams echoed. Having witnessed Zaire's strength, the sentient spirit of the shattering heavenly eye was terrified and did not dare to show itself. Even if it did appear, Zaire could only suppress it but never subdue it fully. An upper-grade treasure was far from being as simple as the water and fire dual shields. Even for treasures like the water and fire dual shields, which were medium-grade, Zaire had yet to completely tame them. Igor, I advise you to stop struggling. You cannot withstand me now. Before he finished speaking, Zaire had already vanished. When he reappeared, he struck the shattering heavenly eye with a punch, sending it flying away. Clearing the shattering heavenly eye, he once again flickered across space, charging down fiercely toward Igor. His right hand formed a dragon claw, swooping down ruthlessly. Igor's face changed drastically, and he continuously darted away but couldn't escape Zaire's dragon claw. Seeing this situation, he spat out another drop of essence blood, causing his origin divine kingdom to fly out. Coated in essence blood, this blazing divine kingdom oscillated violently, burning furiously with a violent fire that roasted Zaire's palm, producing a series of popping sounds. The great sun blazes, true flames burn brightly. Igor frenziedly channeled divine essence, disregarding the huge consumption. This was his ultimate move, only used when encountering formidable foes who required life and death combat. Each use would cost nearly a century of lifespan. Despite Zaire's overwhelmingly powerful strength, under the impact of Igor's forbidden technique fueled by a century's worth of lifespan, he was still forced to retreat. After blocking Zaire's attack, Igor quickly ascended into the sky and merged again with the shattering heavenly eye, forming a third eye between his brows. Swoosh! A figure vanished, teleporting instantaneously below the platform. Zaire, this time I lost. But I do not wish to be disgraced by you. Hence, I expended a century of my lifespan just to break through your single attack. With your current strength, I can see the 3 mystic arts of Sage Brittany. Igor showed prudence and admitted defeat directly. Your evasive skills are excellent, but don't think I can't kill you. Look at my hand. Zaire hovered in midair, revealing a fragment of a precious robe. Seeing this, Igor's face changed drastically as he quickly examined himself. Indeed, a piece had been torn off his supreme spiritual armor, exposing scorched, wrinkled skin with intense pain radiating. If not for Trey's wedding ceremony, where spilling blood on sight was inappropriate, Igor would have been fatally pierced through the heart. Not everyone had a body like Zaire's, capable of controlling life and death at will. If Igor's heart exploded, his physical body would almost certainly disintegrate, forcing him to start all over again with his cultivation. So strong. Igor stood dazed. Sage Brittany, please forgive my rudeness. I no longer have any reason to stay. With that, Igor flew away, leaving Hongdao Academy. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? After Igor left, Zaire scanned the entire arena with a cool tone. Witnessing his overwhelming strength, everyone remained silent. Director, it seems Zaire has already dominated this contest, with no one daring to fight. The 3 mystic arts should rightfully belong to him, Hongdao Elder Dora spoke appropriately. Since then, Zaire, your current strength is sufficient to dominate all beneath the Tribulation Realm. Even Kaylee, Anita, and Becker are no match for you. These 3 arts, I hereby bestow upon you. I hope you can soon break through to the Tribulation Realm. From within the Black Tortoise Lotus platform, Sage Brittany's voice echoed throughout Hongdao Academy. Immediately, the 3 mystic arts transformed into rays of light, merging into Zaire's forehead. Rumbling. The profound meanings of the 3 mystic arts, Ninefold Dragon Ascension, Undying Body, Grand Purity Transmutation Technique, and Great Compassion Fairy Technique, circulated in Zaire's mind incessantly. Harnessing his full strength, Zaire channeled these arts into his primordial grotto heaven. Instantly, within the primordial realm, 3 luminous stars shone brightly in the sky. One contained a shimmering dragon continuously dancing, representing Ninefold Dragon Ascension, Undying Body. Another was the silhouette of a Taoist. The last was a Buddha. The 3 mystic arts held immense power. Ordinary cultivators, even geniuses like Igor and Gavin, could treat acquiring one as their ultimate trump card. But Zaire obtained all 3. Upon integrating Ninefold Dragon Ascension, Undying Body, Grand Purity Transmutation Technique, and Great Compassion Fairy Technique into his primordial grotto heaven, Zaire felt their unparalleled might. Finally, I have a Taoist divine art. Now I can more rapidly refine the 7-day black hole and temper the water and fire dual shields. With the water and fire dual shields, I can confront First Sage EGF face to face. Zaire first examined the Grand Purity Transmutation Technique, emitting a beam of light into the Jingzhou Cauldron's 7-day black hole. This beam, the grand purity transmutation technique, illuminated everything within the Jingzhou Cauldron like sparkling starlight. This was the result of Sage Brittany's cultivation, now entirely belonging to Zaire. Chapter 317. Strength ascends again, the temptation of inheriting the great lineage. A beam of clear light enveloped the 7-day black hole. The continuously circulating Taoist 9 characters, Lin Bing Do, Zhijiezhen Lai Qianxing, immediately emitted brilliant golden light under the illumination, their power suddenly magnifying by tens of times. Then, each character flew out and transformed into figures dozens of feet tall within the Jingzhou tripod. Each character exuded an immense, oppressive aura. Clear light and golden light competed with each other, illuminating the 7-day black hole. Originally, the 7-day black hole was a pitch-black void that could even absorb light. But at this moment, illuminated by the two kinds of light, it turned into an odd yet harmonious combination of green, gold, and black. All the celestial ghosts inside, upon being bathed in the light, immediately stopped cultivating, and reverence filled their faces. Behind them, faint halos appeared like 3 flowers slowly coalescing. At first glance, these people looked like enlightened immortals, emitting extraordinary auras. The 7-day black hole underwent a complete transformation. Even the Raphael Venerable, the spirit of the artifact, changed from wearing black robes to a robe with green, gold, and black hues. The law-breaking divine needle, an inferior treasure artifact, suddenly emitted a piercing wail. Its own spirit exploded into pure energy, fusing into the body of Raphael. The law-breaking divine needle itself also instantly melted, merging with the 7-day black hole. In an instant, after absorbing the law-breaking divine needle, Raphael Venerable's strength surged dramatically and began expanding. A rumbling sound of breakthrough reverberated throughout every corner of the Jingzhou tripod. A wave of green Taoist light radiated outward from Raphael Venerable, its immense power astonishing everyone. He has broken through to a mid-grade treasure artifact. Zaire saw this and was overjoyed. Indeed, Raphael Venerable had now become a mid-grade treasure artifact. With the mid-grade treasure artifact spirit controlling the 7-day black hole, a peak spiritual artifact, its power increased immeasurably. Under the influence of Zaire's grand purity enlightenment technique, the Taoist 9 characters began extracting green Taoist light from the void, all of which fused into the 7-day black hole. Instantly, the internal space transformed again. The 33 layers of the mustard seed world expanded directly. With treasure artifacts guarding each layer, the space became even more solid. The dragon-patterned flying sword, the 100 dragonwood amyuntin, the immortal defining pearl, and so on, all began emitting faint luminescence, their bodies appearing with illusory figures as if they were about to condense their own spirits. Zaire observed closely. He clearly sensed the 7-day black hole's power significantly increasing, solidifying and expanding constantly. He now only awaited his breakthrough to the tribulation realm, and then he would be able to evolve this peak spiritual artifact into a treasure artifact. At that point, even an inferior treasure artifact would be enough to rival supreme treasures like the Heaven Eye of Destruction and Water Amyon. Primarily, the Taoist 9-character secret was too extraordinary, left behind by some unknown expert. Moreover, the nearly 10 million celestial ghosts were praying ceaselessly, their faith enhancing the artifact's power. I have another treasure I don't need anyway. Might as well fuse it directly into the 7-day black hole. Besides, the supreme Buddhist treasure can enhance the power of the 9-character secret, achieving 2 goals at once. Raphael here. Zaire waved his hand, and an object appeared within the Jingzhou tripod. It was the 9-treasure 9-tier pagoda, a supreme Buddhist treasure he had bought at great expense. During the auction, the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce claimed it was a fallen immortal weapon. While the truth was uncertain, it indirectly proved the pagoda's power. Raphael Venerable caught the pagoda, which instantly emitted pure and vast Buddha light. Buddhist and Taoist lights intermingled, akin to water and fire that couldn't merge. Raphael, now that you've achieved mid-grade treasure artifact status and received the grand purity enlightenment light and protection of the Taoist 9-character secret, coupled with wielding a supreme Buddhist treasure, your future strength will be immeasurable. I will also pass on the grand purity enlightenment technique to you, so you can better utilize the 7-day black hole. After deciding, Zaire channeled true essence to fully cover the 7-day black hole. The light of the grand purity enlightenment technique surged, heading toward the dual water-fire shields. The spirits of the 2 mid-grade treasure artifacts were immediately suppressed. Rays of enlightening light encircled them in loops. The male and female spirits instantly panicked. Under the immense pressure from the 7-day black hole, Raphael Venerable and Zaire, the 2 spirits dimmed, on the brink of destruction. The 7-day black hole had now become a massive tricolor sphere. Inside, Raphael Venerable, clad in tricolor robes, held the 9-treasure 9-tier pagoda. Each layer was guarded by a treasure artifact, and countless celestial ghosts prayed devoutly. The 9-character secret slowly shrank and began rotating around the sphere. Compared to before, the 7-day black hole's power had increased exponentially. If refined normally, even if Zaire broke through to the tribulation realm, he could not have produced such immense power. However, owning the Taoist 9-character secret was beyond anyone's expectation. This mysterious mantra, when merged with the 7-day black hole, caused it to undergo significant changes. These 9 characters are incredibly profound. I wonder from where this Taoist true light is drawn. Does Taoism also have its own paradise like Buddhism? Unresolved, Zaire turned his gaze to the spirits of the water-fire shields, who were already in a precarious state after being suppressed. Water-fire shields, up until now, do you still resist? If you refuse to acknowledge me as your master, I will destroy you completely and merge your essences into the 7-day black hole, adding to its power. Zaire's voice thundered like a heavenly deity. The water-fire shield spirits were named Mabel and Milton, both highly intelligent beings comparable to seasoned veterans. Seeing Zaire's increased power and enhancement of the 7-day black hole, they trembled with fear. What should we do? Are we really going to meet our end? We've faced countless trials. We cannot die like this. Let's surrender. They glanced at each other, understanding the other's thoughts, and promptly surrendered. Thunder rumbled. Huge amounts of true essence mixed with the faith power of nearly 10 million celestial ghosts poured down, integrating into the waterfire shields, along with Mabel and Milton flying beside Raphael Venerable. 2 shields, 1 water, 1 fire, circled around him, enhancing the 7-day black hole's power further. Ha ha ha. Zaire's laughter echoed throughout the Jingzhou tripod. Although the 7-day black hole was currently just a peak spiritual artifact, its power exceeded that of a regular mid-grade treasure artifact. Creating such an unusual artifact capable of transcending its rank was a stroke of luck for Zaire. To maximize its power, he still needed to break through the tribulation realm and completely elevate the 7-day black hole's core to a treasure artifact level. Though he could seek help from the elders of Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy, this artifact was intended as his life-bound treasure, making him wary of placing it in others' hands. Life-bound treasures were best cultivated personally. Zaire, there are now 2,000 celestial ghost kings within the 7-day black hole. They lack suitable weapons and artifacts. If stronger celestial ghosts could be armed, their power would certainly rise to a new level. Elon then said, if you can gather some magical treasures for me and let them refine them together, in the future, once the 7-day black hole appears, it will instantly unleash millions of magical treasures. In such a situation, even someone at the tribulation realm would have to retreat. Upon hearing this, Zaire's eyes gleamed with interest. There's actually such a battle tactic. Excellent, excellent. Immediately, he tossed all remaining 9,000 lower-grade spiritual artifacts, 4,000 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, 2,000 high-grade spiritual artifacts, and over 70 supreme spiritual artifacts into the 7-day black hole. Under Elon's guidance, the supreme spiritual artifacts were given to the strongest dozen celestial ghost kings, high-grade spiritual artifacts to the rest of the celestial ghost kings, mid-grade and lower-grade spiritual artifacts distributed among the celestial ghost generals, and even some outstanding celestial ghost soldiers received a few. Instantly, the entire multi-layered space within the 7-day black hole was filled with radiant light. 2,000 celestial ghost kings each now possessed powerful magical treasures. Elon commanded, Mabel, Milton, since you've already submitted, assist me in training all the celestial ghosts who received magical treasures. Ensure they can fully utilize their artifacts to face strong enemies. Mabel and Milton were the spirits of the waterfire shields, now thoroughly loyal to Zaire after being enlightened by grand purity true light. These two had long been intelligent for countless years. Plus, they had always followed abyssal demon race powerhouses like Flowing Cloud and Flowing Sand, so communicating with these captive celestial ghosts was seamless. Instantly, the over 9 million celestial ghosts within the 7-day black hole, under the leadership of Haitian and the waterfire shield spirits, transformed from chaos into order, their powers intertwining like one unified force, evoking a sense of strength through unity. Zaire, in the future, bring in more and more magical treasures here. Ideally, arm all 9 million celestial ghosts. When facing enemies then, unleashing a sky-covering bombardment of magical treasures will ensure no one can withstand it. While speaking, Elon crushed a large number of sky dome pills, transforming them into pure energy for all celestial ghosts to consume. After taking the pills, the celestial ghosts looked radiant and invigorated. Their efficiency in drills and prayers significantly increased. That was the benefit of drugs. The remaining sky dome pills would last the 9 million celestial ghosts for another year and a half. Watching the orderly celestial ghosts, Zaire slowly exited the Jingzhou tripod. Naturally, outsiders didn't know what he had been doing. They only saw him standing on the arena after receiving the 3 profound techniques from Spirit Opportunity Senior, as if deep in thought. Unbeknownst to them, his strength had once again made a great leap forward. Not only did he gain 2 mid-grade treasure artifacts, the waterfire shields, but he also elevated the power of the 7-day black hole. Zaire's strength had multiplied manifold. Thank you, Spirit Opportunity Senior. The 3 profound techniques have greatly benefited me. Regaining his composure, Zaire bowed to Spirit Opportunity Senior. Zaire, if I give you a chance to join a new sect and enter our Hongdao Martial Academy, would that be acceptable? Spirit Opportunity Senior suddenly asked. This remark caused an uproar. Guests in the grand hall exchanged glances, finding it unbelievable. To enter Hongdao Martial Academy? Zaire was stunned. If you agree, I can offer you the position of Deputy Kimball of Hongdao Martial Academy. Once I step into the divine realm, you can succeed me as the Kimball, inheriting the lineage. Spirit Opportunity Senior slowly explained. I will personally negotiate your departure from Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy with Declan, ensuring you won't carry any disgrace. You'll even be able to visit Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy whenever you wish. His words were clear. In the future, Zaire would become the Kimball of Hongdao. Acceptance meant becoming the head of a prestigious academy. No one could remain calm, including Zaire. If he could become the Kimball of Hongdao Academy, rivals like Kaylee, Anita, and Becker would never be able to oppose him again. The phrase, Alistair Tenya, seems to have been partially translated. It should be fully translated as Becker. Additionally, for consistency and fluency, Hongdao is better referred to as Hongdao Academy throughout the text. Those who could rival him would only be the leaders of the other 8 academies and 9 countries. All present held their breath, their gazes fixed on Zaire on the arena. No one believed he would refuse. Thank you, Spirit Opportunity Senior. But I, Zaire, rose in Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy and benefited greatly from it. The elders and Kimball treated me kindly, and I haven't done much to repay them. Leaving Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy for Hongdao Martial Academy would go against my principles. Zaire refused. People immediately erupted in disbelief. If not for Spirit Opportunity Senior's presence, some might have cursed him as a fool for missing such a golden opportunity. A fool indeed for not seizing it. Spirit dust is countless, isn't it? Spirit Opportunity Senior suddenly asked. Despite not knowing his intent, Zaire honestly replied, Dust is infinite, beyond count. Do you think all the dust in the universe counts as many? Spirit Opportunity Senior pressed. The universe is vast beyond imagination. Its dust incalculable, Zaire stated seriously. If I tell you that joining Hongdao Martial Academy would grant you more than all the dust in the universe, would you come? Spirit Opportunity Senior's voice was godlike, leaving everyone awestruck. Zaire's heart trembled, instinctively wanting to say yes. But his lingering caution about Spirit Opportunity Senior, heightened by Elder Dora's revelation that the leaf was a Lianli branch, kept him grounded. Because of this caution, he regained clarity and resisted the immense temptation. The dust of 9 provinces is beyond count, and the dust of the universe even more so. But no matter how many, they remain mere dust. Only self-reliance is eternal. Once again, thank you for your favor, but I, Zaire, will not leave Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy for Hongdao Martial Academy. Kimball Declan's kindness to me is mountainous. Such disloyalty, I cannot and will not commit. Chapter 318, pursued by 2 cataclysmic elders. So be it. Since that's the case, then come down. Spiritual Opportunity Elder didn't seem surprised at Zaire's attitude and replied coolly without any change in her expression, making it impossible to read her thoughts. Zaire flashed once and descended from the platform to his seat. The wedding feast lasted 7 days and nights straight. During this period, the Grand Dao Martial Academy arranged numerous performances for entertainment. Even the groom, Jedediah, was highly spirited and performed a sword dance for everyone. There was no shortage of ambrosial wine, exotic fruits, and other delicacies. Over these 7 days, Zaire took the opportunity to refine his understanding of his capabilities. He found himself more adept and natural with artifact usage and power mobilization. His primordial cave heaven continuously accumulated immortal chi for reserve use. Zaire discovered that if he were to manifest his essence cave heaven dharma body, it would consume an immeasurable amount of immortal chi. Even if he constantly absorbed divine realm immortal chi, it would still not be sufficient. His primordial cave heaven was too powerful. I'm still poor. Despite his enhanced strength, Zaire realized he was still short on resources. He couldn't produce extra god blood pills because of the immortal chi deficiency and also needed artifacts to arm the sky ghosts. After the 7-day banquet, Spiritual Opportunity Elder briefly explained her work, I see all beings, signaling the end of the festivities. Thank you all for coming. The wedding feast is now officially concluded. Dora stood up and announced to the crowd. Instantly, beams of light appeared throughout the Crystal Palace, escorting all guests out. Zaire was no exception. The Crystal Palace then vanished as if the past 7 days had been a beautiful dream. Everyone knew, however, that it was Spiritual Opportunity Elder who used supreme power to conceal the entire palace in the void. With this grand event, the banquet of the Grand Dao Martial Academy finally came to an end. Zaire had made a significant impression during this feast. He not only showcased his wealth, but also consecutively defeated 3 top geniuses, Gavin, Robert, and Igor, in a series of fights. Moreover, he experienced a transformation. Following the incident at the Grand Dao Martial Academy, Zaire's name spread far and wide. Both within the central world of 9 continents and beyond its territories, people became aware of this rising star. Many speculated that if Zaire were to face the number 1 on the Pride Dragon list, Kaylee, he might not be much weaker and could even have a chance of winning. But Zaire paid no heed to these speculations. Upon being teleported out by the Crystal Palace's power, he landed in a desolate wilderness outside the weak waters. Alongside him were several guests, including a few cataclysmic elders, notably Remington and Shiloh. Amaking glances were cast upon Zaire as if he were fish on a chopping board. Trouble. Songyang Martial Academy has placed a martial execution order on me, offering a mid-tier treasure artifact, 1,000-year reincarnation pill, and hundreds of billions worth of pills. These people probably... Zaire understood that he had become a prize target. In the wilderness under the sunlight, shadows overlapped, revealing numerous hidden experts, from King Realm, Emperor Realm, and even some imperial sovereigns. Almost instantly, Zaire became the center of attention. Though, this scrutiny harbored malintent. Fortunately, the lingering aura of Spiritual Opportunity Elder and the proximity to the Grand Dao Martial Academy temporarily deterred anyone from taking action. However, they were unwilling to leave due to the tempting rewards offered by Songyang Martial Academy, which tempted almost everyone. Suddenly, the desolate mountain became deathly quiet. There are so many people. Zaire, let's go quickly. Elias no longer needed to suppress the law-breaking Divine Needle or manage the Waterfire twin shields. Instead, he guided the Sky Ghosts in their prayers and cultivation, allowing him to focus on providing protection. However, upon seeing so many cultivators, including several cataclysmic elders, he shrunk back and shouted hastily. Zaire knew they couldn't stay. He transformed his physical body, accelerating his true essence within the 7 major acupoints like rapid vortices. The primordial cave heaven exploded with blinding radiance, shooting towards the void. This sudden outburst pushed weaker cultivators back. Some barely managed to deploy artifacts before being knocked down and smashing into the mountain walls. In moments, Zaire pierced through various blockades set up by high-level experts, traveling at speeds thousands of times faster than sound waves. Even imperial sovereigns struggled to keep up with his speed, thanks to his robust physique, primordial cave heaven enhancement, and the suction force from the dragon swallowing technique. Wish. Amidst the violent winds, Zaire darted forward. Behind him, some experts used secret arts to catch up. Zaire, you consumed 4 Yin-Yang 8 trigram rebirth pills from me. You think you can just leave? A thunderous voice echoed from the storm layer, followed by a figure emerging. It could only be Shiloh. As a cataclysmic elder, Shiloh easily kept pace with Zaire despite only being a first element tribulation stage cultivator. His presence felt like the arrival of the apocalypse. Upon appearing, he dispelled the storm's gale winds and summoned celestial vines across the sky. These vines, intelligent and alive, lashed out towards Zaire. I cannot tangle with him. If I do, Reinforcements will arrive, leaving me besieged and unable to escape. Understanding the urgency, Zaire let out a long whistle, shrinking his body as 5-color light enveloped him. The light melted the vines as effortlessly as flowing sandstone beneath his feet. Despite being created by a cataclysmic elder, the vines were mere wood energy and could not withstand the 5-color light. Seeing an opening, Zaire shot forward, aiming to escape. Think you can run? Another figure appeared in front, Remington, accompanying Shiloh. Blocking Zaire, he spat out an even stronger gust of wind, sharper than the storm layer's gales, blocking every path ahead. 7-day black hole, waterfire twin shields. Suppress? Without pausing, Zaire waved his hand, releasing a massive tricolored orb. All soldiers march forth in battle array. This chant resonated through the void as millions of sky ghosts, thousands of sky ghost kings, along with the artifact spirits of Elias, and the waterfire twin shields recited the 9 secrets incantation. True essence poured into the 7-day black hole, causing the shields and artifact spirits to grow exponentially. Remington, startled by this formidable display, instinctively retreated. Suppress. Seeing Remington retreat, Elias unleashed immense power. Buzz. The 7-day black hole swelled to hundreds of feet, unleashing attacks from the millions of sky ghosts and thousands of sky ghost kings inside. At the same time, under Zaire's urging, the waterfire twin shields attacked together with tens of thousands of spirit artifacts, aiming straight for Remington. Instantly, within the storm layer, it transformed into a sea of artifacts. The dazzling radiance from these treasures outshone all other forces. This was a river of artifacts. Impossible to block. Waterfire twin shields. Medium treasure artifact. Remington was instantly shocked and quickly poured true essence, erecting layers upon layers of defense in front of him, reaching over 100 layers at once. But it had no effect and was directly shattered by the torrent-like attack from the artifacts. 7-star limb-severing technique. Seeing this heavenly river-like attack approaching, Remington finally displayed the power of a cataclysmic elder. He watched as his left hand exploded, massive blood chi transforming into 7 duplicates of Remington, each charged forward and detonated on contact, turning the void pale red. Boom boom boom. 7 successive explosions. The heavenly river of artifacts finally lost its might. Remington himself had retreated millions of miles away, dodging Zaire's subsequent palm strike. He severed his left arm to block this world-destroying artifact attack. Go! Despite putting a cataclysmic elder at a disadvantage, Zaire did not engage further. Concealed in the void, he controlled the 7-day black hole to unleash its swallowing ability, retrieving all artifacts instantly. Simultaneously, he did not miss the chance to consume Remington's blood chi, transforming it into pure energy. After absorbing this energy, the stars above his primordial cave heaven shone even brighter, and the whole realm seemed to be nurturing wisdom, ready to manifest a giant dharma body. The blood chi of a cataclysmic elder is simply no less potent than any elixir or divine medicine. If I could kill and absorb this Remington, I might instantly condense my cave heaven dharma body at the Emperor realm. Realizing the enormous benefits, Zaire's eyes flickered. Generally speaking, condensing one's cave heaven into a dharma giant at the Emperor realm was extremely rare. To transform one's cave heaven into a dharma giant required not only a vast amount of time to nurture intelligence, but also an immense amount of primordial energy to cause the origin cave heaven to undergo a metamorphosis. Chester Young Martial Academy has placed a bounty on me, making it inappropriate to travel openly, otherwise, I would easily fall into numerous attacks. For now, I should return to Cliff Sky Martial Academy and wait out the storm. This is also a good opportunity to suppress Becker, Zaire speculated internally, formulating his next move. With his current strength, he estimated having a 70 to 80% chance against Becker. If he were to kill him, it would be around 50 to 60%. The only concern was probably Becker's master, Nicholas. Nicholas was a senior elder and also a cataclysmic elder, which posed significant trouble. Swish. Concealed in the void, Zaire's speed did not slow down, vanishing instantly. When Remington and Shiloh realized, they rushed forward, sensing and searching everywhere. But Zaire's aura was as if it had never existed. This is a highly sophisticated concealment technique, coupled with that extreme speed. He's probably already far away, Shiloh said unwillingly. That damn guy actually cost me an entire arm, taking at least 10 years to recover, Remington seethed. Zhao brother, losing an arm isn't a big deal, Shiloh replied. Do you know the origins of that strange treasure just used? I saw layered spaces inside, so many artifacts, and 2 exceptional medium treasure artifacts. That thing resembles the supreme treasure of the true dragon clan of the dragon world, the 7-day black hole, Remington mused. However, it seems there's something else within the 7-day black hole, likely from ancient Taoist sections. That kid has too many artifacts. Neither of them owned a single medium treasure artifact yet. It's no wonder Remington lamented. Though they were cataclysmic elders, medium treasure artifacts weren't forgeable by first element tribulation cultivators, let alone ones like the water-fire twin shields that could work synergistically and exceed normal medium treasure artifacts in power. The 7-day black hole? We must seize the moment and eliminate this boy before his artifacts become even more formidable, beyond our combined efforts. Right. Pursue. Their auras intertwined, and then the surrounding storms abruptly melted. They vanished without a trace, as if teleporting. How did he suddenly increase his speed so much? And how did he detect me? Could Remington and Shiloh be practicing dual cultivation techniques that allow their true essences to merge? Zaire rapidly fled, flashing through the storm layer, covering several thousand miles in an instant. Sensing 2 immense forces breaking through the storm behind him, he immediately flew toward Cliff Sky Martial Academy. Boom. The storm layer's winds instantly dissipated as Remington and Shiloh united, producing a formidable power that melted even the violent winds. This brat sure can run fast. Remington growled viciously. Despite chasing with all their might, they still fell short. He possesses the inherent immortal elemental body, with a physically incomparable body. Moreover, with the peerless secret technique of the true dragon clan to remove all obstacles, his flight speed is incredibly swift and silent, beyond the grasp of ordinary people, Shiloh explained. However, I can clearly sense the 9 continents aura emanating from him. Regardless of where he goes, unless he escapes deep into the cosmos, we will still find him. But this direction seems to lead back to Cliff Sky Martial Academy, making it harder for us to capture him. Then we mustn't let him return. We're almost entering Jing province territory. Let's seize this opportunity. Go. Chapter 319. Relentless Pursuit. These two are really hard to shake off. Zaire constantly changed directions, trying to escape Remington Shiloh's pursuit. No matter how he altered his path, it seemed impossible to lose these two formidable opponents. Several times, he almost got caught during his maneuvers. Facing this situation, Zaire was at a loss for what to do. He was ultimately not in the catastrophe realm. Although the primordial heavenly grotto could absorb immortal chi, his current consumption was immense, and even with long-term exertion, the primordial heavenly grotto struggled to keep up. Gradually, his speed began to slow down. Zaire, it must be the Jingzhou ding on your body. To those who recognize its value, you're a walking symbol of fortune. The overwhelming chi of 9 provinces is like a beacon on the sea. If this continues, we won't make it back to the Tianyao Martial Academy. At that moment, Ajax thought about the Jingzhou ding and hurriedly reminded him, don't worry, even if they catch up, they can't do anything to me. They can't kill me. But now everyone wants to use me to claim the rewards from Songyang Martial Academy. In such a situation, the one who benefits will be the fisherman. That's when I'll be in real trouble, Zaire said after some thought. I have an idea. His entire body muscles rippled, and his skin underwent various changes. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into another image. Not the ironclad Vajra as before, but the appearance of a dashing young nobleman. At the same time, Zaire quickly descended into a city below. Upon landing, to be safe, he activated the mandate aurora in his mind, enveloping his entire soul and consciousness, especially the Jingzhou ding. A catastrophe realm supreme being was different from Empyrean or Imperial experts. After breaking through to the catastrophe realm, they could communicate with the divine realm and freely absorb immortal chi to sustain themselves. This rendered Zaire's greatest advantage obsolete. Previously, against Empyrean and Imperial experts, he could rely on the primordial world to continuously absorb immortal chi, compensating for his shortcomings. Even if he couldn't suppress them temporarily, he could drain them out with an endless supply of true essence. However, if he were to engage a catastrophe realm expert in an endurance match of true essence and magical power, it would be suicidal behavior. Even a first catastrophe expert could absorb more immortal chi than the primordial world could provide. One absorbed consciously, while the other did so unconsciously. The difference was evident. Zaire understood this well. Knowing he couldn't shake off Remington Shiloh, he immediately chose to hide. His change in appearance involved bones, muscles, skin, and even pores, all under complete control. With the mandate aurora concealing him, he didn't fear anyone discovering his identity. On the bustling streets, no one noticed the sudden appearance of a dashing young nobleman. Zaire glanced around. He realized this city, though not as prosperous as the capital Jiang of the Great Chu Empire, was much livelier than Jiugong City. Tall buildings lined the streets, with all kinds of people flowing through. Rich merchants, poor beggars, martial artists, vendors, performers, storytellers, and even many wealthy ladies shopping with their servants, all contributed to the vibrant life around. It brought a sense of familiarity, evoking a profound feeling in Zaire. Hawker candies. Who wants hawker candies? The finest silk from Yangzhou. Since then, Master Barak has become famous throughout the land. If you want to know the rest, come back for the next story. Cody, what kind of political essay do you think will be on this year's imperial examination? Should we bribe someone at the Prime Minister's residence to ensure we get some help? Young master, please. We haven't eaten for 2 days. Please show some mercy. Seeing a ragged mother and child begging on the street, especially the little boy kneeling in front of Zaire, he begged, please save my mother. May heaven bless you with good health and eternal wealth. Amazed by their plight, Zaire flicked his wrist from his sleeve, producing a silver ingot. For precaution, he had stored quite a bit of gold and silver inside the Jingzhou ding. So much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The emaciated woman trembled as she took the silver ingot, pulling her child and repeatedly kowtowing. But Zaire was already gone. Life spans 100 years, fleeting like a white horse passing through a gap. Even the richest merchant or mightiest general ultimately fades into oblivion. Commoners suffer more, living in poverty with barely enough clothes or food. This world's splendor is but an illusion. Back in the mortal world, Zaire felt an overwhelming sense of detachment. How does one find peace in such an ordinary existence? Boom. As he pondered over worldly matters, he suddenly sensed 2 powerful forces descending from above. These forces, invisible and intangible, instantly enveloped the entire city, searching for something. Trouble. Remington Shiloh is here. Ajax, startled by the 2 forces, exclaimed. Don't worry. If they found me, they would have attacked without hesitation. They're still searching, which means they haven't detected me yet. However, a catastrophe realm supreme being isn't someone to underestimate. They might have noticed something suspicious. After thinking for a moment, Zaire's gaze landed on a fortune-telling stall nearby. The fortune-teller, an old man, noticing someone watching, immediately waved and shouted, Hey there, young master, want to have your fortune told? I may be old, but I'm skilled at divination. The fortune-teller was an old man, looking frail and nearly half dead. Even his voice was weak and breathless. Lacking any air of greatness, it was no wonder he had been yelling to attract customers, probably having none for hours. Fortune-telling is hard to grasp even for immortals, yet this old man boasts confidently. Still, this can serve as a disguise to avoid being detected by Remington Shiloh. Ordinary people loved fortune-telling, especially the wealthy. Dressed as a rich young master, Zair's visit wouldn't raise suspicion. Deciding this, he walked over and placed a large silver ingot on the table. The sight of such a large ingot startled the old man. Staring blankly for a moment, he turned to Zair. Is there something specific you want to ask, young master? Love? Career? Wealth? Nothing special. Just saw you haven't had any business today, so I came to support you. Zair smiled faintly. You don't look like a scholar. Forget the reading. Just tell me something pleasant. Oh. The old man scrutinized Zair again, then remarked, Young master, you don't seem like a typical wealthy young man, do you? Zair sat down. He had heard similar routines used by fortune tellers before. They often started with bold statements to pique curiosity, trapping their clients in the process. But Zair didn't mind playing along. You faced many calamities and are constantly plagued by misfortune. You came here to escape the vengeance of your enemies, didn't you? The old man spoke slowly. Hearing this, Zair's smile froze, inwardly astonished. He stared at the old man, noticing he wore a dark blue robe, not resembling a Taoist or a powerful individual. With spots on his face but piercing eyes, the old man seemed otherwise completely ordinary, not hiding any cultivation. To be continued. The old man, where did I get any enemies? You must be mistaken. Zair first shook his head and then sneered. I came here to hear good things, not your nonsense. If you keep talking like this, I'll take back the silver ingot. Ha 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 ha. The fortune-telling old man suddenly burst into laughter. Young master, you have so many calamities and yet remain unaware. All those years of cultivation have been wasted. What do you mean? Zair replied while keeping an eye on the two powerful forces descending from above. Remington Shiloh still hadn't left. Calamity is hard to cross, hard to realize, and even harder to know yourself. All calamities arise from the heart. The old man's eyes gleamed brightly. Intentions are calamities. Calamities are intentions. Killing people is easy, but killing intent is hard. Intentions? Zair chuckled inwardly. This old man must have picked up some terms from somewhere, and now he's using them to bluff. But little does he know, he's bluffing to me. How about it? Is young master trapped by such intentions and unable to transcend? The old man smiled as he saw that Zair wasn't speaking. Well, how does one eliminate these intentions? Zair replied nonchalantly. His main goal was not to get a reading, but to avoid arousing Remington Shiloh's suspicions. Eliminating intentions is harder than climbing the heavens. Seeming to see that Zair was falling for his act, the old man smiled even wider. However, he stopped abruptly without continuing. Although Zair had seen through his trick, he feigned fear on the surface. Old sir, you're right. I've encountered some problems lately. Please help me analyze how I can break free. Saying this, he took out another silver ingot from his sleeve. Upon seeing the silver ingot, the old man's smile bloomed like a flower. Since young master shows such sincerity, this old man will make an exception. Let's consider this a fateful encounter. Please wait while I prepare a talisman. After burning it, it will dispel your current calamity. But since you bear signs of heavy calamities, if you seek my help again in the future, it won't just be with this much. Zair couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Enough. Just hurry up. If you're lying, I'll send you straight to the authorities. Haha, young master, rest assured. With that, the old man's dry, stick-like hand grabbed the brush on the table and began to write wildly on a piece of vermilion paper. Zair curiously glanced at it, but couldn't tell what it was. Zair, why are you wasting time with a fraudulent fortune teller? 2 silver ingots down the drain. Who knows what people might think of you? This isn't how one should experience mortal life. Ajax interjected, unable to hold back. It's fine. He bluffs, I bluff. It's nice to find some entertainment after finally returning to the human world. Zair didn't mind at all. This moment, in the storm layer high above, Remington and Shiloh were floating mid-air, their gazes fixed on the city below. Brother Yang, still no sign of him? Who knows what foul magic Zair used to actually conceal the aura of 9 provinces? Shiloh remarked. But he must still be nearby. He can't have gone far. He might be within this city. What if he tunneled underground? I've heard he condensed the ancient inborn 5 elements immortal body. With the rotation of elements, the earth can't stop him. Remington hesitated. I wish he did. Tunneling consumes energy several times greater than usual, and with my mastery of plant life, I can sense any underground movements and lock onto his aura. Unless he's foolish, he won't risk that. Shiloh accurately assessed. But checking everyone in this city, when will we finish? Why not melt the entire city directly? If Zair is inside, we'll reduce him to ashes, and if he's not, we save ourselves the trouble. Remington formed giant seals with true essence, creating a massive lid that enveloped the city below. This move seems inappropriate. This city belongs to Chu territory, with numerous elite experts under the great Chu royal family. If we proceed, officials will certainly intervene. Moreover, word of this would spread, making future dealings difficult. What's there to fear? We dominate our own territories. Even if the great Chu royal family learns of this, would they really confront us over a single city of commoners? Remington grimaced. To kill Zair, we wouldn't hesitate to offend a whole country, let alone 9 countries. Don't forget, Songyang Martial Academy has placed a bounty on him. The great Chu royals, upon learning it's him, might even assist us. Who wouldn't covet Songyang's rewards? Shiloh nodded upon hearing this. You make a good point. Give me just a moment. I'm almost done investigating the entire city. If we find Zair, we won't waste true essence. All right, I'll cast a grand spell to encase the entire city, preventing his escape if we locate him. With that, Remington raised his hand and emitted beams of light. These combined with the earlier true essence, transforming into a stellar formation array, spreading rapidly. In an instant, the people within the city felt daytime turn to night. Looking up, they saw the starry sky. What's happening? Why is it suddenly nighttime? It's only early evening. Why has it turned dark? The stars are out. Everyone shouted in shock, bewildered by the strange phenomenon. Chapter 320. An opportunity not to be missed. Rumble. Zaire sat on the small stool at his fortune-telling stand. Lifting his head, he saw an inky blackness enveloping the city above, with countless stars twinkling within it. The scene of this sudden change in the heavens instantly caused all pedestrians to flee in panic. Things have gone wrong. Zaire could no longer sit still and stood up. He sensed a tremendous surge of true essence in the void above, so terrifying that it had reached an awful realm. Immediately, the entire city's ground and periphery had turned as solid as steel. Zaire discovered that if he tried to escape through the earth, it would consume over 10 times more true essence than usual, making it almost impossible. It's just getting dark. Why are you so startled, young master? My talisman isn't ready yet. After helping you withstand this calamity, you can leave, called out the old man from the fortune-telling stand, seeing Zaire about to leave. Forget it. You can't block this tribulation. I'll handle it myself. As he spoke, Zaire tossed over a silver ingot. Since we've met, and you're no spring chicken, use this money to live well. Haha, young master, please don't talk anymore. Just watch. At that moment, the old man suddenly lit the talisman in his hand. With a wave of his large hand, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, carrying the burning talisman into the sky. Brother Zhao, what is this? Shiloh was searching the entire city when he suddenly saw a gentle breeze, lifting a burning talisman into the sky. Remington's expression immediately turned cold, and he waved his hand, attempting to shatter the talisman. But just as he made his move, the talisman had already turned to ashes and exploded. Instantly, it seemed like a sky full of black ash, with a large amount of embers floating amidst the storm layer. Everything changed abruptly. Shiloh and Remington felt as if they were surrounded by a world of silent ash. Oh no! Shiloh reacted first, feeling his mind suddenly constrict and then plunging into a world that seemed both illusory and real. It was as if nothing they did could awaken them. Ordinarily, experts at the Tribulation Transcender level had perfectly honed minds, impervious to all influences. Yet, at this moment, Remington and Shiloh, who were almost about to break through to the two instruments' tribulation, had their minds completely ensnared by the explosion of the talisman. Boundless illusions layered upon each other, seemingly endless. How is this possible? Even someone of a higher realm than us wouldn't be able to make our minds fall into this boundless illusion. Shiloh and Remington struggled desperately, urging their true essence from the sea of chi. A massive surge of true essence rushed out, but proved ineffective. The world they perceived had become entirely illusory. Finally, black flames began to emerge on Remington and Shiloh's bodies. Brother Yang, we've likely encountered some powerful being who has tricked us. We don't know who this person is, but they've made our minds sink into these endless illusions. Remington roared continuously, true essence surging from within him to shield himself and suppress the black flames. Let's go. Hurry. Shiloh, realizing the situation was dire, yelled, breaking a hole through the layers of illusions in front of him. Seeing this, Remington quickly joined hands. Their fingers intertwined, their breaths connected, forming a grand cycle of true essence flowing between them. They instantly broke through the illusions, enveloped in thick, black smoke, fleeing without looking back. Immediately, all phenomena disappeared. The night, covering the city vanished instantly, and it became daytime again. How did it become light again? I haven't even entered my house yet, and a day has passed. Perhaps some evil spirit has manipulated the heavens. What a strange and mysterious occurrence. Panic-stricken citizens stopped in their tracks, gazing at the sky, uncertain of what to do. Left? Did Remington and Shiloh? Zaire was also stunned. In his perception, Remington and Shiloh had disappeared. Most importantly, exactly when the old man had lit the talisman. Realizing this, he turned around to look at the fortune-telling stand behind him. However, the old man had vanished without a trace. Zaire was greatly alarmed. He knew that with his current strength, even a tribulation transcender couldn't leave without him noticing. For this old man to evade his perception, he must be no ordinary person. I never thought there would come a day when I'd overlook someone. It seems this fortune teller is indeed an expert. Zaire, he seemed to be waiting for you specifically. It appears many situations are under his control. This old man is quite formidable. Be cautious. The Elias Dao Master was also repeatedly exclaiming in surprise. HM? He left a message for me? Zaire noticed a piece of paper on the fortune-telling table, its ink still wet. The destined one truly stands apart, but unfortunately, you only possess half. I came to the central world of Jingzhou to discuss the way of the world, the people, and the state with the rulers of 9 nations. However, aside from the Roger, none understood, and even he only grasped the surface. This time, assisting you was to prevent your premature death, which would keep me from witnessing the destined one. Zaire, your future trials will be numerous. Take care of yourself. The signature at the end read, Xianxia. Xianxia? Who or what is this? Zaire, upon seeing the writing, was certain the old man was an expert. Yet, he'd never heard of anyone named Xianxia. This person's background is definitely mysterious. But Zhou is merely a corner of the universe. There are countless worlds beyond, filled with innumerable experts. It's normal not to have heard of them. But this Xianxia is undoubtedly a supreme expert. The Elias Dao Master remarked with awe. This Xianxia seems decent enough. But what does he mean by saying I only possess half of the destined one? Where is the other half? Zaire felt puzzled. The only thing related to destiny in him was the cloud-like destiny aura in his consciousness sea. Don't know. The Elias Dao Master shook his head, baffled. He had never heard of any such thing called destiny. At that moment, Zaire recalled the situation at the Crystal Palace and asked curiously, Elias, do you know what Divine Realm Immortal Arts are and what Chaos Immortal Arts are? Divine Realm Immortal Arts, as the name suggests, are immortal arts that belong to the Divine Realm. Only the Divine Realm's methods can be called immortal. It's said that there are thousands of divine realm immortal arts, each varying in strength. The Elias Dao Master explained, among these, there are 9,000 immortal arts, which, legend has it, formed at the birth of the primordial world, being the most powerful of all immortal arts. Each contains a terrifying power capable of destroying the world, surpassing all techniques and profound skills. The demon world suppression law practiced by spirit incarnation experts is one of these. And among these 9,000, the strongest 9 are called chaos immortal arts. The free mind scripture is a chaos immortal art. Zaire felt his heart swell with excitement and asked, what rank does the free mind scripture hold? Probably 9th place. So powerful, yet it's only 9th? What chaos immortal art ranks first? The foremost immortal art is called I Ching. The Elias Dao Master said solemnly, legend has it, I Ching is the origin of all classics, the beginning of all laws, the end of all heavens. Whoever obtains it can create an entirely new major world. Major world? A major world consists of 1,000 intermediate worlds, and each intermediate world is composed of 1,000 minor worlds. So Jingzhou belongs to an intermediate world. Zaire realized how vast Jingzhou was, extending infinitely, yet it was only an intermediate world. Besides I Ching and free mind scripture, what are the other 7 major chaos immortal arts? Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as much as possible to match the original text. That, I do not know. However, even if you obtain the weakest among the 9,000 immortal arts, it would still be enough for you to dominate the universe, unmatched by anyone, Elias said with a sense of awe. Seeing Zaire still lost in thought, he continued, time is of the essence. Since Shiloh and Remington's pursuit has been halted by Xianxia, let's quickly return to Tinya Martial Academy. Upon your return, the head of your faculty will surely commend you greatly. It's not impossible that he might bestow upon you 1 or 2 profound techniques, significantly enhancing your strength. Moreover, there's also the matter of Becker. Zaire pondered for a moment and replied, within the academy, several elders support Becker. If I go to him, they will undoubtedly find an excuse like he is in seclusion, especially considering Nicholas, who has reached the upper tribulation realm. Moreover, with my current strength, even if I can defeat him, I cannot completely slay him. I must further increase my power. Remington and Shiloh have sought to kill me ever since leaving Hongdao Martial Academy. Now that they've been wounded by Xianxia, why not take this opportunity to eliminate this potential threat? I feel that I may be able to condense a primordial law body before reaching the Emperor realm. If I can slay one of them, the essence of an upper tribulation expert would definitely suffice. It would provide me with the capital and foundation to break through and achieve the Emperor realm. Zaire had made up his mind, knowing how to quickly enhance his strength and secure his victory over Becker. Condensing a law body before the Emperor realm? Elias was amazed. It seems that the faith flame technique of spirit incarnation truly is extraordinary, helping you build an unshakable foundation. Let's go. I've already locked onto Shiloh and know where they're fleeing to. Zaire leaped into the sky directly. After adjusting himself, his true essence was fully restored, and his power was at its peak. Shiloh and Remington, knowing they had encountered a super powerhouse, fled hastily without concealing their auras. This gave Zaire the perfect chance to track them. He pursued with all his might, covering thousands of miles in a blink. Remington, Shiloh, since you dared to come after me, I'll make sure you fall flat on your face, if not end your lives. As Zaire chased, he gathered his strength. All his preparations were ready. Once he caught up, he could strike immediately. His most powerful treasures now included the 7 Days Black Hole and the Jingzhou Cauldron. In terms of killing power, the 7 Days Black Hole contained various magical weapons, as well as the Elias Dao Venerable, the Waterfire Twin Shields, millions of Kiras, and tens of thousands of magic weapons. Once unleashed, its power would surpass that of the Jingzhou Cauldron. After all, the Jingzhou Cauldron was not designed for combat, but as a ritual vessel for establishing a realm. Zaire kept rehearsing in his mind how he would attack Remington and Shiloh when he caught up. Slain a tribulation transcender upper expert with only an imperial realm cultivation. Such a feat would certainly be laughed off if spoken aloud. But currently, both Shiloh and Remington were weakened, retaining only a fraction of their original power. This was Zaire's chance. Amidst towering mountains, 2 powerful auras suddenly descended from within the dense mountain ranges. They belonged to Remington and Shiloh, whose spirits were still sunken. At this moment, black chi swirled around their faces, and they appeared drenched in sweat, losing all traces of their former prowess. Brother Zhao, what kind of person did we encounter? I don't know, but this person's power is undeniable. To escape, we've consumed at least 80% of our true essence, and our mental states are shaken, hearts shattered, with vulnerabilities appearing, even leading to heart demon fires. Remington immediately began meditating to adjust his breathing, using immortal chi to suppress the heart demon fires. Yes, we've suffered greatly. Without 100 years, we won't recover. Shiloh's eyes flashed with hate. I didn't expect Zaire to have a protector. No wonder he acted so boldly. Let's return to Xianxia Star to recuperate. Once we successfully refine the core of Xianxia Star, it will be this boy's end. You think too highly of yourselves. Since you want to kill me, let me strike first. Swoosh. Suddenly, violent fluctuations emerged from the void. Then, a massive black sphere of green gold came crashing down. With overwhelming pressure and incomparable suction, it seized the entire area. Simultaneously, twin beams of light resembling water and fire dragons appeared. The 9 Secrets incantation echoed from all sides as tens of thousands of magic weapons emerged. Boom. Zaire attacked with everything he had, his speed like lightning. The place where Remington and Shiloh stood instantly collapsed under the pressure of the 7 Days Black Hole. Ah! Terrified screams echoed across the mountains. Remington and Shiloh had no time to react, hurriedly summoning various magic weapons, which were all crushed into dust. Even the Waterfire Twin Shields couldn't withstand the onslaught. Neither expected Zaire to unleash such terrifying power. heavenly with divine thunder. In crisis, Shiloh continuously launched large amounts of emerald green true essence. Upon exiting his body, each formed into small green balls and rained down like hailstones. Instantly, thunder roared continuously, the earth trembled, and mountains crumbled. Within 100 miles, all trees were uprooted and reduced to ashes. Even a hasty burst from Shiloh, as a tribulation transcender upper expert, was formidable and not easily countered. Chapter 321. Confrontation with a higher realm ascetic, a fight to the death. Boom. Shiloh's move immediately stopped the downward pressure of the 7-day black hole and neutralized its powerful devouring force. As the dust settled, revealing Zaire's figure, Shiloh was instantly enraged. His true essence surged as he prepared to fight to the death. But at this moment, a rift opened in the space behind him. A dragon claw, shimmering with cold light, suddenly extended out. Instantly, the air constricted, creating an intense pressure that left people breathless. Intermediate treasure artifact spirit? True dragon body? How is this possible? Shiloh could hardly believe his eyes upon seeing the dragon claw. Could a mere Zaire actually have tamed a true dragon as a spirit? If Shiloh had not been injured, he would not fear Elias, but in his current state, he could barely utilize 20% of his strength. Facing Elias's dragon claw, he felt a sense of helplessness. Back off. Shiloh shook his body, releasing an explosive burst of aura. Instantly, a massive sky-piercing divine tree appeared behind him. This tree stretched out with tens of thousands of vine-like tendrils, like venomous snakes, wrapping around Elias. To Shiloh's surprise, this high-realm ascetic's Dongtian Faxiang transformed into a divine tree. Note: I've kept the term Dongtian Faxiang, as it seems to be a specific concept or proper noun that might not have a direct English equivalent, but ensured the rest of the sentence reads naturally in English. Named Bottomanda Divine Tree. Die. Remington also roared and summoned his Dongtian Faxiang. His origin Dongtian manifested as a winged giant with 2 heads, whose presence sent ripples through even Zaire's heart. You two are truly worthy ascetics. Even injured, you can still unleash such power. Zaire shouted, Waterfire Double Shield. Hold back, Remington. Instantly, the spirits of the Waterfire Double Shield appeared, commanding the 9 million celestial ghosts within the 7-day black hole to collectively suppress Remington's Dongtian Faxiang. Meanwhile, Zaire fully unleashed his true essence, unleashing his maximum power towards Shiloh. Despite Shiloh's attempts to bind Elias's dragon claw with his Dongtian Faxiang, even pulling Elias along with it, Elias remained formidable despite having consumed the law-breaking divine needle. But against a high-realm ascetic, even an injured one, he struggled. Shiloh forcefully suppressed Elias and planned to seize Zaire's 7-day black hole. Bang! However, just as he restrained Elias, a tremendous force struck from behind. Zaire again. Oh no! Shiloh turned around. The Bottomanda divine tree quickly dispatched numerous vines to block Zaire. Dragon devouring technique. Zaire shattered these vines with a strike, and instantly used the dragon devouring technique to absorb the energy to replenish his own consumption. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Shiloh laughed loudly. Zaire, you think you can devour my true essence with your Empyrean realm? Foolish. This is exactly what I wanted. Without being eaten by you, I would find it difficult to deal with you. Now let me show you what it means to be a high-realm ascetic. As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed his mental prowess. The vitality absorbed by Zaire's vines shockingly transformed into pure saplings. Their roots spread out, absorbing Zaire's true essence and vitality in reverse. In an instant, Zaire's vitality began to waver, on the verge of being plundered. What rich blood essence, what powerful vitality, and the inherent elemental immortal body. Ha ha ha, all for me. With this vitality, I can surely break through the 2 instruments tribulation and form the yin-yang indestructible body. Shiloh excitedly yelled, a mere Empyrean realm brat dares to chase and attack a high-realm ascetic like me. Even now, weakened as I am, you cannot challenge my dignity. Primal Dongtian, subdue all? Facing this situation, Zaire did not panic. He mentally connected with the primal world. Boom. Inside his mind sea, the primal world trembled, seemingly sensing something. On the isolated island, a small tree suddenly sprouted roots, piercing through time and space directly into Shiloh's saplings. Immediately, these sapling-like beings began to wither. Vast amounts of essence flowed into the primal Dongtian. This Shiloh's strength is indeed formidable. Zaire felt delighted by this influx of essence. Flashing beside Shiloh, he cut down many vines, sending the absorbed energy straight into the primal Dongtian. The entire origin Dongtian shone brightly, becoming more vibrant and even starting to form into a human shape, growing in power. He hides some secret. My celestial wood skill couldn't withstand it, and was broken so easily. Amiriover, how could an Empyrean realm practitioner like him manifest an origin Dongtian? Shiloh's Dongtian Faxiang, under Zaire's assault, failed to bind Elias and continuously lost essence. If he were not injured, he wouldn't fear this situation, but his current weakened state made him feel stifled. As Zaire's aura grew stronger, his origin Dongtian shone brightly, almost forming a new shape. Shiloh could see that Zaire was refining his origin Dongtian to its utmost limit, about to undergo a transformation. Though perplexing, he understood that if Zaire succeeded in transforming his Dongtian, Shiloh himself would die here. Brother Zhao, run! Shiloh yelled, his Dongtian Faxiang collapsing as his power concentrated to the extreme. He swallowed various elixirs to replenish his consumed true essence. Zaire, act fast. He can't hold out anymore. Killing a high-realm ascetic will be unprecedented. Elias, once Shiloh retracted his power, shook free from his binds, revealing his true dragon form. Brother Yang, I can't escape. Run. If only we had an intermediate treasure artifact, we might have a chance to break out. Unfortunately, Remington was completely entangled by the power of the 7-day black hole. With two intermediate treasure artifacts combined, their power was extremely formidable. Plus, the millions of celestial ghosts, thousands of celestial ghost kings, and myriad treasures, they trapped him, making escape impossible. Remington hadn't yet broken through the two instruments' tribulation, nor could his body transform or regenerate at will like Zaire's. Once hurt, recovery was near impossible in the short term. He relied solely on his origin Dongtian to endure waves of attacks, leaving no room to flee. So strong, even a high-realm ascetic is about to die. Inside the 7-day black hole, Mickey, an Emperor realm cultivator, was astonished. Attacking Remington, he too contributed, cooperating with the Waterfire double shield to suppress Remington, preventing any alliance with Shiloh. Seeing Zaire prepare to kill Shiloh stunned Mickey. Zaire's audacity is incredible. If he succeeds, he'll achieve what none have before. The whole world will be shaken. Zaire, I don't believe your true essence is deeper than mine. I'm a high-realm ascetic, constantly able to draw divine essence from the heavens. Once your true essence runs out, it's your end. Your end. Shiloh became anxious as Remington couldn't break free, roaring repeatedly. Wanna drain me? Then let's see who ends up dead first. End of chapter 321. At this point, there was absolutely no way to pull back. Zaire had almost nothing left in reserve. The true essence within his 7 major acupoints surged madly. The immense power resembled an overflowing river from the heavens, driving his primal Dongtian to nearly kill Shiloh. Zaire spat out a mouthful of vital blood, and instantly, the earth and sky trembled as the blood transformed into a pale golden mist that enveloped Shiloh. This mouthful of blood contained Zaire's entire lifespan of 60 years, making it extraordinary. Amidst the blood mist, a potent vitality ignited various flames. In this moment, Zaire, through brute force, actually ignited the martial threefold true fire. This mysterious fire was derived from the flame of sight, the flame of intent, and the flame of chi. By expending 60 years of my lifespan to unleash boundless power, could I still fail to slay you, Shiloh, who is gravely weakened? Zaire strode through the air and struck with one palm. The force of this palm seemed overwhelming, darkening the entire world as if nothing could rival it. But, in the endless blood mist, this single palm shattered Shiloh's protective true essence, striking directly on his flesh and sending him flying through the air, bleeding profusely. Had he not been wearing a low-grade treasure artifact garment for protection, it would have been far worse than just spitting blood. However, the protective garment, having withstood Zaire's attack, was near ruin. With Zaire's current strength, plus the consumption of 60 years of his lifespan, even a low-grade treasure artifact would be rendered useless. But Shiloh was still a high-realm ascetic and could not fully utilize the treasure artifact like an Emperor realm cultivator. Thus, while severely damaged, the garment could still be repaired later. Zaire, you're willing to expend your lifespan to put me to death. Fear was evident in Shiloh's voice. Indeed, as a high-realm ascetic, he now felt genuine fear. His primordial energy was greatly diminished, unable to exert his full power. Moreover, part of his strength had even been absorbed by Zaire. Faced with such a dire situation, Shiloh truly felt on the brink of life and death. Now, he regretted coming to hunt Zaire. 60 years of lifespan? Worth it to kill you. Zaire marveled at Shiloh managing to withstand his attack despite the cost of his lifespan. A rare feat. Even when facing the combined forces of Anita and Vicky, it hadn't been this intense. As the blood mist dissipated, the power of 60 years lifespan was exhausted. But Zaire wasn't about to give up. Puff, 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 puff. Shiloh watched in shock as Zaire spat out 4 mouthfuls of blood. Each was vital blood, larger than the previous one. All the blood turned into golden mist, igniting roaring flames. Zaire spat out vital blood 4 times consecutively, each costing him at least 60 years lifespan, totaling 240 years. Too insane, too terrifying. Not only Shiloh but also Mickey, the Waterfire double shield, and even Daozun Elias were all shocked. Only with Zaire's physical body could such tremendous lifespan consumption occur in such a short time. Anyone else would be unable to bear such massive depletion. To slay this high-realm ascetic, Shiloh, Zaire was risking everything. If this effort failed, this threat would remain unresolved. Get away, Remington, trapped in the 7-day black hole, sensed something wrong and unleashed his origin Dongtian, power surging wildly. Puff. Seeing Remington about to break free, Zaire spat another mouthful of blood, not at Shiloh but directly at the 7-day black hole. Empowered by the blood, the celestial ghosts inside became frenzied, significantly increasing their power. Similarly energized, the Waterfire double shield suppressed Remington again. Seeing the situation turn against him, Shiloh attempted to flee, but Elias, now in true dragon form, prevented his escape. Taking advantage of this, Zaire attacked. Fiery martial flames burned throughout the sky. He looked like a god or demon emerging from flames, multiplying into dozens of figures. Each figure struck with the force of 10,000 ancient oxen. Furthermore, the primal Dongtian manifested, directly pressing down on Shiloh. The powerful impact shook the entire realm. Zaire, you are pushing me too far. I'll fight to the death with you. Realizing escape was impossible, Shiloh, in desperation, unleashed his true essence recklessly, rushing forward without regard for his life. It was indescribable, the clash between these two formidable fighters. Blood mist-churned, true essence flowed like earthly dragons, emitting a power that could pierce the heavens. Shiloh moved according to the Big Dipper constellation, stepping in midair, condensing all his strength into his hands, repeatedly striking with the force of a dragon. Surrounding mountains and lakes crumbled and dried up. Zaire, meanwhile, moved unpredictably, striking with his origin Dongtian channeled through hands, elbows, and legs, each attack infused with star-like force transforming into sword-like energy, wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, the primal world, as part of the origin Dongtian, absorbed divine energy from the heavenly realm. The 5 elements Tao map drew an elemental essence from the mountain veins and geographical arteries. The dragon-devouring technique operated at its peak, absorbing multiple strikes from Shiloh. Their attacks collided, then separated. In the void amidst the blood mist, countless shadows clashed, exchanging hundreds of thousands of blows in mere breaths. Each blow was incomprehensibly powerful. Chapter 322. Not great in realm, yet capable of creating myths. Whiz. After a powerful clash, the two immediately darted apart. Explosions erupted around them as the force radiated downward, obliterating countless mountain peaks and sending dust into the sky like an apocalyptic scene. Shiloh and Zaire instantly separated. In an instant, Shiloh's physical body exploded into fragments of flesh and blood, which hovered midair, spiraling and writhing before reassembling into the Bodhimanda Dharmakaya. The wicker branches appeared menacingly, displaying infinite power. With his physical body destroyed, Shiloh could only summon the Dharmakaya to gather his flesh and blood, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. Zaire's physical body was similarly torn apart by the impact, yet his head remained unharmed, protected by the primordial grotto heaven, which blocked all of Shiloh's true essence attacks. Shiloh, do you still think you can escape at this point? Zaire's formidable physique allowed for quick recovery as long as his head remained intact. Over, he had absorbed some of Shiloh's energy, replenishing his strength during the battle. Jingzhou Cauldron. To completely subdue a tribulation stage expert, Zaire finally revealed his ultimate treasure. A massive cauldron suddenly flew out, expanding rapidly to hundreds of miles high, ruthlessly pressing down upon the Bodhi tree. This is an artifact of fate. So this is the treasure of destiny. Shiloh gritted his teeth, resisting with all his might as the entire divine tree groaned under the immense pressure. Seeing the Jingzhou Cauldron emerge, he realized this was the object of destiny he had sought so desperately. So, you wanted this? Zaire laughed. Since you desire it so much, why aren't you making your move now? The Bodhi tree began bending under the pressure, and Shiloh's spirit screamed in despair. He struggled to control the Dharmakaya, trying to break free from the Jingzhou Cauldron's suppression. Shiloh, stop struggling. You are already heavily injured and on the brink of collapse. If I can't slay you under these conditions, then what have all these years of cultivation been for? Stepping forward, Zaire collapsed his primordial grotto heaven into a weapon, striking Shiloh's Bodhi tree violently. Boom. Shiloh's Dharmakaya trembled, scattering the small amount of energy he had gathered. The entire tree even shrank slightly. Zaire, if you truly wish to exterminate me, then I will drag you down with me in death. Seeing that he could not withstand the pressure from the Jingzhou Cauldron, Shiloh roared, intending to self-destruct his Dharmakaya. But just then, Alexei coldly laughed. If you had advanced to the two-aspect tribulation, it would have been difficult to suppress you. But with your true essence greatly damaged and your physical body shattered, it's too late for self-destruction. Instantly, the 1,000-meter-long true dragon coiled around Shiloh's Dharmakaya, suppressing its impending explosion. With Alexei pulling forcefully, the Jingzhou Cauldron plummeted, dragging Shiloh inside and thoroughly subduing him. However, after subduing Shiloh, the Jingzhou Cauldron began to shake violently, as if someone inside was stirring up chaos, far more intense than when it subdued the waterfire double shield. This, naturally, was due to Shiloh's attempts to break free, showcasing the terrifying strength of a tribulation stage expert, even in such dire straits. Zaire felt alarmed. Fortunately, Shiloh was weakened, and Zaire possessed numerous treasures and a robust physique to endure wave after wave of force. Otherwise, it could have been Zaire who was suppressed. Combining all factors, he managed to subdue a tribulation stage expert. Considering the outcome, Zaire did indeed defeat a tribulation stage expert. Among cultivators, a tribulation stage expert was akin to a mythical figure. For most cultivators, a tribulation stage expert was the highest legend, an existence they could only dream of witnessing in their lifetimes. It was widely known that no one below the tribulation stage could defeat someone at that level. Surviving a confrontation was already considered remarkable, let alone subduing a tribulation stage expert. It was deemed impossible. Yet, the impossible had happened. Even Zaire couldn't quite believe it. A tribulation, upper stage expert actually subdued, using Emperor Realm cultivation to subdue an upper stage expert. This. Inside the 7-day black hole, Mickey watched in stunned silence. The Lynx Demonis, secretly observing, nearly fell over in disbelief. The Waterfire Double Shield sentience felt unwavering loyalty towards Zaire. Such a person, achieving such a magnificent feat, how many others could match? Not following him would be like chasing after waste. There's still Remington. Unfortunately, after exhausting my lifespan twice, I am too weak to subdue and kill him as well. Dealing with Shiloh had nearly drained all of Zaire's means. Now exhausted, he could not continue fighting. Such frequent consumption of lifespan would have fatally weakened anyone else. Shiloh couldn't even manage to self-destruct his Dharmakaya before being subdued. Remington, seeing this, felt an overwhelming fear. He unleashed his life-threatening techniques, causing his hands to explode with immense force, breaking through the 7-day black hole's suppression. His chi blood surged like dragons, ascending to the heavens. Mickey and the Waterfire Double Shield followed suit, using their strongest techniques to bind Remington's chi blood forces. Seizing the opportunity, Remington fled madly, disappearing in an instant. A tribulation stage expert turned tail and ran. This Remington actually fled? If he had fought to the death, attacking me fiercely, I would likely have suffered severe injuries. Probably, seeing Shiloh subdued, he was filled with fear and thought only of escaping. However, letting such a powerful expert go will surely become a future threat. Zaire first felt surprised, relieved that Remington didn't choose to fight to the death. Yet, he also felt regret for not eliminating this potential problem. The strength of a tribulation stage expert is indeed terrifying. Even though Shiloh is merely a single-aspect tribulation expert and severely injured by the heart-mind god, I found it incredibly challenging to deal with him. When I return to Tianyang Martial Academy, I must be cautious with Nicholas. He isn't like Shiloh. Nicholas is far stronger and possesses many magical treasures. Zaire pondered deeply. Bang! While he was contemplating, the massive chi blood forces created by Remington's hands were completely shattered by those within the 7-day black hole, transforming into pure primordial energy, which nourished the 7-day black hole, enhancing many sky demons. The chi blood of a tribulation stage expert's hands provided immense benefits. Many sky demons evolved into sky demon kings on the spot. However, Zaire could only smile bitterly upon seeing this. Sky demon kings required tenfold, or even dozensfold more daily resources compared to ordinary sky demons. They also needed powerful artifacts to unleash their full potential. The celestial pill wouldn't last much longer. At this rate, the sky demons within the 7-day black hole might face starvation in mere months. By then, unless Zaire released these 900,000 sky demons, he sighed. Letting them feed on living beings' flesh and negative emotions everywhere would be disastrous for him. He would definitely become a public enemy in the 9 realms, hunted down by everyone. Moreover, Zaire wouldn't do that. It went against his principles. Suddenly, Zaire understood the daily troubles of those who wield power within major factions. The Tianyang Martial Academy had tens of thousands of disciples, plus numerous servants, surpassing 1 million in total. That was without including the surrounding towns, villages, and farmers. Such a large population base meant that the head of the academy and many elders faced similar headaches as he did. Zaire, the priority now is to find a place to thoroughly refine Shiloh. Otherwise, with him constantly raging here, I can't do anything else. If we encounter another powerful enemy, it won't be good. Elias suddenly transmitted from inside the Jingzhou Cauldron. Refining an upper tribulation expert will take at least a year or 2 to complete, but I can drain some of his strength. This will both replenish myself and prevent him from impacting the Jingzhou Cauldron. A win-win situation. Although Shiloh's body had exploded, all his flesh had been gathered by his Bodhimanda Dharmakaya. Zaire planned to squeeze out this energy and absorb it. Obtaining the entire physical essence and chi of an upper tribulation expert might enable the primal grotto heaven to transform into a Dharmakaya. But where can I find such a place now? I can't return to Tianyang Martial Academy right now. I need to find somewhere. Zaire suddenly thought of the earth. With his innate 5 elements divine body, using the 5-colored light made the underground a perfect hiding spot. Immediately, Zaire summoned the 7-day black hole and the Jingzhou Cauldron back, then descended into the ground. Upon contact, it felt like entering water, and he vanished instantly. His control over the 5-colored light had become more proficient. Previously, it could only dissolve about 10 feet of mud and rocks ahead, but now, within 7 or 8 yards around him, everything turned to liquid-like substance. With true essence as a barrier, it was like walking on flat ground. Just after Zaire disappeared into the ground, hundreds of thousands of miles away on a peak, an old man retracted his observing gaze. This person was the fortune-telling old man who had previously read Zaire's fortune in the city. He was also the mind will god who severely injured Remington and Shiloh. There was no such figure in the 9 realms. He must have come from outside the universe. Decisive action, extraordinary mind, firm intention, and not afraid to pursue 2 tribulation experts. Not only did he manage to suppress one, but he seems far superior to Robert in every aspect. Only someone like this can inherit my mind will's legacy. The mind will god praised from hundreds of miles away. I've traveled through countless worlds, collecting 9,000 immortal techniques. The origin of these techniques lies in the 9 realms, where the primordial world once existed. The Hongmeng Immortal Technique Heart Sutra is currently held by Ling Ji, making it temporarily unobtainable, but Zaire has some chance. The mind will god murmured. Wu Xianren obtained an immortal technique back then, which is now in Willie's hands. I wonder if he has cultivated it yet. As he spoke, he seemed to vanish like a phantom. Meanwhile, Zaire had already ventured tens of thousands of feet underground. There was mostly solid rock harder than steel rather than soil. After traveling further, Zaire found a small crack between 2 massive rocks, wide enough for a person. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a natural cave filled with abundant spirit chi and no pollution. Zaire immediately entered the cave. After placing the Jingzhou Cauldron carefully and setting up several concealment methods, he and the 7-day black hole entered the interior of the Jingzhou Cauldron. Upon entry, the entire internal world thundered with vibrating currents. Standing at the edge felt like being in the middle of a stormy sea, with relentless forces crashing around. Deep within the Jingzhou Cauldron space, a 1,000-meter-long true dragon was continuously applying force, helping the cauldron suppress a glowing giant tree. The tree radiated tremendous power, shaking the entire space. It was none other than the captured Shiloh. Even a weakened upper tribulation expert remained formidable. With just a fraction of his strength, he can still cause chaos. Seize soul. Seize soul. Elias, transformed into a true dragon, repeatedly roared, employing the Ghost Clan's secret technique, Seize soul control body. This mysterious technique influenced the soul and spirit. Elias used it to interrupt Shiloh's self-destruct attempts. Whenever Shiloh tried to self-destruct, his spirit would tremble, and he couldn't control his Dharmakaya. In response, Shiloh condensed fragments of his shattered body into chi blood dragons circling the Bodhimanda Dharmakaya, trying to break free. Shiloh, you are reduced to this, yet you still struggle like a cornered beast? After silently cultivating the formless heaven scripture and recovering some strength, Zaire appeared before the Bodhimanda Dharmakaya, summoning the primal grotto heaven. Its primordial power vibrated and surged into Shiloh's chi blood dragons, causing them to twist violently. Pure essence energy immediately scattered. Chapter 323. Obtaining a Tribulation Realm Elder. The dragon devouring technique was repeatedly activated, immediately swallowing the stray primordial energy. The blood and chi of a Tribulation Realm Elder are indeed extremely concentrated. This one time not only replenishes my losses, but also adds a bit more. Very soon, Zaire's dragon-devouring technique devoured the blood-colored dragon of Shiloh entirely. The essence of this elder's life force, cultivated through arduous physical training, all fell into Zaire's possession. Ultimately, it fused completely with him, enhancing his physical strength even further. In an instant, Zaire exuded an overwhelming power, a pure manifestation of physical might. His chi surged skyward, faintly taking on the form of a dragon. After a long while, Zaire finally fully refined all of Shiloh's hard-earned cultivation, instantly feeling that his lost lifespan had been compensated for significantly. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. Zaire casually swung his arms, causing explosions in the void. His body felt as if it contained inexhaustible strength, abundant to the extreme. And the powerful vitality of Shiloh's flesh, after being refined, was partially infused into the primordial grotto heaven. Instantly, the entire origin grotto heaven radiated a gentle light. Within this light, a massive figure appeared. This shadow was immensely tall, with streams of light emanating from behind it. Its hair flowed naturally, and its face, though blurry, clearly resembled Zaire himself. Origin grotto heaven, primordial dermic form. This was the appearance of the dermic form that Zaire was about to refine. Quite impressive, it looks like a magnified version of myself. Zaire glanced at it, and then ignored it. He knew that the energy he currently possessed was still insufficient to manifest the phantom into reality. At this moment, this appearance was merely a forewarning. Zaire's origin grotto heaven was transformed from the Chuxing of the primal world, making its foundation profoundly solid and unrivaled in the world. Edit. Zaire's origin grotto heaven originated from the embryonic form of the primal world, giving it a profoundly solid foundation, unrivaled in the world. However, this also made it incredibly difficult to manifest a dermic form within the grotto heaven. But if he were to devour this Bodhi tree of Shiloh and refine the vast amounts of pure primordial energy contained within, he could very well condense a dermic form within the grotto heaven. And breaking through to the Imperial Realm was not out of the question either. If I break through to the Imperial Realm, I can directly consume those 6 3 treasures youthful elixir pills, making the Tribulation Realm water to flow and reach its course. And with my foundation, crossing the Unary Tribulation and impacting the Binary Tribulation should be manageable too. Zaire knew he needed to accumulate more reserves before attempting to cross the Unary Tribulation and break through to the Binary Tribulation. Zaire, you despicable scoundrel. I am a Tribulation Realm elder, cultivating mythic powers, and now I must perish by your hands. The opportunity for immortality is extinguished. Zaire, I curse you. I curse you to never become an immortal. Never. After his blood chi dragon was taken away, Shiloh realized that today's outcome would not be favorable for him. Oh, did you think about the root cause of this matter? It was initially due to your greed. When you pursued me, did you consider cutting off my path of cultivation? Why are you only thinking about these things now that you have become the fish on the chopping board? Zaire sneered, a Miriover. What use does cursing me serve? It's just meaningless chatter. Zaire, your actions will bring retribution upon you. You won't even be able to enter the Tribulation Realm, forever unable to become an elder. Shiloh's features were distorted with rage, seemingly not listening to Zaire at all. Haha, I can't break through to the Tribulation Realm? Shiloh, you're terribly wrong. Open your dog eyes wide and see this. What is this? To agitate Shiloh, Zaire revealed the 3 treasures youthful elixir pills. Instantly, spiritual light flickered around each pill, showing a lifetime of evolution for an ordinary person. 3 treasures youthful elixir? You actually obtained this treasure. This is nearly as potent as divine elixirs. This pill can effortlessly break through the Tribulation Realm. Upon seeing the 3 treasures youthful elixir pills, Shiloh was visibly shaken, causing even his dermic form, the Bodhi tree, to tremble violently. Haha. Zaire waited for this moment, prepared in advance, and directly activated the origin grotto heaven. The roots of the small tree on the isolated island pierced through space-time, forcefully impaling the Bodhi tree. A large amount of primordial energy flooded in like a tidal wave. Instantly, Shiloh's Bodhi tree showed signs of wilting, weakening its resistance. Raphael, who had been suppressing it, suddenly felt much lighter. In the blink of an eye, the Bodhi tree shrank to just 5 or 6 zhang in size. Shiloh felt as if his soul was being gnawed by insects, screaming endlessly in pain. The dermic form constantly wobbled, but was suppressed firmly by Raphael, unable to escape. Zaire, what method is this? It can draw out a cultivator's foundational essence? Even the supreme black arts cannot achieve allowing a sovereign realm practitioner to absorb the essence of a Tribulation Realm elder. Shiloh yelled continuously, fear evident in his voice. Zaire, can you tell me what this thing is? If I die without knowing, I'll never be able to rest easy. Zaire smiled calmly, telling you is no issue. Have you heard that when chaos first parted, a world was born, called Primal? As he spoke, he opened his right hand, revealing a world shadow in his palm. Primal Ancestral Tree. It's actually the Primal Ancestral Tree. You actually obtained a primal world? Shiloh's eyes first saw the isolated island in the world shadow, where a vibrant green tree stood. Having cultivated the path of flora and fauna, transforming from human to demon, he immediately recognized this tree. He also knew that only the primal world could give birth to such a tree. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How can the primal world still exist? It's the origin of all worlds and has already transformed into various realms. How can yesterday appear in today? Shiloh's voice was filled with terror, far surpassing the shock he felt when seeing the 3 treasures youthful elixir pills. He couldn't imagine how this could possibly reappear in the world. Oh, so this tree is called the Primal Ancestral Tree? Zaire was pleasantly surprised. Alright, now you should understand that struggling is futile. It's better to abandon pointless resistance. At least I can preserve a thread of your true spirit, giving you another chance to live. While speaking, he took advantage of Shiloh's mental breakdown to continuously steal his foundational essence. Zaire, wait, I can submit to you, I can submit to you. Shiloh shouted desperately, hoping to live and gain a chance at immortality. He had thrown caution to the wind. Your 7-day black hole, that strange treasure, isn't perfect yet. If I wasn't injured, I could easily break it. But now, if you spare me, I can help refine this treasure. Consider this, I am an elder at the unary tribulation level, capable of forging inferior grade treasures. If I transform your treasure into an inferior grade treasure, can you imagine the impact? Most importantly, I see there seem to be millions of celestial ghosts inside. Feeding them daily must be quite a drain, right? If you spare my life, I can draw celestial chi from the divine realm to nourish them, freeing you from any concerns. As he spoke, Shiloh's tone became pleading. Oh. Zaire considered the proposition, intrigued. If all the celestial chi you gather goes to the celestial ghosts, how do you plan to cultivate? I don't need cultivation, I don't. I only ask to stay alive. Please let me live until you become powerful enough to release me. Shiloh responded quickly. Zaire, this actually isn't bad. Keeping Shiloh in the 7-day black hole means having a constant supply of celestial chi for the celestial ghosts. If you take him, you'll have a tribulation realm elder as your laborer servant. Raphael was also convinced by the idea. End of chapter 323, chapter 324, possessing a tribulation realm elder. Being able to have a tribulation realm elder serve him was something he had hardly dared to dream about. Indeed, it's an excellent idea. However, this Shiloh is an elder. I managed to trap him inside the Jingzhou Cauldron because he was injured. Once he recovers his breath, how will we suppress him? Zaire also had his concerns. With your Grand Purity Enlightening Technique and the Great Compassion Fairy in place, you can directly convert him, Black Sky suggested. Although it's unlikely that a Tribulation Realm Elder can be fully converted, since he wants to submit, let him open his mind and guard down immediately. Then, with the combined power of both techniques, he will absolutely submit completely. If it doesn't work, it's because he harbors ulterior motives, and it won't be too late to kill him then. Since it's like that, Zaire turned to look at the Bodhi tree. Shiloh, if you propose such a solution, I am not one who seeks total annihilation. But to prevent any mishaps, you need to fully open your mind now. I will use my supreme technique to convert you into a believer. Saying this, he suddenly sneered. However, if you dare to have even the slightest mischievous thought, you know the consequences. I never give anyone a second chance. If he could really subdue a Tribulation Realm Elder, it would be an enormous advantage. Without mentioning other benefits, the faith power alone would surpass that of millions, perhaps even tens of millions of celestial ghosts. However, Zaire knew that Shiloh deeply hated him. Without taking drastic measures, there was no way he could leave this person with peace of mind. The Grand Purity Enlightening Technique and the Great Compassion Fairy, as told by Black Sky, could transform into the Great Conversion Art and the Great Ferrying Art when practiced to high levels. These were 2 out of 9,000 immortal arts, each containing boundless mysteries. Once used, even those with deep-seated enmity could lay down their hatred and serve willingly. But the problem was that the target's realm must be far lower than the practitioner, or they couldn't have the slightest defense. Any resistance made complete submission nearly impossible. Even a spirit mechanism elder could only change true realm experts using these techniques. As for those who had condensed origin grotto heavens, the techniques would have no effect at all. For someone like Shiloh, a unary tribulation elder, unless he gave up his defenses voluntarily, nobody could make him submit. Convert me? Grand Purity Enlightening Technique. Shiloh suddenly recalled that Zaire obtained 3 profound techniques at Hongdao Martial Academy, which included the Grand Purity Enlightening Technique and the Great Compassion Fairy. Immediately, his whole body began trembling, shouting, Zaire, you. Haha, Shiloh, do you think you can fool me so easily? How could a unary tribulation elder like you be willing to serve me? Zaire laughed. It seems I was right. You indeed have strong ulterior motives. Looks like I can only end you here. True essence immediately poured into the primordial grotto heaven. In an instant, the small tree's roots drew strength more fiercely, making Shiloh scream in pain again. Though he was a Tribulation Realm Elder with an incredibly strong foundation, under such circumstances, he wouldn't last a year or 2 before turning to ashes. I agree. Agree to open my mind. Shiloh finally couldn't bear it anymore, roaring loudly. Good. Black Sky, lead all the celestial ghosts to chant the 9 mystic words and help me thoroughly convert Shiloh. Zaire sat in midair. Inside the primordial grotto heaven, the 2 stars representing the Grand Purity Enlightening Technique and the Great Compassion Fairy started twinkling. Black Sky, Waterfire Twin Shields, Mickey, Lee Catherine, along with nearly 10 million celestial ghosts, all chanted the Taoist 9 mystic words. The Grand Purity Enlightening Technique and the Great Compassion Fairy transformed into 2 long dragons, enveloping Shiloh's Bodhi tree entirely. Shiloh's face showed extreme pain. The clear chi and golden light couldn't infect his mental will. Both profound techniques were ill-suited for battle and overcoming enemies. If Shiloh didn't drop his defenses, no matter how many celestial ghosts, they wouldn't affect his spirit. Shiloh, if you still don't submit, I'll take action. Your life hangs by a thread now, Zaire coldly warned. Upon hearing this, Shiloh shuddered violently. Finally, he opened his mind entirely, allowing the 2 beams of light to enter his sea of consciousness. Soon, the entire Bodhi tree seemed coated in layers of blue-golden light. Shiloh's face, appearing on the trunk, changed from previous hatred to tranquility and calmness. His hatred appeared to have vanished, resembling a scene of transcending earth and entering the Taoist or Buddhist path. However, Zaire knew this had not yet penetrated Shiloh's true core essence. To thoroughly convert him might take another 8 or 9 days. Thus, in this underground rock cave, Zaire, along with over 9 million celestial ghosts within the 7-day black hole, spent 8 days and nights refining Shiloh. Finally, once Shiloh's dermic form had been transformed inside and out into blue gold, Zaire slowly stopped. Shiloh also suddenly opened his eyes and sincerely bowed to Zaire. Thank you, brother Zaire, for liberating me from suffering. Now I feel better than ever before. He sighed and continued, I was wrong before, committing many mistakes. But luckily, I met you, giving me a chance for awakening. From now on, I will redouble my efforts in cultivation. Good. Zaire was very satisfied, nodding continuously. Chapter 324. Strengthening power and communicating with the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm. Shiloh, you will reside inside the 7-day black hole from now on. Absorb the divine energy of the godly realm daily and distribute it accordingly. At the same time, diligently refine the 7-day black hole to strive for its early transformation into a treasure artifact. With Shiloh at the calamity realm level, Zaire would have an easier time moving forward. Alright. Shiloh's figure flashed as he directly entered the 7-day black hole. Sitting alone in one layer of space, he quickly communicated with the godly realm. It was as if an invisible portal had been opened, releasing a large amount of pure divine energy slowly. This divine energy was far more refined than what could be obtained from the primordial world. Seeing this scene, Zaire came up with an idea. He used his mind to communicate with the 7-day black hole, instantly drawing a large amount of divine energy into his body. Instantly, the 7 major acupoints were filled to the brim, and his true essence received significant replenishment. Excellent. With the primordial world and Shiloh at the calamity realm, it's almost impossible for me to run out of true essence now. I can unleash the power of 10,000 ancient war bulls 100, or even 1,000 times without issue. Zaire felt immense joy upon realizing this. Having a calamity realm expert constantly contributing was indeed much more beneficial than killing him. It was akin to slaughtering a chicken for eggs. After adjusting for a moment, Zaire swallowed the 7-day black hole into his abdomen. His physical body was already incredibly powerful, capable of shifting between yin and yang, life and death at a mere thought. There was no problem placing the 7-day black hole inside his body. He could even nourish it with his own blood and chi daily, gradually fostering a smoother connection and eventually making them one. Now, we will practice here in this stone crevice for some time before returning to Tianya Martial Academy. After several consecutive big gains, Zaire wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to take this opportunity to consolidate his strength thoroughly. Tianya Martial Academy. In a mysterious area within the academy, time flowed differently compared to the outside world. One day outside was equivalent to 10 days here. Tianya Martial Academy, one of the 9 great martial academies of the 9 provinces, was a holy land for cultivation, naturally possessing a temporal treasure that could enhance cultivation. Tianya, how do you feel? If your accumulation is sufficient, you could take the Dual Essence Cave Soul Pill now to achieve the Dual Essence Calamity Realm, controlling yin and yang, life and death with just a thought. Fagin stood meditating in this place, with another person beside him. This person was none other than Elder Nicholas, who was at the Calamity Realm. In front of Fagin stood a massive bronze furnace, within which a pill rotated gracefully. This was the Dual Essence Cave Soul Pill he had purchased during the Grand Yuan Alchemy competition. Without breaking through to the Calamity Realm, it's still too soon to take this pill. To maximize its effect, it's best to consume it right after breaking through to the Unity Calamity. Fagin spoke calmly. That's true, but how long do you estimate it will take to reach the Unity Calamity? Nicholas asked again. I can only say it's imminent, but I can't estimate the exact time. Perhaps at the next moment, I'll gain insight and break through, Fagin continued. In the imprisoned dragon prison, my battle against the Ghost Emperor of Heaven bestowed many insights, despite the injuries. Additionally, the martial ancestor true scripture taught by the Chancellor gives me no rush. Breakthroughs should come naturally when conditions are ripe. After I break through to the Unity Calamity and use the Dual Essence Cave Soul Pill, I will master the mysteries of yin and yang, achieving the dual essence. At that point, all objections and opposition within the academy will be eliminated. We must eliminate Zaire, Nicholas said darkly, his face grim. Recently, Zaire has been thriving, not only congratulating Hongdao Martial Academy but also defeating Gavin, Robert, and Igor in succession, obtaining 3 supreme profound techniques prepared by Venerable Ling Ji. What? Such events occurred? Fagin was slightly surprised. And the Chancellor of Songyang Martial Academy, Abdullahi, and Xianxia Shui appeared, issuing a martial execution order against Zaire. Nicholas nodded. I speculate this kid probably isn't doing well now and might return to avoid the limelight, or he might be killed en route. Fagin thought for a moment and said, having been away from cultivation for days, I know little about recent events. The appearance of the Chancellor and Master Xiang at Hongdao Martial Academy, considering Venerable Ling Ji's nature, likely caused significant friction. Naturally, Venerable Ling Ji unveiled the great origin immortal art, Heart Sutra of Freedom, directly repelling Abdullahi and Xianxia Shui, further solidifying his reputation. Nicholas showed fear at mentioning this. Heart Sutra of Freedom. Fagin was also startled. One of the 9 great origin immortal arts, unimaginable that it's in Venerable Ling Ji's possession. The Academy's elders have praised you greatly, and the Chancellor has imparted the martial ancestor true scripture to you. Only those with the Chancellor's position can cultivate it. Your importance has already surpassed Zaire. Only you can become our future Chancellor. Nicholas smiled, quite pleased with Fagin. Zaire? Just a sly opportunist. If not for his ability to set an example and bolster my authority as Chancellor, I would have suppressed him long ago, Fagin said coldly. Now facing Songyang Martial Academy's martial execution order, whether this boy returns is uncertain. Nicholas laughed smugly. And I've heard he recklessly provoked Remington and Shiloh at Hongdao Martial Academy. He's probably already dead. That's truly reckless. Fagin couldn't help but laugh. Given Zaire's arrogance, he probably intended to challenge the Venerables. He doesn't understand why Calamity Realms are called Venerables, the reason they are legends. Built on countless sacrifices, there's almost no record of anyone at the Emperor realm slaying a venerable, let alone him being merely at the Amanarch realm. It's utterly reckless. Indeed reckless. Nicholas laughed heartily. Last time, if not for some considerations, I would have suppressed him long ago. Master, are you close to breaking through the dual essence calamity? Almost, but still needing some accumulation and enlightenment. Nicholas nodded. This dual essence cave soul pill, why not give it to you, master? It will surely help you achieve dual essence. No, this pill should be used where it matters most. Only with your strength secured can everything be decided. Once you become the Chancellor, not only one dual essence cave soul pill, but even 10 would be no problem. Fagin agreed. So, you wait a bit longer until Chancellor Declan steps down. Then I can wield true power, and squashing someone like Zaire would be effortless without any repercussions. Yes, besides Zaire, 2 others might pose a threat to the Chancellor position, Jonathan and Guido. Nicholas suddenly reminded him. After losing to Zaire, Guido has been cultivating intensely, significantly enhancing his strength. Half a month ago, he was personally summoned by Chancellor Declan to enter a secluded meditation. When he emerges, his strength will exceed everyone's expectations. Is that so? Guido inherited the sword god lineage, fully focusing on swordsmanship with supreme advancement spirit. I thought Zaire's interruption would diminish his progress, but it seems to have helped. After experiencing such trials, attention is indeed necessary. As for Jonathan, I've been cautious about him. Formerly the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Realm, Tianya Martial Academy needs him, but he's not human and won't become Chancellor. Moreover, I've set up measures. My betrothed Anita, former goddess Yao of the Divine Realm. With her, Jonathan won't cause much trouble. Fagin was very confident, as if everything was under his control. Great. Although Zaire is exceptionally cunning in comparison, you have a much deeper and more far-sighted layout, Nicholas said proudly. Tianya, cultivate well here. To prevent your spirit energy from being insufficient, I will infuse some divine chi into you daily. Tianya thanks Master for his guidance. Several 10,000 feet underground, Zaire appeared like a withered tree, his mind completely immersed in the unknown, even his vitality seemingly frozen and vanished. Even if an expert were to stand right before him and perceive him, they would assume this was a lifeless object. Yet within his body, 5-colored light occasionally blossomed. At the same time, auras appeared in the space behind his head, much like those of Taoist immortals or Buddhist Buddhas, and in his Dantian, which had now become the home of the 7-day black hole. Inside it, Shiloh and the 9 million plus Kiras prayed day and night, generating faith power, as well as releasing divine realm divine chi into every part of his body. Now, every inch of Zaire's physical body, even each pore, exuded a faint glow. This glow was not of a single form. There was white faith, golden great compassion, green touching enlightenment, and so on. If someone were to listen closely at this moment, they would hear countless living beings chanting within his body. During this period, Zaire constantly nourished the 7-day black hole with blood chi. Now, there was already a sense of flesh and blood connection between them. The 7-day black hole had clearly become his soul-bound magical treasure among all his treasures. At the same time, Zaire's perception of the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm had undergone several inexplicable changes. It seems. Suddenly, he grabbed out with a large hand, and the 9 mosquito-sized golden characters inside the 7-day black hole lit up suddenly. Then, a rift opened in the void, revealing through it the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm. Bang! In a lake, a crab as large as 2 acres was scooped up by a huge hand. With a gentle squeeze, large amounts of water essence entered Zaire's body through this temporary passage. In his perception, the more he used the touching enlightenment technique, the brighter the 9 true words became. Moreover, his perception of the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm grew clearer. He could now roughly sense the situation of the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm in his mind, where floods erupted, where tsunamis appeared, where large volcanoes erupted, and so on. However, he could only perceive such earth-shattering major events. Minor ones were still beyond his sensing range. As long as I keep circulating the touching enlightenment technique, the 9 secrets will become stronger, and my control over the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm will be increasingly proficient. Zaire was extremely satisfied with this effect, believing that soon, the entire heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm would become his own world, and then might even merge with the primordial void heaven, creating inconceivable changes. Sensing that the true essence in the 7 major acupoints had reached its peak, and his whole body blood chi also reached its zenith, the aura of the primordial void heaven became even rounder. Especially the giant shadow, whose facial features had started to appear. Zaire knew that his primordial void heaven was about to successfully condense a dermic image. Once successful, he would not be far from breaking through to the Emperor realm. If I could catch a few more adepts, no? Just one more, bring Remington in here, then I'd really hit the jackpot. Feeling the benefits of having Shiloh, Zaire felt an even greater desire growing within him, mainly because after multiple promotions, the number of Kira Kings inside the 7-day black hole had increased by several thousand. This significantly increased consumption, unless he caught another Calamity Realm adept, otherwise, he would be back in the awkward position of barely making ends meet. Zaire, the remaining canopy pills are only enough for 1.5 months. You can't continue this seclusion anymore. At this point, Haitian, who managed the 7-day black hole, reminded him. First go back, and then see what to do. If it doesn't work, I still have over 10 billion essence gathering pills, and I can take them out from the Chamber of Commerce later to prevent their starvation. Zaire pondered. He currently didn't have any good ideas. Jeff gave him 10 billion gold coins, and he bought 4 Enyang 8 trigram rebirth pills and gave some to Dora, so he didn't have much left. However, essence gathering pills were too weak in efficacy when given to the Kiras. The best would be using god blood pills. But now Zaire couldn't spare any extra divine chi to refine them, and buying them from outside was even less likely. God blood pills, these precious pills, were basically priced but unavailable now. I'll call Marvin out first. With this Prince of Great Yuan here, it'll be easier for me to get essence-gathering pills, Zaire said, and then summoned Mickey, the fox Demonis, and Marvin, who had been in seclusion. During the tail end of Trey's wedding banquet, he had brought Mickey and others into the Jingzhou tripod in advance. Because he knew that once the banquet ended, he would face adversity from all sides, so bringing them in first was a protective measure. Marvin's current cultivation level had genuinely reached the sovereign realm. After this period of intense cultivation, his primordial void heaven had become more substantial. His primordial void heaven naturally could not compare to Zaire's, so relatively speaking, the difficulty of condensing was lower. Zaire, your reputation has greatly increased at Hongdao Martial Academy this time. Alas, my strength is low, and I never got the chance to meet Venerable Ling Ji. After leaving the banquet, Marvin had been in constant seclusion and did not know that Zaire had subdued Shiloh. Focus on cultivating, there will be many such opportunities in the future. Later, I will send you back to Great Yuan, and I need to go to the trade association to withdraw some essence-gathering pills. Zaire casually struck out with a strand of divine chi towards Marvin. Instantly, the latter's body emitted a series of explosions. After a long while, Marvin opened his eyes, excitedly saying, "Such pure spiritual energy, my primordial void heaven has become even more condensed." ####Chapter 325, Taking the Initiative. Of course, this is immortal energy, a divine substance from the divine realm, distinctly different from ordinary spirit energy, Zaire said with a smile. Marvin chuckled, then thought for a moment before saying, "It's not wise for you to venture back to the Great Yuan Kingdom with me right now. Songyang Martial Academy has issued a martial execution order on you. There will be many people in the 9 provinces watching for you. It might be better if I return alone and deliver any medicinal pills you need to Tianyang Martial Academy later. It's fine. I want to go to Great Yuan for a reason. There's another matter as well, but what you say makes sense, so go ahead and return. I'll decide whether to return to Tianyang Martial Academy or do something else." With that, Zaire activated the 5-colored divine light and quickly broke through the earth's surface. Emerging from the ground, he found that thunderclouds were spreading across the sky, with a heavy downpour imminent. From the time he first delved underground until now, nearly 2 months had passed. After this period of cultivation, his strength had reached its peak, his true essence more abundant than ever before. "Zaire, I'll head back to Great Yuan first." Marvin, emerging from the ground, was eager to demonstrate his newfound power. He vanished in a flash, flying toward the direction of Great Yuan. "Zaire, where are we going next? Back to Tianyang Martial Academy?" Dao Venerable Heikian from the 7-day black hole couldn't help but ask. "Not yet. I have someone to find." "Find someone? Who?" "Anita." Zaire smiled faintly. The top student of Songyang Martial Academy and Fagan's betrothed. "Anita, going to find her? Aren't we asking for a fight? Besides, we don't even know where she is. How can we find her? Amiriover, if she's at Songyang Martial Academy, wouldn't we be walking into a trap?" "Haha, I don't know where she is, but someone definitely does." Great Yuan, Yecheng, the border city. At this moment, a man dressed in blue with red hair and beard and dark skin slowly approached the branch of the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce. This man had a hooked nose, tiger-like eyes, and a thick beard, giving him an intimidating appearance. This man was none other than Zaire in disguise. Naturally, he couldn't use the name Ironclad anymore. This time, he chose the name Labulaka, the king of Catherinsing, a planet beyond the 9 provinces. Note: I have adjusted the pinyin Labulaka to Labulaka for better fluency in English and changed Maoxing planet to Catherinsing to make it more consistent with how planet names are typically presented in English. With such an identity and appearance, no one would connect him to Zaire of Tianyang Martial Academy. "This is the place to find Anita?" Heikian asked in surprise. "Indeed," Zaire nodded without showing any emotion. "The 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce specializes in intelligence and news. As long as you pay, they can provide just about anything." Yecheng was the largest border city of the Great Yuan Kingdom, bustling with people and home to branches of various chambers of commerce. "Welcome to the Yecheng branch of the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce. Do you need to purchase spiritual elixirs or magical treasures, or perhaps inquire about some information?" 2 experts at the Zong Master Realm saw Zaire approaching and immediately stepped forward to greet him. They seemed quite accustomed to dealing with unusual-looking cultivators. "My name is Labulaka, from Maoxing. I've come here to gather information. A mani is not an issue. Please bring someone who can make decisions." As he spoke, Zaire subtly released his aura, revealing himself as a king realm expert with a condensed source cavern. The 2 Zong Masters felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon them, making it hard to breathe. Source cavern, king realm expert. They were shocked. Being part of the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce in a border city like Yecheng, they recognized Labulaka as a king realm expert with a condensed source cavern. Such a powerful figure could not be treated casually. "We didn't recognize you earlier. Please forgive us. We'll fetch our supervisor right away. Please follow us." The 2 hurriedly led Zaire inside, guiding him to a private VIP room and serving rare delicacies. The 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce indeed has its merits, Zaire mused. Their actions made him feel quite comfortable. If he were to achieve the Tribulation Realm and gain the title of senior, the treatment would undoubtedly be even more exceptional. Soon after, there was a gentle knock on the door of the VIP room. A woman in yellow robes entered gracefully. She was exceptionally tall, moving with a natural grace that seemed to blend her with the surrounding space. Seeing this, Zaire instantly realized that this woman, much like himself, was at the Empyrean realm. "Are you the ruler of Maoxing?" "I am Supervisor Barbara of the Yecheng branch of the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce." Barbara deliberately revealed her power upon entering, only to find that Labulaka showed no sign of surprise despite recognizing her Empyrean realm strength. Typically, a beginner king realm expert should be wary of her. Amiriover, in negotiations, this would give her leverage. Little did she know, Zaire's true strength far surpassed hers, capable of subduing even a first tribulation senior. What information are you seeking, King Labulaka? Realizing she couldn't intimidate Zaire, Barbara decided to get straight to the point. If the 9 Provinces Chamber of Commerce can help me with this task, I have a significant favor to ask in the future. Here's a deposit, payable regardless of whether the task is completed. As he spoke, Zaire sent out a card. Barbara tried to catch it, but her face changed abruptly. Her Empyrean realm strength struggled to handle the force. Labulaka, your true essence is incredibly strong, she exclaimed after defusing the power. Seeing the amount on the card, she gasped, 1 billion. Barbara looked at Zaire anxiously. What information are you seeking? I came to the 9 provinces to broaden my horizons. On the way, I encountered a distinguished student from Songyang Martial Academy, Anita. Such a virtuous beauty, a gentleman naturally falls for her. Her charm is unforgettable. Zaire spoke eloquently, almost as if he were truly a heartbroken king. Alas, when I sought to find her again, I discovered Songyang Martial Academy is under strict guard. Furthermore, I heard she recently became engaged to Fagan. Sigh. His words touched the heart deeply, even bringing a tear to his eye. That's true. Anita and Fagan successfully got engaged. Both are outstanding talents, destined to break through to the Tribulation Realm and become seniors. Despite your noble status, the chances of fulfilling your wish seem slim, Barbara sighed empathetically. Hearing this, Zaire's expression turned even more melancholic. I know the outcome, but it pains me deeply. That's why I'm here, hoping to meet her through the platform of your chamber. I just want to see her. That shouldn't be too difficult. Barbara nodded. To herself, she thought, this King Labulaka is clearly infatuated. Though powerful, he seems entangled in romance, which may hinder his future achievements. Thinking of this, she continued, by coincidence, Anita recently requested information from us. Your request can be arranged alongside hers. Really? Anita is seeking information? What kind? Zaire quickly responded. How much? I can pay for it on her behalf. He tossed another black crystal card. 10 billion. Barbara nearly shouted in shock at the amount. Regaining composure, she hastily returned the card. That's too much, too much. While the information Anita sought is valuable, it only cost tens of millions. And we've already delivered it. We're still gathering more intel. Do you know what Miss Anita wanted to know? Zaire asked. Translation ends. He looked every bit like a love-struck man eager to know the recent movements of his beloved. It's not a big deal. Recently, many people have been inquiring about this matter, so it doesn't hurt to tell you, Barbara said. They want to know about someone named Zaire. He's a true disciple from Tianyang Martial Academy and a fellow disciple with Alistair Xianxia. Really? Zaire? What's so special about him that so many people are interested in his news? Zaire pretended to ask casually. Extraordinary. This person has become famous and lately made a name for himself at Hongdao Martial Academy. He defeated 3 powerful opponents single-handedly, including Gavin, Robert, and Igor, who are all on the Dragon Pride list. Rumor has it that his strength is already beyond divine and ghostly levels. Moreover, he possesses an ancient national treasure weapon, the Jingzhou Cauldron, which ranks among the supreme treasures. Supreme treasure? How can he possess such an extraordinary treasure? Even a senior in the Tribulation Realm would find it hard to utilize. Zaire feigned astonishment. Indeed, to wield a supreme treasure, even seniors need multiple experts working together. However, the one he has is incomplete. It's only 1/9 of the total 9 pieces of the national treasure, Barbara explained. So, why does Anita want information on him? Is she after the treasure Zaire has, or is there another reason? Zaire probed further. We didn't dare to inquire into her reasons, Barbara replied. At that moment, a sudden glow emerged from an amber ring on her finger. She calmed herself down, seemingly sensing something important. A short while later, Barbara exclaimed with joy, Prince Labulaka, it turns out Anita has just arrived at our 9 Provinces Chamber of Commerce headquarters in Bianjing. Please follow us immediately, and I will arrange for you to meet her upon arrival. Great. Zaire nodded. How convenient. I wonder how strong Anita is now. Has she broken through to the Tribulation Realm yet? If not, that would be best. He hadn't expected to see Anita so soon. Although Zaire hadn't reached the Imperial Realm nor fully condensed the Origin Cavern, with Shiloh, a senior in the Tribulation Realm, and the enhanced power of the 7-day Black Hole, home to thousands of Kira Kings, 9 million Kiras, the Venerable Elias, Waterfire Shields, Mickey, and the Little Raccoon Spirit, he could easily handle an unbroken Tribulation Realm Anita. Following Barbara through winding corridors, Zaire entered a mysterious stone room. In this stone-built chamber stood a single massive stone gate. Seeing this familiar-looking gate, Zaire couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, a boundary gate? Prince Labulaka is well informed. This is indeed our 9 Provinces Chamber's small boundary gate, used for traveling between all branches. With this, communication between our branches becomes much more efficient, and we can even mobilize experts across regions during emergencies, Barbara proudly stated. The 9 Provinces Chamber is truly impressive. No wonder its scale is so vast, Zaire marveled. Establishing a small boundary gate wasn't an easy feat, requiring a group of highly skilled array masters within the organization. Through this small boundary gate, you can directly reach the headquarters in Bianjing, where you can meet the elusive Anita, Barbara said with a concealed smile. Ha ha ha. Zaire laughed heartily. After Barbara verified their passage with her ring, both stepped through the small boundary gate. Instantly, they found themselves at the 9 Provinces Chamber headquarters in Bianjing. Please follow me, Prince Labulaka. Leading Zaire through several twists and turns, they entered a room. Inside, it was a breathtaking sight. An enclosed space spanning at least 10 miles, filled with pavilions, terraces, artificial mountains, and winding streams, catching the eye. Please wait here a moment. Anita will arrive shortly. Then my task will be complete. With those words, Barbara quietly withdrew. Zaire walked along the flower-patterned path and entered a pavilion. As soon as he sat down, Many beautiful women appeared, serving fresh fruits and tea before bowing out gracefully. Truly impressive. The ability to conceal a world in a corner. I remember the Grandmaster of the 9 Provinces Chamber is called Kuei-Jiu Sr. I met him once at Hongdao Martial Academy but never compared his strength to that of President Declan. Zaire marveled at the 9 Provinces Chamber's prowess as he observed everything around him. The scenery was charming, and the spiritual energy concentration was noticeably tens of times higher than outside, indicating a high-level array had been set up here. Each object and plant seemed placed with deliberate care, much like what he experienced in the divine martial immortal mansion. This place had captured at least a fraction of its essence. As Zaire examined the internal structure, a gentle breeze suddenly blew, rippling the stream. Anita appeared abruptly, dressed in a mysterious and holy robe. Upon seeing Zaire, her gaze locked onto him immediately. "Someone wants to meet me," Anita said, her voice light as she took a seat opposite Zaire. "But I don't know you." "Anita, it's been a long time." Zaire smiled slightly, keeping his appearance but reverting to his original voice. "Zaire." Hearing that familiar voice, Anita's eyes widened in shock as she shot up, glaring at Zaire intensely, her gaze sharp and filled with hostility. Chapter 326. The Tao of Becker, the Great Stripping Method. "What are you planning to do?" Kira suddenly calmed down. "Your transformation technique is quite remarkable. Even I couldn't detect any flaws." Zaire smiled. He originally thought that Kira would attack him right away. "I've come here today to propose a collaboration." Upon hearing this, Kira laughed in response. "Collaboration? Given your current situation, you wouldn't be trying to get me to revoke your martial arts execution order, would you? Imagine being pursued by many tribulation transcenders. Unpleasant, isn't it? If not for your transformation skills, you probably wouldn't be standing here to see me now. The terror of tribulation transcenders far surpasses your imagination. But if you want me to help you with the revocation, there's something you must tell me as repayment." "Oh, what's that?" Zaire asked coolly. "What exactly is your relationship with Haley? She actually gave you a branch of the Lianli branch. Others might not know, but I'm well aware of this. Haley has already traversed the 10 great tribulations, but still faces one more. Could it be that this final tribulation reflects in you?" Kira explained. "As for that, I have no idea. The matter of tribulations is still too distant for me. At present, the only real tribulation I face is the martial arts execution order from Songyang Martial Academy. And concerning Haley, I'm even less informed than you. If so, then teach me how to condense the primordial 5 elements indestructible body and give me a thread of each element's origin. In return, I will go to the headmaster of Songyang and request the cancellation of your execution order. How does that sound?" Kira sat down again, her gaze on Zaire filled with curiosity. "It's astonishing that Haley would take an interest in you. In fact, I didn't agree with Headmaster Abdullahi issuing a martial arts execution order against you. After failing to suppress you last time, I told him we shouldn't take a hard stance. But alas, I am not the headmaster." Zaire shook his head with a faint smile. "Actually, you're mistaken." "Mistaken? Where am I wrong?" "Wrong in thinking that the martial arts execution order poses a significant obstacle to me. Instead, it's become a shortcut for me to accumulate wealth and treasures. Abdullahi's actions have inadvertently helped me." Seeing the disbelief on Kira's face, Zaire chuckled. "Shiloh, come out and meet the top disciple of Songyang." As he spoke, a ray of light shot out from him and landed, transforming into a man. Shiloh, the first tribulation transcender. Though Shiloh no longer had his original body, living in the 7 days black hole allowed him daily purification by the power of faith, making his Dharmakaya even more solid. In his current form, composed of true essence, he naturally exuded a powerful aura upon appearing, intimidating everyone's heart and mind. In such circumstances, any expert above the true realm could immediately recognize the figure before them as a tribulation transcender, a legendary powerhouse. "Miss Xianxia, it's been a long time," Shiloh smiled calmly. 200 years ago, at Headmaster Abdullahi's birthday celebration, I once had the pleasure of meeting you." "Shiloh Shangren. You." Kira was instantly speechless. As the top disciple of Hongdao Martial Academy, she knew far more about cultivation world experts than Zaire ever could. Especially someone like Shiloh, one of the 2 masters of Xianxia Star. A figure of such caliber would be renowned and highly valued even within Songyang Martial Academy. "Miss Xianxia, my path has changed since meeting Zaire. Before that, my days were wasted. Only through Zaire's enlightenment did I truly understand the fundamentals of cultivation." Shiloh smiled contentedly. "Zaire, you used the grand purity conversion art to convert Shiloh? How did you manage that? It's supposed to be ineffective on those higher than you in cultivation. Shiloh is a Shangren." Kira was utterly shocked, fear creeping into her eyes. Even as the reincarnation of Yaoshan, she found it hard to believe that a tribulation transcender could be converted. In the boundless universe, anything can happen. Besides, Shiloh awakened to this realization on his own. "I merely guided him." Zaire added, "So, Kira, do you still think the martial arts execution order poses any threat to me? It can only aid my growth." "How did you do it?" Shiloh and Remington were inseparable. Impossible for you to defeat both alone. Kira couldn't fathom it. Even Haley wouldn't assist you, and Declan is busy refining a supreme treasure, unable to help. "Remington? Where's Remington? Did you convert him too?" "Remington's roots of evil run deep, beyond redemption. He left." Zaire smiled enigmatically, leaving everyone guessing. Unbeknownst to Kira, Yusef had already severely injured Shiloh and Remington. Yusef's level of power, unmatched, rendered them helpless. "Kira, if we were to fight now, who would win?" Zaire waved his hand, and Shiloh dissolved back into the 7 days black hole. "You'd win, I'd lose. Unless I reach the tribulation realm, I cannot possibly match you. Hasn't my law-breaking divine needle already been refined by you?" Kira admitted honestly, "I heard you obtained a grand boon from Haley at Hongdao Martial Academy, bringing your physical body close to the yin-yang life and death realm. Is that true? Indeed. Zaire didn't deny it. You see, the execution order isn't much of a threat. My proposal to collaborate remains unchanged. How would we collaborate? What do you need? Surely not to sever ties with Becker, set by Finley himself, though? Her gaze seemed to pierce through Zaire, seeing the praying Shiloh. With your current situation, maybe this isn't impossible. Zaire was taken aback. Did Kira wield such influence over Songyang Martial Academy? Could she challenge Finley's decision? In reality, this is related to Becker, but not in the way you think, Zaire considered. I need to know what kind of cultivation method Becker practices and what legacy of Wuxian he inherited. He must have revealed everything to Songyang Martial Academy. As his fiancée, you should know a lot. To defeat such a formidable opponent, Zaire needed thorough preparation, leaving no room for error. You've learned strategy well, Kira laughed. Zaire raised an eyebrow. Name your price. I'll bear it unless it's absurd. Price? Not necessary. Surprisingly, Kira offered generously. How about this? Share a portion of your faith energy, and I'll not only tell you Becker's cultivation method, but also provide you with his techniques. I know your true dragon treasure gathers millions of celestial ghosts praying daily, generating vast amounts of faith energy, which I need for cultivation. She paused, adding, Becker is actually the reincarnation of Wuxian. Back then, after failing to exterminate immortals, he faced destruction and escaped as a spirit, reincarnated as Becker. And the cultivation method he practices is called the Great Extermination of Immortals and Gods Void Stripping. Its foundation is the Great Stripping Method, one of the 9,000 immortal arts. I'm afraid you didn't know this, did you? I can't possibly be unaware of the 9,000 immortal arts. My inborn 5-element saint body is actually a prototype of the Great Imperishable Method. Zaire laughed and said, but for you to just tell me about the Great Stripping Method like this, isn't it too simple? And if Songyang Martial Academy and Becker find out, will you be alright? Didn't expect you to actually know about the 9,000 immortal arts. Seems I underestimated you. Not many people in the universe know these, Kira said, surprised, then continued. As for Songyang Martial Academy, as long as neither of us speaks up, how would they know? If Becker knows, so what? Can he do anything to me? I have my own plans, and no one can interfere. Alright, since you've put it this way, if I still hesitate, it'd be laughable. Zaire waved his hand, and immediately a beam of white light flew out from the 7 days black hole. It was the purest form of faith power. Kira nodded and transmitted her spirit into Zaire's mind. It was the cultivation method for the Great Extermination of Immortals and Gods Void Stripping. Given Zaire's current realm, it only took a brief perusal for him to understand the technique, ensuring there were no tricks involved. Unexpectedly, he had obtained Becker's cultivation method so easily. Surprisingly, he noticed the change in Kira's attitude. Now that our collaboration is agreed upon, I have another question. How could you possibly break your engagement with Becker? Zaire felt relieved now that he got what he wanted. This matter is even simpler. Oh, Kira suddenly smiled. Since you want me to break my promise with Becker, you must also break something important to you. What should I break? Zaire was somewhat taken aback. Discard the branch of Lianli branch. Kira suddenly became serious and said earnestly, if you can do that, I will break off the engagement without any hesitation. Discard the leaf? It appears Songyang Martial Academy intends to act against Haley and uses me as a stepping stone. This leaf is significant, seemingly crucial for whether Haley can take that step. If we can remove the biggest threat, then Becker can be discarded. Zaire pondered internally, understanding Kira's plan. This leaf has saved my life. Discarding it would be repaying kindness with ingratitude. Moreover, compared to you all at Songyang Martial Academy, Haley is far more formidable. I cannot do this. After clarifying the situation, Zaire refused outright. You still don't see the benefits for you. Kira explained, Haley's final tribulation is connected to you. After she overcomes it, will you still exist? Moreover, as she hasn't made that step, she can never truly oppose Songyang Martial Academy. You should know, among the 9 academies, Songyang leads, and among the 9 countries, Dai Yuan is revered. This was decided by Emperor Chana. We 9 academies and 9 countries are destined to bear the heavenly mandate and undertake the great task. Songyang and Dai Yuan are the ultimate wielders, set to unify the 9 states. Haha, bearing the heavenly mandate? Who doesn't say that? Zaire sneered. Words like heavenly mandate, destiny, and will are endless, but who has ever truly succeeded? Pausing, he continued, but today, our cooperation has been pleasant. I won't argue further. Let's leave future matters for later discussion. Kira, since we can sit together peacefully and cooperate, it shows we have no mortal enmity. I hope this issue doesn't end up stifling such a talented individual. Hearing this, Kira's expression changed, but she quickly smiled. Better not let things develop to that point. With your current strength, it's indeed a bit frightening. You've subdued an upper realm figure like Shiloh, proving that having you as an enemy would make sleeping uneasy. At this moment, Zaire split his focus and delved into the great extermination of immortals and gods void stripping. Since Kira wasn't a threat, he naturally seized this time to prepare mentally for confronting Becker back at Tai Martial Academy. Moreover, this method was the prototype of the great stripping method. If he could cultivate it successfully, it wouldn't be a weak skill. Rumbling. Within the 7 days black hole, a large amount of stored faith energy was continuously extracted. Following the practice method of the great stripping method, it started circulating and flowing. In an instant, Zaire felt his acupoints begin to loosen. This triggered his self-created technique for accommodating true essence within acupoints, preparing to open new acupoints. Previously, he had opened 7 major acupoints for storing true essence. Each acupoint, while not as vast as the Dantian, could store about 60 to 70% of its capacity. Together, they could rival 4 expert Dantians. This was the reason for his oceanic supply of true essence. Snap, snap, snap. It was as if a mechanism had been triggered. Signs of new acupoints opening appeared within Zaire's body. Immediately, the original 7 major acupoints turned into 13 major acupoints. Moreover, their expansion allowed each to match about 80% of the Dantian's capacity. Most importantly, Zaire had Shiloh's assistance. As a Tribulation Realm upper realm figure, Shiloh could produce a substantial amount of pure faith power daily and communicate with the Divine Realm to draw down enormous amounts of immortal chi. Soon, all 13 major acupoints were filled with true essence. Such astonishing replenishment speed of true essence would be unbelievable if told. Having an upper realm figure contributing selflessly had unimaginable effects. To exploit an upper realm figure to such an extent was unprecedented. Chapter 327, First Intimate Contact. As the true essence rapidly expanded, the primordial grotto heaven began to radiate with light. In the world of the grotto heaven, that towering figure reappeared as if it had gained a kind of consciousness. With every breath it took, it began to draw in the true essence from the acupoints. At this moment, Zaire felt that only one spark was needed to condense the grotto heaven Dharma image. But he knew well that this spark was not so simple. The energy contained within was enormous. His origin grotto heaven was formed from the anomaly of the primordial world. To turn the primordial world into a Dharma image, how much energy would be required? Even if Shiloh at the Tribulation Realm were completely drained, success would be hard to achieve. The instant the 13 major acupoints were successfully opened, Zaire's whole body floated in the air. His clothes and hair moved without wind, and beams of dazzling light appeared behind him. How can his true essence be so profound? And he has comprehended the great separation technique so quickly. Anita was present and, upon seeing Zaire's condition, was incessantly amazed. The great separation technique by Becker, which ordinary experts could never master in less than a decade. And yet, Zaire practiced in front of Anita, not only for the intimidating effect, but also partly to check the great separation technique itself. While he didn't find anything amiss with this technique, he wasn't sure whether Songyang Academy's Xianxia had secretly arranged something. Given his current cultivation level, he wouldn't detect anything against someone like Xianxia. Moreover, with Shiloh, along with the power of the 7-day black hole, heaven shadow, water fire double shield, etc., he did not fear Anita disrupting on the spot. Anita naturally understood that Zaire was not reckless, and there must be preparation behind this move. So she quietly observed without any action. However, when she saw Zaire immediately succeed in comprehending the great separation technique, she was shocked. Moreover, when she noticed a huge figure, identical to Zaire, appearing in the glow behind him, she was even more astonished. Dharma image, only me, true self form. Huh? Dharma image, only me, true self form? Hearing these words, Zaire opened his eyes, suppressing the surging true essence. All unusual phenomena gradually dissipated. The 13 major acupoints' energies continuously circulated, making the refinement of the primordial grotto heaven smoother. The origin grotto heaven formed from the primordial world had always been regarded by Zaire as the foundation of his existence. Yet, he was somewhat puzzled, even worried about the grotto heaven Dharma image he was about to refine. That was because everyone else's Dharma images were various deities or other powerful entities. But for him, the upcoming Dharma image to be refined was himself. Zaire did not understand why this was happening. Hearing that Anita seemed knowledgeable, he hurriedly stopped meditating and asked her. Throughout history, Dharma image, only me, true self form, has only appeared once. That was the legendary Pangu who separated heaven and earth, shattered chaos. Aside from Pangu, no one would form such a Dharma image, and even Pangu's case might just be a legend, not truly existing. In a sense, you are the first person on record. Anita stammered. What exactly this implies is unknown, but one thing is certain, no one would have this situation. Dharma image, only me, true self form. No one has ever condensed a grotto heaven Dharma image identical to themselves. It seems there indeed is an issue here. Perhaps it's a characteristic of the primordial world, or maybe it holds another meaning. Zaire pondered. Then he looked up at Anita and suddenly smiled. So, you've discovered my secret? In this situation, wouldn't you immediately report back? Why should I report? Anita regained her composure. I obtained your fighting wish power, giving me an 80% chance to break through to the Tribulation Realm and become an elder. At that time, after integrating a Mayon in water, I will be able to transcend further, cultivating the yin-yang life-death Tao. By then, you wouldn't be my match. With your current strength, confronting a unity tribulation isn't impossible, but encountering a dual tribulation elder would certainly lead to your death. You wouldn't understand how terrifying the true yin-yang life-death Tao of a dual tribulation elder is. I know very well how fearsome a dual tribulation elder is. I myself have already reached the yin-yang life-death realm solely through heart and mind, said Zaire. Although he had subdued Shiloh, it was due to injuring him severely with heart-intent spirit before taking advantage. Had he encountered an uninjured unity tribulation elder now, subduing them would be impossible even with Shiloh. Currently, the lack of Shiloh's physical body prevented him from fully utilizing his power. However, if Zaire could condense the grotto heaven Dharma image, he could stand a fighting chance. Therefore, he was extremely focused on condensing the grotto heaven Dharma image. You make valid points. But may I ask, how did you manage to train your body to this level while still at the sovereign realm? Anita asked curiously. This is my secret. If you want to know, it depends on what price you're willing to pay, Zaire replied, eyes twinkling with a thought. If you want it too, I can help you cultivate. What? Anita was greatly startled. Zaire's offer was irresistible. Being able to possess the ability of yin-yang life-death before reaching dual tribulation was something no one would refuse. Though she claimed breaking through unity tribulation would directly grant her dual tribulation status, deep down, she lacked confidence. Grasping yin and yang, comprehending the path of life and death, couldn't be that simple. Otherwise, numerous unity tribulation elders wouldn't be stuck. But if she could prematurely cultivate yin-yang life-death as Zaire had, even partially, it would significantly ease her path. In Songyang Academy, though Anita was the top disciple, after entering Tribulation Realm, she could become Songyang Deputy Kimball. Yet, how long would it take before truly controlling Songyang Academy? Jingzhou was still in his prime. His retirement date was uncertain. But most importantly, Songyang Deputy Kimball wasn't held by her alone. But I need to know one thing. What's the deal between you and Gu Buqian? As the top ranker in the Proud Dragon spectrum, why would she cooperate with you? Zaire asked. Anita pondered and then frankly replied, Gu Buqian is actually from the Eastern Sea and ranks first on the independent cultivators list. I consider her a sister. Over 300 years ago, during my transformation realm, I went to the Eastern Sea seeking the Soul Realm breakthrough. But I encountered celestial ghost attacks en route. Had it not been for Gu Buqian saving me at the right moment, I would have perished in the Eastern Sea. Gu Buqian is an independent cultivator from the Eastern Sea, and the top-ranked one. Zaire frowned. So, is there a problem? Anita said coolly. Celestial ghosts. Gu Buqian. Zaire mused, alright, if you want to cultivate yin-yang life-death early, you'll have to follow my instructions. Otherwise, I can't guarantee success. Deal. Anita nodded. As long as you can help me grasp the yin-yang life-death Tao early, I will assist you in condensing the Grotto Heaven Dharma image. I have several elixirs providing substantial spirit chi support. Oh, you have that? The elixirs must be extraordinary for you to mention them. What are they? Zaire asked eagerly. Heaven and Earth Chi Spirit Elixir, 13 pills. These pills were refined from Songyang Academy's treasure, the Heaven and Earth Divine Cauldron. An ordinary person taking it can extend their lifespan by 3,000 years. But only the first pill is effective. If taken again, there will be no additional lifespan extension, though it still provides substantial spirit chi. There are 13 Kyuni 1 Chi spirit pills, definitely enough for you to successfully condense the Grotto Heaven Dharma image. How about it? As she spoke, Anita flipped her wrist and revealed a narrow-necked Loli bottle. Note, to ensure the sentence reads naturally in English, it's better to place the adjective narrow-necked before Loli bottle. Also, Loli is a type of material which could be translated as jade-like or vitreous, depending on the context. If you want to keep the original Chinese term for some reason, please let me know. Through the blur, one could vaguely see 13 pills inside. The 13 pills, housed in the Loli bottle, did not settle at the bottom, and even through the medicine bottle, they emitted tremendous energy fluctuations. Note, Loli is a type of jade or glassware in Chinese, which should be translated to jade or glass for better understanding in English. Here, it can be translated as jade. Revised. The 13 pills, housed in the jade bottle, did not settle at the bottom, and even through the medicine bottle, they emitted tremendous energy fluctuations. Kyuni 1 Chi Spirit Pill. Songyang Academy's greatest treasure is actually called the Heaven and Earth Divine Cauldron. Zaire secretly noted. He had heard of the grand reputation of Kyuni 1 Chi Spirit Pills before. This pill was Songyang Academy's supreme treasure, and ordinary prodigies found it hard to obtain even one. He didn't expect Anita to possess as many as 13. These 13 Kyuni 1 Chi Spirit Pills would be more valuable than Yin-Yang Bagua Rebirth Pill if placed outside. And even if you wanted to buy them, you couldn't, because this type of pill can't be circulated outside. Without the Heaven and Earth Divine Cauldron, such a treasure, it's impossible to refine such precious pills. Even someone as powerful as Alita cannot shake the Heaven and Earth Divine Cauldron, giving you an idea of how precious this pill is. With Anita's words, Zaire learned quite a few things. These 13 Kyuni 1 Chi Spirit Pills indeed have significant value. How do you plan on giving them to me? Why not give me a few now? Zaire was truly tempted. To refine the origin Grotto Heaven into a Dharma image, an unknown amount of elixirs and treasures would be required. If he had these Kyuni 1 Chi Spirit Pills, everything would become much simpler. That's not possible. Anita quickly put away the Loli bottle. Let me also inform you, Becker is currently in a secret cultivation realm within your Tianyang Martial Institute. Time flows differently there, and he is making his utmost effort to step into the Tribulation Realm. Note, Liuli, Lioli, typically refers to a type of traditional Chinese glassware. In this context, it seems to describe a bottle, so it has been left untranslated for consistency with the original text style. For better readability and natural flow in English, I have made slight adjustments while ensuring the meaning remains intact. If Liuli needs to be explained or translated further, please let me know. Over, Declan, taught him the Wu Ancestor Scripture, a divine technique that leads directly to the Dezhu divine art among the 9,000 immortal techniques. Not only that, but Declan also taught him various profound skills. One is a rebirth of an immortal warrior, and the other has the inheritance of Sword God. With such assistance, their strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. If you don't hurry up and enhance your own power, you might end up dead by their hands. Anita gently reminded him. This is indeed bad news. Zaire smiled, looking at her and said, then my best move right now is to rush back to Tianyang Martial Institute and immediately challenge Becker? He is currently focusing all his efforts on reaching the Tribulation Realm. Tianyang Martial Institute definitely won't let you cause trouble. Declan even taught him the Wu Ancestor Scripture. Don't you understand what this means? The Wu Ancestor Scripture is the mandatory cultivation method for the head of your Tianyang Institute. It can be said that Becker is already the predetermined leader of Tianyang Institute. Tianyang Martial Institute is merely using you. Refusing Alita at Hongdao Martial Institute was indeed unwise. Anita's words clearly had a provocative tone, but every word was true. There was no exaggeration or deceit, just stating a fact that many people could see clearly. Hongdao Martial Institute is not easy to enter, and Tianyang Martial Institute may not be reliable either. The only person I trust is myself. Zaire retracted his smile. Have you seen any resemblance of Tianyang Martial Institute's techniques in my cultivation besides the basics? Saying this, he suddenly stood up. Enough talk. Let's go find Gu Buqian now. Once I help you cultivate the Yin-Yang Life-Death Tao, you'll give me those 13 Kyuni 1 Chi Spirit Pills. Find Gu Buqian? For what? If you want to know, then first give me 6 Kyuni 1 Chi Spirit Pills. That's a no-go. But if you dare to deceive me, I'll make you know the consequences. Don't forget you still have the martial absolute kill order on you. And within the 9 provinces, countless experts are eagerly hunting you down. Anita was naturally not stupid and wouldn't give the Kyuni 1 chi spirit pills beforehand. Alright, then you must follow my lead. If anything goes wrong, leading to you not being able to cultivate the yin-yang life-death Tao, don't blame me. Zaire stepped out of the pavilion, his voice reverting to that of King Rabaraka. I hope you keep your word. Anita wanted to see how he could help her comprehend yin-yang life-death earlier. Of course. Speaking of which, Zaire suddenly reached out, intending to embrace Anita. You. Anita was instantly alarmed, her figure shifting, right hand turning into a palm, enveloped with moonlight force ready to strike Zaire's hand away. Did you forget what we just discussed? Do you not want to cultivate yin-yang life-death anymore? Zaire also mobilized his true essence, unleashing immense strength to meet Anita's palm. Now, with all 13 major acupoints fully energized, his true essence was far superior to Anita's. Neutralizing this moonlight force was no small feat, but it wasn't insurmountable. Anita felt her force absorbed completely, with not a single bit of feedback. Not bothering to be surprised, her delicate hand changed direction again, moving like a venomous snake, fiercely biting towards Zaire's arm. However, with a slight tremor from Zaire's wrist, exerting force, suppressing and snapping simultaneously, it produced a roaring dragon cry. Snake versus dragon. The former was instantly defeated. Anita's expression turned grave, the moon symbol between her eyebrows glowing, indicating she was about to use her ultimate move. Shiloh. With Zaire's shout, Shiloh channeled his strength from the 7-day black hole into Zaire's body. Boom. Zaire's strength exceeded a dragon's power directly, restraining Anita instantly, preventing her from using any further techniques. Gentle yet firm. What does gentle yet firm waist feel like? Only after embracing Anita did Zaire truly understand this feeling. Softness permeated her bones, yet it carried a resilient strength. It was captivating, intoxicating, drawing him deeper, unable to extricate himself. Never having experienced matters of love, Zaire somehow felt a warmth flush his cheeks. However, this ethereal sensation was quickly subdued by his strong willpower. Chapter 328, Kaylee's Thunder Island. I have Shiloh on my side, and I can easily suppress you. No need to waste your energy. Holding Anita tightly, Zaire whispered, don't worry. I'm doing this just to avoid suspicion and maybe to upset Becker a bit, so his breakthrough might fail. Zaire, we've now truly crossed swords. No one has dared to challenge me in all these years, but you're the first. Anita's words seemed forced out through clenched teeth, yet she made no further move. Cross swords? I've made plenty of enemies. Zaire laughed aloud, carrying Anita out of the room, through the corridor, and into the small boundary gate, disappearing instantly. Anita actually knows this Aslan, and from the looks of it, their relationship must be quite. Plum Blossom 3 watched in astonishment. They were holding each other. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Near Plum Blossom 3 stood several others. These people were not weak, including kings, emperors, and even an imperial-level expert. They were clearly management members of the 9 Realms Chamber of Commerce. What's the deal with this Aslan King? To think he could make Anita react like this? She is already engaged to Becker. What face does this leave for Songyang Academy or Becker? An imperial-level expert remarked in surprise. Anita and Becker are merely involved in a transaction. Why should anyone care? But you're right about one thing. Aslan is ugly and lacks strength. So what gives him the edge? Heh, don't underestimate Aslan. I think his power isn't something we can easily gauge. No matter what, this is a huge piece of news that will fetch a high price. Still haven't let go? In the storm layer above, Anita activated her true essence, trying to shake off Zaire's grip. But all her efforts were futile, as her true essence was absorbed effortlessly. Moreover, Zaire's palms emitted a suction force that swallowed much of her lunar power. Anita knew well that, being a reborn remnant soul of Yaoshan, the lunar power within her was a potent tonic for cultivators. So pure and abundant. Zaire had no ulterior motives. He merely reacted as her true essence surged, bringing along vast amounts of lunar power. Lori inner power was an excellent balancer for cultivation. Consistent consumption would calm the mind and enhance one's true essence. Just that moment made his true essence more vibrant, even affecting his skin and muscles with glowing radiance. The lunar power in Anita is truly a treasure. If this continues daily, my strength will soar immensely. Zaire reluctantly let go. After releasing her, both fell silent. Finally, Anita broke the silence. Your plan is now accomplished. The 9 Realms Chamber will surely spread this around. Soon, everyone, especially Becker, will know. Do you pity him? You and Becker's relationship is purely transactional. Even after marriage, he likely won't touch you, Zaire said coolly. Anita looked at him. You wish to use me to achieve your ends. Isn't that petty? Also, won't such tactics tarnish your reputation? Tactics? I'm no gentleman. I don't care about means. As long as it achieves the goal, all tactics are worth it. Catching rats, do you care if it's a white cat or black cat? Zaire laughed. You've a rather self-centered mindset. The more self-absorbed, the quicker one's downfall. How can one pursue cultivation without relentless determination? Even you, Anita, did the same by joining forces with Kaylee against a weaker opponent. No, you're far stronger than me, Anita said earnestly. Let's get going. Remember, when we meet Kaylee, don't reveal my identity. Otherwise, we'll both be in trouble. You may not fully understand Kaylee's situation, but I do, knowing who stands behind her. Zaire didn't divulge his suspicions, but warned her just in case. Someone backing her? Anita was taken aback. True, Kaylee isn't from any major sect, yet her resources are endless. It's reasonable she has backing. Certainly, but you know little about this. Once our mission succeeds, you'll understand. Promise not to spread it, or it will throw 9 realms into chaos. Zaire spoke with utmost seriousness. Anita was surprised. She never expected things to escalate so far. Considering, she responded, if you can help me grasp the Tao of Yin birth and death, then I agree. From now on, you are King Aslan, a close friend, and we head to the Thunder Island in the East Sea to visit my friend Kaylee. They tore through the storms, swiftly heading east. Reaching the East Sea, Anita guided Zaire urgently. 2 days later, in the boundless ocean, they spotted an island shrouded in lightning storms. Since learning about Kaylee from Anita, Zaire suspected this top-rank prodigy had the Kira clan backing her. And given the Kira's close ties with the abyssal demons, many must exist here in the East Sea. Abyssal demons were valuable. Not only were they a treasure trove of Skydan within their wormholes, but also ideal nourishment for the Kiras. The current shortage of Skydan in the 7-day black hole could be alleviated by obtaining more, easing his worries. Furthermore, partnering with Anita enhanced his chances of success. Finding Kaylee likely meant finding the abyssal demons and Kira's stronghold. Exploiting this would be highly profitable before returning to Cliff Academy. Though powerful, the abyssal demons were restrained by the primordial cave, formed from the primordial world. With Shiloh aiding them and Anita present, plus their artifacts, even facing higher-tier experts would be manageable. Most importantly, Zaire sought Kaylee's Thunder Sword. With such a superior treasure, suppressing Becker would be far easier. Zaire aimed to disrupt the entire East Sea, then retreat to Cliff Academy upon entering the Tribulation Realm. This would shake the 9 realms, making him a martial overlord free from fears of execution orders. A man must either do nothing, or do something grand. Disrupting the abyssal demon and Kira strongholds, and providing Shiloh a body from a skilled practitioner, will ensure I surpass Becker. Becker, even if Cliff Academy values you, and you learn the martial ancestor scripture, what good is it? Zaire even considered retreating to Yinling and the divine martial immortal mansion if events got too big for Cliff Academy. Anita remained oblivious to these thoughts. At this moment, Zaire seemed mysterious and unfathomable in her eyes. This is Thunder Island, Kaylee's cultivation arena. It's unknown how she managed to attract divine thunder here, which remains year-round. Thunder strikes at all times, and it has even formed a mysterious grand array. Even I would find it difficult to force my way in. Anita pointed to the distant Thunder Island and briefly described the situation. This island is not simple at all. Zaire looked at the densely packed lightning strikes, amazed. I heard that this entire Thunder Island was transformed from an ancient Thunder Beast corpse. Perhaps due to this, it has such characteristics. Thunder Beast corpse. Zaire was repeatedly surprised. He quickly channeled his true essence, enhancing his vision and took a closer look. The Thunder Island, hidden amidst the storms, emitted a strange and indescribable pressure continuously. Ancient Thunder Beasts were rumored to be born of heaven and earth, the spirits of thunder and lightning. Many called them sons of thunder. In their presence, there was almost always constant lightning, far more ferocious than ordinary beasts. Even cultivators in the Tribulation Realm would have to retreat when faced with them. Seeing this scene, Zaire felt somewhat anxious. Under such circumstances, destroying the stronghold of the abyssal demons and Kira clan might not be as easy as imagined. This Thunder Beast has been tampered with by a master over time, forming a natural thunder spell array. Despite her considerable strength, Kaylee definitely does not have the power to alter heaven and earth like this. After some thought, Zaire turned to Anita beside him and asked, do you know who the higher-level expert backing Kaylee is? I don't know. Though we have a deep bond, we never pry into each other's affairs. After all, everyone on the path of cultivation has their own opportunities and secrets. Investigating too much would not be appropriate. This thunder spell array is indeed powerful, but I visited several times, so you needn't worry too much. Anita continued, be cautious now. I'm about to call her. With that, she abruptly slapped her right hand downwards. Rumble. True essence surged down, directly striking the sea surface. Large amounts of seawater exploded instantly, shaking heaven and earth. Swish. Hearing the commotion, Thunder Island suddenly flickered with light. Countless bolts of lightning gathered instantly, ultimately forming a figure. Zaire recognized the figure immediately. It was Kaylee, the strongest prodigy of the Proud Dragon chart and the top ranker on the East Sea freelancer list. And seeing Anita bring over a peculiar-looking person, Kaylee was instantly astonished. Who is this? Big Sister Gu. This man is named Aslan, a king from the fur planet beyond the 9 realms, with formidable powers that can shake the heavens and move the earth. He's an old friend I've known for a long time. On this occasion, the head of Songyang Academy issued a martial absolute killing order. Whoever kills Zaire will receive a Millennium Cycle Elixir, a medium treasure artifact, and 30 billion spirit gathering pills. To ensure success, I invited Aslan. With our combined strength, we will certainly defeat Zaire. Anita introduced the identity Zaire was portraying. Zaire nodded slightly, then mentally communicated with the 7-day black hole, asking Shiloh to transfer part of his power to him. With a large gesture, a vast section of the sea vanished instantly. Wuxia Tribulation Realm, invincible higher-level expert. Kaylee was taken aback. Her eyes filled with shock as she stared at the peculiar-looking man before her. She couldn't believe Anita had brought over a high-level expert. In such a situation, their trio's cooperation would make Zaire's defeat inevitable. That's just a charmed treasure crafted by my elders, which can unleash 4/10 of a Tribulation Realm expert's power. Zaire waved his hands, explaining. In that case, it seems King Aslan is highly esteemed on Fur Planet to receive such a treasure. However, Zaire's strength has recently increased dramatically. Rumor has it he comprehended the Tao of Yin birth and death, nearly making his flesh body immortal. Killing him will require careful planning. Kaylee said, coincidentally, I've also found some friends. Xiao and King Aslan, please follow me. Let's discuss together. They hurriedly followed her into Thunder Island. Inside, they encountered various marvels. The space shifted, the world inverted, as if entering another realm entirely. Beyond the thunderstorm, the island exuded a majestic fairy-like landscape. Everywhere was scenic and picturesque, with clusters of flowers and lush vegetation. Strange little animals darted around among the spiritual plants. In the center of Thunder Island floated a small city. In the surrounding void, black-robed figures sat cross-legged, constantly spitting out true essence towards the city, as if refining treasures. Zaire was greatly shocked. He immediately recognized that these black-robed figures were all experts of the Abyssal Demon clan, but to others, they only appeared to be at soul or spirit realm levels. Present-day Abyssal Demons possessed the secret technique, thought power, isolating them from external perception and spying. Even Tribulation Realm experts standing face-to-face might not see through their identities. Please continue with any additional text for translation, or provide further instructions. Chapter 329. Encounter with Lieutenant Adolf. Sister Gu, where did you find so many loyal experts? They are even willing to help refine the city instead of cultivating their own power. Anita was greatly surprised by these people. Though they didn't look exceptionally powerful, their numbers were considerable. In the 9 institutes and 9 nations, each one of them would be on the list for intensive cultivation. How could they waste time refining a city? Sister Xiao, this is... Suddenly, a rainbow light flew out from the city, transforming into a woman upon landing. These are King Mao Xing's warriors from planet Rabaraka, helpers I called upon to deal with Zaire. Anita continued introducing. These people are followers of the Bloodkill sect from the Dark Star. They infiltrated our world to kill innocent lives and practice the Bloodkill art. I discovered them and subjugated them, having them help me refine this Thunder City day and night, said Kaylee. My Thunder City has been refined for over 100 years, and it recently broke through to become a supreme spiritual artifact. Now it needs more power. Once I reach Tribulation Realm, I can elevate it to a treasure artifact and incorporate the entire Thunder Island within. Then we can roam the universe. If we can capture Zaire, his essence can be integrated into my Thunder City. His formidable physical strength has been shining brightly at Hongdao Academy recently. How did he cultivate such a body? Rumor has it that he has already mastered the yin-yang life and death state ahead of schedule. Isn't this an ability only two-way tribulation cultivators possess? This defies logic, Zaire exclaimed in shock, causing Anita to chuckle inwardly. She naturally wondered about this too. If not for Zaire's intrigue, she wouldn't have brought anyone to Kaylee's training ground or attempted to uncover her secrets. I know how he did it, Miss Hellion, Princess Rabaraka. Please enter the city, and we'll discuss how to deal with Zaire, a voice echoed from the Thunder City. This is an assistant I invited. He and Zaire had a feud long ago. All 6 of his men died at Zaire's hands, explained Kaylee as they entered the Thunder City. Zaire, do you recognize this person? When did you make such deadly enemies? Anita asked telepathically. From earlier events. This person is key to mastering yin-yang life and death. But be cautious, this person is extremely strong. Zaire replied sternly, warning Anita to be careful. Really? You can't deceive me on this. Anita was startled, suspicion flashing in her eyes. Upon entering a grand hall, Zaire saw a towering man in black robes. This man was significantly taller than normal people, standing like a mountain. His body radiated with twisted lights and divine energy. Astonishingly, he was a Tribulation Realm expert. A Tribulation Realm expert. Anita exclaimed, realizing that Kaylee had invited a formidable expert. The man should be a first elemental Tribulation Realm without doubt. I am a stellar cultivator, Senior Adolf. The black-robed man introduced himself. I had 6 subordinates who went to congratulate Hongdao Academy but were targeted by Zaire on the way. If not for my innate pre-calculation, we'd still be in the dark. Hearing this, I immediately came to Jingzhou to slay this man and avenge my subordinates. Miss Hellion, I heard you sought him at the Jingzhou Chamber of Commerce. Any news? Anita shook her head. Only confirmed news is that Zaire hasn't returned to Xianxia Academy yet. Not returned. The black-robed man, Senior Adolf, fell into deep thought. He must be the Lieutenant Adolf mentioned by Silversand and Cloud River. His strength might be far beyond what he shows, revealing a first elemental Tribulation Realm just to hide something deeper. To meet him here. Zaire was in turmoil. The situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Who knew that Kaylee's Thunder Island harbored a Mid-Abyss Demon Clan lieutenant? And Zaire suspected this Lieutenant Adolf was hiding much more strength. Even if he was genuinely a first elemental Tribulation Realm, after multiple encounters with Abyssal Demons, Zaire understood their formidable power. Coupled with unpredictable mental power, Lieutenant Adolf was likely stronger than both Shiloh and Remington combined. With such an expert present, Zaire became even more cautious. Even with Anita assisting, they couldn't match him. Not to mention Kaylee, ranked first in Jiaolong list. Zaire's bold actions wouldn't put his life at risk unnecessarily. He rapidly thought of ways to handle Lieutenant Adolf, ideally by leveraging external forces. One Kaylee, what secret lies between her and Adolf? What's happening here? Initially, he thought Kaylee's place had minor threats like Silversand and Cloud River. Using the primordial world, he could easily suppress and take everything from them. Now, facing a formidable expert, Abyssal Demon Lieutenant Adolf, plans changed drastically. Zaire, this Senior Adolf seems unusual. His cultivation isn't martial, immortal, nor divine. Tell me what's going on. Anita, sensing something off, transmitted telepathically. You sense the problem? Remember, never act rashly. We won't survive otherwise. Remember, listen to me. After saying that, Zaire stopped transmitting. Lieutenant Rabaraka, Miss Hellion, with your assistance, Zaire cannot escape, Adolf laughed. You're truly elites of Jingzhou. Your strength surpasses even Tribulation Realm experts like me. He feigned weakness to lower their guard, unaware that Zaire had recognized his true identity, and Anita sensed his peculiarities. Senior Adolf, do you have concrete information on Zaire? Not much. Using innate pre-calculation took a day and night to determine Zaire slew my 6 elite subordinates. With Miss Hellion, finding Zaire is only a matter of time, he smiled mildly. His expression hinted he was planning something. Innate pre-calculation is extremely taxing. Predicting future events consumes longevity and isn't always accurate. Our academy's elder Linyun reached the four symbols tribulation realm, tried predicting her chances of breaking through to 5 elements tribulation, but lost herself mentally, ultimately dying, he added. Anita remarked with surprise, Abbot Adolf can predict past events, which already demonstrates his formidable strength far beyond ordinary abbots. Upon hearing this, Abbot Adolf hurriedly denied it. I don't possess any strength. I merely rely on a secret treasure. Rabaraka, you share the information we obtained from the Jingzhou Chamber of Commerce. What places did they speculate Zaire might be hiding in? Anita glanced at Zaire, signaling for him to respond. Since he had orchestrated this plan, it was most appropriate for him to lay out the strategy. Moreover, Anita also wanted to see how Zaire would act, to help her understand the yin-yang life and death state earlier. Upon hearing this, Abbot Adolf, Kaylee, and the woman all turned their gazes onto Zaire. Zaire coughed a few times unhurriedly before saying, based on the confidential letter from the Jingzhou Chamber of Commerce, since Zaire has not returned to Tinya Academy, he could only be in a few possible locations. One is within the secret realm of Xianxia. The other is in the divine martial immortal mansion. And the last one is possibly in an underground seclusion. Zaire cultivated the primordial 5 elements indestructible body, where the 5 elements convert at his will, making the underground as easy for him as flat ground. Based on the speculation, if he is underground, he is most likely in. After some thought, Zaire announced the location, Qianjun Amiyuntan. Qianjun Amiyuntan? Both Abbot Adolf and Kaylee were taken aback. This place was unfamiliar to them. Their eyes moved back and forth between Zaire and Anita, sensing that they seemed to have reliable intelligence. But actually, Anita was also full of doubts. She had never heard of Qianjun Amiyuntan either, and she had no idea why Zaire suddenly mentioned this place. As the top disciple of Hongdao Academy and the reincarnation of Yao God, she maintained her composure without changing her expression. I considered both the secret realm of Xianxia and the divine martial immortal mansion. I even spent 60 years of my lifespan to predict and found that Zaire wasn't hiding there. I have never heard of Qianjun Amiyuntan, nor have I asked about it. Abbot Adolf frowned slightly, his face filled with confusion. We know little too. We've never heard of Qianjun Amiyuntan either. But the Jingzhou Chamber of Commerce wouldn't mention this place without reason. So, we'll need to find this place first to determine what's going on. There's another big issue. If we really find Zaire here, how do we go underground to find him? Does Senior Adolf know any methods? Anita asked. Good. Zaire admired the quick response of this woman. The reason he mentioned Qianjun Amiyuntan was due to a specific entity. That was the world serpent. The fear induced by the world serpent was unprecedented for Zaire. Being the steed of the ancient deity Fuxi, it was no ordinary creature. Even though its power wasn't as strong as its prime, it was still unmatched by someone like Lieutenant Adolf. Once he lured Kaylee and others there, the situation would truly be set. Using external forces, there was no better force than the world serpent. Where is Qianjun Amiyuntan located? Let's go and check now. Abbot Adolf pondered. No wonder this child didn't appear despite facing Songyang Academy's martial death warrant. He must have been hiding under an unknown mountain. Entering the underground isn't an issue. I have something called Inter-Earth Divine Light. It's a low-grade treasure artifact that may not have much combat power, but it can detect dragons, pinpoint spots, and penetrate mineral veins. Going 20,000 feet underground is nothing. I didn't expect Senior Adolf to have such a miraculous treasure. Since that's the case, let's set off immediately to prevent delays. Anita exclaimed while glancing at Zaire. A main day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You all and Wuxia, come with us. With a wave of his hand, several young men dressed in black instantly appeared from the darkness. They were all king-level experts. Zaire was startled. He hadn't expected Lieutenant Adolf to have so many powerful subordinates. So many king-level experts? Anita couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this. These are Senior Adolf's elite lieutenants, Kaylee quickly explained. Great. The higher the cultivation level, the easier it will be to slay Zaire. This time, with Senior Adolf's assistance, the rewards from the martial death warrant will certainly include your share. Anita summoned watery Amyon, enveloping herself with vast energy mixed with moonlight. As for the rewards from Songyang Academy, I don't care. You can keep the treasures and elixirs. I only want Zaire's head. Abbot Adolf sounded somewhat disdainful. After saying that, he wrapped his force around Zaire and Anita, stepping out and instantly leaving Thunder Island. Go this way. Zaire guided. Following this direction leads to Pingchuan Academy, but we won't enter it. Qianjun Amiyuntan consists of 1,000 interconnected mountains. Good. Although both of you are outstanding geniuses with great strength, neither of you can match the speed of an abbot. So, I'll directly escort you. Abbot Adolf continued, coincidentally, I recently mastered a mystic art that allows me to teleport hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. Chapter 330. Reunion with the World Serpent. This technique is called the Great Teleportation Art. When mastered, it allows one to reach any realm with a single thought. Zaire had never heard of this technique before and instantly became wary upon hearing Adolf's words. If this person had such an ability, it would be difficult to kill him. Great Teleportation Art. Anita was greatly surprised. I didn't expect that Adolf could possess such divine art. This technique has always been mysterious, and no one has ever learned it. Would you consider exchanging this divine art with our Songyang Martial Academy? If so, I will immediately inform our Chancellor. The Great Teleportation Art. It turned out to be one of the 9,000 divine arts. The supreme art of Songyang Martial Academy, time-space prohibition, is the 10th among the 9,000 divine arts. An exchange is possible, Adolf said with a smile. The Great Time-Space Art is one of our Academy's highest divine arts, which cannot be allowed to spread outside. If you're interested, we can discuss other divine arts later, but for now, let's first head to Qianjun Amiyuntan and find Zaire to slay him, Anita replied with a chuckle. That sounds reasonable. My Great Teleportation Art isn't fully mastered yet. I can only travel about 10,000 miles at a time. Also, remember to protect your bodies well, as spatial forces can easily damage your foundations. Adolf waved his hand, and a force enveloped everyone. Suddenly, they could see nothing of the outside world, as if trapped in a completely sealed room. Zaire knew they were now traversing through space. There was an intangible pressure from all directions, immensely strong, making the air feel as thick as honey. Ordinary King Realm experts couldn't withstand such pressure. Even emperor or imperial sovereigns would need constant vigilance to prevent their physical bodies from suddenly disintegrating. How can this fellow be so formidable? The spatial forces generated by the great teleportation art can't exert any pressure on his body. How did he train his body? No wonder Anita favors him. The 5 Abyssal Demon Clan experts near Adolf glanced at each other in surprise. Adolf himself was also somewhat surprised by this king of Leolaka. Rustling. They seemed to be traveling through water-like surroundings. Adolf waved his hand again, canceling the power of the great teleportation art. They were now far from the East Sea, atop a mountain. We are at the border between Jingzhou and Liangzhou. Leolaka, Miss Hellion, please determine the direction of Qianjun Amiyuntan, Adolf said with a faint smile. In such a short time, traveling from the East Sea to Jingzhou, this speed was terrifying. Even more frightening was that Adolf appeared not to have consumed much energy, remaining very relaxed. Even a 2-instrument tribulation master would struggle to perform such long-distance teleportation. Only a master who has comprehended the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity can do so. We'd better not make any rash moves. This person's strength is beyond imagination. Anita whispered carefully to Zaire. No problem. As long as they follow me, we can act freely. Everything will depend on what happens when we reach the bottom of Qianjun Amiyuntan, Zaire responded while observing the surroundings. That way. He pointed ahead, where countless mountains stretched endlessly toward the horizon. This was indeed Qianjun Amiyuntan. Adolf waved his hand, carrying everyone into these mountains. Thousands of peaks came into view instantly. Above, Adolf closed his eyes slightly, as if calculating something. He soon opened them, revealing piercing light. There is indeed Zaire's presence here. The 9 Provinces Commerce Guild is indeed remarkable. Despite the vast distance, they pinpointed Zaire's hiding place accurately. Since we've found it, I'll expose him thoroughly. Divine light piercing the earth. Appear. With a wave of his hand, a gray beam shot out, like a sky-piercing eye, causing everything around to wither instantly. Zaire saw clearly that inside the beam was a hair-thin thread. Unknown material made it seem like a snake dancing, plunging into the earth. This is just a low-grade treasure, and not even an offensive artifact. Yet, in the hands of a tribulation master, it unleashes such immense power. It seems that only tribulation masters can fully harness a treasure's potential. Zaire understood that if the divine light piercing the earth were in his hands, it wouldn't be as powerful. Let's go. After using the divine light piercing the earth, Adolf hurriedly followed the gray beam, with Zaire, Anita, Kaylee, and the other experts following closely behind. The area touched by the divine light piercing the earth became fluid-like, allowing easy passage underground. In the pitch-black depths beneath the earth, Adolf kept manipulating the divine light piercing the earth to break through the mud and rocks, reaching tens of thousands of feet deep. Anita's heart was tied in knots. She was unsure of Zaire's plan. A slight mistake here could lead to an irreparable fate. Meanwhile, Zaire asked curiously, Adolf, this divine light piercing the earth is indeed marvelous. Can you tell me how such a treasure is forged? If I had one, I could traverse the underground effortlessly. HM? You want to forge such a treasure? Not difficult. Once we find Zaire and force him to surrender control of the Tianshan secret realm, we can enter it. Then, by collecting some earth origin essence, we can easily forge similar treasures, Adolf replied with a smile. They continued descending. Soon, they encountered rock as hard as iron. Seeing this, Zaire grew alert. He was almost at the spot where he had encountered the world serpent years ago. He wondered if the serpent was still there. Captain, we are 60,000 feet underground. Is it likely that Zaire is this deep? I doubt he has the ability to come this far down, Amande suddenly asked. This place does bear Zaire's presence, and most importantly, I sense a powerful aura below. It might be his hiding place, Kaylee responded instead of Adolf. Zaire's rapid rise is unprecedented. His strength surpasses what most people achieve in centuries. I've always suspected he had help from a high-level expert. Perhaps we'll uncover hidden things here. Bukjian continued, you're right. This place is strange, even unsettling. Adolf quickly descended while saying, everyone, stay alert. Best to have your artifacts ready to prevent any unexpected events. Kaylee summoned her top-grade treasure, Thunder Sword, with 9 human head-sized multicolored lightning orbs circling her. Anita released Amion in water above her head. The 5 experts from a main day to Friday emitted a mystical aura, blending seamlessly. Leolaka, I'm sure these 5 subordinates of Adolf are neither humans nor demons. They feel extremely eerie. What are they? Anita warned urgently. You're perceptive. They aren't human or demon, but belong to the Abyssal Demon Clan. They are the greatest threat to the 9 provinces. As chief of Songyang Martial Academy, you should know about the Abyssal Demon Clan. Zaire had no reason to hide anymore and revealed the true identities of Amande and the others. Abyssal Demon Clan. In an instant, Anita's expression changed drastically, her whole body trembling. Xiao, what's wrong? Why are you so shocked all of a sudden? Kaylee noticed her unusual state and quickly asked. Anita snapped back to reality and, in her urgency, pointed toward the depths below. I feel an infinite pressure surging from beneath, as if there is an extremely terrifying existence down there. Indeed, I have that feeling too, Kaylee nodded, not doubting at all. We are about to reach the core of the 9 provinces. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, they felt the obstruction ahead suddenly disappear, followed by an endless wave of fiery heat assaulting them. The pungent smell and the unbearable high temperature. It was the core. The crimson liquid flowed ceaselessly, emitting a temperature that defied description. Even metal could be melted. Many experts placed their magical treasures in the core during the final stage of refining to let them absorb its fiery energy for continuous tempering. This effect was akin to placing treasures in the storm layers for refinement. If a powerful expert could withstand the erosion of the core fire, they might find various treasures within this endless sea of red liquid. However, it was incredibly arduous just to enter the core, let alone search for treasures. Descending deep into the earth was far more challenging than flying high in the sky. The intense heat made everyone feel like they were in hell, instilling a sense of fear. Facing this endless sea of liquid fire, one truly understood what it meant to be in a sea of fire. But, at this moment, Adolf, Amanda through Friday, Kaylee, and Anita all froze where they stood. What astonished them wasn't the endless sea of fire, but a colossal crystal snake spanning across the core. A large amount of core fire was being swallowed by this crystal giant snake, seemingly refining something. Zaire had seen the world serpent before, but he was still amazed. Yet after the initial shock, he felt a sigh of relief. He had feared the world serpent would have vanished after the last encounter, but now it seemed it was suppressing something. Zaire had a deep understanding of the world serpent's power. After all, this snake was once the mount of the great deity Fuxi, though no longer as powerful as before. It was certainly not something ordinary experts could provoke. But most importantly, Zaire felt that the world serpent seemed to have transformed into another form of life. His cultivation and strength had increased significantly, broadening his perspective. What is this? Anita was utterly shocked. She hadn't expected such a massive snake to exist underground. She looked at Zaire. This snake's entire body is made of world crystal. It's actually world crystal? One fingernail-sized piece is worth a fortune. Yet here we see such a large chunk. World crystal. Kaylee's eyes widened in astonishment. This is unimaginable wealth. We didn't even expect Zaire to find it yet, and now this has appeared. Amanda through Friday trembled with excitement. No, it's wrong. Adolf's expression changed dramatically, as if witnessing something impossible. This snake is alive. And from what I can tell, this huge snake is a treasure artifact. Its will is that of Fuxi's mount, the world serpent. How could such a thing still exist in the 9 provinces? Not only is the world serpent alive, but it has also become a treasure artifact. We must get our hands on it. Forget about Zaire for now. We must seize this world serpent-formed artifact. With it, there's nowhere in the universe we cannot go. Nirvanic Great Mill. With a roar, a huge black shadow emerged from Adolf, resembling a massive millstone composed of mountains and rivers. This Nirvanic Great Mill was indeed a top-grade treasure. Such treasures were incredibly precious. It would take dozens of cultivators thousands of years to successfully refine one. Once activated, it could suppress anything within its grasp. While a common person couldn't harness its full potential, in the hands of a tribulation master, it unleashed 100%, or even 200% of its power. Upon its appearance, the Nirvanic Great Mill suppressed the surrounding raging magma and core fires. All liquids ceased to flow, and time seemed frozen. Endless phenomena appeared in the void. High mountains, vast rivers, deep seas, all emerging suddenly. Suddenly, it felt like they weren't in the core but amidst beautiful landscapes on the surface. Space-time itself seemed distorted. Zaire understood that this was the influence of the Nirvanic Great Mill. This was the power of a top-grade treasure. So this is the power of a treasure in the hands of a tribulation master? Indeed, formidable. Zaire couldn't help but marvel. What's so impressive about that? If your cultivation breaks through and reaches the 2-instrument tribulation, your Jingzhou Cauldron will be far more powerful than this Nirvanic Great Mill. Inside the 7 days black hole, the Dharma Venerable of Elias dismissed it. Anita's Amion in water, Igor's Celestial Eye of Destruction, Kaylee's Thunder Sword, Birdie's Martial God Copper Furnace, are all far superior to this Nirvanic Great Mill. Zaire, you must break through quickly to enhance your cultivation. Only at the tribulation realm can your true potential be fully realized. Zaire. Anita flew over. What are you planning? Do you have any way to deal with these Abyssal Demon Clan members? Knowing they were from the Abyssal Demon Clan, she no longer cared about cultivating Inyang birth and death. The Abyssal Demon Clan was the sworn enemy of the 9 provinces. Chapter 331. This is it, a Maeve now. Zaire didn't speak, but reached out to grasp Anita's hand. The 5 elements power began circulating, bringing forth a substantial influx of Lori inner essence and nourishing her true essence. Anita had now become an important ally. If Zaire only took and never gave back, they would not be able to overcome the upcoming challenges. Startled by his sudden move, Anita initially tried to pull away. But as she felt the profound power of the 5 elements, she stopped struggling. Zaire's 5 elements power was filled with boundless vitality that could even instantly nurture spiritual plants. She felt warmth spreading through her body, an incomparable comfort. It felt as though her blood were boiling, and even the Lori inner essence around her became more condensed and solidified. Meanwhile, Zaire also benefited immensely from this exchange. Anita's abundant Lori inner essence seemed inexhaustible. The massive influx strengthened his primordial grotto world, making it more ethereal. The majestic figure above his grotto world became more distinct. Their energies began intertwining harmoniously, enhancing their true essence rapidly. Zaire did this not only to utilize Anita's Lori inner essence to refine his primordial grotto world, but also because he planned to cooperate with her, inspired by Remington and Shiloh's tactics when hunting him down. Realizing the benefits of cooperation during such a critical moment, Anita ceased her struggle. They needed each other to survive. Elsewhere, Gu Buckyan observed Anita's interaction with Zaire and exhibited a peculiar expression. However, she said nothing, acting as if she hadn't seen anything. She then spat out a burst of energy onto her thunder sword, which vibrated and flew into the air, transforming into a humanoid figure of lightning. Its fierce gaze locked onto the world serpent in the distance. Suddenly, its hands moved at high frequency. Then, with a powerful strike, a massive rainbow-colored thunderball hurled towards the world serpent, intersecting with the life-devouring great mill and hitting the serpent directly. The entire cavern shook as the thunderbolt struck the crystal-like body of the world serpent. Despite the tremendous force, the serpent showed no sign of damage, retaliating with overwhelming pressure. The sheer sound wave shattered the spatial forces engulfed within the life-devouring great mill. Zaire, what's your plan? Hurry up. Anita placed all her hopes on him. This place was brought to them by Zaire. Only he knew what to do. Despite being the top disciple of Songyang Martial Academy, today's events were beyond comprehension. First, the abyssal demons breaking free, and second, the legendary world serpent still alive and transformed into an ultimate treasure. Any of these occurrences would shock the 9 provinces. The emergence of abyssal demons and the transformation of the world serpent into a supreme artifact could shake the very foundations of the land. Without waiting for Zaire's response, Anita realized his intention. He must have known about the world serpent and lured the Ethan here to use it against him. Brilliant strategy. She quickly adjusted her mindset, accepting that this scheme could benefit her too. At this point, their true essences had merged, forming an impenetrable barrier. They positioned Zhongshui Chani atop their heads for additional protection. Borrow the strength of all realms. In the name of my life, celestial art. The binding of 10,000 heavens. Seeing the awakened world serpent and its formidable might, Ethan immediately cast the blood sacrifice spell, rapidly draining his lifespan. A vast amount of grayish turbid blood coalesced, emitting an aura capable of sealing the heavens and earth. It was the celestial art of the binding of 10,000 heavens. Ethan's powers were terrifying, seemingly endless. First, the teleportation spell, then the life-devouring great mill, and now a celestial art. A godlike voice reverberated throughout the void, locking the space tightly. The vast translucent chains emerged, ensnaring the world serpent. Binding of 10,000 heavens. To dare use this against me? How audacious! The world serpent roared, instantly shrinking to the size of a small snake. This abrupt transformation created immense spatial pressure, leading to explosions everywhere. Everyone felt pulled toward the epicenter. With its reduced form, the world serpent's power didn't diminish. Instead, it grew even denser and more terrifying. With a slight tail flick, an invisible force cut through the void, heading straight for Ethan. The transparent chains of the celestial art disintegrated, and the liquid fire below erupted. The illusionary new realm created by the life-devouring great mill dissipated, and it was forced back. Though an upper-class treasure, the life-devouring great mill was no match for the world serpent. After neutralizing the celestial art and forcing back the mill, the world serpent inhaled deeply. Instantly, flashes appeared in the fiery sea below. Balls of red flames, radiating divine light, flew into the sky. Spitting them out, the flames shot in all directions, sealing the space. Zaire and Anita found themselves unable to break through from the inside. Miss Hellion, La Bula Ka, assist me quickly. Summon your treasures to block the world serpent. This ancient beast, once the steed of the great deity Fushi, now exists as an ultimate treasure. We must acquire it. Chapter 331. Now's the time. Take action. Zaire didn't speak. He simply extended his hand and grabbed Anita's hand. The power of the 5 elements flowed through, bringing a surge of moonlight energy while replenishing her true essence. Anita had now become a crucial ally. If Zaire only took without giving, they might not make it through the upcoming challenges. Feeling his hand on hers, Anita was momentarily stunned. Just as she was about to pull away, she suddenly felt the profoundness of the power of the 5 elements. Zaire's power was rich with vitality. When released, it could even instantly cultivate spirit plants. Anita felt warm and comfortable all over, as if her blood were boiling. Even the moonlight energy began to grow denser and more solid. Zaire also benefited immensely from this exchange. The vast moonlight energy from Anita seemed inexhaustible. As the energy surged into his body, it refined the primordial cavern world, making it even more ethereal. Above the cavern world, the majestic shadow became even clearer. The energies of both gradually merged together, causing her true essence to rapidly grow. Zaire's intentions went beyond just using Anita's moonlight energy to refine the primordial cavern world. He also planned to work together with her, inspired by Remington and Shiloh's earlier collaboration that significantly boosted their strength during the chase. Realizing this, Anita stopped struggling. In such a perilous moment, working together was the only way to survive. Meanwhile, Kaylee observed Anita and the mysterious man interacting, showing a puzzled expression but said nothing, pretending not to notice. She spat out a burst of energy onto the lightning sword, causing the high-grade treasure to vibrate vigorously, flying up into the sky and transforming into a lightning figure that sharply focused on the world serpent. Suddenly, its hands moved in rapid, high-frequency patterns before unleashing a massive multicolored lightning ball toward the serpent. This attack intersected with the boundless great mill and struck the world serpent. Boom! The power exploded across the crystal-like body of the world serpent, causing the entire core cavern to shake violently. The boundless great mill spun relentlessly, crushing space-time, and releasing an overwhelming force, trying to suck the immense world serpent into the mill. Someone dared to come here? Has my calamity arrived? Damn! The world serpent seemed to have been asleep until this sudden disturbance woke it up. Despite being hit by Kaylee's lightning-powered strike, its crystal-like body showed no damage and instead emitted a powerful oppressive force. Its voice alone dispersed the boundless great mill's space-time fragmentation power. Zaire, what's your plan? Quickly reveal it. Anita pinned her hopes on him, knowing this place was brought by Zaire and only he knew how to proceed. Despite being the top student at Songyang Martial College, today's events were incomprehensible. First, the Abyssal Demon Clan broke free from their seal and reappeared. Second, the legendary world serpent was still alive and turned into a supreme treasure, a supreme-grade magical artifact. Such occurrences far exceeded her knowledge. Even the headmaster of Songyang Martial College would be shocked. The Abyssal Demon Clan's resurgence and the world serpent becoming a supreme treasure could shake the 9 provinces. Before Zaire responded, Anita realized something. He must have known the world serpent existed here. By luring Adolf Sage here, he intended to use the serpent to kill him and then reap the benefits. She understood his strategy. No wonder he rises so quickly, often taking bold moves. And I've become part of his scheme. At least if this works, I'll benefit greatly too. Now, their true essences were fused, forming an unbreakable barrier with water Amion above them for extra protection. All realms, lend me your strength. With my life, celestial art, great all-realm bind. Seeing the world's serpent awaken and overpower the boundless great mill, Adolf Sage immediately unleashed his ultimate move, sacrificing his lifespan. A large amount of grayish-white blood condensed, spreading a force that seemed capable of sealing heaven and earth. This was one of the 9,000 celestial arts, the great all-realm bind. Adolf Sage's attacks were terrifying, his energy seemingly endless. After casting great teleportation and activating the boundless great mill, he now deployed a celestial art. A godlike whisper filled the void. The entire core was enveloped in an inexplicable aura, locking the space inside from escaping or entering. Transparent chains appeared, swiftly enveloping the world serpent. Great all-realm bind. How dare you use this against me? You have great courage. The world serpent roared. Suddenly, it shrank from a 1,000-foot-long serpent to a small snake, creating intense spatial pressure. Boom. The explosion was irresistible, pulling everyone toward its center. However, its strength remained potent, if not more concentrated. With a flick of its tail, it unleashed an invisible force cutting through the void, targeting Adolf Sage. With a hum, the transparent chains created by the great all-realm bind vanished. Layers of molten lava below churned fiercely as the new realm illusion formed by the boundless great mill dissolved. Whoosh! The boundless great mill whirled backward. Though it was a high-grade treasure, it couldn't compare to the world serpent. The gap between them was vast. The world serpent dismantled the great all-realm bind and forced back the boundless great mill. But it wasn't done yet. It inhaled deeply. Instantly, flashes emerged from the fiery sea below, ascending into the sky as crimson flames emitting spiritual light. It then exhaled, sending the glowing flames shooting in all directions, sealing off the space. Zaire and Anita attempted to break free, but the world serpent's power proved too formidable. Miss Hellion Labulaka, help me immediately. Deploy your treasures to block this serpent. This ancient creature was Fushi's steed. Its name instills fear throughout the heavens. Now existing as a supreme treasure, we must obtain it. If the two of you can help me obtain this world serpent, I will spare no effort, even at the cost of my lifespan, to assist both of you in breaking through to the tribulation realm and becoming paramount cultivators. Adolf Sage shouted repeatedly. Kaylee had already regrouped with Zhou, Zhou, and the others. The 6 of them, with Kaylee as the core, formed an intricate array. She nurtured her lightning sword in hand, slicing towards the world serpent's sealing power. They all understood. If they didn't break this seal quickly, their only outcome would be death. The might of the lightning sword was boundless, though at Kaylee's current level of cultivation, she couldn't fully unleash its potential. However, combined with the power of the 5 abyssal demons, Zhou to Zhou, an immensely destructive force erupted. 9-color divine thunder continuously discharged, shaking the void itself. The fiery sea below roared incessantly. Zaire, aren't you going to make a move? Anita's communication with Zaire was now instantaneous and secret, far more convenient than voice transmission. First, let's deal with Kaylee and those 5 abyssal demons. With our combined strength, we can surely crush them. Then, I will use a secret treasure to suppress Kaylee along with her lightning sword. Afterward, we can join forces with the world serpent to kill Adolf Lieutenant and seize his boundless great mill. After killing Adolf Lieutenant, you will have the opportunity to comprehend Inyan creation and annihilation. In any confrontation henceforth, life or death will be in your control. You probably don't know that the abyssal demons possess a unique kind of power that is useless to other cultivators but invaluable to me. It can produce genuine treasures. The treasure Zaire referred to was the fruit from the small green tree in his primordial grotto world. He had attained his present physical body by consuming a pear-like fruit from it. Agreed. The abyssal demons are everyone's sworn enemies. We cannot allow them to re-emerge into the world. Anita was not one for leniency. None who reached such heights as a prodigy were indecisive. Zaire nodded slightly, then shouted loudly, Adolf Sage, you keep the world serpent at bay while we break this seal. Agreed. Hurry up. Adolf Sage was unleashing power continuously, bombarding the world serpent. Against the overwhelming attacks, the world serpent constantly spewed out power, destroying every assault before it could get close. Boom. After exchanging blows countless times, both sides unleashed their ultimate strength in a direct confrontation. Now, Zaire roared and, together with Anita, attacked Kaylee and the 5 abyssal demons. Zaire immediately deployed the 7-day black hole, whose formidable suppression instantly immobilized Kaylee and her group. Within the black hole, Shiloh and Ajax harnessed the power of 9 million celestial ghosts, combined with the dual shields of water and fire, effectively suppressing the targets. Finally, the 7-day black hole revealed some of its true might as a supreme treasure of the true dragon clan. Under Shiloh's control, the 2 medium-grade treasures, the water and fire shields, displayed their true power, reflecting and blocking each attack in rapid succession. Splash! Kaylee and her group's mystic formation collapsed instantly. Seizing the moment, Zaire flashed forward, appearing in front of the 5 abyssal demons. They barely reacted before being struck by Zaire's devastating blow. Each punch contained the power of 10,000 ancient buffaloes. Kaylee and her companions never expected this sudden attack. At this moment, her lightning sword was aimed at breaking the world serpent's seal. Bang bang bang. A series of dull explosions echoed as Zhou'er, Tuesday, Zhou-san, Wednesday, Zhou-si, Thursday, and Zhou-wu, Friday, were obliterated instantly. Their shattered bodies turned into pure energy. Only crystal-like diamond-shaped substances glowed faintly, seemingly trying to reconnect with a mysterious realm to reform. However, Zaire knew about this peculiar ability of the abyssal demons, so he immediately absorbed the 4 fallen ones into his primordial grotto world. Instantly, the roots of the small tree on the isolated island burst from the ground, absorbing all the energy. For pear-like fruits appeared rapidly. As for Joey, Amende, despite having greater strength than the others, he was still grabbed by the neck and lifted effortlessly by Zaire. Joey tried to break free using all his power but failed miserably due to Zaire's overwhelming true essence. Shiloh, you lack a physical body. Take Amende and usurp him quickly. With a large throw, Joey was hurled into the 7-day black hole. Shiloh wasted no time, wrapping his cave heaven avatar around the target. Soon, he eliminated Amende's soul and merged completely with the body. What a dominant and powerful body. Even in terms of physical prowess alone, this exceeds my previous form. That's the terror of the abyssal demons. Zaire, your primordial grotto world can indeed suppress these demons. With his new body, Shiloh felt an indescribable surge of vitality. Reincarnation or seizing another's body would not provide such a powerful form. Zaire's swift actions left everyone stunned. Labala you. Kaylee was astonished. As the top-ranking prodigy in the Dragon Pride register, she swiftly moved, unleashing intense thunder power to block Zaire's attack. But Zaire wouldn't let her escape. Amazing in tandem with Anita, they unleashed nearly 100,000 punches in quick succession. Chapter 332, Suppression with a Reversal of the Hand. Like floodgates opening, they surrounded Kaylee completely. At the same time, Anita also unleashed the Amion in water above her head. The Origin Cavern Heaven Dharma body and the Jade Deity incarnation reached directly for Kaylee's lightning sword. Kaylee understood that this was an unprecedented crisis. She immediately prepared to use her means and fight to the death. But Zaire's attack had already landed. Countless punches smashed ruthlessly against her protective light. Suddenly, the light cracked, and the powerful force shattered even Kaylee's ceremonial robes into dust. In an instant, Kaylee was left only in undergarments. 7-day black hole, Jingzhou Cauldron, Origin Cavern Heaven. Zaire instantly burst forth with his 3 strongest attacking methods. He locked Kaylee in the center once again. With her lightning sword restrained, Kaylee was like a mother tiger stripped of its claws and fangs. How could she possibly resist Zaire's suppression? Her true essence dispersed outright. Before she could even unleash her desperate measures, she had already been confined within the Jingzhou Cauldron. Although Kaylee was the first on the Proud Dragon's list, after Zaire cultivated Yin-Yang Life-Death, obtained the 3 great mystical arts from Sage Lingen, experienced a transformation, and with Shiloh's even stronger 7-day black hole and other techniques, combined, he was certainly capable of matching an upper realm sage. How could he be someone Kaylee could withstand? Not to mention there was also Anita. Currently, Zaire, working together with Anita, had a high probability of defeating even an upper realm sage. After thoroughly suppressing Kaylee inside the Jingzhou Cauldron, Zaire hurriedly turned back, unleashing the Origin Cavern Heaven and combining it with his Yin-Yang Life-Death power. Together with Shiloh, he directly suppressed the lightning sword restrained by Anita. This upper-grade treasure weapon was incredibly formidable. Even without its master controlling it, it still emitted numerous 9-colored divine thunders. Lightning spheres continuously flew out, causing the King Realm cultivators who had completed their Origin Cavern Heavens to retreat one after another, unable to face it directly. The destructive power far exceeded even treasures like the dual shields of water and fire. The lightning sword contained the intent of the annihilating celestial thunder. With even the slightest movement, it could trigger countless 9-colored lightning spheres, leaving no one unscathed. This sword was too powerful. Zaire inwardly gritted his teeth, determined to obtain this treasure sword for himself. An upper-grade treasure weapon was something that only the chancellors of the 9 academies and 9 nations emperors could possess. At this moment, Anita was also exerting all her efforts to suppress the lightning sword. She naturally desired this sword as well, but how easy was it to bind an upper-grade treasure weapon? Zaire had previously spent countless amounts of energy subduing the dual shields of water and fire. And that was when their original owner was already dead. Now although Kaylee had been suppressed, she was still alive. Therefore, restraining this lightning sword was several hundred times more difficult than ordinary magical treasures. Even with Anita's Amion in water, restraining the lightning sword still seemed quite lacking. Meanwhile, Zaire, combining Origin Cavern Heaven, 7-day black hole, and his own strength into one, shook heaven and earth. Powerful pressure swept away countless 9-colored lightning spheres, manifesting as a massive hand grabbing firmly onto the lightning sword itself. But, indeed worthy of being an upper-grade treasure weapon, incomparably strong, continuously vibrating the void and suddenly emitting tens of thousands of human-sized lightning spheres. Moreover, each sphere grew rapidly, eventually resembling the giant suns in the sky. Additionally, the sword spirit of the lightning sword slowly appeared at this moment, as if it were a thunder sovereign reigning over the world, just its single arm stretched for hundreds of feet long. Instantly after the sword spirit emerged, it continuously changed hands, forming countless seals. Clearly, this sword spirit, to avoid falling into others' hands, had already unleashed its ultimate killing move. Normally, such a sword spirit would never resort to such desperate measures, because it was still cultivating itself. The reason why killing moves are called killing moves is precisely because they aren't easily used. Especially entities similar to artifact spirits, each use significantly depletes the vast amounts of stored power they've painstakingly accumulated. However, facing the capture of Kaylee and the imminent taking of itself, the lightning sword's sword spirit no longer cared about depletion. Pooh! Zaire spat out a mouthful of vital blood. He even deployed the lifespan sealing technique again, using it to enhance his own strength. All 9-colored lightning spheres, upon contacting the golden blood mist, instantly lost their brilliance. Some even directly dissipated. Zaire swiftly flashed, emitting an unstoppable, intimidating aura. His physical right hand transformed into a sky-obscuring giant hand, forcibly pushing aside countless lightning spheres and gripping tightly onto a clump of light. Inside the light was the lightning sword's true form. Upon being caught, the lightning sword struggled continuously, its emitted sword light flickering unstably. But as Zaire exerted force, these lights extinguished like extinguished flames, instantly subsiding. Immediately, the true appearance of the lightning sword revealed itself. Surprisingly light, weighing about 17 pounds, with a blade length of approximately 40 inches, both sides carved with abstruse lightning symbols. Entirely enveloped in electric arcs, it exuded a desolate ancient aura. 7-day black hole. Holding the lightning sword, Zaire threw it forcefully into the 7-day black hole. In an instant, inside the layered space, everyone waiting cooperatively suppressed the lightning sword, while continuously chanting Taiching transmutation technique and Great Redemption compassion technique. Anita, send your Amyan and water into my Jingzhou Cauldron to suppress Kaylee together. I am now confident I can help you advance to the Inyang life-death realm ahead of schedule. Within the origin cavern heaven, the small green tree had borne several fruits. Hearing Zaire's shout, Anita did not hesitate and directly controlled the Amyan and water to fly into the Jingzhou Cauldron. She was not afraid that Zaire would take advantage of this opportunity to devour her magical treasure. Furthermore, having long suspected that Zaire possessed one of the 9 great Chana Wang cauldrons, she now wanted to see what effects this state god relic, connected to the chi of the 9 provinces had. Jingzhou Cauldron, 7-day black hole, Amyan and water, plus Shiloh's recovered physical body. Various forces finally suppressed Kaylee and the lightning sword. Zaire and Anita joined forces once more, 2 true essences directly entering the Jingzhou Cauldron to strengthen the suppression power. You. In a short time, Zaire and Anita killed the 5 people of Amande and also suppressed Kaylee with a reversal of the hand. The unborn sage was currently battling the world serpent and couldn't spare any additional power to face such powerful opponents. Confronted with such a shocking turn of events, he was enraged to the point of tearing his eyes wide. Boundless rage surged upward. It eventually transformed into tangible flames, fiercely burning. Blood trickled from his 7 orifices due to sheer fury. This bizarre appearance clearly indicated the unborn sage's current state of mind. World serpent, we have met once. Now, as calamity falls upon the 9 provinces again, and the abyssal demons have broken through their seals, I brought this unborn sergeant here precisely to borrow your strength to suppress and slay him. Zaire's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire core space. Upon hearing this, the world serpent understood everything, as did the unborn sage. I didn't expect to fall for your trap. You had already discovered my identity. Who exactly are you? No, you're Zaire. How unexpected. I've been deceived by you. The unborn sergeant roared boundlessly. He realized this king of Rarabaka was the Zaire he had gone through great lengths to find. The abyssal demons actually broke the seal? You're actually a sergeant among the abyssal races? Let me guess. It seems sergeant is a new rank among the abyssal demons. It looks like there's an extraordinary figure among them. Please note that I translated directly from the text provided and made sure to follow your guidelines closely. If you need any adjustments or further details, feel free to let me know. The world serpent exclaimed in surprise. Zaire. So your name is Zaire. I did indeed meet you before. You are the key to the destiny of the 9 provinces. With the reappearance of the abyssal demons, you must take responsibility. If you can protect the 9 provinces, you will surely surpass all beings in the future. As he spoke, the world serpent's tail shook incessantly, trembling billions of times in an instant. The trajectory of its shaking was incredibly profound, as if it contained some cosmic truth, great laws, and both past and future within it. It also generated waves of power, directly forcing the unborn sergeant. In a moment, the surrounding space was sealed. The void shattered suddenly, spilling out large amounts of temporal and spatial forces. Faced with such terrifying might, Zaire and Anita immediately joined hands to cast protective barriers, unable to spare even a bit of energy to assist the world serpent against the unborn sergeant. The clash between these 2 supreme experts was too intense. Neither could intervene. But this was partly because their treasures were already being used to suppress the lightning sword in Kaylee. Without the assistance of their treasures, their power naturally couldn't compare to a heaven tribulation realm expert. The world serpent's strength is truly formidable. It has almost the same might as the immortal armament Chinquan divine cauldron of our Songyang Martial Academy. However, this unborn sergeant hasn't fully unleashed his power either. From what I can see, this person's strength cannot be easily gauged. Zaire, do you have any other good ideas? Anita activated her origin cavern heaven dharma body, forming a robust defense with a vast amount of moonlight energy to protect the 2 of them. None, but I have revealed my identity. The world serpent won't consider us enemies anymore. Zaire had already resumed his original appearance and invoked his origin cavern heaven, working together with Anita's origin cavern heaven dharma body to establish protection. However, he secretly began to accumulate strength, thinking, if the world serpent kills the unborn sergeant, I must grab the sergeant's essence first. A high-ranking abyssal demon's essence would yield unknown fruits on the green tree. What changes would occur if I consumed it? He speculated that it might directly allow him to break through to the heaven tribulation realm. Now that my identity is completely exposed, let me show you the true power of the abyssal race. The unborn sergeant roared. His body emitted sounds like iron chains breaking, clattering loudly. It seemed he had been sealing himself all along. As his power was released, a massive rift opened in the sky above the sergeant, revealing a dark world without light. Numerous powerful presences lurked within, and far off were brightly lit cities, vibrant and bustling with life. This isn't good. The unborn sergeant is using supreme power to connect with the abyssal world. With the added strength of another realm, no one can stop him. Anita was startled upon seeing this. The abyssal world. Zaire looked at the scene and asked, Anita, now that you know the abyssal demons have reappeared, will you report back to the Songyang Martial Academy? It seems your Skycliff Martial Academy has known about this for a while. The reappearance of the abyssal demons concerns the entire destiny of the 9 provinces, affecting all living beings. Any force that learns of this ahead of time and prepares well will surely flourish in the chaos that ensues. Don't tell me you don't want me to report to the Songyang Martial Academy. What will you offer in exchange? Anita blinked. As long as we kill this unborn sergeant, we can obtain anything. But I do have something for you. The origin fruits of Tuesday, Friday, and the others can certainly help you perceive the principles of yin-yang life-death earlier. Speaking of which, shouldn't you give me the Qingquan, one-chi spirit pill? Fine. Let's kill the unborn sergeant first. In an instant, Zaire and Anita reached an agreement. Zaire quickly communicated with his mind-see, using mental force to pick up 2 pear-shaped fruits from the green tree. Upon appearing, Anita immediately swallowed them down. Simultaneously, she divided 5 Qingquan one-chi spirit pills into pure energy, sending it into Zaire's body. The potent medicinal power instantly replenished everything for Zaire. His essence blood and lifespan deficit were all restored. Qingquan one-chi spirit pill. Forged by the immortal armament Qingquan divine cauldron of Songyang Martial Academy, each pill can extend life by several thousand years and solidify one's foundation. Even more significantly, it carries a trace of the Qingquan divine cauldron's essence. After consuming it, hidden benefits unfold. Just after swallowing it, Zaire's mind-sea suddenly filled with auspicious vapor. This vapor flowed through his meridians, nourishing every part of his body, especially stabilizing and consolidating the 13 major acupoints where true essence is stored. After replenishing his essence blood and reinforcing his meridians and acupoints, the remaining energy poured into the origin cavern heaven. Instantly, the entire origin cavern heaven burst into brilliant light. The illusory figure in the heavenly realm became clearer and clearer. The Dharma image etched by Zaire began moving its hands, actively absorbing the medicinal power of the Qingquan one-chi spirit pill. Each action brought an oppressive force that made Zaire feel overwhelmed. Even though the origin cavern heaven was his own domain, he could barely imagine how powerful this origin cavern heaven would become when fully transformed into a Dharma image. However, the potency of these 5 Qingquan one-chi spirit pills, although vast and deep, was still not enough for Zaire to fully break through. Chapter 333. The World Serpent, a shocking revelation. Anita held 13 cosmic unity spirit pills in her hands. However, she had only given Zaire 5 of them to prevent him from immediately breaking through. Of course, Anita herself had received only 2 pear-shaped fruits from Zaire. When the energy from the 2 fruits entered her physical body, she instantly felt a gentle glow emanating from every part of her flesh. She seemed as if about to ascend in broad daylight, radiant and luminous. This situation filled Anita's heart with joy. She understood that this was the harbinger of the yin-yang creation cycle. But the energy from the 2 fruits stopped there. You indeed didn't lie to me. Of course not. The 2 exchanged a glance. At this moment, Anita finally believed Zaire. Boom. Suddenly, the surrounding void began to tremble violently. That lieutenant of the unborn, due to connecting with the abyssal demon realm, started swelling rapidly as a large amount of demonic energy poured into his body. His robes were instantly torn apart by the bulging muscles. In an instant, he had transformed into a giant dozens of yards tall. Enveloped in dark energy, his face twisted in terrifying malice. Powerful force radiated outwards in all directions. The void, seemingly unable to bear it, began to shatter bit by bit. Die. All of you die. World Serpent, you are no longer what you used to be. Now, reduced to a mere magical treasure, even if your rank has reached the peak, what does it matter? Lieutenant of the Unborn? It seems you haven't fully grasped the changes of heaven, earth, and humanity. Countless beings like you I've crushed before. Even masters of immeasurable power have been eternally suppressed by me. Today, I'll show you the might of the World Serpent. The World Serpent let out a thunderous roar. Its tiny form, standing before the massive unborn lieutenant, seemed smaller than an ant. Yet the overwhelming pressure it exuded was indomitable. A crystal-like snake tail, flicking carelessly, seemed to cast lines and draw out numerous principles of law. While radiating powerful pressure, the World Serpent kept swinging its tail, and streaks of light flashed in the void. These lights resembled stars in the sky over the 9 regions, densely packed. And soon, these lights came alive, transforming into human shapes, each exhibiting strength to tear through space and connect with other realms. Countless worlds existed within the universe. Some were known, some unknown. Big or small, they were all harnessed by the World Serpent. This power not only fortified itself, but also could be used against foes. To be able to open so many dimensions at once and extract their power, what kind of means is this? Zaire and Anita exchanged glances. Both were utterly amazed. The World Serpent's abilities were truly beyond comprehension. Its strength and realm were unimaginable by ordinary standards. It's too powerful. With such strength and aura, even if we tried to help, it would be useless. The World Serpent and the unborn lieutenant are about to clash. Quickly, let's hide inside the Jingzhou tripod. With their strength, we might not withstand the aftershocks. The Jingzhou tripod is a supreme treasure with strong defenses, so we won't be harmed inside. Seeing this, Zaire quickly brought Anita into the Jingzhou tripod. Instantly, the Jingzhou tripod transformed into a huge bronze tripod, firmly rooted on the endless volcanic core. Just then, the unborn lieutenant struck. He stepped forward, his feet treading the void, and his hands, like 2 overturned mountains, reached for the World Serpent. Midway, his hands vibrated intensely, multiplying into countless shadows, blocking all directions. Hiding inside the Jingzhou tripod, Zaire felt a sudden tension. Then he realized the Jingzhou tripod had been seized by the unborn lieutenant and was being dragged towards a different dimension. Damn it, this unborn lieutenant is paying attention to us and plans to take both the tripod and us directly into the abyssal demon realm. Zaire quickly understood the lieutenant's intentions. This made him tense, because at this moment, the Jingzhou tripod, the 7-day black hole, and Anita's water Amion were all exerting full strength to suppress Thunder Sword and Gu Buqian, making it hard to muster more power. Loriekali, Zaire, and Anita, being powerful themselves, managed to suppress Thunder Sword and Gu Buqian together. Their combined strength was formidable, swiftly rendering Gu Buqian and Thunder Sword immobile. Immediately, much of the power from the Jingzhou tripod, 7-day black hole, and water Amion was released. This unborn lieutenant is indeed formidable, capable of communicating with the abyssal demon realm. We must not be captured by him. Otherwise, being pulled into the abyssal demon realm will have dire consequences. Anita sensed the Jingzhou tripod's movement towards the abyssal demon realm. There's also a possibility we're not going to the abyssal demon realm. The unborn lieutenant possesses a mysterious space called a wormhole, which might imprison us within. Zaire knew well that abyssal demons carried personal wormholes. Typically, they stored various treasures and elixirs. For a powerful figure like the unborn lieutenant, his wormhole would be vastly different, possibly similar to a primordial cave heaven, eventually evolving into a true mini-world as his cultivation advanced. Reaching this level of cultivation, Zaire's understanding far exceeded his past self. He had already extracted several abyssal demons' personal wormholes earlier in the week and placed them in the 7-day black hole for inventory by Haitian and Shiloh. Valuable items like magic treasures were fed to the 7-day black hole for digestion. Others were distributed to the major Kiras to enhance their power. As a high-ranking cultivator, Shiloh possessed numerous treasures himself, but willingly contributed many for the refinement of the 7-day black hole. According to the True Dragon Alchemy Manual, refining the 7-day black hole required vast amounts of treasures. Given that dragons, who loved collecting valuables, still mentioned vast amounts, the resources needed were astronomical. Thus, any treasure short of supreme-grade artifacts ended up with Shiloh, Haitian, and Mickey for allocation to the 7-day black hole or distribution to powerful ghosts. Having these assistants, Zaire saved significant time and effort. Wormhole? I seem to have read about it in recent intelligence from Songyang Academy. Anita added. It's said to be a creation of the abyssal demon leader, unique to their race, like a mustard seed space but not quite. Very profound and rumored to ultimately evolve into a true world similar to our primordial cave heavens. As she spoke, she continually unleashed true essence to attack the forces outside the Jingzhou tripod. Zaire, lend me your 5 elements power. If you can keep the 5 elements revolving, generating unending strength, my power will multiply. The force outside was a hand conjured by the unborn lieutenant. On her own, Anita couldn't shake it off. Agreed. Without hesitation, Zaire waved his hand. The diagram of the 5 elements appeared above Anita, showering her with multicolored divine light. Boom. Instantly, Anita felt as if she had taken a potent tonic, her Amion essence force expanding several times over. Space suddenly erupted with hundreds of thousands of powerful forces. Each force contained formidable lunar energy, striking down like massive mountains hundreds of feet tall, smashing fiercely onto their target. The unborn lieutenant had only diverted 10% of his power to drag the Jingzhou tripod into his wormhole space, intending to rescue Gu Buqian and Thunder Sword. But unexpectedly, hundreds of thousands of forces erupted from within the Jingzhou tripod, each one surging forward like a majestic mountain. Instantly, the Jingzhou tripod could no longer be controlled, and its own power began to wane. Without even reaching the tribulation realm, you dare to oppose me? The unborn lieutenant roared furiously and spewed out something with a puff of breath. Pooh! Countless beams of light emerged. Among the radiance, an enormous millstone shook heaven and earth, flying toward the Jingzhou tripod. This object was precisely his unborn great mill. With immense power, it pressed directly over the Jingzhou tripod from the air. At the same time, a giant hand appeared from beneath the millstone. It belonged to the unborn lieutenant, now using the unborn great mill to breach through spacetime and seize them. Boom, boom, boom. Under the overwhelming pressure of the unborn great mill and the giant hand, Anita's strength crumbled instantly. Subsequent shockwaves struck the Jingzhou tripod, causing violent tremors within. Above the tripod's opening, that giant hand tore through spacetime, clearly attempting a direct grab inside. The Jingzhou tripod, having reached the pinnacle as a supreme treasure, was impervious to damage. But the unborn lieutenant wasn't here to destroy. He aimed to break through the limits of spacetime and pull Zaire and others out. The colossal hand was about to breach the spatial barrier and enter the Jingzhou tripod's internal space. If it succeeded, Zaire, Anita, and the rest inside would be in grave danger. Zaire estimated the unborn lieutenant's strength to be equivalent to a superior being at the 2-instrument stage, on the verge of comprehending heaven, earth, and humanity to transcend into the 3 abilities realm. With various abyssal demonic powers, his strength far exceeded ordinary beings at this level. Unborn lieutenant, you dare to divide your power against others in front of me? Are you tired of living? An insignificant lieutenant with mere 2-instrument strength dares to ignore me. Today, I'll show you what true immortal arts are. You think mastering a couple of trash can let you show off? I've practiced nearly 1,000 of the 9,000 immortal arts. Heaven and earth infinite. Myriad arts and spells. Space fixed. Universe clear and obscure. 900 immortal arts cut. At this moment, the world serpent was fully prepared. In the void, countless figures absorbed power from various dimensions, finally reaching their peak. Immediately, these figures howled in unison. Each figure unleashed a mystic art. All these arts converged into a mighty river of spells, rushing toward the unborn lieutenant. Boom. A figure exploded, transforming into myriad divine and demonic shadows. The divine demon dominating world technique. Boom. Another figure blasted, collapsing spacetime instantaneously. The great gravity spell. Boom. Yet another figure exploded, revealing the great many heavens binding technique. Boom. As each figure detonated, different immortal arts appeared in the void. Each one was immensely vast and powerful. Within the universe, there were countless mystic arts beyond count. Yet only the 9,000 immortal arts transcended all. Born of heaven and nurtured by earth, these arts were not created by humans. If one obtained just one, they could dominate the universe, unbeatable. Now, however, the world serpent revealed over 900 immortal arts at once, truly horrifying. Over 900 immortal arts converged into a river of immortal spells, rushing towards the unborn lieutenant. At this moment, the unborn lieutenant stood dumbfounded, his face filled with shock. World serpent, why you? You actually know so many immortal arts. Indeed, the world serpent, who followed Fushi, can display so many immortal arts at once. If I were the unborn lieutenant, I'd be reduced to nothingness. While resisting the unborn lieutenant's force, Zaire saw the external situation. Several of the 900 immortal arts used by the world serpent were familiar to him, and some were even ones he was cultivating. But most he hadn't even heard of before. He instantly sensed the world serpent's terrifying might. This was undoubtedly an invincible existence. The river of 900 immortal arts made escape impossible for the unborn lieutenant. The entire void seemed frozen. Even the channel to the abyssal demon realm started to heal. World serpent, I'll take you down with me. Roaring loudly, the unborn lieutenant's gigantic body abruptly disintegrated. All energy, including flesh and bones, burned intensely, withdrawing all efforts to breach the Jingzhou tripod space. Reign over the world, only I am supreme. Extinction of heavenly Tao. Burning with all his might, the unborn lieutenant's aura surged dramatically. Even the rocks above the core of the volcano turned to nothingness. His presence was as if ready to pierce a huge hole in the heavens. Break. The unborn lieutenant moved violently, hands waving continuously, leaving intricate ancient traces. The entire space was instantly filled with an overwhelmingly deadly aura. Quick, reinforce the Jingzhou tripod space. We mustn't let their power penetrate. Zaire's expression changed drastically, desperately channeling true essence to seal the breached space-time. He even summoned his primordial cave heaven to block above. Chapter 334, Lieutenant Adolph's Escape. At the same moment, Anita hurriedly channeled her true essence, standing beside Zaire. Just as the two of them rapidly reinforced their defenses, outside the Jingzhou tripod, Lieutenant Adolph and the world serpent were already engaged in battle. 900 kinds of immortal techniques, overwhelmingly invincible aura. The two clashed like the sun and moon colliding, creating an earth-shattering explosion. In an instant, everything turned to nothingness. The entire space lost its color instantly. Zaire felt the void was eerily silent. All noise seemed to be receding. He could no longer sense Anita's presence or perceive the 7-day black hole. Even the connection with the Jingzhou tripod was severed. Even the primordial cavern and his own body became imperceptible. Zaire, be careful. Time seemed both infinitely distant and momentarily brief. A powerful mental wave surged forth. It was Anita shouting at him. Zaire snapped back to his senses. He immediately realized that from the shoulder down, his body had been reduced to dust. Fortunately, his head was protected by the power of the primordial cavern, preventing it from being pulverized. Otherwise, he would have surely sunk into eternal oblivion. Anita, at this moment, had her robes burst open, leaving her entirely naked. But her skin was covered with cracks resembling those on a porcelain doll, blood slowly seeping out, giving off an eerie beauty. Her face was deathly pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Zaire could clearly see that her Dao Cave's dermic image was shattered. Her injuries far exceeded his. Naturally, this was because they were standing in the weakest point of Jingzhou tripod space, intercepting the backlash from the clash between Lieutenant Adolph and the world serpent, resulting in such severe injuries. Reconstruct. Zaire's physical body had reached the yin-yang birth and death realm. In an instant, he transformed from death to life, regenerating his body. After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, Anita also began to recover, gradually channeling her true essence for healing. Zaire, how dare you plot against me, causing my body to dissolve into nothingness and be devoured by the world serpent. Now I will kill you all. Boom. A huge, sinister head suddenly appeared above the Jingzhou tripod. It was none other than Lieutenant Adolph. Apart from his head, his entire body had been devoured and suppressed by the world serpent. Even though he was a two-instrument tribulation adept who comprehended yin-yang birth and death transformations, he couldn't restore himself. Through the cracks, Zaire saw the world serpent in the distance, having returned to its original size. Inside its crystal-like belly, a massive decapitated corpse was sealed. No doubt, this was Lieutenant Adolph's body. Black blood flowed out like melted caramel from the broken neck. The world serpent's severance of Adolph's body prevented him from using his yin-yang birth and death powers. This demonstrated the terrifying nature of the world serpent. However, after imprisoning Adolph's body, the world serpent appeared significantly weakened. After all, it was now more of an ultimate treasure rather than a pure living entity. Without someone to wield it, relying solely on itself led to immense consumption. Seeing Adolph's head heading towards the Jingzhou tripod, it could not timely intercept. Lieutenant Adolph's hatred for Zaire had reached its peak. If not for Zaire's scheme, he wouldn't have suffered such significant losses. Key subordinates like Julie and Frida died at Zaire's hands. So did Joey and others, adding Gu Bukian in his current state, all because of Zaire. He hated. Lieutenant Adolph wanted to take advantage of the world serpent's distraction and swallow the Jingzhou tripod to escape. Hurt so badly, yet you dare come after me. Die. Seeing Adolph's head approach, Zaire waved his hands vigorously, releasing powerful true essence attacks. Within these essences, he concealed the roots of Little Green Tree. Finding an opportunity, he would directly suck Adolph into a vegetative state, swallow heaven and devour earth. Suddenly, Adolph opened his mouth and sucked in forcefully. Surprisingly, he swallowed the Jingzhou tripod along with Zaire. The giant head then emitted a bright light, breaking through the rock layers. Where do you think you're going? The world serpent roared deafeningly, shrinking its body as it condensed power, whipping its tail. Instantly, the void shattered. Splash! Deep cracks appeared on Adolf's head, threatening to explode. Ah! Adolf screamed in pain, enduring another intense attack. Just a lieutenant of the Abyssal Demon clan wants to escape in front of me. The world serpent's power enveloped all spaces. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged from the endless core of fire, as if an ancient great evil was trying to break free. Whoosh! Countless strands of hair shot out from the core fire, trapping the world serpent tightly. Haha, there's always a way out when things seem hopeless. Who would have thought there's a supreme being sealed deep within the core? I'll suppress Zaire and seize his treasures, restore my strength, then lead our army to capture you, world serpent. With only a head, Adolf rushed toward the ground and escaped. Disaster! Zaire carries the aura of the primordial world and 9 states' destiny. If taken by the abyssal demons, the consequences are unimaginable. The world serpent raged, swelling up to snap the hair binding it. A faint voice echoed from the magma ocean. World serpent, you can't contain me anymore. I used your battle with the abyssal demon to secretly refine half of the formation, making it impossible for you to restrain me now. Streams of hair shot out again, engaging with the world serpent. We've been swallowed into a wormhole space. Looking through the Jingzhou tripod, Zaire saw boundless dark void. Temporal tides occasionally swirled around, each time exerting pressure on the tripod. Continuing this way, the Jingzhou tripod might eventually be refined away. Most importantly, the spatial node on the tripod, already weak, vibrated violently under each pressure, weakening the protective power. If it broke, it would result in enormous calamity. Lieutenant Adolf has definitely escaped. The world serpent didn't stop him. He'll return to Thunder Island to use the Thunder Array to destroy us. Anita, partially recovered, warned as she observed the darkness outside. Exactly. You Songyang Martial Academy disciples, reincarnation of the divine Yao God, indeed guessed what I'd do. Did you think about this day when you plotted against me? The world serpent guards a supreme evil. During our fight, this evil exploited the aftermath to unravel the seal. The world serpent must be struggling. Now, with just my head, I am still beyond your two. This wormhole space can refine everything. You await death. Voices filled with hate and fury echoed in. Then, it continued. In the dark void outside the Jingzhou tripod, the eerie temporal tides became more frequent and intense. Now, do you have any solution? Zaire and Anita exchanged glances. Both understood they were at a critical juncture of life and death. They immediately summoned their origin Dao caves, channeling all their true essence to repair and shield the Jingzhou tripod from above. However, with the increasing temporal tides, the two gradually found it difficult to sustain their defenses. Zaire, if we let these tidal forces continue unchecked, we won't last long. Since things have reached this point, it's best not to hold back. I'll give you the remaining 2 fruits. I hope you can master Yin-Yang birth and death. You give me the rest of the heaven and earth chi spirit pills so my strength can increase even further. It seems there's no other way. Anita immediately handed over all the remaining heaven and earth chi spirit pills. Zaire transformed the 2 pear-shaped fruits from the green tree into streams of pure energy, infusing them into Anita's body. Thus, they sat mid-air, defending themselves while also cultivating. You're actually thinking of improving your strength at this moment? Dream on. I'll activate the formation now and completely refine you. Detecting Zaire's situation, Lieutenant Adolf immediately roared in anger. Inside the storm layer, a massive head darted through rapidly. Xuanxin Mental Refinement Formation. Activate. Lieutenant Adolf suddenly halted, a shadow of the abyssal demon realm appearing above his head once more. A large amount of power instantly transferred into his mind. Upon activating the abyssal demon realm, the danger within the wormhole rose dramatically. Zaire had just devoured all the heaven and earth chi spirit pills. The true essence within him surged wildly like untamed wild horses. In his 13 acupoints, the true essence condensed to its utmost. Dots of light appeared from the 13 major points. All this light fused into his primordial cavern. The massive illusionary figure above the cavern became much more substantial. Anita had given all her heaven and earth chi spirit pills for Zaire to devour. Ordinarily, such an abundance should suffice for a breakthrough, but Zaire felt an inexhaustible surge of power. The potent elixir forces gathered entirely within the primordial cavern. Boom! Outside the Jingzhou tripod, space transformed into various forms. Just as Elias emerged from the 7-day black hole, he instantly became the first cannon fodder standing in front. Zaire, this is the Xuanxin Mental Refinement Formation, a frequently used trump card by abyssal demons. Quickly escape. Otherwise, I can't hold it off. Elias roared, struggling against the powerful pull. Do you think because your flesh is nearly indestructible, you can withstand me? Let me tell you, even if your origin Dao Cave is immensely powerful, it cannot resist me. Anita, you actually plan to step directly into Tribulation Realm, truly the prodigy of Songyang Martial Academy, the reincarnation of Yao God, but I will corrupt you. As Lieutenant Adolf activated the Xuanxin Mental Refinement Formation, he saw Anita preparing to break through the Tribulation Realm and roared furiously. At this moment, Anita radiated immense power. Behind her in the sky, there was an ancient stone bridge. This bridge led to the divine realm. After consuming 4 pear-shaped fruits, Anita underwent significant changes. She even regained some memories from before her reincarnation. She had been an emperor-level cultivator for a long time, but she never chose to enter the Tribulation Realm. She needed to accumulate, amass more power and potential. Realizing everything could proceed smoothly today, she attempted to enter the Tribulation Realm. Naturally, Lieutenant Adolf didn't want Anita to break through on the spot. Once successful, becoming a 2-instrument Tribulation adept would make her untouchable. At this crucial moment, Lieutenant Adolf directly activated a tremendously draining profound art. I will corrupt you, making you eternally sink. I will corrupt you, preventing your eternal breakthrough. I will corrupt you, turning all your talents to ashes. In the universe, throughout the cosmos, among 9,000 immortal arts, the great pollution art. What kind of immortal art is this? It's a force of corruption? Zaire intended to transform his primordial cavern into a primordial dharma image. He didn't expect such an outcome. This force of corruption was omnipresent. Although unseen, it could be sensed. It was an unstoppable force of pollution, entering the origin Dao caves instantly. Even Zaire's primordial cavern began to erode under infinite polluting forces. Puff. While Anita was striving to break through, she suddenly spewed 3 cups of blood due to a wave of polluting force. Almost simultaneously, both were polluted. Fortunately, within Zaire's primordial cavern, the green sapling remained intact. Anita lacked such divine protection, and her entire skin split open. Her true essence spiraled out of control. Zaire could see that this woman's attempt to break through was fraught with difficulty. Zaire, it's the great pollution art. This art is extremely bizarre and terrifying, impossible to guard against. Who would have thought Lieutenant Adolf knew this immortal art? Elias immediately shouted in warning. At this moment, Anita sustained severe injuries. Wateramayon. Suddenly, she called out, Zaire, help me. Chapter 335, both powers surge. At the critical moment, Anita suddenly regained her senses and immediately reclaimed the Amion in water, which was suppressing the Thunder Sword. The moment Amion in water appeared, it transformed into a world of its own, enveloping her entirely. She intended to use this supreme treasure, Amion in water, to resist the great contamination technique of Commander Willis. Zaire, quickly come in and help me. I need your 5 elements power to provide me with abundant vitality. Inside the world created by Amion in water, Anita's voice echoed. All right. Zaire knew they could not delay any further. Instantly transforming into a streak of light, he entered the realm of Amion in water. Humph. Thinking you can escape my great contamination technique with just a precious artifact? Foolish dreams. Within the storm layer, Commander Willis's enormous head launched another surge of the great contamination technique's power. Instantly, various tangible and intangible forces bypassed spatial barriers, directly striking Zaire and Anita. In an instant, Zaire felt as if something had blocked his heart, while his mind seemed battered by a heavy blow. Layers of grayish-black substances started appearing in his primordial cavern heaven. All 13 of his essence storage acupoints were clouded over, and vast amounts of true essence instantly became peppered with countless black specks, losing their spirit. Beside him, Anita appeared to be severely injured. She spat out a mouthful of black blood with a ha, her long black hair now disheveled. Her naked body emitted a large amount of grayish-black mist. Even her will began to collapse. If Anita died, Zaire would have to face Commander Willis alone. Given his current strength, he had no chance of victory. Realizing this, Zaire immediately stood behind Anita and pressed his right hand onto her back. Instantly, beams of 5-colored divine light bloomed forth under Zaire's control, converting into vibrant life force that continuously poured into Anita's body. However, upon touching her smooth back, a strange anger rose within him. Additionally, an intense desire for physical intimacy began to stir in his lower abdomen. Suppressing this impulse, Zaire knew this must be one of Commander Willis's tricks. With the influx of 5 elements power, Anita finally began expelling the contamination forces from her body. You think you can escape my great contamination technique this way? I see both of your weaknesses. Prepare to die. Commander Willis, sensing his contamination weakening, instantly understood. He spit out a mouthful of vital blood, which transformed into boundless energy, ruthlessly pressing down like divine retribution. Anita, dreaming of breaking through your cultivation stage? Impossible. Commander Willis seemed to be exerting all his might, roaring madly. Not good. Anita initially thought she was safe with Zaire's 5 elements power, but did not expect Commander Willis to exhaust his lifespan and essence to try to kill her. The massive energy instantly transformed into bizarre contaminating forces, exploding into her body. Her accumulated power collapsed instantly. Her determination to break through also wavered. Her whole body growing feverishly hot, even her bones burning and turning soft. She could no longer hold on and fell backward, landing on Zaire. Zaire startled, his hand changing from pressing on her back to hugging her. Involuntarily, his hand pressed against something soft. Looking down, it was precisely her sensitive area. Anita, completely nude, was almost fully exposed. Zaire, you. Despite years of cultivation and being at a higher realm, Anita managed to retain some lucidity, reacting angrily when realizing where his hand was. She blushed deeply, having never been touched by a man before. However, she was too weak to struggle. Let go. Enraged and embarrassed, Anita tried her last bit of strength to rebuke him. However, Zaire, inexperienced in such matters, lost all reason. Before she could react, her lips were captured. That final thread of rationality shattered instantly. With slightly parted lips, the two engaged in a wordless yet fierce encounter. No, we can't. Aware of Zaire's weight pressing on her, Anita instinctively murmured, but her protests only served to deepen the primal desires already aroused. Suddenly, Anita emitted a deep moan, soul penetrating, and the two fused together. The two, losing their sense of rationality, engaged in a passionate struggle. As time passed, their interactions grew more frequent. Zaire's 5 elements power intertwined with Anita's lunar essence, reinforcing each other. Amion in water released copious amounts of lunar chi, cocooning them tightly. With the nourishment of the 5 elements power, Anita's true essence strengthened, and her past life memories began recovering gradually. Meanwhile, the primordial cave heaven within Zaire's mind lit up with the flood of lunar chi, emanating primordial world power throughout the small universe formed by Amion in water. As the cave heaven's strength increased, the green tree on the solitary island swayed. Instantaneously, the contaminating powers within Zaire began to dissipate like melting snow. Beneath him, Anita underwent significant changes. Zaire could feel tidal-like pulses emerging from her physical form. How haven't they resolved it yet? I'm barely holding on. Alexei stood guard at the entrance of the Jingzhou Cauldron, using his true dragon form to withstand wave after wave of spatio-temporal impacts. Scales fell off, and dragon blood splattered everywhere. He didn't know what had happened to Zaire and Anita. Hadn't they resolved the contamination yet? What's going on? My power? You actually weakened my contamination technique. Flying within the storm layer, Commander Willis realized his enhanced contamination technique was disappearing. Yao's memory recovered. The 5 elements' power is endless and truly remarkable. Inside Amian in water, Anita had awakened. Vast fragments of memories resurfaced from her soul, flowing into Zaire's consciousness, then returning to her. In that moment, Zaire gained a wealth of knowledge. Not cultivation secrets, but profound insights into sun and moon energies, including lunar essence. It opened a new door for Zaire, providing new perspectives on knowledge. Immortal, his primordial cave heaven underwent significant changes. The original grayish-black substances vanished, replaced by a luminous glow akin to the moon. Condensing cave heaven, forming my Dharma image. Zaire realized this was the perfect time to cultivate his Dharma image in the cave heaven. Chapter 336, Imperial to Tribulation Realm Breakthrough. Even before breaking through to the Imperial Realm, one could evolve a Dharma image within their origin cave heaven. Such a situation was hard for anyone to believe. But the power Zaire had accumulated was indeed profound and immense. All the essence stored from the Qin and One Chi spirit pill surged into the primordial cavern heaven. The entire origin cave heaven seemed on the verge of destruction, riddled with countless cracks. Cave heaven Dharma image, it can finally be formed. Zaire couldn't help but feel excited. He forgot that he and Anita were still naked in each other's arms. And just as his origin cave heaven was about to manifest as a Dharma image, an even more massive and terrifying aura erupted from within Anita's body. Suddenly, above them, a stone bridge appeared. Zaire's form trembled. He nearly got swept away by this surge of power. Fortunately, his strength had grown immensely after merging with Anita, allowing him to instantly embrace her and sense the profundity of the celestial stone bridge. With the appearance of the bridge, large amounts of celestial energy flooded their bodies. Unlike the usual celestial chi Zaire obtained, this contained numerous Dao laws. Gaining these would truly be key to fundamental improvement. When one breaks through from the Imperial to the Tribulation Realm, such circumstances would occur. The emergence of the stone bridge heralded the influx of vast celestial energy carrying Dao principles, continuously descending. The more solid the foundation and profound the base, the more Dao laws one could perceive. There was no mistake. Anita had entered the Tribulation Realm. She had become an ascendant. After merging with Zaire, she had finally taken this step into this realm. This was the mythical domain that countless powerful experts yearned for. From now on, Anita was an ascendant, a titan. Meanwhile, Zaire remained merged with Anita. Their souls connected, their spirits intertwined as one. Facing Anita's breakthrough, he felt it deeply, as if experiencing the process of breaking through from the Imperial to the Tribulation Realm himself. The numerous Dao laws entering Anita's mind were also perceived by him. In this way, it was an immeasurable blessing. In the future, Zaire's breakthrough to the Tribulation Realm would be much easier because of this experience. Endless celestial energy was captured by Anita. This celestial chi was extremely pure, several times better than what Shiloh summoned. It was evident. After breaking through, Anita's strength far surpassed Shiloh at the same level. Water in Amian. Anita opened her eyes and looked at Zaire, a faint blush crossing her face. Under her control, water in Amian suddenly shrank, becoming like a speck of dust before merging into her body. Now, having entered the Tribulation Realm, water in Amian could release far more formidable power than when she was at the Imperial Realm. Let go quickly. Anita tried to push Zaire away, her body trembling. But unexpectedly, behind Zaire, a shadow of a crumbling world appeared. Boom. As soon as it appeared, it exploded, transforming into a vast expanse of colorful light. Within the colorful light, a gigantic figure suddenly emerged. This figure's face was identical to Zaire. Upon appearing, this giant's power was even more intense than when Anita broke through to the Tribulation Realm. The entire Jingzhou Cauldron shook. This towering figure was none other than the primordial cavern heaven Dharma image. An indescribably powerful force erupted from the Dharma image, overwhelming Anita's power. Even as an ascendant in the Tribulation Realm, she found this unbelievable. Her power could not dislodge Zaire. At this moment, Zaire was almost ready to break through to the Imperial Realm. Ordinary experts chose to wait until after reaching the Imperial Realm to attempt turning their origin cave heaven into a Dharma image. Converting the cave heaven into a Dharma image was a highly exhausting task. So few people would choose to do so at the Sovereign Realm. But Zaire was different. His accumulated capital was abundant enough that he didn't need to worry about consumption. Zaire, get up. Anita said suddenly, what happened between us must never be revealed. If Songyang Martial Academy learns of this, they will undoubtedly suppress me completely. Wait until I reach 2-instrument tribulation, then we can end my engagement with Becker. What do you think? Hearing this, Zaire promptly got up. Anita capitalized on the momentum, retrieving clothes from water in Amian and dressing herself. After this event, both had experienced significant strength gains. Especially Anita, who had directly broken through to the Tribulation Realm. How long will it take for you to advance to the 2-instrument tribulation? Zaire looked at Anita. With your 4 fruits, I have now grasped Yin-Yang life and death mostly. Now, I just need a quiet place to seclude and cultivate, and I can soon break through to the 2-instrument tribulation. Smiling lightly, Anita continued, once I reach the 2-instrument tribulation, I believe I can cancel the martial arts death sentence against you. As for the martial arts death sentence, I don't care. Now that I've condensed the cave heaven dharma image early, and with Shiloh being an ascendant in the tribulation realm, once Kaylee's issue is resolved, I'll return to Tianyang Martial Academy to seclude and cultivate. Zaire laughed. When I emerge from seclusion, I will likely be in the tribulation realm as well. By then, who will I fear? He glanced outside. Now let's leave and shatter Adolf Zhongwei's wormhole space, completely slaying him. Chapter 336. Breaking through the wormhole, surrounding and killing Lieutenant Adolf. Both individuals had made significant strides in their strength. Most importantly, Anita had advanced to the tribulation realm, capable of wielding the supreme treasure watery Aimyon with even greater power. Lieutenant Adolf was already injured, with only his head remaining. Zaire naturally understood that this was the best opportunity to slay him. Boom. At this moment, atop the Jingzhou tripod, a thunderous sound erupted suddenly. Boundless and tumultuous energy surged in instantly. It was the power of the Mystic Heart Spirit Refining Array. It had unexpectedly broken through all the protections laid by Elias. Primordial Dermic Visage. Shatter. Seeing the situation, Zaire channeled his true essence, and immediately a giant over 100 zhang tall materialized abruptly. The giant's face was identical to his, an enlarged version of Zaire himself. The only difference was the eyes. The eyes of the primordial dermic visage were like those of a deity who disregarded everything, cold and devoid of emotion. Upon appearance, the cave heaven dermic visage instantly flashed before Elias. With a wave of its hands, it blocked the force of the Mystic Heart Spirit Refining Array directly. Zaire, you actually converted your origin cave heaven into a dermic heaven at the sovereign realm. Elias's scales burst open one by one, covered in dragon blood. Though he intended to fight to the death, he saw Zaire manifest the cave heaven dermic visage and deflect all attacks. Witnessing this, he was truly shocked. Who could have thought that Zaire not only dispelled the great pollution spell, but also condensed the cave heaven dermic visage, while still in the sovereign realm. This 100-zhang dermic visage was incredibly powerful. A light wave of its hands could create earth-shaking effects. A breath from it seemed like a storm sea 10,000 zhang high. This kind of power could annihilate any top-grade spirit artifact. Even lower-grade treasures couldn't withstand it. Unbelievable. What stunned Elias even more was the aura emanating from Anita, majestic like divine authority. Surrounding her were streams of immortal chi. She stood there as if the void itself distorted around her. The powers invading from the Mystic Heart Spirit Refining Array were absorbed around her, then vanished into nothingness. Let us join forces and break this wormhole space outside. Zaire laughed and launched the primordial dermic visage out of the Jingzhou tripod. Anita smiled faintly, flying out her own Yaoshan dermic visage following the primordial dermic visage. Her current cultivation level was First Tribulation Mythical Elder, far stronger than Imperial Sovereign by at least tenfold. Her strength now was no longer comparable to ancient oxen, but instead to dragons. Every casual strike possessed the might of a dragon. When the two dermic visages emerged from the Jingzhou tripod, they interlocked fingers, their energy and power blending seamlessly, enhancing each other. Due to the deep communication between Zaire and Anita, their true essences and even souls carried each other's aura. Therefore, there were no obstacles in communicating their dermic visages. Their powers even overlapped. In the next instant, the two dermic visages collapsed rapidly, shrinking to 10 zhang in size. Lieutenant Adolf's wormhole space began collapsing immediately. Oh no, one has broken through to First Tribulation. The other condensed the dermic heaven visage at the sovereign realm. Perceiving the changes in the wormhole space, Lieutenant Adolf was immensely astonished. Had his body remained intact, he wouldn't fear. But now, with just a head left and severely wounded, after consecutive exertions of power, his reserves were drained. He could not suppress the significantly improved Anita and Zaire. Boom. Like the collapse of a world, silence engulfed the heavens. Endless explosions echoed out from the wormhole space. After suddenly shrinking, Zaire and Anita's dermic visages dramatically expanded again. Under the compression and expansion of power, the wormhole space broke apart. Snap. Within the Tempest layer, the giant flying head burst apart, following which, two figures emerged with a small bronze tripod. These were the two dermic visages. Lieutenant Adolf's head was split into two halves. Anita, subdue Lieutenant Adolf. Get his head. I can convert it into an unprecedented abyss fruit. Consuming it will greatly increase my chances of breaking through the tribulation realm. Emerging from the wormhole space, Zaire immediately shouted. The primordial dermic visage grabbed half the head under his command. The abyss fruit of a two principles tribulation mythical elder. Anita trembled, understanding the significance. Although Zaire's current strength was considerable, the path to breaking through the tribulation realm was still long. Moreover, achieving the mythical elder status was uncertain. Without becoming a mythical elder, one could never stand firm in the myriad realms. If Zaire broke through to the tribulation realm and became a mythical elder, he could likely become the chancellor of Tianyang Martial Academy. Regarding their future together, opposition from Songyang Martial Academy would be futile. For the first time, Anita considered the future for both of them. Additionally, after in-depth exchanges, Anita learned that Zaire's origin cave heaven was the transformed primordial world. The coarse energy from abyss demons was a supreme supplement for the primordial world. More importantly, the green tree within the primordial world could transform abyss demons into abyss fruits. Thus, abyss demons brought immense benefits from certain perspectives. Lieutenant Adolf may be strong, but with just a heavily injured head, I believe we can still subdue him. Anita pointed lightly, and vast amounts of true essence formed a spider web enveloping the area. Meanwhile, the Yaoshan dermic visage soared upwards, transforming into a full moon in the sky, its light covering thousands of miles. The moonlight caused various phenomena in the void. It was as if the thousands of miles were pulled into a moon world. Anita had truly become a tribulation realm mythical elder. Though only at first tribulation, she was genuine and formidable, far surpassing Shiloh of similar level. The Yaoshan dermic visage, based on her predecessor Yaoshan, exuded an aura of uniqueness. Hence, during the 9 Provinces Chamber of Commerce, she could discern the intricacies of Zaire's dermic visage. Although not as unconventional or invincible as Zaire, it was immensely powerful and profound. Immediately, it sealed off thousands of miles of space. First tribulation. Do you think you can trap me? Life and death are but a thought. Even with only a head, I'm not someone you can easily handle. The split head reunited instantly, restoring completely. Life and death hinged entirely on his heart. This was the terror of the 2 principals' tribulation. At the same time, Lieutenant Adolf opened his large mouth, spewing out torrents of black flames, covering the sky and rushing towards Anita. Even the web-like true essence and layers of moonlight couldn't block this power. Devastating demonic flames. Watery Amion. Anita's expression changed drastically, unprepared for Lieutenant Adolf to have such formidable power left. She immediately activated Watery Amion to block the overwhelming black flames. However, a dark figure suddenly blocked her. A huge silhouette appeared before her, countering all the forces. It was Zaire's primordial dermic visage. Grasping the surging demonic flames, it held them firmly. You are now at the Tribulation Realm. Your attacks are stronger than mine. Let me handle Lieutenant Adolf's power. Despite his ferocity, I have the dermic heaven transformed from the primordial world, making him powerless. Clutching the dragon-like black flames, the primordial dermic visage tore them into countless fragments. Then, using Dragon Devour technique, it consumed the flames. All the shattered black flames were directly swallowed. Moments later, they all transformed into pure primordial energy, replenishing his own consumption. Anita was completely stunned. In hundreds of years, when had such a situation ever occurred? Immediately, warmth circulated in her heart. Indeed, she could block Lieutenant Adolf's attack, but being able to block it was one thing. Moreover, after blocking it, she would also suffer considerable depletion. Naturally, she couldn't match Zaire, who had the primordial world and could replenish himself using Dragon Devour technique. After swallowing Lieutenant Adolf's attack, Zaire's dermic heaven visage seemed to become even more powerful. His body grew larger again, and his 2 large hands suddenly became bigger and stretched out. One hand emitted the Supreme Enlightenment spell, while the other operated the Great Compassion Ferrying spell. They both lunged toward Lieutenant Adolf's huge head. Zaire's current strongest ability wasn't the 7-day black hole or the Jingzhou tripod. It was this 100-jong primordial dermic visage. This giant possessed strength enough to pluck stars and smash through the sky. If the Wuxian dermic visage were to confront it now, it would certainly be at a significant disadvantage. How could an ordinary dermic visage compare with the one formed from the primordial world? Zaire, you have actually condensed dermic visage supreme and possessed the primordial world. You have become the greatest enemy of our abyssal race. However, I will let you off for now. When my abyssal army arrives, it will be your day of doom. Whether it's Declan or Alita, not even countless deities can save you. Witnessing Zaire and Anita's strength, Lieutenant Adolf realized that he would not gain any advantage today. A first tribulation mythical elder and a sovereign who had condensed the dermic heaven visage. With just a heavily injured head, Lieutenant Adolf naturally could not prevail. Especially since Zaire possessed the primordial world, along with the mysterious green tree and the peerless technique of the true dragon clan. Any attack that failed to break through the primordial world would be absorbed by his Dragon Devour technique. This was simply unreasonable. If his physical body were intact and uninjured, there would be various ways to suppress and seal this boy. But now, Lieutenant Adolf immediately invoked the high-grade treasure, the Great Unborn Mill. In an instant, the void shook, and heaven and earth twisted. Suddenly, Zaire's dermic heaven visage became distorted. Boom. Emitting various fluctuations, Lieutenant Adolf instantly broke free from all restraints. Even Anita's Yaoshan dermic visage couldn't hold him back as he prepared to escape. High-grade treasures in the hands of a Tribulation Realm elder were terrifyingly powerful. Want to escape? Anita had already accumulated power and directed it into Watery Amion. This high-grade treasure suddenly burst with infinite light. The expanding light formed a new world. The Lotus Pond Amion light, world familiar to Zaire. It trapped both Lieutenant Adolf and the Great Unborn Mill within it. The entire world suddenly darkened. Rippling moonlight spread over the water, obscuring even the Great Unborn Mill's radiance. Although both were high-grade treasures, the Great Unborn Mill was clearly inferior to Watery Amion. After all, the Great Unborn Mill was laboriously refined by Lieutenant Adolf himself. However, Watery Amion was refined by Anita's predecessor, Yaoshan. The gap between them was too vast. Jingzhou tripod. As soon as Watery Amion trapped the Great Unborn Mill, the Jingzhou tripod entered the Lotus Pond Amion light, world under Zaire's command. A surge of power flowed like a mighty river, working in concert with Watery Amion. Amidst the attacks from the two treasures, Lieutenant Adolf continuously flashed and fled. No matter how much he tried to escape, he couldn't leave this realm. I didn't expect that after breaking through, you could harness the power of Watery Amion to this extent. Advancing to the Tribulation Realm is indeed marvelously profound. Boom. Zaire recalled his dermic heaven visage. After merging with it, he landed beside Anita. Looking at her exquisite face, he felt a sense of unreality. Previously, when they met, they were at odds with each other, harboring various intentions. But now, they cooperated seamlessly, their hearts in tune. This world truly held boundless wonders. No way. What happened? Why do these two make me feel like they are in perfect harmony? Elias, who was healing, saw the two cooperate so perfectly and sensed a special charm between them. He was startled almost to the point of dispersing his cultivation. Could it be that Anita's breakthrough to the Tribulation Realm and Zaire achieving the dermic heaven visage have some special reason? Dual cultivation? Elias kept thinking, finding it increasingly unbelievable. His eyes constantly darted between the two, showing a look of inquiry. When one reaches the tribulation realm, the true essence inside the body undergoes a qualitative change, gaining a semblance of life, known as true spirit. Understanding various principles, the use of treasures naturally reaches a supreme level. Anita explained carefully upon seeing Zaire approach, a gentle smile on her face. Zaire instantly understood. However, his actions didn't stop. Using yin-yang life and death abilities, his right hand penetrated layers of distance and reached into the Lotus Pond of Mindlight world, grabbing Lieutenant Adolf in the Great Unborn Mill. Every movement of his body was accompanied by shimmering light. Upon closer inspection, millions of tiny flames spewed from his pores. This was due to his blood chi reaching its peak, manifesting as blood chi flames. These countless small flames erupted with every move. With this fire present, ordinary treasure attacks couldn't harm him. In the Lotus Pond of Mindlight world, Lieutenant Adolf, who was fleeing, didn't have time to react and was caught by Zaire. Primordial world. Green tree. Swoosh. The void shattered. The roots of the small green tree on the isolated island shot out, piercing through space and using Zaire's right hand as a medium to pierce into Lieutenant Adolf's huge head. What dense primordial energy! In just a moment, Zaire felt tremendous energy travel through the green tree roots into the primordial world. Instantly, a gray flower bud appeared at the top of the green tree's branches. This was different from Sandflow Shannon or the 5 Zhou demons. Lieutenant Adolf's primordial energy first bloomed before bearing fruit, and Zaire sensed a faint shadow inside this gray flower bud. Strong energy fluctuations emanated from within. Chapter 337. Begin refining the Thunder Sword. The Adolf lieutenant's strength has greatly diminished, and only his head remains. It seems unlikely that he can grow into a true fruit now. However, even in this state, the aura contained within is incredibly powerful. Once I break through to the Imperial Realm and reach the pinnacle of my power, I will devour this fruit along with the 3 treasures Xiaohua pill. Then stepping into the Tribulation Realm will be almost certain. Zaire felt immense joy as he sensed the abyssal fruit. This decision was indeed correct. Not only had he captured Kaylee and the Thunder Sword, but he also gained Kathleen as an ally. Now, he only needed to subdue the Adolf lieutenant's head for enormous gains. And then there was Thunder Island. These consecutive acquisitions would make returning to Tianyang Martial Academy and slaying Becker all the more promising. Afterward, everything would be smooth sailing. Zaire's thoughts raced rapidly. Inside the world of Lotus Pond under the Amayan light, the Adolf lieutenant, upon realizing his essence was vanishing, understood he couldn't let Zaire continue unchecked. He immediately decided on drastic measures, roaring out, "Zaire! Kathleen, you adulterous couple, I, Adolf lieutenant, will never forgive you both. Die. All of you must die. Release the great grindstone of Adolf." In a thunderous cry, the great grindstone of Adolf violently shook before spinning at a tremendous speed. Instantly, a terrifying figure appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura. He wants the spirit of the great grindstone of Adolf to self-destruct, Zaire. Kathleen was greatly startled. She quickly concentrated the power of Water Amayan onto the grindstone. The destruction caused by the self-destruction of a high-grade treasure artifact would rival that of a Tribulation Realm expert. Ordinarily, even if a high-grade treasure artifact spirit had a master, it wouldn't choose to self-destruct. Like Kathleen could not make the Water Amayan spirit self-destruct because she wasn't its creator. The great grindstone was created by the Adolf lieutenant. Metaphorically, he was its father. Zaire understood the danger, immediately using the Jingzhou Cauldron to cover the grindstone while Xianxia Law image rushed forward. But at that moment, the Adolf lieutenant spat out dark flames, breaking free from little green tree's roots and diving into the endless storm. "Don't let him escape." Kathleen's true spirit surged, ready to chase. But Zaire stopped her, saying, "Don't chase a cornered enemy. The Abyss Demons have long set up networks throughout Zhou, including many in the 9 martial academies. You're still new to the Tribulation Realm, and falling into their traps could be fatal. Let the experts deal with the Abyss Demons. We need to return to our academy, enhance our strength, and prepare for their invasion." Kathleen nodded, agreeing. "You're right. Since this Adolf lieutenant dared show himself openly in Zhou, he must have hidden plans, possibly as a bait. Let's join forces and suppress the great grindstone first." Zaire used all his strength against the grindstone, forcing its spirit back into its original form before suppressing it entirely. You've reached the Tribulation Realm and can unleash a treasure artifact's full power. With this, you can easily advance to 2-instrument tribulation and achieve yin-yang creation and annihilation. He handed the great grindstone to Kathleen. As a Tribulation Realm expert, she would become a deputy chief at Songyang Martial Academy upon return, gaining immense influence. "Thank you." Kathleen was moved by Zaire's trust, as the great grindstone was no ordinary item. It was a high-grade treasure artifact. "This place isn't safe. Let's leave." Zaire wanted to leverage Kathleen's status to control Songyang Martial Academy, one of the top academies with unimaginable wealth and power. While being led away, Kathleen gazed affectionately at Zaire. After flying far, she said, "I've expended much energy fighting the Adolf lieutenant. How about we rest somewhere?" "Huh?" Zaire turned, puzzled. Kathleen could replenish her divine energy without needing rest unless gravely injured. But seeing her blush, Zaire simply nodded, descending into a vast lake. As they entered the water, Kathleen clung tightly to him like an octopus. Realizing her intent, Zaire joked, "So that's what you mean." She silenced him with a kiss, and soon they were entwined together. "What's wrong? Why do I feel so agitated, unable to concentrate my true essence?" In the mysterious space of Tianyang Martial Academy, Becker frowned deeply, surrounded by the glowing Wu Shan bronze tripod. "Is something happening? Too bad my divination skills aren't perfected. Otherwise, I could divine it. Could this be related to Zaire? Has he gained another opportunity, boosting his strength? This can't go on. I need to break through faster." Becker threw a small bronze tripod above his head, determined to break through. "I didn't expect you to know dual cultivation techniques." Zaire exclaimed post-coitus. As the top academy, Songyang has countless scriptures. Dual cultivation isn't rare. Kathleen looked less shy this time, almost triumphant. With dual cultivation, doesn't your true essence improve faster? I wish you could also break through the tribulation realm. Her expression suddenly saddened. I must return. Songyang Martial Academy needs me. Once I'm appointed deputy chief, I'll rescind your martial order immediately. Worry not about the martial order. Our affair should remain secret for now, Zaire thought clearly. Could you wait before returning to help me convert Kaylee and refine the Thunder Sword? Then, once back at Tianyang Martial Academy, I can focus on Becker and his master Nicholas. Nicholas? This person is devious and cunning, a sly old fox. You must be extra cautious, Kathleen revealed all she knew. Furthermore, he holds high prestige in Tianyang Martial Academy. The most important thing is that he has acquainted with many experts in the outer domain. Among them, 3 others at the Tribulation Realm have sworn brotherhood with him. The 4 of them are well known, and numerous cultivators call them the 4 gentlemen. The 4 gentlemen? Zaire was surprised. Yes, Nicholas is the proud gentleman, along with the secluded gentleman, strong gentleman, and tranquil gentleman, corresponding to plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum respectively. All 4 are Tribulation Realm's adepts but haven't yet broken through 2-instrument tribulation or grasped the Tao of Yin-Yang creation and annihilation. Proud gentleman, secluded gentleman, strong gentleman, tranquil gentleman, the 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum? If you hadn't told me this, I would indeed not have known. Zaire was astonished. Judging by this, Nicholas wouldn't be easy to deal with. With such high prestige in Tianyang Martial Academy, and having raised a genius like Becker, now with the support of 3 other adepts outside the 9 provinces, earning the title of the 4 gentlemen, this kind of figure was certainly no ordinary man. While some cultivators might have friends, it wasn't common for there to be sworn brothers. Not to mention acting together, exploring together, and making a name for themselves collectively. If he were to confront Nicholas, it might trigger the intervention of the other 3 great adepts. That would complicate matters. You don't need to worry too much. Once I break through to the 2-instrument tribulation, I will immediately come to your aid. At that point, Nicholas will be no issue. 2-instrument tribulation far surpasses 1-instrument tribulation. Kathleen quickly responded, for now, let me help you refine the Thunder Sword. Great. Zaire immediately summoned the Jingzhou Cauldron, preparing to enter its inner world. The Thunder Sword had originally been suppressed within the 7-day black hole, but to centralize his power more effectively, he had already transferred the Thunder Sword into the Jingzhou Cauldron while flying. Now, inside the cauldron's space, Shiloh, Mickey, and Ajax chanted the 9-character secret incantations, activating the Grand Purity Enlightenment art and Great Salvation Compassion art. They conjured twin rays of blue and golden light, landing directly on the Thunder Sword. Below the sword, a woman sat cross-legged, countering their efforts. Despite the combined strength of Shiloh, several treasure artifacts, and 9 million celestial ghosts, they were barely holding it back. This showcased the formidable power of the first prodigy listed in the Jiaolong catalog. However, the stalemate was instantly shattered when Kathleen and Zaire arrived. Zaire released his primordial law image, merging 2 enormous hands and unleashing a sea of force directly onto the Thunder Sword while chanting to project the Grand Purity Enlightenment's blue light. Kathleen's side was even more formidable. Her Tribulation Realm power burst forth, instantly enveloping the 7-day black hole in boundless divine energy. Inside, Shiloh, Mickey, the Waterfire twin shields, and Ajax felt their strength rapidly increase. Kaylee, I never expected you to be in league with the Abyss Demons. It seems all these years you've been using me and exploiting my status as the #1 disciple of Songyang Martial Academy. After releasing the heavenly energy, Kathleen manipulated the water Amayon, instantly enveloping Kaylee in an overwhelming force. Since you know, I'll be honest. Your ambush by the celestial ghosts in the East Sea was all part of a plan. Kaylee said calmly, I didn't expect you to break through the silence so quickly and discover our identities. If I'm correct, you must have dual cultivated with Zaire, utilizing the 5 elements origin power, allowing you to break through. But how could you consort with Zaire? Songyang Martial Academy will never accept you. Nonsense. Kaylee, you aren't an abyss demon. Why become a lapdog for them? Kathleen demanded harshly. To me, whether it's the abyss race, humans of the 9 provinces, or even demons or barbarians, it doesn't matter. If not for the abyss race saving me, I wouldn't exist now. I was called a disaster from childhood, blamed for my parents' deaths and villagers' demise. As I grew up, I became an outcast. If not for the abyss demons taking me in and teaching me profound skills. Kaylee's emotions flared, and her true essence seemed to scatter. Compared to Kathleen, a Tribulation Realm adept, they weren't in the same league. With the Thunder Sword suppressed, she couldn't defend against Kathleen and the Waterma. Kaylee, considering our long-standing relationship, if you submit to Zaire, I'll let you off. What do you say? Instead of attacking outright, Kathleen tried persuasion. Ha, truly laughable. Earlier, you dragged me to confront Zaire, but now you join forces with him to subdue me, Kathleen. Your indecision shows a lack of conviction, ensuring your failure in the future. Kaylee sneered. Death is like a snuffed-out lamp. As long as you live, there is hope. Kathleen flicked her finger, turning the water Amayon into the lotus pond under the Amayan light, enveloping Kaylee. This superior-grade treasure artifact wouldn't harm Kathleen even if Kaylee self-destructed. Meanwhile, Zaire was fully concentrating on suppressing the Thunder Sword. Activating the Grand Purity Enlightenment art and the Great Salvation Compassion art continuously, he illuminated the treasure artifact. Translation completed while maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence with previous content. Chapter 338. Noteworthy Harvest, Departure for the Tianyang Martial Academy. At this moment, Zaire had solidified his inner heaven Dharma image, significantly enhancing his power. His true essence became extraordinarily substantial. Shiloh also acquired a body of the Abyssal Demon Clan, and with it, his strength was gradually recovering. Even a superior treasure like the lightning sword could not stir under such force suppression. Moreover, once Kaylee was restrained by Anita, the support for the lightning sword weakened and began to be slowly infiltrated by Zaire. Coupled with the power of the primordial Dharma image, using one hand for the supreme clarity enlightenment technique and the other for great deliverance mercy, emerald and gold light continually cleansed the sword. The lightning sword shook repeatedly as if struggling against the overwhelming pressure. Lightning sword, I understand that you are quite powerful, but if you continue to resist, not only will you fail to withstand my refinement, but you will also damage your fundamental essence, destroying any chance of breaking through to the supreme treasure level in the future. If you submit willingly, I can provide you with ample faith power daily, and even use divine energy from the God realm to nourish you, establishing a solid foundation. Zaire spread his voice within the twin beams of emerald and gold light, filled with temptation. Faith power? The lightning sword responded with surprise. If it refused to submit, even Zaire and Shiloh working together would take several decades to subdue it. However, in doing so, its foundational essence would be damaged, exhausting all its inherent strength. Of course, it's up to you. Also, don't think of escaping. We are inside the space of Jingzhou Tripod. Unless you are already a supreme treasure, there is no way out. And with Anita and Shiloh assisting me, along with my numerous treasures and celestial ghosts, how long do you think you can hold on? Most importantly, if I bring you to the Tianyang Martial Academy, under the intervention of many grand elders and even the dean, do you think you could survive? Zaire spoke straightforwardly. So, you're saying I have no other choice? Isn't it obvious? After a while, the lightning sword suddenly withdrew its resistance, quivered, and entered the 7-day black hole voluntarily, inviting the emerald and gold light to bathe over itself. 7 days and nights passed. Under Zaire's power, the lightning sword continued to tremble violently, surrounded by countless lightning bolts. Suddenly, the void shook, and the lightning sword instantly entered the primordial Dharma image, entangled by the forces of the primordial world. 2 more days passed. It took 9 days and nights for the primordial Dharma image to release the lightning sword. Zaire grasped it firmly. This precious sword, now devoid of all of Kaylee's mental imprints, had become his personal treasure. With a gentle wave, millions of thunderballs erupted from the sword, flying out of the Jingzhou Tripod, annihilating the storms across 1,000 miles. The explosive power and destructive force of this lightning sword were truly terrifying. Waterfire dual shields, being primarily defensive treasures and only mid-tier, couldn't compare. Zaire estimated that his current strength was enough to suppress senior figures like Shiloh and Remington before they were injured. Enhanced by a superior treasure, especially one like this attack-oriented lightning sword, was indeed extremely formidable. Furthermore, after refining the lightning sword, he obtained an unparalleled mystic technique called Heavenly Trigram Divine Thunder. Its profundity surpassed even the 9-fold ascending dragon immortality body. Zaire soon realized that this Heavenly Trigram Divine Thunder was actually the Great Thunder Trigram method among the 9,000 mystic arts. The Great Thunder Trigram method was exceptionally strong among mystic arts, comparable to the deity suppressing technique and the all-heaven restraining technique. Now, my strength has more than doubled. Once I return to the Tianyang Martial Academy, I will dominate all geniuses. Even senior figures in the Calamity Realm won't be a concern unless they have mastered yin-yang creation and annihilation. Feeling immense satisfaction, Zaire turned his gaze toward Anita. At this moment, Anita had confined Kaylee within the Amaon in water. After 9 days and nights of refinement, Kaylee had transformed completely into a mass of lightning, but her powerful will still collided relentlessly. Her physical form hovered within the lightning, steadfast despite the external forces. Suddenly, Anita retracted the Amaon in water. Zaire, Kaylee's inner heaven Dharma image is too powerful, and she cultivates the Great Thunder Trigram art, making her untouchable. I don't want to use heavy-handed methods to kill her either. I've decided to take her back to the Xianxia Martial Academy and place her in the Cosmic Cauldron, hoping to change her mind and make her an ally. More importantly, I can use the Cosmic Cauldron's power to assist her in breaking through to the Calamity Realm. Once we have a Calamity Realm expert helping us, many problems will be resolved. This time, upon my return, I will surely be appointed Deputy Kimball of Xianxia. At that time, I can enter the Cosmic Cauldron. Although I can only enter once, I will utilize it to its fullest. Kaylee was the top-ranked person in the Proud Dragon's register, formidable in both strength and willpower. Hearing Anita's thoughts, Zaire nodded. This plan sounds feasible, but what exactly is the Cosmic Cauldron? Up till now, I've only heard of immortal weapons, even encountered a few claiming to be immortal artifacts, but I have no clue about what real immortal artifacts look like. He recalled the hype from various auctions. Every treasure claimed to be an immortal weapon, invincible and supreme. The Cosmic Cauldron cannot be described with mere words. Until one truly sees it, they can never understand what an immortal artifact is. If possible, I will take you inside once, and the Cosmic Unity Chi inside greatly aids cultivation. Anita then pulled out a scripture from the Amaon in water. This is the highest level immortal art of the Xianxia Martial Academy, the method to cultivate the grand time-space art. It's ridiculous that Tianyang Martial Academy didn't impart the true martial ancestor scripture to you, teaching it instead to Becker. They must be blind. The grand time-space art ranks 10th among the 9,000 mystic arts. Except for the 9 chaos arts, nothing can surpass it. Once you break through to the Calamity Realm, you can try cultivating it. The more 9,000 mystic arts you master, the stronger your true spirit becomes, allowing you to sense more heavenly rules, which is highly beneficial for your future journey towards immortality. For Zaire's sake, Anita revealed the most treasured mystic art of Xianxia Martial Academy. But this grand time-space art isn't complete. The core mysteries remain unlearned. I'm already at the Calamity Realm stage, and will certainly obtain the complete version when I return. Then, I'll teach you. Zaire received the cultivation method of the grand time-space art. Skimming through the content quickly, he deeply memorized it all. With a finger tap, The scripture fused directly into his body. Thank you. Only then did he react, deeply moved by Anita's actions. I also have a few mystic arts you can learn. Zaire shared the ninefold ascending dragon immortality body, supreme clarity enlightenment technique, great deliverance mercy, and even the newly acquired great thunder trigram art, along with the inborn 5 elements indestructible body with Anita. The first 3, when perfected, could transform into the great all-heaven immortality art, great enlightenment art, and great deliverance art, 3 immensely powerful immortal arts. Risking her life, Anita revealed the strongest mystic arts beneath the chaos arts. Naturally, Zaire wasn't stingy either, especially given their current relationship. Oh right, I remember obtaining a few mystic techniques in the divine martial immortal mansion. I heard they belong to the 3,000 Dao techniques. How do they relate to the 9,000 mystic arts? Zaire recalled the 7 kill sword Dao and fortune observation technique. The 3,000 Dao techniques can be considered weakened versions of the 9,000 mystic arts, Anita explained. If cultivated deeply, they might transform into mystic arts. Got it. Zaire nodded. In the days that followed, the two indulged in their intimacy. After exchanging divine arts, their relationship rapidly deepened. An unwavering sense of trust emerged between them. Night descended, cool and serene. At dawn, it would be time for them to part ways. Will you have other women in the future? Anita, nestled in Zaire's arms, suddenly asked. The final tribulation of Alita is with you. The entwined branches. It's a trial of love. And I heard you seem to have some connection with Anthea from Pingchuan Martial Academy? Zaire smiled. Alita, the foremost expert in the 9 states, sees me as nothing more than a pawn she can use. As for Anthea, her ambitions are vast and immeasurable. I can't fathom her thoughts. She likely interacts with me to counter Becker. I know Becker and Pingchuan Martial Academy have a deep rift. Wasn't our relationship based on mutual exploitation? Anita lowered her head. And your interaction with me was largely to frustrate Becker, wasn't it? Her words left Zaire momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he replied earnestly, I admit I had those thoughts before, but now, after deep reflection, I assure you, it's not like that anymore. In the future, I will come to Songyang Martial Academy and take you away with honor. The first light of dawn appeared. Golden sunlight pierced the sky, dispelling all darkness. Zaire. Anita suddenly rose, leaving a deeply affectionate kiss before vanishing into the world. I'll wait for you at Songyang Martial Academy. If you don't come, I'll attack Tianyang Martial Academy. Only her lingering voice remained in the air. Watching Anita leave, a trace of melancholy flickered in Zaire's eyes. Haha, Zaire, you actually got the first disciple of Songyang Martial Academy, the reincarnation of Yao Shen. You've definitely severed one of Songyang's bright paths to the future. But be careful, many have fallen because of love throughout history. Don't let yourself be ruined by it. Alexei became excited upon realizing Anita had left. Love indeed has its mysterious and unpredictable ways, Zaire mused, finally grasping a bit of the essence of love. Hehe, you think so? Alexei remarked. Even someone as powerful as Alita can't avoid or escape love. Let's not talk about this. I killed 4 abyssal demon experts and looted another's personal wormhole. How many treasures did we get? Have you counted? Zaire shook off his musings and focused. Among the 5 personal wormholes, there were only nearly 1,000 magical treasures. Shiloh's voice came from the 7-day black hole. I've already refined them to enhance the power of the 7-day black hole. There were billions of sky pills, which could probably sustain the celestial ghost for about a month. Note, the term Chengdan has been translated as sky pill for consistency and fluency in English. If only we could capture that void lieutenant. As a high-ranking abyssal demon, he must have countless treasures. Alexei nodded in agreement. The void lieutenant is too formidable. Even with just his head, he can escape. We also don't know if he has reinforcements. The abyssal demons have planned for years. A misstep could cost us our lives. The consumption of celestial ghosts is something I need to figure out. But this time, the harvest was good. Got the lightning sword and transformed the primordial world into a dermic image. Zaire flew toward Tianyang Martial Academy, his strength at an unprecedented peak. He didn't fear being ambushed and even hoped someone would envy the bounty on him and attempt to kill him. Ideally, Remington would appear. With his current strength, Zaire was confident he could suppress Remington and force him to help refine the 7-day black hole, drawing divine chi. What a perfect plan. Thinking of Remington, Zaire said, Shiloh, it seems you've developed the round star for quite some time. You and Remington must have accumulated numerous treasures. If we could get them, it would be a substantial fortune. However, the round star is far from the 9 states. A round trip would take several months. We should wait until I settle things at Tianyang Martial Academy before seeing if we have time to go to the round star. Shiloh's hard work on the round star intrigued Zaire. Over the years, Shiloh's stronghold must have amassed valuable items. Most importantly, Zaire learned that the round star, existing for countless years, had coincidentally developed its own consciousness. Obtaining it would be immeasurably beneficial, despite the distance. Since Zaire couldn't great teleport and lacked the 3 talents tribulation cultivation, traversing the cosmos was time-consuming. So, he decided to return to Tianyang Martial Academy first and deal with Becker before considering the round star. In the endless storm layers, Zaire moved swiftly, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Powered by the primordial dermic image and Shiloh's endless supply of divine chi, his true essence was inexhaustible. Regardless of how he traveled, he didn't worry about depletion. After a few days of swift travel, he saw a Mayant Tianya standing majestically on the earth. He glanced at the summit and Tianya Hall, then shifted his gaze to Litafeng Peak. Looking toward the direction of Darren's true transmission dermic realm, he noticed the ominous killing intent obscuring the sky. Any living being entering would likely turn into a fool from the overwhelming aura. Chapter 339. Turn heaven and earth upside down. In Zaire's perception, Guido was not in his own true disciple grotto. He didn't know where he had gone. However, Guido was not the focus. Zaire shifted his gaze upward, looking toward the Tianya Grand Hall. The location of Becker's true disciple grotto was different from other true disciples. It was situated next to the Tianya Grand Hall, carved out on the Tianya Amiyuntan Peak. Zaire's vision pierced through layers of space, directly landing into Becker's residence. As expected, there was no sign of Becker inside. Swoosh. Zaire landed directly on his Litafeng Peak and immediately entered the Kaiyang Palace. This surprised Ines, Bernice, Kirsten, and others who were surrounding the Hunyuan pill furnace for cultivation. Why are all of you gathered here? Zaire saw that a crowd had gathered in his Kaiyang Palace, mostly members of the 13 School Society, like Penelope, Amy, Helen, Fonglin Shani, Autumn, and even Iona. Zaire, you really returned safely? We were very worried about you during this period. Sister Iona said that the Songyang Martial Academy Chancellor issued a martial Dao execution order against you. We were preparing to refine secret treasures and come find you. Penelope hurriedly explained when she saw Zaire return. You made us worry. Understanding the situation, Zaire felt a warmth in his heart. Then his gaze turned to the Hunyuan pill furnace, which contained raging flames. At the core space lay a broken jade sword. Despite missing its hilt, it still emitted a powerful aura. Zaire noticed that this jade sword carried hints of an artifact's essence. This jade sword is called Lake Maiden Sword. It is a treasure I obtained after much effort. It is a broken artifact that I have been refining for years. I intended to use my enhanced strength and your Hunyuan pill furnace to completely repair it, but you've already returned. Iona smiled as she explained. A broken artifact? Zaire replied. To restore something like this would require at least a transcendent realm expert. Although Aliana has broken through to the Imperial realm, she would struggle to repair it. Let me handle it. Zaire, your perception is so acute. You immediately realized I have broken through to the Imperial realm? Iona asked in astonishment. What level of strength have you reached now? I heard you performed exceptionally at Hongdao Martial Academy, defeating Gavin, Robert, and even the southern barbarian Saint Son Igor, earning 3 great mystic techniques awarded by the sage. Have you come back with intentions to challenge Becker? Your guess is accurate. I returned to Tianya Martial Academy precisely to deal with Becker. With my current strength, I am ready for a showdown with him. Zaire waved his hand, and a huge tricolor sphere emerged from his body, landing on the Hunyuan pill furnace. In a flash, he absorbed the furnace. This furnace is a rare treasure. If refined by Shiloh, it would exhibit even greater power. Shiloh, being a primary transcendent realm expert capable of refining artifacts, please refine the Lake Maiden Sword within the Hunyuan pill furnace. Being an artifact, it shouldn't take too long. Zaire mentally conveyed to Shiloh in the 7-day black hole. A broken artifact? The Lake Maiden Sword. Indeed a treasure. Missing only its hilt, re-refining it as an artifact should be relatively simple. Having received the Abyss Demon Clan's body and the gravitational force from the primordial world, my strength has recovered significantly. I can begin its restoration now, replied Shiloh, whose power had already recovered to about 70% of its peak. Apart from the Abyss Demon Clan's flesh, Shiloh also gained the baptism of the primordial world, comprehending a trace of primordial force. As Shiloh's power increased, Zaire benefited greatly. For example, Shiloh could now draw more immortal chi daily, increasing the faith power supplied twofold. Boom. Soon, under Shiloh's refinement, the Lake Maiden Sword burst into dazzling light, shooting toward the sky. But before traveling 3 meters, the glow was blocked by the formation Zaire set up on Litafeng Peak. Within the 7-day black hole, Shiloh continuously infused immortal chi while using one hand to manipulate forces, shattering several spirit-level treasures. Then, he infused these essences into the Lake Maiden Sword, restoring its glory. Moments later, a hum vibrated through the void as if a Lake Maiden was dancing gracefully. The jade sword shook, emitting intense light until gradually forming into a solid form, becoming a spiritual weapon. Shiloh successfully restored the artifact to its prime. Seeing the completed Lake Maiden Sword, Zaire retrieved it from the 7-day black hole and handed it to Iona. Aliana, I have repaired this sword. Now you possess an artifact, giving you a higher chance in battles. Iona, having recently broken through to the Imperial realm, lacked true artifacts. Upon receiving the Lake Maiden Sword, she was overjoyed and excited. Zaire, can you even repair artifacts? Is this strange treasure indeed the 7-day black hole of the true Dragon Clan? I heard you used it to repel 2 transcendent realm experts, Shiloh and Remington. Based on this, your strength surpasses all elites, even Becker. But killing him might not be easy. He can also use the excuse of closed seclusion for breakthroughs to dodge you. That is indeed the 7-day black hole. My friend and I obtained it in the imprisoned dragon prison. You're right, Becker can use closed seclusion as an excuse not to respond. But I will force him out. Zaire's gaze turned cold. I will seize his true disciple grotto now. Speaking, he flew up, locking onto Becker's grotto residence. His right hand then swelled and plunged into Becker's grotto. What is this? An overshadowing palm. Did some powerhouse just attack our Tianya Martial Academy? How could someone dare provoke our Tianya Martial Academy? It looks like it's the chief disciple's residence. Bad. Someone wants to destroy the chief disciple's true disciple grotto containing many treasures. Who is it? Too bold. Quickly inform Brother Mayhamed and Brother Stephen. Becker's supporters shouted in alarm. Meanwhile, numerous disciples inside his true disciple grotto were cultivating across various levels. When Zaire prepared to act, they began responding. Among them, the powerful individuals initially thought it was a demonic invasion and swiftly took flight. However, as they rose up, they saw Zaire standing majestically in the void, his clothes billowing like he had suddenly descended from the heavens as a deity. He extended his hand, breaking through the array and entering directly into Becker's true disciple grotto. He quickly extracted a red glow. This object was named Red Dragon Canopy, ranking among the supreme spiritual artifacts. After being refined for years by Becker, it was placed inside the true disciple grotto to suppress the earth veins. Occasionally, it would also be lent to disciples who supported him to use against strong enemies. However, even such a supreme spiritual artifact could not escape Zaire's grasp. Unless the red dragon canopy had already ascended to the rank of an artifact and combined with the earth veins along with the true disciple grotto's array power, extracting it would have been more challenging. Seeing the red dragon canopy slowly being pulled out, there was a sudden violent shaking within Becker's true disciple grotto. A large amount of fiery energy surged out. Despite this terrifying scene, it was still under Zaire's controlled strength. If he didn't fear turning the entire Tianya Amiyuntan into a sea of fire, he could have extracted the red dragon canopy in just one breath. He even considered striking down Becker's true disciple grotto with one thunder sword strike. Zaire, you have utterly offended Songyang Martial Academy and still have the audacity to return. Do you know how much trouble you've caused us at Tianya Martial Academy? Elder Nicholas and several other senior elders are currently discussing your punishment. Instead of seeking redemption, you dare to wreak havoc within the academy. Swish, swish. Suddenly, two beams of light shot towards them. Upon seeing Zaire forcibly taking the red dragon canopy, their expressions changed drastically. These two were Mayhamed and Stephen, both at the Imperial Realm. Mayhamed, having lost to Zaire, trained diligently day and night and received guidance from Nicholas, increasing his strength rapidly. The one scolding Zaire was indeed him. Zaire, by openly attacking within the academy, you violated the rules. Are you really inviting severe punishment from the elders? Stephen's wrist flicked, and hundreds of shadows appeared, each bursting with boundless sharpness, his painstakingly cultivated 10,000 sword beams. Mayhamed directly summoned the floating pagoda tower, which emitted fluctuating lights, instantly illuminating Zaire. Simultaneously, they ascended high into the sky, using their origin realms to pin down the red dragon canopy with all their might. A firefly dares challenge the moonlight. Zaire waved his hand, annihilating those hundreds of shadows. The dragon devouring technique was then invoked, swallowing the floating pagoda tower whole. You're still too weak. Be gone. Coldly, Zaire said, Becker stole my sword back then. Now I'm taking his red dragon canopy. If he's unsatisfied, he can challenge me. If he beats me, he can take it back anytime. If he loses, what face will he have to ask for it back? The thunderous voice struck Mayhamed and Stephen, causing them to feel as if their heads were hit hard, spewing blood and falling from the sky. Their origin realms dimmed significantly. Zaire waved his hand again, sending these two Imperial Realm experts flying onto the life and death platform. Then, his power erupted. The red dragon canopy instantly broke free from Becker's true disciple grotto, and he stowed it away. With its departure, the entire grotto collapsed, destroying nearly half of its structures. Zaire, Bradley is currently meditating to break through to the Tribulation Realm. There's no time for you right now. Elder Nicholas will definitely punish you. He will definitely punish you. Zaire, you better wait and see. On the life and death platform, Mayhamed and Stephen roared angrily. Boom. Zaire stepped onto the life and death platform, glaring at Mayhamed and Stephen, his laughter icy. Nicholas, on what grounds does he punish me? I am the strongest disciple of Tianya Martial Academy and will inherit the Grand Master's position in the future. What right does Nicholas have to punish me? Elder Nicholas is an upper-class Tribulation Realm expert. You must be insane, driven mad by someone else's beating. Mayhamed bellowed. Stephen also shuddered, unable to believe that Zaire had become so brazen, disregarding even a Tribulation Realm elder like Nicholas. But Zaire had his own calculations. Nicholas had not yet broken through to the two-instrument Tribulation or comprehended the Yin-Yang Birth and Death Realm. Meanwhile, he possessed treasures like Thunder Sword, 7-Day Black Hole, and Jingzhou Tripod, plus Shiloh, who had mostly recovered. Fighting Nicholas alone, he was confident in defeating him, and even killing him was not impossible. Nicholas might have an artifact but surely not a superior one. Pre-injury, Shiloh, though slightly weaker than Nicholas, still possessed First Unity Tribulation cultivation. Nicholas, daring to organize elders to discuss punishing me, you have some guts. Bring Becker here to the life and death platform now. Zaire had long planned his actions. Returning to Tianya Martial Academy, he intended to cause chaos for swift resolution and eliminate any future threats. Standing on the life and death platform, he channeled true essence and shouted towards the Tianya Hall. The enhanced voice soared high into the heavens, creating physical sound waves that impacted everything. Even the Tianya Hall shook slightly. Chapter 340, Life and Death Platform, Battle Nicholas. In the vast Tianya Hall, nearly 100 elders hovered in the air. Among them were countless experts at the King, Emperor, and Sovereign realms. Moreover, there were quite a few individuals at the Tribulation Realm as well. Respected figures like Elder Riggs, Elder Eugene, and others of great significance were present. Even the Renee had made an appearance. Within this assembly of elders, besides Nicholas, Renee, and Renbug, there were several other high-level experts who rarely appeared before disciples. These individuals were actually all at the Tribulation Realm. Brother Su, I've been in closed meditation in Tianya Palace for many years, precisely to comprehend the essence of Yin-Yang creation and destruction. Did you summon me here merely for an Emperor Realm disciple? One of the rarely seen elders said, his expression already showing some displeasure. Brother Usher, please do not be upset. Disciple Zaire is not just any ordinary matter. It has brought destructive consequences to our Tianya Martial Academy. Brother Usher, you're not only one of our great elders, but also the vice leader of Tianya. Currently, Brother Declan is in closed meditation refining a significant treasure and requires your presence to oversee matters. Nicholas continued, Zaire is the reason why Jingji issued a martial arts execution order personally. Now, around our academy, there are many experts seeking the bounty on him. Many of our students face dire circumstances when they venture out. Some female students have even lost their primal essences. Considering this, I had no choice but to convene everyone. Now that you vice leaders are here, we can directly punish Zaire and preferably expel him from the academy. Hearing this, many of the elders showed shock on their faces. Jingji, the head of Songyang Martial Academy, issued a martial arts execution order? When did we get such a powerful student? Jingzhi's cultivation is no joke, and his strength even surpasses brother Declan. Elder Usher exclaimed. The other vice leaders of Tinya Martial Academy also visibly startled. Jingzhi issuing a personal martial arts execution order was unprecedented, and it meant that an Emperor Realm disciple had caught the attention of a Tribulation Realm expert. This was no small matter. After all, a person wouldn't notice an ant in an anthill. Several newly arrived Tribulation Realm elders were all vice leaders of Tinya Martial Academy. Back in their prime, they were all outstanding talents, rivaling the best. After entering the Tribulation Realm, they earned the title of vice leader. Their status was extremely prestigious. Although these vice leaders' cultivation was comparable to Nicholas's, one primordial Tribulation Realm, their talents far exceeded Nicholas's. Comparatively speaking, they were more likely candidates for the next head of the academy. If someone like Zaire, Becker, or Guido broke through to the Tribulation Realm, they too would become vice leaders. Zaire merely slew two major geniuses from Songyang and took their life-bound treasures to congratulate Hongdao Academy, said the Renee dressed in red. Usher, Evander, Lori Feng, did you dare to do something like that? If Nicholas punishes such a talented disciple, I definitely won't agree. What about you? Is that so? Not only is he incredibly brave, but quite powerful too. Why should he be punished? Asked a young man with a laugh. His name was Evander, another vice leader. 800 years ago, his influence in Tinya Martial Academy surpassed the current Becker. However, after reaching the Tribulation Realm, he remained in seclusion. Thus, many students didn't remember such a senior. 800 years was enough time to forget much. Evander, I also agree with you. As Tinya Martial Academy disciples, they need to be courageous, said another vice leader. He wore green robes and looked middle-aged. His name was Lori Feng. He added, if Zaire breaks through to the Tribulation Realm, I want to spar with him. After being in seclusion for so long, my combative nature is nearly worn away. Oh right, how is Becker? He has good potential too. Nicholas replied calmly. Becker obtained a 2-instrumentation cavern soul pill, and will soon break through to the 2-instrumentation Tribulation Realm. And he recently accomplished many significant deeds. He improved relations with Songyang Academy, engaged to the top disciple Anita of Songyang, earned brother Declan's recognition, and received the transmission of the martial ancestor canon. The implications are clear, Nicholas continued, and Zaire, since joining Tinya Martial Academy, hasn't practiced much of our core techniques. His knowledge comes from an unknown source, indicating that Headmaster Declan and the Supreme Elders do not view him as a true disciple. If we don't punish him now, bigger problems will follow. Who will bear the responsibility then? Can you three handle it? After hearing this, the expressions of the three vice leaders changed slightly. Though all three were outstanding talents, none had broken through to the 2-instrumentation Tribulation Realm after centuries of seclusion, showcasing its difficulty. The head of the academy must be at least 2-instrumentation Tribulation Realm. If Becker achieves this realm, inheriting Tinya's leadership would be a foregone conclusion. Their own chances would be minimal. Most importantly, Declan transmitted the martial ancestor canon to Becker, clearly indicating support for his succession. Comprehending yin-yang creation and destruction isn't easy. If Becker succeeds, I will resign my position and withdraw from contention, Elder Usher said. Since Zaire hasn't practiced our core techniques, he can't be considered a proper Tinya disciple. We should indeed give him some punishment, but we shouldn't act rashly. Let's deliberate carefully on the degree of punishment, he concluded. I'll stay neutral, Evander thought deeply before replying. Me too, Lori Feng nodded. However, I want to meet Zaire. Someone capable of such actions is likely extraordinary. I think we should punish Zaire. He has caused us considerable trouble, an Imperial Realm elder suddenly voiced. If so, I agree, another responded. Punishment will help temper his character. More elders joined in agreement. Clearly, most supported Becker. Seeing this, Nicholas smiled in satisfaction. He intentionally mentioned Becker practicing the martial ancestor canon, predicting it would sway opinions, which it did. With Becker's higher cultivation and engagement to Songyang Academy, it seemed certain he would succeed Declan. Even Jingzhi's sudden martial arts execution order might have aided Becker. Faced with this undeniable momentum, no one would resist. I disagree. Vice Leader Nidhogg suddenly objected. Nicholas, I've observed your recent actions. Your goal is to boost Alistair Tiany's standing, but this disrupts the long-standing balance. Don't you fear that once Zaire returns, he'll create chaos? Nidhogg added, given his strength, few could control him. Nicholas retorted angrily, Nidhogg, do you know what you're saying? Controlling Zaire, an Emperor realm at best, is nothing to a Tribulation Realm elder. Just as he finished speaking, the entire Tianya hall shook violently, then from outside came a thunderous voice. Nicholas, you actually dared to gather the elders to deliberate on punishing me. What audacity. Hurry up and call Becker to the life and death platform. Nicholas, what audacity. How dare you? The echoing voices reverberated louder and louder through space. At the sound, it was unmistakably Zaire. It's Zaire? Facing the martial arts execution order, Zaire actually returned? What does this boy want? Shouting so loudly, has he lost his mind? And he dares to humiliate Nicholas like this. Inside the grand hall, all the elders heard Zaire's voice. Instantly, they stood up and looked outside. Usher, Evander, and Lori Feng, the three vice leaders, also changed expressions and turned to look at Nicholas. This Zaire is indeed outrageous. He's even more daring than we were back in our days. Evander couldn't help but marvel. Since he has returned, let's go take a look. With that, he flew outwards. Lori Feng and Evander followed swiftly after. This guy, has he lost his mind? Under the gazes of all the elders, Nicholas's face turned ashen. He never expected Zaire would dare to treat him this way. After all, he was a Tribulation Realm elder, a legendary figure. This absolutely could not be tolerated. Thinking of this, Nicholas moved his foot and rushed out of the hall. Void shift technique. Looks like Nicholas is really angry, Renbug chuckled, turning to the Renee. We should go too. Zaire is at the life and death platform. The Renee said, no matter what, Nicholas is still a Tribulation Realm Elder. For Calabi to speak this way, he likely has the power to fight against the Tribulation Realm Elder directly. But this situation is peculiar. Even geniuses like Anita and Goo Buckley can only barely survive under a Tribulation Elder's hand. Renbug responded, strange or not, we'll understand once we see for ourselves. The group of elders who planned to punish Zaire immediately flew out of Tinya Hall and landed around the life and death platform. Flashes of light burst forth, filling the air with powerful energy. These elders were all immensely strong. The people Nicholas called could be considered the true core of Tinya Martial Academy. Initially, he intended to use the elder strength to expel Zaire from Tinya Martial Academy. But unexpectedly, Zaire returned and came right to confront him, naming and shaming him. This far exceeded Nicholas's expectations. Senior Elder Sue, finally you've arrived. This heretical Zaire returned and destroyed senior brother Alistair's true lineage cave heaven. He even injured us. Elder Sue, please punish him severely. Zaire, you have delved into evil ways. Now that so many elders are here, I'll see how long you can remain arrogant. Seeing the elders appear, especially Nicholas's stern, grim face, Mayhamed and Stephen were overjoyed and repeatedly channeled their essence energy to accuse Zaire. Zaire, you're too stubborn. Now you've even destroyed another true lineage's cave heavens. Are you planning to betray the academy? Nicholas landed on the life and death platform, his eyes filled with murderous intent, locked firmly on Zaire. As a Tribulation Realm Elder, when had he ever been spoken to this way? Once Becker stole my universe sword. Now, I'm merely returning the favor, Nicholas. With the headmaster absent, you privately organize an elder assembly and even wish to punish me. Just who gave you such authority? Where is Becker? Call him out. Zaire sneered coldly. After battling Adolph's lieutenant, even one instrumentation Tribulation Realms couldn't handle him. Within the academy, all the higher-level elders were refining a secret treasure with Declan, hoping to ward off abyssal demon invasions. Thus, none had time to pay attention to Zaire's affairs. This suited Nicholas perfectly, but it suited Zaire too. Becker's name, do you even deserve to mention it? He's currently practicing in Tianya Palace, where time flows differently inside compared to the outside world. He doesn't have time to deal with you. To tell you the truth, Becker has received Declan's acknowledgement and learned the martial ancestor canon. It's almost certain he will succeed as the next headmaster. Given your disoriented state now, there's no need to deliberate further. Let's punish you right away. Nicholas turned to the Renee and Renbug. What do you two think about this? Hearing this, the Renee looked at Zaire. Do you have anything to say? I have nothing to say, Zaire replied calmly. Nicholas, if you want to punish me, show me what you've got. Since Becker won't come out, I'll subdue you, and see if he continues to hide like a turtle. What? You dare to talk about subduing me? Nicholas raged furiously. He swung his hand, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful force towards Zaire. A faint image of a grinding wheel appeared within the attack. This was the mystic art Nicholas practiced, the Great Mill of Universe. This technique was extremely powerful. The sheer energy could level a mountain. Hold it! The Renee suddenly shouted, seeing that a confrontation was imminent. Renee, let me handle this myself. I want to see what gives Nicholas the nerve to punish me. Zaire grabbed with his large hand, causing his yin-yang creation and destruction body to explode into a massive blood-flesh palm. In one swift move, he deflected Nicholas's attack. Hashtag chapter 341. The Elder seeking to mediate the conflict. Elders, Nicholas is suppressing the younger generation to seek personal gains. If Becker becomes the deputy head of Tianya Academy, his master, being Becker's teacher, will naturally rise in status, possibly even becoming a grandmaster beyond rank eventually. Nicholas, I fought my way back from Hongdao Martial Institute and encountered several Tribulation Realm seniors along the way, but none could stop me. Do you think you can? Zaire shouted loudly. Courting death. When Nicholas's strike was intercepted by Zaire, it felt as if he had collided with an immovable mountain. It couldn't be budged, causing astonishment within Nicholas. However, this attack was merely a probe. He hadn't even utilized his powerful techniques or invoked his magical treasures yet. Various thoughts flashed through his mind as he unleashed his true essence. Instantly, a beam of light appeared. Buzz. Without any warning, it arrived directly in front of Zaire. This was a formidable skill from Tianya Martial Institute called Sky-Piercing Annihilation. Sky-Piercing Annihilation was extremely terrifying, especially when wielded by a Tribulation Realm senior like Zaire. Nicholas knew that Zaire had already comprehended yin-yang birth and death, so he aimed straight for his head. This beam of light was refined lung metal chi cultivated for many years, sharp enough to rival a single blow from a treasure-grade weapon. Nicholas, being a Tribulation Realm senior, transformed ordinary attacks into formidable ones. Facing such an attack, even another Tribulation Realm expert would have to be cautious. Once struck, injury was inevitable. In dealing with Zaire, Nicholas almost unleashed all his power at once, aiming to avoid any unexpected changes. But just as the light approached, Zaire vanished. He moved even faster than the Sky-Piercing Annihilation. Buzz. Sensing the void fluctuations behind him, coupled with the overwhelming killing intent, Nicholas hastily turned around, retaliating with a palm strike. Boom. Their palms met, shaking the void instantly. Powerful true essence exploded outward, shaking the entire life and death platform. Nicholas, it seems your true spirit is indeed formidable to withstand my palm. You thought Sky-Piercing Annihilation could defeat me? Let me tell you, even if you did hit me, it wouldn't break through my body's defenses. My physical strength approaches the mystic realm. After colliding palms with Nicholas, Zaire rapidly flew into the sky, hovering while observing Nicholas below. Simultaneously, he pondered Nicholas's strength. Tribulation Realm seniors were tough opponents, especially someone like Nicholas from a holy cultivation ground. nurtured by countless techniques and resources far beyond ordinary wandering cultivators. Not only was Nicholas stronger in power compared to Shiloh and Remington, but he also possessed more magical treasures. When Zaire's strike reached Nicholas, he sensed a secret treasure on Nicholas, diverting his force outward, weakening the impact significantly. This secret treasure was undoubtedly a powerful magical treasure, possibly even a mid-tier one. A magical treasure in the hands of a Tribulation Realm senior could unleash its utmost power. Although Nicholas's strength had been gauged, Zaire realized that defeating him would come at a great cost. He can dodge the sky-piercing annihilation. Incredible. Zaire's strength is terrifying. None of us have comprehended Yin-Yang birth and death. How did he manage? Even with sky-piercing annihilation, Nicholas couldn't defeat him. This disciple's strength is indeed frightening. To think an Empyrean Realm cultivator has such terrifying power. Life and death, did you see that? If not for that mid-tier treasure double-rot robe, Nicholas might have. Renbug's mental voice transmitted to Elder Life and Death. This youth's strength is probably on par with ours. I saw it too. His cultivation is only at the Empyrean Realm, but he took a different path. Instead of relying on the Dantian, he developed methods to store true essence in acupoints. With 13 major acupoints, his true essence is extremely robust. Moreover, his primordial cave, Heaven, has the potential to reach immortality. In Hongdao Martial Institute, he received 3 profound techniques from an enlightened senior, greatly increasing his strength. Most importantly, he condensed his primordial cave, Heaven, into a dermic body even at the Empyrean Realm. Even I can't understand how he managed it. The only explanation is that his primordial cave, Heaven, isn't like anyone else's, leading to these anomalies. Elder Life and Death, who rarely spoke, issued numerous statements in quick succession. As a Tribulation Realm senior, she knew the immense strength required to dodge sky-piercing annihilation at the Empyrean Realm. Their brief clash shocked everyone present. Nicholas was particularly astonished, his heart racing like tumultuous waves. Facing Zaire, he felt a sense of fear. Sky-piercing annihilation didn't hit him, and he was counterattacked. Had it not been for the double-rot robe, he might have suffered. Nicholas also noticed that Zaire's strike contained multiple distinct forces, devouring, chaotic, enlightening, and transcending. Notably, Zaire never used any magical treasures, especially the Jingzhou Cauldron. This state treasure, crafted by Emperor Chana, could suppress all realms, making it absolutely terrifying. Nicholas had also heard that Zaire had created the ultimate treasure of the true dragon race, the 7-day black hole. Fortunately, he hasn't broken through the Tribulation Realm and can't fully unleash the true power of his treasures. Even with many treasures, he won't be much stronger. If I use that move, I could kill him, but it would consume a lot of lifespan. Thinking this, Nicholas's eyes turned vicious. He couldn't let Zaire grow any further. Is Nicholas planning to use his ultimate move? Strike first. I'll unleash full power and release Shiloh, the 7-day black hole, the Jingzhou Cauldron, and the Thunder Sword. That should finish him off. Zaire kept a close eye on Nicholas, preventing another sneak attack. Seeing the sudden change in Nicholas's gaze, he understood the intent to eliminate him. Leaving a Tribulation Realm senior unchecked was something Zaire wanted to avoid. Killing Nicholas would cause a massive upheaval in Tianyang Martial Institute. Even those elders in closed retreat might emerge, complicating matters if they protected Nicholas. Additionally, upon returning, Anita mentioned that Nicholas had learned a powerful attack technique that drained hundreds or even thousands of years of lifespan when used. Nicholas had taught this move to Becker, information Anita gleaned from him. Zaire knew much about Becker and Nicholas from her. Although he didn't know the exact power of this move, trying it out was definitely risky. Thus, they remained deadlocked, one floating in the air, the other standing on the life and death platform. Both eyes flickered with uncertainty, clearly thinking and strategizing. Zaire, you are impressive. We've heard that you're incredibly strong, with your primordial cave, Heaven holding immortal potential. Why not take this opportunity to spar with Nicholas here? This way, the elders can witness the current prowess of Tianya disciples and see if they surpass our generation. Note, the translated chapter maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Most importantly, I've heard that you have the Jingzhou Cauldron forged by Emperor Chana. Why not bring it out and let us see it? What do you say? At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. The speaker was none other than Evander, one of the vice heads of Tianya Academy. Evander, even as a vice head, the matters on the life and death platform are under my control. Today, none of you shall stir up trouble. Want to watch the show? Wait until you become the dean. Elder Life and Death took a step forward, crossing through space, positioning herself between Zaire and Nicholas. Though she appeared as a woman with flowing black hair and adorned in red attire, she looked like a celestial goddess descended from the heavens, making people hesitant to look directly at her. One is a genius disciple, the other a Tribulation Realm elder. What does this make of you two? Feeling itchy? Wanting to fight? Then why don't you try your hand against me? With these words, Elder Life and Death produced a dermic sword from nowhere. As soon as the sword appeared, it stirred up a storm across the sky, gathering boundless malevolent energy. This was indeed a treasure-grade weapon, and an intermediate one at that. Note, Shachi is translated as malevolent energy to better fit the context and ensure natural fluency in English. This was Elder Life and Death's dermic treasure, the Life and Death sword, which had once killed countless powerful opponents. What? Elder Life and Death, you also wish to block me? How can I endure this boy's actions today? I am a Tribulation Realm senior. How can I be humiliated? He has trampled upon our legends and insulted the face of all seniors. If this rascal is not suppressed, what else can you do? Today, regardless of anything, I must kill this villain. Nicholas roared angrily. I wield the Life and Death sword and oversee the Life and Death platform. I will not favor either side. Zaire, I know you have gained numerous opportunities outside, and possibly even received assistance from a spirit senior, so you fear no ordinary Tribulation Realm elder. But remember, you are still a disciple of Tianya Academy. You should not defy your elders, and show no respect for authority. And now, Becker is in closed retreat. Isn't there a suspicion of taking advantage when he did not seek you out while you were in retreat? Most importantly, the great calamity across the 9 provinces is imminent. As disciples of Xianxia Academy, facing such tremendous changes, we must unite and overcome difficulties together instead of engaging in internal strife. Elder Life and Death's gaze fixed on Zaire. Elder, I am grateful for your previous care and understand your nature. I can refrain from confronting Becker for now, but Nicholas, as a Tribulation Realm senior and one of the few major elders of Xianxia Academy, harbors malice toward me and continuously schemes against me. Today, he even summoned several busy elders to expel me from Xianxia Academy, so I had no choice but to act to teach him a lesson and avoid future troubles. Zaire would not let go of Nicholas, a significant threat, just because of Elder Life and Death words. However, his tone remained respectful. Your strength now is clear to everyone. You can fully contend with a Tribulation Realm senior. A disciple of such talent is undoubtedly a blessing for Xianxia Academy. I, Life and Death, guarantee that no elder will ever try to expel you from the academy again. Focus on cultivation. I will handle such matters. Elder Life and Death assured him, but as she spoke, another voice interjected. Life and Death, do you consider yourself the dean now? How much real power do you have to guarantee for a disciple? Though you are strong, in terms of power, it's the few of us vice heads who hold the authority. With the dean away, the decision-making power lies with us. Can you really sway the majority of elders? The speaker was Usher, another vice head. Although his cultivation was also at the Wuxia tribulation stage, equal to Elder Life and Death, his position as a vice head granted him more authority within Xianxia Academy than her. Usher, what do you mean? Elder Life and Death frowned immediately. She understood that Zaire's current strength had created a sense of urgency among the vice heads. Once Zaire reached the Tribulation Realm, he would undoubtedly become a formidable contender for the dean's position. This was something the vice heads did not want to see. Thus, they aimed to escalate the matter, hoping Nicholas could eliminate Zaire. My thought is this. Since you, Zaire, have a personal grudge against Nicholas and both wish to settle it on the Life and Death platform, let's do it. Usher smiled. Elder Life and Death's intentions are indeed for the Academy's benefit and should not be blamed. But I believe grievances cannot be suppressed. The more they are suppressed, the deeper they become. Why not resolve them right here and now? As cultivators, we pursue freedom and liberation. If we are restrained at every turn, what's the point of cultivation? Knowing Usher's motives were impure, Zaire still agreed. Exactly. The purpose of cultivation was to transcend and live freely. If one was constantly restrained, it would be better not to cultivate at all. Ordinary people suffered for only 100 years, while cultivators faced endless suffering if constrained. Usher, capable of becoming a vice head, was indeed a remarkable person. It seems this Usher is also a formidable opponent. Zaire thought inwardly. Life and Death, how can I endure this humiliation? If I let this slide today, what will others think? That a Tribulation Realm senior fears an Empyrean Realm boy? Or that a prominent elder of Xianxia Academy fears a disciple? Nicholas coldly stated, if you continue to obstruct me, we will truly be enemies. It's best for you to remain a spectator. Otherwise, you'll end up displeasing both sides. Hashtag chapter 342. Challenge. Imperial Realm versus Tribulation Upper Realm. Nicolette, since Nicholas insists on being hostile towards me, I hope you will not obstruct this matter, Zaire said, his eyes fixed on Nicholas. Nicholas, now that we are both on the Life and Death platform, let's settle all old grudges today. I hereby challenge you, a Tribulation Upper Realm adept. Will you dare to accept? Each word was like a heavy hammer striking the heart. Halston was currently in seclusion, so Zaire couldn't storm into Xianxia Palace and drag him out. But by subduing Nicholas here, it would be equivalent to cutting off one of Halston's most reliable arms. Moreover, he could showcase his strength in front of all the elders, thus securing more resources for himself. Very well, Zaire, you are indeed beyond arrogant. Nicholas laughed angrily, his laughter eerie and chilling. He then glanced around at everyone present. Everyone, Nicolettes, you have all witnessed this. If I don't teach this boy a lesson, where is the dignity of a Tribulation Upper Realm adept? If anyone dares to stop me, I, Nicholas, will even leave Xianxia Academy to fight this through. Faced with Zaire's verbal provocation, as a Tribulation Upper Realm adept, enduring any further would be unworthy of the noble title Upper Realm. Elder Death, let them handle it themselves under these circumstances, Usher, Evander, and even Lorifong suggested. Elder Death, given the situation, persuasion won't work, Renbug Surin sighed deeply. In such moments, everyone understood that Zaire and Nicholas had reached an impasse. There was bound to be a major battle between them. Otherwise, the aftermath could not be resolved. Zaire wanted to take advantage of Halston's seclusion to cut off Nicholas, his strongest ally. Nicholas also intended to use this opportunity to eliminate Zaire, who posed a future threat. Ignoring this now, Zaire would undoubtedly become a formidable obstacle that no one could overcome. Both had valid reasons to want to kill each other. The intent to kill flared up. Since that's the case, let them decide their own fates, Nicolette sighed. She clearly saw that there had to be a winner between Nicholas, Halston, and Zaire. Zaire, you must die today. Nicholas sneered, already picturing a corpse. Then let's see whose true capabilities win. Zaire channeled true essence, and a radiant halo appeared behind him. In his sea of consciousness, Shiloh within the 7-day black hole kept pumping divine energy into his meridians. His true essence continuously surged. Around the Life and Death platform, intense waves rippled due to Zaire's powerful true essence. The fearsome aura swept over everyone like a fierce wind, stirring their hearts. The assembled elders' faces changed instantly, especially Usher, Evander, and Lorifong, who frowned deeply. They sensed clearly that Zaire could draw divine energy from the divine realm, just like they could. The defining trait of a Tribulation Upper Realm adept was their ability to communicate with the divine realm and absorb divine energy. With divine energy replenishment, true true souls were inexhaustible, without worrying about exhaustion. They could also forge treasures using divine energy and fully unleash their power, or even double it. But now, Zaire, despite only being at the Imperial Realm level, could do the same. It was against all reason. A freak. Absolutely a freak. Hold on. Nicholas suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? Are you afraid, Nicholas? If you fear I'll beat you, announce your withdrawal from Tinya Academy and apologize to me. Your life, I might consider sparing, Zaire sneered. Haha, a tribulation upper realm adept afraid of you? That's a joke. Nicholas retorted, I'm worried about offending the spirit opportunity upper realm elder by killing you too easily. Besides, outsiders might think our academy can't tolerate an Imperial Realm disciple. In 5 days, I'll wait for you here. During this time, I'll issue notices throughout the 9 provinces for everyone to watch. When I kill you then, there won't be much talk. I'll notify Hongdao Academy and Songyang Academy too. I want everyone to see how this disrespectful, unruly Imperial Realm youth meets his end at the hands of a tribulation upper realm adept. This plan would utterly ruin Zaire's reputation. Nicholas's machinations were indeed devious. 5 days? Afraid you can't win and need time to prepare? Zaire laughed. Halston is secluded in Tianya Palace, which has different time flow than the outside world. Is this preparation for his breakthrough to tribulation? Halston cannot leave Tianya Palace unless he breaks through to tribulation. Do you actually think you can storm Tianya Palace? Nicholas scoffed. That would save me the trouble of doing it myself. The 9,999 sword chi attacks in Tianya Palace can reduce you to nothingness. Hearing this, Zaire was momentarily stunned. He knew he definitely couldn't storm Tianya Palace. The sword chi attack was insurmountable, and such behavior would be seen as treason. At that point, even Kimball Declan would have to personally suppress him. In 5 days then, this will give me time to find Kimball Declan and ask him to intervene. Nicolette exhaled. With this time, she might prevent the deadly duel between the two. Fine. Nicholas, I'll give you 5 days. Hope you're ready by then. Zaire, seeing Nicolette speak, did not contradict her again. Perfectly fine for me too. I'd love to show everyone your demise, eliminating a constant backstabber. Foolish. Arrogant. Nicholas had calmed down but still harbored intense killing intent. His figure flashed, becoming a rainbow streak that entered Tianya Hall. Midway, he split into countless forms, rushing outward. Each form carried a notice. Zaire, in 5 days, it will be your death. I've issued this invitation worldwide, and experts from most forces will gather. Nicholas used a mysterious method to directly send out the invitation. Despite the short time and vast distances, Tribulation Upper Realm's flying speeds far exceeded those of Imperial or Empyrean realms. Some spatial treasures could cover thousands of miles in an instant, similar to the great teleportation spell used by the unliving lieutenant earlier. Zaire versus Nicholas. 1. A prodigious Imperial disciple with immortal foundation origin cavern heaven. The other, a seasoned Tribulation Upper Realm adept with renown spreading across realms. Such a confrontation had never been seen before. Once announced, it would undoubtedly create a massive uproar. Regardless of the outcome, the battle would be remembered for eternity. I'll see what preparations you make, Nicholas. 5 days later, it will be your death day. You're probably hurrying to beg Disciple Halston for his top-grade treasure, the Martial God Bronze Furnace. Zaire smirked, then flew back to Litafeng Peak. He suspected Nicholas needed the 5 days, likely to borrow the Martial God Bronze Furnace from Halston. A top-grade treasure could certainly turn the tide. But he wasn't afraid at all. With the Thunder Sword and Shiloh, he could fully unleash his top-grade treasure's power. And in these 5 days, he would prepare some things. Inside Primordial Origin Cavern Heaven, there was a fruit beginning to form on the green tree. This fruit was precisely obtained from the unliving lieutenant. Once consumed, it might even facilitate a direct breakthrough to the Imperial Realm. Although he hadn't fully absorbed the unliving lieutenant, the fruit had not completely matured either, possessing not even 1/10 of its full energy. Still, its effects were formidable. Upon entering Litafeng Peak, Zaire immediately sat cross-legged inside the Kaiyang Hall. With rapid hand movements, he unleashed power that activated an array, cloaking the entire True Transmission Cavern Heaven and preventing external perception. Zaire, are you really going to battle Nicholas? He's a Tribulation Upper Realm adept. Iona saw that Zaire had just stored the Red Dragon Shield away. Everything on the life and death platform had been witnessed by all disciples of Tianya Academy, causing a significant stir within the academy. To Iona, Tribulation Upper Realms were absolutely invincible existences. For ordinary cultivators, these upper realms were mythical legends. Even for geniuses like her, confronting a Tribulation Upper Realm was unimaginable. Showing even a hint of disrespect was out of the question. Tribulation Upper Realm adepts are nothing. Over these 5 days, I plan to train intensively. Sister Amy, you can join me. I have several cultivation techniques to share with you to enhance your strength. Zaire took out the 7-day black hole and used it to suppress the geomantic veins of Litafeng Peak. Immediately, countless fierce refinement flames surged into the 7-day black hole. The 9 million celestial ghosts and thousands of celestial ghost kings exerted their efforts, continuously transforming the flames into red spheres. These were explosive fire beads. Throwing hundreds of thousands or even millions during combat would undoubtedly cause immense shock. Zaire, this is the legendary True Dragon Treasure, the 7-day black hole. It seems to contain numerous layered spaces. Can I enter and take a look? Seeing the 7-day black hole, Iona was instantly curious. Anybody would be intrigued by such a legendary treasure appearing before them. Sure. With a wave of his hand, Zaire transported Iona into the 7-day black hole. The interior of the 7-day black hole unfolded before her eyes. Iona immediately saw the vast throng of celestial ghosts shrouding the sky, each with a devout and serene expression, chanting scriptures softly. Zaire, you have so many celestial ghosts, and so many celestial ghost kings. This? Iona was incredibly shocked. The amount of faith power generated daily by such a multitude of ghosts was unimaginable. She swiftly circulated her true essence to enhance her vision and soon noticed countless white dragons moving in the void within the 7-day black hole, each over 100 zhang long. All these were condensed from faith power. She realized that even a trace of the faith power scattered in the void could equate to a great opportunity for her. Absorbing it into her body, her true essence began to swell, and she faintly felt the bottleneck of the Imperial realm loosening. This was terrifying. This 7-day black hole has 33 layers, but only 9 are stable enough to use. In the lower 8 layers, each contains over 1 million celestial ghosts and 500 celestial ghost kings who pray day and night, providing power. In the 9th layer, there are the allepisode Venerable and 2 medium-grade treasures, water-fire dual shields. Shiloh and Mickey refine the 7-day black hole daily. Shiloh, come meet Sister Amy. Zaire briefly introduced the 7-day black hole situation to Iona. Now, with ample supply of Azure Sky Pills, many celestial ghost captains had ascended to celestial ghost kings, totaling 4,000. Some celestial ghosts even showed signs of proliferation. Soon, there would likely be millions. The 9 secret words within the 7-day black hole continuously drew light from the mysterious dimension. These lights imbued all celestial ghost kings with a hint of Tao nature. Their demeanor became increasingly ethereal, akin to immortals who had attained enlightenment long ago. In the highest 9th layer, allepisode Venerable, water-fire dual shields, Mickey, and Shiloh chanted prayers whenever they had time. Mickey proactively relinquished his defenses, allowing the grand purity enlightenment technique to fully convert him into a believer of Zaire. His demonic aura vanished, leaving him tranquil and serene, resembling a true immortal. However, the issue with his arm remained unsolved. Zaire promised to find a deep abyss demon expert's arm for him in the future. Mickey, now a thoroughly loyal subject at the Imperial realm, provided massive amounts of faith power. The quality of the 7-day black hole had undergone a qualitative leap, becoming exceptionally robust and stabilized. Shiloh continuously refined it, engraving various runes based on the True Dragon Alchemy Manual. These runes, known as Chaos Dragon runes, could stabilize the treasure, gather power, and form arrays in critical moments. Beside Shiloh, a new item appeared, the 6-zhang-wide Primal Origin Pill Furnace. He planned to deconstruct it and merge it with the 7-day black hole. The furnace was a peculiar treasure, crafted by a genius who took unconventional approaches. Many of its concepts and ideas could be beneficial if integrated with the 7-day black hole. Chapter 343, Go to find Anthea. At this moment, Shiloh, hearing Zaire call him, instantly appeared in front of Iona. Shiloh greets Miss Amy. Shiloh, it's actually Shiloh? One of the 2 lords of Xianxia and a heaven tribulation expert. Zaire, I heard you were chased by the 2 lords of Xianxia after leaving Hongdao Academy. How? Iona widened her eyes in disbelief. She was utterly shocked at that moment, but when she came to her senses, she quickly bowed to Shiloh. Junior Iona greets Senior Yang. Facing a heaven tribulation expert, a legendary cultivator, even a prodigy disciple like her had to be exceptionally respectful, not daring to make any mistakes. Heaven tribulation experts could communicate with the divine realm, naturally exuding an air of nobility. Except for peculiar individuals like Zaire who could prematurely communicate with the divine realm, anyone who met a heaven tribulation expert would feel an inherent sense of admiration. Miss Amy, please don't be so courteous. I, Shiloh, have committed many wrongs, deeply rooted in sin. Fortunately, I met Zaire and was enlightened by him, leading to my awakening, Shiloh hurriedly said. Whether it's a heaven tribulation expert or an ordinary cultivator, all are beings of this world, without distinction of high or low status. Please don't treat me specially. This? Iona's eyes nearly popped out from shock. To see a heaven tribulation expert behaving like this, one could imagine the tremendous impact it had on her. This is Mickey. He has been cultivating within this 7 days black hole under my guidance, Zaire continued introducing. Iona had naturally heard of Mickey's reputation, but she wasn't surprised anymore, as even Shiloh, a heaven tribulation expert, acted this way. Compared to him, Mickey, though strong, paled in comparison. Zaire, you've cultivated so many celestial ghosts. The power of the 7 days black hole is indeed formidable, but daily expenses must also be considerable, possibly exceeding the daily costs of Tinya Academy. Under such circumstances, how have you managed to support it until now? Iona suddenly asked. I'm also worried about that. Zaire replied, however, my current resources can still sustain us for a while. Let's deal with it after killing Nicholas. Aliana, although your cultivation has reached the Imperial realm, your origin cavern seems not yet condensed into a Dharma image. Hearing this, Iona sighed. It's not that easy. Condensing a Dharma image requires an immense amount of primordial chi. Why don't you cultivate in my 7 days black hole then? With Shiloh's immortal chi and faith power, you can certainly condense a Dharma image faster, perhaps even better refine your treasure. Zaire suddenly reached out and grabbed Iona's small hand. Zaire, you? Iona's heart raced uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed red. But at this moment, she felt an incredibly pure flow of chi coming from Zaire's palm. So, he's helping me condense a Dharma image more quickly. Upon realizing this, Iona couldn't help feeling mixed emotions. As the chi circulated within her body and eventually fused into her origin cavern, a huge shadow appeared inside the origin cavern. This was clearly the prelude to condensation. Aliana, calamities will soon befall the 9 provinces. You need to strengthen yourself. I'll go to Pingchuan Academy first to find someone to refine a magical tool. If successful, even if Nicholas borrows the bronze cauldron of martial gods, it won't matter. Zaire flashed away from the 7 days black hole. Seeing him leave abruptly, Iona sighed lightly. Zaire, from what I see, Iona might have developed feelings for you. Elias's voice echoed in Zaire's mind. Time will level everything. Zaire sped through the clouds towards Pingchuan Academy. What do you mean? Throughout history, every great man had multiple wives and concubines, let alone cultivators. Once, I saw an old monk who had 8,000 consorts. Aren't you being too minimalistic? Elias immediately retorted. Don't mention those nonsense things. What's urgent now is focusing on cultivation. We'll talk about these once I reach the heaven tribulation stage. I plan to find Anthea to use her strength to refine my thunder sword. She's powerful and practices neither immortal way, martial way, nor divine way. This could be highly effective for refining magical tools. If successful, the thunder sword will be my ace in the hole, making sure Nicholas suffers. Zaire's form changed, and his speed increased to its peak. Within half a day, he landed at Pingxuan Academy's entrance. From his battle with Sandthorn last time, his appearance was etched deeply in Pingxuan disciples' minds. Upon seeing him, they immediately made way without hindrance. Rushing ahead swiftly, he arrived at Anthea's residence. Before entering, Zaire noticed unusual changes throughout the courtyard. Dense lightning surrounded the entire yard, impossible to count. Is this Anthea's doing? Can she release thunder force? Zaire was extremely surprised. Zaire, be careful. These thunders aren't simple. They are the legendary 9 heavens divine thunder. According to my guess, it might be transformed from an extremely powerful magical tool, Elias solemnly remarked. Really? If so, that's wonderful. Zaire laughed. If it's a magical tool creating such power, its rank must be no less than the thunder sword. Combining them could enhance both artifacts. If it's Anthea's own ability, even better. Knowing and practicing 9 heavens divine thunder would definitely facilitate refining the thunder sword. Wondering what Anthea's cultivation level had become during their absence. With her talent, the advancement shouldn't be slow. Probably she has already reached the Imperial realm. Zaire had a hunch that Anthea might have even attained heaven tribulation cultivation. After all, her talent and character were extraordinarily high. Just as Zaire stood outside the lightning-filled courtyard, unsure how to enter, a lightning bridge suddenly flew out from the depths of the courtyard, reaching right before him in a blink. Clearly sensing his presence, Anthea had sent this lightning bridge to guide him. Zaire smiled faintly and stepped onto the lightning bridge. Immediately, light flowed around him, and he found himself in an open courtyard. Anthea hovered cross-legged in the air, a faint glow radiating from behind her head like breathing. In the source of the light, a blurred and very small figure floated, unmistakably Anthea's cavern Dharma image. Senior sister's strength is terrifying. No matter how hard I seek opportunities and diligently cultivate, I can't match you. Zaire laughed. How can you compare yourself to me? You dare challenge heaven tribulation experts. 5 days later, you're facing Nicholas, yet you come here? Anthea slowly opened her eyes. Hee, isn't it because I thought of seeking help from senior sister? Zaire didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Seeking help? Do you want to borrow a magical tool for me to deal with Nicholas? Jingzhou Ding is significant, but ultimately a national artifact, insufficient against enemies. Anthea replied coolly. You misunderstood. I didn't come to borrow a magical tool. Instead, I'm bringing you great fortune. Saying this, Zaire sat cross-legged beside her. Facing Anthea directly, Zaire continued, Nicholas will definitely go to Miguel to borrow the bronze cauldron of martial gods. With his heaven tribulation cultivation, even if this treasure isn't his, he can still wield it at 60 to 70% efficiency. To counter this, I naturally need to prepare. Seeing his confidence, as if he was sure about defeating a heaven tribulation expert, Anthea was instantly taken aback. Since her return from the Eastern Sea, she had been constantly cultivating in this courtyard. Thanks to Nicholas's propaganda, she already knew that Zaire intended to fight him to the death. Both she and Zaire shared a common enemy, Miguel. So when she learned that Zaire was going to battle Miguel's master to the death, Anthea had prepared herself. Even if Zaire hadn't come, she planned to visit Xianxia Academy herself. However, seeing his confident demeanor, she was surprised, not because she didn't believe it, but because it seemed inconceivable to her. After all, Nicholas was a heaven tribulation cultivator, a mythic existence. The cost of killing such a figure would be immense. I know you obtained many opportunities at Hongdao Academy. Your origin cavern seems to have condensed a dermic image ahead of time. Out of curiosity, what is your dermic image? Anthea asked further, but a heaven tribulation cultivator is an extraordinary being. Even at the peak of the Imperial realm, just half a step away from breakthrough, there's a world of difference. Amiriover, you're only at the sovereign realm. Frankly, I can't estimate your chances of winning. In Hongdao Academy, I actually didn't gain too many advantages. Just 3 mystic arts, and I also gave away quite a few treasures and elixirs, Zaire explained. By the way, senior sister Anthea, are you currently at the Imperial realm? Could you face off against a heaven tribulation expert? He observed, I see 9 heavens divine thunder surrounding this courtyard. You must have either obtained a supreme thunder treasure or cultivated a thunder mystic art. My cultivation just broke through to the Imperial realm, but breaking into the heaven tribulation realm is within reach. Anthea replied, compared to you, my cultivation speed seems much slower. My dermic image might not even match yours in power. Sometimes, I admire how you've relied on yourself to get where you are without the help of Xianxia Academy. That's not entirely true, Zaire smiled, shaking his head. If it weren't for Kimball Pai-chan rescuing me from the Divine Might Immortal Mansion, I would have exhausted my lifespan and died there. Divine Might Immortal Mansion? Anthea mulled over these words and then said, I'm rather curious and puzzled why, with your talent and strength, Xianxia Academy hasn't let you cultivate in Xianxia Palace. Xianxia Palace has a different time flow rate inside compared to the outside world. Your journey so far has made you stand out, yet Xianxia Academy has given you little resource support besides refining the Black Abyss Ghost Sword. And they haven't even taught you a true mystic art. I heard Kimball Pai-chan handed over the Wuzhu Zhenjing, symbolizing the chief position to Miguel. You must understand the implications. Most importantly, even Nathan, who lost to you, received support. A senior of our academy personally refined his sword, greatly enhancing its power. I advise you to be cautious, lest you get trapped. Hearing Anthea's words, Zaire remained calm. No one could tell what he was thinking. There's no need for concern. Perhaps their actions are a test since my time in the academy is much shorter compared to Nathan and Miguel. And even if they want to harm me secretly, they won't do so before obtaining the divine might immortal mansion, Zaire replied. Ultimately, to achieve true success, one must rely on oneself. Through my journey, I've realized heaven is vast, earth is wide, but none are as great as me. Though Anthea's remarks had a slight provoking tone, each word held some truth. In Xianxia Academy, he could have claimed deputy chief status just for discovering the emergence of the abyss demons. Knowing this in advance would have allowed Xianxia Academy to strategize, gaining a significant advantage. But in the end, he received no benefits, not even the Wuxia Zhenjing, or even a supreme mystic art. If he had access to Xianxia Palace, decades of cultivation would have turned him into a regional lord. Unfortunately, Xianxia Academy didn't treat him that way. Such circumstances warranted contemplation. Either they were testing him, or they didn't consider him part of the academy. Regardless, Zaire had already made up his mind and wouldn't act rashly due to Nathan or Miguel receiving benefits. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Why did you come looking for me? Anthea asked. I want you to help me refine a magical tool, Zaire said, summoning a slender law sword with his right hand. Buzz. Power surged, vibrating the void. Countless thunders flashed along the blade, revealing 9 distinct colors. 9-color divine thunder, a high-grade treasure weapon, lightning sword. Seeing the sword, Anthea almost fell off balance. Her body pulsed with lightning, the air humming with her internal turmoil. Chapter 344, Hilton with only 18 years of life. The 9-color divine thunder is extraordinary. If one can cultivate it to a profound level where the 9 colors merge into one, its power will undoubtedly surpass all heavenly thunder techniques. Hilton said excitedly, I never expected an excellent treasure would contain the 9-color divine thunder. I've heard this thunder sword was always in Vicky's possession, and now it's here with you. Could it be that? You guessed right. Vicky has already been suppressed by me, so naturally, her thunder sword ended up with me. The thunder sword and I have developed a telepathic connection, and I've obtained the cultivation method for the 9-color divine thunder. If senior sister Hilton wants it, I can give it to you. Zaire spoke, and with a point of his finger, a beam of light instantly shot into Hilton's forehead. Various wondrous spells were directly transmitted to her. Feeling the profundity of the 9-color divine thunder, Hilton became significantly excited. Needless to say, the 9-color divine thunder would provide her with immense support. Zaire smiled faintly and continued, if not for Aliana back then, I might have perished in the southern barbarians. Now, I'm merely repaying a small debt. If senior sister can break through the tribulation realm, I'll still need much help from you. Do you want to become the head of Sky Edge Academy? Hilton suddenly asked seriously. Of course. While I don't care about the position, it must not fall into Carmelo's hands, Zaire thought of Anita. If he truly became the head of Sky Edge Academy, the Songyang Martial Academy would no longer be an obstacle for them, issuing martial execution orders or imprisoning his woman. If they dared do such things, it would spell their doom. Fine, then I'll help you. If you become the head of Sky Edge Academy, it will benefit me greatly. Hilton spoke very seriously, clearly meaning business. Thank you. Zaire knew he made the right move. With Hilton's assistance, many potential troubles would be minimized. At least now, Pingchuan Martial Academy would be firmly on his side. He was fully aware that Hilton would eventually control the discourse at Pingchuan Martial Academy, and her promise could be considered a commitment from Pingchuan Martial Academy. I also happen to have a supreme treasure of Thunderpath that can resonate with your Thunder Sword. Both should greatly increase in power when used together. As Hilton spoke, she pointed at the void, and suddenly a bolt of lightning appeared. The powerful fluctuations shook the space. This was a thunder bowl. Above the bowl, a shadow-like deity slowly emerged. It was the spirit of this treasure. Sensing another thunder-based artifact, a figure also appeared on the Thunder Sword. Generally, supreme treasures had no chance of becoming top-notch treasures, even if wielded by the strongest cultivators. But now, the Thunder Sword and Thunder Bowl, if merged with each other's thunder power, possessed the potential to break through to the top-tier category. Of course, just having potential did not mean much. Transforming these two artifacts completely into top-tier ones would take thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect you to not only cultivate thunder techniques, but also obtain a supreme treasure imbued with thunder magic. Zaire was surprised. Just luck. I lack your strength. Even someone as formidable as Vicky couldn't defeat you. Hilton shook her head, genuinely impressed by Zaire's prowess. Enough chit-chat. We should hurry up and refine these treasures. If their powers confuse, they will greatly enhance each other's foundations, and breaking through to top tier won't be an issue. This was beneficial for Hilton as well. She wanted to act immediately. Hold on. These are both supreme treasures. Once they start merging their forces, the disturbance will be immense. Our combined power alone won't suffice to suppress it. Let's go to my Lita Peak. Use my innate supreme treasure, the 7-day black hole, and involve a tribulation stage senior. That way, we can better control the situation and accelerate the fusion process. Zaire explained hastily. Where did you find a tribulation stage senior? Hilton was momentarily stunned. You'll see when we get there. Zaire smiled and both soared into the sky, flying towards Sky Edge Martial Academy. Pingchuan Martial Academy being adjacent to Sky Edge, the distance between them wasn't far. After half a day, they returned to Zaire's true transmission cave heaven, the Lita Peak. Upon entering Kaishiang Hall, Hilton saw Shiloh inside the 7-day black hole, refining his treasure using his celestial realm Dharma avatar. Recognizing Shiloh's Dharma avatar, Hilton exclaimed, Shiloh, one of the second lord of Xianxia. Oh, a mere friends? Shiloh looked over. Shiloh, pause what you're doing and help me refine this thunder sword. Zaire urged. A tribulation stage senior's help will double our efficiency. Thunder Bowl. Now is your chance to strengthen your foundation. Merge your essence with the thunder sword. Hilton sent waves of energy toward the thunder bowl, Instantly, the Thunderbolt's spirit emerged as a bundle of light, its powerful force piercing through the void and landing on the Thunder Sword. A low hum echoed, and the formerly quiet Thunder Sword started trembling, emitting rippling thunder. A thunderous shadow materialized, and the two spirits fused. Even the physical forms of the supreme treasures began to converge, instantly creating a miniature thunderous world. Thunder rumbled continuously, lightning like dragons cutting across the heavens, spreading throughout the area. The fusion created a grand illusion filled with profound thunder mysteries, astounding Hilton, Zaire, and Shiloh. The commotion also startled Mayor Jingzhou from her meditation, who rushed over to observe. Even the countless heavenly ghosts within the seven-day black hole gazed upward, inspired by the sight. The scene offered profound insights, particularly for the most gifted among the heavenly ghosts, presenting them with a grand revelation of thunder's essence. Suddenly, the miniature thunderous world shuddered violently. The thunder gradually faded as if the world was collapsing. Bad news. These supreme treasures cannot suppress their inherent natures and are trying to absorb each other. We must channel our power quickly to stabilize them. Shiloh reacted promptly, shouting, if they clash and try to absorb each other, it could result in mutual destruction. Their power might rupture the seven-day black hole and level the Leda Peak. Even Sky Edge Martial Academy could suffer severe damage. How serious is it? Hilton didn't hesitate, unleashing her own Dharma avatar. A divine thunder deity resembling a beautiful woman. Her deity reached into the miniature thunderous world while Zaire summoned his primordial Dharma avatar, which immediately stabilized the surrounding environment. Two enormous hands squeezed between the two treasures, preventing the collapse of the miniature world. Meanwhile, Shiloh struggled, spitting blood repeatedly. Note: ensured accurate names and maintained paragraph structure and tone. Adjusted sentences for natural English flow. Instantly, a vast amount of celestial energy surged out and integrated into the miniature thunderous world. Primal Dharma avatar. Your innate cave heaven actually condensed such a terrifying Dharma avatar. Hilton was greatly shocked. Zaire's primal Dharma avatar was 10 times more intense than her thunder deity Dharma avatar. If it were merely a battle between cave heavens, Hilton feared that the Thunderbolt's artifact spirit would be torn apart in an instant. Naturally, Hilton recognized the name of Zaire's cave heaven Dharma avatar. Zaire had yet to fully unleash the power of his primal Dharma avatar. Once he stepped into the Tribulation Realm, this Dharma avatar would certainly reach another level. Eventually, it might become as invincible as the primordial universe itself. The three quickly stabilized the two agitated supreme treasures. Faith power, purify. At this crucial moment, inspiration flashed in Hilton's mind, and she immediately took out a large jade bowl. Inside was pure white faith power. This thick faith power flowed directly into the miniature thunderous world. But, instantly, the entire small world shook violently. The miniature thunderous world created by the combined power of the two supreme treasures suddenly stabilized. Thunder dragons reappeared. Even a great Chester, completely composed of thunder power, emerged. Boom. This miniature world continuously transformed, ultimately shooting out countless tangible thunder crystals. It looked as if the entire world had started a thunder snowfall. Excellent. The powers of these two treasures have finally fused. These are thunder crystals, extremely precious. Absorb these crystals quickly. They will greatly aid your cultivation. Shiloh was delighted and shouted excitedly. The combination of the Thunder Sword and the Thunder Bowl, two supreme treasures, resulted in such a surprising change. No one expected this. How powerful. Two supreme treasures produce such changes. I wonder when we can achieve this. Water Shield and Fire Shield, two artifact spirits watching this spectacle, exchanged glances. Both began to absorb the falling thunder crystals, which were immensely beneficial to them. Although Water Shield and Fire Shield were powerful medium-grade treasures, they still fell short compared to supreme treasures like the Thunder Sword and Thunder Bowl. Transforming into supreme treasures might take tens of thousands of years or more. Black Sky didn't have time for size and quietly absorbed the thunder crystals. With enough thunder power, he could transform into a thunder dragon. Every move would then carry destructive thunder and invoke heavenly wrath, significantly boosting his strength. Iona, Mickey, and others also absorbed the thunder crystals into their bodies. Ordinary cultivation never offered such benefits. Condensing pure thunder crystals was something even an academy head like Declan couldn't achieve. Such an opportunity might not come again in their lifetimes. Everyone naturally exerted all their efforts. Zaire also summoned his primal Dharma avatar, transforming into a giant figure hundreds of feet tall, constantly receiving the falling thunder crystals. In an instant, a mysterious force filled with destruction and vitality spread throughout the primordial cave heaven. Even spatial world power existed within it. Suddenly, Zaire felt a sensation of impending breakthrough. Just as he slowly savored this feeling, Hilton beside him suddenly trembled. Zaire instantly noticed a new, inexplicable aura surrounding her, like divine lightning from the nine heavens. She seemed to communicate more intimately with the universe. Hilton appeared to merge into the void, present but unreal. Originally, seeing the evolution of the miniature thunderous world and gaining numerous thunder crystals had directly fortified her Tao foundation. Her future breakthrough to the Tribulation Realm would now be easier. Indeed, the benefits are immense. Now, stepping into the Tribulation Realm is just one step away. Hilton opened her eyes, overjoyed. Congratulations, Senior Sister Hilton, on enhancing your strength. Entering the Tribulation Realm should only be a matter of time. Zaire smiled and bowed. The Tribulation Realm is not easily attainable. The difficulty might surpass the total difficulty from cultivating from the Chi Realm to the Emperor Realm. Moreover, my lifespan is limited now, likely only 18 years left. If I can't enter the Tribulation Realm within 18 years, I'll lose my chance forever. Hilton said with a bitter smile. What do you mean? How can you only have 18 years left? That's impossible. As long as one breaks through to the Emperor Realm, living 1,000 years is feasible. Why? Zaire was astonished and confused. He couldn't understand why Hilton had only 18 years left to live. I've used too many forbidden techniques, severely draining my lifespan. It's not a big deal. Hilton replied indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about her impending deadline. Forbidden techniques? What forbidden techniques could reduce an Emperor Realm expert's lifespan to 18 years? And what kind of opponent made you expend so much? Zaire still couldn't believe it. Not really an opponent, but wishes I made to acquire other things, such as the Thunderbolt and the Doom God Lightning on my body. These were gained through wish trades. Hilton explained. What? Wishes? Zaire was thoroughly stunned. What technique is this? Wishing for supreme treasures and ultimate mysteries. It's a unique art called the wish technique. Unlike any other cultivation method, I obtained it by chance. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Hilton said, however, use it cautiously. Each invocation of the wish technique consumes at least 999 years of lifespan. A single slip could result in immediate death. Chapter 345. 7-Day Black Hole Ascension. And the lower the cultivation, the greater the consumption. Upon hearing Anthea say this, Zaire's mind sparked with an idea. He mentally asked Haitian, have you ever heard of this wishing technique? I'm not quite sure. Although I've witnessed many mystical arts and even heard of various immortal techniques, I've never heard of a mystical art called wishing technique, nor do I know of any technique with such effects. Inside the 7-Day Black Hole, Daozu and Haitian was also continuously surprised and baffled by what this wishing technique could be. It became clear that this wishing technique was extremely mysterious. Such a wondrous mystic art. After listening to senior sister Anthea, I've developed interest in it, but I certainly won't use it. The consumption is too immense. Only those who seek immortality can afford it. Zaire said with a smile. Only with the resolve to stake everything can one achieve great success. Zaire, you lack the fearless spirit to advance boldly, Anthea reminded him. Thank you for your reminder, senior sister Anthea, but sister, you now have only 18 years left. We should make the most of time or else, Zaire said with a grave expression. I understand that, Anthea said, her jade-like hand lightly tapping Zaire's forehead, while she murmured a series of extremely peculiar sounds under her breath. It sounded like certain characters, but also like some sort of chant. Upon careful listening, it seemed purely sonic. Strange. Extremely strange. Zaire had never heard such a peculiar and complex sound before. With Anthea's murmuring, these sounds surged into Zaire's soul. This is the wishing technique. You must grasp its subtleties on your own. This technique cannot be described. I spent a year and 9 days at the bottom of the 10,000-fathom glacier in the North Sea before I suddenly understood it, Anthea reminded him. So, the wishing technique turned out to be this kind of thing, a peculiar sound. Zaire had originally thought it would be similar to 9 Turns Dragon Ascension Body, or Great Clarity Transformation Technique. He never expected the wishing technique required him to comprehend based on these strange sounds. Anthea used a special method to imprint this sound directly onto Zaire's soul. As long as he focused his thoughts, he could recall and meditate on it. However, Zaire planned to thoroughly practice it only after entering the Tribulation Realm. Zaire, with your talent, it will likely take you no more than a year to master the wishing technique, Anthea said, then sighed. I don't know whether it's good or bad passing this technique to you. Though you say you won't use it, from my understanding of you, I fear you'll end up just like me, staking everything when life expectancy dwindles. Zaire gave an awkward smile without responding. At this moment, a loud shout came from Shiloh. Good. Primal Chaos Alchemy Furnace. Disintegrate. Merge all the divine powers. After pondering for days, he finally found a way to integrate the Primal Chaos Alchemy Furnace into the 7-Day Black Hole. A point from his finger caused the 6-Zhong, spherical Primal Chaos Alchemy Furnace to explode instantly, transforming into thousands of divine lights. Simultaneously, the thunder power he absorbed burst forth, becoming countless bolts striking persistently. Finally, with a wave of his hand, these lights merged with the thunder power and directly fused into the 7-Day Black Hole. Boom. The ground shook violently. The entire 7-Day Black Hole experienced intense vibration, and tens of thousands of arrays revealed themselves, rotating constantly. Under Shiloh's formidable power, they began twisting and changing shape. It has actually evolved into a treasure artifact. Truly, Anthea, Zaire, and others were stunned. They witnessed firsthand the 7-Day Black Hole becoming a lower-grade treasure artifact. The Primal Chaos Alchemy Furnace perfectly fused with the 7-Day Black Hole, pushing it to become a treasure artifact. Now, the power of the 7-Day Black Hole had grown even further. The overwhelming pressure resembled divine might, repeatedly cleansing their hearts. Excellent. Elevating the 7-Day Black Hole to a treasure artifact. Now, if deployed, its power will multiply several times over, and its defense will be much stronger, beyond the reach of ordinary experts. Zaire felt indescribable joy upon discovering this. He also marveled at the might of those in the Tribulation Realm. If not for Shiloh, the 7-Day Black Hole wouldn't have become a treasure artifact so quickly. To forge a treasure artifact required at least someone in the Tribulation Realm, backed by vast amounts of immortal energy and boundless power, impossible otherwise. With the ascension of the 7-Day Black Hole, the original 9-layer stable space expanded into 18 layers, each layer vast, akin to a miniature universe. Shiloh sighed. Unfortunately, my cultivation is insufficient, and my personal strength isn't enough. Otherwise, I could attempt refining the 7-Day Black Hole into a middle-grade treasure artifact. If you, Zaire, could invite Remington here to cleanse his sins, we could try together. Perhaps you should try converting Nicholas. He is even stronger than I am. With him, there would be a higher chance. Nicholas is off limits. A man like him would never convert. Only death awaits him, and eventually, the Tianya Martial Academy will order him dead or me. Zaire's gaze grew cold. But Remington, I might try contacting him. Shiloh, as one of the 2 lords of the Round Star, once I resolve Nicholas, we'll head to the Round Star to find Remington. Very well. Shiloh nodded. This response dumbfounded Anthea. Thunder sword. Zaire waved his hand, and the upgraded mystic sword flew into his palm. The entire blade had transformed, coated in a strange blue hue, emitting a flickering light, looking incredibly beautiful. A light swing cut rifts in the void, and casually using a move caused countless bolts to appear. Exploring the thunder sword with his mind, he found another mystic art named Doomsky Thunder. Apart from the 9-colored divine lightning, this was precisely the supreme thunder path technique cultivated by Anthea. Hence, the thunder bowl likely contained the cultivation method for the 9-colored divine lightning. Both lightning artifacts had undergone fundamental changes. Anthea didn't retrieve the thunder bowl, merely letting it rotate around Zaire, complementing the thunder sword. Zaire, soon it will be your life or death duel with Nicholas. If Nicholas obtains the Skybreak Martial God Cauldron, you might lack the edge to kill him. After this, the thunder bowl and thunder sword can cooperate, breaking through the cauldron's defenses. Anthea left the thunder bowl for Zaire to use in the duel. Thank you, senior sister Anthea. I previously had an 80% chance of killing Nicholas. Now, I can confidently say it's 100%. He will die on the life and death platform before everyone's eyes. Seeing the thunder bowl could be used temporarily, Zaire felt immensely delighted. The news of your battle with Nicholas likely spread throughout the 9 provinces. Be cautious. Nicholas has connections with numerous experts outside the realm and has earned a reputation as one of the 4 gentlemen. Anthea informed him, fearing Zaire might be unaware. 4 gentlemen? That's irrelevant. Our battle is on the life and death platform. Even if they receive the message and come, they wouldn't dare interfere, risking challenging the dignity of the Tianyang Martial Academy. Zaire smiled faintly. He had already heard about the 4 gentlemen from Anita. At the Tianyang Martial Academy, even if they were Tribulation Realm experts, they wouldn't dare defy the Academy's authority unless they had backing. Based on Anita's information, they were all solitary cultivators. At most. It was just a situation like Shiloh and Remington's, where they dominated a resource-barren star. Fine, then I will cultivate inside your 7-day black hole and return after your life and death duel with Nicholas ends, Anthea said. I never would have thought that you would grow to such an extent. And you've even pioneered the precedent of challenging Tribulation Realm experts. Previously, no one would have dared do this. Tribulation Realm experts were the stuff of legends. How could ordinary people defeat legends? Anthea's senior sister is flattering me. If not for you back then, I might have already perished in the southern barbarian lands. How could there be a me today? Zaire sighed, senior sister. If I ever get my hands on treasures that can extend lifespan, I will definitely help you. No need, Anthea shook her head. The path of cultivation itself defies the heavens. Without great resolve and courage, it's better not to practice at all. The reason I've pushed myself to this extreme is to leave no retreat, no buffer, no room for failure. If I don't succeed in advancing to the Tribulation Realm, then I will vanish directly. Her voice carried an inexplicable aura. Anthea's senior sister's determination truly commands admiration. Zaire admit I cannot match you. 18 years, it's really. Seeing this woman dressed in white, Zaire couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Let's not talk about that now. Let's focus on cultivating. The outside world must already be in an uproar. With that, Anthea crossed her legs and entered a meditative state, closing her eyes slightly. She had only 18 years left. Of course, she cherished time and constantly practiced, daring not waste a single moment. Perhaps influenced by her momentum. Inside the 7-day black hole, many people also fell into their respective cultivation states. Meanwhile, outside, the situation matched what Anthea had described. As news of Zaire's challenge against Nicholas spread, the 9 provinces erupted into a frenzy. If it were anyone else, everyone would have deemed the person either crazy or foolish for challenging a Tribulation Realm expert with only Emperor Realm cultivation. But when they heard it was Zaire, things were different. After all, Zaire had already gained a considerable reputation in the 9 provinces. He first killed the 2 prodigy disciples of Songyang Martial Academy, and then defeated Alexei, Gavin, Robert, and Igor consecutively in Hongdao Martial Academy, earning the mystical arts from Venerable Brittany. Then he faced attacks from Tribulation Realm experts Shiloh and Remington, but emerged unscathed. Such feats had already shattered many people's preconceptions. Anyone who paid attention to news knew of Zaire, whose strength was unparalleled, standing alongside Anita, Vicky, and Becker as someone capable of confronting Tribulation Realm experts. Even some enthusiasts believed Zaire had a good chance of topping the new Pride Dragon ranking. This kind of world-class genius issuing such a bold challenge might actually have a sliver of possibility. Thus, everyone eagerly discussed the upcoming battle. All eyes were on the outcome. Would Zaire create another legend? Or would another brilliant talent fall? In just 2 days, almost all major forces within the 9 provinces had heard of this event, with many powerful figures planning a trip to Tianyang Martial Academy. Well, I didn't think you, Zaire, could escape 2 Tribulation Realm experts' pursuit and immediately challenge one upon returning. Such audacity, Igor confess I cannot match. Igor, who fought Zaire at Hongdao Martial Academy, did not wallow in defeat. Standing atop a cliff, holding a report and gazing towards Tianyang Martial Academy. Xiao, are you thinking about Zaire? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Igor quickly turned around to find a sturdy peasant farmer standing behind him. Judging by his appearance, this man looked honest and plain, like a farmer who spent half his life tending fields. Lord Tribal King. Igor hurriedly bowed. This peasant-like man was none other than the revered Tribal King of the South. You've learned about Zaire's challenge against Nicholas? The Tribal King glanced at the report in Igor's hand. Lord Tribal King? Igor exclaimed in surprise. I received the news while in seclusion. This Zaire has piqued my curiosity, and I intended to visit Tianyang Martial Academy, but due to my position, it's inconvenient for me to go. The Tribal King sighed. Current circumstances are increasingly tense, and the guidance of the savage deity becomes more enigmatic. I have a vague sense that something significant might be happening in the divine realm. Significant changes? Igor hesitated. Lord Savage Deity is renowned in the divine realm. Any changes should not affect him. Let's not discuss this now, it's just a guess. The tribal king didn't seem keen on talking about this topic and continued. Declan recently crafted a mystic treasure, significantly boosting his power. A decisive battle between us is inevitable. Since encountering that mind deity, I've gained profound insights. From cultivation alone, I've surpassed Declan. Lord Tribal King doesn't have absolute confidence in winning? Igor asked. A 70% chance for me, 30% for him. The Tribal King nodded but shook his head. But the Garner won't stand idly by, so the final outcome remains uncertain. Saying this, he looked at Igor, regarding Zair's challenge against Nicholas as an Emperor Realm fighter challenging a Tribulation Realm expert. I want you to go to Tianya Martial Academy on my behalf. Lord Tribal King, I'd rather not. Igor said, at Hongdao Martial Academy, I lost to Zair. In the future, I plan to wash away this humiliation and defeat him. Until then, I prefer not to meet him. If you're unwilling to go, then let it be. The Tribal King nodded, not forcing him. Chapter 346, Life and Death Battle, Sensation in the 9 Provinces. Please forgive me, Lord Samuel. I have been trusted and given great expectations, yet I still ended up defeated by Zair. As Igor said this, he felt ashamed. This is not your fault. You did not fail. It was merely that I failed to outdo Alida. I underestimated his capabilities. I didn't think that Alida would choose Zair. Your battle with Zair, fundamentally speaking, was actually a contest between Alida and myself. Alida truly lives up to being the most powerful woman in the history of the 9 provinces, sighed Samuel. By the way, Lord Samuel, how does Alida compare to Yusef? Igor asked suddenly, curious. Yusef has always been highly regarded by you. He is likely not weaker than Alida. It's hard to compare these two, replied Samuel. Alida has already shown signs of transcending ordinary realms. He cultivates the free mind scripture and created the beings like me. In such a realm, Yusef cannot match him. But Yusef has taken a different path, one that is extremely mysterious. He may be close to the realm of immortality, even if someone could crush him into dust or reduce him to nothingness. As long as there are living beings and mental intent within this universe, he will never die and will return to the human world. Yusef, using the collective mental intent of all beings as a source of power. This is an unprecedentedly bold concept. More importantly, it seems he has indeed achieved it. Samuel couldn't help but marvel. Using the collective mental intent of all beings as a source of power? Upon hearing this, Igor seemed to gain some insight, but he couldn't quite grasp the full meaning. With Zair's extraordinary talent, Yusef will definitely seek him out. After all, Yusef has always had an interest in finding disciples. Previously, he chose Robert from Fenglong Academy, but compared to Zair, Robert falls short. While Robert certainly can't match Zair, he is also a genius. Without Zair, Robert would undoubtedly shine brightly and achieve greatly. But Zair's smooth journey might be because he possesses a state deity artifact, which has received the blessing of the 9 provinces' luck, thus making it possible. Igor speculated. The concept of fate has always existed, but no one has ever confirmed its existence. No one can accurately describe its nature. Samuel continued. Since you don't want to go to Tianya Academy, come with me to the Tian Amiuntans. I will use the Breaking Heaven Eye to transcend time and space and observe Zair's life and death battle with Nicholas. Although I can't see through the Tianya Hall, observing the battle on the Tianya life and death platform should not be a problem. With a wave of his finger, Samuel caused a split to appear between Igor's eyebrows, revealing a vertical eye that exuded divine power. The Breaking Heaven Eye was crafted by Samuel with considerable effort. Though inferior to the Thundersword and Thunderbowl, it wasn't at the bottom among high-grade treasures. And since it was crafted by him personally, it was much more manageable. Thank you, Lord Samuel. Not only can I observe how you use the Breaking Heaven Eye, but I can also witness the battle between Zair and Nicholas. This will surely bring me significant benefits, possibly even allowing me to break through my current stage. Igor understood well that observing a battle at this level would greatly benefit his cultivation. Inside Fenglong Academy, Robert stood quietly, gazing at the distant mountains. Beside him was Lyndon, who had a past with Zair. Robert, don't worry too much about losing to Zair. He is indeed extraordinarily talented, arguably the most gifted person in the 9 provinces after Emperor Chana. His upcoming life and death battle with Nicholas must not be missed. The Dean has provided you with a spirit charm for transportation. With it, you can reach Tianya Academy within a day. The Dean also told me to ensure you befriend Zair. Lyndon handed over a jade spirit charm. Generally speaking, it would take even an Emperor-level expert about 2 months to fly from Fenglong Academy to Tianya Amiuntan. However, having an artifact that could transcend time and space allowed for swift travel. In Hongdao Academy, I've agreed to establish the Wunan Society together. With his abilities, he will surpass everyone of his generation in the future. Even if the 10th Academy appears, I wouldn't be surprised. Taking the Jade Spirit Charm, Robert vanished from Fenglong Academy in a flash. After traveling for some time, he stopped midair and bowed respectfully, addressing the empty surroundings. Senior, do you also wish me to join Zair? Yes. Do you know why I refuse to accept you as a disciple? Though you are talented, you cannot walk my path. But Zair is different. He is astute, ruthless, and incredibly cunning, adept at understanding others. There are few like him in the universe who can follow this path. You can completely rely on him. A great calamity is coming to the 9 provinces. If you want to survive, finding Zair is the only viable option. Staying at Fenglong Academy is a dead end. A voice echoed in Robert's mind. This voice belonged to Yusef, who had seemingly disappeared. Calamity? What kind of calamity? So severe that even Fenglong Academy can't withstand it? Robert was shocked and asked repeatedly. You shouldn't know about it now. Hurry and go. Don't arrive too late. Yusef fell silent after these words. Only Robert could hear this conversation, akin to his thoughts speaking aloud, invisible to others. After pondering for a moment, Robert made a decision. He threw the spirit charm, activating its power. Instantly, a rift opened up in the sky, filled with endless temporal thunder. Then, the remaining energy enveloped Robert and hurled him into the rift, vanishing in an instant. The vastness of the 9 provinces surpasses any star in the universe. From the viewpoint of a high-level expert standing outside the world, one would notice that within the boundless 9 provinces, an infinite amount of spiritual energy converges towards the center. The immense quantity of spiritual energy would make anyone's hair stand on end. In this thick layer of spiritual energy, it seemed as though a colossal monster lay in wait, plundering the strength of the entire 9 provinces. This monstrous entity is the strongest force in the 9 provinces, the first among the 9 martial academies, Xianxia Academy. Endless buildings and countless mountains rise and float in the air, forming their own self-sustaining world separate from the external universe. In this world, a scorching sun hangs eternally overhead. There is no darkness in Xianxia Academy, and every corner is filled with condensed white mist-like spiritual energy. If ordinary people could breathe this air, they would live free of illness and for hundreds of years. Even staying here for half a month could extend one's lifespan considerably. For cultivators, the benefits of training in this environment far surpass those found elsewhere. At the center of this small universe lies the core area of Xianxia Academy, where a massive palace stands. This palace, 3 times the size of the Tianya Hall, is known as the Heaven and Earth Deity Palace. This hall isn't constructed but rather transformed from Xianxia Academy's signature immortal artifact, the Heaven and Earth Deity Tripod. While it's transformed, it is physically present and functional. Xianxia appeared on the jade steps of the Heaven and Earth Deity Palace. Congratulations. I didn't expect that you, senior sister, would reach the Calamity Realm in one enlightenment after this trip, becoming a myth of cultivation. Around her followed many Xianxia Academy disciples. These individuals were at least at the King Realm, and among them were no shortage of emperor and even divine sovereign experts. Notable prodigies like Edlin and Owen also showed immense respect to Xiao. Truly, heaven favors our Xianxia Martial Academy. Now that senior sister Xiao has become a Calamity Realm cultivator, we should henceforth address you as Vice Head Hulian. How can it be only that? Outside there, those cultivators seeing senior sister Xiao will have to respectfully call you Senior Xiao. Vice Head Hulian. When Master sees you in the Heaven and Earth Deity Palace this time, it already shows his stance. Later, he'll invite all major forces in the 9 provinces to celebrate another Calamity Realm cultivator joining our Xianxia Martial Academy, said a male disciple with a laugh. His words dripped with flattery. Celebration can wait. Let's celebrate once I break through to the dual aspect Calamity Realm, Hulian Xiao replied. As for the title of Vice Head, the head hasn't decided yet. Let's not rush to call me that. With that, she seemed to remember something and asked casually, by the way, is there any news on Zaire? Senior sister Xiao starts asking about Birdie's rival right after breaking through. Does this mean you two are finally going to consummate your relationship? Rest assured, senior sister, you're now a Calamity Realm myth. Even if Zaire is formidable, he can never match you. Owen hastily laughed. Shut up. Hulian Xiao glared, visibly angry. How can Birdie be mentioned in the same breath as me? If not for his offering the great separation art as sincerity, earning the head's approval and forcing this engagement, I would have killed him long ago. What does he think he is, to pair with me? Be careful. If anyone mentions this name again, I won't recognize you anymore. Seeing her genuinely enraged, Owen froze, then nodded hurriedly. Senior sister Xiao speaks wisely. Birdie deceived the head with honeyed words. This boy doesn't deserve you. Once we've used him up, we'll kill him outright so he doesn't stain your good name. But I did hear that after returning to Tianya Martial Academy, this Birdie obtained the true scripture from the ancestor of martial arts and seems set to become the next head of Tianya. Realizing his slip, he quickly added, but senior sister Xiao is now a vice head and of Xianxia Martial Academy, destined to become the head here. Our Xianxia Martial Academy alone has over 10 vice heads. Speaking such things is too premature, Hulian Xiao said, shifting the topic. After my seclusion, I'll break through the dual aspect Calamity Realm, comprehending the way of yin-yang life and death. Then, I previously instructed you to keep tabs on Zaire. What happened now? Where is this person? Has he returned to Tianya Martial Academy? Hearing this, Edlin responded. He has returned to Tianya Martial Academy. But this boy indeed has some skills, escaping Shiloh and Remington, 2 Calamity Realm cultivators. Now, the 9 Provinces Chamber of Commerce is drafting a new Pride Dragon Spectrum, and Zaire is trending toward being top. Most importantly, according to recent intelligence, he directly confronted Birdie's master, Nicholas, upon return. And they agreed to a life and death battle in a few days. Nicholas has sent an invitation to our Xianxia Martial Academy, inviting our elders to attend. What? Hulian Xiao was startled. Zaire in a life and death battle with Nicholas? She felt immediate worry. Zaire condensed his inner world Dharma image early, and with Shiloh backing him, he must have absolute confidence. So, I shouldn't worry, but... Despite knowing this logic, Hulian Xiao couldn't help feeling anxious. Does senior sister Xiao want to attend? It's a great opportunity to showcase your Calamity Realm prowess and announce another powerhouse joining our Xianxia Martial Academy. Owen laughed. Just a primal calamity. Nothing special. When I reach the dual aspect Calamity Realm, then I'll truly be a senior. Alright, keep a close watch on Zaire. Inform me immediately if there's any news. Hulian Xiao waved her hand, and streams of moonlight formed symbols entering the bodies of these prodigy disciples. These are my Amayan light emblems. Even across dozens of temporal dimensions, they can connect with me. If you discover anything new about Zaire, communicate instantly through these emblems. After my seclusion in the Heaven and Earth Deity Cauldron, I won't forget you. She promised heavily. Understood. Senior sister Xiao, rest assured and focus on your seclusion. We look forward to your breakthrough into the dual aspect Calamity Realm. The prodigies chorused. As a Calamity Realm cultivator, Hulian Xiao was in a completely different league. She was recultivating as a lunar deity. Her future achievements wouldn't be ordinary. Noticing their enthusiasm, Hulian Xiao nodded slightly and entered the heaven and earth deity palace. Inside, everything changed abruptly. Infinite lights converged, transforming into a force that teleported her. Soon, Hulian Xiao saw several ethereal figures. One of them examined her, smiling suddenly. Well done, Hulian Xiao. You've lived up to everyone's expectations, first to enter the Calamity Realm. This is a sign of our Songyang Martial Academy's prosperity. Even though I suffered a small setback in the realm of spiritual mechanisms, seeing you succeed makes it all worth it. This speaker was Jingzhou, the present head of Songyang Martial Academy. Please ensure the continuity and context align with the previous chapter's events. Chapter 347. Reactions from all sides. Nicholas's preparations. Apart from Abdullahi, the other individuals were essentially the grand elders of Songyang Martial Academy. It was precisely because of these people that Songyang Martial Academy could stand as the first among the 9 institutes. At their level, treasures and spirit pills could be refined effortlessly. Cultivating elite disciples was a piece of cake for them. More importantly, with the immortal artifact Xianxia Divine Cauldron at hand, they could easily suppress the supreme treasures of other forces. There were also legends that Songyang Martial Academy could communicate with the divine realm and receive edicts from celestial immortals. This was truly formidable. In the 9 provinces, there had never been any reports of other forces being able to do this. Academy head, Anita has not let you down. She has already entered the tribulation realm and comprehended 80% of yin-yang birth and destruction. Now, she only needs some time to fully enter the 2 instruments tribulation and achieve the true yin-yang birth and destruction undying body. Therefore, I would like to borrow the Xianxia Divine Cauldron for cultivation. Please approve this request, Anita said directly. That's naturally agreed upon. Moreover, it is part of our Songyang Martial Academy's incentive policy. Any disciple who breaks through to the tribulation realm can enter the Xianxia Divine Cauldron once to cultivate, using its aura to cleanse their physical body. The only exception was Becker. This was merely a trade of benefits. Becker provided us with the great separation technique. So we, in fact, benefited more, Abdullahi continued. Starting today, Anita, you will no longer be a true disciple. Your position will change to Deputy Kimball of Songyang Martial Academy. This is the token of authority for the Deputy Kimball. Take good care of it. Hereafter, within the Martial Academy, you have the power over life and death for all disciples and elders below the King Realm. A beam of light fell into Anita's hands. After the light subsided, it revealed a token made from an unknown material. On one side, a cloud-covered immortal mountain was carved, with the word Deputy in the center. The reverse side depicted the Xianxia Divine Cauldron. This was the token of authority for the Deputy Kimball, granting absolute command over anyone below the King Realm, even execution if necessary. The power of a Deputy Kimball in Songyang Martial Academy was immense compared to other forces, which tended to have less stringent regulations. Unlike the Skycliff Martial Academy, where the 3 deputies held similar power to Nicholas, lacking proper hierarchy. This token of authority, we now have 13. When I step down, I will choose the strongest among you 13 to become the next academy head. So even though you have reached the tribulation realm, Anita, you must not slack off in your cultivation. Abdullahi then took out a jade box. In this box are 28 Xianxian spirit pills, as a reward for your breakthrough. And here is the Riyao Divine Sword, crafted over 365 years, imbued with the essence of the sun and moon, perfectly fitting the heavenly number. It is a pair of medium-grade artifacts. Although you possess Shui Zhongqiani, but considering your impending breakthrough to the 2 instruments tribulation, you will need to consume the artifact spirit of Shui Zhongqiani, rendering it unusable for a millennium before recovery. This Riyao Divine Sword will serve as your weapon well, being extremely compatible with you. A yellow sword gleaming like a radiant sun and a blue sword cold as the moon directly landed in Anita's hands. A gentle swing unleashed boundless power of the sun and moon. Academy head, you don't know I have a superior artifact, the Willis Great Mill. For my breakthrough to the 2 instruments tribulation, I plan to consume the artifact spirit of the Willis Great Mill. Shui Zhongqiani is my innate treasure. Consuming it would weaken me, Anita thought, recalling Zaire. The Willis Great Mill was a gift from Zaire, bringing warmth to her heart. Alright, go and cultivate. I have already opened the path to the Xianxia Divine Cauldron for you. Abdullahi flicked his finger, creating a dark vortex in front of Anita. Meanwhile, outside the Xianxian Hall, in a magnificent hall, several senior figures at the Tribulation Realm gathered together. Anita broke through to the Tribulation Realm and became a Deputy Kimball. It's uncertain when she will complete yin-yang birth and destruction. If she advances to the 2 instruments tribulation, she will be a real obstacle, possessing a superior artifact, Shui Zhongqiani. Among us, who has such an artifact? She will need to consume the artifact spirit of Shui Zhongqiani to break through, weakening herself. Why fear that? This is true. However, Anita, having retrained under the divine, and now a Deputy Kimball on par with us, might make things difficult moving forward. Humph. With her engagement to Becker, she won't be taking that position unless Becker dies. What about Zaire from the Skycliff Martial Academy? He dared challenge a Tribulation Realm expert at the Emperor Realm in a life-or-death battle. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Nicholas wants us to witness the battle. Let's go see what makes Zaire so arrogant. As news of Zaire and Nicholas's duel spread, many prominent figures rushed to Skycliff Martial Academy. Everyone wanted to witness this unprecedented event. Visitors were accommodated in the guest halls beside the Skycliff Grand Hall. Given the short notice, none of the guests were weaklings, thus receiving respectful treatment. However, as more visitors arrived, Zaire and Nicholas still hadn't shown up. Zaire had isolated himself at Litafeng, fully focusing on cultivating inside the 7-day black hole. Nicholas remained mysteriously absent, possibly within Skycliff Palace or elsewhere. Master, that rogue Zaire dared provoke me, and even took my red dragon hood used to suppress the cave heaven. I will slay him immediately. Deep within Skycliff Palace, Becker seethed with anger. In front of him was a translucent shadow, none other than Nicholas. But it was only a manifestation of Nicholas's power, not the actual person. Amazed Tribulation Realm experts could create such illusions. Don't worry, that beast likely doesn't understand my strength. I have met Hendrik, Jin Zijuan, and Dan Zijuan. We 4 gentlemen will aid you in cultivating a profound technique with the Wuxian bronze furnace, infusing part of our power into you. Focus on your closed meditation without worry. You must break through quickly, preferably to the 2 instruments tribulation. Only then will you stabilize the situation. Then directly propose marriage to Anita at Songyang Martial Academy. Once united, what is Zaire to you both? Killing him will be easier than slaughtering a chicken. If Declan doesn't intervene, I'll finish him off completely. However, Declan will likely show up. When that happens, I will severely injure him, preventing him from catching up to you. Nicholas clearly had a meticulous plan, not even viewing Zaire as a threat. With Master's friends across the universe and combined power of the 4 gentlemen, subduing Zaire is no issue. However, if the Academy head intervenes, give Zaire a chance for mercy, and I will personally end him. The Jingzhou Cauldron on his body concerns my Wuxian path, and I must obtain it. Upon hearing Nicholas's words, Becker ceased worrying. Very well, then I'll take my leave. Focus on your cultivation. Nicholas's shadow dissolved like a spring breeze. Zaire, I am about to reach the tribulation realm. Once I break through and take the 2 instruments soul pill, I can comprehend yin-yang birth and destruction without needing the Wuxian bronze furnace's artifact spirit. When I reach the 2 instruments tribulation, I will unleash 90% of the furnace's power, and you won't stand a chance. Becker sneered. Above him, a shadowy stone bridge appeared, shrouded in mystery. This bridge connected to the divine realm. The appearance of this artifact signifies that he is not far from communicating with the divine realm. Senior Brother Dean, are you really not going to stop this life or death duel? Both Zaire and Nicholas are forces of Skycliff Martial Academy. Any injury to either one will weaken our academy's strength. And to let all of the 9 provinces see this spectacle. The Life Nicolette spoke these words to Declan in another mysterious space within Skycliff Palace. At this moment, Declan, the head of Skycliff Martial Academy, had transformed into a sphere of light, making it impossible to locate his physical form. Life-death, matters have escalated to this point, and there's no stopping it now. Moreover, I cannot favor either side. Otherwise, it would leave a terrible impression on the 9 provinces. I did not pass down the Martial Ancestor Sutra to Zaire for the true purpose of testing him, a purpose you must surely understand. In a sect, if an extraordinary genius emerges, it is certainly a sign of great prosperity. If a group of extraordinary geniuses appears, it might even be a manifestation of our ancestors' blessings. Yet, we Skycliff Martial Academy has produced 2. There will inevitably be a life and death battle between Zaire and Becker, and I can only wait quietly to see who will emerge victorious. I cannot interfere out of personal bias. Upon hearing this, the Life Nicolette hastily replied, but I fear Zaire's youthful recklessness might lead to him being killed by Nicholas on the stage of life and death. What then about the divine martial immortal mansion? Killed? Life Nicolette, you're underestimating Zaire too much. He's cunning as a fox. If he dares challenge Nicholas to a life or death duel, he might genuinely defeat Nicholas. If that happens, he will make history and further revise my and other elders' perceptions. With this, Declan suddenly sighed. The position of head of Skycliff Martial Academy must be approached with utmost caution. The right person must have sufficient power, ruthless resolve, and exceptional destiny. Zaire, Becker, Guido, and Jonathan. These 4 individuals have been blessed by destiny. With the calamity of the 9 provinces looming, we need them for any chance to survive the tribulation. As for Nicholas, over the years, he has consumed too many resources without breaking through to the 2 instruments tribulation or comprehending yin-yang birth and destruction. In times of great tribulation, he truly cannot bear the weight. Declan seemed extremely disappointed in Nicholas. Senior Brother Dean, I understand your concerns. If Zaire passes the test, should we reward him? Perhaps teach him the Martial Ancestor Sutra? The Life Nicolette continued, I believe Jonathan, Becker, and Guido have received favorable treatment, which Zaire should also enjoy to ensure fairness. This life or death duel is not the final test. If he passes the ultimate test, I can even give him my immortal slaying saber. Declan said, go attend to the guests. With so many people here, things outside must be quite busy. I didn't expect Senior Brother Dean to place such great hopes on Zaire. I wonder if he understands the importance of holding firm to his original intent. The Life Nicolette bowed respectfully and withdrew from Skycliff Palace. Litafeng Peak. Inside the 7-day black hole, Zaire was still meditating. His primordial Dharmakaya floated in the air, gradually solidifying to near human size. Over the past few days, Zaire had been refining his primordial Dharmakaya and his treasures, increasing his strength. He could clearly sense that he was on the verge of advancing to the Emperor realm. Once I break through the Tribulation realm, I'll capture that warden's head and use its energy to fully solidify the fruit. While thinking this, Zaire extended his mental awareness throughout the 7-day black hole. Boom! His compressed primordial Dharmakaya suddenly exploded, transforming into streams of energy. In an instant, this immense energy surged into the 7-day black hole, causing the entire 18-layer space to tremble slightly. This made Zaire abruptly realize how closely connected he had become to the 7-day black hole, as if they were inseparably merged like flesh and blood. Moreover, Zaire sensed that if he continued refining, even death would not prevent him from using his life-bound treasure, the 7-day black hole, to regenerate himself. This was the advantage of a life-bound treasure. Many who advanced to the 2 instruments tribulation could also revive themselves via their life-bound treasures if they were sealed or fatally attacked. To call something life-bound meant it was the very essence of one's existence. Having it was like having an extra life. Boom. The primordial Dharmakaya continuously roamed within the 7-day black hole, casting massive shadows passing overhead every so often. Zaire, your strength has nearly reached its limit, but the consumption of your primordial Dharmakaya is immense. It may take you a long time to break through to the Emperor realm. Sheila, who had just finished her cultivation, said while looking at Zaire. You're right. The power of my origin cave heaven is formidable, but it comes with tremendous consumption, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult, Zaire replied before retracting his primordial Dharmakaya into his body. Initially, he planned to break through to the Emperor realm and then directly consume the 3-treasure Salhua pill to advance to the Tribulation realm level. Correction. The term Salhua seems to be a direct transliteration and doesn't read naturally in English. Without the original Chinese text for context, if 3-treasure Salhua pill is a specific pill name, it might be better to keep it as is or provide an accurate translation. Assuming Salhua refers to a type of pill related to youth or bloom, as Sal could mean youthful and Hua could mean bloom, it could be translated as. Initially, he planned to break through to the Emperor realm and then directly consume the 3 treasures youthful bloom pill to advance to the Tribulation realm level. For consistency and fluency, let's assume it's a proper name and leave it as. Initially, he planned to break through to the Emperor realm and then directly consume the 3 treasure Xiaohua pill to advance to the Tribulation realm level. If he had the strength of the Tribulation realm, killing Nicholas would not be like crushing an ant, but it definitely wouldn't be harder than slaughtering a chicken. Note, the term Salhua seems to be a mistranslation or placeholder. I will use Xiaohua as a proper name for the pill. If there is a different correct context or name, please provide it. The appearance of this object indicates that he is not far from being able to communicate with the divine realm. Elder Brother Dean, are you really not going to stop this life and death duel? Whether it's Zaire or Nicholas, they are both powers of our Heavenly Cliff Academy. Any damage to either one would weaken our academy's strength and make all of 9 provinces watch this spectacle. This. At this moment, in another mysterious space within Heavenly Cliff Palace, Elder Life and Death spoke to Declan. Dean Declan had transformed into a ball of light at this time, making it impossible to find his physical form. Elder Life and Death, things have reached this point, and it can no longer be stopped. We must also not favor any side, or else it will leave a very bad impression on the entire 9 provinces. The true reason I did not pass down the martial ancestor scripture to Zaire was to test him, and I believe you understand my intentions. If a sect produces an extraordinary genius, it is a sign of great prosperity. If it produces a group of extraordinary geniuses, it might even mean the ancestors have appeared. But oddly, our Heavenly Cliff Academy has produced 2. There will inevitably be a life and death battle between Zaire and Becker, and I can only wait quietly to see who prevails. I cannot interfere with any bias. Upon hearing this, Elder Life and Death hurriedly replied, but I fear Zaire, in his youthful arrogance, might be killed by Nicholas on the life and death platform. What about the matter of Immortal Mansion? Killed? Elder Life and Death, you seem to lack confidence in Zaire. He is absolutely cunning like a fox. Since he dared to engage in a life and death duel with Nicholas, he might actually defeat Nicholas. If that happens, he will have made history and refreshed my and the other elders' perceptions. Declan suddenly sighed. The position of Dean of Heavenly Cliff Academy must be chosen with utmost caution. It cannot be handed over lightly. The person must possess immense strength, a ruthless mind, and exceptional fortune. Zaire, Becker, Guido, and Jonathan are all favored by destiny. The calamity of 9 provinces is imminent, and we need them for our academy to have a chance of survival. As for Nicholas, he has consumed too many resources over the years and still hasn't broken through the 2 instruments tribulation, let alone comprehending yin-yang creation and destruction. In the face of the Great Tribulation, he truly won't be able to support the sky. Declan seemed extremely disappointed with Nicholas. I understand your considerations, Elder Brother Dean. If Zaire passes the test, should we reward him? For example, by teaching him the martial ancestor scripture? Elder Life and Death continued. I believe that what Jonathan, Becker, and Guido have received should also be given to Zaire, at least ensuring equality. This life and death duel is not the final test. If he can pass the ultimate test, even my heaven-cleaving saber can be given to him. Declan said, you go and greet the guests first. There must be a lot of work outside with so many people coming. I didn't expect you to place such high hopes on Zaire. I wonder if he understands and can maintain his integrity. After saying this, Elder Life and Death bowed and left Heavenly Cliff Palace. Peak Dowley, inside the 7-day black hole, Zaire was still in deep contemplation. His primordial Dharma image floated in the air. It had condensed to nearly human size. In recent days, Zaire focused on refining his primordial Dharma image and his magical treasures. After enhancing his power, he clearly sensed that he was about to enter the Imperial realm. After breaking through the Tribulation realm, I'll grab that lifeless lieutenant's head and use its energy to solidify the fruit. While thinking, Zaire spread his mental consciousness throughout the 7-day black hole. Boom! His compressed primordial Dharma image suddenly exploded, transforming into streams of energy. Instantly, this vast energy flowed into the 7-day black hole. The 18-layered space trembled slightly. This sudden change made Zaire realize his connection to the 7-day black hole had become much tighter, like flesh and blood merging together, making the entire black hole feel as one with him. Moreover, Zaire realized that even if he died, he could regenerate using his life-bound treasure, the 7-day black hole, maintaining equality. This was the benefit of having a life-bound treasure. Many experts who reached the 2 instruments tribulation could resurrect using their life-bound treasures if sealed or critically injured. A life-bound treasure is named such because it is the fundamental essence. With it, it's like having an extra life. Boom. The primordial Dharma image continuously flowed within the 7-day black hole. Occasionally, a massive shadow would soar across the sky. Zaire, your power has touched the ceiling, but your primordial Dharma image consumes too much energy. It might take years or decades to break through to the Imperial realm. Xiaoya finished her cultivation and looked at Zaire. You're right. My origin cave's power is formidable, but the cost is tremendous, and breaking through realms becomes extraordinarily difficult. After speaking, Zaire withdrew his primordial Dharma image back into his body. Originally, he planned to break through to the Imperial Realm, then directly consume the Xiaohua pill to enter the Tribulation Realm. If he were at the Tribulation Realm, killing Nicholas wouldn't be like squashing an ant, but it wouldn't be more difficult than slaughtering a chicken. Hashtag chapter 348, kill, life and death battle. You're not like me. You still have a long life ahead of you, so take your time. Anthea smiled and said, 5 days have passed. It's time to head to the life and death arena. These past few days, your Tianya Martial Academy has been buzzing with excitement. Many important figures have come rushing here. I know. It's best if you don't reveal yourself. Otherwise, it might cause trouble, Clark nodded. Do I fear trouble? Anthea replied coolly. With those words, she flew out of the 7-day black hole and landed on Litafeng Peak. Alien Alingru, Licat Demonis. All of you should leave now. I'm about to engage in a life and death battle with Nicholas. Staying inside the 7-day black hole could put you at risk. Powerful individuals like Mickey and Shiloh could protect themselves within the 7-day black hole and simultaneously enhance its power. Once Amalingru and the others left, Clark flashed and stored the 7-day black hole back into his sea of consciousness. Then he took a step forward, as if traversing through space-time, landing near the life and death arena. At this moment, in a grand hall far from the life and death arena, many people had already gathered. All were top-tier experts. Among them were several high-ranking Transcendence Realm cultivators. Independent cultivators, those from outside the realm, even demon clans and the Beatty region had sent representatives. Clark is here. Such strong aura. He must have reached his peak over these few days. Where is Nicholas? A group of experts who saw Clark flying from Litafeng Peak were all agitated. 2 people left the hall and flew towards him in the sky. Chanan Hui from Fenglong Martial Academy and Judicial Elder Dora from Hongdao Martial Academy. Clark, your chances against Nicholas aren't high, are they? Upon hearing about this, Brittany Superior specifically sent me here. What kind of trump cards do you have that made you dare challenge a Transcendence Realm expert? You must know that given your current situation, with our help from Hongdao Martial Academy, you could reach the Transcendence Realm in just 5 to 6 years. We can provide any resources you need. Why confront Nicholas now when you can subdue him easily in a few years? Dora spoke frankly, showing how much Hongdao Martial Academy valued Clark. I appreciate Brittany Superior's intentions, but cultivation is ultimately a path one must walk alone. Always seeking shelter won't allow for growth. And this battle against Nicholas aims to hone my skills. Experience in life and death battles with Transcendence Realm experts isn't something anyone can offer. While Hongdao Martial Academy can provide resources, it cannot replicate the trials by fire. Clark looked at Dora and added, a Miriover. If I didn't have means to protect myself, I wouldn't be so rash. Very well, but I must warn you. Nicholas borrowed the martial god bronze furnace from Birdie and cultivated a mystic technique alongside the other 3 gentlemen. They even transferred part of their strength to him, hoping to help him break through to Dueling Tribulation. The Dueling Tribulation isn't that simple. If it were, he wouldn't be waiting until now. When he entered the Transcendence Realm, his limited talent meant he only grasped a small portion of heavenly laws. Without immense fortune, he'll never break through. Clark understood the intricacies of advancing from Imperial to Transcendence Realm after witnessing Anita's breakthrough. Surprisingly, you know quite a bit about the Transcendence Realm. Dora was astonished. Well, I've said my piece. I look forward to seeing what tricks you have up your sleeve. With that, she flashed away, returning to the observation hall. Chanan Hui, what brings you here? Could it be related to the Wuhan Assembly? Clark curiously asked. I want to follow you. The strange man who taught me heaven and earth-killing fist said that calamity will soon befall the 9 provinces. Following you offers me a chance for survival. I trust he wouldn't lie, Chanan Hui explained honestly. I see, Clark pondered, quickly realizing this was the Heart-Mind Spirit who had severely injured Shiloh and Remington. It seems Heart-Mind Spirit wants you here. At his level, every action has deep meaning. Announcing your allegiance publicly while being the chief disciple of Fenglong Martial Academy might not be wise. However, founding the Wuhan Assembly is exactly what I need. You'll be the first member, and together, we will achieve great things. Clark couldn't understand why Heart-Mind Spirit wanted Chanan Hui to seek him, but given the Heart-Mind Spirit's lack of ulterior motives and mention of calamity, he suspected knowledge of the abyssal demonic race. Heart-Mind Spirit, a powerhouse at that level, would be hard to deceive. I have many friends among the 9 institutes and 9 nations. Managing Wuhan Assembly affairs is no problem for me, Chanan Hui said. If Brother Clark meets Elder Heart-Mind Spirit, please convey my request to teach me the complete heaven and earth-killing fist. Agreed. Go back to the hall now. Nicholas has appeared. Clark gazed into the void. His eyes penetrated the currents and clouds, immediately spotting a powerful force emerging within the storm layer. Within thousands of miles, everything was torn apart by this colossal power. Next, alternating lights rapidly descended, landing on the life and death arena. As the light dissipated, people stood before everyone. Clark instantly recognized Nicholas among them. The other 3, undoubtedly, were also gentlemen of 4. Een gentleman, Jin gentleman, and Tan gentleman. Heh, Nicholas, this is the Imperial-level boy who dares challenge a Transcendence Realm expert? One man spoke, pointing at Clark. He doesn't seem anything special yet dares face you in a life or death duel. Does he think his life is too long? This man was Een gentleman. Clark's gaze turned cold. His opponent was thin, dressed in green robes, almost like a bamboo stick. Een gentleman, this is Tianya Martial Academy, one of the sacred places of the 9 provinces, not your decrepit old home. Your gossipy talk is unbecoming of a gentleman. Een gentleman seethed, shouting, insolent boy, you're asking for death. He pointed his finger, releasing a beam of light straight at Clark. Enraged, Een gentleman, as a Transcendence Realm expert, dominated a small world outside the realm. No one dared disrespect him like this. The dignity of a Transcendence Realm expert was untouchable. The light transformed into countless serpents, encircling Clark. Such childish power dares imprison me? Break! Clark roared, grabbing the light with his right hand and tearing it apart. Then, with a flick of his finger, a cluster of flames and a ball of water merged, bursting through the air toward Gentleman. Paired medium-grade treasures, forming water-fire shields. Gentleman aimed to punish Clark, but hadn't anticipated the latter would counter so forcefully, launching an attack of such magnitude. Though a single cluster of flames, its potency was immense. Combined with water, it exerted formidable pressure, making breathing difficult. Medium-grade treasures were inherently powerful, especially when used in tandem. This counterattack was fueled by the divine energies of the primordial cave heaven and controlled by Shiloh. It was as if a transcendence realm expert wielded medium-grade treasures. Boom. Explosions rocked the area. Gentleman's protective formations and true essence shields crumbled under the water-fire shield's onslaught, nearly striking him directly. Humph. Please note that in subsequent chapters, I will maintain the same style, ensuring continuity and coherence in the storyline. At that moment, a fat man standing beside Jingzhou suddenly stepped forward, raised his hand, and unleashed boundless sword light that directly blocked the water-fire shields. This person was none other than Jingzhou. Seeing this, Nicholas's face twisted in fury as he abruptly raised his hand, summoning a yellow bronze furnace. Return. Clark had been watching Nicholas closely. Upon seeing him invoke the high-grade treasure martial god bronze furnace, Clark immediately tried to recall the water-fire shields. You insolent brat. No wonder you're so bold. So, you possess a pair of medium-grade treasures, but do you think such possessions allow you to challenge a Tribulation Realm expert? Today, I will seize your water-fire shields and teach you that the dignity of a Tribulation Realm expert is not to be violated. Nicholas naturally wouldn't let Clark recover his magic treasure. The martial god bronze furnace spun rapidly, its lid opening a slit. A powerful force of attraction surged forth. The water-fire shields were instantly pulled, as if tied by an invisible thread, dragging them toward the martial god bronze furnace. Indeed, an excellent four gentlemen. Are you four planning to act together? Clark's body flashed continuously as vast amounts of energy flowed into the water-fire shields. Boom. Suddenly, an intangible force erupted from the void, landing between Clark and Nicholas. Clark felt the water-fire shields jerk free from their restraint and returned to his side. Looking around, he saw a man appear on the life and death arena at some point. This man was none other than Declan, the long-absent headmaster of Tianyang Martial Academy. Upon arrival, Declan did not speak, but instantly shot out 3 beams of light that enveloped Jingzhou, Jinjunzi, and Tanjunzi. With a flicker of light, the 3 were teleported to the spectator hall. This Declan is truly formidable. We are all Tribulation Realm experts, yet with just a snap of his fingers, he can move us, leaving us no chance to resist. Junzi, trapped by the light, felt his entire body unable to move. Even his internal true essence stagnated. He couldn't escape the light's binding. All 3 were thoroughly immobilized. Declan's action startled everyone. These 3, they don't know what they're doing. Don't they see where they are? This matter between Clark and Nicholas is Tianyang Martial Academy's internal affair. Why should they interfere? Who doesn't know that Declan used to be ruthless, killing without hesitation? How many like them has he suppressed or eliminated? Someone sneered. The one speaking and his friends nearby were deputies of Songyang Martial Academy. They had rushed to Tianyang Martial Academy upon Nicholas's invitation to watch the battle. Although they were deputies of Songyang Martial Academy, they didn't dare be overly presumptuous here. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event involves the personal grudge between my academy's disciple Clark and Elder Nicholas. Please do not meddle. Declan's voice echoed throughout the hall. I see representatives from Songyang Martial Academy, Hongdao Martial Academy, and various Tribulation Realm experts. Please remember these words. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Turning his gaze to Clark and Nicholas, Declan asked, do you agree? Senior brother headmaster, Clark has turned traitor. He disregards his identity as a Tianyang disciple, and it was he who provoked this conflict. If there are any casualties, please do not blame senior brother headmaster. Nicholas sneered incessantly. In a life and death battle, fate decides the outcome, Declan replied calmly. With a wave of his hand, barriers appeared around the life and death arena. You both possess powerful treasures and are equally strong. To prevent unnecessary damage, I have sealed off the surrounding 10,000 feet of space-time. Clark quickly examined the transparent barriers and understood they were formed by a powerful magic treasure. Their emanating aura was unbreakable by ordinary means. All right, you may begin. With those words, Declan vanished. On the life and death arena, the space was enveloped by an invisible force, containing the energy within. Who would have thought that even senior brother headmaster wouldn't save you? It seems even he is displeased with you and has abandoned you. The position of future headmaster of Tianyang Martial Academy is already my disciple Birdie's possession. Gazing at the transparent barrier, Nicholas laughed with great satisfaction. He had initially thought Declan would intervene but realized he hadn't. In front of everyone, Declan wouldn't go back on his word. Today would be Clark's doom. Contemplating this, Nicholas grew more self-assured. Clark, if you kneel and beg my pardon in front of everyone, I might spare your life. Otherwise, hand over all your treasures, including Jingzhou Cauldron and 7-day black hole. Or else, next year today will be your memorial day. Enough talk. Clark understood that now he could focus entirely on defeating Nicholas. With these barriers, he no longer needed to worry about someone attacking from behind to aid Nicholas. Seeing Nicholas's despicable behavior, only one thought crossed his mind, kill. In a flash, the Jingzhou Cauldron was summoned, covering the entire sky, with immense power surging into Clark's body. Meanwhile, the 7-day black hole emerged from his brow, expanding to a colossal size, ruthlessly smashing toward Nicholas. Chapter 349, 7-day black hole, Nicholas's ace in the hole. During this period, Zaire had thoroughly refined the 7-day black hole. Shiloh had also fused the chaotic primal pill furnace with it, transforming it directly into a treasure artifact. Compared to its previous power, there was an immense increase. As soon as it was deployed, its might shook heaven and earth, sending ripples of awe through the crowd. Immediately, tens of thousands of magical treasures erupted from within. Among them were the dual shields of water and fire, endless flames, boundless sea waves, all surging forth like rolling rivers. The barriers set up by Declan began to tremble, seemingly on the verge of breaking. At this moment, Shiloh stood in the highest level space within the 7-day black hole, drumming his true essence and attaching his cave heaven dharma body onto the 7-day black hole. All the treasures, including those that were launched out, were nurtured by the divine energy of the god realm. Their power surged violently. Boom. The magical treasures shooting out from within the 7-day black hole were like a celestial river flowing endlessly, with the momentum to destroy the universe. Seeing such might, Nicholas's expression changed drastically. The Jingzhou Cauldron reverberated in the void, preparing for defense, while the 7-day black hole roiled through the heavens, ready for offense. In an instant, Zair's true strength was revealed. The 7-day black hole roared like a deity. Inside, nearly 10 million celestial ghosts manipulated tens of thousands of magical treasures. There were also experts like Shiloh and Mickey using their cave heaven dharma bodies to enhance the 7-day black hole. The explosion at this moment sent even transcendent beings into shock and fear. Nicholas had never encountered such a terrifying treasure. Crack. It felt like the heavens were shattering, and a pressure akin to the end times crashed down upon him, immobilizing his entire body. This was definitely another transcendent being using this treasure. Otherwise, even if someone were an emperor-level cultivator with surprising strength, they could not impose such overwhelming pressure. Nicholas couldn't even release the martial god copper furnace in time. Ultimately, he wasn't the master of this high-grade treasure artifact and couldn't command it with just a thought like one would with their own treasure. Whoosh! A massive figure flew out behind him. It was Nicholas's cave heaven dharma body. As soon as it appeared, it reached the heavens and earth, resisting the suppression from the 7-day black hole and the Jingzhou Cauldron. Nicholas, I am Shiloh. Under my control, the 7-day black hole is too much for you to withstand. Surrender now or enter the 7-day black hole, or you will die without a doubt. Shiloh's voice was like soothing scriptures, compelling one to obey unconsciously. He was using the Great Enlightenment technique and the Vast Salvation Compassion technique to influence Nicholas. A transcendent being. It's truly a transcendent being. How can there be a transcendent being inside your 7-day black hole? Nicholas finally sensed the overwhelming divine energy from the god realm within the 7-day black hole. This indicated that there was indeed a transcendent being inside. Only now did Nicholas understand what Zair's greatest reliance was, the transcendent being inside. Nicholas, did you really think I was crazy today? Ha ha ha. I broke out of Hongdao Martial College, was pursued by Shiloh and Remington, but defeated both of them. Shiloh has even converted to serve me, becoming the sole spirit of the 7-day black hole, merging with it. Shiloh's cultivation is on par with yours, Nicholas. Did you really think you could slay me? What a delusion. Today, I will let your divine soul perish and your physical body crumble. Even if you self-destruct your dharma body, it's useless. I have the Jingzhou Cauldron, which you cannot break with your strength. Zair's shouts echoed like roaring dragons, shaking the heavens. The 7-day black hole descended abruptly, pinning Nicholas in place. To actually convert a transcendent being into a treasure artifact's soul spirit. How could this happen? This must be false. Transcendent beings becoming soul spirits of treasures. It's too shocking. I can't believe it. Even if Zair were exceptionally talented, he couldn't possibly convert a transcendent being. Although it was right before their eyes, many refused to believe it. To turn a transcendent being into a treasure soul spirit was virtually impossible. A transcendent being's dignity could not be violated so easily. Dora stood up immediately. When this boy left Hongdao Martial College, I asked the dean, who said, it's fine. Now it seems he didn't just escape unscathed but gained an enormous opportunity. A transcendent being willing to become a soul spirit. Nicholas might really be doomed. Amazing. No wonder this brat dared kill our Songyang geniuses. He dared to subdue a transcendent being and turn it into a soul spirit. Truly astonishing. Songyang's vice deans were visibly frightened, communicating telepathically. If Zair isn't killed, he will trample Songyang underfoot in the future. With only imperial-level cultivation, he can already convert a transcendent being. If he breaks through to the transcendence realm, won't he be invincible? I will request the dean to have Zair eliminated upon returning. Nicholas is in trouble. Zair has a transcendent being as a soul spirit. Nicholas can't resist. Not necessarily. Nicholas has the martial god copper furnace, which is a high-grade treasure artifact. With his strength, he can unleash most of its power. That's true. Zair may not defeat Nicholas. I've heard he might have condensed his cave heaven dharma body prematurely. I want to see if it's true and what exactly he has condensed. The Life-Death Elder's expression changed. Brother Dean, I didn't expect Zair to have such an ace in the hole. Nicholas is probably in great danger now. Yes, Zair, as the genius of Heavenly Cliff Martial College, converting a transcendent being into a soul spirit is remarkable. Don't worry too much. Nicholas has the martial god copper furnace. Besides, Nicholas also has a terrifying technique and his own ace in the hole. Declan kept his eyes on the life-death platform. Seeing Zair deploy a transcendent being as a soul spirit, he smiled. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and focused his gaze on a mysterious space where a huge eye was watching. Mighty King, are you using the Destruction Celestial Eye to observe this battle? I heard you have a high-grade treasure artifact and granted it to Southern Barbarian Holy Son Igor. Declan was about to act when the giant eye sensed danger and disappeared. In the Southern Barbarian sky Amiyuntan, Igor sat opposite the Mighty King. Above them, a colossal eye blinked continuously. Lord Mighty King, why did it stop? Declan sensed it, the Mighty King said. I wanted to compare techniques with him and see if he still senses it when I use the Mighty Nerve Scripture. Saying that, he spat out divine essence onto the Destruction Celestial Eye. Then he said with a smile, Zaire, this man is indeed intriguing. He actually managed to refine a transcendence realm cultivator into a treasure spirit. I'd like to meet him. Nicholas, if you still don't use the martial god copper furnace, you might be dead now. On the life-death platform, as soon as Zaire made his move, he seized all the advantages. Shiloh activated the 7-day black hole, subduing all of antiquity. Nicholas had no countermeasure whatsoever, and was instantly immobilized. The current Shiloh had fully recovered to his prime. Moreover, due to obtaining the flesh body of the Abyss demon race and receiving assistance from the primordial world, he seemed to have gained a premonition about comprehending the yin-yang birth and death cycle. For Zaire, the primordial world not only fortified but could also continuously draw in divine energy from the god realm. However, for a transcendence realm cultivator like Shiloh, it provided the best opportunity to understand the construction of the universe. Moreover, Zaire did not conceal anything from him. The primordial grotto heaven derived from the primordial world was available for him to visit and comprehend at will. One could say that the current Shiloh was significantly more powerful than before. Controlling the 7-day black hole and commanding nearly 10 million celestial ghosts, he suppressed Nicholas to the point where he forgot to breathe. Zaire watched quietly from afar. Secretly, he condensed all his cave heaven dharma body and vast true essence into one place, slowly refining and polishing the thunder sword and thunder bowl. Anthea's precious item was temporarily lent to him. His most potent abilities were these two supreme lightning treasures. Both were top-grade magical artifacts and could complement and enhance each other. With their power, breaking the martial god copper furnace and slaying Nicholas would be effortless. But Nicholas also had desperate moves, and if he used them recklessly, it might cause injuries. Zaire, don't think after roaming the universe for so long, I'd be a pushover? Celestial deity dharma body. Divide. 7 celestial deities. Nicholas, who was held by the 7-day black hole, seemed to activate some technique, splitting his cave heaven dharma body into 7. Nicholas had 7 cave heaven dharma bodies. He must have trained an immensely powerful mystic art to simultaneously support 7 cave heaven dharma bodies. This was absolutely astonishing. Open. As soon as Nicholas summoned the 7 celestial deity dharma bodies, their power erupted and immediately pushed back the 7-day black hole. Then his body trembled, and a massive amount of divine energy from the god realm surged into the martial god copper furnace. He was about to activate this top-grade artifact. 7 cave heaven dharma bodies. What mystic art is this? To be able to condense such bizarre power. But among these 7 cave heaven dharma bodies, only one is Nicholas's true primordial dharma body. The others are composed of true essence or true soul essence. Seeing this scene, Zaire was extremely surprised. But he also saw through it. While the 7 cave heaven dharma bodies were terrifying, only one was truly born from a primordial cave heaven. If all 7 were real, it would be impossible, because each dharma body is refined from a primordial cave heaven. Unless Nicholas had cultivated 7 primordial cave heavens, it would be impossible for all 7 dharma bodies to be real. Still, even so, the strength Nicholas displayed was astounding. Those 6 cave heaven dharma bodies were all condensed from divine energy from the god realm. Each was like an incarnation. Every single one stood majestically in the air, resembling ancient giants emitting immense pressure. Even those far away in the grand hall watching the battle could sense the power of the 7 dharma bodies. The 7 cave heaven dharma bodies exerted force together, freeing Nicholas from his predicament. The martial god copper furnace was instantly deployed. The entire life-death platform began to collapse. Shiloh's control over the 7-day black hole also shook violently, as if about to be sucked away by the martial god copper furnace. He quickly retracted his true essence, and the celestial ghost treasures returned to the 7-day black hole. The water and fire shields flew back as well. The martial god copper furnace was a top-grade artifact. Under Nicholas's control, the power it unleashed was incredibly terrifying. Zaire, Nicholas actually has such a vast reservoir of divine energy from the god realm, manifesting 7 cave heaven dharma bodies, shaking heaven and earth. I can't suppress him anymore. Reasonably speaking, with his cultivation at the first principal tribulation realm, he shouldn't have this much divine energy from the god realm. The biggest possibility is that the other 3 gentlemen transferred their powers to him. This is the combined effort of 4 transcendence realm cultivators. Though Shiloh followed Zaire, his mental acuity hadn't diminished. Rather, it became more focused and almost seemed wise beyond belief. He immediately guessed why Nicholas could create 7 cave heaven dharma bodies. Zaire, you're courting death. Do you really think having a transcendence realm cultivator as a treasure spirit can rival me? Today, I will show you with my actions that this is your foolish idea. Nicholas's 7 cave heaven dharma bodies emitted thunderous sounds, surrounding the 7-day black hole. Martial god copper furnace absorb. 7-day black hole. Shiloh, your defense is utterly ineffective. With boundless divine energy from the god realm, I can empower the martial god copper furnace to unleash its peak ability. The martial god copper furnace instantly enveloped the 7-day black hole. No matter how Shiloh stabilized his power, he couldn't withstand the might of a top-grade artifact. This martial god copper furnace was incredibly formidable. As long as there was enough energy to drive it, it could possess the great power to refine the heavens and earth. Nicholas prepared extensively. From this, it seems he doesn't underestimate even imperial-level disciples. 7 cave heaven dharma bodies. Strong? Truly strong. The 4 gentlemen helping each other like this, risking their longevity for Nicholas, is quite extraordinary. It's not unreasonable. In today's life and death battle between Nicholas and Zaire, if Zaire is killed, Nicholas can obtain the Jingzhou Cauldron, the 7-day black hole, and countless treasures. If I were him, I would definitely do the same. Logical. The reason the other 3 gentlemen helped Nicholas is surely for Zaire's wealth. But Zaire actually converted a transcendence realm cultivator into a treasure spirit, which Nicholas didn't anticipate. Killing Zaire might not be easy now. And I notice Zaire hasn't truly made a move yet. letting Shiloh inside the 7-day black hole engage Nicholas. In the Grand Hall, various experts discussed. None of them expected the life and death battle to be so spectacular. Chapter 350. Nicholas's cruelty, Lei Jian's domination. Zaire, I expended my essence qi and centuries of accumulated immortal qi, all to help Nicholas master the 7 grotto's Dharma phantasms, all for the sake of obtaining your treasures, and yet, you possess so many powerful artifacts. Although Lord Yu was confined within the Great Hall by Declan, seeing Nicholas display the 7 Dharma phantasms filled him with an envious excitement. I never imagined that Nicholas could cultivate the 7 grotto's Dharma phantasms in such a short time. Even I can't withstand his current power. If Zaire doesn't have any hidden skills, he is likely to be defeated. Elder Life and Death watched with tension rising in her heart. She understood that Nicholas's numerous grotto's Dharma phantasms would only further enhance the might of his artifacts. If one of these phantasms were given to the martial deity Copper Cauldron to devour, this supreme treasure would unleash incomparably potent power, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. The martial deity Copper Cauldron, in the hands of a martial immortal, could likely refine a small world in an instant. Nicholas, thinking you can absorb my 7 days black hole? Deluded fantasy? Zaire shook the Jingzhou tripod. Instantly, a tremendous force vibrated heaven and earth, instantly immobilizing the 7 days black hole. Then the gates of the Jingzhou tripod opened wide, releasing all its power to confront the martial deity Copper Cauldron. The Jingzhou tripod? Is this the power of a state deity artifact? However, when Emperor Chana created this divine weapon, he did not intend for it to be used to kill enemies. Its offensive power against foes is truly too weak. Just right, you place this treasure before me. If given by heaven and not taken, there will be punishment. Martial deity Copper Cauldron, absorb it. Nicholas's gaze became as sharp as ever, and suddenly his entire body vanished. In the vast void, only the 7 grotto's Dharma phantasms remained, hovering beside the martial deity Copper Cauldron. Massive amounts of heavenly immortal chi flowed directly into the supreme treasure. Suddenly, the martial deity Copper Cauldron unleashed a monstrous mouth, resembling a prehistoric beast. This was precisely the spirit of the cauldron, without a fixed form. Cauldron spirit, swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Nicholas continuously chanted mantras, like an ancient god resurrected from a distant past. Upon its release, the martial deity Copper Cauldron's spirit seemed poised to consume everything. The Jingzhou tripod shuddered violently, and the 7 days black hole swayed precariously. Even Zaire far away trembled, seemingly on the brink of being sucked in. The surrounding scene faded away, leaving only an enormous, sky-like maw visible. Dharma phantom unparalleled. Above and below, I reign supreme. Originating from a primal cave, the primal Dharma phantom. Zaire no longer hesitated, and his true essence rapidly surged, unleashing a formidable force that darkened the skies. In the blink of an eye, this force coalesced into a physical form, the 100-block primal Dharma phantom. Although he hadn't broken through to the Imperial realm, he had gained significant thunderous power from the collision between Lei Jian and Lei Wan. After several days of cultivation, the primal Dharma phantom became more substantial, with powers that changed endlessly. Most importantly, Zaire had cultivated the highest lightning techniques, with 2 profound meanings of thunder flowing in his heart. Though not yet perfected, he had laid the foundation of lightning path. Thus, the primal Dharma phantom now radiated an overwhelming thunderous aura, instilling fear just by sight. Compared to before, the current primal Dharma phantom was incredibly terrifying. If both supreme lightning paths were fully cultivated, its might would be incalculable. However, due to cultivating too many profound arts, Zaire found his breakthroughs exceedingly difficult, like thunder annihilating the world or heaven collapsing. Upon unveiling the primal Dharma phantom, it immediately tore through the sky, scattering the martial deity Copper Cauldron's power. Such earth-shattering might was truly terrifying. The entire cliffside Amiuntan quaked, shocking even the observers in the Great Hall, who were left speechless. The Dharma phantom and its summoner is one. This is Dharma phantom unparalleled. How can such a grotto's Dharma phantom appear? Even Declan was astonished. The vice-heads of Songyang Martial Academy were even more incredulous. Indeed, Dharma phantom unparalleled. Zaire's grotto's Dharma phantom exhibits such strange phenomena? How did he achieve this? This is legendary material. Did he use the 3 Pure One symbols from the secret realm? Southman Heaven Amiuntan's barbarian king wore a look of surprise. Divine garment of shifting constellations, go. Nicholas seemed to have anticipated this situation. Seeing Zaire invoke his Dharma phantom, he calmly deployed a treasure. An extremely thin robe adorned with sun, moon, and stars, like wearing the celestial canopy. Closer inspection revealed that the celestial bodies were condensed star energies extracted by a master. These were genuine stars. This was Nicholas's strongest treasure, the divine garment of shifting constellations, a medium-grade artifact. Not only did he deploy this treasure, but he also consumed a grotto's Dharma phantom to empower it. Boom. The divine garment went berserk, its power doubling wildly. The entire void abruptly darkened as if night had fallen, with countless stars twinkling in the sky. Starlight beams, like thousands of luminous chains, bound towards Zaire's primal Dharma phantom. By sacrificing a celestial immortal chi grotto's Dharma phantom, Nicholas amplified his artifact's power by tens of times. A medium-grade artifact activated by a transcendent expert was already unstoppable. Now, this garment received immense support, instantly binding Zaire's primal Dharma phantom. Medium-grade artifacts had boundless applications. Nicholas obtained the divine garment during a stroke of luck, having refined it for centuries until it melded perfectly with his intent. Boom, boom. Powerful forces not only bound the primal Dharma phantom, but threatened to entangle Zaire himself. Haha, Zaire, you never stepped into the transcendent realm, let alone the imperial realm. Even with a pre-cultivated grotto's Dharma phantom, what does it matter? You never expected my medium-grade artifact to grow so powerful after absorbing a celestial Dharma phantom. Now, I'll make you vanish into ashes, completely dissipating you. To ensure your complete destruction, I can sacrifice the divine garment of shifting constellations. I will make it self-destruct, obliterating us both from the world. Nicholas's plan succeeded. He detonated a medium-grade artifact solely to kill Zaire, a truly ruthless and extreme action. It showcased Nicholas's unparalleled control over artifacts, far surpassing Zaire. Even at Zaire's level, he couldn't make the Waterfire twin shield self-destruct, partly because he cherished them and partly due to insufficient strength and control. Artifacts usually birth their own spirits, making self-destruction akin to suicide, extremely challenging. Under Nicholas's mental control, the divine garment violently shook, ready to disintegrate. All power concentrated inward, about to explode once reaching its limit. Oh no, Nicholas is so ruthless. Justice Elder Dora of Hongdao Martial Academy watched with astonishment, but couldn't intervene to help Zaire. She could only watch nervously, her palms sweating. Other transcendent experts were also shocked. A medium-grade artifact consuming a celestial Dharma phantom, if detonated, would unleash unimaginable power. Even they would likely perish on the spot. Presently, despite Zaire demonstrating formidable strength, he definitely couldn't withstand the explosion of a mid-grade treasure artifact. Unless he could enter the Jingzhou tripod, but it was now captured by the martial deity Copper Cauldron and beyond his control. There was no way for him to get inside. Elder Life and Death's back was drenched in cold sweat, while Declan also frowned slightly. A mid-grade treasure is going to explode. Zaire is surely dead. On Tian Emiunten, the southern barbarian Saint Sun Igor did not hesitate to conclude this upon seeing the situation. Even the barbarian king nodded with a slight shake of the head. At this moment, time and space seemed to freeze. The impending self-destruction of the shifting constellation's divine garment, a mid-grade treasure, appeared unstoppable. It seemed certain that Zaire's fate was sealed, with no one able to alter it. But, in that split second, a ray of sword light suddenly erupted from within the shifting constellation's divine garment. Whoosh! The sword light pierced the sky, its power incomparable as if all the forces of the universe were concentrated into this single strike. The supreme, thunderous force tore through everything. The entire sky was ripped apart by the brilliance of this single sword strike. Time and space erupted into chaos at the appearance of this sword light. Endless lightning, like the wrath of gods, surged out from all directions. Thunder roared incessantly, and the void itself started to collapse into nothingness, presenting an apocalyptic scene. Whoosh! The shifting constellation's divine garment was torn apart by the sword light. Its condensed power and frenzied spirit were instantly severed by a single strike. The mid-grade treasure offered no resistance, disintegrating into pure energy even before the celestial immortal Chi Grotto's Dharma phantom within had been fully absorbed. The fragments of the shifting constellation's divine garment, along with the refined formations and alchemy materials, and countless star powers, all began to break down into their purest form of energy. The sword light swept through, capturing all the star powers within it. These suns, moons, and stars now appeared on the sword itself. Not only that, the shards and materials were also suppressed by the resplendent sword intent, forcibly seized and subdued. All remnants of the shifting constellation's divine garment were directly suppressed into the Thunder Bowl. Inside the Thunder Bowl was a strange microcosm where thunder was born and died. Everything entering this realm was washed by boundless thunder. This lightning could even reduce any existence to its most basic energy, especially after merging with the Thunder Sword, increasing the terror of this small thunder realm exponentially. Even transcenders would be shredded by this endless thunder. With one swing of the sword, the shifting constellation's divine garment vanished completely, as if it had never existed. By unleashing the Thunder Sword, Zaire not only shattered the shifting constellation's divine garment, but also thwarted Nicholas's plan. The Thunder Sword, after fusing with the Thunder Bowl, already possessed the might of an ultimate treasure, far surpassing mid-grade artifacts. Facing such a powerful thunder treasure, the shifting constellation's divine garment was as fragile as a 3-year-old child. With clarity restored in the world, Zaire did not speak after breaking through the shifting constellation's divine garment. He merely manipulated his primal Dharma phantom, grabbed the Thunder Sword with his right hand, appearing like a divine being holding a sword to vanquish demons. One strike. He slashed directly toward the martial deity Copper Cauldron. Bang bang bang. 5 consecutive explosions echoed as Nicholas's 5 Dharma phantasms were hit by the Thunder Sword without any chance of resistance, collapsing instantly. The immense divine aura dissipated into the Thunder Bowl's microcosm. In total, 6 celestial immortal Chi Dharma phantasms were destroyed. Now, only one true primal Dharma phantom remained. Nicholas's Grotto's Dharma phantom had already lit up 35 stars, just one away from reaching the heavenly gang number. Clang! The Thunder Sword struck the martial deity Copper Cauldron, producing a shockwave that resonated across the heavens. The monstrous mouth-like spirit let out continuous cries as it retreated into the interior of the cauldron. With a single strike, the martial deity Copper Cauldron suffered massive damage, its spirit severely wounded. Recovery would take decades, if not more. Though strong, the martial deity Copper Cauldron could not withstand the combined force of the Thunder Sword and Thunder Bowl. Both treasures had reached the power level of ultimate artifacts, which the cauldron could not match. Its power contracted to protect itself, allowing the Jingzhou tripod and 7 days black hole to break free. You. Nicholas's eyes bulged as he shouted in fear. Upper grade treasure? No. You've achieved the might of an ultimate treasure, and it's a thunder path weapon of supreme killing power. He could hardly believe what he saw. Zaire had destroyed 5 out of 7 Dharma phantasms with a single strike, plus the one sacrificed earlier. In this short time, Nicholas had lost 6 Grotto's Dharma phantasms, consuming centuries worth of accumulated celestial immortal chi provided by the other 3 gentlemen. These 6 Dharma phantasms were the result of prolonged negotiations between him and the 3 gentlemen, promising them the Jingzhou tripod and the 7 days black hole upon killing Zaire. Though they were known as the Four Gentlemen, their cooperation was driven by shared interests. Seeing this situation unfold, Nicholas knew he would never be able to rally the other three again. What profound celestial immortal chi essence. The chi from these 6 Dharma phantasms equals Shiloh's 1,000 years of diligent cultivation. With this wealth, the 7 days black hole will become even more powerful. It will be enough to support my breakthrough to the Imperial realm. But there's no time to absorb it now. I must first slay Nicholas. Zaire swung his thunder sword, releasing waves of thunder towards Nicholas's grotto's Dharma phantom. This strike was even stronger than the one that cleaved the martial deity Copper Cauldron. Facing this sword strike, despair appeared in Nicholas's eyes. Chapter 351. Nicholas's death. Becker emerges. What kind of magical artifact is this, so incredibly powerful? The situation has completely reversed. The mid-grade treasure armor was broken instantly. How could Zaire possess such a formidable weapon? What is this treasure? It directly shattered the Dozhuan Shan Yi without any resistance. Nicholas's 6 great immortal auras that formed his Dharma manifestation were sliced apart in one move. A sword like this. There actually exists such a Dharma sword in the world. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. How did this happen all of a sudden? Zaire is simply a fiend, an aberration. As Zaire shattered the Dozhuan Shan Yi in one move, broke through the 6 great Dharma manifestations, and wounded the warrior god Copper Cauldron in an instant, every observer present, all being transcendent cultivators, was utterly shocked. Previously, everyone thought that when Nicholas was willing to self-detonate the Dozhuan Shan Yi, it had already secured victory in this life or death battle. However, no one expected that Zaire still had a hidden ace up his sleeve. This? The Gianna's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zaire. Is this Dharma sword not the Thunder Sword? It can't be. How could the Thunder Sword have such immense power? And it also contains the End Thunder? This sword, though not a peerless treasure, possesses the potential to ascend to the highest level. This is indeed the Thunder Sword from Gu Bukian's possession. Its formidable might comes from its fusion with an End Lightning Bowl. 2 supreme lightning treasures exchanging power and compensating for each other's weaknesses have resulted in this surge of power, giving it the qualification to enter the realm of peerless treasures, explained Declan, deeply sighing by the end of his explanation. Thunder Sword fused with Thunder Bowl, the Savage King murmured, deeply astonished through the breaking heaven eye. Amazing! I didn't expect Zaire to have such a trump card. Dora exclaimed, her heart pounding with excitement. So terrifying, truly terrifying. Now I understand why Senior Heart Intent wanted me to follow Zaire. Robert's eyes widened, afraid to blink, worried about missing any thrilling moments. How is this possible? In the grand hall where observers watched, 3 of the 4 gentlemen reacted most intensely. Yu Junzi's expression suddenly changed. He never imagined that the situation on the life and death stage would reverse so dramatically. Zaire now held the Thunder Sword, slashing directly towards Nicholas. As the sword moved, thunder emerged. Limitless destructive thunder enveloped Nicholas, breaking through all defenses. The warrior god Copper Cauldron sensed the terrifying divine thunder and flew away, beyond Nicholas's control. The Copper Cauldron was ultimately not Nicholas's personal treasure, and thus chose to escape in the face of imminent danger. Now, Nicholas only had his origin cavern heaven Dharma manifestation remaining. Zaire, you beast. I didn't think your scheming would run so deep. I will take you down with me even if it means my death. Nicholas knew he was cornered. He understood that losing this battle was inevitable. Zaire's Thunder Sword was far beyond his capabilities to resist, especially after losing the warrior god Copper Cauldron and the Dozhuan Shan Yi. Without these 2 precious defenses, even as a transcendent cultivator, Nicholas couldn't withstand the current Zaire. In such a dire situation, Nicholas burst into action. After cultivating for so long, he certainly had some desperate attacks. He frantically mobilized his true essence, causing his cavern heaven Dharma manifestation to tremble violently. Then, Nicholas's entire physical body disintegrated. All his blood, flesh, and bones transformed into a crimson stream, blocking the attack of the Thunder Sword. This blood and flesh relentlessly collided with the sword's assault. However, under the overwhelming might of the Thunder Sword, within a breath, the flesh and blood disintegrated. Vast amounts of primordial energy were absorbed into the Thunder Bowl. But Nicholas needed just that brief moment to transform his cavern heaven Dharma manifestation into streams of golden light. His original form dissipated, creating an illusion of a second great sun appearing in the void, burning fiercely with an overwhelming momentum. The brilliance temporarily halted the sharpness of the Thunder Sword, explosions of light shaking and shattering the surrounding space. Zaire felt his own formidable physical body start to break down under this immense force. Thankfully, he had mastered yin-yang birth and death. As long as his head remained intact, his body could be reformed. Nicholas, dreaming of killing me? Foolish wish. Jingzhou Ding, suppress. Without hesitation, Zaire sent out the Jingzhou Ding to suppress Nicholas. Simultaneously, the space within Jingzhou Ding opened, seeming to absorb all forces. Understanding Nicholas's all-out attack, he knew confining Nicholas inside Jingzhou Ding would prevent any explosion from breaking the Ding. Jingzhou Ding's might meant even a transcendent cultivator's self-destruction wouldn't damage it fundamentally. Zaire, you want to capture me within Jingzhou Ding? Impossible. I sacrificed my body and dissolved my Dharma manifestation to kill you, completely kill you. Nicholas's great sun contracted and expanded rapidly, ignoring injuries, charging directly at Zaire. Each strike of the Thunder Sword took 10 years off Nicholas's lifespan, hundreds of destruction thunders reducing centuries of life in mere seconds. If this continued, Nicholas would soon be dead. But he disregarded this, focusing solely on killing Zaire. Zaire wasn't about to give him that chance. He returned his primordial Dharma manifestation to himself, twisting his flesh and forming multiple layers of defense around his head. With a thought, Jingzhou Ding transformed again, enveloping Nicholas's great sun. The thunder sword flew into Nicholas's great son, slicing repeatedly. Jingzhou Ding enveloped Nicholas while Zaire continuously transformed his form. Determined to drag Zaire down with him, Nicholas persisted despite his wounds. These events happened too swiftly for observers to react. If you want to pull Zaire down with you, then you'll have to go through me first. Suddenly, Shiloh emerged from the 7-day black hole, manifesting his Dharma form and charging at Nicholas's great son. Shiloh, inspired by Zaire, had developed a fearless dedication, ready to sacrifice himself. Nicholas was instantly entangled by Shiloh. Shiloh, you fool. Killing this Zaire would set you free. And you, a transcendent cultivator, are risking your life for a royal beast? Nicholas roared but didn't self-destruct yet, knowing that killing Zaire first was essential. Being tangled by Shiloh infuriated Nicholas, who shouted, "Go! Get lost, fool!" Amidst angry roars, Shiloh was thrown back by Nicholas's power. Right now, Nicholas, everything you have, including your energy and mystical powers, will nourish my rapid growth. Die! Seizing the opportunity, Zaire deployed the 7-day black hole, suppressing Nicholas's great son. Inside, the thunder sword unleashed millions of thunder strikes. Jingzhou Ding descended alongside, extinguishing Nicholas's life force instantly. Becker, my good disciple, avenge me. Kill Zaire. Translation note. Proper nouns, such as character names, are transliterated using pinyin as requested. The translation aims to maintain the tone, style, and narrative continuity while ensuring natural English flowed. The moment he was absorbed into the Jingzhou Ding, Nicholas used his last strength to explode with a resounding boom. Along with it, he emitted an extremely powerful mental cry that pierced through layers of space and time, landing in the mysterious space within Tianyao Palace. Nicholas thus perished. Absorbed into the Jingzhou Ding, he was suppressed by the Thunderbolt's microcosm. One was an ultimate treasure, and the other had the potential to become one. Even if Nicholas detonated himself, it wouldn't affect them at all. His final burst was indeed terrifying to the extreme. If he faced another transcendent cultivator of the same level, they would never have been able to withstand it. Unfortunately for him, Zaire possessed too many powerful treasures, and even had a transcendental elder standing by. Unless Nicholas could break through to the two principles tribulation, there was no way he could prevail. The raging force exploded inside the Jingzhou Ding. The entire inner space of the Jingzhou Ding instantly brimmed with a wild destructive power. Zaire felt as though the Jingzhou Ding was about to lose control, shaking violently. Nicholas, your self-detonation won't cause even a ripple. Thunderbolt, Supreme Lightning Realm, suppress? Zaire continuously urged, ensuring not a single bit of power leaked out. The force of Nicholas's self-detonation was truly formidable. If even a fraction leaked, not only would the life and death stage be destroyed, but it might also trigger anomalies on Tianyao Emmyunten. Faced with this situation, Zaire directly threw the Thunder Sword into the Jingzhou Ding, where it joined the Thunderbolt to form a seemingly real yet illusory Supreme Lightning Realm, suppressing the mad forces within. After everything settled down, what remained floating in the inner space was a lump of immensely pure primordial energy, along with the various profound techniques and immortal arts Nicholas had cultivated. Among these was Becker's great stripping technique. But now wasn't the time to contemplate the gains from Nicholas's death. Zaire looked up at the void above where the warrior god Copper Cauldron was spinning rapidly. This is the perfect opportunity to seize the warrior god Copper Cauldron. Due to Declan's seal on the life and death stage, nothing could leave. Thus, the warrior god Copper Cauldron hadn't departed. However, the sealing force suddenly dissipated, and the Copper Cauldron vanished before Zaire could capture it. It seems Declan doesn't want me to get the warrior god Copper Cauldron, Zaire realized. This was clearly the work of Chancellor Declan. Nevertheless, this battle saw him slay Nicholas, gain the great stripping technique, obtain the Dharma manifestation formed from the 6 divine realms immortal auras, the Dozhuan Xianxia, Nicholas's blood and flesh, and the residual essence of the origin cavern heaven Dharma manifestation. The harvest was unprecedented. Meanwhile, within Tianyao Palace, Becker was in intense cultivation. The time has come to break through. He roared loudly. A divine stone bridge appeared behind him, accompanied by a tremendous rumbling as Becker broke through to the tribulation realm, immediately swallowing the prepared 2 principal soul pill. Moments later, he asked, why did my cultivation stall at the peak of the Amanatic tribulation? Shouldn't I have directly broken through to the 2 principles tribulation? However, he quickly composed himself. No matter what, at least I've taken this step. Zaire, you're done for. And Anita, now that I'm a transcendent cultivator, I can go to Songyang Martial Academy to claim my bride. He let out a long howl, shaking space and time as he proudly surveyed the world. But at that moment, a wave of intense vibrations came in. My dear disciple, kill Zaire? What? Master Nicholas. Hearing this voice, Becker instantly flashed away. News of Nicholas's demise shocked all the observers. The 3 remaining 4 gentlemen were pale, unable to believe it. Kill. But just then, a heaven-shaking voice erupted from within Tianyao Palace, full of true essence, far exceeding ordinary transcendental levels. It's Becker. Becker has emerged from seclusion. You see, Becker has broken through to the tribulation realm. Many observed Becker, who had already reached the tribential level. Zaire, how dare you? Becker took a step forward, rushing towards Zaire. It's time to conclude this. Zaire sighed deeply, a look of resignation on his face. Inside, he felt a bit bitter and lonely. Just as Becker rushed towards Zaire, Declan suddenly appeared between them, shouting, enough! Under the Chancellor's strong intervention, both sides had no choice but to stop. Becker felt incredibly aggrieved but couldn't bypass Declan to kill Zaire. Becker, your breakthrough to the tribulation realm is commendable. Now follow me back into Tianyao Palace to meet the Grand Ancestor. Saying this, Declan immediately took Becker away. Thus, the heavens fell silent once more. Zaire glanced at the 3 virtuous gentlemen, then swiftly returned to lead a peak. They looked ghastly pale, having lost much and incurred the wrath of a king beast capable of slaying transcendental cultivators. Though hearts bleeding, they hastily left the contentious place to avoid becoming Zaire's targets when he recovered. Other transcendental cultivators also gradually departed Tianyao Martial Academy. Dora followed suit, while Robert planned to contact some disciples from the 9 academies and 9 kingdoms to prepare for the establishment of Zaire's Martial Safety Association. After this battle, his resolve to follow Zaire solidified. Soon, everyone who came to observe had left. Tianyao Emmyunten regained its former tranquility, but on Lida Peak, it was unusually lively. All members of the 13 scholar societies, numerous elders, and true disciples seeking closer ties with Zaire gathered there. Nicholas's death had shown everyone Zaire's true strength. An Imperial Realm cultivator slaying a Tribulation Realm one. An unprecedented feat. What unmeasurable accomplishments could such a peerless individual achieve in the future? Translation note. The text follows the previous content closely, maintaining the narrative style and continuity while ensuring natural English flow and grammatical correctness. Pinyin names are accurately preserved as requested. Chapter 352. Heading to Xianxia Star, suppressing Josh. Zaire continued entertaining the senior disciples and elders, while also taking the opportunity to win them over. The elders like Yael also came to Li Dao Peak. Zaire knew these people had definitely received instructions from the head of the academy, Declan. Their main purpose was to reassure him so that he wouldn't feel neglected after seeing Becker being summoned following his breakthrough. Headmaster Declan seemed very skilled in maintaining balance. However, Anthea revealed in public that Becker had been secretly summoned by Declan and several senior figures from Tianyao Martial Academy. Zaire killing Nicholas is equivalent to cutting off one of Becker's strong arms. Becker is involved with the treasures left by Martial Immortal, so it's essential to stabilize his state of mind. But since Becker has a close relationship with Songyang Martial Academy, the information about the treasure might have already been passed on to them, causing significant losses for Tianyao Martial Academy. Upon hearing Anthea's words, Zaire was slightly taken aback. He didn't know about this matter. Elder Yael sighed in admiration, truly deserving of your reputation as a rare genius of Pingchuan Martial Academy, Anthea. You can even obtain such hidden information. He added that Zaire was also a top talent highly regarded by Tianyao Martial Academy. Hearing this, Anthea scoffed and brought up how Finley had once intercepted Zaire. It wasn't Tianyao Martial Academy who saved Zaire, but a Mei-4 Rian from Tianshan, Secret Realm. She then mentioned Zaire being ambushed by Anita and Kaylee without any rescue from Tianyao Martial Academy. If not for Alita, Zaire would have perished back then. Instead, someone like Becker, who betrayed inside and outside, was still protected by Tianyao Martial Academy. Anthea felt aggrieved for Zaire in front of all the elders and disciples. Anthea's statements left all the elders speechless. Finally, Zaire stepped in to smooth things over, allowing the matter to be temporarily set aside. As the celebration ended, everyone left Li Dao Peak. Zaire's authority in Tianyao Martial Academy had reached an unprecedented height, even causing a stir throughout the 9 states. After everyone left, Zaire began calculating the gains from killing Nicholas. He utilized the immortal chi, primordial energy, and remnants of magical artifacts, which significantly enhanced his primal dermic image's power. His realm also naturally advanced to the Imperial realm, with his true essence reaching unprecedented levels. Even his slightest movements could crush a regular mountain peak. After his strength breakthrough, Zaire headed to Xianxia Star, with Anthea accompanying him. They flew nonstop for almost a month before finally spotting Xianxia Star. Had Shiloh not guided them, they wouldn't have found the place, as the universe was too vast, and countless stars made navigation difficult. Suddenly, Shiloh warned them of major changes on Xianxia Star, noting that many powerful forces were sealing off the entire star to extract its core. Zaire promptly entered Xianxia Star with Anthea, but just before landing, they encountered a glowing barrier. Their actions alerted the experts extracting the star's core, who quickly emerged, surrounding Zaire and Anthea. Shiloh soon identified the person trying to extract the star's core as Josh, who wasn't far from Xianxia Star. Zaire and Anthea swiftly eliminated the cultivators surrounding them, capturing and subduing Josh inside the Jingzhou tripod. Josh recognized Zaire and was terrified. Despite being powerful, Josh was slightly weaker than Nicholas and lacked any treasure weapons. Zaire was confident he could convert him. Facing conversion, Josh chose death over assimilation. However, Anthea and Zaire jointly cast the Thunderbolt Great Spell, instantly suppressing him. Taking advantage of his distracted state, Zaire used the Supreme Purity Conversion Technique and the Great Compassion Redemption to turn him into a believer like Shiloh. From Josh, Zaire learned that several other powerful experts sought to claim Xianxia Star, including 3 more Raid Calamity experts aiming to transcend 2 instruments Calamity and achieve immortality. This stirred Zaire's ambition. If each of the 33 layers of 7-day Black Hole had a Raid Calamity expert guardian, how formidable it would be. He promptly ordered Josh to appear, hiding with Anthea, Shiloh, and himself to lure out their enemies. Meanwhile, back at Tianyao Martial Academy, Headmaster Declan questioned Becker about secretly meeting the 4 gentlemen and planning to eliminate Zaire on Xianxia Star. Declan sternly warned Becker against making any moves, reminding him of the crucial importance of Martial Immortal's secret and Zaire as the key to opening the divine Martial Immortal residence. Violating this would result in severe consequences. Back on Xianxia Star, Remington, one of the 4 gentlemen, waited alongside others to draw Zaire out. With the star's core about to emerge, Remington, determined to avenge Shiloh, expended considerable resources to hasten its appearance. Unbeknownst to Remington, Zaire was watching. When Josh, converted by Zaire, struck at the critical moment, Remington was captured along with help from Zaire, Shiloh, and Anthea, leaving everyone stunned. Chapter 353, First Deputy of Songyang, a present delivered to the door. However, since Zaire and Shiloh had not appeared yet, everyone assumed that it was merely Josh who captured Remington to snatch the heart of Starlight. Though surprised by Josh's power, they could not be concerned about other matters at such a critical moment. They hurried towards the prematurely revealed heart of Starlight. Meanwhile, the subdued Remington finally sensed something was amiss. Zaire ceased hiding and revealed himself. Seeing him, Remington was instantly both startled and enraged. Zaire, how can it be you? How? At this moment, Shiloh's appearance utterly shocked Remington. He never expected his former friend to have turned into a follower of Zaire. Just as he was in shock, Zaire joined forces with Shiloh, Xianxia, and Josh, converting Remington in an instant. Suddenly, there was another higher-level cultivator within the 7-day black hole. Now, within the 7-day black hole, there were 3 top-notch higher-level cultivators, Shiloh, Josh, and Remington. Zaire's power had reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, outside, everyone was scrambling for the heart of starlight from the star Xianxia. Unexpectedly, a huge figure emerged halfway through. This figure resembled a mighty tiger, with white fur growing on its limbs and nails as sharp as the world's sharpest blades. Its face was blurred, unrecognizable. This seemingly demon-like being immediately suppressed the entire scene upon arrival. The 4 gentlemen continuously unleashed their attacks. Yet no matter what methods they employed, once reaching this figure, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if there was an invisible barrier around the person, dissolving everything. Even some powerful attacks were completely absorbed upon impact. As flesh writhed, everyone exclaimed in horror, a Tuine raids expert. Indeed, the intruder was a powerhouse of the Tuine raids level. Such a formidable individual appearing here left everyone dumbfounded. This is the white tiger lineage of demon Amiuntan. Rodney. Someone recognized the intruder and repeatedly yelled, "Go! Quickly leave!" Josh also faced enormous pressure. Because he had just subjugated Remington, he did not manage to dodge in time and was directly targeted by the Tuine raids expert. Zaire and Xianxia, hidden behind him, were also astounded. However, their current strength wasn't weak either. Though amazed at the emergence of a Tuine raids expert, they might still deal with him. Zaire made an immediate decision, channeling all his strength, along with that of Shiloh and Remington, into Josh. The combined force of the 3 upper-level cultivators, plus Zaire's profound true essence, blocked Rodney's attack instantly. Rodney was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that a mere Josh possessed such strength. Nevertheless, being a Tuine raids expert, Rodney used one hand to seize the heart of starlight and the other to slap towards Josh. Powerful pressure instantly shattered the void. Spatial turbulence started to manifest. Zaire and Josh felt as if heaven and earth were collapsing onto them. The immense pressure made breathing difficult. Xianxia anxiously inquired whether to unleash their full strength, but Zaire shook his head. His trip to Xianxia had been planned openly. Even Miguel urged 3 of the 4 gentlemen to intercept him. Not to mention, the ever-competitive Songyang Martial Academy had remained unseen. Under these circumstances, he must wait. Let's retreat first. After some deliberation, Zaire retreated. With his support and the skills of Shiloh and Remington, Josh broke free through the rift and instantly withdrew thousands of miles away. What's happening? Rodney hesitated, unable to grasp how Josh managed to evade him. Logically, Josh shouldn't withstand such an attack without injuries. But Rodney abandoned the pursuit, focusing instead on the heart of starlight. Attacking the surrounding experts trying to seize it, he then held up the enormous heart of starlight. This is the essence that has incubated for billions of years? Truly a magnificent treasure. Just as Rodney was about to leave, a roar echoed through the air. Demon Amiuntan Rodney, where are you going? Instantly, a rainbow beam, akin to a giant sun, descended. After the light faded, a young man in a purple robe stood there, radiating immense energy. 3 sharp beams of refined metal chi shot toward Rodney. Then, the young man summoned a rain of swords and daggers from the sky. Gungjin Thunderstorm, Taibai Gungjin Chi. You're Carter, the first deputy of Songyang. Rodney's expression turned grave. Facing this unexpected purple-robed youth was none other than Carter, also a Tuine raids cultivator. As they clashed, intense power reverberated across Xianxia. Without the heart of starlight, the star was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Large swathes of land began to detach, making it seem like the end of the world. Both Rodney and Carter were Tuine raids powerhouses. Carter came specifically for Zaire, but found him absent. Seeing the heart of starlight about to fall into others' hands, Carter couldn't help but reveal himself. Seeing this, Xianxia admired Zaire's foresight while asking what to do next. Wait and see. If necessary, we can withdraw. Gaining 2 high-level cultivators is already a great achievement. Understanding the principle that greed leads to loss, Zaire knew it was fine to retreat if there was no opportunity. Suddenly, a massive, radiant light shot out from the battle's center toward the 3 gentlemen. It was the heart of starlight. Carter's voice followed. Take this treasure to Songyang Martial Academy quickly. Unexpectedly, the 3 gentlemen weren't just associated with Miguel. Considering Miguel's close ties with Songyang Martial Academy, it made sense for them to pledge allegiance to it. Carter, I will kill you. Came Rodney's roar from the battle's center. You want me dead? Your skills are not quite there. Perhaps you should call Trenton of your white tiger lineage. Carter laughed. Take the heart of starlight to Songyang Martial Academy. The 3 gentlemen didn't hesitate, rushing off with the heart of starlight. The 3 gentlemen didn't hesitate, rushing off with the heart of starlight. Indeed, waiting was worthwhile. Zaire was delighted beyond measure. He never imagined such a generous gift would be delivered to him. Chapter 354. The 10,000 Demon Amiuntans, the White Tiger Lineage, Trenton. In an instant, Zaire did not hesitate for a moment, immediately summoning the Jingzhou tripod and having the primordial Dharma body surge forward fiercely. Taoist Master Kylie instantly vanished, retreating into the 7-day black hole. Together with Shiloh and Remington, they poured all their power into the black hole. At this time, in the outside world, Zaire had the majestic 7-day black hole above his head, held the supreme treasure lightning sword in his hand, with the lightning bowl swirling around him. Behind him, a phantom yet real world constantly appeared and disappeared. This overwhelming aura shook the heavens and moved the earth, even surpassing Rodney and Jean Bouchois. Lord, you die. A sound as if issued by a deity or demon echoed. Shiloh, Remington, and the three Great Tribulation Realm experts directly activated the 7-day black hole, suppressing Lord Yu. Simultaneously, Zaire slashed ferociously at Lords Dan and Jian with his lightning sword. These two supreme thunder artifacts, mutually validating each other, released an energy capable of destroying heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. As Zaire struck out abruptly, Lord Yu didn't even have time to scream before being dragged into the 7-day black hole by the three great ones and suppressed deep within space. Lords Dan and Jian didn't even react in time and were instantly split into 4 pieces by the lightning sword. Anthea, who hadn't acted, took the opportunity to catch the star core and tossed it into the Jingzhou tripod. Zaire, let's go. The star core actually has Jean Bourgeois' aura on it. He discovered us. Anthea suddenly shouted. At this moment, Zaire launched a sudden attack, killing the 2 Great Tribulation Realm experts' physical bodies with one strike of his sword. But these experts remained experts. Even without yin-yang life-death cultivation, they could temporarily transfer their consciousness to their primordial dharma body. Zaire, it's actually you. How did you hide? Ah, you actually converted Taoist Master Kylie and Remington. Damn it. Lord Yu. Zaire, I'll make sure you have no place to bury yourself. The 2 lords, transferring their consciousness to their primordial dharma bodies, were shocked and enraged upon recognizing Zaire, especially after discovering that Lord Yu and the star core had both vanished. Their anger nearly consumed everything. Zaire ignored their yelling and immediately turned to cross through the void, running outward. In the blink of an eye, the entire void settled down. Focusing, Zaire's figure was already long gone. Meanwhile, Zaire himself didn't know where he had been teleported to in the starry sky. To prevent being surrounded by the 2 Ishilom comprehension 2 polarity tribulation experts, he left the injured Lords Dan and Jian behind and fled directly. Unfortunately, he didn't choose the right direction and now found himself lost somewhere. Zaire, don't you feel that everything went too smoothly? Anthea said at this point. Yes, it was overly smooth. However, even if someone plotted against us, I can always take you to the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm and then back to the 9 provinces. Zaire already had a plan. Although he didn't know where he was in the universe, his connection to the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm hadn't been severed, so he could use the 9-word secret to return to the 9 provinces at any time. Since we've made it here from beyond the domain, senior sister, why don't we explore a bit? We might find some unexpected joys. The beyond domain indeed holds many hidden treasures unknown to people. Since you're interested, let's go? Anthea suddenly sighed, thinking back to when I first met you. You were just a junior disciple of Tianyang Martial Academy's outer hall. And now, you've become a renowned figure in the 9 provinces. In just a few short years, it feels like the world has changed dramatically and heroes have been washed away. Zaire, your rise from obscurity, soaring straight up, is unprecedented in history. I didn't expect such high praise from you. Zaire listened, momentarily stunned. Throughout history, there have been countless people like me, and my ultimate fate would be no different from that of Andrew, erased from the annals of history. Times change, and talented people emerge. Even now, besides me, there is still you, Section Cliff, Anita, and others, none weaker than me. Saying this, Zaire lightly sighed. Had he not obtained the Jingzhou tripod or entered the path of cultivation, he would likely have married and lived a peaceful life. You underestimate yourself, Anthea replied, her white dress fluttering in the wind. At the mortal realm, you dared to venture deep into the southern barbarians' border, fight against the barbarians, and escape the Neil's hands. Caught in the divine martial immortal residence, you emerged unscathed, something even Great Tribulation experts might not achieve. With your authority at Xianxia Martial Academy, intimidating the 9 provinces, you fearlessly challenged them and even cut down their elite students. Then you went to Hongdao Martial Academy, battling multiple elites single-handedly, earning the Brittany upper person's favor, ranking first on the Coil Dragon list. At Tianyang Martial Academy, you killed the Great Tribulation expert Nicholas before the eyes of experts from the 9 provinces. No one dared to challenge you on the life and death stage. How many people throughout history could accomplish all these feats? Certainly, the 9 provinces have produced numerous remarkable individuals. But comparing to you, Zaire, using rare as hen's teeth wouldn't be an exaggeration. So, my praise for you isn't excessive but far underestimates you. Anthea's eyes shone brightly as she finished speaking. These words summarized his achievements over the years. Such accomplishments were indeed rare. Zaire listened with deep emotion. He hadn't realized how much he'd accomplished on his journey. Well said. Anthea, your words perfectly capture what I think, Zaire. Without reaching the Great Tribulation realm, you've achieved so much. Indeed, it's rare. Even I admire you. Just then, a voice resonated through the void. Who? Zaire and Anthea were startled. They hadn't expected anyone to follow them silently, undetected even by the 4 experts inside the 7-day black hole. Zaire immediately withdrew the 7-day black hole into his sea of knowledge and stood side by side with Anthea, cautiously observing the void. Zaire, I didn't expect you to not use the 3 Pure Ones talisman to retreat into the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm right away. This indeed rendered many of my pre-prepared measures ineffective. What I didn't foresee was that you had already converted Taoist Master Kylie earlier. These moves are hard to guard against, truly unpredictable and insidious. The voice continued. With the final extremely, hundreds of miles away, a gate opened in the void, and a figure slowly emerged. This person had sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes, wearing a snow-white robe bordered with blue gold thread. His hair hung loosely, tied with a light blue ribbon. Amazed strikingly, he was holding a palm-sized tortoiseshell, looking like an aristocratic young man taking his pet for a walk. However, his surrounding space distorted. Powerful aura surged like a sea, as if the entire space-time revolved around him. This was definitely a super powerhouse. 10,000 demon Amiyuntans, white tiger lineage, Trenton. Anthea's gaze trembled as she recognized his identity. Chapter 355. A miniature version of the 9 provinces, the power of Hichu. Hichu Loriashu. Zaire's gaze fell upon the tortoise shell in the other party's hand. Wrong. This is Hichu, Trenton said with a faint smile. He then looked at Anthea and remarked, it's a pity for a super genius from the Pingchuan Martial Academy who hasn't surfaced in 1,000 years. What do you mean? Anthea's eyes sparkled with sharpness. She was prepared to attack at any moment. It means that your death is certain today. As he spoke, Trenton's tone suddenly became sharp. Oh, you're just an incarnation now, not your true self, yet you dare to speak such boasting words. Anthea sneered coldly. Trenton, I admit you are very strong. And you are also extremely good at planning and enduring. I heard you spend most of your time in seclusion. Many in the 10,000 demon Ameuntans don't even know of your existence, and even fewer from the White Tiger lineage know who you are. Now it seems you plan to surprise everyone by targeting Zaire and me directly. I didn't expect you could project your power across such vast distances. You have keen eyes indeed to see through this as just my incarnation. Trenton paused briefly, but don't underestimate this incarnation. This incarnation was created using the supreme treasure Hichu and cost me 3,000 years of lifespan. Although it's not my true self, its strength far surpasses yours. Today is your end. Arrogant. Then I will refine this incarnation of yours. Zaire snorted. At this moment, he understood who was truly plotting against him. None other than Trenton of the White Tiger lineage. Though powerful, there were now 4 senior adepts within the 7-day black hole, so Zaire wasn't afraid. The battle began immediately, without further ado. Zaire first witnessed the power of Hichu. His lightning sword and Anthea's thunderbolt, 2 supreme treasures of the thunder path, couldn't break through Trenton's Hichu defenses. Most importantly, this was only a projection of Hichu. Zaire was greatly astonished. Suddenly, after blocking the lightning sword with the Hichu tortoise shell, Trenton let out a loud cry and thrust his other hand forcefully into the void before him. 5 colossal fingers appeared above Zaire and Anthea, each hundreds of zhang tall, emanating fierce flames that chilled one's spine. These were Trenton's ultimate technique, Hate Sky Finger, vastly more powerful than ordinary techniques, clearly a supreme mystical art. Furthermore, once unleashed, the entire void seemed subdued. All light and sound dissolved instantly, leaving only those 5 towering fingers pressing down. Zaire, you possess the strength of a dragon, plus the 4 great senior adepts you control can generate 10-fold dragon power. So, I shall use 20 times that power. Dying under a force twice your own, you can rest assured. Amidst overwhelming aura, Trenton pronounced coldly like a divine being passing judgment on mortals. Power does not determine the outcome of a battle. Primal Dharma image. Zaire knew the imminent peril. Facing such a formidable enemy, he must unleash all his might to secure the slightest chance of survival. A massive figure appeared in the void. Upon manifesting the primal Dharma image, space instantly trembled with immense power. All true essence within Zaire surged forth, transforming into streams of burning, 7-colored rainbow lights. Zaire's current level of true essence was formidable. In a duel with a peer, he could likely fight for half a month without exhausting his reserves. However, Trenton was no ordinary opponent, despite being just an incarnation. Empowered by the Hichu treasure, he was even stronger than Rodney and Jean Bouchouan. Faced with such danger, Zaire wasted no time, unleashing all his true essence to the utmost limit of the primal Dharma image. Instantly, the void exhibited signs of collapse, a terrifying spectacle never before seen. With a dazzling lightning burst from the sword in his hand. Break. Space cracked open under the impact augmented by the primal Dharma image. Kill. Breaking free, Zaire saw Trenton's incarnation again. With a flick of the lightning sword, billions of thunderbolts erupted, enveloping the void in a sea of lightning. This magnificent heavenly wrath struck towards Trenton's incarnation. Your Dharma image? It's the only one. I didn't expect you to cultivate such a profound celestial Dharma image. Trenton was surprised. He hadn't anticipated Zaire's celestial Dharma image had the power to break his lock. Billions of thunderbolts charged with supreme killing intent were now close. Zaire, reaching this point has been challenging for you. If you reach the Tribulation Realm and become a senior adept, you will be stronger than anyone could predict. At that time, if I want to kill you, it will be nearly impossible. But today, even if you are strong, you can't escape my palm. Trenton vanished in place almost instantly, dodging Zaire's fatal strike. His disappearance was incredibly strange, as if he controlled space-time, moving freely, and he rarely showed himself to the world. No one knew how strong he was, or what his abilities were. Zaire's current power could subdue any 1 Tribulation senior adept, and even face off against 2 Tribulation experts who comprehended yin-yang and creation/destruction. But facing Trenton, he felt strangely powerless. This could only mean their disparity was too vast. Trenton had entered another dimension where Zaire's power couldn't reach. Unless Zaire used the Jingzhou Cauldron to suppress or breach space-time barriers, nothing would affect Trenton. Suddenly, Trenton reappeared elsewhere. He gently threw the tortoise shell, which expanded rapidly into a miniature version of the universe. Zaire felt all light being devoured, then saw a new world appear. A miniature version of the 9 provinces. Boundless, vast, eternal, primal. An overwhelming pressure weighed down, shaking one's soul. For a moment, Zaire felt like giving up. How could mortal strength match such an entity? Is this the power of Hichu? Hichu Loriashu, the mystery of the 9 provinces. Trenton actually obtained Hichu. Even if it's not the true power of Hichu, it's unassailable. Zaire snapped out of his stupor, realizing his earlier sense of insignificance was unfounded. Hashtag chapter 356, Yongzhou tripod. Yongzhou tripod. Jizhou tripod. 3 tripods appear. What does it feel like when an entire world presses down upon you? Zaire felt as if he had no control over his own body. No matter how hard he struggled to escape the power of the Hichu, it was futile. Above his head, the power of the Hichu transformed into the 9 provinces realm, ruthlessly suppressing him. Such immense force was absolutely terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. Even Zaire's soul primal dharma manifestation couldn't withstand this tremendous force and began to develop cracks. The 7-chester black hole trembled violently as if it were about to explode at any moment. The 4 great ascetics let out continuous cries, but they couldn't stop it. Zaire couldn't attack Trenton, but Trenton could directly suppress him. Although it wasn't the true 9 provinces, not everyone could resist it. Even though Zaire was extremely powerful, he still found it difficult to withstand the Hichu. All of his magical treasures and true essence were forced back into his sea of consciousness. Explosions continuously erupted around Zaire's body. This was his strength exploding under the intense pressure. Currently, there was a silver lining. He could regenerate his flesh. As long as his head remained intact, even severe injuries could be healed. Elias, gather all your forces to protect my head. At this point, Zaire had no room for movement. Though there seemed to be nothing around him, it felt as if he was tightly held by solid steel, restricting him in place. To protect his head, he summoned the Jingzhou tripod, completely enveloping it. Combined with the strength of Elias and others, the pressure decreased significantly. But the explosions around his body became denser and more intense. Even his physical body started to crack under the strain. Such a situation wouldn't last much longer. Sister Hilton, do you have a solution? Zaire continually unleashed various techniques. Great Thunderbolt technique, Great Stripping technique, Great Gravity technique, Great Transformation technique, Great Compassion Deliverance technique, Great Undying Heavens technique, 7-kill sword Dao, Gravity Dao, Gentle Rain technique, Fiery Rain Sky. These powerful techniques failed to counter the overwhelming force of the 9 provinces' suppression from the Hichu. Boom. Zaire's arms and legs exploded into a pale golden mist. Meanwhile, Hilton had already taken refuge inside the 7-chester black hole, sitting atop the highest spatial layer, her body radiating countless thunderbolts. She seemed to be channeling an extremely powerful technique, hoping to assist Zaire. Rumble. Except for his head, Zaire's entire body was reduced to a bloody mist. A strong force instantly shot out, controlled by his intent, forming a protective barrier around his head. Lei Jian also entered the 7-chester black hole, complementing Lei Wan, activating various thunder powers to protect Zaire. In this critical moment, Zaire chose to completely retract his power, attempting to resist the suppression of the Hichu. Currently, the scene showed a head encased within the Jingzhou tripod. Outside the tripod, a vast mist of blood surrounded by intertwined powers from numerous magical treasures. The 4 tribulation stage ascetics, Shiloh, Josh, Remington, and Yu Junzi, exerted their true souls, combining their forces. Under these circumstances, Zaire finally got a breather, temporarily free from danger. Excellent. It is indeed the yin-yang birth-death immortal body. I heard you demonstrated this before at Hongdao Martial Academy. To see it with my own eyes now, I find it hard to believe. You haven't even reached the primordial tribulation, yet you can comprehend the yin-yang birth-death of the 2 symbols tribulation. Throughout history, you are truly one of a kind. But even so, today you will die. 1 and 6 share the same route, 2 and 7 follow the same path, 3 and 8 form companions, 4 and 9 become friends, 5 and 10 travel together. Die. Trenton instantly became ethereal, then split into 10 figures, each gesturing with both hands, emitting wild and violent auras. An overwhelming force surged into the Hichu. Boom. It sounded like the heavens opening. Suddenly, the 9 provinces formed by the Hichu's power doubled in size. Mountains, rivers, cloud seas, and snowstorms were visible to the naked eye. Even more astonishingly, a 1,000-foot-long rift appeared in the distant void. Through it, the true 9 provinces world could be seen. Trenton's actions seemed to establish a connection with the 9 provinces. Mysterious energies poured through the rift, landing on the Hichu. The miniature 9 provinces created by the Hichu were gaining power from the true 9 provinces. Zaire, you cannot withstand it. Unless you immediately reach the tribulation stage and become an ascetic. Otherwise, you will be eternally suppressed by me. Even White Tiger Demon Emperor can't defeat me now. The only one from Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy qualified to contend with me is your Chancellor Declan. Die. Trenton's figure flickered, his immense power exploding. Zaire instantly felt the intense, oppressive force increase by several dozen times. Despite unleashing mystic techniques and magical treasures, he couldn't make the slightest impact. Humph! Trenton coldly snorted, and the 10 figures merged. Then, he slapped his right hand down. Bang! The universe shattered, releasing tens of thousands of inscription ropes. Boundless in origin, these ropes ensnared Zaire's entire body. The force tightened, causing Zaire excruciating pain. Dense cracks emerged on the 7-chester black hole, an extraordinary treasure of the Dragon Clan. The 4 great ascetics cried out in pain. Only Hilton atop the highest layer remained motionless. She seemed impervious to all forces. The 7-chester black hole, having fused countless powerful treasures, had transformed into a mystical artifact. Yet it couldn't withstand such fierce force. Fortunately, the Jingzhou tripod, a state treasure forged by Emperor Chana, despite shaking intensely, managed to endure. In the name of Lin Bing Doja Jezhen Lai Shing, Shiloh and the other 4 ascetics chanted the 9-word secret incantation. They poured accumulated faith energy into the 9 mysterious characters. It seemed as if the entire cosmos was chanting, instantly halting Trenton's assault. Run. Zaire tried to use the 9-character incantation to communicate with the secret realm of immortal. However, he sensed that the entire void was imprisoned by some force. The 9-character incantation couldn't establish contact with the secret realm of immortal. Stop struggling. Since you have the key to enter the secret realm of immortal, did you think I wouldn't be prepared? Now, Under the suppression of the Hichu, anything and everything leads to death. Trenton sneered. Oh no. Zaire realized something was wrong. After Trenton spoke, a powerful force began extracting the Jingzhou tripod. You only have one of Emperor Chana's state treasures. But I have 3. Liangzhou tripod, Yongzhou tripod, Jizhou tripod. Come forth. Trenton roared, and 3 small tripod shadows flew out from his body. The Jingzhou tripod felt an irresistible force pulling it towards them. You actually have 3 tripods. Zaire's heart chilled. It was unbelievable that Trenton had 3 tripods. Faced with the suction from the 3 tripods, he had no way to stop it. He could only exert his utmost strength to suppress the unrest of the Jingzhou tripod. Zaire, the 9 tripods of Emperor Chana are originally a set of treasures. Now that I have 3 tripods, while you have only 1 against 3, the Jingzhou tripod can only be drawn. Your strength, in front of me, is like fireflies daring to compete with the moon. Trenton's piercing gaze seemed to see through everything. Saying this, he suddenly pointed his hand. A force instantly pierced through the void, striking Zaire's head. Bang! A finger-sized bloody hole appeared on Zaire's forehead. His spirit sea shook violently, sustaining heavy damage. Meanwhile, the power of the Hichu flooded in through this breach. I suddenly feel that killing someone like you isn't very meaningful. There is an extremely powerful existence in the Abyss clan. Keeping you and refining you into an avatar might be of great use in the future. Trenton said aloud. Right at this moment, Zaire suddenly sensed that the primal heaven and earth within his spirit sea was actually stirring. Chapter 357. Primal Chaos Immortal Art. The Mahayana Sutra. A fugitive tendril smile, Jasmine Leaf's wish. For the first time, Zaire felt his strength was utterly inadequate. Even though he commanded 4 formidable adepts and had unprecedented power, he still could not match Trenton of the 10,000 demon Amiuntans. Most importantly, the opponent was only an avatar. The true self hadn't even appeared. Trenton's single attack breached all of Zaire's defenses, instantly severely wounding him. The force of the river diagram swept over instantly. However, it didn't directly kill Zaire, but instead formed into mysterious runes. Familiar energy radiated from them, the same as that of the Great Transformation technique. Trenton was attempting to directly convert him. Zaire, no matter how fiercely you resist, it will be futile. You made Shiloh, Remington, Real Man Feng Channy, and the Gentleman of Shadows bow to you. Naturally, I can make you bow to me too. With your formidable strength, you can become my external avatar perfectly. My true self is currently collecting clumsy chi in the abyss now. You are more than sufficient as a container for clumsy chi. As Trenton's words faded away, the power of the river diagram continued to invade Zaire's sea of consciousness. His mind began to be polluted, his thoughts started being assimilated. But just at this moment, primordial cavern heaven inside his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled. Then, small vortexes emerged, starting to absorb the invading powers within Zaire's body. The pressure lessened significantly. Zaire snapped back to his senses. The primordial world continuously absorbed the energies of the river diagram. Those rune-like existences entered the primordial world. It could be sensed that the entire primordial world seemed to have gained a touch of thickness, becoming more tangible, as if it was about to transform into a true world. Large amounts of divine realms immortal chi rained down, nearly half a times more compared to before. Huh? What is this? It can actually devour the 9 states power of my river diagram. The river diagram and Lorio book originate from the core of the 9 states. In the cosmos, nothing can subdue it. Unless it is the primordial world present at the beginning of the universe. Only the primordial world stands above the 9 states. Could it be? Zaire, the existence in your sea of consciousness, is it actually the primordial world? Upon guessing, Trenton's expression changed drastically. The river diagram and Lorio book originate from the most crucial core of the 9 states. No great world across the universes can compare with the 9 states. Even the lofty divine realm, the ethereal Taoist realm, the pure Delaneyed Buddhist realm, and the dragon-filled dragon realm cannot compare. Although they are stronger than the 9 states, in essence, none can surpass it. The 9 states is the center of all worlds. The only thing capable of subduing the river diagram and Lorio book is the non-existent primordial world. Zaire instantly understood the reason, and his spirits were lifted. Trenton realized the situation. I see. No wonder you could refine high-quality divine blood pills earlier. It turns out you used the immortal chi gathered from the primordial world. I initially thought you only possessed the remnants of an unparalleled immortal artifact, but didn't expect you to harbor the non-existent primordial world. If I can obtain this world, I will surely surpass all the worlds and transcend the heavenly Tao, becoming eternal and unique. Zaire, I must kill you. Without the primordial world, I would have turned you into an external avatar to infiltrate the abyssal demon world. Now, I must get the primordial world. Rest in peace. Excited beyond measure, Trenton let out a long cry. All throughout the Dharma realm, the void realm of the 10 directions and 3 lives, all Buddhas of past, present, and future countless as dust particles of Buddha realms, by the power of universal virtuous practices. Suddenly, his form transformed into an enormous phantom Buddha. This figure bore billions of one-word scriptures. The scriptures slowly flowed, and then vanished abruptly. As if passing through the myriad universes, breaking all obstructions, landing directly into Zaire's sea of consciousness. Boom. Instantly, Zaire felt like he was immersed in boundless Buddha light, his soul nearly melting. The Mahayana Sutra. How does Trenton know the Mahayana Sutra? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Mahayana Sutra has been lost, erased by the Tao sect. How could you? Zaire heard heaven's black roar in shock from within the 7-day black hole. The Mahayana Sutra is the true supreme secret of Buddhism. How could it be obliterated by the Tao sect? However, as you say, except for me, No one else knows the Mahayana Sutra. Trenton's power had already spread throughout Zaire's sea of consciousness. So, he naturally also heard heaven's black shouts. This moment, Zaire's spiritual soul had suffered unprecedented damage. Even teetering on the brink of extinction, Trenton actually possesses such means. No wonder he is so powerful. In this critical moment, at the topmost level of the 7-day black hole, Jasmine Leaf suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. A profoundly mystical aura enveloped her. An immense yet unique force began to manifest. This power was entirely different from anything in the world. As if it was an immeasurable force or something that had always existed but was never noticed. I wish. Rumble. Just these 3 words sent vibrations through the myriad universes, stirring the souls. I wish. Zaire can break free from all restraints. An indescribable, intangible, incomprehensible energy instantly merged with Zaire. This energy was not spirit chi, not true essence, not demon force, nor immortal chi. It resembled nothing known. An inexplicable, ununderstandable energy. Zaire suddenly regained his senses. He immediately roared in fury, his killing intent soaring. He channeled all his remaining flesh vapor, true essence, faith, and willpower onto the thunder sword. Then with a swift motion, he lunged toward Trenton. Rumble. Thunderous sword chi cut through the air like a chasm. Had this happened on Earth rather than in the universe, this strike would certainly cleave a deep trench. What is this profound technique? Jasmine Leaf, this isn't the apocalypse divine thunder, nor the 9-colored lightning essence. What is this art? Across all worlds, how could such power exist? Even my Mahayana Sutra is restrained by this. This is a wish, a force of heart. This isn't something humans can control. Even in the divine realm, those deities cannot master it. Trenton couldn't have anticipated Jasmine Leaf's bizarre power. Assuming she was unworthy of fear since she hadn't attained tribulation level, she dealt him a devastating blow. Even his strongest move, the Mahayana Sutra, was nullified. This shock was unimaginable. Just as Trenton was shocked, Zaire's reinforced thunder sword struck. Yet, although the sword landed, it felt like striking empty space, not connecting with any solid substance. Zaire, regardless of what techniques you use, you cannot harm me. I understand the principles of heaven beyond heaven through the power of the river diagram. Even as just an avatar, you cannot match me. Trenton recovered and immediately marshaled his forces to prepare for another fatal attack on Zaire. But then, Jasmine Leaf spoke again. I wish, whatever happens, cannot escape reality. A faint yet insubstantial force descended upon Trenton. Meanwhile, Jasmine Leaf left the 7-day black hole. Her expression devoid of any emotion, utterly cold, as if her emotions had departed with her. She now viewed all beings as ants, akin to a distant, ethereal heavenly principle. Zaire had never felt as weak as he did now. Even though he possessed 4 great ascetics and was unprecedentedly powerful, he still could not withstand the blue Zhongxing of the 10,000 demon Amiuntans. Most importantly, this opponent was just an avatar. The true master hadn't even shown up. Blue Zhongxing's single strike had shattered all of Zaire's defenses, heavily injuring him. The power of the Yellow River diagram instantly swept over, but it didn't kill Zaire directly. Instead, it formed mysterious inscriptions. They emitted a familiar energy that was the same as the great transformation art. Blue Zhongxing intended to transform him. Zaire, no matter how desperately you struggle, it's futile. If you can make Shiloh, Remington, Truman Kiley, and Lord Yusha revert, then I can also make you revert to my side. With your immense strength, you would be the perfect vessel for my avatars. I am currently collecting the coarse energy of the abyss in the depths, and you'd be more than enough to serve as its container. As Blue Zhongxing's words fell, the power of the Yellow River diagram continued to surge into Zaire's sea of consciousness. His mind began to be polluted, his thoughts started being assimilated. But just then, the primordial cave heaven inside his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, followed by small vortexes appearing and absorbing the intrusive forces. The pressure immediately decreased, and Zaire regained clarity. The primordial world continuously absorbed the energy from the Yellow River diagram. All the inscriptions-like existences entered the primordial world. He sensed that the entire primordial world seemed to gain a hint of gravity, becoming more realistic, as if about to transform into a true world. Large amounts of divine immortal aura began to descend, almost doubling in quantity compared to before. What is this? It can devour the power of my Yellow River diagram, Blue Zhongxing exclaimed. The Yellow River diagram and the Lorio book are derived from the core of the 9 provinces. There is nothing in the universe that can suppress them, unless it's the primordial world from the beginning of the universe. Only the primordial world surpasses the 9 provinces. Could it be? Zaire instantly understood the reason. Blue Zhongxing's expression changed dramatically. You have the primordial world within your sea of consciousness? The Yellow River diagram and the Lorio book were the most crucial cores of the 9 provinces. No great world in the cosmos could compare with the 9 provinces, including the high-standing divine realm, ethereal Tao realm, paradise-like Buddha realm, and the dragon-filled dragon realm. While they were stronger, fundamentally, none matched the 9 provinces, which were the center of all realms. Only the non-existent primordial world could suppress the Yellow River diagram and the Lorio book. Zaire also realized this instantly. Blue Zhongxing understood the situation. That's why you can refine such high-quality divine blood pills using the divine immortal aura extracted from the primordial world. I originally thought you only possessed a fragment of an unrivaled immortal artifact. I never expected you to have the impossible primordial world. I must obtain this world to surpass all realms and transcend the heavenly Tao, achieving eternal singularity. Zaire, I will kill you. If not for the primordial world, I could turn you into my avatar to infiltrate the abyssal world. Now, I must have the primordial world. Rest in peace. Excited, Blue Zhongxing let out a long cry. All Dharmadhatu, past, present, and future 10 directions, all Buddhas of the countless Buddha lands, by the power of universal worthy bodhisattva. As his form moved, a massive Buddha silhouette appeared. This silhouette was covered in countless Wan sutra characters. The sutras slowly flowed and then suddenly vanished, as if traversing through all realms, breaking every barrier and landing directly into Zaire's sea of consciousness. Boom. Suddenly, Zaire felt himself enveloped in boundless Buddhist light, his soul almost melting away. The Mahayana Sutra. How does Blue Zhongxing know the Mahayana Sutra? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zaire heard Ajax roar in shock from the 7-day black hole. The Mahayana Sutra is the true supreme secret of Buddhism, which the Tao Gate cannot extinguish. However, as you said, besides me, no one else knows it. Blue Zhongxing's power spread throughout Zaire's sea of consciousness, hearing Ajax's roar. At this critical moment, on the top floor of the 7-day black hole, Jasmine Leaf suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. She exuded an extremely profound aura, displaying a vast and unique power unlike anything in the world. I wish. Boom. 3 words caused a shockwave across the heavens, shaking souls. I wish for Zaire to break free from all constraints. But an intangible, incomprehensible energy instantly merged with Zaire. It wasn't essence energy, true chi, demonic force, nor immortal chi. It was indescribable and incomprehensible. Zaire abruptly regained his senses, roaring with killing intent, channeling his remaining true chi and faith power into the thunder sword, charging at Blue Zhongxing. Boom. Thunderous sword chi, like a chasm splitting the sky, surged forth. If this occurred in the 9 provinces, it would have cleaved a bottomless trench. What art is this? Jasmine Leaf, this isn't the Doomsday Thunder, or the 9-color lightning bolt. What is this power? Such strength exists in the cosmos? Even my Mahayana Sutra is suppressed. This is the power of wishes, the power of the heart. It can't be controlled by humans, or even gods and immortals in the divine realm. Blue Zhongxing couldn't have anticipated Jasmine Leaf's bizarre power. Thinking she hadn't reached the catastrophe boundary, he underestimated her, but she delivered a devastating blow, breaking even his strongest means, the Mahayana Sutra. The shock was overwhelming. Just as Blue Zhongxing was stunned, Zaire's reinforced thunder sword slashed down. But when the blade struck, it felt like hitting empty space, not making contact with any solid object. Zaire, no matter what you do, you cannot touch me. Using the power of the Yellow River diagram, I understand the principles beyond the heavens. Even as an avatar, you cannot match me. Blue Zhongxing quickly gathered power to counterattack Zaire again. But just then, Jasmine Leaf spoke again. I wish for all things to be unable to escape reality. An ethereal, intangible force instantly descended upon Blue Zhongxing. Jasmine Leaf left the 7-day black hole, her face expressionless, her demeanor cold. She seemed detached from emotions, viewing all beings like ants, as if she were the transcendent and unfathomable heavenly Tao. Chapter 357. Primal Immortal Art. The Great Dharma Treasury. Atan Flower smiles. Jasmine Leaf makes a wish. Zaire had never felt so powerless in his life. Despite commanding the 4 senior masters, making him unprecedentedly strong, he still couldn't match Blue Zhongxing of the 10,000 demon Amiuntans. Most importantly, Blue Zhongxing was only an avatar. His true self hadn't even appeared. Blue Zhongxing's attack easily pierced through all of Zaire's defenses, severely wounding him. The power of the river diagram swept in but didn't kill Zaire directly. Instead, it formed mysterious runes that exuded a familiar energy similar to the supreme transformation technique. Blue Zhongxing was trying to convert Zaire. Zaire, no matter how desperately you struggle, it will be futile. If you could make Shiloh, Remington, Sage True Person Kylie, and gentlemen you renounce their paths for you, then I can certainly do the same for you. Your formidable power would make you an excellent avatar for me. My true self is currently collecting primal energy from the depths. Using you as a container for this energy is more than enough. As Blue Zhongxing spoke, the power of the river diagram flooded into Zaire's mind sea. His spirit began to be polluted, his thoughts assimilated. However, at this moment, the primordial cavern heaven inside his mind sea suddenly stirred. Small vortexes appeared, absorbing the invading force, reducing the pressure significantly. Zaire snapped back to his senses. The primordial world continuously absorbed the river diagram's energy. The rune-like entities entered the primordial world, giving it a sense of thickness and substance, as if it were about to transform into a true world. Large amounts of divine immortal chi rained down, almost half more than before. What is this? It can devour the power of my river diagram. The river diagram and Loreo book are derived from the core of the 9 provinces. Nothing in the universe can suppress them. Unless it's the primordial world from the dawn of time. Only the primordial world transcends the 9 provinces. Could it be? Zaire, does your mind sea contain the primordial world? Blue Zhongxing's expression changed dramatically upon guessing the truth. The river diagram and Loreo book were the most crucial cores of the 9 provinces. No major world, not even the divine realm, Taoist heaven, Buddhist paradise, or dragon world, could compare to the 9 provinces. They might be stronger but lacked the essence of the 9 provinces, which was the center of all realms. Only the impossible-to-exist primordial world could counter the river diagram and Loreo book. Zaire instantly understood the implications. Blue Zhongxing realized, so that's why you could refine high-quality divine blood pills using the divine immortal chi from the primordial world. I thought you merely possessed a broken fragment of an unrivaled immortal artifact, but you have the impossible primordial world within you. If I obtain this world, I will transcend all realms and the heavenly Tao, becoming eternal and unique. Zaire, I must kill you. If you didn't have the primordial world, I would convert you into an avatar and use you to infiltrate the abyssal demon world. Now, I must possess the primordial world. Prepare to meet your end. Overjoyed, Blue Zhongxing let out a long roar. All of the Dharmadhatu, the space-time of past, present, and future, All Buddhas of the Buddha lands as numerous as dust particles in 10 directions, by the power of universal worthies vows. Suddenly, a massive Buddha illusion appeared around him, adorned with countless swastika scriptures. The scriptures flowed slowly, then vanished as if traversing through realms, breaking all barriers and landing directly in Zair's mind-sea. Boom. In an instant, Zair felt like he was enveloped in boundless Buddha light, his soul nearly melting away. The Great Dharma Treasury. How does Blue Zhongxing know the Great Dharma Treasury? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zair heard Black Sky from the 7-day black hole scream in shock. The Great Dharma Treasury is the ultimate secret of Buddhism, which has been extinguished by the Taoists. How could you possibly know it? The Great Dharma Treasury is indeed the supreme secret of Buddhism. While the Taoists may claim they extinguished it, as you say, no one other than me knows it. Blue Zhongxing's power spread throughout Zair's mind-sea. He naturally heard Black Sky's cries. At this moment, Zair's spirit and soul suffered unprecedented damage, teetering on the brink of destruction. Blue Zhongxing possessed such power. No wonder he was so formidable. At this critical juncture, atop the 7-day black hole, Jasmine Leaf suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. She exuded an extremely profound aura. An immense and unique power began to manifest. A power unlike anything in existence, as if it belonged to another realm yet remained undiscovered. I make a wish. Boom. 3 words caused the heavens to tremble and souls to shudder. I wish Zair to break free from all constraints. Buzz. An intangible, incomprehensible energy merged with Zair instantly. It wasn't mana, true essence, demon power, nor divine chi. This energy was beyond description and understanding. Zair suddenly regained consciousness. With a furious roar filled with murderous intent, he channeled his remaining blood mist, true essence, and faith willpower into his thunder sword. In an instant, he lunged toward Blue Zhongxing. Boom. A thunderous sword beam, like a rift between worlds, sliced through. If this occurred on the 9 provinces, it would create an unfathomable chasm. What kind of mystical art is this? Jasmine Leaf, this isn't Doomsday Divine Lightning or 9-colored lightning saber. What is this technique? How could there be such power in all the realms? Even my Great Dharma Treasury is suppressed. This is the power of wishes, the power of the mind, something beyond human control. Not even deities in the divine realm could wield such power. Blue Zhongxing never expected Jasmine Leaf to possess such bizarre power. He thought she, unattained at the catastrophe level, posed no threat. But now, she inflicted a severe blow, even breaking his strongest move, the Great Dharma Treasury. The shock was unimaginable. While stunned, Blue Zhongxing barely reacted in time to avoid Zair's enhanced thunder sword. Regardless of your means, you cannot harm me. Using the power of the river diagram, I've grasped the principles beyond this world. Even as an avatar, you cannot oppose me. Blue Zhongxing mobilized his power to deliver a fatal strike again. But Jasmine Leaf spoke once more. I wish. All things must face reality. An ethereal, elusive power instantly descended upon Blue Zhongxing. Jasmine Leaf left the 7-day black hole, her expression devoid of emotion, cold and detached, as if all emotions had abandoned her. She now viewed all beings as insignificant, resembling the distant and intangible heavenly Tao. Blue Zhongxing attempted to activate the mystical arts of beyond heaven. However, no matter what he did, he couldn't escape into space-time. Instead, it felt like he was being squeezed back into the real world. Anthea, if I'm not mistaken, your lifespan has always been very limited. By exhausting your remaining years to cast this secret art, you've severed my connection with my true self. You're sentencing yourself to death. Blue Zhongxing roared repeatedly. Anthea ignored him and continued chanting, I wish. Instantly, Blue Zhongxing's avatar seemed to lose a significant portion of his strength, becoming partially transparent. Anthea, even if I must sacrifice 3,000 years of my lifespan and abandon this avatar, I will still kill you here. All throughout the Dharmadhatu, the void of past, present, and future 10 directions. In an instant, Blue Zhongxing's body transformed into a dazzling rainbow light, rushing directly toward Anthea. It broke through all defenses and struck her heavily. Anthea was instantly interrupted mid-chant, her body riddled with wounds and blood gushing from countless holes. Anthea. At that moment, Zair dashed forward and caught the collapsing Anthea. Blue Zhongxing, I'll kill you. He roared furiously, sending out his primordial dermic form. A huge hand grabbed a nearly transparent shadow in its grasp. This translucent figure was none other than the essence-depleted avatar of Blue Zhongxing. Zair, consider yourself lucky this time. I didn't expect you to possess the primordial world, and for Anthea to sacrifice her life for you. Next time, Zair won't be so fortunate. When my true self returns, even Heavenly Edge Martial Academy won't be able to protect you. Believe me. Die. Zair clenched tightly, shattering the avatar. As the avatar dissipated, Blue Zhongxing sneered, I've only lost 3,000 years of my lifespan, but Anthea is dead for sure. All her vitality has been drained by me, and my Great Dharma Treasury has crushed her soul. The future of Tranquil River Martial Academy is over. Anthea's senior sister. Zair held Anthea tightly, calling out anxiously. Anthea looked pale as paper, devoid of any vital signs, but her eyes remained bright and radiant. She stared at Zair for a long time before saying suddenly, Sorry, I used the wishing art. Blue Zhongxing is too deeply hidden and far too powerful. I received a blow from his Great Dharma Treasury, and now my end is near. I can no longer walk the path with you. No, there must be a way to save you. There must be. Why were you so foolish, Anthea's senior sister? Why did you do this for me? Zair, you will surely become the true, eternal unique. Anthea's consciousness was fading, yet she murmured, You must understand the wishing art. With the impossible primordial world within you, Blue Zhongxing will definitely target you. Though his Great Dharma Treasury isn't fully mastered, Its power surpasses both the Grand Temporal Art and the Heart Sutra. It's the true supreme secret of Buddhism, ranking third among the Chaos Immortal Arts. And the wishing art contains immense secrets. If you can comprehend it, you might find the elusive heavenly Tao. Her voice grew softer and softer, almost inaudible. Yet, her clear, autumn-like eyes became more profound, staring intently at Zaire as if trying to engrave his face into her memory forever. I'll leave you the Thunder Bowl, born from the wishing art. It will surely aid you at a crucial moment. Once you reach the tribulation boundary, no one in the 9 provinces will pose a threat to your life. Don't say any more. Please don't. Zaire panicked, overcome by an unprecedented fear. Anthea had exhausted her last ounce of strength to perform the mysterious wishing art, all for him. Right, I have. Zaire suddenly remembered something and took out all the elixirs from the Jingzhou Cauldron, including the 3 treasure salhua pill. He hastily crushed all the pills and poured their medicinal powers into Anthea's body. Note, for better fluency, I slightly rephrased the sentence. If 3 treasure salhua pill is a proper name, consider replacing salhua with its correct English translation or transliteration to ensure consistency in terminology. For better readability and consistency, if salhua doesn't have specific meaning, should be translated as 3 treasures splendor pill or similar. Here is an alternative. Zaire suddenly remembered something and took out all the elixirs from the Jingzhou Cauldron, including the 3 treasure splendor pill. He hastily crushed all the pills and poured their medicinal powers into Anthea's body. But it had no effect. Fool, my soul is already dissipating. What good would it do to restore my vitality? Anthea offered a tragic smile, a mixture of sorrow and amusement. The wishing art involves the heavenly Tao. You must take it seriously. Her expression, like a fleeting night-blooming jasmine flower, was vivid yet sorrowful. Don't talk anymore. Don't. Quickly channel true essence to preserve. Anthea shook her head slightly, interrupting Zaire's frantic words. Zaire, I feel very tired. I want to sleep well. In the future, you will surely become. Her fleeting, jasmine-like smile froze. The tranquility lingered.